The most mysterious and powerful place in the world is the Chi Sword Mountain Sect. The most famous sword technique in the world is the 10,000 vault sword cannon. The 10,000 vault sword cannon. The most flamboyant swordsman in the world is young Master Tam, and the Vantang sword cannon is the secret technique of Kikiam Son Trong, of which young Master Tam is the young master. At 14 years old, Master Shen Tam became the #1 sword master of the 9 Nether Realm, using the 6 senses Chutiet ancient sword and the victory sword frenzy. Tathian Hong, one of the 10 great masters, openly and honorably. Master Shendu started sword training at 4, studied the Vantang Kiem Kin at 7, and at 11 fought against Wu Daonyan Tankung, unleashing 185 consecutive swords in one breath, earning fame for his lightning-fast strikes that left opponents unable to counter. Wu Daonyan humbly admits defeat, calling him a genius beyond compare. The youngest #1 swordsman, not yet 15, has reached a level that even the legendary sages of the past could not attain. Some even believe he could reach the legendary peak of martial arts, wielding the moon-slaying flying sword and breaking through the void. It's truly a pity. What a shame, uncle. Go ahead and tell us, that uncle then continued. Surely everyone knows about the 9 months before Master Third Son fought the #1 expert of the demon sect, the Zoa Y person, on Red Sun Island, right? I know. It is said that that day, in just 100 moves, Third Young Master pierced the Zoe Y person's throat with his sword, officially becoming the #1 expert in the world at that time. So, do you all know that Master Tham Tam also had 19 segments of his meridians destroyed by demonic energy? That is what turned him into the greatest regret of the martial world at that time. Although his life was no longer in danger, his unmatched martial arts had completely faded away. After hearing this, everyone showed clear signs of regret. It's a pity, how could this be? Young Master San Tam. At this moment, Chi Jian Mountain Sect opens its doors to teach the disciples, an event that happens once every 10 years. As soon as the door opens, an elder gestures inside and says, "Please, everyone." The scene shifts to another place, where young Master Shen Tam is now sitting in a wheelchair, gazing up at the bright moon, a scroll of book beneath his feet. Suddenly a gust of wind flips the pages back and forth. The atmosphere then turns extremely gloomy. Only seeing him lift his teacup to sip and leave, your murderous intent can no longer be hidden. Since September, assassins have started appearing behind the White Tower where there used to be no one. About 3 times a month. Don't you find it bothersome? Looking at your sword intent, you have probably reached the realm of compassionate killing sword technique in the 3rd stage. Perhaps even Master Liu Ruxian back then couldn't step into the 7th stage of martial arts as early as you did. Just 10 years of focused cultivation could make you rival the heroes of the world. If you turn around and leave now, I can pretend I've never seen you here. Dying at this place at 30 does feel a bit regrettable. The assassin hesitated for a moment, then decided to move forward instead of fleeing, causing Onmen to sigh softly. "Sigh, I told you so, yet you still haven't given up. Is my head really that tempting to you?" The assassin still doesn't believe it, showing off his power, but he can't scare him. No matter how strong he is, he's already the past. Someone whose meridians are severed cannot circulate energy, so even the most skilled swordsmanship can't help him now. Just for now. Kill him now, and even I can do it. And men remain silent, and in an instant, the sword in the assassin's hand suddenly breaks into 3 pieces. Not bad, your sword has a certain divine flow that seems real and false, transforming illusion into reality, bending the crooked into straight, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 3, but your killing intent is still too heavy. You must remember that the principle of the compassionate killing sword technique is to kill without emotion. Even when killing, you must remain indifferent. At this moment, the assassin was so frightened he wet his pants. Is this person truly someone who has severed all their meridians and lost all their martial arts? Suddenly, a slash appeared from the assassin's wrist and gradually spread to the top of his head. In the next instant, his body split apart. Men nhìn xa xăm, cầm ly trà lên rớt dinh uống những lai thôi, dạng tiếc da dịn vào mũi máu tanh. Nếu ngồi dên muốn hồn một ngày thì tốt rồi. The scene shifts to a mountain where a sword is embedded straight into a rock at the summit, with the words "Sword Grave" inscribed beneath. A man is sitting in front of the sword tomb, deep in thought, holding a cup of wine and pouring it onto the grave. Suddenly, a man speaks. The White Tower is a forbidden area of Chijian Mountain Sect. Trespassers will be banished for 3 months. So how does Miss So know and still insist on doing it? As expected of the 3rd young master. How did you guess I was here? If I were her, I definitely wouldn't hide in that unlucky place. Who knows, there might even be dead people there. My younger sister hesitated, waved her hand, and said, "Ha ha, third young master, you're teasing me again. This is the pine seed cake I made. Young Master Tam, try it quickly. Today's breakfast is really not bad." "Yeah, it's really delicious." "Ha ha, that's great. I've been making the pine seed pastries for a long time today. You better enjoy them carefully." While my younger sister wanted to say something on the side, third young master, my senior sister has arrived at Kikiem Mountain. Did they fight each other? Just as you predicted. Last night, when my senior sister arrived at Chijian Mountain Villa, she challenged me to a duel. I switched through 5 different sword techniques, but was still defeated by her VM Hua Tai Kuk attack. And men recalled a few things. The Divine Fire technique of Le Duong Mansion is a renowned secret skill in 9 Nether, and the Flaming Fire Tai Chi is the strongest defensive move in the Divine Fire technique. It can gather positive energy around to form a solid protective circle. The most important thing is that the 5 types of sword techniques she learned are all superficial. Even if caught off guard, she can't do anything. Losing to this move is inevitable. It just shows you're not skilled enough. Your words are like arrows piercing her heart, making her just shyly lower her head without saying anything. It seems that although Suhani and I are both direct heirs of the Hoa sect, she is much more skilled than me in our own martial arts. Although her martial arts haven't improved in 3 months, her skill with the sword is quite good. In fact, if she focused on studying martial arts herself, she would naturally improve very quickly without needing to rely on others. My younger sister quickly replied, No. Learning martial arts in the kitchen has nothing to do with each other. I still hope you can teach me a few more moves to fight against that senior sister. I can't teach anymore, and I can't merge the sword techniques without mistakes happening during the fight. Fighting, Sohat Nyi, who only trains in one sword style, will only lead to an even faster death. Why is it like this? No. Teach me the 10,000 storage sword classic. If I learn this sword technique, I will definitely not lose to my senior sister anymore. I no longer compete for the heir position, as long as I can stay alive. Our Le Duong Manor's rules, even the third young master knows about them. The heir to the master of Le Duong Mansion is 2 sisters from the same sect. When they turn 16, a life and death arena battle will be held, and the winner will become the heir, while the loser must watch Tron Dukbo jump for 20 days. Mother, why are there such rules? My cultivation is progressing too slowly, and staying in Leyang Mansion will definitely get me killed by my senior sister. So now I have to. The 10,000 Tangles sword manual isn't anything extraordinary, and I could teach you if I wanted, but since it's a martial art passed down, to learn swordsmanship you must join the Chijian Mountain Sect, which I don't accept disciples into, and this sword technique requires broad knowledge and great power. Someone with simple intentions like you will find it hard to learn. Sniff, sniff, I am truly simple, but I can cut down evil flying immortals with my swordsmanship. If it comes to cutting down the moon and flying to the immortals, then in the world, there is no martial art that can reach the highest level and not succeed, huh? Your Leyang Mansion's Divine Fire Technique, the Great Transformation. Dream Technique of Dianxian, the Bodhi Mind of the Zen Master. There are at least 7 or 8 types. So can the Divine Fire Technique also be cultivated to cut through the moon-flying fairy? I remember in history, many ancestors of Leyang Mansion cultivated the Divine Fire Technique to the 9th level. I haven't heard of the third young master before. Don't think you can fool me just because I'm young. Even if you passionately explain, no one can reach this level. The path of martial arts always requires diligent learning to perfect oneself and strive to surpass the ancestors. I mean that these types of martial arts can all cut through the moon-flying fairy. Not that their current level can do it, but that their path is correct. We must build on what we have to develop further so we can break out of the cocoon and transform. My little sister quickly raised her hand. Stop, boy. I don't understand. My head hurts so much. In the end, Tram Nguyen Fitin is the ultimate limit of martial arts in the 9 Netherworld, using immense power to break through the lunar person and step into a higher martial arts world. Break through the lunar person. Is that even possible? If the lunar person is the source of true energy, then if they break through, wouldn't no one in the world be able to continue practicing martial arts? In ancient times, wise people practiced Bai Yue by breathing in earth energy, which allowed them to acquire true qi and absorb it into their bodies. This not only strengthened the body and prolonged life to 100 years without illness, but also granted immense destructive power. Martial arts also developed from this. Over many generations, strong warriors have used the true energy they understood to create strange and wonderful martial techniques. It can be said that the development of 9 Nether martial arts is all thanks to the gift of the Moon Goddess artifact. Although I want to explain it in detail, I worry that if I do, this silly girl will get a headache again. My younger sister just knows how to cry and run away. Run away. not thinking about these things anymore. Please, teach me some moves to protect myself. If I can live past 16, I will go find a higher level of martial arts. With my super hearing, Min immediately sensed something unusual. Wait a moment. Someone is coming. Is someone really coming? Are they from Sontrang? No, this person's chi is from the same bloodline as hers. I guess the senior sister wanted to come and confront you. Master, senior sister, how did she know I was here? He pointed behind her and said, look behind her, to see that thin threads had been attached to her back without her knowing. Seeing her like that, she's even more calculating than me. From afar, a girl stepped out and said, I was worried for nothing, wasting a sword token from the mansion to come here and asked to join Jijian Mountain Sect, so I must focus on practicing martial arts. You have nothing to do, so why are you running to the forbidden area behind the mountain to play? Is that proper? Come back with me quickly. What? How could that be? You came here to ask third young master to teach you swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Are those the clumsy sword techniques you used last night? Then she glances at her brother, unable to teach, just watching how you wield the sword to see if you can grasp its inner and outer mystical power. After being broken by one of my moves, you still don't wake up. It seems you have no intention of moving forward or valuing your life anymore. That's not true. Third young master's swordsmanship is extraordinary, and if he masters the ultimate sword technique, no one can say who will win or lose. Losing to me is just because your training wasn't good enough. I'm still surprised why you rushed to Cheeky Son Trong. At first, I thought you really had a trump card waiting for me, but I never expected you'd come here to flatter a useless man. The swordmaster who was once the #1 in the world can't even stand up now. Do you want to rely on him? Daydreaming in broad daylight, you're not allowed to be disrespectful to the third young master. Are you angry at me because of that useless guy? If it had been a year ago, I wouldn't even dare to raise my voice in front of the third young master. Unfortunately, the past is no match for the present. I really have to be a bit disrespectful. What can you do about it? Immediately, the younger sister stepped forward to block behind him and said, Don't come near the third young master. Ha ha. Your sword technique was completely defeated last night, yet now you remember your original martial arts? Are you planning to stop me with those weak claw moves? Her senior sister immediately struck out, breaking her attack. My younger sister immediately used her ultimate move, Flaming Fire Tai Chi. Seeing that, her senior sister laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, even a novice like you can't withstand my Fire Extreme Fist move. If you want to find your own way to death, I will make it happen for you. The younger sister couldn't withstand the attack from the senior sister, and blood involuntarily seeped from the corner of her mouth. Turning around, she only saw Anmen smiling at her, as if giving her strength. The younger sister unleashed an upgraded version of the Fiery Flame Tai Chi. Brother Men didn't hold back his praise. Well done, the essence of the flaming fire. Tai Chi lies in the momentum of the body and the harmony of intention, so teaching it was worth the effort. Actually, her talent surpasses that of her senior sister, but her innocence is still too naive. Her senior sister remains unfazed. You've made progress, girl, so don't blame me for holding back. Senior sister, your younger sister channels her energy into her hand, and a single palm strike knocks away her technique. She has made progress, but that's all she will ever be. Goodbye, little junior sister. You're not willing to accept this. Am I really going to die? Third young master, I still want to see what happens in Vitamin Stories. A loud explosion rang out. Dust billowed and obscured the view. As the dust gradually settled, a figure appeared, and it was Anmen standing in front of her, completely unscathed. Seeing that Anmen could walk normally, her senior sister exclaimed in surprise, How could Tom Tron Y stand up? Wasn't he paralyzed and his martial arts completely ruined? Moreover, what is the aura he just emitted? The senior sister quickly clasped her hands together and said, I apologize for the young master's ridicule. I only wanted to teach my less clever junior sister. Could it be that the rumor that Tom Tron Y's martial arts are completely crippled is not true? He slowly steps behind your senior sister and softly says, If you are fighting, find a private place. But at that moment, a broken branch falling into my hand and disturbing my peace here on the mountain seems a bit unreasonable. My senior sister's legs trembled uncontrollably. Does he intend to kill her here? Amen sighed, his killing intent still unrestrained. Leave it be. The new disciple of Qijian Mountain Sect has always been ranked highly. As sisters and fellow disciples, you cannot fight to the death. Let's settle the score based on the rankings at Qijian Mountain Sect. All right then, you can leave the mountain now. In 3 months, it will be time to settle the outcome. I bid farewell. After saying that, her senior sister immediately left. She really walks fast. Immediately after, a teasing voice sounded. Sansan, third young master, has your martial arts recovered. My sister ran over, but me quickly dodged. Unable to break in time, she crashed headfirst into a tree and started crying. Sob, sob, this is really great. Only then does she realize something, her face flushing. Did I just boldly claim to be the #1 swordsman in the world? Menvu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, I can't say I'm fully recovered. Thanks to the insect spell Meridian, the sword energy I've nurtured for 9 months has improved steadily, and now I can barely contain the murderous aura within my body. If you're not sure your senior sister could also have survived just now, then your cultivation isn't enough. Let's not talk about these things anymore. I just helped scare your senior sister to show my gratitude for your kindness over the past few months. But resolving this matter still depends on yourself. Your younger sister is taking the opportunity, no match for a master. Young Master Tam, teach me sword energy. Once I master it, I won't fear her anymore. But his words sounded like a cold splash of water. If you rely on your talent to succeed in refining the divine fire technique and reach the 8th realm of martial arts in 20 years, you would have to give up your meridians. Practicing this swordsmanship again, there is only a 3-part chance of success. Reaching the 8th level of martial arts and abandoning cultivation. Hoping to succeed is only a 3-part chance. Oh my god. Then what do I rely on to face my senior sister? Well, let's see how Tran Dukbo does in 20 days. Maybe I should lose to my senior sister in the ranking match at Sun Trang, so she won't make things difficult for me anymore. How could I possibly forgive you? So Hat Ni is the one who will absolutely eliminate future troubles. If she inherits the Leduang estate, the blame can only be on your too kind-hearted nature. So if you don't want someone to die and others to live, you must defeat her, and it has to be a permanent victory. People only desire what is close to them and envy it. But if you are already very high, she can only admire you. From today on, I will teach you martial arts. The martial realm of 9 provinces is divided into 8 stages. The first stage of martial excellence, the second stage of beauty and foolishness, the third stage of half power, the fourth stage of mind and skill, the fifth stage of wisdom in use, the sixth stage of insight into the void, the seventh stage of specifics, and the 8th stage of true illumination. Khi Kim Son Trang của ba bang xếp hạng, Thiện, Gia và Huyền. Bang Huyền là nối xếp hạng các đệ tử mỗi gia nhập, gồm những thiếu niên khá mạnh từ lục cảnh trở xuống. From today, I will teach you the way of martial arts. So Huala stared blankly, took a few seconds to understand Tam Kong Tu's meaning, then excitedly shouted, Tam Kong Tu, you finally accepted me as a disciple. Oh my god, is this a dream? So Huala smiled, bringing his face closer to Tam Kong Tu. Feeling a bit shy, Tam Kong Tu looked away. The young master said coldly, your face is too close. So, Huala, flustered, hurriedly explained, sorry about that, I got a bit carried away. The third young master cleared his throat and said seriously, speak about the main topic, and also I will accept you as my temporary disciple for 3 months. Now the leader of the Huyan Bang sect is Chu Van Tu, born into a renowned martial family, originally a disciple of the Thankung clan, inheriting true martial arts from 2 families, once praised by the Grand Princess as the 4th young master, currently at the peak of the 6th realm in martial arts, said to be only half a step away from the 7th realm. The third young master looked up at the sky, silently thinking, he has actually arrived too. So Huala looked worried, saying, I heard that next year he will be able to join the ranking list. Tam Kong Tu smiled faintly, but he will soon be kicked out of the top spot, and he probably won't be happy about that. Zhuo Huala was stunned. Who had surpassed him? Who could it be? Is there someone stronger than him here? So the third young master replied, it's you. So Huala asked in confusion, what do you mean? I can't. I'm only at the 5th realm now. The young master winked and said, my grandmother said I need at least the new year to reach the 6th realm, and the 6th realm is already so profound. I'm only 14 years old, how could I? But at your age, I have already reached the 8th realm. So, Huala's inner voice shouted, the eldest brother dares not compare. Dares not compare. Tam Kong Tu Noi, if I can't reach the 7th realm, how can I possibly surpass Suhat Ni? So Huala looked a bit hesitant, feeling that what Tam Kong Tu said made sense. Then suddenly she realized something was off. Wait, did you just say 7th or 6th realm? Third young master reaffirmed. The 7th realm! So Huala's eyes filled with admiration, thinking to herself, in just 3 months from the 5th to the 7th realm, this is something the third young master casually mentions as if it's nothing. So, Huala secretly wondered if her grandmother would be angry if she knew about the 3-month breakthrough to the 7th realm in martial arts. She watched the figure of third young master gradually walk away. But if third young master said it himself, then it must be possible. On the training ground, the fighters are practicing intensely. Inside, Tam Tho is discussing with Tam Bak Hak about Chu Van Tu. Tam Tho said, "Looks like the mountain village has gained another top-tier expert. Chu Van Tu's junior disciple is showing great promise." Tam Bak Hak comments that judging by his appearance, reaching the 7th realm within 10 years shouldn't be difficult, showing great potential. Tam Tho frowns slightly, another top-tier talent, but who can surpass the 3rd elder? Tam Bak Hak's face darkened as he lowered his head, as if trying to hide his emotions. Tam Tho continued, "It's just a fleeting feeling. Forget it. Don't mind it." Tam Tho told Tam Bak Hak that he had indeed achieved a great feat by bringing Chu Van Tu back to the mountain residence, as his talent was not inferior to his, but with limited time for cultivation and the relationship between Thuong Tan Kung and the Chu family not being very close. Tam Tho asked, "Chu Van Tu has chosen to cultivate at Ku Long Cheo Beach, right?" Tam Bak Hak bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, master." Tam Tho looked toward the disciples practicing and said, "If you can stay at the mountain villa for 10 years, there might be hope to reach the 8th realm." Tam Bak Hak silently thought that if Brother Chu heard his father's words, he would surely be very happy. Tam Tho turned to ask Tam Bak Hak if there was any news about Elder Third recently behind the mountain. Tam Bak Hak replies, "Third brother hasn't had any news for a long time. After the busy days ahead, I will go check on him to see if I can persuade him to come down from the mountain." Tam Tho nods slightly and says to Tam Bak Hak, "Thank you for your effort." Tam Bak Hak bowed his head and replied, "Nothing, father." On another hillside, the 3rd young master was sitting with his eyes closed in front of a grave, and Chu Van Tu approached from behind. Chu Van Tu's eyes showed a look of pain, his hand clenched into a fist, and after adjusting his emotions, he stepped beside the 3rd young master. Sure enough, the 3rd young master was here. "Last night I talked to our father about your situation. Are you really worried about him? Have you also considered leaving the mountain?" "Thank you for your concern, big brother. I am still alive this time." Chu Van Tu looked a bit surprised. "Damn, 3rd brother, why are you saying that? Your wound may be serious, but it's no longer life-threatening." Young Master Tam touched the wheelchair and said, "The disciple of Buddha Sword La, the true disciple of Master Liu Ruxian, his death here will surely be investigated by Lang Ka. Big brother will have to worry about the aftermath." Chu Van Tu furrowed his brow, sweat pouring down. The 3rd young master continued, "Besides, if you want to kill me, someone in the 7th realm of martial arts is far below me. There's no need to seek pointless harm for yourself." Chu Van Tu turned and walked away, thinking to himself, could it be that in his eyes, So Hoa La running over and calling out continuously, "Ah, the young master is lost in thought." Chu Van Tu brushed past So Hoa La. Chu Van Tu wondered, does he see the 7th level of martial arts as nothing more than weeds? "I'm also just at the 1st level of martial arts." So Hoa La ran up behind the 3rd young master happily and boasted, "I ran around the mountain and back." "Oh, you've worked hard. I just ran around in circles and I'm exhausted. I saw that senior master earlier." So Hoa La added, "Well, it seems that person is not very happy either." "That's right, not just your usual sadness." Young Master Tam slightly smirked, doing something against his conscience and feeling uneasy inside. So Hoa La scratched her head and laughed, "Yeah, that's right, but I didn't steal any provisions for the reserve." "Young Master Tam, why do you look so happy?" At the white tower behind the mountain, So Hoa La is soaking in the medicinal water with a pained expression. Suddenly she stood up, shouting, "Wah wah! I'm dying from the pain! Where did this kind of medicinal bath come from?" In front, Lord Tam calmly sips his tea, ignoring So Hoa La's complaints behind him. "Hoo-hoo. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. It hurts so much." The 3rd young master sips his tea and then explains, "The internal organs in the body move the least, but are also the most vulnerable. The first round of medication mainly aims to strengthen the organs so they can withstand fatigue." "But how could it hurt so much?" "Moreover, I also use specially formulated medicinal herbs to achieve the best results." Despite So Hoa La crying and complaining, Tam Kong too kept reminding her to return to the medicine bath, and so she bathed in medicine once every 3 days. After soaking for the required time, So Hoa La stepped out and said, "Young Master Tam, I've finished my bath." She quietly stepped out from behind the curtain and asked softly, "Could you reduce the amount of medicine a little? It really hurts." The young master coldly replied, "Yes, that's fine." So Hoa La happily asked again, "Really? Really? Then I'll make a deal. Every day you have to run in the morning and bring back some firewood as a way to train your skills." Suo Hoa La hurriedly nodded. "Yes, no problem, 3rd young master. But you still have to keep soaking in the medicinal bath." "Young Master Tam, why does it hurt more than before?" I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The third young master explains, actually, the first time soaking in the medicinal bath to nourish the internal organs, the medicinal power is still quite gentle. I was worried you couldn't handle it, so I adjusted the medicine. But from the second time onward, it should target the bones, muscles, and tendons, and it should hurt at least 10 times more than the first time. So Huola moaned, but this is already too painful. I now think it might be better for my senior sister to cut me with a single slash, then I could die more easily. Really? Do you truly think that way? If that's the case, when facing Sohatni behind the mountain, what did you think then? So Huola said loudly, I just didn't want to let my senior sister kill Tam Kong too back then. The third young master is very powerful. While everyone thought he had lost all his skills, he has moved ahead of everyone else, feeling like he's in a different world from the others. The gamer who suddenly stepped forward to protect the #1 swordsman in the world doesn't want a repeat of that again. I want to become stronger, to truly surpass my senior sister. Moreover, I also want to become a swordsman with you. Before I could finish, So Huala fainted. When she woke up, she found herself lying on young Master Tam's bed. So Huala sat up, wondering, is this young Master Tam's room? She thought to herself, I must have fainted. She brought the shirt to her nose and sniffed. Ah, this is Tam Prince's clothes. But then she realized something was wrong. So Huala's cheeks flushed as she discovered the shirt. Seeing the third young master in the room, she shouted, Tam Tam! Third young master, I don't have anyone. The third young master was sitting drinking tea, calmly said, Are you awake? If you're awake, go to the next room to change clothes and prepare for your cultivation. From today, you must complete your morning training before breakfast. Sora Huala's cheeks flushed. Then I will go to the next room to change my clothes. Young Master Tam gently smiled, thinking to himself that she truly is a simple-hearted girl. On the mountain, Suo Huola diligently trains by pulling logs from dawn until the moon rises high. After finishing her training session, she continued soaking in the medicinal bath while the third young master sat nearby reading a book and keeping watch. Time passes quickly, and after 3 months of observing So Huala's training, the third young master finally gives his assessment. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Van Tu picks up a piece of paper with a challenge letter and asks, Did you send this by mistake? It's not you. Sohatni, a different So sister. Thambak Hak sneered. Looks like that girl doesn't know her limits. Brother Chu, please go easy out of respect for Elder Lahua. So, Hatni clasped her hands and bowed. Brother, I know I am at a crucial moment in understanding the 9-dragon reflection wall, and I am not interested in anything else. Brother Chu, my junior sister is young and impulsive. I apologize to you on her behalf. Chu Van Tu waved his hand. All right. Isn't it true that you also wish you could kill her? Everyone knows the inheritance rules of your Leduang residence. Chu Van Tu sat down and said, Don't worry, she doesn't know her limits and came to bother me while I was practicing. I won't be polite to her, Siyush, either. Others fear the Leduang estate, but I do not. This time she won't die, only severely wounded, and she won't be able to catch up with you in the future. After finishing, Chu Van Tu turned back and said, All right, you two should go now. So Hatni and Tambak Hak immediately turned and left. Inside the mountain house, So Huala is combing the third young master's hair as sunlight streams through the window, illuminating their gentle smiles. Suo Huala cheerfully said, Finished styling. The third young master sat in his wheelchair and said, Let's go. So Huala cheerfully replied, Yes, suddenly. Tambak Hak appeared at the gate. Tambak Hak asked, Where's the third young master going? The third young master looked annoyed but still smiled and said, Can't you tell I want to go down the mountain? Tambak Hak looked surprised. Why are you going down the mountain, third brother? Weren't you supposed to stay behind the mountain to recuperate? Why suddenly want to go down the mountain? The third young master coldly replied. I have been teaching her for 3 months. Today is the day to test the results. Of course, I have to go down the mountain. Thambak Hak said, Third brother, is it true that you let your junior sister challenge Chu Wenzi? Chu Wenzi is renowned, only 1 step away from reaching the 7th realm of martial arts. How could my junior sister be a rival to him? Thambak Hak said seriously, Don't flatter others anymore. The third young master coldly replied, Is it flattery or not? You'll find out by the end of the day. Tambak Hak moved closer. Why so hurried? Ignoring Tambak Hak's words, the third young master and So Huala continued to walk out the door. Tom Bok Hak hurriedly called after them, Wait a moment, and there's more. I want to go down the mountain? Of course I can go down, but if you interfere with my affairs, your efforts will be in vain. Tom Bok Hak stood still, watching their figures disappear, then turned to remind So Hua La to keep walking. Suo Hua La secretly looked back at Shan Bai He and said to the third young master, I noticed your relationship with the eldest young master isn't very good. Doesn't the eldest young master want you to leave the mountain? Are you afraid I will take away his current position? The third young master replied, Every tree has its own flower, every family its own circumstances. Don't worry too much about others' affairs, just think of a way to deal with your enemies. He has extensive battlefield experience, but your personality is quite soft, which is very concerning. Moreover, if you lose, your sister won't forgive you. Sora Hoa La chuckled, Ha, with your guidance, I definitely won't lose. Well, I have to ask, did you come down the mountain without a sword? Young Master Tam replied, I no longer need a sword. Everything in heaven and earth has become my sword's meaning. This Tuka mountain is my sword, and the cold wind and clouds in the sky are my sword. All the plants and flowers here are my swords. Even Lady So is my sword, so I no longer need a sword. Many people have gathered at the martial arts arena to watch the match between So Hoa La and Chu Vantu. Someone whispered, Chu Senior Brother has obtained the 11th secret sword technique of Thuong Than Pavilion, a swordsmanship that is both swift and sharp. This time, he's probably going to crush her completely. She's just a young girl, not even a beauty to compare with a flower. This time she dares to challenge Brother Chu to a duel. She truly deserves it. Someone said, I hope she can hold out for a few moves so we have a chance to enjoy some beautiful sword techniques. It seems it's about time, so why hasn't she arrived yet? It would be great if the young girl wins, you're joking, but how could Senior Brother Chu lose? Maybe he's afraid and won't come anymore. Chu Vantu looks anxious. He's too slow. If the Rabbit Emperor is so brave, then go home and hug your man. Don't stay here ruining the reputation of the Sword Mountain clan. When the spectators hear this, they burst into laughter, and suddenly a voice echoes, Who dares to say that others are losing face? So Hoa La burst through the door and declared confidently, Who dares say I wouldn't come? Chu Vantu sneered. You finally arrived. Do you know how long we've been waiting for you? Wait, that's... Chu Vantu's eyes flickered with surprise. So Hoa La said nothing, only smiled, then pushed the third young master onto the arena. Everyone saw the third young master and exclaimed in amazement, Oh my God, that's the third young master! Look! Whispers and murmurs spread through the crowd. Why is the third young master coming down from the mountain? Could that young girl be the direct disciple of third young master? So Hatni's face briefly shows a hint of fear. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd for third young master, the crowd's third young master, Chu Vantu chuckled and said, I didn't expect to meet third young master Tam today. Seeing Chu Vantu's worry, Tham Bok Hak placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him, and then said, Chu brother, my third brother is already a cripple. Tham Bok Hak explained that although his third brother was once known as the #1 swordsman in the world and admired by many, the crowd's excitement now is just because they are finally seeing the third young master in person. His meridians are now severed, and the man sitting there no longer has the same bearing as before. These things won't affect your match today. Besides, since the third young master is like that, your opponent is still that little girl. Even with the guidance of the world's #1 swordsman, she was still just a junior at the 5th realm 3 months ago. She cannot surpass you, so stay calm. Shen Baihei continued, and this was also an opportunity. Defeating Shen Zhenyi's disciple would bring significant benefits. After hearing those words, Chu Vantu's face remained grim. He turned to So Hua La and said, Hasso Junior sister, I thought you relied on someone, but it turns out you're just a useless trash. What did you just say? A single fingertip of the third young master is 100 times stronger than you. How skilled is he? You will see soon enough. Chu Vantu sneered. Just relying on her? In front of So Hua La and the third young master, Chu Vantu confidently declared, Within 3 moves, if I can't make you lower your sword and admit defeat, I concede this match. So Hua La responded loudly, You don't know who you're up against. Breaking through your 3 moves is as easy as flipping a hand. Tham Bok Hak secretly thought, This is really clever. He glanced at Chu Vantu and analyzed in his mind that since the opponent is the disciple of Tam Tam Kong Tu, he deliberately set a disadvantageous condition for himself, even though he knew he wouldn't lose. So in case of failure, understanding and sympathy can still be granted. It's a move to retreat as a way forward, putting oneself in a vulnerable position. Suddenly, Tham Bok Hak felt that something was off, but given Tam Tran Y's arrogant personality, he found it hard to accept such a condition. If he truly let go of his pride, it would only make things more difficult to handle. At this moment, the third young master spoke up. I accept. Tambak Hak was extremely surprised. The third young master smiled and said, if she can't make you lower your sword and admit defeat within 3 moves, then she loses this match. The spectators in the stands began to murmur and discuss. 3 moves? Even if you're Tam Kong Tu's disciple, 3 moves are nothing for Brother Chu. Master Chu Wenzi smirked and said, your master wants you to defeat me in 3 moves, but I think he's mistaken. Huola pounded her chest confidently. With the guidance of the third young master, I can do it in 3. At this point, a look of hesitation appeared on So Huala's face. She turned to the third young master and whispered, 3 moves, is that okay? From the stands, jeers echoed down. Do you still think 3 moves are too many? Stop wasting words and get on the stage. So Huala slowly steps onto the arena. Chu Vantu drew his sword and thought to himself, Tham third young master seems a bit reckless. Even after 3 months of personal training, does he really think he can defeat me in 3 moves? Chu Vantu's gaze suddenly turned cold. You're the one who's a bit arrogant. So Huala frowned and replied, you're the one who's arrogant. You can look down on me, but you absolutely must not speak ill of third young master. Let's see if you have the skill. Draw your sword. So Huala placed her hand on her sword hilt and said, if you don't apologize, I won't hold back anymore. A flash of light appeared, and Chu Vantu was stunned, thinking to himself, what? A thunderclap sounded, and in an instant, So Huala had flown past Chu Vantu. Chu Vantu thought to himself in shock. Too fast. What kind of speed is this? Her movement technique at this level, her sword aura at this level, is this really the sword path of a 15-year-old girl in the 5th realm? The dazzling light lit up the entire arena, and Chu Vantu had to support himself on the ground to withstand So Huala's attack, muttering, annoying, are you joking? Watching So Huala wielding her sword in front of him, he thought, how could I possibly lose to a little girl like that? Meanwhile, Shen Baihe watched silently, his jaw clenched tightly. Third young master sat far away, his eyes fixed intently on the arena. On the stands, So Huala and Chu Vantu are engaged in a fierce fight. Chu Vantu presses his sword against So Huala's when suddenly a loud cry rings out, and fresh blood drips onto the floor. The crowd suddenly fell silent as Tambak Hak lowered his head, and a loud clang of metal hitting the arena floor echoed loudly. Chu Vantu lifts his head, his eyes dull and gray. He slumps down onto the arena floor amid the chaos of the spectators. Hey Chu, did senior brother Chu lose? What was that sword move just now? Is So Huala that powerful? Could it be the swordsmanship taught by the third young master? From the stands, Suhati silently observes everything. Shen Baihe lowers his head. Suddenly, from behind Su Huala, Chu Vantu's shout rings out. No, no way, this cannot be happening, this can't be happening. Chu Vantu is losing his mind, shouting, how could something like this possibly happen? I won't accept defeat. I can't lose. What kind of joke is this? So Huala's face remains calm as she silently turns her head to listen to Chu Vantu's frantic shouts. It was just a mistake. Your swordsmanship can't possibly defeat me. The third young master, with his chin resting on his hand, listens as Chu Vantu continues to scream. Even with Tam Chan's guidance, you still can't do it. My hair is messy and I have injuries on my face. I hold my chest and say, I am at the great continent level. I can completely overpower your 5th realm, so why did I lose to you like this? Suddenly, someone says, that's so embarrassing. Young Master Tam calmly said, quick victory. So Huala stood up and smiled at young Master Tam. Yes, sir. Chu Vantu's whole body radiated with murderous intent, and he fought with all his might. He, ha, just like a madman shouting loudly, don't act so high and mighty too soon. Suddenly, he stomped hard on the arena floor and charged at So Huala, shouting, die for me. Hey, hey, hey. That's Xa Than Tuit, the ultimate self-sacrifice of Thuong Tan and his allies. He abandons all defenses, gathers his full energy to unleash his strongest move. Is Brother Chu planning to go all out? A terrifying surge of power radiates around Chu Vantu. The full energy of the 6 realms martial arts converges into one move. How can Sister Su Moi withstand it? The viewer's voice still echoes, facing Sister. So, why did he have to use this move? Chu Vantu seemed to have gone mad, rushing forward wildly, with 1,000 questions racing through his mind. Why? Why is that? Thum Trini doesn't say anything, but So Huala, you're just a 5th realm kid, just a kid. I will defeat you and walk off the stage gracefully. Don't look at me with those eyes. He charged at So Huala, unleashing a deadly move that radiated intense energy, making the arena seem to burn. On the stands, Sohatni and Tambak Thak remain silent as they observe. Suddenly, the crowd falls silent. A surge of energy passes through Chu Vantu, causing him to stop, blood filling his mouth, his hand still clutching the broken sword. Chu Vantu gritted his teeth in pain before suddenly coughing up blood. So Hoa La swung his sword and gracefully stepped past Chu Vantu. He staggered and fell heavily to the arena floor. The audience on the stands shouted in surprise. Senior brother Chu Chu lost. How could it be like this? So Hoa La turned to look at Chu Vantu and said worriedly, suddenly rushing forward to confront him head-on. Otherwise, I'm not sure I could have won in 3 moves. He should be fine, right? Did I attack too fiercely? Chu Vantu lies on the floor, blood flowing from his mouth, badly wounded. Thambak Hak's gaze turned cold as he pondered, glancing at So Hoa La and thinking, has So Hoa La already reached the 1st realm of martial way? Why is that? But according to the rankings, she's clearly at the 5th realm. Recalling the move just now, Thambak Hak pondered again. What kind of illusionary technique was that? She bravely and firmly accepts Chu Vantu's ultimate sacrifice, glancing at the bloodied hand gripping Chu Vantu's sword on the ground. Thambak Hak deduce that this kind of internal strength can only come from someone who has surpassed Chu Vantu's 1st martial realm, the 3rd realm. The curious crowd gathered around So Hoa La and asked, can junior sister So do that? Did the 3rd young master personally teach you after breaking through 2 major realms in 3 months? Thambak Hak frowned. Are you trying to tell me that even if you can't advance, you can still casually teach a young girl to reach the 7th level of martial arts? Standing behind, Suo Nyanyi quietly observes everything. Oh, 2nd senior sister Hatni, you're here too? So, Hatni's face darkened as she asked, are you really in the 7th realm now? So, Hoa La scratched his head and replied with a smile. Yes. Luckily, with the guidance of 3rd young master, you think I am too slow to reach the 7th realm and still not satisfied. Everyone around was stunned and whispering what more could be unsatisfactory. Supreme. Supreme. Who has been silent all along? The 3rd young master finally spoke now. If your cultivation is not thorough, is there anything wrong with my dissatisfaction? Duong Kiem just now was not proficient enough. Go back and practice more. So Hoa La nodded reluctantly. The audience behind couldn't stop praising. Wow, with that level of swordsmanship, how could the 3rd young master still be dissatisfied? Young Master Tam is indeed strict. His perspective is completely different from ours. Are you all right, Sister So? Standing behind, Thambak Hak pursed his lips and called out to the 3rd brother. He placed a hand on the young master's shoulder and asked, is your wound fully healed? Young Master Tom calmly replied, nothing has happened yet. Forget it. I don't care about the things in your mind. Thambak Hak was stunned for a few seconds before continuing. What are you saying, 3rd brother? In just 3 months, she has trained such a talented seedling. Today, Sister So's swordsmanship already has 3 or 4 parts of your style. Watching a talented newcomer step onto the arena is truly a stroke of luck. No wonder the 3rd young master can teach such students. He turned to his room and said, this match is over. I'll go back first. Suo Hoa La happily ran after. Yes, the crowd continued to murmur. Tam Kong too has left the mountain. Will we still have a chance to meet him again? That's right. Mong Kiem Tiu Truk where I stay. Maybe it's time to tidy it up. Thambak Hak replied. My husband always reminds me that someone is always cleaning in the east courtyard, waiting for you to come down the mountain. The 3rd young master simply replied briefly. Well, the people watching behind started to discuss, are the 3rd young master and leaving just like that? I never expected to have a chance to meet the 3rd young master again. Sister So is truly valued by him. How could fate be so kind? I can't believe it. I guess I have to go down the mountain to seek apprenticeship. Meanwhile, in the Temtho Palace, someone suddenly exclaimed, what? The 3rd brother has come down from the mountain. Temtho hurriedly walks away. Let's go and see him, Thambak Hak said. Father, you know that the 3rd brother has a proud personality and hasn't recovered yet, so he might not agree to meet us. Thamtho shouted, today it appeared at the martial arts hall and met many disciples from the mountain village, so why wouldn't it want to see this father? Thambak Hak explained, today So Hoa La, under the guidance of the 3rd brother, defeated Chu Vantu, shocking everyone. This is the real reason why he appeared. If it weren't for that, how could he have come down the mountain? Thamto paused for a moment, then sat down, propping his chin with his hand, wondering if the 3rd brother still hadn't recovered. Thambak Hak shook his head, saying the 3rd brother still sits in a wheelchair. That day, even the #1 divine doctor, Truk Tu, was at a loss, and it seemed there was truly no other way left. Thamtho lowered his head, memories of the event a year ago flooding back. A year ago in the main hall, the hurried voices of servants echoed, "Hurry, hurry, bring water, here, quickly." Quickly, third young master lying on the bed with his eyes closed, standing beside him, Tomtho anxiously asked Master Physician Truktu, "How is third young master's condition?" The divine physician Truk Tutu sighed and said, "The 10 meridians of the third young master are already severed." Hearing this, Tomtho was furious and shouted, "What?" I clenched the collar of the doctor and asked through gritted teeth, "Old Truk, what did you say happened to the third brother?" Tambak Hak hurriedly rushed to stop him. "Dad, please stay calm. The doctor will find a way." "Dad, don't worry too much. I will stay here to take care of him. You should rest now." When night falls, only the healer and Tambak Hak remain by the bedside. He turns to say, "Sorry, senior healer. My father, he... The doctor replied, "It's okay. No need to apologize. Lao Shen and I also have some relationship. I understand his hot temper. This kind of thing is common in life. I understand." The doctor has a duty to the doctor. Looking at the wound of the third young master, the doctor continued, "The third young master's wound is not light. I can only say I will do my best." "Thank you, divine doctor." The divine doctor stepped out of the hall looking exhausted, and Tham Tho immediately asked, "Are you all right? How is third young master doing?" The divine doctor replied, "His life is temporarily safe." Tham Tho only then realized that the healer's hair had turned completely white overnight. The healer continued, "But he has lost his cultivation, and I fear he will never be able to practice martial arts again in his life." This statement hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving Tom Tho stunned and fainting. When he woke up, he saw Tambak Hak standing beside him. Tambak Hak asked anxiously, "Father, are you awake?" Tom Tho propped himself up with his hand, his face full of pain. "Where is the third elder?" Tambak Hak said that his wound has stabilized, and I had to send him to the White Tower behind the mountain to recover. "Father, don't worry anymore." Lying on the hospital bed, Tom Tho tiredly said, "I know you can go out now." Tambak Hak silently turned and left, saying before he went, "I will take my leave now, father. Rest well." Behind the mountain, Tambak Hak kept drinking from the wine jar. After placing the wine bottle on the table, he muttered bitterly, "Lao Tam, Lao Tam, Lao Tam, always Lao Tam." Tambak Hak's teeth clenched tightly. Disgusting. He angrily threw the wine bottle aside and shouted, "Why does father's heart always only hold Lao Tam, while I am forever ignored? Clearly, I am the eldest son, the rightful heir to the next generation of the mountain sect." The sound of the wine bottle shattering. Tambak Hak slams his hand on the table and says, "I have dedicated myself to cultivation, and now I am the head of the 4 martial arts princes. Under my management, Kichi Sword Sect is getting better and better, and everyone only sees the third master." After finishing, he continued to drink from the bottle and then couldn't hold back tears, crying bitterly, "Tambak Hak, I am still just a dog in this house." Then he burst out laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from behind. Tambak Hak was startled and turned around. "Who is it?" A voice from beyond the trees responded, "Living in the shadow of your younger brother is really annoying." Tambak Hak turned sharply toward the voice and shouted, "Who's there? Come out now!" Under the quiet moonlight, the laughter still echoed from behind the bushes, and the voice spoke. Again, "Is the eldest son of Chijian Mountain Villa really so troubled? How can Tam Tho allow someone like you to inherit the mountain villa when the two of you are so different? And as the eldest son of you are inferior in every way to your younger brother?" From the first scene to the 7th, going from an unknown figure to one of the 4 great martial arts princes today, he must also be able to join the top 10 of the heavenly rankings in this life. As he stepped closer, he said, "Why do everyone around only see your third brother? It seems like you'll live forever in your third brother's shadow, becoming a mere supporting role for him." Hearing this, Tambak Hak was furious, clenched his fist, drew his sword, and shouted, "Shut up." The one with the red glow easily dodged his sword and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, are you really content with a life like this? Are you kidding me? How could I possibly be content with that?" I struggled and exhausted myself, putting in so much effort, only for that flame to intervene. And in the end, no one paid any attention to you at all. So how about killing him? What do you think? The words "kill him" kept echoing in Tambak Hak's mind, until suddenly Tom Tho's call brought him back to reality. Tambak Hak was startled, realizing Tom Tho was calling him. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" He bowed his head and said, "Sorry, father." Tom Tho replied, "Yes, Tom Hak. The fact that the third brother went down the mountain is a good thing." He turned to advise, "Take some time to stay close to him. After all, you're brothers, and nothing should be beyond sharing." Tam Bak Hak bowed his head and replied, "That's only natural.
These days I will visit him more often. If his mood improves a bit, I will report back to you."
Tham To Yum Chiu looked out the window and said, "Now that father is old and third brother is like this, you'll have to take care of things at the mountain villa." Tam Bak Hak stood silently by the side. Jam Tho continued, "Oh right, the 10-year martial arts festival is coming soon, and many experts will come. You must choose a few then." Tam Bak Hak slightly raised the corner of his mouth and clasped his hands, saying, "I will remember all your instructions." He added, "The 10-year martial arts tournament coincides with my father's 60th birthday, so we must hold a grand and lively celebration." After speaking, Tam Bak Hak asked for permission to leave and turned to exit the main hall. From the shadows, a person in black appears. Tam Bak Hak turns to tell them to spread the information. The person in the black clothes takes the paper from him. Tam Bak Hak warns, "Remember not to reveal your identity." Then, the person in black disappears into the night, and behind Tam Bak Hak, a red light appears. The fiery figure appears behind him, smiling and saying, "Martial Arts Alliance Ming, hey, are you ready?" Tam Bak Hak's eyes turn cold. This time, "Shenzhen Yi, you must die." The announcer's voice echoes continuously at the martial arts conference. The divine doctor Zhu Zizong, the Nine Palaces Mountain Qiyuan Taoist, the Sword King Jia Tianheng, and the Lady of Liang Palace Xiehuo all arrived, causing the attendees to marvel. Oh my, several experienced elders have arrived so quickly. The sound of people and hurried footsteps echoes from behind. Hurry up, don't offend the distinguished guests." Everyone is whispering excitedly, "Oh my, so many renowned heroes have arrived. The Sky Sword Mountain Sect is at its most prosperous in 300 years. Who dares to look down on the masters of the world?" That's right. Ever since young Master Shen Tam made a name for himself, the prestige of Qijian Mountain Villa has continued to rise. Although he is now disabled, his achievements remain unmatched. Even if Master Tam loses his martial arts, the experts in the sect are still as numerous as ants. Who would dare to offend them? Not to mention Elder Master Tam among the top 10 experts, and young Master Tam's bright future is also incredibly promising. In a corner of the yard, a few people are whispering. I think that the trouble with third young master is actually good for the mountain sect, as long as brothers don't fight each other and their strength differs. Luckily, the great young master has a good temper, so they maintained superficial harmony in the sect for years. But this harmony cannot fix the fact that third young master's martial arts are ruined, and even the great young master has to breathe a sigh of relief inside. Who goes there? The young master is quite impressive today. 7 of the 10 top experts from Tianbao have already arrived. The owner of Qijian Mountain Sect, Shen Thao, the Grand Chief Steward of the Liuding Mansion, is already here. And the gang leader of the Great Khan Gang, a branch of Qijian Mountain Sect, also arrived 3 days ago. The Martial Arts Alliance today looks very promising. Tham Bak Hak laughed and said, "Ha ha, senior, you're too kind." Then a attendant came to report that someone was here. I understand. Then I will stand up, clasp my hands, and say, "Please, elders, do not blame me for my rudeness." Liu Ruxian and Dine Tian, the 2 elders, just arrived together, so I have to go greet them. The person sitting opposite replied, "That is necessary." Now that the head of the family is advanced in age, and the third young master's health is fragile, managing this mountain estate will require the eldest son to put in a lot of effort. I am truly impressed. Tham Bak Hak bowed his head and laughed. "You're too kind, senior. What I did was just a small matter." Outside the room of the third young master, Suo Huala shouted loudly, "Master, master! The Martial World Alliance is incredibly powerful today." The divine Dr. Juzi Tongjian Huang Zitian and my grandmother have also arrived. I hear that Monk Luru and Dain Tian are on their way too, so today the 10 great masters might gather together. Young Master Tam frowned and said, "I already told you not to call me master. I only taught you for 3 months to help you seize the position. So it can't be helped. 1 word makes him a master, and even half a word makes him a master. You have taught me the peerless swordsmanship. How could I not be grateful?" Tam Kong Tu calmly sips his tea and says, "The peerless swordsmanship is still far from her. And moreover, those people returning here was also part of my plan, so it's no surprise." So Huala scratched his head and laughed, "Ngo nge, ha ha, it's also because the head of the estate is celebrating his 60th birthday, so Luke New Tien and the others came for face." The third young master continued, "Of course, that's also a reason." With a puzzled look, So Huala asked, "Is there any other reason?" The third young master quickly replied, "It's about time to go." Suddenly a loud shout rang out from outside the door. "Tham Tran Wai, come out here. Give back my disciple's life now." Tham Bak Hak and Tam To were talking with the monk when they heard a call. "Tham Tran Wai, go sacrifice yourself for my Vo Huiet disciples. On the arena, the demon sect leader suddenly appears, standing atop a sword. The people below are stunned, not expecting the demon sect to arrive uninvited. The 10 great experts of the heavenly list are gathering here with this? Your momentum is impressive. Where is the young man Tam Tran Wai? The one I am looking for is him. Master Tham Bok Hak replied, Hua Guild leader. I respect you because you are a senior and attended my sect's bright assembly. I won't hold it against you, but you say you want to take the life of my third brother. I cannot ignore that. My third brother and your demon sect after the Battle of Fire and Smoke returned to my name hidden. Why would they kill your disciple? Demon sect snorted and said, I have investigated thoroughly. My good disciple, after accepting the money from others, went to the Chi Sword sect to kill Shen Zhenyi, and then there has been no news since. If it weren't Tam Tran Wai who acted, then was it someone from your sect who did it? Tham Tho stood silently to the side, observing. Someone interfered. How arrogant. Clearly here to kill. Yet when they are killed, they still dare to come and shout accusations. The demon sect was furious and turned back, saying, Who said that? Step forward for me. Thumbuk Hak stepped forward to mediate, saying, Wait a moment. I and young Master Don Vohit are somewhat acquainted, but he has never been to my mountain villa. Teacher Hua probably misunderstood. Leader Hua shouted angrily, Misunderstanding? Could it be that I, as a sect leader, would falsely accuse you? Call Tam Tran Ai out here. Let him settle this with me face to face. Hearing this, Tam Tho finally spoke up. Nonsense. Sending people to kill my son, and then coming to blame us when it fails, does that even make sense? Dark Sect says, No matter the blood debt of my disciple, we must make the Skysword Mountain Sect pay. Thambak Hak loudly promises Huabatlu, Today for the Tem family, I will not hold back against you. Don't think that our Chi Jian Mountain Sect is easy to bully. The people around admire the young master's strong inner strength. Tham Tho stood beside Bok Hak to reassure him, and the demonic sect laughed loudly, saying, Haha, very well, if that's the case. I will risk my life today against the Chi Sword Mountain Sect. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who is responsible for what happened? If you came to find me, it has nothing to do with the Air Sword Mountain Sect. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tam Bok Hak's mouth as the third young master appeared and spoke. Huabat Lu, Doan Vo Huiet was killed by me. With that, he stepped forward into the center of the courtyard. Chu Van Tu called from behind. Tam Kung Tu said, Please bear witness that Tum Tum's actions are his own responsibility. You don't need to pretend or put on a show. How many people do you want to call to fight together? The demon sect fell silent and looked at him. Tam Lord's challenge. Only Hua Bat Lu alone would never be enough. This surprised everyone present, and they all exclaimed, What? The demonic sect is angry and begins to cast spells. Your courage is impressive. After saying that, he leapt down from the sword and charged at the third young master. A surge of purple light with immense power radiated from his arm. That colossal energy shot straight at the third young master's body. Standing nearby, Tam Tho shouted anxiously, Third brother! That night, Tam Bok Hak clenched his teeth and looked up at the sky under the moonlight. The voice of the fireman echoes in the darkness. He hires the Vo Huiet team to scout out Tam Tran Wai's situation. And if the assassination fails, he reports back to Huabat Lu. Your mind is quite sharp, too. The fire person continued to let Huabat Lu know that his beloved disciple had arrived at He Kiem Mountain Sect, and then disappeared without a trace. Thambak Hak replied, Based on my third brother's personality, he will definitely come forward to take the blame and face the third heaven list with that battered body. My disciple is either dead or severely wounded. The arena suddenly falls silent. Why is this brat like this? Could it be... The third young master's mouth curled into a smile. Shen Baihei's eyes widened as he wondered what was happening. How could Huo Buliu be seriously injured, and that young man's body already completely crippled? Sweat poured down the injured face of the demon sect member as he silently thought to himself, This young master. Despite his injuries, the demon sect still raised his hand to ambush the third young master. He looked up, and the image of the demonic sect was brought into view. The demonic sect froze. What is going on? The third young master slowly reaches out his hand towards him. The demon sect suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure in his heart. He couldn't understand what was happening, what was staring at him so intently. An invisible force seems to be affecting the demon sect leader's hand, gradually forcing it to close, making him withdraw his attack. A thought flashes through his mind. Could it be that if I strike, I will die? The onlookers around are in an uproar, but Huabat Lu still forces himself to withdraw his move. Third young master speaks. I told you, you alone are far from enough. You alone? I already said,
Huabathu alone is nowhere near enough.
No. Actually, I should be much stronger than before. The third young master smiled and said,
Don't be so surprised. I've been fighting the same opponent for a year. A year is enough time to improve oneself significantly.
Thumbatak narrowed his eyes in anger and thought, so stubborn still, but so what? No matter how much you've improved over the past year, you can't change your fate. Today you're not the only one, Liu Buryu. You really must die. The third young master looked left and right, then lowered his head, hummed, and continued. Go on, is there any master or ancestor I haven't killed? Let's go together. The monk beside him, holding a string of prayer beads, stepped forward, reciting as he walked, Amitabha. Approaching the third young master, the monk said, The third young master has a dragon in his nose. Unmatched in the world, I truly feel ashamed. My disciple of the Buddha sword is honest and kind, wholeheartedly devoted to goodness and virtue. I do not know what offense I have committed to cause the third young master to die. I must seek justice for this. Hearing that the disciple of the Zen master was killed, the crowd was stunned and whispered among themselves, Is the Buddha sword already dead? A few months ago, I heard he was roaming Hak Vanya to uphold justice and fight evil, so how did he end up dying at the hands of Tom Tan Kong too? It's true, the Buddha sword really died at my hands. The Zen master clasped his hands in front of his chest. Then the third young master interrupted, asking if anyone still seeks justice. There will be no next time. Old Fengzi, the one standing behind the monk, finally spoke. Ha ha, old monk. I don't know if I should say that what the third young master said is sweet words or harsh words. I, old Fengzi, have no disciples or descendants who have been killed by others. But everyone in the world knows that I, old Fengzi, and the old monk here have been good brothers for many years. Today, if he wants to sacrifice himself for the third young master, then I, old Fengzi, can only fight to the death alongside him. Young Master Tam smiled and said, 3 of you. Senior Feng Tian and the Great Dream Technique have opened a new path in martial arts. I greatly admire you. If you are willing to teach, please join the old monk Hua and the others in action. Facing the 3 of them, the third young master still felt it wasn't enough. This still wasn't enough. Master Chi Duyen finally spoke. Today is Master Tom's birthday. I didn't want to bring up past grievances, but I didn't expect that Monk Luke Niu and Leader Hua would also suffer the pain of losing disciples. If that's the case, I cannot stay silent any longer. My disciple, Ling Junzi, please clarify what offense you committed to deserve death by your sword. Third, young master. The voices outside are getting louder. Qinwen Daoyan's disciples are also dead. How many disciples of the 10 great masters has Tam Chan Wai actually killed? The third young master looks somewhat confused. Old gentleman? I don't remember who he is, so let's just say I killed him. Hearing that, Taoist Qingwen immediately said, If Master Tam has accepted, then I will surely have to act together with Monk Lu Rushen later. The third young master squinted disdainfully. No, you are still not qualified. This statement left Qingwen Daoyan stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. She asked again, What? The prince replied, I say you are not yet qualified. This answer left everyone present stunned. Master Qingwen angrily said, Young Master Tam, your martial arts are unmatched in the world. I know I am not your equal, but even so, you cannot humiliate me like this. I must still fight you. Young Master Tam looked up at her and replied, If you make a move, you'll only die. When she heard the words you attack and you're sure to die, Chi Duyen Daoyan became even more furious. Shenzhen Yi, you... She suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping her. Tam Kongtu's eyes seemed to burn with fire. Chi Duyen Daoyan clearly felt that this overwhelming force was suffocating her. Her hands trembled as she clenched the fan. Sweat pouring down like rain, her teeth clenched tightly. Suddenly, she had an illusion that she was floating in the vast ocean, surrounded by water, with her legs completely immobile. She tried to breathe, but there was no air at all. In her panic, a voice of Amitabha Buddha sounded beside her ear. Master Chi Duyen suddenly woke up, realizing he was sitting on the floor with a Zen master placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Shaking, he turned and called out, Great Master! Zen Master replied, The martial arts of the third young master have reached the realm of Divine Tiger and Divine Wolf. Incredibly miraculous. Blending sword energy into the gaze, this viewing technique is said to be only possessed by transcendent Grand Masters. Master Chi Duyen was confused, thinking about the sighting. Could it really be? Such nonsense, the demon sect behind shouted out. Aren't you just saying it's impossible? Didn't you just see it yourself? Demon sect turns to speak to the monk. Well done, old master. Even a dying man you managed to save. The monk replies, Master Zi Yuan Daoren is naturally gifted. I am merely riding the wave. Then, the monk clasped his hands together and analyzed the eye attack just now. According to him, the use of sight was not originally a brutal tactic. From Ko Chi Kim, in the 10 great heavenly charts, the only one capable of using target sight to such an extraordinary level might be the third young master himself. Hearing this, the old man standing nearby looked confused and quickly said, Wait, have you all possibly misunderstood? A year ago, the old third's martial arts were completely ruined, so how could he have done such things? There must be some misunderstanding. What do you mean by witnessing or not witnessing? Even when the third brother's martial arts were intact, I never saw him use this move. There must be something wrong here. Furthermore, old third has always been dedicated to justice, so how could he be capable of such a thing? With that, old Tam Sha turned to ask Tam Bak Ha, Big brother, you tell me. Since you and old third are so close, just speak up. A misunderstanding? Are you blind? Sitting still and still defeating our sect leader and the young girl. Do you think that's crippled martial arts? Tham Tho angrily pointed at the demon sect and shouted, You shut up, Hua Bat Lu, clearly, you're acting. The sixth elder from behind spoke to calm Tham Tho down. Master, please stay calm. This is a personal grudge of third young master. Our Qijian mountain sect has always been fair and never covers up for anyone. Please, Lord, don't get involved, Tham Tho asked angrily. Laoluk, what do you mean by that? Third young master is my son. Why am I not allowed to manage him? Lao Lu replied. The subordinate understands the deep bond between the sect master and his son, but the third young master has already confessed his guilt himself. The indiscriminate slaughter of talented martial artists has caused a stir among the public. The Qijian mountain sect cannot control or manage this matter. I hope the sect leader will consider. Tham Tho was very surprised by the old sixth's response. The old sixth continued, I have watched the third young master grow up since he was a child, as a member of the Qi Sword Mountain sect. Everyone has the responsibility to uphold the sect's reputation. Third young master spoke, Han Thiet Tu of Commander Liu can also be considered to have a secret skill. If you say so, then just fight fairly and squarely. Seeing his son say that, Tham Tho scolded him. Don't be rude, third young master. After the eldest son of the family apologized, Tham Tho decided to join the group opposing the third young master. Thambat Hak stands to the side watching, a knowing smile on his face. The third young master has been waiting for a long time. Tham Tho anxiously asked what Luke elders and the senior elders meant by that. Old master and old Luke just stand silently without a word. Tham Tho saw this and immediately said, Are you still trying to add fuel to the fire at this moment? Master Bak Hak stands beside and advises, Father, Commander Luke is also acting out of righteousness in the martial world. Our Kim Sun sect is righteous, so our actions must follow principles. But I believe third brother is completely innocent, and with all the seniors here, we can surely clarify this matter. Thambat Hak glanced at the third young master, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Although Tambak Hak outwardly claimed he couldn't be mistaken about the third brother, he secretly thought that once Tam Tran Wai was dead, what meaning would the so-called truth even have anymore? The third young master spoke up. 6 people already, but it's still not enough. Does anyone else want to step forward? Everyone present was stunned. What? Is the third young master still finding it lacking? Mistress Shihua immediately stepped forward. Hehehe, Shen Zhen Yi, you really are quite bold. Today I, the old lady, can't help but join in the fun a little. The lady said, Who gave you permission to interfere in the inheritance of Liet Duang Manor and break our family's rules? I cannot ignore this. Somewhere else. So Huala hurriedly ran to find Tam Kong Tu, thinking anxiously. Tam Kong Tu really disappeared in the blink of an eye, initially acting indifferent, but now it's like this. When she arrived into the arena, So Huala let out a sigh of relief, finally catching up. Third young master, wait a moment. Grandmother Su saw her arrive at the door and said, Well, you still dare to come. So Huala. Seeing her grandmother, So Huala froze as if struck dead. As if, Grandma, what is going on here? Grandma frowned and said, Go downstairs and wait for a moment. You can't escape from me either. Sora Huala didn't understand her meaning and asked, Me? What mistake did I make? Why are you surrounding the third young master like that? Oh, you want to ask about that? You surely still remember the inheritance of our family. Your first match last time also used the skills from my family's sect, right? Why don't you keep an eye on So Huala? So Hakni heard that and smiled. So Huala tried to explain. Wait. Third young master taught me swordsmanship for 3 months, but I still haven't forgotten the skills of my family. This isn't something that violates the rules of Liet Duong Mansion, is it? Grandma So turned to the third young master and said,
So you won't be laughed at.
Thumbtran E. The third young master smirked and replied, It's fine. So only a few of the top 10 experts remain. What do you all want to do? Ta Thien Hun said, Two third young masters, although we have no enmity, that day your Jigu sword had 6 moves. I have only mastered 3. It will take about 30 years for me to learn the next 2, and I fear I may never master the final move in my lifetime. In terms of swordsmanship, I cannot compare to you, but today, I humbly seek your guidance. Young Master Third just smiled in response. Tom Tho was alarmed and tried to dissuade him. Wait, old Third, don't. Suddenly, Tom Tho turned to Lao Truk with a worried look upon seeing his intention to join. Seeing the 7 masters standing before them, Tam Kong too said, Well, everyone is gathered now, so let's go. I just hope the 9 Netherland won't disappoint us. Suddenly a voice called out, Wait! Tham Tho turned to look at Lao Truk. Old Truk, do you also want to? The third young master said in surprise. I didn't expect even Master Truk to become my enemy. Old Truk replied. Everyone get on. I don't want to fall behind. Third young master said. It was my mistake. I never expected this and almost overlooked Senior Truk. It's okay, Senior Truk. Let's go together. Today I will personally learn from the 9 great masters of the world. Tham Tho held his head, confused about what was happening. He couldn't understand why things were unfolding like this. How could Third Uncle do such a thing? Tham Tho looked at Third Uncle and then at Bak Hak, the 9 great masters standing in a line, blocking the wheelchair of the third young master. The monk said, Today's enemy is not weak. The 9 of us have never fought together, but he knows each of our skills and levels like the back of his hand. Then there's no need to fight separately. Just focus on coordinating each person's strengths and strike together. Master Feng stands beside and continues. Well then, it seems there's no other way. Master Bak Hak desperately tries to stop Tom Tho. Father, calm down. We can't act now. Shen Tao turned back in anger.
Shen Baihe, get out of the way. Isn't this all your fault?
Suddenly, a loud crash startled the old lady as the monk launched his move from behind. The first move is called the Mind of Enlightenment. A blinding light flashes, and the monk has begun to strike. Feng Zhan stood beside him, smiling and saying, The old monk is still too impatient. Then he rushed forward. Then I will also make my move. Master Feng waved his hand and cast the great illusion technique, a terrifying force enveloping the entire arena. The demon sect immediately responded with their move, called the non-dual body technique. Old Bamboo raised a hand and slowly cast a spell, and with a blink, countless shadowy hands appeared around him. This move is called the Hand of the Hidden Heaven, while Ta Thien Han was not to be outdone, swinging his sword to unleash the Chu Ta sword technique. Auntie Shich slowly extends her hand, flames instantly erupting from her fingertips as she uses the Shichhua Chuang technique. At the same time, old Luke brings both hands forward to perform Han Thiet Tu. Ma Shigdong swings his sword, unleashing the King's Blade technique. Chi Du Yen Daoyan also waves his staff, executing the absolute body strike. Facing a barrage of relentless attacks, the third prince remains calm, silently thinking, not letting me draw my sword. Suddenly, a thunderclap roared through the sky, accompanied by a deafening explosion and a blinding light engulfing everyone present. On the sky, the sun still shone, but gradually was obscured by the earth, and a brilliant beam of light shot straight down onto the arena. The third prince closes his eyes, thinking to himself, Perhaps I have hoped for too much. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of power crashes down on the third young master, while he tightly grips the wheel. Standing beside him, Elder Tam shouted loudly, No! No! So Hoa La was also crying and calling out the third prince's name. Meanwhile, Shen Baha stands beside him with a sneer as the intense light dims, revealing the image of the injured experts in midair, blood splattering everywhere from their mouths. As everyone began to regain their composure, their eyes all focused on the third young master, who sat calmly on his chair, completely unharmed with not a single wound. Amidst the white smoke, Tom Tho exclaimed in shock, How is this possible? Tam Bak Hak standing beside him, watching with a worried look. Can a simple turn of the body cause such damage to the great masters? Tham Tho couldn't believe what he was seeing, just standing there in shock. The onlookers around him also started to stir, confused about what had just happened. The young master, covered in wounds, supported himself on the ground and said, Third young master, please show mercy. I am deeply grateful. Witnessing your unparalleled demeanor today, I now understand what it means for a Buddhist to seek death. The little monk's hand caressed the broken prayer beads still stained with blood and then continued,
I was foolish and reckless. I beg Tam Lord's forgiveness. Suddenly, Fang Tian's loud laughter echoed.
Ha 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 ha. With just one sword, he defeated all the masters of the time. Fang Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "If there is someone like Third Young Master in the world, what right do we immortals have to call ourselves experts?" Let's go back. Ta Thien Han, bloodied, looked down at the blood-dripping sword. He released his arm from the blood-stained blade, clenched his fist, and said, "The heavenly sword. The heavenly sword appears in the world today, and with the Third Young Master present at Tamo Hothan, I dare not draw my sword. It's still far from enough. How can the Nine Netherrealm wield it?" The eyes of the Third Young Master turned sharp, just a hint of a divine sword's shadow. Master Lu, Feng Xian, and Ta Thien Han usually act in accordance with the righteous path, so let's leave it at that. What about the rest of you? Old Lady Shish and the Divine Doctor, both covered in wounds, stand watching the Third Young Master. The leader of the Great Kan Gang lies collapsed in a pool of blood, a sword piercing through his chest. Young Master Tam said, "The leader of the Great Kan Gang, a disciple of the Trung Viki Kim mountain sect, is acting arrogantly in Jiangnan, oppressing fellow villagers, killing people, and now betraying the sect, so he deserves to be killed. From now on, the entire Great Kan will be managed by others sent by the sect," and Tam Tho stood beside him, speechless with confusion. Young Master Tam turned to Master Lu and said, "Be careful in your actions and work hard for the sect." Although there were mistakes, they were not too serious. From now on, Han Thiet Thu will be expelled from the sect. Manager Lu, covered in wounds with one arm lost, stood silently listening. Tam Young Master asked, "Do you have any comments?" Then comes Hua Bat Lu from the demonic sect. The demon sect often causes trouble. Hua Bat Lu used the blood of the living to practice his dark arts and walk the evil path, but now he died from an allergic reaction. The sect's disciples go to retrieve his body for burial, and from now on they must cease their evil deeds, or don't blame my sword for being ruthless. The disciple of the demonic sect only dared to lower his head and stand silently. As the Third Young Master spoke, the Third Young Master pointed at Elder Shich Hua and said, "Lao Lao says, although you are innocent and without fault, you still dared to attack me, so you must pay the price." Old Shich Hua leans on his hand and sits up, saying, "I dare to do. I dare to accept. I didn't expect the Third Young Master's martial arts to reach such a high level. My true fire energy has been exhausted by your sword aura. I have trained in hardship for 20 years only to be swept away like grains of sand. Are you satisfied now, young master? One sword has already caused me to lose a realm. This person is truly terrifying." The Divine Doctor standing beside me quietly lowered his head. The Third Young Master said, "Divine Doctor, you helped me many times in your youth, and today you acted against me, but I understand it was out of necessity. Today I have also damaged your heavenly Guanyin hand. Stop practicing martial arts and become a simple doctor. Maybe you'll be much happier." The Divine Doctor looked up at the sky and then lowered his head again. "Thank you, young master, for your mercy." As for Taoist Qi Duyen, the young master allows her to leave. Before leaving, the Third Young Master said, "Qi Duyen Daoyan, even though you know fighting me will surely lead to death, you still bravely challenge me. I truly respect your spirit. Considering your usual integrity, I will strip away all your cultivation, so you better take care of yourself." Young Master Tam asked, "Do you accept defeat now?" And as for Bak Hak, Tham Bak Hak said, the so-called strongest martial arts alliance, "Third brother has told me for a long time. In this era where strength is everything, any conspiracy or trickery is just an ant that overestimates itself." Young Master Tam replied, "Yes, it's just a pity that you refuse to believe. You and I are blood relatives. I don't want to kill you, so just end your own life." The 4 words "you commit suicide" darkened Tham Bak Hak's face, and those present begin to whisper and discuss. Suicide? Doesn't the Third Young Master see it yet? From beginning to end, it was Tham Bak Hak who was trying to break the relationship between the Third Young Master and others. What is all this noise about? The eldest son of Qijian Mountain Villa, yet he is forcing his own disciples to their deaths. This is just too cruel and ruthless. There's no helping it. I'm afraid the eldest son has long harbored jealousy and hatred towards the Third Young Master. Maybe the incident with the Third Young Master 3 years ago was all part of a plan. The Third Young Master remains silent, observing. Tham Tho calls out to Bai Hak, but Bai Hak remains silent, not responding. Tham Tho suddenly paused as if he understood everything. Lady Sichhua smiled and said, "Ha ha. Does Master Tam feel sorry for the eldest? The world is about to change drastically. Just look at your third brother. That's their business." The Third Young Master replied, "Yes, the world is about to undergo a major upheaval." Tam Lord's eyes sharpened, and not just that. He looked at Tam Tho and said, Father is truly still weak. Only with the inheritance from the 9 nether pillar of the Chi Sword Mountain sect can he barely hold his position. He continued, "So, I can only be a little ruthless." A gust of wind blows past Tumhak. Tumhak laughs loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha, I didn't expect the 10 great masters to all be defeated by you. Truly impressive." A flash of red light shot toward the 3rd young master, and Shen Huo said, "But don't think I only have this move to deal with you." A blazing red spark erupted, enveloping Shen Huo. The onlooker was surprised. "Fire magic? Does the young master of Qijian Mountain Sect know fire magic?" Lady Shichua also looked surprised and said, "This is not ordinary fire. It has a very strange aura." Returning to that quiet night under the moon, a voice said, "Here is this for you. When you need it, just recite this command." Thumhak caught what the fire threw and asked, "What is this and what about the price?" The fire person replied, "You will know then." Returning to the present, Shen Ha launched an attack, flames rising up and engulfing him completely. In the sky, an image of a burning fire person appears. The onlookers discuss. The flames transform into a human figure with immense pressure. "Wait, there seems to be something in it." Thumhak smiled, the 3rd young master sitting nearby watching silently, as the flames gradually transformed into a person, a foot stepping out from the fire and touching the ground, revealing the true form within the flames. "Ha ha, you've already called me just now." A face gradually appears behind the flames. A silver-haired person appears and says, "Are all the top experts in the heavenly list now so weak?" Sham Hak, covered in wounds, struggles to speak and says, "Third brother, if you want to show off in front of this person, just try it. If you choose to walk your own path to death, I won't blame you." Master Qi Duyan looked on, puzzled, and asked who this person was. "It's the 5th sword immortal." Yes, the black fog appears like a sinister ghost, the eternal sword god. Regarding the origin of this name, Sage 5 Swords was formerly known as Sage No Sword. Every 60 years or so, he reappears in 9U, the first time he killed the world's #1 expert, then the Grand Master, taking the Khitan Thiet Trong sword as a trophy. The second time, he killed swordsman Mak Bat Ta. His Chaos Lie sword is now in the hands of Sage 5 Swords. The third time he acted was with the 10,000 Flowers sword of the Sect master of the mysterious sword school named Du Gu Yi. The fourth time involved the 9 Nether sword, Huang Tu Hang Ji, and the Duan Kong sword. The fifth time, which was 36 years ago, he defeated the previous demon sect leader, Tiet Tam Ma, and Than Than Dokim also fell into his hands. The image of the 5 swords appeared eerie. The 5 swords and their meanings are only proof of the achievements and martial strength of the 5 sword immortals. No one knows the true purpose of this old man. It is only known that his martial arts have become the best in the world. A murderer far beyond the 9 abysses, no different from the most evil demons. The young master said that if the Chi Sword Mountain Villa was the hope of Ku U's martial arts, then the 5th sword immortal was indeed Ku U's nightmare. Those present there, upon learning the truth, were all surprised, not expecting it to be like that. Thumbat Hak, covered in wounds, the third young master listened silently. Then someone in the crowd spoke up. 60 years, there's still time before the 60-year limit. This remark seemed to provoke Master Wu Kiem. He glanced at the person who just spoke, and with a single look, caused him to spit blood. The witnesses couldn't believe what they had just seen. Just a glance, and he was bleeding? Youngster, do you have any comments? Then Vo Kim chuckled. Ha ha, don't be so afraid. I was just looking for some fun. You young ones don't need me to intervene, but since you've called me out, it seems your plan has failed. Tambak Hak sat on the ground and replied, as you predicted, 9 top experts working together can't withstand a single move from my third brother. Vo Kim turned his face with a look of surprise, then looked back at the third young master in front of him, silently observing. Vo Kim laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, kids. You have achieved the divine swordsmanship. The words entering the divine state made Tambak Hak disbelief, and those present were even more shocked. Entering the divine state? So it's the 9 stages of martial arts? A gentle breeze blows by as the third young master clasped his hands together and calmly replied, I suppose you could say that. On the other side are the divine doctor, Madame Redfire, the Taoist Chi Yuan, and the young master standing in a row, their faces bowed in silence. Shen Yi, Tam Tho called out. Tambak Hak snorted and raised his sword, saying loudly, Good. Very good. The 9 realms of martial arts are enough for me to intervene. Vo Kim said, among the 5 who took my sword. Except for Master Guan, who suddenly reached the 9th realm during our fight, the other 4 had already comprehended the spirit integration before entering the battle.
Vokim turned to Prince Tom and said, "Don't disappoint me either."
The people present there whispered among themselves, asking, "What exactly is this monster?"
The 9 realms of martial arts seemed to be just enough for him to act. Young Master Tam spoke. "The complete blood secret technique is inherently evil and must be killed.
If you hadn't come to provoke me, I wouldn't bother to care about you. But since you've come of your own accord, then I will kill you with a single sword." Vokim, hearing this, was filled with murderous intent. Flames began to rise behind him, and he was reckless. The flames grew taller and taller. The warrior sword extended a hand, and fire blazed directly on his palm. With a loud crack, he swung his arm, and a fireball shot through the air toward the 3rd young master.
"I thought that after 300 years of cultivation you would be much stronger, but then again, you are part of this world, naturally restrained by it. So how could you escape?"
Vokim said, "This is only 1% of the immense and boundless power of martial arts. You may break one of my swords, but that doesn't mean you can withstand my true swordsmanship." The young lord said, "The inherent limitation of a martial art like the blood secret technique is that it cannot unify spirit, energy, and mind, so you will never see more glorious martial arts in this world." Unfortunately, the fiery sword rages on, laughing loudly, ha-ha, and the sword gradually reverts to its original form as a fire person. His laughter echoed in the sky as he gradually transformed back into a fireman. Flames blazing into the sky and his hearty laughter resounding through the air. On the arena, the image of the fireman appears, with increasingly many large columns of fire. The laughter of the sword warrior still echoes in the sky. Vokim said, "I haven't fought against the 10,000 storing sword technique of Tam Mong Thien from 300 years ago, yet I have to draw my sword against his descendants. My complete blood secret technique is the ultimate martial art capable of slaying the moon-flying fairy." A bright light appears, engulfing the entire arena and covering the 3rd young master. A loud crack is heard, followed by a thunderous explosion, and the 3rd young master soars into the air, standing atop the sword tower. The people there couldn't believe their eyes. The 3rd young master, standing atop the sword tower, looked down. The sound of swordsmanship echoes in the air, saying that on the full moon night, I will personally go to the top of the White Tower at Chijian Mountain Villa to take lives. Inside the damp, dark prison, cold air emanates from within. In a locked cell with iron chains, Tam Tho and Thieu Su are walking together. Both are approaching the prison cell. Tam Tho steps forward and stands in front of the door. Tam Tho loudly says, "Wake up." Inside the cell, there is a person chained by the hands. The image of Shen Baihe appears, covered in wounds, saying, "You're here, father." Ha ha. Today, Hainui is a bit inconvenient. Please forgive me. Father. Tham Tho shouted angrily. "Get sook! How did you end up forming a relationship with that 5-sword demon?"
"Where is his residency? Are you not going to reveal it?"
"Old master, with such great supernatural powers, how could I possibly know his whereabouts? Moreover, even if I went to his residence, no one could do anything to him." Tham Tho's eyes darkened and said, "Bak Hak, don't be deluded anymore." Tam Bak Hak laughed. "Ha ha, father, you've really pushed the town's guardian into a vulnerable position, and yet you still protect him like that." Tham Tho angrily said, "I have disarmed your martial arts and thrown you into prison." The young master behind reminded, "Don't forget the important matter." "Kiyahut." "Young master, there's something you don't know. Since the Martial World Alliance started killing top experts from the heavenly list, 7 of them have fallen into his hands. We hope you can reveal his whereabouts to end this bloody disaster quickly." Thumbbuck Hack still just silently smiles. The junior suddenly loses his temper and shouts, "Young master, don't be so reckless. As long as you turn back, I will personally speak in front of Lord and Brother, giving you a chance to start over." Thumbbuck Hack lowered his face and said, "Start over, yes." "Aha," Thumb Hack said. "For now, let's not talk about whether you can handle 5th Sword Immortal or not. Now that I have lost all my martial arts, how can you stop Tam Chan Wai from killing me? Especially when he's in the room of the 3rd young master, who is calmly painting." Suo Huola couldn't help but speak up, asking if young Master Tam was worried. Young Master Tam asked back, "What are you worried about?" "Of course, it's about the 5th Sword Immortal. He already made it clear he would kill you." Lord Tam continued to hold his brush and draw as Sora La beside him kept saying, "Isn't he afraid since he's been invincible for 300 years? The young master said while drawing, "Unbeatable. It's just that he has never faced a true master. If he had appeared 60 years earlier and faced the ancestor of the Tem family, he would definitely have been crushed." So, Hua La marveled. Oh, as expected from the Tem family of Chi Sword Mountain Sect, even more formidable than that old monster. Someone more powerful than that old monster is even more bizarre. Thinking about the image of the ancestor of the Tem family, So Hoala almost choked. Third young master asked, "Are you daydreaming?" Suohuala denied. "No, no."
Suohuala wondered. Maybe back then he wasn't as good as Elder Shen. But he's been practicing martial arts for over 200 years, and his master is still so young. Does that really matter? The third young master raised his sword, admiring as he spoke, claiming to have entered a divine state. But he's probably already reached the martial arts realm of the 10th stage, not just entering divine state. Young Master Tam said, "It's really a bit complicated." So Huola suddenly shouted, "What do you mean?" "What? The 9th level of martial arts is actually the foundation of the moon-slaying flying immortal?" Young Master Tam replied, "I am a flying immortal, and the martial arts realm of the 10th level is only considered the foundation of the moon-slaying flying immortal. There is still a long way to go before reaching the moon-slaying flying immortal." So Hoala froze in place. "How far is it?" So Hoala, holding his head, said, "Ooh, my head hurts so much." "But Master, tell me the truth. What level have you reached now?" Tam Young Master said, "If we talk about cultivation level, you probably can't understand it yet." So Hoala asked, "So you're confident you can fight Master Five Swords?" The third young master said, "He has 200 years of blood-changing true energy, while I can't fully unleash my strength in this 9 nether electric palace, so if we really fight, it would be a close match." So Hoala said, Yes, indeed, it's the Tem Tam Kong Tu I know. No matter what opponent he faces, they are evenly matched." Yes, she thought to herself, Tam Tam Kong Tu is unmatched in the world. He sees no one as equal, yet he still feels he's evenly matched with others, and even so, he remains so calm. Doesn't that mean he's still in danger? A creature like that might even resort to underhanded tricks. After saying that, So Huola felt dizzy and lightheaded. Young Master Tam finished the cherry blossom painting, stamped it, and said, "The Emperor hasn't even worried yet, and the eunuchs are already in chaos." Thinking about tomorrow, Tamtho felt extremely anxious. In the main hall, Shentho, Mrs. Redfire, the Zen Master, and Feng Xian are seated discussing. Shentho says, "Tomorrow is the decisive battle." The young master holding a string of prayer beads said, "Now he kills like a beast, and 23 experts in the realm have fallen into his hands." Feng Tian said, "No matter what, after this, the 9 nether martial world will suffer enormous losses." Lady Shichua Babai, resting her chin on her hand, said, "The demon uses the blood exchange secret technique to constantly drain the vitality of strong warriors to extend his lifespan and accumulate true energy. Every 5 years, reincarnation has helped him reach a very high level. Now he is resorting to killing people to boost his momentum. I fear he is also close to reaching the 10th realm of martial arts. In the end, can third young master defeat that old monster of the 5 swords?" Tamtho leaned on his hand and said, "I don't know. I've tried to ask old third several times, but he always avoids the question. As a son, I feel I have failed." "Young master, calm down. Don't worry too much. Let's put aside past offenses for now. The urgent matter is the 5 swordsmen. After tomorrow, 9 nether will undergo a great change. Meanwhile, elsewhere, so Hoala is talking with the third young master. Tomorrow, that monster will arrive. Are people still drinking at a time like this? If the master finds out, there will definitely be lanterns blazing on the streets again." Young Master Tam said to So Huola, "Look over there." So Huola looked up. There are many lanterns hanging in the sky, shining brightly. Young Master Tam continued, "Take this opportunity to enjoy the view." The two of them walked together under the string of lanterns. Master Third Tam says, "Whether this small town will still be here after tomorrow depends on fate." Suo Huola didn't understand the meaning of the young master. Suo Huola asked, "Will the fight at Haoshan affect us all the way here?" The young master replied, "It's not our mortal cultivation that can affect anything. It's just that everything will be different after tomorrow." Huola looked at a roadside eatery, not understanding the young master's deeper meaning. Young Master Tam said, "Let's go." So Huola replied, All right." The two of them then stopped at a roadside eatery. So Huola said, "It's so quiet here." The young master replied, "I just don't want to attract attention." The young master said to the shop owner, "Give me a braised egg, a pastry, and a bottle of plum wine." Suo Huola thought, now running down the mountain to eat really is strange. The shop owner turned to ask Suo Huola, "Do you not want to order anything, young lady?" So Huolan said, "No, eating a lot at night is not good for your health." The owner said, "Oh, young lady, you take good care of your health." Wow, the owner is quite perceptive. I have to say to the third young master, well said. "Master, earlier you mentioned something different. Do you mean the tram nguyen is inside the oven, while the baked goods have already been served on plates?" Next to this, Sosohuala was still asking, "What will happen after the slaughter moon?" Just then,
The freshly baked cake was brought out along with a glass of pink female wine, and the innkeeper said, "Wait, young Master Tam, take a piece of the egg." And he said, roughly speaking, "The sky will fall and the earth will crack, and no matter who wins or loses in tomorrow's battle, this peaceful place will no longer exist." "So," Hoala said in surprise. Then Tam Kong Tu replied, "If that's the case, let's just finish this drink." Then, young Master Tam raised his glass and turned to the innkeeper, asking, "What do you think? Fifth sword. Immortal, if that's the case. How about we finish this drink?" Mr. Five Swords. Mr. Five Swords put down his sword, glanced at young Master Tam, then turned back. Vokim reached up to his headscarf and asked, "Who's out there?" His gaze flicked towards young Master Tam and said, "You're quite something, young master of the Tem family." So Hoala was surprised and said what, and immediately ran forward to shield Tam Kong Tu. So Hoala doesn't understand why the fifth sword master is here, and the young master reassures her. "It's okay." So Hoala anxiously says, "But young master, today isn't the day of the decisive battle. The fifth sword master won't attack." Master Vokim asked, "Do you recognize me from long ago?" The third young master replied, "Today's aura guided me to sense that you are here. I never expected that the renowned Wujian Xiansheng, always beneath the Qijian mountain sect, would go unnoticed." Vokim tells So Hoala not to worry, saying he truly won't fight today and that Tam Kong Tu is very clever. Vokim sat down at the table, propping his chin with his hand and asking, "What do you want from me by coming down here?" The third young master replied, "Nothing much. Just as I said, I came to have a drink with you." Then the third young master raised his cup and offered it to Vokim. Vokim snorted and said, "I have practiced swordsmanship for 200 years, and since the success of the blood transformation secret technique 76 years ago, I haven't touched alcohol at all. However, relying solely on this method, I have a chance to kill the moon and can be called the #1 in the world." Young Master Tam, holding his cup, said to the sword warrior, "If you can't control your temper and have practiced the blood reversal secret technique for over 550 years, you might still have a chance to cut the moon." Upon hearing this, the sword warrior's eyes sharpened with overwhelming presence. "The Nine Netherland has been ravaged by you for over 200 years, weakening it over a long period. At this moment, Tram Nuit fears that they will face disaster in the future." Vokim pointed at Tam Kong Tu and said with a smile, "Oh, do you want me to postpone the decisive battle for now?" The third young master, holding a wine jar, said, "The longer you delay, the more disadvantageous it is for you. If it comes to this time next year, you will no longer be my match. You understand that too, which is why you are willing to do anything to act tomorrow." As I pour the wine into the cup, the third young master says, "Even if I ask you to delay, how could you agree?" Wokim questions, "So why did you come here today?" The third young master replied casually, with no particular meaning, then raised a cup of wine towards the sword fighter and explained, "Just as I said earlier, it's only a drink with you, then we can look back at the peace before the moon slaughter." The young master extended his cup, but Vokim simply flicked his hand and gently took the cup from him. Seeing this, the young master silently held the remaining cup, and Vokim said, "Kid, I told you, I won't be drinking anymore." "Don't be so stiff, senior, just finish the drink afterward. Tomorrow everything will be over, right?" Vokim picks up the cup, pauses for a moment, then snorts, and finally drinks it all down before slamming the cup onto the table. The third young master looked at the scene and said, "All right." Then he turned to Sohwala and said, "Let's go, Sohwala." As Sohwala and the third young master's figures disappeared into the distance, his voice echoed with the sword, and at that moment the glass on the table suddenly cracked with a deep fissure. The young master said his final words, promising to meet again tomorrow. That night, at Qijian Mountain Villa, he sat silently waiting in front of the courtyard. Gentle breezes blow through his hair. Under the bright full moon, the third young master patiently waits for the sword warrior. Murmurs begin to spread around. "What time is it? And that old bastard still hasn't shown up. Weren't we supposed to wait until the full moon?" "It's probably about time, right?" Someone asked, "How do you think the odds of the third young master winning against the old third are?" Another voice confidently said, "Of course the third young master is better." Hearing that, Su Huola worriedly said, "But the third young master only said there's a 5% certainty. Waiting with the third young master in the arena are also missing teachers. Shen Tho, Red Fire Lady, Feng Tian, and Ta Thien Han, all silently waiting. The winds gradually blow under the bright moonlight of the full moon. Suddenly, the young master speaks. He's here. Under the full moon, the water begins to move, the ripples growing stronger. The ripples on the lake's surface grew larger and larger, splitting apart on both sides. Ta Thien Han Kin Ngak Totlen. Could it be he's walking on water? A sword gradually appears in midair, followed by the image of the swordmaster walking on water with swords behind him, making everyone present extremely amazed. Some are speculating that he's using his entire chi to lift himself up. The old man who has lived over 200 years naturally has a profound kai that makes others tremble with awe. The sword spirit's eyes were extremely sharp as it tiptoed across the water, then suddenly leapt into the air, landing a step under the moonlight, causing everyone to stare in amazement. The sword spirit then landed on the ground, immediately releasing a murderous aura, its eyes narrowing fiercely, and a wave of killing intent shot straight at the third young master. Young Master Tam just glanced but remained silent for a moment before praising, "You are indeed the fifth sword immortal." Mastering the blood secret technique to this level showing a steady mind. Manipulative cultivation methods for profit can extend lifespan and accumulate true energy, but they also risk losing oneself. Spirit energy cannot merge, making it very difficult to advance to higher realms. Bokeem replied, "I have fallen here and always wished to return to my homeland. How could I be as cruel as ordinary mortals?" Tam Kong too immediately said, "If you are truly from the upper world and have your own cultivation path, then why do you practice blood transformation techniques that harm others and benefit yourself?"
Ha ha ha, good fortune? Do you mean to say someone at your level doesn't understand this? Look at those top experts over there. They used to try to take your life in the past, but now, Vokeem sneers and begins to demonstrate his martial prowess. The old man extended his hand using 2 fingers to unleash a move of the mighty. A purple light carrying dark power shot toward the third young master. Vokeem's gaze fixed directly on his opponent. A loud explosion erupted, and the blinding light forced So Hua La to cover his face. So, Hua La was stunned. Too fast! A loud explosion echoed across the ground as the warrior looked ahead, where a glow was emanating around the third young master. At this moment, the third young master has soared into the sky, and the sword warrior immediately uses the technique 10,000 ancient clouds and 1 feather. The sword warrior leapt up, flying into the air, casting a spell, and said, "As expected, you also come from there." The third young master coldly replied, "You could say it's somewhat forced." Vokeem said, "I should have seen this coming earlier." At this moment, the two are standing face to face in midair. Warrior Sword silently thought, "Tham third young master, how could the unmatched in the world possibly have come from this place?" Thinking then, Vokeem channeled his energy, clasped his hands together, and made a move, a purple light emanating from him. Old man said, "If you and I are from the same hometown, I won't hold back anymore." A blue light radiates around the third young master, who replies, "It's fine, go ahead." The people below look up and whisper, "It's starting." Young Master Tam looked down from above, while Hua La clenched his collar tightly, worriedly thinking about his master. Under the starry night sky, Vokeem and young Master Tam faced each other, with a purple light emanating from Vokeem, enveloping his entire body. On Tam Kongtu's side is a cold blue light. Vokeem suddenly rushes toward him at incredible speed. Tam Kongtu skillfully spins to dodge the dark energy coming from Vokeem's hand. Vokeem glances at the young master. The young master lowers his hand, begins to perform a spell, and raises his hand to block the evil aura from the sword. Seeing that, Vokeem immediately extended his hand to cast a spell. Flames erupted from the tips of his fingers. 2 forces collide and rush toward the third young master, causing a loud explosion upon impact. A loud boom echoed through the sky as the third young master was knocked back towards the top of the tower. The immense force from the collision immediately caused the top of the tower to suffer heavy damage. After the explosion, the third young master remained safe and was protected within the shield of his true energy. The swordmaster prays, "You truly are the unmatched third young master Tam. Even though I only used half my strength, you can fight me like this. And you're only using your chai as a shield. Good. Show me how skilled you really are." Then, the warrior sword shot forward like an arrow, carrying fiery energy toward the third young master. In the sky, the 2 techniques clashed. Young Master Tam uses the 9 ultraviolet chaos technique, while the martial sword unleashes its strongest strike. The 2 powers clash in the starry sky. Under the full moon on the ground, Ta Thien Han and So Hua La looked up in worry. Ta Thien Han said, "Sword energy and murderous intent are truly terrifying. This is a battle that ordinary mortals like us can't interfere in." Moreover, Ta Thien Han also couldn't understand why Tam Kongtu's meridians could recover so quickly. He recalled, wasn't he clearly disabled at that time? The divine doctor beside him explained, "Severe meridian damage is extremely difficult to recover from. It's probably just barely using internal energy to support the legs." The sound of Vokim's laughter echoed in the air. Haha, old Ta said he thought Tam Kong Tu's body wasn't good and would have trouble, but it seems he was overthinking.
If Tam Kong Tu is so healthy, then he can fight with full strength. Is that so? Then come on! Vokim raised one hand to the sky, channeling his magic, and a column of fire with magical energy appeared behind him, forming a purple beam of light like a sword. His eyes darkened as he gathered all his strength, the power intertwining into a stream of purple light that appeared like a sword behind him. He pointed to the sky and said to the third young master, "You will get what you want." Everyone witnessing the power of the martial sword was amazed. The young master realized that it was none other than Master Kwang's Zhongli sword. The sword from above swings towards the third young master. The third young master dodges to the side to avoid the sword strike, while using his internal energy to protect himself. The strike that Tam Kong Tu dodged still charged forward and hit the roof of the Thien Bach Tower, causing more than half of the tower to explode. Witnessing the explosion, those watching below were stunned, not expecting even the White Tower to be destroyed. Seeing the third young master dodge, the sword continued to swing another strike. The sword appeared blood red, circling in the air before rushing toward the back of the third young master. Young Master Tam immediately activates the grand strategy of the great immortal sword intent, causing the sword to pierce through everything. The sword spirit is surprised and confused about what is happening. The old man thought, could it be that the young master acts calmly, thus able to break the essence of immobility and non-action? The young master channels his chi, then says to the sword master, "You use the blood transformation secret technique to activate it. It doesn't lose its essence, but it's still half a step behind." Vokim drew another sword, intending to let Tam Kong Tu try this one. He grasped the hilt firmly, and a sword light appeared in midair. Having already used the Chaos Sword technique, he aimed to prevent Tam Kong Tu from defending, then continued with the Chaos Increase technique, as streaks of light from his swords intertwined densely before him. When the two forces collided, a loud explosion erupted, and the third young master was enveloped in a blue aura of true energy. Suddenly, the sword appeared behind the warrior, and he swung his hand, causing the third young master to be covered in flashes of light created by the sword. The third young master glances back, as if he has already identified the increasing chaos technique the opponent is using, and raises his hand to block the incoming sword strikes. In the air, streaks of blue and purple light tangled chaotically, but Tam Kong Tu used his power to organize them into a circle spinning around him. The young master says, "If you lose the chaos character, this sword will lose its power." In this battle, the young master uses Kandin Qu, while the sword uses peak combat, and he reminds that once the chaos character is lost, this sword will lose its power. The third son snorted, then extended his hand to conceal his spell, unleashing a surge of purple light that shot back at the sword wielder, followed by a loud explosion like lightning striking the ground. Young Master Tam grabbed the sword and rushed through the fog, glancing at the martial sword. The martial sword, arms crossed, angrily said, "You little brat!" Then, the old man drew a sword and used the 10,000 flowers sword technique. The sound of the sword swinging echoed as cherry blossom-shaped streaks of light appeared floating in the air. Vokim swings a blade towards the third young master, using the spring blossom red beauty technique. The third young master marvels, "Oh, this swordsmanship is quite interesting. If perfected, I could fight against a top-tier expert." Then, the third young master leapt into the air and spoke. Unfortunately, he took a step forward, jumped into the air, and threw his sword ahead. Zhang Xiao was surprised and said, "What? Old Third threw away his sword?" A loud clash echoes as the sword and hidden weapon collide, with a circle of blue and purple light intertwining, shattering, and ringing out. "Thumbtrani, do you really look down on others that much?" The old man never expected the third young master to be able to use his own sword to fight against him. With raging anger, Warrior Sword gritted his teeth and said to the third young master, "You really have made me angry." Pointing his sword straight ahead, the sword master declared, "I still want to see what else you can do." And as he finished, he unleashed his ultimate skill, the flawless sword technique without a trace. Immediately, sparks of lightning flashed around the sword, producing a deafening crack as it shot forward. The fierce sword energy directly collided with the blue light of the third young master, and with a thunderous explosion, the sword of the martial swordsman and the opponent's energy clashed fiercely. The third young master reached out to directly block the thrust, causing fresh blood to immediately flow from his hand. Below, Su Huala couldn't help but worry as he watched the third young master get injured. Without hesitation, the third young master channeled his energy into his remaining hand, using his strength to deflect the assassin's weapon. Seeing this, the swordsman burst into loud laughter, as finally the third young master had to use both hands. The old man sneers. It seems he finally forced you to use your true strength. Looking at the blood-stained hand, the third young master speaks. The 9 netherworlds land was once a gathering place for talented individuals. If they hadn't been slaughtered by you, it would surely be a scene of 100 flowers blooming today. His eyes half closed, then opened sharply, his gaze piercing as he said, Master Five Swords, you are truly pitiful. Vokim only responded with chilling laughter, then threw back his head and roared with laughter. So what? You're still too naive. After slaying the moon, everything will change. Who would still remember the losers at that point? Vokim extended a hand, channeling his internal energy, causing a dark green aura to envelop his hand. The old man continued, People only remember the winners, and only the one who slays the moon will be remembered by history. With that, the sword swung, summoning 8 green dragons to circle around him. This is my 5th sword. It condenses over 200 years of my true energy. In midair, the voice of the sword spirit echoes, challenging whether the third young master can withstand this move. Immediately after, dragon heads carrying magic orbs roared towards the third young master. From below, the divine doctor immediately recognized that the move the sword spirit was using was the poison serpent transforming dragon technique, the 10th stage of martial arts. Seeing the deadly danger, the divine doctor immediately shouted a warning. Everyone be careful, this gas is toxic. Use your internal energy to protect yourselves. Slowly enjoy the toxic aura I am unleashing. The green dragons from the old man's sword fly out, forming a giant circle that covers the entire sky. The toxic gas grows thicker, gradually swallowing the third young master. Old warrior sword confidently believed that with this terrible poison, even Shen Zhenyi would be crippled. But the third young master just smiled and responded like that? A loud explosion suddenly erupted from the center of the toxic aura. Amidst the dispersing aura, the third young master appears, reaching forward to grasp a white silk ribbon. He grips the silk tightly, channels his energy, and the white silk, like a fierce serpent, slithers forward, tightly wrapping around the heads of the poisonous dragons. Standing below, Ta Thian Hun couldn't help but be amazed, and wondered when the weapon in the third young master's hand appeared. Madame Ji Hua then explained, No, that's the third young master's clothing. He tore it apart to control the divine poison sword. Everyone present was stunned and exclaimed, Did he tear his clothes to control the poison body sword? Bound by the silk, the dragons gradually disintegrated into pieces, and the sword of martial skill looked grim, muttering foolishly. Thumtho also couldn't hide his surprise. Could it be that the third elder has already mastered the 10,000-tunnel sword scripture? The third young master then reached out and grabbed the silk ribbon, then swung it forcefully, wrapping it tightly around the sword of the martial spirit. The sword roared and said, I underestimated you. The sword forcefully spun the blade, cutting the silk into pieces. The old man immediately swung a sword at the third young master. The third young master calmly replied, If you don't have the 10 stages of martial arts, then don't talk about cutting the moon and flying to the sky. I told you last night. I told you last night tonight. The fate of the cutting moon is already decided. Use your true skills or you'll die instantly. Vokim looked at him in shock. Instant death? At this point, he burst into loud laughter, raising his head to the sky and laughing heartily. Ha ha! Shen Zhenyi, for a 17-year-old who just broke through to the 10th realm of martial arts. Give you a few more days and the position of 9 Netherlord will be yours, but it's a pity you met me. I have dedicated hundreds of years of effort, and today is the chance to kill the moon. How could I let it slip away? You can't blame me today. With that, he reached out, channeling all his strength into the sword and said, Come on! In front of the amazed third young master and everyone below, the sword's mouth slowly opened in the sky. Under the moonlight, the sword gradually swallowed the other blade. Everyone witnessing this was extremely shocked and whispering among themselves, What is the 5th sword, Immortal, doing? Is he eating the sword? No, the spiritual energy of the experts is gathering towards the 5th sword, Immortal, and his realm continues to rise. This is the blood transformation secret technique of the sword suppression. The sword appears as an entity shrouded in light and blazing fire, looking incredibly fierce and powerful. His eyes shone brightly on a prominent crystal on his forehead, while the third young master stood confidently and powerfully against the crimson-purple sky, his gaze turning cold. On the opposite side, the pupil of the sword spirit emits a blue light surrounded by a blazing red aura. Glancing at the third young master with a fighting stance, the old man grins with sharp teeth, looking extremely terrifying. Suddenly opening his mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth and letting out a wild, crazy laugh. Ha ha ha! Facing the third young master, he still looks serious and calm, staring straight at his opponent. Vokim's face gradually became clear through the fog. He grinned maliciously, daring the third elder to come forward. Under the blood-red full moon, the surrounding scene also takes on a dark crimson hue. The voice of the old swordmaster echoes through the sky, and the moon is already full. Let me see your true strength. Tam Kong Tu's pupils dilated as he stared intently at the sword. Young Master Tam realizes this move is the Thon Kiem technique. Surrounded by a blazing red space, he floats in the air, facing a sword radiating murderous intent. The sword turns into a giant fire circle, rushing through the air at high speed. Sparks streak past the young lord, forming blazing trails across the sky. Young Master Tam stood firm facing the opponent's powerful flames. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as a deafening explosion erupted when sparks collided directly with him. Standing below, Tam Tho couldn't help but worry about his son, fearing that the third brother might be in trouble. In the sky, before the blood moon, a blazing red thorn sphere had enveloped the third prince. So Hua La watched from below, her faith in her master unwavering. She reassured herself that the battle was not over. My young master will not lose. So Hua La looked determinedly at the young master, firmly believing it will definitely be so. The red spiked sphere in the sky began to crack, its thorns breaking off and gradually dispersing. Wu Jian opened his eyes in shock, unable to believe the sphere had completely vanished under the moonlight. While the old man was still stunned, the third young master suddenly appeared from behind, his eyes sharp and flashing with lightning. One of the third young master's hands begins to channel energy. Then suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts. The third young master swiftly flew through the air, caught off guard by the surprise attack, and could only shout, "Damn it." Both of them turned around and pushed their opponent away with all their strength. The sword spirit extends its fiery hand, forming a massive pillar of flames. Its eyes flash with lightning, then suddenly it screams in despair. The fiery arm growing larger in the sky, his entire body now covered in a blood-red hue. Watching the sword spirit scream and wield in the sea of flames, the third young master coldly comments, "Oh, through the art of the sword, forcing a breakthrough to the peak of the 10th martial realm, he lost all self-awareness. Now only a blazing fireball remains before the third young master, surrounded by furious lightning." The third young master continued, "The devouring sword's nature is simply about increasing power, but the body's vital energy and spirit can't be balanced." He extended his hand sideways, his finger gently moving to summon the sword. Feng Tin watched in amazement as a surge of power swept through the Qijian mountain, illuminating the top of the sword tower standing in the courtyard. Suddenly, the sword began to shake, and with a loud explosion, it shot up into the sky. Young Master Tam stood silently to one side, with the martial sword still writhing in the sea of flames before him. He extended his hand forward, signaling the sword to fly, and the enormous blade soared over to cut off the arm, trying to reach out of the martial sword. The third young master lowered his hand and the sword retracted back to him. Amid the deafening explosions, he declared that the time to eliminate the moon had come. The howling of the sword grew louder and louder, and the space was engulfed in a sea of flames. The sword spirit extends its remaining fiery arm forward, gathering strength to form a sphere of energy that gradually transforms into a blood-red sword. The old man grasped his sword tightly, roaring loudly, then swung it toward the third young master. The third young master also slashed his sword, and a scream echoed through the sky. When the two swords clash, a sky-shaking explosion erupts, its power spreading everywhere. In the sky, the two swords continue to collide. Suddenly, a louder explosion rang out, followed by the continuous screams of the swordmaster. His blood-red sword shattered into two, and he kept shouting in despair, his face gradually tearing apart, but leaving space for the bright moon behind. As the red light fades, the large bright moon reappears atop the peak of Qijian Mountain, with a few traces of dark energy lingering in the air. The third young master's vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes, a brilliant white light shone brightly. The silhouette of a man walking suddenly halted and exclaimed, "Ah, Sword Sovereign!"
Master Five Swords was reminiscing about his past. In a distant moment, he sat despondently on the ground, surrounded by countless weapons and hidden weapons behind him, repeating to himself, "I must become stronger, 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 stronger."
In this state of airflow, Ngu Kiem, using the Thon Kiem Chithwat, forcibly pushed his cultivation to the peak of the 10th realm, causing him to lose all awareness. At this moment, seeing Tam Tran Wai's figure, he immediately recalled a past situation. There was a loud murmur all around. Young Wu Gen was pierced with nails, chained and tortured with his arms bent. He looked up at the purple-clad figures above, smiling down at him. Blah, 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 I can't quite remember the first words. Only the following lines are forever etched in the memory of the old Five Swords, who poured all their cultivation into the 9 ultimates. In his youth, Five Swords roared in anger. "I won't accept this." Ngu Kem, in his current state of internal energy, seems to be confused between memory and reality, having taken a slash from young Master Tom that split him in two, as if he still retains some consciousness, reaching out towards his opponent. Tham Than Wai. The protagonist looks at him, then turns his gaze to the moon, saying nothing. Down there, Sua Huala and the others who witnessed the scene cheered with joy. We won. The third young master has won. Tham Tho, tears welling up, finally victorious. Feng Tian beside him says to his close friend, Old man, we are all getting old. In response, Master Lu Shuxian simply said, Amitabha, the next generation is promising. Tia Tianheng looked up at young Master Shan and sighed. This is truly the sword of the divine.
At that moment, he saw a crack appear on the surface of the moon. The crack gradually spread, eventually splitting the moon into two halves. The experts below also noticed this. The moon is cracking, and all they could hear was Tom Trainee muttering, Destroy it for me. Soon after, the moon shattered into pieces, and the surrounding red light was gradually overtaken by a mysterious blue glow from the moon. Gradually, that blue light spread across the entire Nine Nether Realm, along with pure spiritual energy, droplets falling like snow. So Huala reached out to feel the drops of true energy falling onto her, soaking into her body. It felt as if her meridians were being fully opened, incredibly refreshing, even more so than the elixirs from the third young master earlier. Shichhua Madame suddenly spoke, interrupting Sohuala's thoughts. Hey, Sohuala, sit down and focus on cultivating. The spiritual energy falling from the moon, only a fool would miss it. Everyone around her quickly sat down to focus their energy. She stared blankly at the third young master. Ah yes, is this the Tram Ngiat? But why does the third young master say the sky is falling? Why do you look so worried? What will happen after the slash moon? Huala quietly calls out his master's name. Third young master? After a long while, Shen Shou finished channeling his energy, opened his eyes, and looked up at the sky. Is it finally over? Huh? The moon is still in the sky. Could it be that Tram Inuit is Tram Chibat Diet? Isn't it true that each time the moon slaying occurs, the level of martial arts in the Nine Netherland can improve significantly? Tom Chanai waved his hand, and his sword flew back to its original place, replanting into the sword grave. He landed on the ground, walking calmly as he explained. Today I know you have many questions about Tram Nguyen, but since things have reached this point, there's no need to rush with explanations. In the coming days, unusual events will occur everywhere, and when the time comes, I will explain everything clearly to you all. Yesterday's battle tonight will shake the heavens and the earth. Stay in the mountain villa and watch, she said with a faint smile. Ha, so the sky and earth are really collapsing? Shen Zhenyi and those 5 swords are indeed powerful, but to boast like that might be a bit much. On the contrary, I want to see how the sky and earth collapse looks like. When I reach the bay's edge, Suo Huonyi falls silent. The sea is gone. The sea has receded, and a new chapter begins. At Wantong Palace, the experts are lively discussing. Probably after last night's moon slaying, everyone has started receiving information from various places. The terrain on the frontier has drastically changed. Places like Ninewood Cave can see the vast plains from afar, but it's unclear where the messages are reaching. The 4 sides of this battlefield were originally surrounded by the ocean, which was covered in thick black fog, and no ships returning from sea had any remains. But now the sea has receded to reveal the land, even leading to distant territories. Guessing blindly is useless now. We can only wait for young Master Tam to come and explain everything to us. Today I gathered everyone here for this matter. Tham Tam Kong Tu and So Hua La arrived quickly. Your news is indeed fast. The experts on the heavenly list all said in unison, Tam Young Master, Tam Young Master, calm down, there's no need to rush, I will explain everything gradually. The 9U region is just a small world in the lowest tier. The moon hides the secrets of heaven, blocking contact with the upper realms, so we can only extract a little true energy from it to cultivate. Now that the moon slaying has succeeded, the 9U region will return to the upper realm. The land will merge, and the surrounding seas will completely disappear, allowing access to the great city, and soon after, messengers may arrive. Someone hurriedly asked, does this mean we have ascended to the immortal realm? It's not called a fairyland, just a higher world much larger than the 9 Nether Realm. Moreover, most worlds at this level have strict rules, and the 9 Nether Realm is just a remote, desolate place with fierce beasts attacking to hunt for spiritual energy. Please keep your disciples confined and do not act rashly. The experts present were stunned and unable to sit still upon hearing this information. Luke Newtian said, if this world is 100,000 times bigger than 9 Nether, then there would be many experts here far beyond us. Tam Kong Tu replied, of course. The martial arts of the 9 Netherland are just at the mortal realm stage. Nothing special. Feng Xian fell silent. Well, the martial arts they've always been proud of all these years turn out to be just scratchy cat claws.
Faced with this truth, who wouldn't be shocked?
Tam Young Master continued, every move and gesture of martial arts cultivation reaching the true human stage at the upper levels can be wielded with both energy and precision.
For example, martial artists at the true human stage that you haven't been able to break through are just ordinary levels. Even the 9 or 10-fold mortal realm of martial arts is only comparable to the skills of bodyguards. A worried person asked if, in that case, if the experts in this upper world wanted to destroy us, it would be as easy as flipping a hand. Feng Xian realized this, his voice filled with 10 parts of panic. Third Young Master calmed him, but it's not certain.
Just like how you treat the smaller sects around you, it's only to make them submit. There's no need to destroy them if they don't oppose. Just integrate them and manage them.
I am the Moon Cutter of the Nine Abyss region. They will probably come looking for me. The Nine Abyss region might be assigned to the Sword Mountain sect.
You are free to develop in Nine Nether, join the sect, or leave Nine Nether to explore the new world. I will not stop you. If these experts remain silent and think seriously, after all, this is a major matter.
Shen Zhenyi continued. Tramnguit is much faster than expected. In the future, we must unify the strength of the Nine Netherland. For now, being able to protect the Sword sect is already a good result. If other forces within the Nine Netherland refuse to join the sect, they can only fend for themselves. Where's the person who slays the moon? Everyone was caught off guard by how quickly they arrived. What? The people from the upper world have arrived? As soon as I turned around, I saw 2 newcomers, one tall and one short, surrounded by a golden aura of spiritual energy. I am Tam Than Wai, respectfully greeting the 8th Tu envoy. The tall guy saw Tam Than Wai in a wheelchair and started criticizing him. Ha ha, it seems the one chosen for the Tram Nguyen Chinyan this time is just a loser. It seems this world's infrastructure is really in a terrible state. Tam Chan Wai also silently observes the situation without protest. The younger one snapped angrily at his companion. Shut up. The tall guy chuckled. Yeah, ha. The younger one turned and said, My friend's personality is very cheerful. I hope the young master won't take it to heart. The experts of 9U were speechless, only thinking to themselves, The visitor is not well-meaning. Don't worry, the younger one continued. Earlier, you called us the 8-2 Envoys, so you must be the heir. I still hope to inquire about your honorable name. Tham Than Ai replied, I am Tam Than Wai, inheritor of the sword path, and my ancestor is Tam Mong Tien. Hearing the name Tam Mong Tien, the short man let out a sound of surprise, then immediately opened the scroll in his hand, his eyes scanning the characters infused with true energy inside. Wow. Tam Mong Tien? 300 years ago, the young master Tam Mong Tien of the 12-Sword Pavilion was condemned to the Nine Abyss for a great crime. And yet in the blink of an eye, many years have passed, and his descendant has managed to cut down the Moonless Fairy. So it turns out that if that's the case, does young Master Tham want to return to the 12-Sword Pavilion or establish his own sect? If the moon-slaying person chooses to return to their original sect, they will receive countless special treatments, more beneficial than core disciples. What else is he hesitating for? Young Master Shen silently thought that he knew about the 12-Sword Pavilion, but he didn't want to rely on others now. If the sect master had named it Chi Sword, it obviously didn't intend to return to the 12-Sword Pavilion. I dare not go against my ancestors' will, so I will establish my own sect. The 2 envoys froze for a moment, then the younger one burst into laughter. That's interesting. Ha 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 ha. The Nine Netherland has someone so brave. No wonder they can rival us with Yue Feixian. As he spoke, he reached out and rolled up the scroll. If you choose to establish your own family, according to the rules of our 8-2 world, you will be granted the title of third-class nobleman and become the lord of this place, with your mountain villa as the center, and everything within 1,000 miles will be under your jurisdiction. Are you satisfied? Everyone in the room was stunned by what was happening. Just one word from this envoy, and a 1,000-mile radius now belonged to young Master Shan Tom. Amazing. Shen Yi seems satisfied. Then thank you, envoy. All right, Brother Truong. This is just a small place. There's no need for you to waste so many words. Thầm tục gia, trong nay cổ tài liệu của thế giới bất tử và tổ thuận của ngôi, tự xem dĩ, chúng ta dĩ dạy. The smaller one said, Thầm tục gia dụng trách, tôi hô truong tên hung vô là sự gia bất dời. Sau này nếu cổ hỏi thì chúng ta nên thân thiết hôn. Young Master Shen replied, You're too kind, envoy. Truong Hung Vo said, Then I shall take my leave first. Goodbye. The entire room falls silent. No one dares to speak. This is settled. We will continue the unfinished story. As mentioned before, the Nine Netherland has now been assigned to Qijian Mountain Sect. You are free to develop yourselves in the Nine Abyss, join the sect as disciples, or leave to explore a new world. I will not hinder any choice. However, for a new world like ours, keeping up with the upper world's martial progress largely depends on inheritance. Due to the limitations of the Nine Netherworld, creating martial arts at the true immortal level is impossible. Only by finding a way to inherit the same origin at a higher level can you continue to cultivate the 100 Siege ahead. After taking over the Qi Sword Mountain Sect and the 10,000 Tangles Sword Manual, reaching the true human stage in martial arts is no longer a major obstacle. What happens next will depend on their decisions. Venerable Master Luke Newteen was the first to speak, saying, Adida Fat, thank you, third young master, for your protection. Lan Ka has 1,000 years of inheritance, so it is truly inconvenient to join the sect. I hope the young master understands. It's okay. The Buddhist tradition has a wide inheritance. If Lan Ka too doesn't want to unify, he can seek support from other major Buddhist sects to ensure safety. Then I will take my leave, and seeing my friend depart, Elder Fong also steps away. If that's the case, I will take my leave now. Ju Wu was already divided into several factions. To establish a career in this difficult environment, everyone must unite as one if we hope to succeed. But forcing things when the fruit is not ripe won't be sweet. If there's no voluntary willingness, there's no need to force it, as I just said. Feel free to express your opinions. As soon as she finished speaking, Lady Chichua spoke up. Our Liet Duong mansion is willing to submit to the Qi Sword Mountain Sect. Hua La couldn't help but be surprised by this decision of her grandmother, Shichua Lao Lao. Old lady also belongs to Liet Duong Fu, with a lineage and widespread development, and can fully seek out her own sect at the upper level. But if Shichua old lady trusts me, I will use the divine fire technique, a cultivation method for true person stage disciples of Liet Duong Fu. I guarantee the speeds of your cultivation. Elder Shichua seems very pleased to hear this news. Is it okay for the old monk to do this now that Master Lu and Fairy Fong have come to the door? Is it really unnecessary for the Sword Qi Mountain Sect to protect us? Lang Ka has a complete inheritance, so his foundation is solid. This new world is filled with true energy. With steady development, fame will come someday. It's just the Qi Sword Mountain Sect. In the world of B tier, the royal family holds the highest position, with top-tier forces occupying each region. Among them, the 12 Sword Pavilion and Fengloi City are like water and fire, constantly at odds. For hundreds of years, constant wars have raged. The young master of the 12 Sword Pavilion, Tam Su Tien, accidentally met Princess Baklei of Fengloi City during his cultivation. They fell in love at first sight, but their statuses kept them apart, unable to be together. Princess Bailei returned to Fenglei City in sorrow, while Shen Shu Tian refused to let go. He not only provoked Fenglei City, but also argued with the elders at home, injuring several guardians of Than Muk Sect during the 12 Swords League alliance, canceling the engagement, and committing a serious crime. In the end, Shang Zongshan, the former head of the 12 Swords League, was furious and personally took him away. He was sentenced to fall into the Nine Nether, enduring fierce storms, barely surviving before reaching the Nine Nether. So that's why he established the Qijian Mountain Sect, to sever all ties with the past. It turns out that Tom Than Wai has been reading the book that the tall envoy handed him, closing it as he records his ancestral history. It's a pity that he won't live long. Although our cultivation has reached the peak, we are still one step away from defeating Moon Fairy. If that's the case, I'm afraid the 12 Sword Pavilion won't have any good feelings towards us either. Are these people still staying? He glanced at Tom Tho, the divine Dr. Truk Tu from the Tong, Lady Shi Chua, and So Hua La, who were still scratching their heads in confusion. Master Qi Duyen does not want to, and Ta Tien Han has decided to stop practicing sword for now. Old Third, according to the record in the notebook, Tam Trong Sun is a master above the 8th stage of the true immortal realm, so if he aims at the newly joined Bat 2 world, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. We can do it. Young Master Shen interrupted his father, opening the map tucked inside the book. It's okay. We and this 12 Sword Pavilion are far apart, and won't come all the way from 1,000 miles away to cause trouble for Qijian Mountain Sect. The 12 Sword Pavilion is on a southern island, while Qijian Mountain Sect is located in the northern region, separated by tens of thousands of miles. Maybe by the time Shen Chongshan hears the news, it will have been quite a while, and any troublemaking will have to wait even further into the distant future. So Huala looked at the book, as if she had discovered something. This also states that the new sect will be established here, and will receive protection from the envoy Batu for a certain period. Additionally, other sects are not allowed to attack this place. Oh, how long is that? 10 years? 10 years? 10 years is enough.
In the world of 8 cultivations, the effect of the moon eye far surpasses 9 nether, and the cultivation speed is also improved, so everyone can rest assured.
Approximately, based on the disciples in the sect, your father and the 3 of you can successfully break through
To the 10th realm of mortal martial arts within half a year, and then you can start studying the martial arts of the true human realm. The Van Tu sword cannon is a martial art created by our ancestors based on the swordsmanship of the 12 sword pavilion after reaching great success.
If I directly cultivate the rising tower technique of the 12-sword pavilion, it will be the perfect timing,
and I will surely succeed. If not, I will use the 10,000-year sword cannon as my foundation, and add the techniques from later generations.
So then father can use this to practice. Who would be so careless? Wait, stop for about 2 seconds first. Creating martial arts is such a difficult thing.
How can your master sound so light as a feather? Third brother, these 2 methods probably aren't that easy, right?
If it doesn't work, we can think of another way. Don't let your path to cultivation be missed, and after all, it's just something done on a whim. It's not difficult, father. You don't need to worry. His words directly stunned Suohuala into silence. Doing it casually, my master really is incredible. After arranging the cultivation matters of Chi Sword Mountain Sect, he turned to Elder Shichuo and the others, including Elder Shichuo. The true fire spirit Chi still belongs to the Huyuan Gate main sect, and there is a Zevium sect not far from Chi Sword Mountain sect, so Tsumi Fire King is just right for her to use.
I'll help her get it, since they haven't provoked us. Why should we provoke them? It's better to think long-term about cultivating this technique.
The cultivation of Tu Fuang, the sect master of Tu Viem sect, only reaches the 3rd stage of the true human realm. In 3 months, I might be able to defeat him. The 3 of them, Tam Tho, Shi Chua, and Hua La, appeared calm on the surface, but inside they were all shaken when they were this. Someone at the 3rd stage of the true person realm not even being taken seriously. How is your 3rd uncle? Grandma asked Tam Tho, still acting so domineering. Fine, let's assume that's the case. As for So-So, I guess I'm used to seeing the young master like that, but I won't forcibly take him. I'll find another way to win him over. You don't need to be so tense. As for So Huala, follow me and learn swordsmanship. She let out a long sigh, then looked towards Auntie Shichhua, as if seeking her grandmother's approval.
Don't look at me anymore. The Liet Duong estate is gone, and besides, your thoughts are now all focused on the 3rd young master, right?
Go and pay your respects to your master. Huala Bang Huang realized. Yes, I understand. Thank you, master. I bow to you. She bowed so hard she hit her head and puffed up a bump. I'm in so much pain, even this young girl can be considered obedient. After continuous battles, I couldn't always personally get involved and waste time. Training a female disciple may be tough at first, but it will pay off with ease later on. So next, Suo Huola, come and seclude yourself with me, Suo Huola replied while rubbing her forehead. Hoo, yes, master. It seems memories flood back. Huala recalls the arduous training sessions and the painful, bone-deep soaking in medicinal baths, a retreat into seclusion. Suddenly she looked towards Grandma Shichhua, seeking help. But Grandma Shichhua was no pushover. She spoke while deliberately avoiding her little granddaughter's gaze. Just say it and stop looking at me. Go now. So-So is diligently swinging her sword in the yard of Chijian Mountain Sect. Master, do I really need to practice slicing the air 10,000 times every day and then train the sword aura control? If I give up, I will gain nothing in return. Look, now you've successfully reached the realm of a martial arts master. I see you training like this every day, and your cultivation is progressing very quickly. I also want to learn swordsmanship like this. Is that okay? If turning your mind into a sword means you can duel others with sword techniques every hour and minute, then you can put down your sword. What does it mean to turn your mind into a sword? In her mind, she pictured a sword shooting out from her chest with a loud bang, looking very imposing, and thought, well, I might as well give up. It feels like I'll cut my hand, and I'd always have to fight life and death with my sword, so I should just focus on honest sword training. With that in mind, she raised her sword again and swung it down. Finally, when the 10,000th strike was completed, the sky had already turned evening. My hands are trembling so badly I finally finished practicing. I feel like they're about to break. Master, I have completed my 10,000 repetitions. Pshaz. Yes, Master. What are you doing? What's this? I'm just writing the later cultivation techniques into the Wansho sword manual. My father is about to break through to the 10th realm of martial Dao commoners, so he should be able to use it around July or August. I just remembered this and am trying to finish writing it now. I see him holding a brush, carefully drawing each stroke with both finesse and strength, every character containing a sword, intent. Oh, so in the past 2 months you haven't thought about this at all. which is why you quickly finished writing the later techniques in just one afternoon. And what about her? When mentioning Lady Redfire, he put down his brush. Yes, it's really almost time. I should find an opportunity to visit the Flame Sect. It's just a pity that my cultivation level still isn't enough. I might have to wait a few more days. If I have enough medicinal herbs, someone might suddenly come knocking on the door. Knock knock, third young master. A merchant with 8 tiers will visit tomorrow. Oh, what a coincidence. Young Master Tam rolled up the scroll and told his servant, "Tell my father. I will definitely come." The next day, Duke Fook brought out a mountain of goods and handed Tom Tho a pile of sparkling gems to look at. "Old Master Tham, what do you think?" Tom Tho stroked his beard and examined it carefully, pretending to be knowledgeable. They all seem to be good treasures. Ha 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 ha, as long as Elder Tam likes them. Mr. An smiled politely and didn't forget to say some nice words to Tom Tho. These items are all treasures that help improve your strength, intentionally brought for you to see first, and they are all top-quality goods. Well, it's been a lot of trouble for the boss to put in the effort. That's how it looks on the surface. But inside, Tom Tho has no idea what's really going on. Oh my God, what are these things? I don't recognize a single one of them. Are they trustworthy? Why isn't Third Uncle here yet? Just as Third Uncle arrives, it turns out that Merchant Bat 2 came to pay his respects, so I apologize for not receiving him properly. Seeing him from afar, Elder Tam was overjoyed. Ah, he's here. Thom Tom still appears as usual, accompanied by Hua La. Wow, what is this? Old Third, greetings to the Tuo family. I am Duke Fook. Hearing that Lord Tom Tuok established his own sect here, he has transported fine goods from 3,000 miles away, hoping Lord Tuok will like them. Old Third, your items are all sparkling, but they don't seem cheap. My master is not clear, so I invited you to check it out and see for myself. Thom Thon Y took the list and price table from Tom Tho and examined them carefully. Thom Tuok, feel free to look and choose. The name Duke Fook has already increased in price by at least 2 or 3 parts. How much does the shop owner sell the Toy Lin Dan, if bought in large quantities? The Tam Tok family truly knows their craft. If your sect has just entered the world of great cultivation, you will likely need this ultimate spiritual pill to help disciples remove impurities from their meridians over a long period. My ultimate spiritual pill is genuine and sourced from the K-store. If the Tuok family wants over 1,000 pills, I'll only charge for shipping, at 2 taels of gold per pill. What do you think? Young Master Shen gave a faint smile. Ha! So what about a bunch of spirit bloodstones? Lord Shen Tuo is probably truly experienced in this field. If you are experienced in this field, you should also know that spiritual blood is an essential ingredient for refining talismans and magic arrays. If it involves hunting divine beasts and absorbing their true blood, even a top-tier expert at the 8th level of the mortal realm might not be able to be entirely sure when facing a true divine beast. If you break the Blood Spirit Stone, you can extract the condensed blood essence inside and remove impurities to get a drop of spiritual blood, but the Blood Spirit Stone may not necessarily contain blood spirit. People who break the spirit bloodstones without extracting much spirit blood are countless. If I buy everything, I have 5,000 spirit bloodstones here, only costing you 10,000 gold coins. When Tom Tho heard this number, his face darkened. Perhaps he had never spent so much money in his life. Once the spirit bloodstones are broken, they are completely destroyed and cannot be restored. And if you buy them, you have to buy all of them. But if I want to select 100 pieces, I don't know what the price will be. Hearing that, Duke Fook could no longer stay calm. Fine. Let the Tuok family choose freely. Huh? Choosing? Huh. Everyone in the world knows that spirit bloodstones are born from heaven, and there's no way to tell which ones contain spirit blood marrow and which ones don't. A hasty choice is just like a gamble. 100 spirit bloodstones are worth 200 taels of gold. Although it's a small deal, it still earns a decent profit. Shen Shanyi reached into the pile of stones and picked out a few. Wow, 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 Master. You really just throw these stones away like that? Is it really okay? They look very precious. Master On also agrees. You're better off reviewing everything carefully, Lord Tuok. No need, Father. Give him 200 taels of gold and call more people to bring the jade bottles here. In a moment, your servant will bring the money and the bottles. Third young master, your jade bottle. Click, click. Thank you. Then he took a spirit bloodstone, held it close to the bottle's mouth, and gently cracked it like cracking an egg. Inside, a drop of bright red spiritual blood is indeed flowing down. Tuok Ra's luck is really good. A smooth start. Oh. Wow, Master is so amazing, hitting 2 at once. Master Tham truly chose only those with spiritual blood, thanks to Mr. On's words. Sparkling, Each drop of spiritual blood falls into the jar one by one. Here, Boss N's eyes are wide open, unable to hide his excitement. Tuokra, he tries to calm his emotions and then speaks enthusiastically. You're about to get rich. The appraisal method for this spiritual bloodstone is worth at least $1 million. And with a partner, its value could be multiplied many times. Collaborate with me, Tuok family. Once you meet Maya and Tam Tuok agrees to cooperate, take all the spiritual blood marrow from this batch of stones and return or sell the rest. Just the price difference alone could net a big profit. It's clear that the Tuok family is also experienced in the trade and understands the importance of this piece of stone. Moreover, the noble class has just risen in Bot 2. If you and I cooperate, I will help you prepare various secret cultivation techniques. This is truly a profitable deal. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will benefit both parties. Ha! Boss Ann is really taking a risk. How do you know this isn't my illusion technique? I have traveled south and north for many years, and while I can't speak for everything, I am certain my eyes are not mistaken. I also can't fail to see whether the Count's skills are real or fake, so I must thank Boss An for valuing me. That's right. Tam Tuok family's deliberate display of their skills is surely not just for show. If this technique is performed in front of major sects, it would definitely attract attention. If the Tam Tuok family no longer wishes to join the major sects and instead establishes their own, it is clear they have their own ambitions. For a new sect that has not yet stabilized in this world, collaborating with us is almost inevitable. The Tuok family is incredibly formidable. I truly admire them. With just this move, the Tuok family could travel the world. I won't waste words anymore. If the Tuok family agrees to teach me this move, I will cover all the spirit blood and marrow needed by Hui Sun Trang in the future. Aigu, you are truly a wealthy person. Old third, our spirit. Blood essence is not much money left, right? This technique is a bit special, only I can use. You also can't learn it. Besides, if you want to supply the spiritual blood and marrow that the Chi Sword Mountain sect needs, you will definitely go bankrupt in less than 30 years. Oh, that's a pity, but going bankrupt. The largest sects in the Baitu world today only consume around 20 to 50,000 each year, yet they say I will go bankrupt in less than 30 years. How is that possible? Moreover, if I learn how to appraise spirit bloodstones, how much profit each deal could bring, then there's no need to worry about those costs. Well, if that's the case, the only way is for me to select a batch each time, bring it to the mountain villa for appraisal, and then profit from the transaction 3 or 7 times a day. Who would have thought that young Master Shen San would bargain straightforwardly? I want 5 parts. You get 5 parts. Moreover, I am busy with closed-door cultivation, so I can only come once every 3 months, a trade every 3 months. If I bring 3 to 4 10,000 spirit bloodstones each time, I can earn about 3 to 4,000 spirit bloodwaters. One order would bring a profit of 100,000 gold taels, and even if divided over 5 years, I would still earn more than 200,000 gold taels annually. He scratched his head and reluctantly agreed. It seems the Tuok family is also good at business. 5 years it is, I accept. Old Boss Ann is really easy to talk to, then it's decided. For the first collaboration to show sincerity, you should give me this batch of top spirit pills as a gift. Also, there are 3 9 void pills covered in dust in your shipment, and you probably can't do anything with them. Just give them to me then. As for medicines like white birch pill and marching talisman, take a portion and pay half the listed price. With the ledger, what profit is there in half price, especially when I have to give away so many treasures for free? No, I must stay calm. And Duke Fuk, think carefully. This Shen Shun Yi is a major investor, but is he really worth investing so much in? Isn't the most important thing for a merchant their keen sense of business opportunities? I might be the first to discover this method of appraising spiritual bloodstones. Intelligence is the most valuable asset in trade. The Tuok family can rest assured I should show my intentions even if they don't ask. But items like the dark spirit pill and white phlegm pill are one thing, and the 9 void pill, what about the 9 origin pills? Are you already planning to betray before you even finish speaking? Hua La quickly spoke on behalf of her master, showing her broad knowledge, and probably knew that the 9 void pills could transform true qi into false qi, greatly aiding in advancing cultivation. But this item was originally taboo, and not everyone could use it casually. Mr. On seems to have good intentions in issuing such a warning to the protagonist. If the soul of the person taking it is not strong enough, they cannot control the transformation between essence and spirit, and the effects will be completely different, even causing a regression in their cultivation level. Regression indeed, you have just arrived at the 8 extremes, so I believe that the 9 Hudan is still too early for the Tuok family to possess. If Master Shaman Tham interrupts him, I understand, but you don't need to worry, just choose other items. These 3 void pills, just give them to me.
Hey, hey, hey! Tamtho and Huala were both terrified by the information just now. Clearly both of them would be very surprised by the calm attitude of the divine doctor, and Duke Fook sighed and gave up. The 2 families, that's enough. Still can't talk about the Tuok family.
This is the 9 void pill. After saying that, he took out 3 pills from his pocket. The doctor took them, and Duke Fook didn't forget to remind him, "Take them out. I have to remind you once more. Hudan has very potent medicinal properties. Take 1 pill every 3 days, waiting for the effects of the first to fully digest before taking the second. What if not? Let's go. That is Sohoala." "Yes, sir." Sohoala turned around and pushed his master forward, and Duke Fook and Tamtho could only look at each other speechlessly, then said, "Don't look at me. Their temper is just like that." "Master, are you planning to eat this pill directly? Isn't it true that you once taught that martial arts and the way should be learned step by step? And besides, isn't the old man's side also rushing things?" The divine doctor put the pill back into the jar. He. Miss Hoala looked pleased, thinking she had persuaded her stubborn master. Indeed, caution is necessary. I knew that the master wanted this treasure early, probably just afraid that the shady merchant would raise the price later, not that he would cry out and directly take all 3 pills himself. The divine doctor remains as calm as ever. "Don't be surprised, push me under the cinnamon tree. But no matter what, taking all 3 pills at once is just too dangerous." Huola suddenly chuckled foolishly. "Ha ha ha. Fine, I'll wait. I trust you." "Master, if something happens, it seems I, Hoala, might be a bit of a gossip." Before I could finish speaking, it was already happening. Thamthon Ai's hair is white, his face gaunt, breathing cold, lips cracked. "It's over. It's ruined. The master taking medicine recklessly has caused a big problem." That young lady screamed. Huola hurriedly led Tamtho, the divine doctor, and unrush over. Quickly, divine doctor, look at this." After taking 3 void pills at once, young Master Tam immediately looked like he aged 20 years, appearing very unwell. Indeed, at this moment, his hair was white, and his face gaunt and clearly visible. Duke Fook panicked. 3 pills, I told you this medicine shouldn't be taken like that. But only the divine doctor Truk Tu Tung remained calm. "Talking is useless. Let me check his pulse first." "Master physician, how is it? The pulse is truly remarkable." He frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. Although Third Young Master's appearance had completely changed, his pulse was steady and the protective energy around his heart was not life-threatening. "You say the vital energy is protecting the heart. That's impossible." After taking the 9 void pill, the spiritual energy suddenly increased 9-fold, transforming into essence and then harmonizing. How could it be controlled? Moreover, Tuokjia ate 3 pills at once, meaning the spiritual energy increased 27 times. Even with a firm spirit, it would be impossible to endure. This is also the first time I've seen this 9 void pill. If Boss Ann also understands the principles of medicine, could it be considered? All right, let me take a look. The Tem family still has a faint stream of weak energy protecting the heart. Could it be that the Tem family still retains some self-awareness? Did the Third Young Master give any instructions before drinking? Did he say for me to wait 3 days for the result? If the Third Young Master said so, then it must be right. And Duke Fook still doesn't understand why everyone isn't worried about the young master and loudly asks, Hey, is this okay? What the Third Young Master said will definitely come true, so there's no point in worrying. But we just need to wait 3 days. At this moment, in the protagonist's mind, streams of true energy are continuously restructuring his body, his hand turning into energy and then gradually condensing back, returning to its original state. After a long while, Shen Yi opened his eyes, and the first image he saw was Suo Huola with a joyful expression. Third Young Master is awake. Hee. Master On, look at this, Old Master Thom Tho said proudly. Young Master Tham looked around and found a basin of ice cubes nearby. The ice cubes are for cooling down the body of Third Young Master, who is extremely hot. Honestly, these past 2 days he's been burning through the entire backyard. It's really terrifying. So that's how it is, I was careless. As he spoke, he struggled to stand up. I thought it was just on a small matter, but it ended up making my father and the others worry so much. Thud, he stood firmly on his own feet. Master On also looked at him in confusion. Rest assured, I won't do that anymore. Tukjia your legs. So Huala chuckles proudly. Hey, I wonder if you know or not. It's about channeling energy into the legs so they can move normally. I've seen this before. No, this time it's not. Why did I get it wrong? Hoa shouted loudly, using the 9 void pill to refine essence into chi, then transforming chi into spirit, with his entire body's blood essence forging his meridians. Of course, this is still nothing special. It's time to say goodbye to the old friend he's used for over a year. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the 9 void pill to have such miraculous effects, but this blood fusion spell is still a dangerous method that ordinary people wouldn't dare to try. I've been doing business in Batu for over 30 years and have met many characters, but someone like Shen Tuo is the first time I've encountered. This time I came to Qijian Mountain Villa for the right reason.
All right, so Huola, get ready to go with me to Tsuviem Sect.
Oh, you're leaving so soon, Master? One reason is to check the situation in the Batu world, and the other is to seek the Fire of Death heart technique for Elder Shichua. Now that I am also the head of a sect, I must set an example for my disciples. Under the setting sun, Su Huola and Shen Shenayiried their horses towards Tsu Wei Sect. I'm so tired. My butt hurts to death. Oh, Master, the 9. Netherland is already narrow enough, but riding horses back and forth is okay. But the Batu world is just too vast. Do we have to ride horses everywhere we go? How long will it take then? Well, actually, maybe some of the mountain sects in the back have captured some rare creatures, like the gold-eyed coin-reporting beasts that can travel 1,000 miles in a day. If we could get a few support beasts, traveling would be faster. We can ask Nduk Fuk to buy them. Of course, if you can cultivate to higher realms beyond the 4th stage of martial arts mastery, you will be able to learn higher levels of flying magic. The more spiritual energy you have, the faster you can travel through the air. Spellcasting and flying through the sky when the time comes, a 1,000-mile journey can be covered just by reaching the court. Flying through the sky, is that okay? It sounds very wonderful, but I don't know when I will be able to reach the 4th level of the true martial arts again. The earlier levels are easier, and the later levels are more difficult. It's not hard to advance quickly through the first 5 levels, but the higher levels will require more effort in cultivation. Young Master Shen comforts her. Yes, indeed, the true human realm is very difficult. Stop. Wait a moment. Did Master just say that the 5th realm is not difficult? Something's not right. The leader of the 2VM sect we're following now is only at the 3rd stage, isn't he? Claiming that the 5 realms are not difficult is a bit of an exaggeration. If you listen to me and don't secretly cheat, you could probably reach the 4th realm in about 5 or 6 years. Moreover, practicing martial arts also depends on the person. Your talent is truly not bad, so don't underestimate yourself. I don't choose disciples lightly. Yeah. Huala's reaction seems calm, but perhaps now she realizes she's not as weak as she once thought. Soon, the two of them arrived at their destination.
Young Master Tham said, "We have arrived, and they are at a large mountain. Is this 2VM Sect?"
The sky is filled with billowing purple clouds, creating a mysterious and surreal beauty. Even so, Huala can't help but exclaim, "Please stop, both of you in front." Both? The 2 gatekeeper disciples asked, "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Shijian Shan Zhuangshan Zhenyi has come to pay respects to the head of Ziwei Sect. After speaking, he waved his hand and handed a stack of money to the gatekeeper, asking you to inform the sect master. All right, please wait a moment. I will go deliver this invitation to the sect master. Wow, the sun is about to set and we're still dealing with this trouble. Master, do you think we'll have to sleep rough tonight? Don't worry, it'll only be a moment. Get off the horse and wait. A moment later, the remaining gatekeeper received a message. You two, the sect master's orders, I will lead you up the mountain. Please, just tie the horse to the nearby stable. Let me help you with your horse, and then I will escort Mr. Jen Yun. Wala looked at the stairs and sighed. Ha, the stairs are beautiful. Even though a bit worn, maybe they've been here for a very long time. Yes, our 2VM sect has a 1,000-year history, and these jade stairs have seen countless top experts walk up. 500 years ago, the 2VM martial arts competition was a hugely influential event. Hoala was a bit dissatisfied, but now you are just a small sect, so what's there to boast about? You are just... How many years has it been since the last 2VM martial arts competition? Does the Tuok family know about the 2VM martial arts competition? Since the disappearance of the founder, the 2VM sect has gradually declined, and it has been 460 years since the 2VM martial arts competition was held. Has it really been 460 years since then? Tran Yi pondered silently. Master, you truly are extraordinary. You even know about events from 100 years ago. Knowing more will help me a lot. This sky full of purple clouds at Tuviem Tong is the result of an ancient master's legacy. 400 years ago. During the martial arts competition, 2 warriors fought so fiercely that they cracked the Tavon mineral peak, creating the Tavon waterfall, and the vapor from their battle formed the purple clouds. To this day, the Tuvon mineral has long since dried up, and the waterfall has ceased flowing, but the purple clouds still haven't disappeared. Tam Tuak Jia, you also know how terrifying it is, but luckily the Tuvon mineral is exhausted. Otherwise, the inheritance of Tuviem Mountain might have already vanished. Oh, this 2VM mineral truly is a treasure. After the decline of 2VM Sect, the surrounding powers all coveted its power, constantly eager to seize it and destroy the Sect to claim it. Unexpectedly, the 2VM mineral suddenly dried up, and the 2VM waterfall stopped flowing, causing the surrounding forces to lose interest. They finally arrived after climbing for a while. So Huala pointed in one direction and said, "Master, look over there. It's a ruined statue with no head, covered in vines and moss, while the deputy sect leader of the 2VM sect sips his tea, smelling the refreshing aroma before leisurely enjoying it. The gatekeeper disciple has now led master and disciple Tam Tran Wai here. The deputy sect master and the head of Chi Jian Mountain sect are in the south, and Tam Tuak has come to pay his respects." The gaze of the second most powerful woman in the sect swept over the two outsiders. "Oh, you must be the Tam Tuak family, right?" The master hasn't spoken yet, but the disciple has already confirmed. Yes, a few months ago, the Tam Tuak family executed Yue Fi Xian and sent her to explore the Bat 2 world, where he was granted the title of Count, on par with our 2VM sect. Boy Vokai was a bit surprised. "Huh, that's enough. Step back now." "Understood. I am Vice Sect Master Bo Wuki. Today the Sect Master is in seclusion, so I, the Deputy Sect Master, am here to host the guests and hope for your understanding. But coincidentally, I also want to see what kind of person the one who slays the moon in the mortal realm is. I never expected that someone as young as you could be capable of slaying the moon," Tran Wai said, about to deliver his usual sarcastic remark. "Jiu is just Jiwui," Huola panicked, and from years of experience, my master is definitely about to start mocking again. Oh my, on someone else's territory, if I say the wrong thing, there's no way to escape. "Master Bo, it is truly an honor that you, the leader of the Bo sect, have taken the time to meet with me and my master." After speaking, she secretly glanced at Boy Vo Ki. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so formal. My deputy sect leader isn't some kind of demon or anything. Our sect knows that Quison Trong is new to the Bat 2 world and will surely face difficulties. Although 2VM sect has not yet fallen, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Yushan village just needs to say the word, and our sect will definitely help. Huola was overjoyed to hear this. This vice sect leader seems easy to talk to. That's great, just take it slow and get to know each other. Maybe there will be a chance. If the vice sect leader is so generous and tolerant, then it's easy to talk. I heard that your sect's Heartfire Imperial secret technique is very special. I wonder if it can be gifted to our elder Ha. My master is causing trouble again. Can you really say that directly? Oh my god. Bovo Kai stared in shock at Tron Wai and asked, "Do you know what you're saying?" "I know. Of course I won't let your 2VM sect suffer any disadvantages. To obtain the Heartfire Emperor, I also prepared a secret manual and am willing to exchange with your esteemed sect, offering great support." Before Tran Wai could finish, Boy Vo Ki interrupted, daring to want it with his level. "Our secret techniques, huh? The Heartfire of the Purple Sect is an important inheritance of our sect, so there's no way I can tell you. Don't even dream about it. The Heartfire Emperor is indeed important, but the secret technique I want to exchange with your sect is not trivial and is closely related to your sect. Don't say any more. This arrogant newcomer just entered and already wants to steal the secret technique of the Ban sect. I've never seen anyone so shameless before." Anger flared up, and Bo Wuji didn't hesitate to call the two teachers and students arrogant. Still maintaining a patient attitude, Shen Zhenyi asked, "Is it really okay for Deputy Sect Leader to decide this on his own, or should I invite the Sect Master over?" But before he could finish speaking, Wu Qi directly struck his throat. "Enough already! What right does a newly established sect in Nine Nether have to exchange ideas with the Tsu Shin Fire King? Are you just bragging without shame? You should go home and learn how to speak properly to elders. We do not welcome people like you here." Huola is now panic-stricken. What should I do? It just seems like he's really angry, Master. After all, he's a prominent figure second only to the sect leader, yet he's so easily provoked. The gatekeeper disciple earlier unexpectedly went to the town to speak on his behalf. "Tham Tukja, I apologize. The deputy sect leader's temper has always been bad and has become more irritable in recent days. Mentioning the inheritance of our sect is truly a serious taboo. This matter probably won't be easy to negotiate. It's a big deal, and I want to meet with the sect leader of Kwai sect before deciding on the next step." The deputy sect leader didn't even bother to listen to my words, fearing the sect leader would blame her if he found out. If that's the case, I will go and speak to the deputy sect leader once more, but currently the sect leader is in seclusion, so I can only relay the message through the deputy sect leader. Sorry to bother you. A moment later, he went to the deputy sect master's room to report. Knock knock, is there anything else? Deputy sect leader, Tam Tuok's family wants to meet with the sect leader and says this is very important. What nonsense. A meeting for what? The inheritance lines of our sect, such an arrogant guest, hurry and chase him out. You're a disciple of the sect. How dare you help outsiders? The disciple quickly apologized in fear. I, the junior disciple, will not dare to issue the order to send that Tam Tuok down the mountain with the Fire 6 absolute formation. Today, he will remember this. Hey, are you trying to attack us? The order has just been issued, and soon 6 disciples will surround you and your master. Every one of them wields a sharp sword with murderous intent. One of them spoke, Tam Tran Wai, how dare you aspire to inherit our sect's legacy, obeying the order of deputy sect leader? We will drive you down the mountain. If you honestly leave this place and still cause trouble, don't blame us for acting ruthlessly. Tham Tran Wai glanced over them, assessing their clothing and weapons, and realized that after more than 400 years, they hadn't changed at all. All right, then let me see how much power the Purple Fire 6 Ultimate Formation still holds after 400 years. If that's the case, I will also test how much strength the Tsuho 6 Ultimate Formation has after 400 years. Which gang dares to disrespect our sect? Disciples, capture this person and bring them to the sect leader for punishment. The group of disciples responded in unison. Wow, they seem very spirited. As expected, meeting the King of Hell is easy, but the little devil is hard to deal with. Tam Tran Wai originally planned that when he met the Tongchu Tofuang Tri, just presenting the exchange item would surely move him to tears. Even if they are not grateful, they will not see this as an unfair deal and will treat us politely. But Deputy Sect Leader Boy Wookie, upset over something unrelated to him, wants to drive us away from the mountain. These disciples, in their flattery, even said they wanted to capture us. Ha ha! Tran Yi chuckled softly. It's been 400 years after all. As he finished speaking, a disciple charged forward, forming a seal with his left hand while channeling energy into the tip of his sword, unleashing waves of deadly aura. Master, be careful. It's okay. He lifted his foot, lightly kicking the floor, causing the surrounding energy to burst out and rush toward the blonde-haired disciple. What? Has Tuvium been destroyed? So, you think leaving the formation alone makes you part of the battle too? He coldly pointed out as Tran Wai charged forward, swinging his hand at the disciple, knocking him back. Luckily, his senior brother protected him. Su Huin, thank you. Everyone, stay calm. Let's reset the formation. A-OK-A. Master, are you fighting us alone with your strength? That's right. Is there a problem? Tran Wai smirked confidently, looking directly at those disciples. The purple-haired guy looks like the angry commander shouting, "How arrogant! Everyone attack now." Tran Yi glanced, gently raising both hands to deflect the incoming sword, avoiding it with ease, counterattacking, and still having enough strength to teach Huala outside. Huala, listen carefully. This thing called formation is about gathering the strength of many people, increasing power so that the weaker can fight against stronger opponents. Does the master teach this right on the spot? The 6 Deadly Fires, formation of the Void Flame Sect, is a team of 6 people challenging opponents one level above. Usually, without coordination, even 10 or 100 people would find it hard to fight against opponents who are a realm higher. As for the Tu Hua Luk Tweet, it only relies on 6 people to form a small-scale formation considered a secret technique of Tuviem Sect besides the Tu Hua Tam Huang. But just as he finished speaking, Tran Wai leapt up to dodge the attack. Your foundation is unstable, and on top of that, you lack the ability to coordinate with others. He slashed out a sword energy with 2 fingers, but the purple-haired senior brother blocked with his sword, yet the force was so great that his hand trembled, as if about to give way. Your movements are too slow, your techniques are chaotic, controlled by your minds, and shamefully you are all over the place. Is this what you call the 2-star Tu Hua Luk Tweet formation? Elder brother with purple hair shouted angrily, "How dare that villain speak so arrogantly? Our inheritance cannot fall into your hands. Disciples, obey the order, combine your swords, and kill this traitor." After finishing, the purple lightning descended. You dare call me that traitor? If the violent Star Sect has been disrespectful before, then I won't hold back anymore. The swords of the 6 people shot out bolts of deathly lightning, forming a dragon-shaped barrier. Boom, boom, boom. A loud commotion erupts, yet that disciple was shot back outside the veranda. How is that possible? Don't worry, I won't kill you. You'll just be unconscious for a few years at most. Since it has come to this, we will no longer bother you. We will go directly to Van An Nai to meet Totong Chu. As he spoke, he brushed the dust off his clothes. So Hoala followed behind, chuckling apologetically to the unconscious disciples with broken swords on the ground. At this moment, at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Bai Nguyet Khao, the true lord, and vice sect leader Boi Vo Ki are drinking together. They exchange affectionate glances, and the man even puts his arm around her shoulder. Drink up this one. The white-haired man quickly finishes the cup in his hand. Ka's vitality is truly impressive. Ha ha, with such a beauty by my side, I can drink as much as I want without any problem. Young Master Kao was just joking. Then he glanced at the two peaches that Boi Vo Ki was holding. Ha ha, it's nothing really with a figure like young lady Boy. There aren't many people like her in the mortal world. The man called Kao Kong Tu leaned in close to Boi Vo Ki's ear. Did I say something wrong? Beautiful Boi Vo Ki stopped him with a single finger. So the thing we discussed earlier, well, of course, anything involving the beauty seems like these two are having some shady deal. A familiar voice suddenly rings out from outside, once again interrupting Lord Ku's words. Oh, really? The deputy sect leader immediately jumped up with lightning-fast speed. Someone? Shen Zhenyi and Huola both walk in. The deputy sect leader didn't want to take me to see the sect leader, so it turns out he was busy with this. So Huola, being young, blushed for the first time witnessing this scene, quickly covering her eyes with both hands and stammering out a few giggles. Ha ha. Let the disciples block outsiders while I enjoy myself in the back courtyard or with a deputy sect leader. How rude. I can't take it anymore. Deputy sect leader Bo threw the wine cup in her hand straight at the male protagonist. The wine in the cup sprays out, carrying hidden internal energy, transforming into a sharp water blade rushing forward. Don't blame me for being ruthless, but our male lead shows no sign of flinching. Oh, using the Sanguit Shuriken technique? That's some skill, but unfortunately too weak. After finishing, he reached out to catch the water blade and then spun it around. He gently held it, using his own internal energy to strengthen it into a spear, then shot it straight at Bao Wuchi. You? Do you really think that using your own sect's skills can hurt me? Bovoki, still proud, didn't notice that her skirt had been hit by a palm strike and torn apart. Boy clan leader. Look down, Hoala kindly reminds you. Tham Tran Wai, you're going too far, daring to insult me. This isn't over yet. Humiliation? Do you even know shame? Young Master Kao could no longer stand by and boldly stepped forward to shield his beloved. Zhenyan, Bai Yu is a kicking Lord Kao's leg here. I hope my friend will show restraint and not force me to intervene. Zhenyan and his disciple walk straight past him, never having heard of this before. The white-haired man, shaken heavily. Have you never heard of me? Well then, boy, today I will let you taste what I can do. Just a moment ago he was so fierce, and now he's crying like a child. That's too much. How could someone be so brutal? My father has never hit me like that before. Cao Cao Chan Quan, are you all right? Hey, do be gentle. Big Sister Tham Tran Wai, stop right there. She told us to stop, Master. Let her go. Yes, Boi Vo Ki's voice still echoed from behind the wall. Tham Tran Yi, at the highest point of Tu Viem Peak, is a mirror-like cliff where no plants grow. Bathed in moonlight and sunlight, all previous Tu Viem sect masters have come here to comprehend the Tu Hoa Tam Huang. Right here up on this spot, come on, the two master and disciple immediately step into the air and fly up. Wow, that is precisely Tu Phuong Tra channeling energy under the moonlight. Seeing that scene, Hoa La hurriedly stopped him. Wait, master, she is indeed in seclusion. You'd better not rush in to disturb her. Your mind is not calm. You cannot reflect the brilliance of the sun and moon, and your light is impure. How can you improve? It's better to give up while there's still time to avoid damaging your foundation. Hearing these words, the female sect leader immediately stopped her training. Oh, why did she stop practicing? Could it really be happening for real? The woman stood up without saying a word. Our male lead calmly approaches her and says, You are not at peace. Tu Phuong Trai is about to speak when So Huala feels guilty. Wow. The deputy sect master's temper is worse than I thought. Provoking the sect master is not a good idea. But contrary to her worry, Tu Phuong Trai remains calm and composed beyond expectations. I don't know which venerable master stepped in to guide us, but young Miss Tu Phuong Trai bowed in gratitude. Wow, I didn't expect this sect leader to be so easy to talk to, and he looks quite young too. At this moment, Boi Vo Ki also flew over quickly. Tongchu, don't worry, I was late to come to your rescue. Let this reckless guy disturb your seclusion. I will catch him and punish him. It's okay, this gentleman just offered some advice and helped me out. He has no intention of causing trouble, but Vo Kai still stubbornly argued. Sect leader, don't listen to his boastful nonsense. This guy is the head of some Chi Sword Mountain sect nearby. He intends to spy on the secret technique of inheritance, the purple fire heart of our Tuvium sect. Today he came up the mountain, probably to steal our mental technique. These words seem to have some effect on the female sect leader. Oh, I ordered my disciple to chase him down the mountain. But I didn't expect him to be so arrogant and unreasonable, relying on his strong martial skills to barge into Von On Nai and alarm the sect leader. Hey, why are you talking nonsense like that? Master, I didn't mean to take anything from you without permission. I was here to exchange for something else. But before I could finish explaining, you called people to attack us. The male lead ignored the accusations and directly stated the item he wanted to exchange, the Tu Fuang Huan Luan incantation. What kind of incantation is that? I am the head of the Tuvium sect. How could I need a spell so incomprehensible? Tham Tra Ni sneered at the vice sect leader's ignorance, while Tu Fuang Trai was completely stunned. Is the true incantation of the phoenix flying over the rainbow really it? The sect leader doesn't need to waste words with him anymore. My subordinate will handle this troublemaker. Wait, this is my guest. Don't be rude. Oh. How did Master do that? Walla watched from the side and couldn't help but admire. Sect leader, don't let this kid deceive you. Our sect has just advanced. There's nothing that can compare to us. No need to say more to the Boyfo sect leader. Just ignore that fool as the young master, the one who just defeated the moon and was appointed as the family head of Tam Tran Y. It is I. Does the young master have the true speech of the Purple Phoenix Circular? Dealing with the sect leader. The Tu Fuang Huan Luan secret chant has only ever been passed down to the sect leader of Tu Viem sect, so it's understandable that you don't know. Sorry, that's right. The main lineage of the sect has been passed down, but I am not a direct descendant of the Tuvium sect, yet I can mention this name, so I naturally know about the inheritance of the true words, but in reality, since the first sect leader disappeared, this secret has been incomplete, and only 3 lines remain in my generation. How many lines do you have? Of course, there are 24 complete lines. No way. The complete 24 sentences were only known by the founding ancestor of the first generation, and even the second generation ancestor only had 12 incomplete sentences. Unless you are the heir of the founding ancestor, how could you possibly possess all 24 complete lines of the true language? The order of the ancestral sect is free and unrestrained, so they naturally wouldn't meet me. But the current sect leader must know that the true language of the phoenix-winged lotus was not created by the order's ancestor, but was passed down by someone else. These 24 sentences of mine were definitely obtained from that person. The sect leader must believe it, right? That's just nonsense. How could a matter from so many years ago be related to you? That's right. Even if the Wen Xian sect did record it, that person left long before the disappearance of the ancestral founder. Sham Tuok family just descended from the Nine Netherland. How could they have met anyone before? The more I talk about this, the stranger it gets. The sect leader probably doesn't believe it. Then say something else. The Tsuhua Heart King is indeed a powerful cultivation method. But over the past 100 years, the Tzu Viem sect has gradually declined. Training with the Fireheart King is like enduring all kinds of torment in hell. Every day of cultivation is like jumping into boiling oil and flames. Even the most resilient willpower cannot sustain this practice for long, making it very difficult to reach the great success realm. The first generation sect leader of the Tu Viem sect was initially gifted the complete Tu Fuang Huan Luan mantra by a venerable master, and with these 24 verses, he gradually unraveled the curse, eventually avoiding the agony of fiery destruction from Tu Hua Tam Huang and becoming a great sect master. But the founding sect leader suddenly passed away, and although the inheritance was preserved, the original mantra was cut off from that point on. This is also the reason behind the tragedy of the Tu Viem sect. Without the complete Tu Fuang Huan Luan mantra, cultivating the Tu Hua Tam Huang is truly not easy. The decline of Tu Viem Tong is not the fault of To Tong Chu. On the contrary, as long as the sect leader obtains this complete true scripture, there will be no more suffering from the burning flames when cultivating Tu Hua Tam Huang. With its help, the sect master can easily break through to the next martial arts realm. The sect master should consider carefully and not be swayed by this villain's reckless words. Senior Tuo, I have said everything I should say. No matter what, this opportunity is right in front of us. I can only tell you that the 24 words of the Phoenix Ring Lone True mantra I hold are genuine, so the choice is yours. Please decide for yourself. Vice sect leader hesitated for a moment before asking, do you want to exchange the true Phoenix complete Lotus secret incantation for the Crimson Fire Heart King? Yes. I don't know what the sect leader thinks. Hurry up. The disciples hurriedly rushed up the mountain to see what was happening. The name of Qijian Mountain Sect has already gone to Venan Nyai,
And the deputy sect leader was there first. This person has no good intentions. Let's summon all the elders to Van On Nai. So, the young master wants to exchange the true mantra of the Crimson Phoenix Huan Lon for the Crimson Fire Heart King.
Exactly, Tongchu. The boy Tongchu was sweating profusely, thinking for a moment. Right now, I can still use my strength to suppress the unbearable pain caused by the Tu Hua Tam Huang, but the hidden heat poison in my body cannot last until the later stage. If I keep going like this, my body definitely won't hold out. If I can get the Tu Fuang Huan Lon true chant, I can definitely take a step further and push Tu Hua Tam Huang to a higher level. At that point, the status of the Purple Flame sect would no longer be the same as before. Fine, I will follow Tam Tuok's wishes. As long as the Tuok family passes down the Tu Fuang Huan Luan true spell to me, the secret technique of our sect will be in my hands. Bovo Kai was panic-stricken. Master, he must be deceiving you. We absolutely cannot fall into his trap.
Hearing the false accusation, Tam Chan Ai only sighed in frustration and then decided to recite the 2 lines from the Tu Fuang Huan Luan incantation.
The true Phoenix complete spell is the fire. Phoenix complete spell, and it also consists of 2 missing core incantation phrases. Master To is stunned. Seeing this, Boivo Kai quickly runs over to shake his senior sister, saying, Tongchu, please reconsider.
Boy, younger sister, be quiet.
This is a matter that concerns both myself and the future of 2VM sect.
How could I let my naive and reckless junior sister ruin it? If we offend the other side, and they refuse to exchange the Tu Fuang Huan Lon incantation, wouldn't I become a sinner for eternity?
For the first time I saw Tu Tongchu so angry like that. The disciples watching from behind were just enjoying the show and whispering. So the sect leader also knows how to get angry. Did I arrive too late? What's going on?
Oh, it seems this lord is here to discuss an important matter, and the deputy sect leader, not knowing what to do, insisted on driving him away, which made the sect leader unhappy.
Hey, come out here quickly! Hearing these words, the embarrassed sect master felt deeply humiliated, snorted, and immediately ran off the mountain peak. The Phoenix Tail Flame secret spell is an ancient lost secret of our sect, thanks to Tam Tuok for returning it. It's just a small ember of death fire, nothing special. I order you to go and get it immediately. If Kui Trang needs anything in the future, just say the word, and 2VM sect will do its best to support.
Master Shen pulls out a book from his pocket. No need, these are the 24 lines of the Phoenix Tail Feather True incantation that I personally wrote. You can verify them here.
Miss Tu read through and quickly realized a truth. It is real. The Tam Tuok family sent the chief elder to bring a stunning purple flame heart, the Tu Hua Tam Huang, here. The elder hesitated, saying, Tongchu, the Tu Hua Tam Huang flame heart is fundamental to our sect, but Miss Tong doesn't seem to care about that, she said through clenched teeth. Bring it here, yes. The elder finally fell silent and left. A moment later, he returned, holding a stunningly beautiful purple lotus carved from crystal, with something green hidden inside. Could that be the Tu Hua Tam Huang? Perhaps returning the true mantra of the Crimson Phoenix Huan Lon is a small matter for the Tam Tuok family. But for the 2VM sect, it is a major issue related to the 10,000 years of heaven. Our sect has nothing to give in return, only this Tu Hua Tam Huang Diem Tam. I will always remember this kindness. The Crimson Flame Heart and the Fiery Heart contain the complete inheritance of the 2VM Tong. Before this fiery heart is exhausted, it will be enough to help our Kikiem Mountain sect nurture many true martial arts experts. This time, Master To truly sacrificed everything. Thank you, Master To, for your trust. If I had refused, it would have been disrespectful. This young man. Tu Fuang appears gentle on the outside, but acts very decisively, truly carrying the aura of his ancestors. Tam Tran Yi believes that 2VM Tong will definitely have a chance to rise again in the future. Meanwhile, Deputy Sect Leader Boi Fo returned to her room and violently kicked open the door. She had a swollen face from being slapped and was looking for the white-haired man named Kao. Are you the one now bandaged all over after Tam Tran Yui's beating? Have you caught that kid yet, Lord Kao? Young Master Kao, listen to me. The sect leader treats that Tam Tran Wai as a guest of honor, and without distinguishing right from wrong, he turned around and hit me. How could I dare to catch him? Huh?
Honored guest, you have come to 2VM sect, are you not my guest? Being beaten by someone, your sect leader not only shows no anger towards me, but even shares the same desire with him. Are you trying to disrespect Bai Nguyen and ignore me? I have to go back and tell my father. That's right, I don't know what kind of trance potion that kid gave the sect master to drink, but I think I forgot to tell the sect master about young Master Kao being beaten, though it seems I can use this to my advantage. If Lord Ling learns about this, he will definitely be furious, and it will involve our 2VM sect as well.
Don't worry, this doesn't concern you. I will have my father talk to Sect leader and crush that little brat to vent my anger. She then sneered maliciously. Hi, Tam Tran Wai, I will make sure you die in agony. On a mountain peak of Chijian Mountain Villa, a pillar of light shoots straight into the sky. That is So Hua La, who is now focusing all her strength on cultivation. Opposite her, her grandmother and Tam Kong Tu are leisurely enjoying tea in a peaceful setting. Having broken through to the third stage of the immortal martial arts realm in 3 years is quite an achievement. Ever since this child followed third young master, his cultivation has become even more diligent, now surpassing mine. It seems third young master truly knows how to teach. Just then, Tham Tho approached from behind. Master Tham, I truly admire you. Elder Shi Hua is humble indeed. I hear that you previously merged your martial arts with the realm of the true person stage, reaching the first layer of the true person martial way. Congratulations. Congratulations. I must also thank third young master for his help. Memories from 3 years ago flood back. When third young master returned from the 2VM sect, he brought me the 2 Hua Tam Huang Diem heart, allowing me to surpass the mortal martial arts realm in this life. Master Thom raised the violet lotus, breaking it into small pieces, then shot them toward Elder Shichhua. The 2 Hua Tam Huang is the inheritance of 2 VM Tong, and can be merged with Elder Shichhua's true fire chi. Use your true chi to envelop it, and blend this fiery heart to comprehend its inheritance. A piece of the violet lotus enters Shichlao's body, and the martial heritage of 2 Viem Tong within the 2 Hua Tam Huang Diem Tam is a complete system, enough to illuminate my path on the journey to becoming a true martial artist in the future. A tiny spark of Diem Tam is enough for me to comprehend for a lifetime. Once Shich Hua Lao Lao fully understands it, he can pass it on to his disciples, forming a separate lineage of inheritance. Thank you, third young master. The remaining part will be temporarily stored in the warehouse. In the future, if the Liet Duong estate or its disciples join Qijian Mountain Sect, achieve great deeds, or attain success in cultivation, it can be used as a reward. Old Shich Hua accepted the jar containing a portion of the demonic heart. Hua La stared intently at the remaining flower in young Master Tam's hand. What does the master plan to do with the rest of the fiery heart and the yellow flame heart? Zhen Wai glanced at Hua La and the child, sensing an ominous feeling. After a moment of thought, he realized that this child was also cultivating divine fire or true energy on the mortal realm path, and this death fire yellow flame heart could be used to strengthen the foundation. After advancing to the human stage in sword cultivation, I can become a person myself, and save the effort of guiding that girl. Meanwhile, So Hua La was trembling with excitement. Master, please don't look at me like that. So, Hua La clenched her teeth tightly. Ah! Shen Zhenyi suddenly strikes with a palm, causing those petals to fly into Hua La's body. Master, what are you doing? I used sword energy to transfer the pure fire heart and yellow flame heart into your body to help you improve your cultivation. From now on, you and I will go into seclusion behind the mountain until we finish refining the Deathfire Heart Imperial Flame. Otherwise, if we don't, it will explode and kill us. So Hua La was terrified. Master, you set a trap for me. Returning to the present, So Hua La withdrew the beam of light as if the training had ended. She slowly opened her eyes, 2 small flames flickering in her pupils, looking extremely excited. Finally, I have finished refining the Deathfire Heart of the Imperial Flame, and becoming the undefeated in the world is just around the corner. All right, that's enough noise. Master, look. I am now at the peak of the 3rd stage of the true person realm in martial arts. Shen Yi smiles, feeling quite satisfied. The effectiveness of the purple fire heart, King Flame Heart, has basically been refined. Truly, even when praising others, it feels forced. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Master, I keep feeling like you're very familiar with the Z-Way sect. And where did you get that secret divine incantation? The matters of the world, even just the story about the strange Luke Lee told you, you wouldn't understand. Wait until the right moment comes, and you will understand everything on your own. For now, all you need to know is that what I know far surpasses what you imagine 100,000 times over. So that means there's nothing you don't know, right? Hua La's eyes filled with admiration. Then I must cling tightly to him. As soon as I got back to my room, Su Hua La immediately reported, Master Lu Xiuxian has arrived. Greetings to third young master. It's been years. Is the old monk still in good health? Venerable Lu Niu Tian is already advanced in age, and the chance of breaking through to the immortal realm is very slim. Thanks to the young master's blessing, Lan Ka can still barely continue to persevere. It seems that his lifespan is about to run out now. Tran Wai silently assesses. It's just that Lan Ka's self lacks the martial arts inheritance, and the high-level disciples whose cultivation is increasing rapidly all want to leave. The new disciples who are not foolish are not pure in mind. If this keeps up, the Lan Ka sect will become a waterless pond. Trees don't grow easily, and soon it might be gone. If I had known this earlier, I would have agreed to join the Chi Sword sect. The vast world beyond the Nine Netherland is 100,000 times larger, and maintaining the glory of the past is absolutely impossible. Usually the common people believe in Buddha, so even if Lan Ka's martial arts weaken, they can still survive. If they seek conflict, they will only bring disaster upon themselves. The third young master doesn't realize that even if he stays inside and keeps to himself, trouble from above can still fall upon him. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare disturb his peace. I have already instructed the monks in the monastery not to cause trouble, just to recite sutras inside. Huala naively repeats what Elder Sixth Nun said. Do disasters really fall from the sky? Could it be that the surrounding forces want to unify Lan Ka Temple? The third young master has extraordinary spiritual eyes. Half a month ago, someone from Bai Nguyet Quat in the west came and ordered Lan Ka Temple to relocate to their territory. Bai Nguyet Quat is a major sect nearby, and when the master arrived, Tu Viem sect once injured someone named Kao Chan Quan. At this moment, Tran Wai finally remembered the arrogant and disrespectful white-haired man she had once taught a lesson to. Kao Chan Quan, so it was him. Bai Yue Quan's openly merging shows that the opposition against Chi Jian Mountain sect is definitely related to him. Monk, you don't need to be afraid. The 10-year deadline is not yet up, and they absolutely dare not violate the rules of the 8-2 envoy. That said, while open attacks are easy to defend against, covert tactics are hard to guard, and I worry they will resort to underhanded methods. This matter? Tran Wai pondered for a moment. Luke New is right. If she had fully synchronized with the Nine Netherland before executing the Moon Fairy, the current situation wouldn't be so difficult. Now, if the Chi Sword sect wants to stand firm in the Batu world, conflicts with local forces are unavoidable. If we ignore this now, the reputation of Chi Jian sect will also be damaged, so we must handle this matter. Third young master, the old monk spoke worriedly. Venerable monk, you don't need to worry. I will handle this. Thank you, third young master. Master. And Duke Fook once said that the strength of Bai Yue Cave is extremely powerful. Are you really sure you want to conflict with them? Since you're here at Bai Yue Cave, order them not to disturb our sect within our territory anymore. Huala was stunned and had to ask again and again to confirm. You? All right, just go alone then. Can you do it? Am I really just a human? This time, Huala fears she's about to go crazy. It's just a neighboring lordly power. No need to worry. Just go. Yes, master. Even though he's worried, Huala still leads his horse on the journey. I really don't know where the master gets his confidence from. Master, what should I do if Bai Yue Grotto refuses to obey? Bai Yue Grotto isn't stupid. It will listen. If it doesn't, you will personally go out and destroy its sect. Your master's tone is truly grand. Although you are the peerless third young master of Nine Nether, do you think you are also invincible in this world? You're barely halfway there, and already third young Master Thom is calling for Miss Su, Master Tam, and Miss Su again. Have you already set out for Bai Nguyet Quat? I heard that the sound of the mysterious sound at Bai Nguyet Quat is a martial arts cultivation, about to reach the 5th stage of the Saint Realm, only second to the Dragon King of Long Palace. I prepared some gifts, miss. You can take them to win their favor. There's no need. Gifts are useless anyway. So Huala remembered his master's earlier instructions. You go and tell them. This time, I'm not going to Bai Yue Cave to build relationships, but my master told me to go there to warn them. As long as they don't turn against us on the spot, that's already fortunate. My master is so determined I can only try my luck, Huala said as he mounted his horse. Old Tam, it's not late anymore. I'm leaving now. Thamto was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. What exactly does the third elder want to do? Huala mounted his horse and moved forward. Price! At this moment, the sect master of Bai Yue Quat was sitting peacefully on his chair, but his heart was restless, nervously tapping his fingers on the table. Knock knock, you say the person coming is a native of Nine Abyss, who in just 3 years has broken through to the 3rd stage of the martial arts master realm. That's the 3rd stage of the master realm, and our brothers have already checked it out. What? You mean So Huala is still not over 20 years old? Father, you worthless fool. You said that the Sky Sword Mountain sect has no expert guarding it, yet you couldn't even tell what level of cultivation they are at when they broke the 8 laws of the White Moon with a single move. And now they've sent people to the door, with even a random youth already a 3rd stage true cultivation expert. I also didn't expect them to send someone to accuse us. Could the 9 mysterious lands really produce such experts? It's truly strange. There must be some kind of opportunity involved. For example, discovering an ancient inheritance of martial arts that was thought to be lost.
Is that a stroke of luck? This has happened before. Sometimes small sects are fortunate enough to find ancient relics of certain clans, solving the problem of martial arts inheritance.
Those with outstanding talent can quickly improve their cultivation in a short time. If So Hoa has such a high cultivation level, could it be that Ki Kiam Son Trong possesses an ancient, powerful inheritance? In the Bat 2 world, the key to limiting a powerful sect from growing is the strength of high-level experts within it. I have almost mastered the Bai Nguyet Bat Fap, created by the ancestor. If that So Hoa can truly surpass all the young disciples of nearby sects in a short time, then we can easily guess the value of that martial arts inheritance. If we can destroy Ki Kiam Son Trong, we might even seize that martial arts inheritance. If I train him, he could definitely advance another step in just 10 years, reaching the 6th stage of the true person realm. What he said makes sense. For the past 3 years, Ki Kiam Son Trong has not interacted with any major forces. If the Lord of Qijian Mountain Sect has sent someone, we might as well take the opportunity to investigate and see where Sorahuala's martial level comes from. Someone, please escort the guest from Qijian Mountain Sect to the main hall. I want to host a feast. So Hoa is invited into a room already prepared with many delicious sweets. Seeing the food, her eyes lit up. Oh, please, enjoy. Are all these things meant to entertain me? Then I feel embarrassed, but there's no need to worry. She directly picked up the ice cream bowl to eat, but just as the spoon reached her mouth, Hoa seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. Could this be a trick to lower my guard? Master, what if they refuse? Bai Yue Quan isn't stupid. She'll probably listen. Bai Yue Quan isn't stupid. I'm the one who's stupid, right? After thinking it over, I realize it's all my master playing tricks on me. As she thought, she was happily eating her ice cream. But the ice cream is really good. I was enjoying it when someone showed up. Finally, someone has arrived. Ah, it's him. So Hoa turns around and silently thinks to herself, not recognizing herself twice. So you are. So Hoa, we met once at Tu Viem Tong. Now that you've been recognized, you're really petty. Ah, Cao Kong Tu, you're generous. Those 2 days at Tu Viem Sect, my master didn't realize that Lord Ka was just a misunderstanding. So Hoa sweetly said, if you had beaten me in front of others that day, I would have developed a mental barrier, causing my cultivation to stagnate, and I hope you can be magnanimous. Today, Miss So has made astonishing progress. I have nothing to say compared to her. I wonder what advice they have for us this time. This guy is clearly angry. After hearing what the master told him later, he might even turn against us. Sorry about that, little Hoa Lang thought to herself, but she still directly stated her request. The small sect in Fengdi of Qijian Mountain Sect reports that the Kui sect wants them to transfer to Bai Yue Grotto's lineage, but I don't know if this is true. Bai Yue Grotto never directly attacked Qijian Mountain Sect. Even the 8 envoys didn't say anything. Are they really coming to confront us at the door? I want to see what kind of backing Ki Kiam Mountain Villa really has. After saying that, he arrogantly admitted it. So what if he had done it? His attitude made Hoa terrified to death. What should I do? This guy's arrogance is just like my master's. If everyone could step back a little, maybe things would be easier to resolve. But right now, I am the one backed into a corner. Since it has come to this, I have no choice but to speak plainly. Master, I have already said order you not to continue disturbing the sect under Qijian Mountain Sect, or else he will personally destroy everyone from top to bottom of Bai Yue Quat. You are not allowed to disturb the sect under Qijian Mountain Villa. If you violate again, the entire Bai Yue Grotto will be destroyed. Huola mimicked the tone of the master and declared fiercely, but all she received in return was a smile from young Master Cao. He burst out laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! It's over. It's really over. Huola was panicked. Master, if I die here today, you must avenge me. Just waiting for that, young Master Cao immediately attacked Huola. The Tram Nguyen person has a big ego, thinking he's always right. Does he believe he can still dominate and reign like before? If you provoke me or make Bai Yue Quat angry, the Qi Sword Mountain Sect will no longer be protected and will turn into a bubble after 7 years. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Fleeing is the best option. Huola has decided. I have delivered the message. Whether you listen or not is up to you. I have other matters to attend to. I will take my leave now. No matter what, I have completed my mission and can report to my master. But Huola still hesitates, only regret that her attachment is only to those sweet treats. Young Master Cao suddenly called Huola to stop and said, wait a moment. If Miss So dared to come to Bai Nguyet Quat, then what I said must be truly impressive. If you don't show some skill, you won't be able to leave easily. As expected, we still have to fight. If Master Cao is in the mood for a contest, then let's have a little match and stop when it's time. Enough talk, you are already at the 3rd stage of the true person realm. I am only at the second stage, so Tu is more talented than others young age and already has such cultivation. I am obviously no match, but Bai Nguyet Quat is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Bai Yui Grotto has 3 great elders and 6 guardians, so they can invite one of them to spar with Miss So. If she can win, everyone in Bai Yui Grotto will bow and send her off. No one will dare to make things difficult. If young Lady Suo loses, she will have to leave something behind as a price. What does leaving something behind mean? Is it my ear, eye, or hand? So Hoala reassures himself. Calm down. Calm down. Binwit Quat has been passing down for many years. Those elders and protectors are all at higher cultivation levels than me. So what is there to compete about? Of course, they will send someone with a level comparable to Miss So to fight, said young Master Cao angrily. Hung, Duke Fuk once said that Bai Yue Grotto is the second greatest power, after Longhuang Palace in Beipang Sword Sect Yunju. So why do your elders and protectors only have such levels of cultivation? May I ask, what level are your elders and protectors considered to be? At Bai Nwit Quat, young Master Ko was so angry he almost spat blood. That makes no sense. The 3 great elders are top experts only second to my father, with 2 of them being in the 4th stage of the true person realm. Elder Tudo has only recently been promoted, so he is still at the 3rd stage. The 6 great guardians are only slightly below the elders, all at the 3rd stage of the true person realm. So if I join Bai Nguyet Quat, I could at least become a protector? Turns out I'm quite powerful after all. So Huala, floating high above the clouds, who needs someone like you to join Bai Nguyet Quat? Prince Cao angrily scolded her. He remembered the instructions from the clan leader at that time, that when he met So Huala later, he should deliberately challenge her so Mai Katrian, the guardian, would fight her and he could gauge her true strength. His wise father, meanwhile, So Huala was still floating in her own illusion, feeling truly proud and self-glorifying. Young Master Cao, seeing So Huala swaying like a teasing worm and speaking arrogantly, couldn't hold back any more. It was at this moment that he pretended to be angry, or perhaps he was truly furious. Miss So, this is your first time at my Bai Nguyet Quat, and we haven't treated you with proper hospitality. Why do you mock and insult our guardian elder? What does the young lady mean by that? Things are going south. The atmosphere is tense. Do the Chi Sword Mountain Sect intend to declare war on our Bai Yue Grot? No, it's all a big misunderstanding. Hey, didn't you say that the sect has only 5 protectors? Even if that's the case, since Chijian Mountain Villa wants to declare war, we can't just sit back. Unless the young lady fights my protector right now to settle the score, win or lose, this matter will be considered settled. How did another guardian appear? Didn't you just say there was a senior librarian elder who is also at the triple true person stage? If he has been promoted to elder, then he is probably a bit stronger than the 6 guardians. That's obvious. Young Master Cao replied irritably, then proceeded to introduce this elder. Elder Tudo has received the true inheritance of the Bai Nguyet Batfap Minmuk, only 1 step away from reaching the true person stage, and although you are still at the 3rd stage of the true person level, with full effort in your swordsmanship, no one at your level can break through. So Huala remembered what Tam Tron Y had said, took it as confidence, and eagerly challenged, hoping to learn from Elder Tudo, but it seemed her words unintentionally disrupted the sect master's original plan. The Guardian Mai specializes in defense, almost impenetrable to sword and blade, perfect for testing strength. But my guardian, Suo Huala shook her head in disapproval. If you're going to compete, why bother finding someone weak? As she finished speaking, a man's clearing of his throat came from outside the door. Yes! The man in the purple hat broke in through the door, looking quite angry. You're still young, but quite arrogant. If you want to die, let Tudobak teach this reckless girl a lesson. Following him are a group of people wearing hoods, probably not because the artist was lazy to draw. Right, Tudo? Don't be so hot-tempered. You can't blame Tudo. This young girl doesn't respect us old men at all. She's criticizing our 6 great protectors for not being strong enough. Hehehe, you are indeed young. The person rushing in removes his hood, revealing green hair and a gaunt face. Is this Elder Tudo? It seems that he was the one who used the Bai Nguyet Quat. Little girl, you're still young, but already at the 3rd stage of the true person realm. Let me teach you a lesson. Use your skills, defeat him, and I'll be able to go. Don't turn against me now. Oh, Lord Cao is speechless at Hoal's indifferent attitude. Don't cause trouble, and don't underestimate my Bai Yue Quat. That elder with his hand over his left eye. Are you leaving? A sharp beam of sword light suddenly shot out from his right eye. You can talk after you beat me first. Huala sensed the danger, swiftly dodged to the side, and narrowly escaped. The sword light brushed past, embedding itself into the pillar, leaving a hole in the trunk. Seeing that, young Master Cao hurriedly warned him to be gentle. This is our home. The blue-haired man keeps attacking, and another sword glow flashes from his eyes, aiming straight at Huala. Immediately, Huala summons his sword from his personal space. The sword comes here. She swings her sword in a horizontal slash, easily breaking through that sword light. Why is this person suddenly attacking? It really startled me. On the opposite side, the young green-haired man is still on high alert. This girl is so gentle that she avoided my attack with the swordflower technique. Could it be that the Chi Sword Mountain sect has inherited some ancient legacy? While the opponent is busy assessing my strength, so Huala seems a bit naive. So, if I go over there now, does that count as acting first and gaining the upper hand? Oh wow, all these fierce eyes staring at me. I hope I won't have to fight them one by one. That just now, young Master Cao said I only need to win once to leave, and the senior elders seem to think the same, right? Ha, we have no other intentions. Old sect leader, you blending into the crowd and asserting that a man of his word is trustworthy and Miss So confirming it again, underestimates us too much. I dare not. I dare not. I just worry that in a critical situation, the elders will intervene. But now I feel reassured. It's obvious you attacked first and then blame others, really. Muk Kim Hwa's move just now was meant to kill her in one strike. But she easily dodged it, and now the situation is even worse. If I can't defeat her, won't I become a joke? The old sect master secretly transmitted a sound to that elder to remind him. 2-2. Don't be careless, be careful, and assess her strength. Yes, he channels his energy, causing several streams of spiritual aura to appear at his fingertips. In that case, I will use this move. Third spirit weapon of Bainguit is too powerful. What technique is this? Which move should I use to counter it? So Huala decided not to think anymore and focused all her strength into her legs before leaping up. Nice! She strikes right as he's performing his move. Wow, that was fast. Moreover, this strike was incredibly powerful. In just one blow, she shattered the green-haired man's spiritual shield. This guy, he's failed. I thought I was really fast. Did he really try to chop my head off just now? Forget it, let's try again. So Huala then stepped forward, swinging her sword to unleash a series of rapid strikes at the blue-haired guy. He has no way to defend himself and can only keep retreating. Oh, ha ha. Suo Huala suddenly stopped, pointed at his head and burst out laughing. It turns out her continuous sword strikes accidentally shaved a patch of hair on his head. Mocked, he angrily charged forward, annoying. Try again. Ha 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 ha, then I'll make your head bump. Suo Huala once again playfully taps the elder's head with her sword, and seeing this, the crowd in the masked group can't help but feel insulted. This little girl is clearly mocking and insulting Tudo. Enough? Stop? The sect master removed his headscarf, and his words, combined with a burst of internal energy, unleashed an attack in the form of a shockwave. Huala had already detected it, and she quickly jumped into spinning to avoid the sharp wave like a blade. Its power was so great that it broke another pillar in the house. Which elder is this? Do you want to step up and fight? The sect master. Others started to murmur, how come the swordsmanship of Chijen Mountain Sect is so fast? Luckily, your embarrassment isn't my fault. Don't say that. Come on, bring it on. You can let another elder fight me. I promise I won't say you bully the weak. The swordsmanship taught by my master is truly unbeatable among peers. Wow. Watch me conquer the four directions. Don't be arrogant. I haven't lost yet. Let's fight one more time. Tudo, sect master, sect leader. The sect leader looked at Tudo with a meaningful expression, hesitated for a moment, then decided not to cause trouble anymore. Yeah. He turned around and walked back to his original position, deliberately bumping shoulders with Huala and pulling his hood up to hide his bald spot. The sect master then began to converse with Huala. Miss So's swordsmanship is truly exquisite and formidable, which also shows that young Master Tham is a strong person. If young Master Tham has spoken, then I, the old man, cannot help but show respect. From now on, Bai Nguyen Quat will no longer interfere with the sects under the Kiem Kiem Son Trang. Really? That's great. A young girl with such strength must be a formidable opponent. Before knowing her true power, we can't act rashly. The old sect master is secretly planning. So, it's settled then, Chan Quan. You take Miss So away. So Huala's swordsmanship is so powerful. If I were to fight her, I would surely die at her hands. Chan Quan paused in thought. It's something even my father had to remind me of. Chan Quan, yes ma'am, Ms. So, please go ahead. So, Huala and a young man walk out of the hall, humming happily, completely contrasting with Chan Quan's gloomy expression. A while later, after sending So Huala down the mountain, Chan Quan returned to where everyone was waiting. Father, So Huala has left the mountain now, so tell me, what exactly is the origin of this Kikim mountain sect? Does anyone understand the swordsmanship So Huala just used? At first glance, it seems ordinary, but once it's locked onto you, only someone with a higher cultivation level can break free. There is no other way. Sect leader, I have been practicing the 7th moon by Nguyet technique, specializing in studying the swordsmanship of various sects. This young lady's swordsmanship does not follow conventional paths, being flexible and elusive. Truly impossible to decipher her background. I am incompetent and cannot fully trust the sect leader's judgment, but her sword technique is indeed extraordinary. That's right, it seems they really have found some ancient inheritance. Dad, there's something you should know. Boy Voki from Tuviam Tong once said that Tam Tran Wai from Ki Kim Son Trang used 24 chants of the phoenix swallowing lotus to exchange for a heart lotus. But the true incantation of the phoenix swapping dragon has been lost for hundreds of years in the Tuviem sect. How could someone from QU have it? The true incantation of the phoenix swapping dragon. Hearing this, the old sect master became agitated, scolding his son harshly and viciously. How could such an important piece of news be revealed so late, causing failure after failure? The sect master shouldn't be angry. Perhaps the deputy sect master simply didn't remember it for a moment. Well, now that the Chi Sword Mountain sect has the true phoenix swapping spell, perhaps they will also be fortunate enough to inherit other lineages of the Tuviem sect. What do the elders mean? Everyone suddenly remembered a genius from the Tuviem sect from 4 years ago. You're not mistaken. Tuviem sect is famous for its fire-based martial arts, but I've never heard of such a brilliant sword technique. Moreover, that girl's swordsmanship is magnificent and doesn't seem to match the style of the Tuviem sect. The sect master's words make sense. During my recent confrontation with her, I felt a bit of fiery energy. Could it be that she deliberately hid her origins so we couldn't see through? That's right. That's exactly it. Tham Tran I must have obtained the inheritance of the Purple Flame sect. Achieving such success in just a few years, the inheritance of the Purple Flame sect cannot be monopolized by those still children. Only our Bai Yue cave deserves to restore its glory. With that arrogant mindset, the sect master ordered the entire sect to start forging a good relationship with Jijian Mountain sect from today, investigate the source thoroughly, and seize the inheritance. The disciples below responded in unison. Yes, sir. Somewhere else, Su Huala had returned. Master, I'm back. The mission was successful, and I even defeated a 3rd stage true person elder from Bai Yue Grotto. But so what if a 3rd stage true person wins? To avoid arrogance, I will train 3 more times tonight. So Huala froze upon hearing this. It's truly a curse spoken aloud. Wow, so many people. Shenjin Yai and Huala stand on the mountain, looking down at the scene below. Shen Shou and Chi Hua approach from behind. Recently, many people have come to join the sect of Qijian Mountain, including not only those with extraordinary physiques, but also a few seemingly ordinary but somewhat strange individuals. Tran Wai replied, Huala's display of talent at Bai Yue Grotto was nothing special, but in the eyes of those with ulterior motives, it was a big deal. Qijian Mountain sect naturally became the center of attention. Does my master also blame me for this? By the way, Master Lu Nu Thien just sent word that Bai Nguyet Quat has withdrawn and no longer bothers them. That's good then, just as I expected. Master Bai Yue's secret technique. Yuyan Huyan looks fierce on the outside, but is actually soft inside, not daring to do anything outrageous. So there's no need to worry about her, whether she's good or bad, she's still a sect master. How should we handle those people who came to Baishan sect? If you've come, just relax and accept it. The treatment will be according to an outer disciple, all right. Tham Tho secretly called Huala over. Huala, come here, I have something to tell you. The sect master invites you to speak. Then Tham Tho whispers to her, Later, you. Under the mountain, 2 disciples of Bai Yue Kut secretly infiltrate the crowd heading to the Qijian Mountain sect to gather intelligence. Van Enro, one of the candidates for the next saintess of Bai Yue Kut, angrily says, Qijian Mountain sect is really so formidable. Does the sect master dare to bring us here? I am a candidate for the next saintess of Bai Yue Grotto. The man behind is Yu Yuan Hao, the proud disciple of the elder of Bai Yue Grotto. Younger sister Van Ye, there's something you don't know. You weren't there that day, so you didn't hear about how the little girl from Qijian Mountain sect defeated Elder Tu Do with a single sword, causing everyone to change color. What kind of luck did Tu Nin Quan, a talented woman over 400 years ago who participated in the lightning arena to save Thien Thien, encounter when she faced the star fighting competition at Kim Son Trang? Back then, when the 2VM sect was still thriving, Tu Nin Quan's fame shook the world and made 2VM's martial competitions legendary. If the sect master's suspicions are true, then Qijian Mountain Villa will become our greatest enemy in the future, which is why they deliberately sent me and my sister here to spy. I see, so that's how it is. If Tram Nguyen Nhan can be clever and knowledgeable, with our talents, we can quickly obtain the inheritance of Lord Tu Nin. That's right, that's right. After a while, the door of Qijian Mountain Villa finally opened. A disciple stepped out and announced, "The sect master commands that those who sincerely join Qijian Mountain Sect will not be treated unfairly. According to the rules, you will be accepted as outer sect disciples first, and once you meet the qualifications for assessment, you will be promoted to inner sect." The outer disciple cannot see the true inheritance or enter the central area, and the man named Yu looks disappointed. Suddenly, his gaze falls on Hoa La peeking from behind the door, watching the commotion. "Oh, that's my junior sister, the little girl who defeated Elder Tudo. It's her." Van Ni glanced Hoa La up and down. Her small face and ordinary figure were nothing special. Their eyes met. "Please don't come over. Please don't come over. Senior brother, could our true intentions possibly be seen through? What should we do now?"
Don't worry, junior sister. It's definitely because our talents are superior. Maybe she's trying to lead us to meet the Tram Nguyen Nhan.
I didn't expect this brat's habit of jumping to conclusions to be so strong, outright inventing a completely different story. Hoa La went straight to Van Ni. "I wasn't mistaken after all. Little Miss really is beautiful. Where are you taking me?"
To meet the third young master. Is it really that easy?
"Everything is within my expectations."
The head lady wants a personal maid to serve the third young master. If it's the little sister, it won't be a problem at all.
These two words, maid-servant, struck the woman who had always been proud and aloof so hard that she nearly fainted from anger, momentarily stunned. Being a maidservant is still better than not being able to get close to Shen Jinyu. "Little sister, what's wrong?" It's nothing."
Miss So, our siblings and I are coming together.
"Is there any chance you can arrange something nearby for him?" Your body is too clumsy. You'd better stay outside and do some manual work."
Little sister, let's go. They don't want to work. In front is Dream Sword Little Bamboo, the residence of third young master.
"Yes, Miss Suo, I heard you have reached the third stage of the true person realm, so isn't Ki Kiem Son Trang unbeatable? Why would the beautiful young lady ask such a silly question? My master's cultivation level naturally can't be compared. How can I comment on it? Did I say something wrong? Tí dùng nổi mấy thứ linh tinh này nữa. Sau này trước mặt sư phụ ta lắm nhiều nổi ít lại. Yes, yes. After all, Kim Son Mountain Sect is just a newly risen power. They don't have deep strength. Sect leader and the elders have been too cautious. As long as I quickly find the location of the inheritance mark and achieve great deeds, the position of the saintess will surely be mine. Tam Young Master, recently the Long King's estate held a grand ceremony. They want to pay respects to the Tram Nguyet person and will arrive in a few days. Tham Tran Yi heard the news and looked somewhat relieved. So, the Long King's mansion? That's interesting. The current lord of the mansion, aside from the great Dragon King who is only a fourth-level true person, but his one-handed transformed dragon primordial spirit technique is unmatched in power, earning him the title of the #1 master of Phi Lam continent. At this moment, outside the 10,000 Tangles Hall stands a man with white hair, wearing a purple cloak, with 2 curved horns on his head like dragon horns. He looked up and read each word on the sign. This tiny, shabby room is also worthy of being called a temple. Why should we establish relations with such a lowly sect? His subordinate, standing behind him, spoke up. Prince, let's open the door and go in. That's right. We shouldn't keep the clan leader waiting. To Long Ton hesitated for a moment, as if afraid of something, then turned and left. I should go back now. The entourage was startled to see this. The young prince reconsidered, realizing that the matter with the lord of the manor was not yet settled, and both sides had begun to clash. One side was little Long Ton, whose dirty feet stained my torn robes, so I should leave. The other was his entourage, so the young prince, please do not be stubborn. As they argued, Mistress Tam and Mistress Shichhua stepped out from inside. Hearing his insults, they remained calm and composed. What is the Ki Kiem Son Trang compared to our Long Huang Palace? This humble establishment has just ascended from the mortal realm and dares not compare to the great sects of the upper world. We hope esteemed guests will forgive us. If you have arrived, please come inside to rest. Seeing Tom Tho act friendly, Tio Long Ton adjusted his clothes and also entered the hall. With such a dilapidated place, it's like a toad wanting to eat a swan. Huh. Tham Tho watched his back. Does a toad want to eat a swan? I haven't asked for your names yet, and from inside, this room looks even more dilapidated. I am the grandson of the Lord of Huanglong Palace, known as Little Dragon Lord. So you must be Little Dragon Lord. My apologies for the rudeness. Little Longton glanced at Tom Tho and Lady Shi Chua before commenting, with white hair all over his head, despite only being at the true person realm. In this Nine Netherworld, you really can't lift your head high, indeed still longing to go home.
All right. I've gone out of my way to come here. Isn't Tram Nguyen Nan coming out to greet me herself?
What does it mean to find an immortal old man to see me? Please pay attention. Master Tham is the father of Third Young Master, and the Long King Palace isn't trying to establish friendship, but is actually provoking. As expected, Tu Longton's attitude has left a bad impression on Tom Tho regarding the Long King Palace. Who are you? When did it become your turn to speak here? Is there no one at Chijian Mountain Villa? Why are they all these old folks? Zich Hua Lao, you are an elder here, so if you have come to Chijian Mountain Sect, you should respect our rules. Zich Hua Lao scolded him loudly. Little Longton paused for a few seconds after hearing that. Do people think he's contemplating? Not at all. Hearing Zich Hua Lao's lecture, Xiao Longton not only didn't accept it, but burst out laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, a weakling. At the true person stage dares to lecture me on rules. A sect master, an elder, only has this level of cultivation. Yet the Chi Sword Mountain sect dares to establish its position among these bandits. Tram Nguyen Nhan probably isn't better either. He was laughing so hard, tears were streaming down his face when suddenly a sharp voice echoed from afar saying, "Who do you think is no one better than? Better. You say no one is better than anyone else. All right." Tham Tran I reminded him. You're grown up, but still so impulsive. Master, although he is Xiao Longton, he saw them, but his attention was entirely on Van Le. Hey, isn't this Little Dragon Lord, the notorious lecher? Little Dragon Lord walks over to Hua La, staring at her closely. Ha ha ha. The aura of the Sword Chi Mountain Sect is unstable, but you, young lady, are quite charming. Smile for the little prince. Hua La looked disgusted and showed some respect, or I won't be polite. Van Nias, terrified, turned to run away. Indeed, her reputation is well-deserved. She's too fierce. Better to leave her be. I like her even more. He licked his lips and charged forward to grab Van Enloi. She was too scared and quickly ran to hide behind Tam Tran Wai. Hua Lang immediately swung his sword, striking 4 times at his left arm, causing his sleeve to be torn apart. Tham Tran Yi remained still, watching as Van Enghe stood behind him in fear. After that attack, Hua La bowed down to the ground. Tio Longton was angry, while Shi Hua Lao Lao cheered, "Well done." Hua La turned back to ask Van Nange, "Are you okay, big sister Van Nange?" But in fact, she just wanted to be praised by the master. "Master, praise me quickly." But Tam Tran Wai paid no attention to her. Instead, Van Ningita responded, "No, I'm fine. I didn't expect the Sword Chi Mountain sect to have talented people too." Little Longton smiled and said, "I've changed my mind. Today I will take that thorny rose like you. Obediently follow me home to avoid disaster. You can't even handle one move of mine pretending to be impressive? You don't really think that cat-scratch sword technique of yours is something special, do you?" He raised his arm that had just been cut. Strangely, only his shirt was torn, while his hand remained completely intact with no scratches. "Can you hurt my Lord Long? What? Not a single wound? Could it be that this person has trained to the level of invulnerable to blades and weapons? So, facing a third-stage true person in a contest is just courting death?" At this point, Shen Zhenyi finally spoke. "So Little Longton thinks he can be arrogant at Chijian Mountain Sect just because he has the golden lizard armor? The golden lan armor is made from dragon scales, and when worn by someone with the bloodline of the dragon clan, it can become invisible and impervious to weapons. In his youth, Little Dragon Lord obtained this armor through a fortunate coincidence at the Long King's treasure trove. Relying on my innate talent and the Kimlan Bao Jap, no one at the same level can defeat Little Dragon Lord in a confrontation. Even against someone 1 rank higher, I still have the strength to protect myself. In the Long King residence, even Phi Lam Chao, he is highly regarded and well known among the youth. Little Dragon Tan, do you think you can show your dominance over my Chijian Mountain Sect just by relying on a single Kim Lan armor?" Shen Zhenyu walked away with his usual smile and asked him, and Xiao Long Tuan immediately looked serious. "How do you know I have the golden Luan armor? Did me and Lin report it?" Suo Huola interjected. "Don't worry, Little Longton. It's just a small matter." Tham Tran Yi recalled the distant past when he stood before a giant golden dragon. "The Kim Lan armor is somewhat related to me. I didn't expect it to fall into Little Dragon Tan's hands. Never mind, that little Tan doesn't use his brain anymore and directly challenges me. Pretend to be gods and demons if you have the courage. Fight me.
I want to see how skilled the members of the moon-slaying sect really are. Don't be like an arrow with no more arrows left. You dare to act so arrogantly on our territory. If you have the courage, take a strike from my sword. Hoala replied angrily. I have protective armor. What can you do to me?
Oh, right, yeah. When Sword Mountain Villa acts so arrogantly, it's just overestimating itself. Even someone with national spirit doesn't have it, so how can they expect to rise high? Huala, furious, drew her sword and pointed it straight at the arrogant little dragon lord. I will risk my life with you if you're too arrogant. Saying that, Huala charged forward to test my skills. She turned back, but was stopped by Tom Tron Y. Go back. Oh, Master, little dragon lord, you are very confident in your golden lion armor, aren't you? In that case, dare to accept one of my swords and see if I can break your golden Luon armor. Master? Huala, standing nearby, couldn't help but worry. Ha ha, what is there to be afraid of? Come on, Tom Tho is worried about his son. Brother Third, father, don't worry. Recently I've doubted Brother Third's abilities, but I truly believe he can use the golden lion armor to wound little dragon lord, but that doesn't mean he can break the golden lion armor. And moreover, the Sword Mountain sect will completely turn against the Long King's mansion. Little Long Ton smiled and said, Come on, third brother. Ignoring Tom Tho's words, Tom Tron Y slashed with his index and middle fingers toward the arrogant Little Long Ton. Voo! A stream of sword energy shot out from Tam Tron Y's finger, heading straight for Tio Long Ton. It's over. This move won't work. He's panicking. He was too careless. There's no way to dodge it. I must defend quickly. Tom Tron Y watched his panic and chuckled to himself, who watched his Little Long Ton hurriedly activates the golden rock shield. The protective barrier is raised, and the sword energy clashes with the armor, hitting so hard that Little Long Ton feels a strong push to his forehead, causing his head to snap back. Everyone in the hall was tense, waiting for the outcome. Of course, except for Tom Tron Y, who took 2 seconds to regain his composure. Ha ha! I thought you had some powerful sword technique. Turns out it was just a scare tactic. If you want to hurt me, wait another 100 years. Even after being attacked, he still remains so arrogant. Moon-slaying person. Do you still have anything to say at this point? Tom Tron Y called Hoa La. Let's go. Oh, so you want to run? Lose and run? That's just too embarrassing. Tham Tran Y turned and walked away, ignoring the little brat Hong, who said, Are you really a Tram Nguyen Chi Nhan? Keep going, let me see how capable you really are. He was still laughing happily when suddenly a golden dragon appeared around him, soaring higher and higher, causing his golden armor to gradually fall apart. Everyone in the hall, especially Little Dragon Lord, was stunned. Tham Tran Y turned back and told Huala, All right, let's go. Follow me. Yes, Master. Master is so cool. This is the sword of the Tram Nguyen person. Master Tham. Aha, my son. I am becoming more and more clumsy. In the small forest near the Chi sword sect, the figure of a blonde woman hurriedly ran away. She stopped beside a tree to rest, gazing towards Chijian Mountain Villa. In her mind, she recalled her father's words, and the fact that Bai Yue Quat could cause a young girl to cause a commotion and then safely retreat shows they are quite wary of Chijian Mountain Villa. Long Vuong Palace is facing difficulties. A new power is rising rapidly like the Chijian Mountain sect, and it's worth forming an alliance with them. I have decided to marry you to Shen Zhenyi to establish a marriage alliance between the two families. I have already sent Long Tioton to deliver the marriage proposal. Father is really muddle-headed. My older brother has grown up with me since childhood and has admired me for a long time, so if I tell him to propose marriage, I must stop him quickly. After regaining some strength, she rushed back toward Ki Kiem Son Trong. Big brother, please don't act on impulse. At the same time, in the previous room, the golden dragon from Little Long Tun's armor shattered the ceiling, soared into the sky, flying high and far before vanishing into the air. The golden Luon armor was broken by Tom Tron Y's attack. Chuchu hasn't broken through the golden Luon armor yet. How can this be? Could it be that the power of the Tram Nguyen Chi Nhan has surpassed that of the 9-9 Zhao Great Dragon King? No way. Absolutely no way. Tom Tran Wee, just as Little Dragon Lord was about to say something, that blonde woman arrived. Elder brother, you can't be disrespectful to the Tram Nguyen person. Seeing her, Little Dragon Ton was extremely surprised. Junior sister, Tam Tho seems to have guessed something. Junior sister, could it be this young lady? Why did another accomplice show up? Why are you here, sis? She looked at the scattered fragments of spiritual energy on the floor. The Kim Lan armor is broken. What has happened here? The blonde girl angrily grabbed Xiaolong Ton's collar and shouted in his face. Why is the armor made of gold on you broken? It's a treasure of our Long King's mansion. He tremblingly pointed at Tom Tron Y's group. How could that be considered a good deed? Are you the young Master Tam Tam of Qijian Mountain Villa?
As expected of the Moonslayer, your martial arts are indeed excellent. Today, my Long Huang Palace comes with a grand gift. Is this how your Chi Sword Mountain sect treats guests?
Clearly it's him. Hey, why do your Long Huang Palace people like to cause trouble? The Kim Lan Bao armor was destroyed by me.
What does this young lady want? What else could I want?
The Long Imperial residents had to form an alliance with the Qijian Mountain sect to seek help. And now it seems the Traminui at Qinyan is even more formidable than expected. Isn't that something you couldn't even wish for? I never expected your armor to turn against you because of Kim Lan Bao Jap. Your swordsmanship is truly astonishing. I have nothing more to say. Junior sister,
you originally intended to bully others with your power and even dared to speak disrespectfully to me. I will risk my life to fight you all. How ridiculous. Clearly you came to provoke us, and that's why my master had to step in to punish you.
Could it be that my elder cousin was wrong first? Remembering my father's words that the Long Royal House is about to face difficulties and needs to establish ties with the Chi Sword Mountain sect, she spoke up.
This young lady just now said we came here to cause trouble ourselves. May I ask what happened? What was the initial situation?
Please, young Master Tham and young lady, clarify everything. If I am indeed wrong, I will personally represent the Long Imperial Palace to apologize to the Chi Sword Mountain sect. Ask your cousin. He just insulted our master and our reputation when he arrived at the mountain sect, and when he saw my beautiful senior sister Yoon Gae, he wanted to steal her right in front of everyone. What I just said is absolutely the truth. Your Long Royal Palace is not to be trifled with, but neither is our Chi Sword Mountain sect a place where just anyone can come and go freely. If Lord Long Quan wants to fight, our Chi Sword Mountain sect is not afraid. Talking nonsense, why don't you tell us how you looked down on my lord earlier? It seems this young lady is not lying. Eldest brother, go back to the Long Palace immediately and report to our father to accept the punishment. But now they are bullying our Long King's residents. Enough! What did father tell you before you left? Tram Nguyen Nhan is mysterious and unpredictable. But the Chi Sword Mountain Villa shines like the midday sun.
The Long Emperor's resident sincerely hopes to form a friendship. Such a big matter, yet you dare to act impulsively. No need for many words. Go back to the residence and accept your punishment. After being scolded by his sister, the young Long Lord reluctantly leaves. The Long Palace will make it up to him. If you had said so earlier, wouldn't this have turned out differently?
Humph. Shen Zhenyi glanced at the blonde-haired woman from head to toe. The abundant source of vitality indicates that the bloodline of the dragon race in this girl is extremely pure, as if there is a glowing mark on her body, which is also a dragon seal. No wonder, if you already know you are wrong. Just take good care of him yourselves. There's no need to investigate this further. This woman just pretended to be pitiful, so the master decided not to pursue the matter anymore. Maybe not, even though her figure is quite good. All right, the master won't blame you anymore, but still hopes the princess will return soon and invite her to stop. I have one more matter I wish to discuss. The Sky Sword Mountain Villa Tram Nguyet is at its peak, like the midday sun. The Long King Palace, this is something to consider. She blushed and stammered and said,
My father also has words to say. If the young master doesn't mind, we can arrange a betrothal and become as close as family.
Hearing the word betrothal, Sohoala was completely stunned. Getting engaged. If you don't want to, there's no need to force it. Huola's face lit up with joy, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes. But then she remembered her master and anxiously waited for what the male lead was about to say. However, Shen Zhenyu still maintained his original attitude. This can also be considered. Is there anything else?
Oh, in that case, I will stay at the mountain villa for a few days, waiting for good news from third young master.
So Huala misheard something and is still not fully recovered. Just as the young lady arrives, you take the princess to find a room to stay in.
Princess, please come this way, yes.
So it's over then? You're not going to say anything else?
Master, the nearby sects are not trustworthy. You can't agree to a marriage alliance easily. I have my own plans.
I've been wanting to retreat for cultivation these days, so you should entertain Princess Long. What about me? Long Huangfu and the Votron are both nearby at Kikim Mountain Sect. Making friends isn't a bad thing. Then he left, leaving Sohuala alone. What's so special about that item? Why is the master showing favoritism towards her?
Shenshou told Sora La that honestly, the third brother is no longer young at this age, and I was also planning to urge him to get married.
Father, in front of it, my words don't carry much weight. This time, the Long Imperial Palace's marriage proposal tore the paper on the window, but it's not a bad thing. But the marriage alliance isn't something Long Huang Palace can decide. I don't think the third brother is interested in Princess Long, and he doesn't need to rely on outside forces. As a father, I say this exactly. Rather than seeking some old fox outside, it's better to find someone who knows her background and can reveal her origins for our Tam family. But that third brother, aside from his cultivation, isn't good at anything else. Why would he bother looking for a daughter-in-law for me? If only there was a kind and adorable girl by its side to enlighten its mind. But I'm afraid no young lady would be willing to accept it. How could that be? Master, in my heart, you are the best man in the world. If I were to marry, I would definitely choose you. But they are in love as master and disciple. Oh my. Thumbtoad chuckled to himself, pleased that the plan had worked. It's effective. The next day, Suohuola took the princess to check into a room. Princess, the Chi-Sword Mountain Sect is a bit cramped. Maybe it's not as glorious as your Long King mansion. That's not true. Long King's residence at the bottom of Huyen Trak isn't as spacious as here. Moreover, I see that the disciples of Kikiem Son Trang are always practicing swordsmanship, and they also cultivate a vigorous and fiery martial art, which is quite different. This is truly impressive, especially since this sect ascended from the mortal realm. This kind of martial arts genuinely embodies the true path of martial virtue, and Father's foresight was indeed wise. Forming an alliance with Qijian Mountain Sect was truly the right choice. But why is the eldest disciple so talkative? Walking beside the princess and rambling about my master. Everything is my master's skill. My master is unmatched in the world. My master is so cool I could praise him for 5 years, not just a form of inheritance. Even more so, I believe you could showcase it too. Thinking back to how my master was mighty and domineering at Tuviem Sect, walking into the sword array as if it were nothing, casually flicking a finger, I already had the power to suppress the old guardians of Bainguiat Cave. Couldn't she stop? Oh wow, my master is truly amazing. With my master here, I feel like everything is possible, right? No wonder they call her the Moonslayer. She is indeed an extraordinary talent. It seems I understand now why my father wanted the Long Huang estate to marry into the Qi Sword Sect. Huola froze upon hearing the words marriage alliance, and the princess couldn't help but laugh at Huola's reaction. I really understand now that so-called marriage alliance is what kind of method. Why does Miss So already know clearly and still ask? Isn't it my marriage with the third young master? No, it can't be. Didn't you only meet my master once? Master Tam is so impressive. How many women in the world could not be moved? Could you have praised for a few hours just now? Planning against me is beyond my control. Many things are hard to decide. That's right, if the Long Palace truly wishes to show goodwill, naturally the Qijian Mountain Sect would also lessen their conflicts. In this era, relying on a marriage contract to bind the two families is no longer appropriate. This is what my father advised. I dare not argue. If this has been decided, I will not hesitate. This matter is outdated. Are the women of the Long clan traditional? Because I think there's something unusual about your relationship with the cousin. He and the young master are innocent. There's nothing between us. Yes, little Long's actions were reckless. He will definitely be punished at the Long King's palace. Miss So, you don't need to worry. Women of the Long clan are delicate and gentle by nature, but they are definitely not flirtatious. If it were my parents' orders, I would certainly do my best to serve third young master and would not dare to complain. Oh, but regarding this, thank you, Miss Suo, for showing me around the mountain estate today. In the end, the eldest disciple is tired and can go back to rest. Ha, I am very healthy. After all, I am the chief disciple of my master. So what? A healthy girl will grow up quickly, but Miss So Van seems to still be a little lacking. Miss So Huala is so angry she can't even speak. Marriage alliances were never my wish, but now that the situation has been disrupted, it looks like Long Huang's residence is begging for the Sky Sword Sect's help. If that's the case, I might as well cause some trouble for you. Yes. Thamtrin Ai seems to be a calm and obedient person. As for the senior disciple and head of the sect, So Hoala, she is truly a simple and adorable girl. A few days later, So Hoala was sitting outside the area where Tam Tran Wai was meditating, waiting. Not knowing when her master would come out of seclusion, she felt bored, until suddenly the door swung open. Master, master, master. This time in seclusion, I feel like everything is fine. My cultivation has improved a bit. But during this period I was in seclusion and didn't supervise you. You haven't been lazy, right? No, not at all. It seems I need to arrange some extra training for you. No need, master, really no need. You've always trained very well. How could I not see that? Congratulations to young Master Shen for successfully retreating. Princess Long, why are you here? I have always been here. It's just that you two exchanging glances didn't notice me. Nothing. Suddenly, Princess Long's gaze met Tam Tran Ye's. Has she not returned yet? Are you all right? Do you look down on me that much? It's a shame for the third young master. After all, I am a beautiful noble lady of the Long clan. Today you even took the initiative to seek divine favor. Shenjun Yi, you shouldn't be like this. The Long King's residence sincerely forms an alliance with Qijian Mountain Sect. Besides the gift, I also came to show the third young master an ancient treasure pavilion. The third young master was in seclusion earlier, so I waited here. An ancient treasure pavilion? Samtran Yi then explains to Huala that the Long clan possesses a long-standing ancestral record and a tradition of wisdom, allowing them to understand the treasures of the world. That's right. Our dragon clan has the ability to locate and point out treasures. If we can guide those destined for the museum, it will bring great benefits. Opportunities to locate treasures are rare, especially since the Imperial Dragon Palace is quite distant, and the ability to do so might only be usable once every few hundred years. If they want to form an alliance with Qijian Mountain Villa, Long Royal Palace is really willing to invest heavily. Wow, what kind of treasure house is that? Since I have already identified the treasure, I will no longer hide it. The legendary celestial sword, Divine Vault, has been rumored to be in Filam Chao, and I believe it will be of great benefit to the third young master, the celestial sword Divine Vault. Filam Chao? So it's there. What's going on? Master, so you already knew about the legendary Divine Sword hidden treasure? Yeah, how could that be? That museum location is known to very few, even within the Long Emperor's residence. Zhen Yun, are you pretending again? I wonder if the third young master is interested. Either way, you must try to persuade him to come see for himself. That place might hide countless sword intents and supreme swordsmanship. Why make such a fuss? Oh, you're not falling into the trap? Actually, I just happened to need to borrow the strength of your Long clan to retrieve something. If you have willingly agreed to lead the way, then don't delay any longer. Let's set out immediately. The Sword God Tang is the forbidden area of the Dragon King Palace, and no one in the palace has been able to break through it for the past 500 years. Zham Chan Wai is just a mortal who ascended from the lower world. How could he have this opportunity? This time, I'll let you get involved in trouble and see the price of underestimating me. Young Master Tam, here it is. Their group has reached a cliff with a giant spirit stone emitting a mysterious blue glow, but the light is hidden behind a layer of rocks. Tham Trinoi briefly pondered. Back then, it was just a casual act. Who would have thought the enemy still kept it until now? Boom! A bolt of lightning strikes down with blazing intensity, accompanied by a thunderous roar in the sacred grounds of the Long King Estate, where outsiders are forbidden to trespass. As the thunderstorm subsides, a one-horned man appears. It's Zhao Neng, the younger brother of Zhao, the great dragon king and the guardian of the hidden sword deity's treasure, who will punish anyone who dares to enter the forbidden area. Princess Long stepped forward. Second uncle, it's your child. Little girl, why are you here? You brought the third young master of Qijian Mountain Sect to visit the sword god talisman. Little girl, you're a hindrance. How can an outsider be brought into the forbidden area of the Imperial Dragon Palace? Long Princess whispered into her uncle's ear. Second uncle, here's the situation. I see. Just work together with you to teach him a little. After discussing, the uncle and nephew began to cooperate in performing a play, with the main actors being none other than Princess Long and Zhao Neng. The little girl has been so biased, even second uncle had to agree. But what do you mean? The celestial sword, Divine Vault, is where the sword gods leave their mark. Mortals should not enter or be greedy, or they will regret it. How can that be? The third young master is a talented person of the Tram in Guyet, with brilliant swordsmanship. If he comprehends the sword aura in the Divine Vault, it will surely be very beneficial. Comprehending the sword aura? Is it that easy? The closer you get to the entrance of the Celestial Sword Vault, the sharper the sword aura becomes. Even I, Zhao Neng, cannot get within 3 qi, and even second uncle was probably pierced with thousands of holes by this third young master's sword energy before even halfway there. It's not really something terrifying, but in this 8 stars world, it's considered a precious treasure. What are you talking about? It's useless anyway, just for keepsakes. Hey, Mincho has been covered in dust and won't come off. Now I'll take it, and also resolve the great calamity for your Long clan. Tham Chan Ai, Princess Long shouted his name in worry. Little girl, you can't go through there. In the end, the 2 relatives of the Long princess could not stop Tham Chan Wai and could only stand aside, watching helplessly. He's quite brave. I want to see how far he can go. Zhao Neng must have thought, the Tram and Guyet person from this mortal realm truly believes he can stand equal to me? He's just a toad demanding to eat swan. I guess he'll run away after just a few steps. While the 2 others are lost in their thoughts, Shen Jiti continues to walk forward calmly, showing no sign of stopping.
You do have some skill, but don't worry, this level was expected by me.
Breaking the Golden Lotus armor certainly takes some skill, but moving forward is not easy at all. Going straight ahead means facing my father's domain. How can he possibly surpass it relying only on himself? This is the secret treasure of the Dragon Clan. These two still want to embarrass me. They really don't understand the situation, so I won't hold back anymore. I won't hold. Zhen Yi smiled confidently, quickening his pace as if the sword energies didn't exist in his eyes, and thus he continued on his path. Tham Tran Yi reached out and touched the Spirit Stone, which suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light, illuminating the entire vast sky. Zhao Neng was so amazed that his mouth hung open. How is this possible? Could it really be a Nine Nether person? I am here, old friend. As soon as Shen Zhenyi finished speaking, a golden dragon immediately appeared from inside the blue jade, just like when it broke Zhao Longton's armor. Zhao Neng hurriedly ran out to shield Princess Long, pushing her back. Could this be the sword energy transforming into Longto's portrait? This kid has angered the sword aura inside the stone. I hope it doesn't affect me. Princess Long watches the scene curiously from the side. Can the sword energy in the stone really be angered like this? I've never heard of the hidden sword god transforming like this before. Moreover, could it be that Shen Zhenyi's cultivation truly exceeds my expectations? Wait a moment. That form of the dragon ancestor has already transformed into a human figure. Indeed, the golden dragon has transformed into a young man with 2 large horns on his head. Zhao Neng stared in shock at the man. Uncle Triu, this is the dragon pattern. It really is the dragon ancestor. Zhao Neng couldn't bear the pressure and was forced to kneel on one knee. Uncle, are you okay? I'm fine. My bloodline isn't pure. I was only suppressed by the pressure of the dragon ancestor. But why does this person remain unharmed even when standing before the Long Two? Mentioning the Long Two, Princess Long involuntarily recalls her childhood memories of the first time she learned about him. Grand ancestor, father, who is this portrait of? The young Lady Long innocently asked her father, that is the great Long Two of our Long Huang residence. That Long ancestor. 5 years ago, the Long royal mansion faced a great calamity and nearly was destroyed. Fortunately, Long Ancestor has appeared to revive the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor and establish a realm of his own for the Long Imperial residence. It can be said that Long Ancestor is truly the founding ancestor of our Long Imperial residence. Young Lady Long struggled to spell each word, not fully understanding the revival ancestor, but knowing he was very powerful. Now, returning to the present, it is indeed the Long Ancestor. But that Long to Golden Crown is smiling at Tran Y. Is the ancestor smiling? Is he waiting for the descendants of the Long clan to activate the divine sword or waiting for Tam Tran Y to arrive? No way. Absolutely no way. How could the Long Two from 500 years ago know that a descendant from the Nine Netherland could ascend like Tam Tran Y? On the other side, Shen Zhenyi also begins a conversation with the Long Ancestor. I entrusted my soul to Han Lu so that someday, no matter how long it takes, we can meet again. If it weren't for Princess Long's invitation, I might not even remember this thing. Moreover, no one would have expected that I could return to this world. You really didn't need to go that far. Tam Tran Y smiled with a look of regret. It was like old friends meeting again after a long time, but knowing in advance that they would soon be separated forever, and indeed, that was the truth. The Golden Dragon of Longton also smiled back and whispered something only they could hear, before gradually vanishing into the void, transforming back into a dragon shape. Tam Tran Y pondered for a moment and then replied, "Yes, I understand now." The last remaining shadow of Longton took a moment to completely vanish, and only then did Princess Long dare to peek secretly at the situation. What remains of Longton gradually disintegrates and flies toward the full moon. Princess Long is very surprised. She witnessed the entire scene from beginning to end. Jinjin saw Longton off under the bright moon, looking like fire merging with the moonlight. Huh? Princess Long recognized that there was something emitting a blue light in Tam Tran Y's hand, exactly like the spirit stone just now. It is Hanlu Ki Thak. Little girl, what do you say that is? The Hanlu crystal. The Hanlu Chi stone only appears in places of extreme cold and darkness, and it takes thousands of years to form one. Why is it hidden inside the immortal sword? Impossible. Let me open my divine eye to see clearly. As he opened his divine eye to scan the stone, he was pushed back by an intense coldness. This level of icy aura truly is Hanlu crystal. Zhen turned back and stared intently at the 2 Thuklong clan members. What have I done? Tham Tran said nothing, returning to his original position. Thank you, Princess Long, for pointing out the treasure.
I will take this item and recall the past a bit so I can mark the treasure for third young master.
That's not right. This wasn't my intention.
How was I supposed to know this treasure was actually the Hanlu Spirit Stone?
Oh, how can I explain this to the sect leader? Are you still being so naive? The divine hidden sword has been revealed.
Are we just going to watch that kid take the Hanlu crystal away? With his strength, what can we do?
The Long clan has protected this place
For 500 years and still doesn't know about such a treasure. Isn't that just a joke to everyone? Second uncle, talking is useless. Go back and report to father quickly. This whole matter is because of you. After returning from Gosword Mountain Villa, I will confess my sins.
Back at Chijin Mountain Villa, the sound of clicking echoed as the door opened. Young girl Suo Huola carefully peeked outside to observe her surroundings, carrying a bundle on her back. Everyone is talking that Princess Long's trip to find the treasure with her master is actually for an engagement. By the time their wedding is deeply affectionate, I'm afraid no one will pay attention to a little disciple like me anymore. Maybe I should go traveling the world now to avoid heartbreak and sadness. As she was lost in her thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly spoke from behind. Where are you going at this late hour? Shen Zhenyi has already returned. Why are you carrying so much luggage? Seeing the master, Huala Dungdung looked like she was about to cry, thinking she had believed the master wouldn't return for the time being. Why does the engagement have to take 10 days or half a month? An engagement.
Everyone says that Princess Long is a great beauty, so the Long Royal Palace is like a protector of the sect. She's just a junior.
Oh, isn't the master planning to marry her? So Princess Long really took the master to find the treasure. Although not a precious treasure, it's still useful. He looked at the Vian Hanlo crystal in his hand and surely had a plan in mind. What kind of stone is this? It's so beautiful. Suo Huola reached out to touch it, but quickly withdrew her hand in pain. This fire spirit crystal absorbs the world's aura and has yet to be polished into a sword intent hidden within the stone. It could cause injury. If I hadn't been holding it, it might have damaged your arm's meridians just now. It's so dangerous. Why did my master take it back? This is a good material for forging a sword. I plan to use it to forge a long sword for you, to serve as a foundation for your sword training. Hearing this, a wave of unexpected happiness washed over Sohuala. Did you take this to help me, master? Remember this well, only when the sword and the person become one can you reach the true realm of swordsmanship. On your initial path of swordsmanship, the first sword is extremely important. Sohuala eagerly learned from Tam Tran why. I understand now, master, and you also know how to train swords. You're truly knowledgeable in everything. From afar, Princess Long hid in a secluded spot to observe, so it turns out you never intended this marriage proposal. It makes sense. Tum Tum from Kikiem Mountain Villa is unpredictable. How could an ordinary person like me catch your eye? It's a pity that the marriage alliance my father hoped for can only be discussed at length. With that in mind, she looked after them. Master, please, do you really want to use the rare stone to forge a sword for this girl? It is said that the 1,000-year legacy of the 12-sword pavilion relies on the legendary Chap Kiem sword to strengthen itself. The Chap Kiem sword is extraordinary because it was forged from a piece of rare hot crystal. You won't even use such a treasured sword, letting disciple Shen Zhenyi joke around with Huola Naidan. Or perhaps even Hanlu's rare stone isn't enough to catch your eye. Thamtran Yi, who exactly are you? Outside the Chijian Mountain Villa, there is a statue of a tree with a sword planted into the ground. The sword is an ancient sacred item, the highest treasure, worshipped by all. It is a short weapon, a close combat weapon renowned for its profound and mysterious artistry. At the heavenly listening room, Shen Zhenyi, Shen Shou, and Andafu are discussing. Master An, these are all the materials I need to refine Hanlu Qi stone. Let me see the starry crystal, the 100-fold hardened stone, the smooth jade. Oh, do you still need the blood of the celestial eagle? Using it to balance yin and yang is the key to cultivating sword energy. I am powerless to obtain this blood of the dragon eagle. Seeing him struggle, Sohuala asked, "And glasses, can you handle this?" And Duke Fook adjusted his glasses and calmly explained, "Miss So, don't doubt my abilities. The blood golden eagle is cunning and fierce, living in groups, making it very difficult to catch. Moreover, its freshness diminishes quickly, making it even rarer. If that's the case, I will go hunting myself." And Duke Fook quickly intervened. "Young Master Tam cannot go there, so why can't my master go as well?" Young Master Tam's martial skills are unmatched in the world, but the Long Eagle is not worth mentioning. But Long Ying lives in the wilderness, in the northwest of Fiquang Continent, which is the territory of Shungtian City, whose people are known for their ferocity. I fear they might cause trouble. Hearing this name, Tamtho asked curiously where Shungtian City is. They act arrogantly and unjustly, as if those things don't matter. Tam Tran Wai took a sip of tea, and if that's the case, exterminating them would be fine. Do you really think it's that easy? Destroying them isn't difficult for Third Young Master, but if one escapes, it could endanger the disciples in the sect later on. Third Uncle, Master An is right. I heard that the City Lord of Shungthien City is a true immortal stage 4th level expert who spends all year studying military strategies and formations with subordinates who are deadly cavalry killers involved in all kinds of evil deeds. The protagonist reassures everyone, saying there's no need to worry, he has a plan. And then he sets out. My master really wants to go, or should I go with him? No need. I can go alone more easily. Stay here and focus on practicing your swordsmanship. Here you won't be burdened and can concentrate on the way of the sword. To improve your realm, you must achieve harmony between sword and person to grasp the fundamentals of the great Tao. Actually, I don't quite understand. Earlier, Master said that Han Lu's special stone is the ultimate coldness, so I should practice the cold ice sword, but I have been cultivating fire-type true energy since I was young, so shouldn't I use a pure yang sword to unify the sword intent and true energy? That's right. To fully unleash my potential, using a yang sword would definitely be more suitable. But if it's for the purpose of enlightenment in the way of the sword, then it's different. The yin cold sword just happens to complement your yin and yang, and your sword energy, so your achievements will definitely be great. I see. That does make some sense. Then why have I never seen my master use a sword like that? What about me? That's right. It's the legendary sword that resonates with the wielder. Why are you asking so many questions today? I have temporarily put away my sword and no longer need it, and I can't find that sword anymore. Let's not talk about that. I won't be here for a few days, so don't be lazy. No, master, don't worry. A few days later, in Faikwang Prefecture, in a rest camp in the northwest desert, a small city appeared amidst the hazy sands, bustling with merchants and conversations. The old man gave me 2 pounds of cake and a water jar. Tam Tran Wai called the vendor, "Please wait a moment." "Thank you." The bandits around saw the main character and started whispering to each other. Where did the white-robed scholar come from to seek death here? Probably his first time wandering the martial world. Looking at his clothes, he's not ordinary. He's either wealthy or noble. Since he's come to Bako's training ground, why bother about his background? It doesn't matter if you kill him. The old shop owner who sells to Tam Tran Wai was kind enough to remind him to be careful. The young master said to watch out. The beasts here are fierce, but not as dangerous as the people around here. Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful. As soon as I finished speaking, a rough-looking man approached from behind. In broad daylight, he staggered forward carrying a jar of wine, demanding money from Tam Tran Wai. Hey, do you have any money? Of course I do. That's good then. That guy stepped forward. Quickly give the money so the boss can use it. The boss will pay you after winning the game. Tam Tran Wai said nothing, just glared at him, and immediately he stepped back, covering his mouth. Smells terrible. The scoundrel was furious. What did you just say? I said you smell terrible. You refuse the wine I offer and want to be punished with wine. He raised his hand with the wine jar, ready to attack Tam Tran Wai. I've never seen anyone as brave as this. As he was about to strike, he was stopped by a shout. Tran Lao Ku, you still dare to act arrogantly here. It seems you haven't suffered enough yesterday. It turns out she is a beautiful young lady who came to rescue the male lead. That young lady is Hong Tu Ko, a famous female hunter in the northern land who specializes in hunting monsters. Old man Kutran, if you think you haven't suffered enough. My brothers and I are just relaxing right now. Before he could finish speaking, the lecherous man hurriedly said, I didn't know the young master was under Hong's protection, so I offended you. Please forgive me. Little man, get out of here. Tham Tran Wai paid no attention to what just happened. He brought the piece of cake to his mouth to taste it. It's okay. Does this young master's head lack a certain string or something? Little brother, this place is chaotic with dragons and snakes. It's not suitable for you. Please leave. I accept the lady's advice, but I still need to head north. It's very dangerous in the north. What are you doing going alone? Hunting the golden eagle? Hunting the dragon eagle, cure the poison. A disciple from a renowned sect is going out for training, and as soon as he appears, he mocks him. This brother must be joking. The mature and fierce phoenix can soar high in the sky. Without reaching the 5th stage of the true immortal realm, no one dares to try, especially with Dung Thien Then in front. Hong Tu Ko glared, forbidding disrespect, or is the young brother trying to summon heroes here for help? No, I alone am enough. Knowing his intention, Hong Tu Ko was stunned. I can't let the little brother go. Huh? Even though you say that, you're still stubborn. Do you not know how high the sky is and how deep the earth runs? Even the city lord of Shungtian or King Zhaolong wouldn't dare to go alone to catch the Long Ying. Who do you think you are? My brother here doesn't know how to talk, but he means no harm. We are northern hunters, hunting monsters to survive, and we have seen the ferocity of the long eaglet. You must know its wingspan is 2 zhang, its body as hard as steel, and its feathers as sharp as knives. Oh. The male lead let out a sigh to show politeness, but he didn't really care much. Listen to my advice. You can't go to your death. Thank you for your kindness. I have my own plans. Miss Tu, don't pay attention to him. He's not crying over a coffin yet. Why bother being kind? Everyone, wait a moment. If your brother's mind is made up, why not join us? If there's danger, it'll be easier to help each other. Why do you care so much about him, Tuko? Move aside. Besides, this time we spent a lot to invite Master Hack. A master who once relied on his strength to kill the Wolf King Lang Thao Nguyen. He is the one over there. Miss Tu points to the man who has finished his sword and is sitting leisurely drinking wine in the corner. With Master Hack here, he will definitely ensure everyone's safety. Shamchan Wai looked on and realized that this person didn't even have any internal energy circulating in their body, let alone spiritual energy. Entrusting your life to someone like that is just a joke. Then I'll consider this a good deed. Respectfully following your orders, I'll trouble you, young lady. Great, he agreed. So we'll set out tomorrow. Once the plan is made, the next night the group will stop and rest in the middle of the desert. Let's set up camp. Tom Tron-E leisurely sits down to light a fire on one side. You've been traveling all day, right? Here's some water to thank you. Behind them, the people accompanying them whispered and discussed. I say, Hawkmaster is fine, but why does Miss Tu care so much about that little white face? Looking at them, he really doesn't know shame, acting like a rich man who does nothing. I think his skin is smooth and fair, so he's probably not a martial artist. Sooner or later, he'll bring trouble to us. If he faces danger, I won't be worried about him. The detox master, overhearing the woman he secretly loves being talked about like that, immediately got angry. Young Master Shen, we haven't gone too far yet. If you regret it, I can send someone to bring you back. But if not, don't be unwise. Miss Tu just doesn't want to be too harsh. You're clearly a burden to us. If we leave you here alone, you'll die with no place to bury you. Healing Master Tham is a guest. You must not be rude. What kind of guest is he? We have good intentions, but he doesn't know his place. Sooner or later, he will drag us into trouble. This time we're hunting the 9 deadly warrior, and you have to bring him along. Where do you put everyone's lives? No way. Master Hai will protect us thoroughly. You're overthinking it. Miss Tu, you're really reckless. While you two were arguing, Shen Zhenyu stepped in. So your target is the Iron War Beast? It's here now? Are you still planning to argue? Heal the poison. Looking over there, on a distant sand dune, a beast is rushing towards the group, fully covered in heavy armor. It's the Iron Warrior. Brothers, defend against the enemy, prepare quickly, and position the archers to block the exit. Haksu Fu. Tichin Su has appeared. Please come. Hong Tu just opened the tent curtain, and surprisingly, that Black Master was gone without a trace. Ah, so he left without even making a move? What's going on? Where is Master Hai? Quickly search everywhere. I doubt they ran away early. What did you say? He ran away? That person doesn't have the ability to hunt monsters. He just trained himself from an ordinary person. I can't sense any true energy within him. He only fooled you with his muscular build. We've been fooled. No way. I saw him hunt the hide of King Lang Prairie with my own eyes. He probably just picked up a wolf's pelt. Curing the poison and those things no longer matter. But now, without a master guarding, the entire team is in chaos. Yes, instead of waiting to die, we can only try to find a way to survive, so we have no choice but to fight desperately. You two disregard life and death, inspiring admiration in others, but it doesn't have to be so tragic. Shen Zhenyi could no longer watch and stood up, dusting himself off. Since we are traveling together, consider it fate. If so, let me handle the Iron War Beast as a small token of my gratitude. Is this the Iron War Beast? Step back behind me. Young Master Shen, since we've traveled together, I guess we're fated to look out for each other. If that's the case, let me handle the Steel War Beast as a way to repay you. Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Do you think the beast in front of you is some kind of pet for you to train? The Tai Jianshu's sword and spear are invincible. Even standing still, you might not be able to hurt it. If you can handle it, I will bow to you in gratitude for curing the poison. Young Master, curing poison sounds harsh, but it's not wrong. You should retreat quickly. We will hold them off here. There might still be a chance to survive, rest assured. Thumbtran-E smiled, but before anyone could finish speaking, Tiet Chien Su roared. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with claws swung forward like a lightning bolt. Thumbtran-E remains calm, simply lifting one foot and stomping forcefully on the ground. Instantly, Du-chan causes countless stones and pebbles to fly into the air. Seeing Tom Tron-I raise his hand, Tiet Qiansu hurriedly retracted his claw and stepped back to defend himself, carefully watching and predicting his opponent's movements before adopting a defensive stance. He shot a blade of sword energy from his index finger, but not at his opponent, instead hitting a nearby stone. The stone flew away, striking a pebble nearby, causing a chain of ricocheting impacts. Energy and kinetic energy are accumulating at an astonishing speed. Detox and Hong Tu are just watching in confusion, not understanding what is happening. All those stones flew straight at the armored lion, and despite its thick and heavy armor, it was shattered by the small stones. They pierced straight into the beast's flesh like hunting bullets, causing unbearable pain. The lion roars in a pitiful cry. Thamtran Yi can only whisper an apology to you, unable to endure any more torment. The beast collapses to the ground, its eyes devoid of life. It collapsed in its own pool of blood. Who would have thought that this young boy possessed such incredible power? Zhen Yi stood before the creature's body, paid his respects for a moment, then sighed. Phew, I don't need this beast's corpse either. I'll give it to everyone. With that, he turned and walked away gracefully. Oh, right. Did someone just say something earlier? He was implying that when the kid detoxed and proudly declared, "If you can solve it, I will kowtow to you." The poison remover's face turned pale. No, it was Hong Tu's girl beside him, trying to hold back her laughter. There must be some misunderstanding. Tam Tran Wai glanced at the kid, raising his hand to threaten him. As soon as Shen Jin Wai raised his hand to detox, he hurriedly knelt down, stammering, Wait, I was wrong. I can't believe this kid stutters so much and still hasn't bitten his tongue. I'm very, very sorry, sir. I was at fault earlier. Please forgive me. Tham Tran Wai was about to say something, but seeing the boy sweating cold, he held back. He let out a sigh and turned to walk away. Phew, all right, let's leave it at that. Hong Tu Ko called out to him, but before she could finish, Tam Tran Yi raised his hand to stop her. I'm just a passerby who knows some martial arts. Young Master Shen has just finished detoxing, and after bowing his head for a while, secretly lifts his face. Go on, Hong Tu Ko doesn't pay any attention to him. She is still muttering to herself. Tham Tran Yi, it seems like you look a bit familiar. Could you be Tam Third Young Master from Chijian Mountain Villa? So, it was him who came from Nine Abyss, after Tram Nguyet Nyan. Did Tram Nguyet Nyan just arrive from Nine Abyss? They're that quick and powerful, so it's not impossible, don't you think? I heard that young Master Shen Tam is a genius with extraordinary talent, with swordsmanship like a god. Even long-standing powers like Bai Yue Cave and Long Huang Mansion have to maintain good relations with him. If it really is him, he truly has the strength to defeat the Iron Warrior. Brothers, this time we've made a big profit. Besides the Steel Warrior we planned to meet, we also encountered Master Tham from Chijian Mountain. Going to Guangzhou will have a strong backing. Having a backing is good, but this time the third young master of the Steel Warrior was too aggressive. Many of our layers were shattered, and if we sell now, we'll get less than half the price. Oh. Hong Tu Ko just felt happy and sad. Then after a while, she returned to Armin. At this moment, he has reached the nest of the Long Eagles, and doing good deeds will bring blessings. He has already encountered 2 Long Eagles, 1 purple and 1 red. Tam Tran Wai stands on the mountain peak, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, while the gentle breeze caresses his handsome face. Meanwhile, a group of people was hiding behind a rock not far away. Who is this guy that dares to intrude into our Yungthian city territory? Hey, you're even getting close to the Long Eaglet's nest. Do you want to die? Leader, should we inform Deputy City Lord? No need. He looks so weak that Long Eaglet will tear him apart soon. Even something this trivial is a bother for the Deputy City Lord. Are you really desperate enough to die? Leader, quickly see what he's got. Bin Nguk? Why did this kid come here to take the Blood Dragon Eagle? A giant rock spreads its wings and swoops down towards Shen Zhenyi, and he quickly seizes the opportunity. He forms a sword aura with his hand, and as the rock enters his attack range, he swiftly unleashes a precise sword strike. Immediately after, the giant bird body fell to the ground. The people behind were amazed by this scene. Leader, I couldn't see clearly what happened. Did the giant eagle lose? Seeing its companion wounded, the remaining one immediately raised its claws to attack. It charged from behind, aiming to strike swiftly, but whether it was due to memory or some unseen force blocking it, it couldn't get any closer. Zhen Jin Yi approached carefully to observe. Why did that thing flying in the sky give up attacking? Quickly tear that kid apart. The weak pink phoenix gently stood up, and he softly said to it, Sorry, I just need to borrow your blood. I won't harm your veins. Please don't blame me. It seemed to understand his words and obediently stayed still as he took its blood.
What is he doing? Forget it, something's not right.
After collecting it, the pink dragon eagle slowly stands up, no longer intending to attack. It spreads its wings and soars into the sky. The purple phoenix saw this, then circled around the crimson phoenix for a while before they left together.
Looking at the amount of blood collected in the small vial, he nodded in satisfaction.
This is enough. From afar, the bandits realized that what Tam Tran Wai is holding is Long Ying blood. He obtained the Long Eagle blood, and the Long Eagle didn't harm him. Leader, where did this peerless expert come from, that he could easily get the Long Eagle blood? So we didn't let him finish, and the big brother immediately shouted, "What are you talking about? He can't handle the Long Eagle." Claw Eagle? Eagle feathers are good stuff. Why didn't he take them? Even so, he still found it very strange. That's right. How could someone encounter a Long Ying without suffering any injury? Be quiet. I heard that Long Ying is very perceptive. If this young man came to ask for medicine for his parents, they might give him some Long Ying blood. Maybe he obtained it through his request. It makes sense. He was kneeling before Long Ying just now whispering something, so he has no real ability at all. Brothers, come quickly and seize the Long Eagle blood with me. Leader, should we see him as a filial son or just walk away? Zhongtian City is not a pharmacy. That's right, Long Ying was born in Zhongtian City. So Long Ying blood naturally belongs to us, taking what isn't asked for is theft, and we can't forgive him. We can't forgive the thief. On the way back, just as things were peaceful, a group of bandits ran up shouting, "Hey kid, you barged into Zhongtian City's territory, you should talk to us first. Ever since I arrived here, you've been tailing us, so why are you suddenly acting all high and mighty? If you speak no ambiguous words and hand over Long Ung Huyet that you obtained, we will spare your life. Otherwise," he presses the large sword to Shen Zhenyi's neck and coldly looks at the boss saying, "If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened." This kid is about to die and still acts so arrogantly. Leader, no need to waste words with him, just finish him off. Can you hear me clearly? Be sensible and cooperate. In response to their arrogant, mocking attitude, Tam Tran Wai remains indifferent as he calmly walks past them. As he passes, blood gushes from his neck. Ignoring him behind, he continued coldly without turning back. His vision gradually lowered until suddenly he saw it level with the ground. Seeing that Tam Tran Wai was unharmed and that the leader was lying sprawled on the ground, his followers were terrified and hurriedly ran over. "Leader! Leader! He defeated the leader! Go report to the deputy city lord quickly." Is it acceptable for an unknown kid to scare you like that? You worthless trash. Tich now scolded angrily with a frowning face. Do you still have the nerve to run back here with your tail between your legs? Deputy city lord, that guy is truly extraordinary. Even his subordinates couldn't see clearly how the leader died. What's more impressive is that he obtained the blood of the dragon eagle effortlessly. Hearing that, Tich and Gao couldn't help but feel confused. Long Ung Huyet? Could it be that he's really that capable? Does he really not need to put in any effort? Our subordinates actually didn't see very clearly. Hey, come on, tell me what happened. At first, the two long eagles spread their wings to attack him, but in the blink of an eye, one was on the ground, and the other could do nothing. Then he knelt beside the long eagle and whispered something, and when he stood up, he had taken the blood. At that moment, the subordinate and the leader felt it was a filial son seeking blood. Yes, that's what the leader said then. But Deputy City Lord, this is very strange. Shut up. A young kid asking for blood, can it really scare you that much? Order the subordinates to prepare horses and weapons immediately. We chase after that kid to avenge our fallen brother, using the blood of the long eagle we just took. It's too easy for him. My ears suffer through the hardships of training and countless difficulties. This time, to seize the long eagle's blood, I can take advantage of climbing up. It's truly something to look forward to. After collecting the long eagle's blood, he sat idly under a withered tree. Suddenly, he sensed movement approaching from afar. The annoying insects still keep coming. Oh, right. Whether it's when the blood is fermenting or when someone dies, a group of bandits riding horses are looking around as if searching for something. Deputy City Lord, look at that tree. It's him. No, it can't be. He's probably just waiting here on purpose for a... Did he scare you to death? Are you still talking nonsense like that? That's right. He injured someone from Zhongtian and still dares to wait here. As the man was about to speak further, the camp leader angrily interrupted. Stop talking nonsense, or you'll be punished. Brothers, attack now, quickly. The bandits surrounded Shen Zhenyi. A subordinate spoke up. Unfortunately, Vice Mayor of Zhongtian City is here, so bow and salute. He casually asked, who is it? Tich Nhao, Vice City Lord, disciple of the Zhongzhou Shanghuang Sect, and the chief of the Tranfai Lam Chao medical team. Kid, be sensible, and bow your head to admit your guilt. He looked at them with a disappointed expression.
Just a disciple of the Zhongzhou Shanghuang sect, not yet qualified to invest. What did you say? You killed our brother Zheng Thun and still dare to act so arrogantly?
That's interesting. Let's see what your background is. If you're a familiar disciple of a sect, we won't bully the weak anymore. You must remember that the guardian of Qi Sword Mountain today will take your lives here. Hearing his declaration, everyone burst into mocking laughter. So you are a disciple from 9U, from Qijian Mountain Sect. I can forgive your ignorance. But you have taken the life of someone from Zhongtian City. As the Vice City Lord, I must uphold justice for my brothers. Maybe that's for the best, to show respect to the Tramanguit person. You will be annihilated, and we will let you keep your life. Come on, fight now! As soon as he finished speaking, they threw a sword at him. He quietly looked at the sword on the ground. Those who had seen him act before were all uneasy. While the deputy camp leader looked at him with contempt after standing still for a while, he still made no move. He sneered and provoked, saying, "So what?" Gon's words earlier. "Now you can't fight back. So I will generously help you with compassion and guide you on your journey to visit your ancestors above." With that, he launched a palm strike. Thamtran Ai just sneered. The anger on his hand suddenly disappeared, replaced by a strange aura that enveloped his arm and seeped into his meridians. He gradually panicked and shouted, "What is this?" "Master of the Thuong Huang sect, cultivating is not easy. It seems you've worked hard. Unfortunately, there's one thing you don't know. The 5 elements Heavenly Thunder's most important aspect is a pure heart. Only with a pure heart can you grasp the thunder. If the mind is unrighteous, the thunder will rebel, only harming oneself." Then, the heavenly thunder spread from his hand throughout his body, confronting the internal energy. Thunderbolt backlash? Impossible. I've never heard of the 5 forms heavenly thunder in my 5 years of cultivation. Believe it or not, but karma you create yourself will not let you live. Rest in peace and go meet your ancestors. At this moment, he was being struck back by the heavenly thunder, screaming in pain and denial. "No way. I sealed the pathways of my meridians and the heavenly thunder. The thunder cannot escape. It can only blow up my body. You must die." Then, lightning shot down onto the horse, causing it to panic and neigh loudly. In front of his subordinates, he fell to the ground in pain and then vanished, leaving only a pool of blood, some fragments, and debris. "Deputy City Lord." Everyone watched in horror as Jam Tron Y gradually disappeared into the distance. On the arid land, Tam Tron I's figure disappears from view. Yesterday and today, he returned with the blood of the dragon eagle. "Wow, is this Long Ying blood? Just looking at it, I can tell it's a treasure, Master. You got it easily so impressive." "Are you really hunting the Long Eagle?" He took a sip of tea and replied, "Long Eagle is a spiritual beast. Just need its blood, no need to take its life." "You speak so gently. Will the Long Eagle obediently let him take its blood?" "Was there no trouble from Shungthian City's people along the way?" He replied briefly, "Yes." He froze for a moment. "Is something wrong?" "So, who is the other person?" "I can't remember their name, but he practices the lightning techniques of the Thuong Huang sect." The lightning techniques of the Thuong Huang sect? Lightning electrocution. Master Tayat Ngao? It seems that is this person's name. Lightning electrocution technique. Master Xie Yao, known as Zhen Piangqiang Zhou, is famous for his ruthless and cold-hearted nature. The reputation of Zhen Piangqiang Zhou might just be a false name. His lightning magic is not considered orthodox. What does this imply? How could you ignore it? While Yun Nong was still confused, Su Huola leaned in and said, "If it's more powerful, meeting my master can handle any storm. Any. Voila, this is no joking matter." "Third brother, did you and the Deputy City Lord have any conflicts?" The Deputy City Lord led a group to seize the blood of the Dragon Eagle, but he suddenly died while losing control of his cultivation. "What do you mean? He's dead?" A master with dominance over a province suddenly dies from a sudden outbreak of internal energy. How strange is that? Is that the main point? Did you inform the family about it? Are they rushing to Qijian Mountain Villa because of that? He looked at Elder Shan and then smiled gently, probably about to send them away. Hearing that answer, his heart skipped a few beats. "What did you say?"
As expected, at that moment, a servant hurriedly ran in from outside, shouting loudly, "Report! Something's wrong, Lord, something's wrong."
The city lord Shung Xiancheng sent a challenge to Qi Sontrang for a duel. Seemingly having foreseen the outcome, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
At this moment, at Bai Yue Grotto, Zhou Jun happily ran in to deliver the news. "Father, good news. That little brat finally met his match."
Who else could it be but that guy, Tham Tran Y? I don't know why Shen Zhenyi has a conflict with Shung Shicheng. Vice City Lord Teach Gao is already trembling. Hearing this, he was startled and asked again, "Is the news confirmed so I can go tell?" "It's true. The city lord and the law enforcer have sent a challenge sword to the Sky Mountain sect. Heaven is helping us. I still don't know his true strength."
Van Ninge's intelligence is also worthless. Without finding an excuse, I really don't know what will happen to me in the future.
Today is a good day. He has provoked the legal lord himself. Father, I hear that the legal lord has reached the 4th level of the true person stage and even created the extraordinary formation, Bakmon Tien Quan. My son doesn't know about Bakmon Tien Quan. My son doesn't know what Bakmon Tien Quan actually is.
True Lord, do you know the military strategy secret book Heavenly Tactics and Armies? I've heard that this book is difficult to understand and not many people in the world can master it. Lord Ren's hard work in studying the Heavenly General's military tactics to create the 100 Gates Celestial Gate shows he is extraordinary.
The so-called 100 Gate Celestial Pass is a great formation created by hundreds of martial artists who have trained in the Heavenly Commander Army book. It combines the strength of 100 people, changing unpredictably and killing invisibly. All along, our Moonlight Sect's strength has not been inferior to Jungtian City, but we dare not break this balance because of the fear of the 100 Gates Heavenly Gate.
So that's how it is. No wonder the law enforcement chief is so furious now that Jungtian City has been humiliated by a newly established sect.
In that case, Shenjin Yi might face the Bakmon Tien Quan formation, so we don't need to intervene. He will die on his own. Yes, all we need to do is wait for the Tuasun Quan Ho to fight, and the inheritance of Tu Nin Quan will come into our hands. What if that kid chickens out and refuses to fight? It's not his turn. He provokes Chung Tian Chung first, and even kills their vice city lord. Even the 8-2 envoy can't help him. You don't know his temper. So our Bai Yue Quan can lend a hand to help set up the formation, and then the entire Chi Kiem mountain sect will become a ruin. He won't risk his own life out of fear and ignore the sect as well. No. This person is so arrogant that he definitely won't. So now we can only wait and see how things unfold. Over here, Shen Zhenyi is rolling up his sleeves and forging a sword in the yard with no one around. Everyone is waiting outside. That's how the situation is. The war letter has already been delivered. I told you not to provoke Zhongtian City, so why are you causing such a serious problem? No matter what, this cannot be left to the old third alone. I will go to Zhongtian City to apologize to the city lord, hoping to risk my life to make amends for this old man and bring peace to the mountain sect. Old master. Even if Lord Third Young Master goes, it won't help. The Chi Sword Mountain sect is truly in a difficult situation now. Whether Young Master Tam goes or not, a confrontation with Zheng Tianthun is unavoidable. Yet he still calmly forges his sword with Han Lu Chi stone, unless he intends to rely on this sword. After sharpening the sword, he dips it into the water.
Young Master, what are your plans regarding the war letter?
It's just a small matter. Don't bother me while I train the Firewolf's sword. Hearing the reply, she didn't know what more to say. Small matter? Are you teasing me?
Master Nam uses the 100 Gates Heavenly Gate to challenge. Brother, the spirit sword of Sun Trang is in a life and death crisis. How can this be a trivial matter?
So Hoala, quickly persuade your master to leave. Just as she was about to find an ally, she realized. So Hoala was lost in her dreams and couldn't hear what she was saying. At this critical moment, my master still wholeheartedly forges the sword for me. I am so happy. After hearing this, Van Nye was even more speechless. Master Shen Zhenyi suddenly called out Sohuala's name, and upon hearing it, she immediately stepped forward.
Master, Sister Van Enningy said no, or is it that you already have a firm grasp on the 100 Gates Celestial Pass?
Who said I would go?
After I finish training my sword, I will use it to break through that boring formation.
She was still lost in a romantic dream, and nodded, but when her mind processed the information, she realized something was off. You're leaving?
That's right. Trying it out the sword is also good. Master, do you prefer new over old? Since Sister Van Nige is here, you want to take me to die, right? Van Nige shouted angrily. What does it have to do with me, young master?
Even if Han Luoyi forged a divine sword from cold lapis lazuli, not everyone can wield its power. After all, it is the 100 Gates Celestial Gate. Soru Huala, despite being a young expert, could only contend with a third-stage true person, even with a divine sword made from cold lapis lazuli. Facing Master Nam, a fourth-stage true person, is like throwing eggs at a rock. Impossible. It's true that relying solely on this sword to deal with Master Nam is not enough, but the so-called 100 Gates Celestial Prison Array can be broken with a flick of Hoala's hand.
Does my master really think I am capable? I replied, no problem.
Van Nye frowned in confusion. If she couldn't fight the Dharma Lord of Ren, How could she possibly break the 100 Gates celestial prison?
What kind of reasoning is this? The girl helplessly replied.
Then I will definitely try my best. After hearing that, Von Unge was at a loss. Where does this confidence come from? Or is it that you still haven't shared your knowledge of the Kimon Donjiap with Sohua La? After leaving, she pondered. Even though her master said it was okay, she still felt a bit scared. Can I really do it? Suddenly a scream rang out, making Huala's little heart jump. Traitors, do you want to rebel? Old master, now that the Sword Mountain sect is like a boat against the wind, staying here won't help us.
Yinyi, I thought that after the previous battle with Huala, you would learn pain and strive to cultivate better.
Moreover, your cultivation was bestowed generously by the sect, yet you repay kindness with revenge and incite the disciples to rebel.
How is that possible? So, Hotni replied arrogantly, the wise bird chooses its branch to perch on. Please don't blame me. We want to withdraw from the Sword Peak sect to avoid the disaster of annihilation after passing on the inheritance. I hope you will understand, and the elders will approve.
You, Sohatni, were very surprised to hear these words from your senior sister and quickly ran in to support the old lady. Are you okay, old lady? Why did junior sister come? No one can stop us now. In the end, those who always aim higher will fail this time, and us switching to another sect is also normal. Why does old master have to force it so much? We will not fail. So Nai emphasized, we will not lose. So Hatni sneered. Junior sister, don't be too naive, the third young master. Them you admire will definitely lose.
Oh dear, you thought climbing higher would save you, but now you're about to be overturned twice as fast.
How pathetic. Sinai stood tall and said clearly, listen carefully. My master said, it's just the 100 Gates celestial pass. Lifting a hand is enough to pass. No need for anyone to fight. I will handle it. The disciples and Hotni frowned at her, while the old man behind was also surprised. What's wrong? Is the third young master not planning to intervene? She nodded, but before she could say more, mocking laughter erupted behind her. Junior sister, relying on the favor of the third young master and thinking you are invincible? Know your limits. Young Master Tam is using her as a shield. Hearing the mockery, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. You really are quick to step in and scold the fire carriage enough. Go now, and don't tell anyone you're disciples of the Mountain Sect. So Hotni haughtily turns away. Who cares about being special? Let's go, junior sister. When the time comes, we'll go to Zhongtian City to see how you break the 100 Gates Heavenly Pass. If you truly make it through, your senior sister will definitely make it up to you. Unfortunately, I see there's no way you'll return alive. After shouting loudly, she returned with a wealthy attitude. Ah, senior sister, is that what you're saying? You're so heartless. To say such things now, Sister Yun-Nai, are you really comforting me? Right now? Shen Zhenyi asked. Do you think Ye-Ni's cultivation is at what level now? Except for you, none of the other Mortal Realm disciples of the Mountain Sect have broken through to the true person stage. And even if they join her, they can't match your strength. From now on, if you encounter such things, don't hold back. Just teach them a lesson. Even if it kills them, it's fine. Is it really okay for Van Nagi to teach her disciples like this? Today's big battle is about to happen, but fighting with fellow students over a quarrel is a bit inappropriate. There's nothing wrong with it. Rebel Map Mountain Villa has already decided where to go, clearly colluding with external enemies, and they are just a sect protecting the gate. Hearing this, Van Nui nodded in agreement. And remember, heaven and earth are unkind. Viewing all things as grass and straw, saints are unkind, seeing common people as grass and straw. The higher the level, the more the value of life is just a flickering light in the darkness, unrelated to oneself. In the end, there's no need to worry about trivial matters. Oh my, what kind of education is this? Unlike Yun He's surprised expression, Su Huala nodded to accept the new knowledge. Master, is this sword about to be finished training? Yeah, put it in the fire again. But it seems like the water today is a bit strange. That's right, it seems very pure. That's Han Quan water, intentionally taken to activate the original cold energy of the Spirit Stone. The kids stepped back, and both of them retreated a few paces as the sword was immersed in the water and immediately reacted. The vessel holding the pure water suddenly shattered, and all the water inside instantly turned to ice. The sword also changed, shining brightly and emitting a pure white aura, while the surrounding space grew cold like winter in summer. The cold energy is so intense it freezes instantly. Han Luoyi Stone is a rare treasure of the underworld, and with the divine spirit of the Dragon Clan, it produces such miraculous effects. Master, is this finished being forged? Yes, it's better than the kin trap from the 12 Swords Pavilion, barely enough to use. This is your sword. You can name it yourself. She frowned as she looked at the sword that Shen Zhenyi had just forged. What's the name? What should I call it? She stammered as she read, Han Han Yi, also Han Vi Yi, harmonious in yin and yang. Moreover, the most important thing is that he looks just like his master. What does the master think of Han Yi? Shamtran Yi smiled gently and said, if you like it, then we can go break through the 100 gates of heaven once Han Yi's swordsmanship is complete. Yes, master. Then the two teachers and students headed together to confront the enemy and stir up a lively chaos. On a sandcastle in the desert, a figure was ascending the stairs to the highest point to look out. Zhen Yun, you really dare to come? If you don't know how to cherish your life, then I'll make sure you go and never return. Master Nam stands on the city wall with a delighted expression as people gather around to watch the lively scene. As long as he dies here, our Tunin army's legacy will surely be ours. No matter what, still worthy of being called the Moonslayer, still has some dignity. Even the Dragon King is interested to watch. With courage, I truly didn't misjudge you. Father, do you really think young Master Shan Tam has a chance to win this battle? A chance to win? I don't think there's a clear winner. Tom Tran Wai, though talented for his age, hasn't been in his body for long and probably can't win. So the meaning of the previous alliance with the 100 Gates Heavenly Pass was very mysterious, gathering the strength of hundreds of martial artists controlled by Master Ren himself. Now that Qijian Mountain Sect is on the brink of extinction, there's no point in talking about alliances. Moreover, no matter what, Master Ren will not let Tam Tran Wai go, and Tam Tran Wai probably understands this well. So Huala secretly glances at Tam Tran Wai, unable to contain his extreme tension. Too scared, her legs started to shake. Around her, former sect members looked down at her with mocking eyes. Wow, what a good expression. Unfortunately, my junior sister didn't see her own foolish look. I need to see how deformed you really are. With so many experts in the 8-2 world, what does the third young master have to be proud of? Today, let's see how miserably he fares in the 100 Gates celestial realm. Luckily, Sister So brought us into the great sect of the Kun Thien Bo, staying at the Sword Chi Mountain Sect so we won't be mocked by the world along with third young master. That's right, that's right. Luckily, Sister So overheard the disciples' gossip, and she secretly smiled. It's good that you understand this. I can't wait to see Tom Tom Kong Tu lose. That's right, that's right. I heard those people used to be disciples of Qijian Mountain Sect, yet they can speak so coldly. Miss Tu, don't act rashly, rest assured. Pardon. I know, we've seen Tam Tam's skills. The outcome is still uncertain. That's right, Tham Trani said. Voila! Have you memorized the secret techniques of the formation I taught you? She silently gritted her teeth and replied, I have memorized them well. Then go break the formation. Yes, master. After saying that, she drew her sword and charged straight into the formation. Mother Swordswoman immediately drew the attention of the high-ranking people watching from above. Father, look at that sword. Van Nai said it was forged with Hanlu Kathak. Probably so. It's a pity, even with Hanlu's special stone. A sword aiming to break through the 100 Gates Heavenly Pass is just like that. The Bashian Gate has a life gate, a death gate, and countless transformations intertwined. Even with the most powerful divine weapon, swinging the sword wildly only leads to death. It seems Shen Zhenyi doesn't dare to ask Su Huola to find the way. It's a pity her talent isn't bad, but if she dies here, it'll be easier to subdue Qijian Mountain Sect. Using the female disciple as a shield? You're truly a coward and disgraceful. Let's see how long you can keep avoiding. Bak Montin Quan sets up the formation. Immediately, a signal flag is waved below to begin the arrangement. Shen Zhenyi reassures his disciple from behind. Don't be afraid, just follow my instructions. She nodded and then blindfolded herself with a strip of cloth. The heavenly gate of the 100 doors, fighting with the strength of 100 people, is not the biggest obstacle. Killing in invisibility is achieved by using countless tricks to confuse the mind. But as long as you cover the eyes and break the formation, the natural advantage is like a veil. The people above saw this and started whispering and discussing. What are they doing? Surely she's not being tricked by the man into losing her mind, right? That little girl is crazy. Using someone like her is just like a turtle hiding its head. Yet he managed to do it, deceive the eyes and break the formation. Truly unprecedented. Chi Sword Mountain Sect will be mocked everywhere. Amidst the mocking comments, there was only disdainful laughter. So Huola tried to regain her composure, took a deep breath, and told herself not to be disturbed. Step 3. Step 4. Turn 9 left, turn 5 right. Step 1 back, 2 forward, 3 ahead, 4 back, 9 left, 5 right. Then she clenched the Than Han Wai in her hand, decisively swung her sword to break the formation, and afterward she performed a few more sword moves, causing the first formation to shatter completely. Everyone watching was stunned, their mouths agape. This girl destroys a barrier with each sword strike? Unbelievable. She broke through a barrier with a single sword. What is going on? She actually hit her? I wonder if there's praise from above. If she hadn't hit the vital point, the wound would be on her body. Is this girl really that lucky? Is it really just luck? Could it really be just luck? Forget it. Mayomo grilled fish is just a reflection. The weak point breaking technique taught by the master is really effective. With this, I've broken through a barrier, rearranged her luck, and then quickly broke through another gate. In the following attacks, she pressed on and successfully broke through each gate one by one. As her master said, "The 100 gates of heaven are nothing new. A flick of the hand is enough to break them." Master Renbang Huang watched each gate being broken. How could this be possible? Not only him, but the murmurs and laughter had fallen silent long ago. Everyone watching this formation below couldn't help but be amazed. Could she really break through the 100 gates heavenly pass? Is the power of Hanluochi stone sword really that strong? I just wish I had more determination back then. No, it's not just the power of Hanlo Kaithak. The strength of the sword to kill someone is just secondary. What's more important are the position and timing of the strike. Look, the Bakmon Heavenly Gate keeps changing, but Sohuala always hits the vital point. As if her weakness is completely exposed before her. Is it really like that? Does she know every change in the formation? Impossible. The 100 Gates Heavenly Pass keeps moving. Each change alters the formation. Each adjustment hides a bit more of its weakness, and every time a gate is broken, the power of the formation increases faster. Why doesn't this kind of power boost affect her? Since this girl has had her eyes covered, she isn't disturbed or affected by the illusion in the formation. Humans only see this formation as mysterious, but if you don't step inside, how can you know there are illusions within it? Covering your eyes might help break through the gate, but it's impossible to see the truth. Thamtrun E. So you are the one who instructed your disciple to memorize the changes in this formation, huh? Let's see how capable you really are. With that thought, Master Name Thap stormed down in anger. The servants, seeing this, called out in panic. He then said, "This place is yours." At this moment, Su Huola was gaining the upper hand, advancing 7 steps, retreating 4 or 6, pushing back 2, moving left 7, and then the illusionary formation was broken, leaving only the opportunity for you to observe carefully before striking. "Yes," she replied, and took off the blindfold to observe. Now only the last door remained, with the Tower Master standing behind, looking furious. He frowned and observed for a while. Then the crowd quickly noticed his presence, and he began to command the formation while everyone frantically followed. The Tower Master personally descended to manipulate the array, leaving only a few gates. So could the City Lord just sit idly by? Could Sohuala have broken the formation because the Lord of Laws was prepared for the worst? Maybe this is the crucial moment. Although Sohuala broke through with a fierce momentum, each time he opened a gate, the power of the formation grew stronger. The remaining 8 gates are the core strength of the 100 Batmon people. Now even the law enforcer himself is mobilizing the power of the 8 experts, and no one, not even me, can be sure of winning. If Sohuala cannot break through the last 8 gates, his previous glorious achievement will be nothing but an illusion. Suohuala, your performance should end now. The formation is closing in, and this time it's not just the master's guidance. She nervously stared at the obstacle ahead, her sword wavering briefly. She swung her sword to attack, but the formation changed too quickly, and she was countered. A sudden bolt of lightning struck, knocking her sword out of her hand. Her hand was also injured, and she looked down at where the sword had fallen. My sword is back, above. The ones hoping for my failure are excited, laughing triumphantly. That girl is doomed. I personally set the trap and won't let you go so easily, little girl. Then the trap opens the gate of death, rushing to swallow the small girl. She instinctively closed her eyes tightly, while Suohuala crossed her arms in front of her chest, ready to watch the show. From behind, Shen Zhenyi tilted his head and asked, "What are you doing?" He gently stepped forward and suppressed the attack with just his bare hands. Immediately, the noisy crowd fell silent. Seeing the master take action, she secretly thought, "Master, you're truly the master." His voice was neither warm nor cold, but it made Sohuala sweat profusely, not to mention that she had caused chaos, her weapon flying away, and she even dared to close her eyes in front of the enemy. Try again, and this time don't extend the training time by another 2 hours, huh? Does Shen Zhenyi even consider this place a training ground for that fool Huola? She hurried over, picked up the sword stuck in the ground, and nervously asked, "Master, if I succeed this time, we won't need to increase the training time, right?" "Yes." Thamtrun E. Even. Sohuala considers this Bakmonquan a place for training. Really? Encouraged by her master, she grips the sword tightly and is determined. All right, then I will try. I have found my path. And with that, she rushed forward. Shamtran-yi quietly observes, the Dharma Lord Nam has entered the fourth stage of the true person realm. His aura can transform illusion into reality and comprehend the changes of the aura. Therefore, he can use his true energy to control the gathered power of the formation, causing the aura to surround and hold everyone's life and death. The remaining 8 trigrams are completely different from the previous 8 gates. Ahead, Suo Huola constantly reminds herself to stay focused, holding her breath as she senses the flow of true energy. Master Ren frowns as he controls the formation, one side pinning tightly, the other deploying an attack while observing and breaking the formation to expand his view. She leaps high, gliding over the banner, her eyes quickly shifting to lock onto the target. She struck him with a sword, but just as she attacked, something seemed to be protecting him, catching her off guard and forcing her to quickly land and retreat. Her sword-wielding hand immediately bled. Shen Zhenyi nodded. Not bad, keep going. This girl may have started just memorizing the formation, but her recent display of talent truly shows she's found her path. Quick and decisive, he speeds up the formation and launches a relentless attack. So Huala steadied herself, her eyes suddenly opening wide from a state of concentration, as she swiftly analyzed and then charged to break the eye trap. So Huala, with her agile skills, spun around and counterattacked. She quickly surveyed the other areas, then launched an attack. Swinging her sword, she struck the flag, but the protective barrier appeared once again to block her. This time her mind was completely calm, her sharp sword like cutting through the air, surrounded by a powerful aura that enveloped the blade. She swiftly reached the eye of the formation and decisively swung her sword to cut through the next door. Chief Master Nam frowned at her with a very displeased expression. She looked at the remaining flags and then sighed. I have seen all the secrets inside. It seems I have to break the 8 gates to face Lord Nam. No, with your current cultivation, you can't pass the last 3 barriers. When the time comes, there's no need to force it. Just step back and let me handle it. Master of the Tower, Neem spoke up and interrupted. No need. He stood up, his brows relaxing slightly, and looked intently at Tom Tran Wai. Let's settle this directly between you and me. Master Nam clearly knows the situation well. The two stand silently for a long time amid the dry wind, carrying a faint smell of blood, the torn battle flag soaked in blood. Tom Tran Wai spoke, then waved his hand, lifting the fallen ones, who were immediately thrown aside like worthless trash. Before the battle, I predicted your strength, but I never expected the outcome to be so far beyond my imagination. You truly live up to your reputation as the Moonslayer, with unparalleled talent and a dragon at your chin. But at this point, he suddenly paused. Then he set up the formation. Next, he channeled a large amount of energy into his hands, causing the characters on the 2 flags behind him to begin glowing. King Long looked on in amazement, having seen firsthand the other techniques of Master Nam, while Master Nam stared intently at his opponent, taking out the blue meteorite, pressing the Heavenly City seal. No wonder. So that was it. The treasure had fallen into his hands. Is the Heavenly Seal so powerful? Master Ren is training the Heavenly General Army. His aura is heavy, and his deadly moves are somewhat unstable, risking losing himself in the process. And this Thu An just happens to be a treasure that helps him control killing intent. This is also the reason why the cultivation of the Dharma Lord is clearly lower than mine, and King Triodai longs by 1 rank, yet he can still exert such powerful combat strength. If I can get this Bai Nguyen Quat, it would be great. Shen Zhenyi, this is the ultimate move of the 100 Gates Heavenly Pass. He releases the talisman to float in mid-air, and the 4 flags behind him react, opening from the Great Formation statue, stepping into the battle. You're doomed. Oh my god, this is the end. What nonsense are you talking about? Does anyone else not know how formidable young Master Shen is? But what Tuco doesn't realize is that if this seal was truly forged by Heavenly Stone as rumored, then the aura of Master Ren will be perfectly controlled. The 4 legendary divine weapons of heaven and earth are actually his 4 clones, which means Tom Tran Wai is facing 5 5th stage true origin experts at the same time. He's doomed. So Hatani said this with a triumphant smile. So voila, today is your day too. Ignoring the mocking of those gossipers, Tom Tran Wai paid little attention to their words. The others had already thought of the next story once Tran Wai fell, believing that as soon as Tom Tran Wai died, he would be like a dying ant and wouldn't last many days. New Fap Chu saw this and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. I just thought you would pull out something interesting." "Is this your support?" "I thought you could control your killing intent through your own cultivation, but it turns out you rely on external objects to strengthen your killing intent. Although this is also a way to improve oneself in a short time, from now on you can no longer freely control the true energy changing within your body and must rely on external objects to suppress it." Such a great distance between gain and loss, how unfortunate. It's funny, everywhere in this world strength is revered. The weak can only survive by relying on the strong, and my strength over you is simply a matter of principle. Seeing the other stubbornly deny everything I said, he could only helplessly sigh. The strong are honored, but relying solely on others doesn't make you powerful. What do you mean? Seeing the foolish look on the opponent's face, Shen Zhenwei asked, "Tell me, without that seal, what do you still have left?" Ha! Only the weak make excuses. The truth is that the heavenly city seal is in my hands. What can you do to me? As he finished speaking, Tam Tran Yi's finger had already touched his broad forehead. He sneered and said, "So that's how it is." He quickly used a clone to strike unexpectedly, and Tam Tran Yi jumped back to dodge. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. If you have the heavenly blue seal, your four symbols great array wouldn't be just like this, right? Stop testing and respond with full strength. I'm waiting for you." Hearing that, he immediately released the seal, channeling murderous intent. The seal quickly enveloped itself in a thick aura of killing intent, and with a look of satisfaction, he said, "Don't regret this." Under the fierce aura, Shen Zhenyi stood there without a hint of worry. Long King's Mansion chooses to form an alliance with Qi Sword Mountain Sect, even if not officially sealed. But if he dies today, then forget about it all. Long King's Mansion must remain neutral at all costs. The formation is set. Master Ren confidently invites you. Come on, Shen Zhenyi, if that's the case, take my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Tam Tran Yi's aura erupted, leaving everyone bewildered. Is this cold aura? No, that's right. It's pure killing intent. Some people can't withstand it and start to vomit, even though they tell themselves to protect their mind and not lose face, but the situation is far from that. Chancellor Zhen's father looked down and thought to himself, "Don't tell me this little brat's aura even shook me, let alone the necromancer. He was originally one rank below me in cultivation, and only relied on the seal to be on par, but the seal was just an external aid and couldn't protect his mind. Facing such a terrifying aura directly is impossible. Just standing in front of a small part of Tam Tran Yi's aura, the mind of the Dharma Lord begins to waver. Why? How can he walk through so calmly like that? Why is the Kaimon no longer obeying my commands? Move quickly. Why are you still unmoving? Damn it, so frustrating." He panically looked at Tam Tran Yi approaching step by step, unable to understand where the problem lay. No, this can't be happening. There's no problem with this hand seal. I should be controlling Kaimon. But if you stay still now, wouldn't that mean it's me? Tam Tran Yi gently steps through his formation and slowly raises his arm, a chilling aura of deadly cold emanating from him and enveloping him. Seeing Tam Tran Yi's hand approaching, his body stiffened as his mind frantically screamed, "No, no, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." When Tam Tran Yi once again touched his forehead, a surge of electricity ran through his body, and the entire arena seemed to be infused with new vitality, making everyone present watch every move with bated breath. The talisman on Master Ren's hand falls to the ground, and only then does Tam Tran Yi withdraw his hand, turning around and casually saying, "This is true killing intent." He stared blankly at Tam Tran Yi's back, his overloaded brain shutting down, momentarily unsure how to react. Tam Tran Yi brushed past Huala and casually said, "Let's go." She quickly steadied herself and replied, "Yes, master." Did the leader of the Nam sect lose? Only then can the hanging heart of the Zhaolong King family finally breathe a temporary sigh of relief. Suddenly, Master Nam shouted, "Wait!" Tam Tran Yi stopped and turned around. The scene that caught his eye was the Dharma Lord Nam kneeling on the ground, thanking the benefactor for sparing his life and for Tam Young Master's guidance. This great kindness is hard to repay. I hope young Master Tham accepts this token of authority to become the Lord of Shungthian City, so my subordinates can serve loyally and follow your command. Ah, is this how you give the token to someone? Did Master Nem get beaten to a dazed state by Shen Zhenyi? No need, I won't use this. Seeing his awkward expression, he calmly replied, "It's nothing special. Since you're having this trouble today, keep it to cultivate your killing intent." Your cool remark left many present speechless. Not rare at all. Young Master Tam Tam, this is my sincere wish and represents Shungthian City's loyalty. From now on, all 3,000 elite cavalry of Shungthian City will obey your commands. So Huala looked at the person kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but marvel. Who would even want this servant? Chao Quan and his father were also stunned. Oh my, why is this sect leader so convenient? Even if that's true, it's not your turn to speak. I think this is Namfap Chu's plan. He is shamelessly trying to join Ki Kiem Son Trong to secretly inherit Tum Tran Wai's legacy. Namfap Chu's nature is certainly like that, but Tum Tran Wai is not a fool. The two of us sneaking in gives us a perfect opportunity, but if Namfap Chu wants to form an alliance, Tum Tran Wai might not agree. The 3,000 cavalry also have their uses. All right, go ahead and become guardians of the sect. Master Ren happily thanked Third Young Master for accepting him. Anyone in Zhongtian City with good intentions and no evil in their heart can become an outer disciple of the sect. Anyone with malicious intent, you handle it yourself. He quickly agreed upon hearing that. All right, let's go home. After that day, life returned to its peaceful days. When she returned, Suohuola happily strolled through the streets. She runs quickly along the familiar street and stops in front of a familiar stall. She immediately orders, "Old sir, 1 ice cream please." "Little girl, you're here again today. Still want the milk flavor?" She nodded sincerely. Yes, yes. A few guests behind are lively discussing. Tram Nguyen Nhan truly has extraordinary talent, doesn't she? Having only joined the world of cultivation for 3 years, he has already defeated 2 top sects, Bai Ye Quat and Sung Tien Tun. Since the Battle of the 100 Gates Heaven Pass, everyone knows that young Master Tham Tam is the #1 expert. Even Lord Zhao Dali and the Baikwat Nguyen Lord have to rely on their strength. Hearing the praise, she smiled contentedly. Another person spoke again, but it seems he is only at the 4th level of the true person stage, and advancing further will be very difficult. Still, the Qijian Mountain Sect is now standing firm, and no one dares to challenge them anymore. You have to admit, young Master Shen Tam is truly talented. Hearing the praise for his master, the anger from earlier in her heart eased as if you all are finally aware of the situation. This is your ice cream. Hearing that, she rummaged through her side pocket. The old shopkeeper urged her to take the ice cream, saying he was treating today. Following etiquette, she refused. No, how could I accept that? The old man gently placed the ice cream in her hand with a kind smile, as a token of gratitude to Qijian Mountain Sect for their constant support. Thank you. I heard that young Master Shan Tam is currently closed off for cultivation to break through to the 5th stage of the true person realm. Really? Lord Zhao Dailong has been stuck at the 4th stage after so many years of cultivation, and Master Tham is about to break through to the 5th stage? Truly talented. No need to say more. Listening to the gossip, she thought as she walked, indeed, a frog at the bottom of a well. With the master breaking through to the 5th level of the true person realm doesn't require so much effort. Previously, the Law Lord said that every gesture of the master concealed a charm of martial arts. Under the guidance of my master, I still have the chance to break through to the 5th disciple level. So how could my master's goal be limited to just that? At Little Bamboo Dream Sword, Van Gi saw Princess Long standing outside Shen Zhen Wai's room. Princess Long, the 3rd young master, said that the duration of this closed-door cultivation is uncertain. So why do you come every day to wait? Princess Long replied. I know, but recently there has been news from the Long Imperial Palace that the protection period of Qi Sword Mountain Villa is about to end, and some forces around have started to act, especially Bai Nguyen Quat, which seems quiet on the surface but is planning something. In the end, I have to wait here to inform the 3rd young master in time. And my father also sent a letter urging me to quickly marry the 3rd young master. Seeing that the fate of the Long Royal House was about to end and the 3rd young master had not yet come out of seclusion, it was truly urgent. Sora Hualang, upon hearing this, immediately launched an attack outside, shameless, and as thick-skinned as a chopping board, with people constantly surrounding my master every day. Sua Huala, if you understand the rules, you should call me Masteress. Seeing the two of them appear again, Van Ngi was very resentful and sighed again. Very clever. My master has said she does not agree to the marriage with your royal family, so are you trying to force her? The old clan head, out of respect for Longhuang Palace, won't bother with you, but don't even think about taking advantage here. Oh, 3rd young master doesn't agree to the marriage with the master? I've never heard of that. I think someone with selfish motives is the one really giving orders, right? Stop pretending. Little dragon, what's it going to be? Do you want to attack the master lady? Be careful not to get expelled from the sect. Little disciple, if you're not satisfied, you should just hold back. At this moment, Yunge finally had a chance to speak. Actually, I received a message from the young master telling me to prepare fragrant water, as he might be about to leave the mountain to take a bath. If you want to meet the young master, you should do it then while it's real. The master is about to leave the mountain. That's right. So I brought the new clothes I just washed here. Wow, these new clothes are so beautiful. If it's done like that, master will be very pleased. Of course, this set was made by the Princess Long herself. People say that the craftsmanship of the Long clan can rival that of the divine women. Today, I have truly been enlightened. That's too much praise. I was just doing my usual best. I heard the clothes belonged to Princess Long. So, Hoala swallowed his compliment and pulled out a pair of scissors. Long, who hates it and wants to tear the clothes apart, saw this and was panic-stricken, quickly rushing over to stop them, telling them to stop. 4 demons, so Hoala, I will definitely chase you out of the sect someday. Little Long Ren, stop being so proud. Van Nhi angrily folded her clothes and scolded, even if you two argue, I'm busy and don't have time to care about you anymore. Despite being scolded, the 2 girls still stubbornly confront each other like water and fire. Master, what Kao Huyen is planning, just tell me. Senior brother over there said they are planning to take advantage of the 10-year period to attack Sky Sword Mountain. I already guessed he would come to deal with me, but who else among them can make a move? This is something my senior brother has never mentioned before. I will investigate thoroughly. Retreat. After Van Nhi left, he used his spiritual power to control the prepared cloak. He also stepped out of the water, put on the cloak, and felt the pleasant scent, a look of satisfaction on his face. On the day of the Tram Nguyet festival 10 years ago, the mountain clan's power had grown continuously over the past decade and was granted 2 ranks by the imperial court. Today, the 3rd elder is already a first-class baron and has been awarded countless elixirs and gold, a truly great honor. Elder 3rd, quickly look at this gift list. The Emperor's actions today are truly unmatched by the ancestors. Otherwise, why would he only grant a noble title? Why would you say that? Dominating a prefecture to be granted a noble title, and dominating a department to be granted a marquis title. These have always been the rules of the cultivation world. The strength of the Qi Sword Mountain sect, ruling over a whole prefecture, only being granted a baron title cannot be considered generous. Whether it's because the imperial court has now fallen, or for some other reason, only a child would dare to speak of the imperial court like that. In my opinion, the Great Moon Dynasty rules over 18 provinces, each divided into 9 counties, and the emperor's power is immense. Young Master, the head of the sect, and the patriarchs of Longhuang Mansion, Bai Nuiet Quat, and ZVM sect have all arrived. Are you both going to greet them? I heard that the sect master of 2VM sect is always in seclusion, so why is he here too? Khi kim sân trang gia khắc xua, anh lạnh lùng quậy ngụy gì. Con khổng dĩ dầu, chỉ cần phụ thần ra mặt chào hỏi là được. All right. I'm leaving. What's with your temper? Van Nhi, have some tea. Before leaving, Van Nhi couldn't help but turn back to look at him, her heart full of hesitation. Why is 3rd young master so calm knowing Bai Nuiet Quat will strike today to cause chaos and ambush the Qi Sword Mountain sect? When I arrived that day to check on my senior brother, as soon as I appeared, he immediately became alert and swung the wooden stick in his hand, but I dodged quickly and then counterattacked, knocking the axe out of his hand. It's me, your senior brother, Van Nhi. Hearing that, her senior brother quietly went to pick up the axe, speaking as if pouting. Your cultivation is improving every day, and even when I ambushed you, I couldn't gain any advantage. I really can't survive, I'm so jealous. She forced a helpless smile, and in the coming days when the sect master attacks Qijian Mountain Villa, you will be the great hero and then you will attain even greater martial arts. That's true. This time I've endured countless hardships for the great plan, and the sect leader will surely reward us, so we must do our best and not ruin the big event. Of course, what else would I say? Just remembered, the day is coming soon. Did the sect leader ask you to prepare anything? Hey, little sister, you're busy today but still came to see me. Are you trying to trick me into saying something? If my senior brother says that, what am I supposed to do now? The sect master only asked you to watch over 3rd brother Shen. Report immediately if there's any news. But I'm worried that 3rd brother Shen is too cunning. I'm really anxious, so I came to ask you. I didn't expect my senior brother to suspect me like this. Seeing this, her senior brother felt guilty and nervously explained that actually it was for the best, since she was serving beside Shen Zhenyi, and her movements were inconvenient. So this matter could only be entrusted to me. That day, the back door of the mountain villa would be opened, and this item would be placed within the villa, hidden everywhere as much as possible. She frowned and asked, "What is this smell that seems to be corrosive?" No need for you to know, junior sister. Just wait and watch the show. Soon enough, we can return triumphantly to Bai Yue Grotto. My senior brother was right. I still couldn't find any real clues. But when I reported my disappointment to 3rd young master, he looked calm with a faint smile and asked, does it smell like salt corrosion? So does that mean they want to lead that thing out? At that point, she became even more confused about what that was implying. Not long after, that day arrived. Everyone gathered together. Master Tham and his wife entered, and King Zhaolong immediately took notice, ignoring others to approach and greet. Master Tham, it's an honor that King Zhaolong personally came.
I apologize for not being able to entertain you properly due to my busy schedule.
You are too courteous. Lord Len and the young lady are betrothed. If I hadn't come today, that would be the real rudeness. Thank you, thank you. When he looked at Lu Newtin, he seemed guilty and turned away to avoid the gaze of Master Tom. Is Venerable Lu Newtin doing well lately? A Buddha bless. Thank you, Elder Tem, for your concern. Thanks to Qijian Mountain Sect, we can focus on cultivation in peace. If you have any difficulties, just say so. Don't hesitate. Thank you, thank you. 10 years have made even the so-called top masters see the reality clearly. If I don't decide quickly to join the Qi Sword Mountain Sect, will I also end up relying on others like this? Master, Minister Zhang has arrived, and the two are happily running out to greet him. Minister Zhang. The young man outside responded with a bright smile. Elder Tam, Lord Truong Ton Su has arrived in person. Please forgive my lack of proper etiquette in not welcoming you from afar. Lord Zhang Tongsu has arrived, but your third young master Shen still hasn't appeared, which is a bit confusing regarding the etiquette. Please forgive us, Lord Tongsu, as our young servant is in a crucial seclusion period and unaware of your arrival. As he spoke, Elder Master Shen looked bewildered, while Chan Quan's father sneered inwardly, using such childish excuses. Does he not want to live anymore? Suddenly, the young man burst into laughter. Truly a remarkable person, dedicating himself to the sword Dao during the 5-year celebration of Qijian Mountain Sect. No wonder he has achieved such success. Too kind, Your Excellency. Please come in. Father, what is going on here? The Grand Envoy not only didn't get angry, but also praised Shen Zhenyi. At this point, he also wondered when Shen Zhenyi had become connected to the Envoy Batu, as he had never heard of them being associated with the Tramanguit forces. So, our plan, now that it has come to this, is either to give up or to do it decisively. We sacrificed a senior elder. Only after he was injured could we retrieve that thing. Ouying Wenbao is sure he has already spread that thing everywhere. Stopping now would be a waste of all our efforts, wouldn't it? But we didn't expect the Batu envoy to come before. If he intervenes, what should we do? It will not be the beginning. The 10-year protection period has arrived, and the envoy Batu has no right to interfere in the affairs of the sects. This is the rule. Moreover, don't forget that thing is not ordinary. Even if he tries to intervene, he might not be able to stop it. So why would he bring shame upon himself? That smell is Duokni, it's coming soon. Emtran E still hasn't appeared yet. I need to see what he's capable of when that thing shows up. Thanks to Yoon Gae's intelligence, I already have a plan to deal with it. Not far from Tam Trong, birds in the forest suddenly took flight in chaos. Large trees toppled and rolled on the ground, and the sound of giant footsteps approaching rapidly shook the earth as Dung Chan quickly arrived at the party, causing everyone present to feel extremely alarmed. Everyone was trying to listen carefully to find out the cause. Could this be? Maybe it's that thing. What could it be that makes both Zhang Hongwu and my father look so pale? What exactly is happening? Please come with me to check the situation outside. The massive figure with glowing red eyes is approaching the Tem family, causing everyone present to be terrified out of their wits. What is this, Uncle? As expected, it's a celestial beast. The celestial assassin beast. This is a rare 100-year evil spirit, exuding a strong aura of doom, usually appearing during celebrations. And then what happened? It killed everyone and brought terrible disaster. The celestial assassin has not appeared in Phi Lam continent for over 500 years, and now it appears right during the 10-year period of the Qi Sword Sect. The name Celestial Assassin signifies deadly disaster. Wherever it goes, prosperous families decline, and powerful nations may be destroyed because of it. Is there really such a monster? Bain Witquat truly lives up to its reputation as a profound sect, and Sect Master Kao is indeed knowledgeable about this mystery. There's no point in talking more, just find a way to lure it away. With that, Truong Hongvo decisively tore off his robe and jumped away. Anyone who can go with us. Let's all go together, including me. Father, be careful. The two Kao father and son are whispering anxiously. Brother Zhang Hongwu probably doesn't suspect us, does he? What are you panicking about? It's true that Qijian Mountain Sect just arrived in 9U land, and after only 5 years they brought the Heavenly Assassin's enemy. You are right, Brother Nan. With Master Tham Tam's superb swordsmanship, I wonder if he can withstand the power of the heavenly slaughter. Lord Kao is truly wise. At this moment, Tham Tran Yi's group appears, and from afar, the roar of monsters echoes. So Hua La and Van Nai witness it firsthand, their anxiety growing. The monster is so huge. Young Master Shan Tam has already revealed himself. If you don't appear soon, I'll think you're deliberately throwing a banquet to lure us out and stop the Heavenly Assassin. My father has already teamed up with Minister Zhang and the clan leader to lure the strange beast. If Bai Yue Cave wants to escape, there's no need to make so many excuses here. At least she and he have a marriage agreement, but they haven't even entered the house yet. And she's already acting like she's part of the family? When he mocked her, she couldn't retort. So Huala stepped forward and shouted, "Stop changing the subject. If Bai Nuiet Quat is afraid, just say it directly. Don't stay here blocking my master from subduing the demon." Hearing her say that, everyone mocked her without shame. The heavenly assassin's secret has a serious aura. I advise you to be careful. Don't let it hit you with one punch and knock your head off. At this moment, Zhang Hongwu fell from the sky, breaking through the roof and severely injuring himself. The people of the Zhou family hurried over, showing concern. "Master Zhong, Supreme Master, are you all right?" "Is that third young Master Shan? Brother Zhang, are you going out to face the enemy again?" "Now that third young Master Shen has left the sect, I was worried this monster might become an obstacle for you." "Brother Truong, you're overthinking. This extraordinary celestial killing device has at least a 500-year lifespan. I don't know why someone would provoke it to such fury. Moreover, it seems to be attracted by something and keeps heading toward Qi Sword Mountain Range." Shen Zhenyi nodded and said, "Someone is definitely deliberately doing this." "Brother Truong, rest assured, I was prepared long ago." Hearing this, he was confused. "What do you mean?" He glanced at Yun Nge, standing behind Su Huala with an angry look that made her very confused. Tham Tran Yi continued, "I am grateful to Brother Truong for your righteousness, which caused you to get injured. I truly feel sorry. What are you saying? What are you?" "From the first time we met, I knew the third young master was not an ordinary person. Today, I underestimated myself and embarrassed myself before the third young master. If Brother Truong is willing to help, as a friend of Kikim Mountain Sect, I will definitely speak on your behalf." After saying that, he looked up at the hole in the roof and then ran to kick off the air to fly up. "Isn't this breaking the void?" He reached the 5th level of the earthly immortal stage and quickly arrived at the monster to join the fight. We meet again. Shen Zhenyi jumps over the broken roof using his energy, already at the 5th stage of the mortal realm. I risked my whole life being stuck at the 4th level of the mortal realm. But Tom Tran Y, a young guy who just arrived in the 9 Netherland, broke through in only 10 years. Sua Huala saw him leave. She hurried to follow. The future wife also quickly ran after her. The father and son Chao Quan are growing more and more tense. Could Tom Tran Yi's rapid progress in cultivation affect the plan? It won't happen. The plan is going very smoothly, and a small setback won't significantly affect the overall situation. Even the noble envoy of Ba Tu was defeated by the 500-year heavenly beast. So even if Tom Tran Y is a 5th-ranked true person, it's only a path to death. Let's go. We should check it out too. Tham Tran Ai. I wait for you to be killed by the celestial beast, and the ancient inheritance from 500 years ago will be reclaimed by Bai Nuiet. With such strong killing intent, I can't hold out for long with my cultivation. Truong Hung Vo has already been defeated, so are Tam Tho and I going to die here. Is Lord Long okay? Thank you, Chairman Shan. That strange creature charged forward, swinging its fist, and at this moment, Master Tham was once again caught in its sights. King Trio Long Vuong hurriedly shouted, "Watch out, leader!" Only then did he realize that the lightning fist behind it had blocked his entire view. Taking this hit, he was not only electrocuted but also thrown far away. His entire body was paralyzed and unable to move. He looked up in shock as the giant hairy foot of the monster lunged at him. Just as the foot was about to touch him, a protective barrier suddenly appeared. "Stop it!" Master Tham Tran Yi created a barrier, blocking the monster's attack. The patriarch Tem was very surprised to see this. "Master Tam Tam." "King Long of Zhao, please take my father to rest. I am enough here." Hearing this, King Long of Zhao quickly ran over to help Lord Tam leave. "Third young Master Tham, be careful. Our combined efforts are barely enough to hold them off." Even Envoy Batu Truong Hung Vo was quickly knocked back. Can the third young master handle this? At this moment, So Huala's group has also arrived. Miss Su, the Long Vuong, and the clan leader are all injured. We must help them, but we can't abandon our master. Don't you understand? The heavenly assassin beast is not an ordinary monster. Princess Zhao shouted in panic, "Look over there!" Alone, Shen Zhenyi stood before the giant monster. As it charged toward him, he simply reached out his hand and touched the soft, fluffy fur of the beast. This scene leaves everyone stunned and confused. The monster seems to have no intention of attacking anymore. He looked at it with nostalgia and said, "Your fur is still so warm. My master seems to be pampering a big, fierce dog. Am I dreaming? No way, I must be seeing things." Zhang Hongwu was stunned to see what was in front of him. How could it be like this? In the world of powerful cultivators, no one had ever tamed a celestial killing beast before, especially after it had just fiercely fought. A fascinating celestial assassin who has been angered for 500 years and was deliberately led here. How could they change their nature so easily? What exactly is going on? Over here, Tumtrani gently said to it. All right, 500 years have passed. You've grown quite a bit. If you were still the same as before, a single roll would level the nearby mountain forest. From now on, you must focus on cultivating your character in the blessed heavenly cave, and never slack off. Only after slaying the moon can you increase another level. The monster suddenly acted like a child, whimpering and crying. Tomtron Y gently said, You can't be stubborn. 500 years have already passed. What's a few more years of fear? It's been hard to meet again. The heavenly sea horn on your head is just what I need. Take it off for me. It nodded in agreement and reached up to break off one of its horns. Why would it willingly break its own horn? Does it want to give the horn to young Master Tam? After handing over the horn, it hesitated before leaving. Soon, its massive figure disappeared behind the vast forest. Shen Zhenyi held the horn in his hand and gently descended. Is that the sea sky horn? Sora Huola looked curious with a question mark on his forehead. The sea sky horn? So that's the horn of that monster. Is it a divine treasure? Master Tam is truly a remarkable person, with a special method to tame the celestial beast. Can the young master go anywhere in this vast world? The appearance of the heavenly slaughter beast has alarmed Brother Zhang. Sorry, no, it was the one who led the heavenly slaughter beast here. Seeing the young master obtain the horn of the celestial sea, he would probably be so angry he'd die. Young Master Tam is inscrutable, and the malicious intent of those people turned into offering treasures. Who said he looked down on his master? I think just ask him directly how he feels. The celestial beast was led here by Bai Yuequan, wasn't it? Clan leader Cao. Everyone looked in the direction Tom Tron Yen was indicating. The heavenly assassin beast was caused by your Bai Yue cave. I was right, wasn't I? Chief Kuang. Master Chao Quan quickly knelt down and begged for mercy, saying, Third young master, it was our recklessness. Please forgive us. Everyone says that young Master Xin is deep and unpredictable. Today I am truly convinced and speechless that you have a way to suppress the heavenly assassin creature. If the young master wishes to kill or cut, I only ask that you do not destroy our Bai Nuiet Quat lineage. You can admit to this and be considered a hero. I will choose a successor for the 3 laws of Bai Nguit. Bai Nguit Kuk. If you and your father have gotten involved in this, no one will escape. Just end your own lives. Hearing this, Zhang Hongwu was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Destroy Bai Nguit Kuk? At this moment, Chan Quan was crying and howling in despair. Tam Kong Tu, we were wrong, please forgive us. Master Ta, Dad, what are you saying? As long as we admit our guilt, Master Tam will definitely give us a chance. Chan Quan looked at his father, tears and snot streaming down his face, not understanding what was happening. Dad, what are you talking about? As long as we admit our guilt, Lord Tam will surely give us a chance. Father, quickly begged Lord Tam. Father stroked his son's head, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. Bai Nguit Hok, we have lost. But before Chan Quan's refusal could be fully spoken, blood and tears spilled from his eye socket as his body collapsed. How ironic that the one who leaves is not his father, but Chan Quan himself. Everyone present was speechless in the face of this tragic ending. He wiped his son's eyes and sorrowfully said, Please pass on the lineage of Bai Yue Cave. Third young master is the Moonslayer. Granted the title of First Lord of the South, he will surely keep his promise. Chan Quan, don't be afraid, your father is coming to be with you. From then on, no one mentioned Bai Yue again. A few days later, everything returned to normal. Young master, have the disciples of Bai Yue who entered Qijian Mountain Villa with you been found yet? Yes, they have been found. He heard that Cao family father and son had died, so he had nothing left to cling to and committed suicide on the spot. Is big sister Von Ye okay? She doesn't look well. It's okay, Von Naya. This is their own doing. You don't need to overthink it. As for inheriting Bai Yue Ku, I entrust it to you. From now on, you'll be a branch of the Battle Fortune Sect's Qi Sword Mountain Villa, and the 8 methods of Bai Yue are also yours. Miss Ta, Ven Nie will focus on her cultivation and not fail her mission. You may withdraw if there's nothing else. Following the order, she left. Her eyes now looked completely different from before. Because she felt guilty towards Bai Yue Ku, she would focus even more on her cultivation. Master Tianbian Zhang Hongwu also said that the divine beast's horn contains killing aura. What do you intend to do with it?
This horn hides the essence of heaven's Tao, and it can be used to restore the body's foundation.
The spiritual energy of the immortal world in my body is cultivating too slowly. I don't want to waste any more time, so I want to try using it. How can I use such deadly aura? She asked nervously. He immediately used his life essence to channel energy into the horn. Immediately after, purple droplets began to fall from the tip of the horn, and the ground where the liquid landed instantly smoked, forming a hole. After the fluid flows out, the color of the horn also changes, feeling transparent and light. That is the essence, forced out by the aura. Then he skillfully extracts and controls the flow of the liquid outward. Suohuala gazed at his handsome appearance with irresistible fascination. Wow, Master is so handsome. Huamon, bring the teapot here quickly. His voice startled her awake from her trance. She quickly took the teapot beside her, opened the lid, and brought it over. Then the purple liquid was carefully poured into the teapot by him. As she squeezed out the last drop, she curiously looked inside and saw a mini monster appear. She stared at the golden thing in front of her with a furious disgust, blowing to dispel its shape. Seeing the student's reaction, he only smiled gently and reached out his hand, then brought the teapot closer. Immediately, the teapot reacts and transforms into a small dragon that soars toward him. He gazes at it in silence for a moment before beginning to absorb it bit by bit. After absorbing all the purple liquid, his body reacted violently, with bloodshot eyes and prominent veins on his face, a suffocating, murderous aura filling the entire room. She anxiously and panic-strickenly tried to run over, but he used the last bit of his remaining reason to stop her. Don't come any closer. You go down first. I will use my vital energy to refine my injured body. I need to seclude myself for a few days. No one is allowed to disturb me. A month has passed so quickly. My master has been closed-door cultivation for a month. So boring. I'd be so happy if I could go to the Ninefold Trading Conference now, but it's so far away. Without the Earth Dragon carriage, how could I possibly travel so comfortably? I really don't understand why you have to come along. Do you have any objections? Everyone, don't be so heated. Princess Long is betrothed to the third young master, so this time she will naturally go to the 9th heavy festival. She nodded in satisfaction. That's right. After the Great Celestial Slaughter competition, Master Tham and King Xiaolong have joined hands. I think the matters between the two families are about to be settled. Master An has good intentions, and this time with Dilongsa taking you, it's caused you some trouble. The success of the trading company today is all thanks to the third young master. A small gesture is enough to satisfy you. This is correct, and now our reputation is booming. This time, the 9 heavy Tio Sect in Tianbu Main Prefecture ordered 10 million spirit blood from us. Their real goal is to use this deal to establish a connection with my master. That's right. This business deal is all thanks to the third young master. 100 million spiritual blood, although it requires 10 million spiritual stones. It's still 100 million spiritual stones. Moreover, the young master being able to identify where the blood marrow is already makes this a highly profitable deal. The girls couldn't help but marvel, wow, merchants are really terrifying. Understanding personal gains is natural for the body, but I still can't quite grasp it. Why did third young master agree to this? That's right, he's not like an ordinary master at all. The two of them truly understand the temperament of the third young master. At first, he refused outright, saying, Qianshan village doesn't lack money, so why work so hard to earn it? Young master, just listen to me. Right now, you're the protector of Phai Lam Zhou, and this is a chance to develop with the Tian Bureau army. What does it have to do with me? Master of the 9 Rings, Shangguan Baiwu has transformed his martial arts, becoming both agile and mysterious, and is the top expert remaining in the Heavenly Army. The 9 Rings are said to have been granted a countship in the past and are extremely wealthy, often holding large-scale trade fairs. Actually, this time we're here at the right time for the trading fair. Jiuzhong Tio is opening, and the third master can go have fun too. I heard this trading fair has a rare treasure, the Yaboy Diep. Hearing this, Shenzhen Yi immediately showed interest. He curiously asked what it was. As an experienced merchant, An Dukfuk seized the opportunity immediately. Now's the chance. I heard that the 9 Layers trade fair is very lively, and the third young master might go to have fun. Isn't that right? Salaboy Diep is a mystical leaf from this world, with immortal energy, and many powerful, noble families and sects desire it. Wait a minute, you don't also want that, do you? He frowned and asked confused. You're also interested in the 9 Heavy Festival, Master Third? I'm heading there now, so are you really serious? What should we do if getting involved in the fight over ex-Laboy Diep causes trouble and controversy? What is he even talking about? Forget him. Just as Tom Tran Wai happened to arrive, everyone smiled and greeted him. He looked into the distance, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart. It's here. Besides them, there are many others below loading goods onto carts. Wow, so many people. Qtrongtiu's knowledge is different from other sects. They have to cross a long mountain pass, so the caravan will gather here. Oh. Getting through the canyon leads to the mountain gate. I heard that on the cliffside, it took many hardships for the ancestors of 9 Heavy Talisman to reach the peak, and the 9 Heavy Heaven Authority is located there. So how much longer do we have to go? Do we still have to queue in such a crowded place? Dealing with 9 Heavy Fire is a major matter in the Army of Heaven, comparable to the Long Kung Appraisal Hall, and my father keeps praising it. Princess Long remains modest. The world's treasures naturally belong to Long Kung, and although Ku Trong Tiu has prospered greatly in business, it still cannot compare to the Long Kung Appraisal Hall. Hearing this, she was momentarily stunned. Oh, is that so? Seizing the opportunity, Suo Huola immediately jumped in to mock.
I bet you, Sister Long, have never been to the Long Kung Appraisal Hall before, so you don't really know what Long Kung is like, right?
Bang Chi still remains Bang Chi, ignoring the argument between the two girls. And Duke Fook steps forward hesitantly and suggests, I think we should go to the mountain gate first to hand out the invitations, so we don't have to push through the crowd here at the gathering. Tam Tran Wai immediately agreed. Soon, Tam Tran's group arrived in front of the gate, where a few guards were busy taking notes.
Why are those country bumpkins from Phi Lam also here to watch the fun? Fine, just take a number and you're good.
Senior Elder Thuong will call you when he has time. You two junior brothers misunderstood. The items on my cart were directly ordered by Lord Sovereign Shangguan, so I hope it's convenient for you two. Here's a heavy bag for you to carry. A careless soldier replied, Got it, I will try to arrange it. Take your number. The sight of the number 184 in his hand made Anduk Fook freeze in place.
Excuse me, how many people are left in front of number 184? You country bumpkins who don't know any better, try to imitate others. Listen carefully, if it's 184, then obviously 183 is in front. Go over there and wait.
Please don't bully us too much. This time we came not only to deliver goods, but also because 3rd Young Master Shen from Qijian Mountain Villa accepted the invitation from Lord Shangguan to come here.
Forget about 3rd Young Master Shen or 4th Young Master or whatever. Do you think you can still be a noble family at Ninefold Tower? If you're not satisfied, then leave. If you keep causing trouble, I'll take back your number. How dare you speak arrogantly to the 3rd Young Master? That's truly disrespectful.
I was rude. What can you do to me? Say what you want. What can you do to me?
The Heavenly Guard soldiers being so disrespectful to the 3rd Young Master must be punished. If Master Shangguan doesn't intervene, I will discipline his disciples for him.
The people from the Kun Thien Bu disrespectful to 3rd Young Master Tom. How could they go unpunished? At this moment, the 2 guards finally recognized the Tam family young master, their faces showing clear confusion. Even Anduk Fook couldn't help but be amazed by this scene. If the sect leader Thuong Quan doesn't mind, I will take charge of disciplining him. Young Master Tham, please calm down. At that moment, someone hurriedly ran out from inside. What did those 2 fools do to make young Master Tom so angry? The steward arrived just in time. Why is young Master Tam so upset? These 2 took advantage of the favor to trouble that brother of theirs. They clearly know it's outside Tam's camp, but still shamelessly block the mountain gate. If Gio Chongtiu wants to cover up, I will handle the discipline myself. 3rd, Young Master Shen. Could it be Shen Zhenyi? Is Tam Tam Kongtu of Ki Kim Son Trong? You didn't admit it yourself, but let Nduk Fook confirm it instead. The steward nervously assessed the demeanor of the person before him, a 5th-stage true cultivator who recently emerged in Fa Yan continent and could decide life or death with a single word, overturning Bai Yue Cave in an instant. Why is he here? What is his relationship with young Master Shan that he is being defended by him? The steward immediately scolded the servants. You 2 fools. Go and receive 50 lashes each, and if young Master Tham is not satisfied, beat him until he is, then stop. Then he nervously asked, Ed, young Master Tam, do you think this way of handling things is acceptable? He paused for a moment, then spoke. This friend just said that 3rd Young Master Tam is inside the tent. Having always admired the name of 3rd Young Master Tam, I want to pay my respects. Could you please lead the way? This young Master Tom doesn't seem to have any ill intentions, so Duke Fook led him to the carriage. Young Master Tam, please don't be polite. Follow me. What is this glasses thing? Why is it taking so long and I still haven't seen him? Who needs you to worry? Master won't be in any trouble, right? He takes a gentle sip of tea and replies, Don't worry, he's back. As he finished speaking, Anduk Fook entered. Tam Kong Tu, I've taken care of it. It's just a guest who has admired the 3rd Young Master for a long time and wants to meet him.
Master, I didn't meet anyone with an unknown background. Miss Sue, don't blame me. Just now, he even helped us out.
I really couldn't refuse. Moreover, it seems he is also called Young Master Shan by the people of Ninefold Pavilion. Princess Long understood everything, so it was him. Long Huang's mansion has many connections, so it turns out Princess Long knows him. Third, Young Master, Tam Nyat Chao. Tam Young Master is the heir of Tong Chu Tam, Trong son of the 12-Sword Pavilion. Isn't the 12-Sword Pavilion the place where Tam Mong Thien, ancestor of Ki Kiem Son Trong, was born? If I recall correctly, Tam Nyat Chao might not be our senior, right? At first, the sect master of the 12-Sword Pavilion, Tam Trong Son, was heartbroken over the loss of his beloved son, Tam Mong Thien, and was always gloomy. It wasn't until 100 years later, during a dispute with Fongloi City, that he was shocked to realize he needed to leave a successor. Therefore, he used a method of nourishing the fetus to conceive a child, and he also had a son named Tam Nyat Chao. This identity is indeed extremely noble. No wonder the people of Kutrung Tiu revere him so much. It really is like that. Meanwhile, Su Huala was lost in his vivid imagination. Should I call him my martial uncle? Could it be that old man? Tam Nyat Chao may not be as talented as Tam Mong Thien, but he's still a top-tier expert at the 5th stage of the true person realm.
Please wait outside, young master.
At this moment, Tam Nyat Chao was waiting outside. Hearing footsteps, he turned around.
As soon as the figure of Tam Tron Y appeared, his eyes lit up and he stepped forward. I've heard of the third young master's name for a long time, and today I am fortunate to meet him. As expected, you are extraordinary in bearing and demeanor. I am Tam Nyat Chao from the 12 Swords Pavilion. Pleased to meet you, young master. I have been waiting for a long time.
Seeing the appearance of Tam Nyat Chao, So Huala couldn't help but be surprised. Too young, looks about the same age as my master, and also my senior martial uncle. Oh, Princess Long is also here?
Miss Nyan Nan replied. I have met young Master Tam.
Tran I asked, so young Master Tham came here for the 9 Trues festival trading event as well?
Yes. My father is quite old and prefers peace and quiet, so I am here on his behalf today.
I forgot to introduce, my father is Tam Trong Son, a well-known figure for a long time. Hearing his name, his expression changed completely, showing a proud look. The 2 girls started chatting animatedly, while the 2 young men stood side by side, highlighting their extraordinary, handsome looks. Would it be all right if I also invited third young Master Shen to 9 Trues Peak since we are just meeting casually? Of course, with such politeness from third young Master Shen, I wouldn't refuse. Please follow this way and Tam Tam Gongzi, please step aside for the next path. Beyond the Ninefold Mountain Gate, the mountain is perched on a cliff, only accessible by the Iron Vermilion family. Look at that thing that looks like an elevator, and Xiao Huala was once again amazed. Look at the steel beach, little dragon. Quickly see this. Wow, that's dizzying, Mrs., so please be careful. It's strange. Why does the iron boulder move up and down on its own? Tam Nyat Chao explained. It doesn't move automatically. Instead, each iron boulder is pulled up and down by a disciple of Ninefold Fire with their own strength. The disciple pulls a carriage and nods in confirmation. Each one weighs nearly 10 tons. Ours is quite luxurious, probably around 15 tons. Is it really that heavy? Are all the disciples of Ninefold Fire Peak super strong? That does seem to make sense. Actually, as long as you practice the cultivation method of 9 layers fire, you can easily pull out the iron beach. This is also one of the daily training routines of Ninefold Fire. Suo Huala nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. The fundamental training of 9 layers spire remains as excellent as ever. It wasn't long before they arrived. Why are you only telling me now that young Master Shen has come to another place? The steward of the mountain gate just announced it, and I didn't expect young Master Shen to arrive so early this year. If no one welcomes him, others will think that our Ninefold Fire is disrespectful to the 12 Sword Pavilion. Who can bear this? Senior Ho is right. Are you sure the young master is sitting in this blue X? The gatekeeper said they deliberately arranged the 2 most luxurious ones. There's no mistake. What about the villa at the monastery's secluded retreat? I already urged the servants to get it ready earlier, and now it should be prepared. If not, you'll be held responsible. This moment, a servant suddenly saw the rice-powered elevator appear in sight. Honorable Elder, look, the car has just arrived. Thamtranai modestly stepped out. Oh, what an honor it is to have the young Master Tam here. Hello? But when he looked up, he realized it was not the person he was expecting. Who are you? He dared to sit in the same carriage as young Master Shen, but he was ignored by him. So he asked in confusion. One by one, people stepped out of the carriage, some tall, some uncomfortable, and some sneering. Only when the last person appeared did he seem to finally relax. Tam Nyat Chao smiled and said, Please, Elder Ho, come and welcome him. Oh, why are you with these people? Let me introduce, this is Tam Tran Wai, the third young master of Ki Kim Mountain Villa in Phi Ngan Chau. Young Master Tam, this is Elder Ho Kim Kok of Bich Ngok Tiu from Ku Trung Tiu, Tam Young Master's side. Seeing his dismissive attitude towards Tam Tran Wai, the others couldn't help but sneer, blind to see who's truly worthy. So he is a disciple of Nine Layers Peer, seen only for personal gain and power, looking down on others. This Ho Kim Kok is quite capable, ranking second in Beach Ngok Tiu of Nine Layers Pier, and today I happen to meet him. Your room is on the top of the cliff with a stunning view. Please follow me. That's too formal. I can stay in a regular room alone. Then how could I refuse? The Sect Master deliberately instructed, if it's a good intention from Sect Master Shangguan, then I shall respectfully follow the order. Young Master Shensan, I will take my leave now. Shen Zhenyi nodded in response. Please, go ahead. Then a servant quickly comes to lead you to a different room. This way, please. Taking advantage of the distraction, the master and servant exchanged meaningful glances before being led to the worst and most dilapidated place. As soon as they saw the room, everyone naturally looked displeased. Sir Steward, please help my young master arrange a different room. Our sect's grand gathering has many guests, and this is the only room left. Young Master Shan Tom, a fifth stage true person, how could this be? Stop arguing. Even the Sect Master only has this room left. Do you call this a guest room? This is indeed the new firewood storage room. How can there be such a reason? Master, let's go. You keep this firewood room for yourself. Tam Tran Wai has endured for a long time, feeling extremely uncomfortable with this unreasonable treatment. He turned away without saying a word and left. Su Huala was stunned and confused.
Master, that person has no idea that misfortune is about to strike, still showing a displeased look. What do you think?
Don't cause trouble here. If you don't want to stay, then go down the mountain. Take my flower talisman and give it to someone who can oversee this. After watching, he again mentioned the matter of the room. Then he drew a symbol resembling a seal on his forehead. After saying that, he left coldly. We will wait for you. Go quickly. He hugged his chest and hurried away. When he met the steward, he struggled to recount the entire incident. With tears in his eyes, he finished the main story. That's right. The subordinate was so afraid of the serious matter that he came to report. Where's the flower stamp? Show it to me. The servant pointed to his forehead, saying that the young man was very flamboyant, drawing on his forehead. The other immediately looked at the flower seal with great panic. Someone, quickly bring another servant. Hearing the call, he hurriedly ran in and immediately took the guest from Ninefold Mountain to Tin That Von Hai to rest. The servant heard the order and couldn't help but be stunned. Is this Tam Tam from Ku Trung Tiu and Tin That Von Hai really so important? Elder Phuong, his voice weakly called. Elder Phuong shouted angrily, You blind fool, go outside and be punished as a 3-year evil disciple. He hurriedly ran out crying to accept his punishment. Elder Phuong held his doubts in his heart, wondering why. Tin That Von Hai, you did a good job arranging this, Sect Master.
I see everything now. If he still has ties to that person, of course he has the right to be in Tin That Van Hai.
But Tiep Tiu suddenly reappeared, and now he shows up for an important matter. Was it just a coincidence? On 9 truths, 10 sins hold the power to decide life and death over us. This is the family rule from 500 years ago, but it's been 500 years since then, so the events of that year can't be verified. Why bother paying attention to such a family rule? Soon it will be time for Ku Trung Tiu to handle the major affairs. He should not appear. He respectfully bows to Thap Tiu. Is this person truly the successor of Thap Tiu? Not long after, Tam Tran Wei's group was moved to another room, which was spacious, luxurious, and beautifully decorated. Master, but look, there are fish in the water too. This is probably the highest form of respect from 9 trueness. So what just happened was definitely a trap, clearly bullying others, but the strongest is still the master. Drawing things like that, 9 trueness changes at first sight. In a flashback, a young boy is diligently practicing swordsmanship, and the young master's sword skills are becoming more and more mysterious. What else can I say? Before the age of 12, he had already reached the realm of true eyes. How many people in this world can do that? It's just a pity for the eldest young master. If compared to him, there are still 2 other great geniuses appearing. Surely they could have established the 12 Swords Hall in glory. But the young master then sighed and said, Little lord, you are truly talented in both literature and martial arts. This exam was flawless, so the master can rest assured. With your intelligence and effort, you will soon catch up to the eldest young master. What? You say 300 years ago the senior brother was pushed into the eye of the storm on Chuyen Luan Mountain and still hasn't perished? Yes, young master. Upon receiving the message from Envoy Bot 2, it was said that 300 years ago, The great young master passed through the eye of the storm on Truyen Luan Mountain to reach the mortal world, and Ju Wu also transmitted his will. Now the descendant of Tram Nguyet Phi Thang has returned to the world of Batu. So do we need to hold a ceremony to recognize the ancestral lineage? No. This is just about the descendant of the eldest son, the person named Tam Tran Wai from Zam Nguyet, who fully inherits the stubborn personality of the eldest son and has no intention of returning to establish a sect. Is there another thing like this? What is this person thinking? That Tam Tran Wai, which sect does he belong to? I heard it's the Chi Jian Mountain sect. Since then, Tam Nyat Chao has heard many different rumors. Have you heard them? The future of the great young master Tram Nguyet's descendant, Tam Tran Wai, is very formidable. Having reached the 5th stage of the true person realm at only 5 years old and conquering Fa Yan Chao, truly resembling the great young master of the 12-sword pavilion back then. Such a genius. The 12-sword pavilion would definitely want to invite him, but it seems Tam Tran Wai has no such intention. Isn't that right? Since then, I've always remembered the name Shen Zhen Yi, wondering what kind of person he is. This time let me check out the 9 layers tower, but for now they won't appear in such high-level places. Suddenly, the excited voice of So Hua La echoed from afar. Master! Master! Look quickly! What's so high about it? Miss Su, just hoping to keep quiet is already a big help. Princess Long sneers at the country bumpkin. That's young Master Tam of the 12-sword pavilion. She can't resist when she sees a man so petty and jealous. No matter good or bad, he helped us. Sham Yat Chao laughed and said, the little princess of the Long clan being able to remember me is already an honor. Anyway, thank you for the help from young Master Shan before. By the way, why is 3rd young master here? We are now nearby, and all the rooms here are reserved for the 4 great sects. So the 3rd young master has come here again. And Duke Fook proudly said, not exactly. Although usually reserved, the 3rd young master is very familiar with this place. Thanks to him, I now have the chance to stay at the Cloud Sea Purification Pavilion. Young Master Tam, the number 1 in the world. And with that, the 3 of them gathered around Shen Zhen Yi, creating an atmosphere like a grand opening. Tham Nyat Chao sighed, looking at everyone as if they were heretics, and said, isn't Von Hai Tin that above me? No wonder she is known as the Moonslayer, her mindset truly different, and she even established her own sect. Actually, to be honest, you also know that the 12-sword pavilion wants to invite you back, right? Tam Tran Wai replied loudly. Our site is called Chi Sword Mountain Villa. Isn't it clear that we have separated from the 12-sword pavilion? How can I go back here? The challenge is coming every episode. Wait a moment. 3rd young master is still the young master of the 12th-sword pavilion and has helped us. Honestly, that might not be a good idea. Seeing him laugh so loudly, Su Huo La worried. Are they okay? No worries, honestly. It was because of the 3rd young master that I approached everyone before. I had to be careful. I am the young master of the 12 Swords Pavilion. My father has always wanted to see what kind of person your heir is. Of course, he wants to see with his own eyes, and as expected, he is exactly as I heard. Stubborn personality, but it's okay, even if I don't return to the 12 Swords Pavilion. It's fine. We are connected by blood, and although my father is usually strict, I know he truly regrets what happened 5 years ago. Tham Nyat Cho understood and withdrew his hand, then smiled and said, All right, that's enough for introduction. Although I represent the 12 Swords Pavilion and can't directly help you with anything, if you have any trouble personally, just come find me and I will do my best to assist. Tham Tran Yi replied bluntly, No, I am above you, so I don't think there will be any trouble. Tham Nyat Cho forced a smile. Well, I suppose so. I won't say more. Wishing you a smooth journey and beautiful scenery here. Seeing Tham Nyat Cho's gentle smile, So Huala's heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. It's you being kind. Ha! Just now you called me what again? Making a mountain out of a molehill? I can tell you're not doing well. What do you mean by, it's a different story? Clearly, you're double-crossing. All right, ladies, the 3rd young master has left. Let's go into the room and discuss the matter further. But it seems that this time 9-tiered fireworks won't cause any trouble. Right? Tam Tran Wai pondered for a moment and replied, 9-tiered fireworks, perhaps that's the case. Shen Zhenyi and the others go out for a walk, looking at everything from delicious food to jewelry displays. Do your Long King Palace also hold banquets like this? Course. When she returned, Sovereign Princess Long was nowhere to be seen. The wealthy-looking person was the chief cashier of Tu Bao Trai, who came every year. The drinker is Elder View from Ling Thatch Cave, who holds the most spiritual blood mineral veins in the 3 regions. Over here is the deputy sect leader of North Dagger Valley. I observed for a while, and it seems all 18 groups have visitors, because this year there is a draft of the Shala palm leaf. All forces want it. Third young master.
This place is thousands of miles from Qijian Mountain Sect. Even if we get the Zala palm leaf draft, leaving here safely will be even harder than reaching the sky.
Maybe we should look at something else. Despite An Fuch's enthusiasm, Shen Zhenyi said nothing and walked straight ahead.
Seeing this, Defu was very worried. Without any action, how could it work? As far as I know, the price of the X-La is over 100,000 gold taels, and the spiritual blood tokens we carry are only about 1,000 gold taels, so it's still far from enough to buy the X-La. Indeed, this topic has caught Tam Tran Y's attention. This is truly a problem. There's no way to solve it. So before we could finish speaking, someone ran over from afar and interrupted. Are you the third young master, Shen, from the Qijian Mountain Sect? But you brought 10,000 spirit bloodstones, yet your asking price is even lower than our spirit stone cave.
Khi kiếm son trắng khống cổ mạch khoan, chắc chắn không nhìn trồn tranh phải không? Để dục phục lên tiếng, long quan chua keo tham trần y lại va nổi, tam công tử cẩn thận. Oh, so you're Elder View. What a coincidence? The Spirit Stone Cave has so many supplies, we're just here to join in the fun. Sir, please don't bother with petty matters. This isn't your place to speak. Step aside and be straightforward. Ki Kiem Son Trang, did you find any hidden mineral veins? Come on, let me see how you plan to respond. If you say no, you're clearly opposing the Spirit Stone sect. If you say yes, the consequences will be even harder to predict. Tham Trani calmly smiled again and said, How should I respond? Elder View is indeed quick-witted.
I'll be honest, I sell cheaply because
I'm missing just one word compared to you. What could that be? Seeing how Tam Tran Y looks, Duke Fook can't help but feel something's wrong. Hey, this secret can't be revealed, but did Tam Tran Y really spill everything? You sellers of spiritual bloodstones. I sell spiritual blood marrow. There's no difference, right? Don't pretend to cause trouble. Only 1 in 10 spirit bloodstones contain spirit blood marrow. If I had a way to open the bloodstone, there would definitely be marrow inside, right? Duke Fook held his head in silence. Recently, many people who bought spiritual bloodstones have mostly returned them shortly after. The bloodstone is completely devoid of marrow. Could it be that there really is a way to extract marrow in this world?
Are you saying you have a way to extract blood marrow? Yes. This time we are here to sell spiritual blood marrow at the 9-layer auction, and what we really want to sell is the method to extract spiritual blood marrow.
If there really is a way, how could my spirit stone cave fall behind? I knew I was betting on the wrong fairy.
Now, I can only help third young master sell at a high price. If Elder View is interested, don't let other sects buy it first. After all, whoever offers the highest price wins. Do you think I'm a fool?
Even if you are telling the truth, you can still use the method yourself after I buy it. That's right. So the person buying this method must also provide spiritual blood marrow to me at a low price. Otherwise, why would I do such a loss-making deal, earning so much from that method? Such a request isn't unreasonable. Let's put this aside for now, but if you want to see a demonstration without evidence, I can do that in front of everyone. View Elder, do you have a bloodstone?
Why not lend me one so I can see if he's up to something? I happen to have a few on me. Try them out. There are about 20, but unfortunately only one contains spiritual marrow.
Seeing the stone that Tam Tran Y just took out, Elder View was stunned. Truly guessed right. How could he do that with just a glance? Wait a moment. That only proves you chose the one with spiritual blood marrow. It doesn't mean what I have in my hand doesn't contain spiritual blood marrow. That makes sense. Please, Elder Vu, check the remaining stones yourself. Elder Vu stood silently, lost in thought, then looked from the 3 people back down at the dry stones in his hand. Elder View was confused and said, No, none of these, none at all. Truly, young Master Shen San, this method is indeed admirable. I will consider the pricing and get back to you. After leaving, Elder View walked while pondering. The Spirit Crystal Cave has abundant spirit blood mineral sources. If I can find a way to manipulate the market, my position in the sect will be secure. Shen Yiju was strolling on the bridge when he saw Elder View. He excitedly called out to Elder Vu, but his figure gradually disappeared, ignored by the other, and he was left stunned. As night fell, you say he still knows how to check spirit stones? Extremely accurate. It really matches the person from Thap Tu. Could it be that he heard some news? Even so, why did he suddenly come here? Thap Tu hasn't cared about the mortal world for 500 years, so it probably isn't him, right?
I don't understand. Our plan doesn't pose any obstacle to Thap Tu. There's basically no reason to stop him.
Maybe he's just passionate and wants to make some money. Is Thap Tu really that relaxed?
If that's true, then that's good. Anyway, the auction will start after dawn, so for now I'll see what he's planning to do.
The scene shifts to the auction hall, which gradually fills up, And finally, the auction is about to begin. Ju Chongtiu has decided to save the method of selecting spirit bloodstones for the final item to auction. So this is the end after all. Soon they will announce which sects are participating in the auction. They will surely bid high. It's just a pity that it won't be possible to find such opportunities again. Hearing the gossip in the hall, Shen Zhenyi couldn't help but smile with anticipation. Not long after, a figure appeared at the door.
Is this the room of young Master Shen Tam? That's right, even now, there's still a guest. Voila happily runs out to open the door. Come on in, come on in. As soon as she opened the door, she froze upon seeing Elder View in front of her.
Oh my, who is this? Princess Long pats Hoala on the shoulder and says, Hoala, don't cause trouble. Duke Fook, sweating profusely, nervously greets.
So it turns out Elder View has arrived in person. Young Master Tam is learning about the auction house, and you came at just the right time.
View Elder walks past Duke Fook and heads inside to find Tam Tran Wei. Tam Lin Tak Kok agreed to pay 300,000 to Kim for that, but with one condition. View Elder straightforwardly says, Please state it. I hope Tam will withdraw from the auction so we can negotiate privately. It's a small matter. I hear that the Spirit Stone Cave has abundant mineral deposits, with monthly shipments exceeding 10 million. This testing method at least triples the profit from Spirit Bloodstones. If that's the case, then what about 400,000 gold coins? Lin Tak Kok are professional traders and naturally understand that if this testing method is auctioned, its value will surely be higher than the figure they proposed. Kok leader, we also want to take this opportunity to make friends with young Master Tham, but if you refuse, it will be hard to look at us in the future. I'm here for business, not to make friends. Stunned by Tam Tran Wei's cold words, Dong Chung and Tian Xingfu had been here before. What did you say? These two sects are Lin Tak Kok's biggest rivals. Elder View definitely wouldn't want them to have this method. Don't tell me you refused them because of the Spirit Stone Cave. Yes, Huang Duong. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Elder Vu, calm down and listen to me. Actually, we had already chosen Spirit Crystal Pavilion as our trading partner for this time. At the banquet with the third young master, when we first met Elder Vu, didn't we make our intentions clear then? Oh, it really is like that, Vu Elder wondered. So why are you here now? Tam Tran Yi explained that after waiting for many days without any news from Lin Tak Kok, they thought the other side no longer intended to buy. We came here to do business. I thought Lin Tak Kok wasn't interested, so we brought it to the auction house. Vu Trong Lao was surprised. Is it really a misunderstanding? Today, Elder Vu has appeared. I wonder how he plans to bid. In response, Elder Vu said, If so, Spirit Stone Cave cannot refuse the goodwill of Chi Sword Mountain Range. Young Master Tham Tam, can I wait to negotiate with the head of the shop and then give a new price? Tam Tran Wai nodded calmly. Of course, after the deal was finalized, Duke Fook saw Elder Vu off as he left. In the room, Princess Long and So Huala kept clapping and praising his eloquence and sharp wit. Shen Jinyi replied, Don't mock me, ladies. The price for X-La in this deal will definitely be very high. If I sell it cheaply to them, how can I compete for Sao Lei? Then she turned to assign the task to Duke Fook. This matter is entirely your responsibility. Duke Fook respectfully obeyed. Yes, third young master. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere, Shen Shizhou quietly observes the situation. Is it true that Tam Xiaoju and Tam Zhen Yi were really family 500 years ago? You saw it just now. That old Vu from Spirit Stone Cave is famous for being fierce. Yet he didn't lose his temper over Third Master Tam's insult. What are you talking about, wealthy brother? I didn't see anything. Young Master Shen is truly careful, unlike me who can't hold back. Young Master Shangguan continued to inquire, Is it true that many people at the 12-Sword Pavilion hope that Shen Zhenyi will accept the ancestral sect and compete for the position of sect master with you? Tham Nhat Chao smiled and replied, You're joking again, brother. Young Master Tham Tam promised that when Sword Mountain Villa's reputation was at its peak, there was no need to join the 12-Sword Pavilion. The rumors outside can't be trusted. Hearing that, young Master Shangguan looked displeased. How dare this kid look down on the 12-Sword Pavilion? Arrogant? Truly too arrogant. Seeing the misunderstanding, Tham Nhat Chao quickly explained, I didn't mean it that way. Unable to hold back, Thuong Quanfu Kui from afar raised his middle finger, silently cursing. It seems to sense something. So Tam Chan Wai turned around and caught sight of Fu Kui's mocking smile. After looking and thinking for a long time, he concluded that he didn't understand what was happening. Over here, Shangguan Fuchi still flips the bird while turning away, and Tham Nhat Chao can only helplessly smile bitterly.
In contrast, Tam Chan Y on the opposite side raises his teacup in greeting, his eyes now filled with hidden meaning.
The auction below is becoming increasingly lively. The next item is the Demon Fire Bodhi, starting at 10,000 gold ingots. As soon as the introduction ended, someone immediately bid, and in a hidden corner, someone wondered, do the 8 worlds now also have this? Master, is this item really valuable? The one called Master explains that in places soaked with the blood of demons, this thing is completely worthless. But in the 8 Paths world, there are no demon invasions, yet there is the Bodhi Fire of Demons, which is truly fascinating. The disciple still doesn't understand what the master is talking about. What's with that scream about the Blood Demon clan invading? The bidding sounds below are lively. 20,000. 500? 20,000. 30,000. When no one else bids higher, the auctioneer confirms 3,000 times 1, 3,000 times 2. Is there an even higher bid? All the guests shook their heads. Suddenly, Shen Zhenyi gently ordered on de Fu. Mua! The young man loudly shouted, 10,000! This bid made everyone stare in shock. Who is that? The bid is too high. It's just a demon fire lotus. Why are they offering 100,000? Are they crazy? The wealthy sneer, showing off how arrogant they are, asking for 100,000 as if they're bullying those without money. Although he said that, the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, so he directly shouted out 200,000. This caused a stir below, and the 9th Trung-Tu young master was once again splurging wildly. Shh, speak softly, my dear. Tam Nyut Cho also couldn't understand your actions. This auction is organized by your family. If you want to bid, what's the point of others doing it? Fuku was replied, Them young master, don't worry, I just can't stand Tem Tran Y's arrogant look. 100,000 is just a token of sincerity. How could we let him have his way? On the other side, Suo Huala kept cursing in anger. What's wrong with this person? What's there to fight over? And Duke Fuk reassured him. I promise I will win it back. Tam Tran Ai smiled softly and said, It's not worth it. Even the Demon Fire Bodhi tree isn't very effective. It's just a bit special. Asking for 20,000 taels of gold to buy it only makes people feel stupid, which clearly benefits him. Seeing his disciple so angry and unwilling, he had to coax her, saying, Let's do this. Gradually raise the price. Increase it by 1 tael each time. Huala listened and was pleased. This method is good. Tam Tran Y instructed, The auction is up to you. I will meditate for a while, bid twice 10,000, then twice 10,000 again. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be here. Look, isn't it already revealed? Just as the hammer was about to close the bid, Huala shouted, 20,001 taels, which immediately made Fu Kui furious. I'm so angry I could die. He turned to Tam Nyat Chao and said, Look, young Master Tam, they deliberately provoke others. Do you think it's showy? Look across there. Seeing that, Tam Nyat Chao couldn't help but be speechless and had to call out, So girl, don't pour oil on the fire here. Ah, fine, they really are pushing me to the limit. Tam Nyat Chao continued to advise, But Fu Kui, this is an auction. Just follow the rules and compete normally to show your generosity. Moreover, this is your family's property if a fight breaks out here. Hearing Tam Nyat Chao, Fu Kui finally suppressed his anger. All right, you're right. I will use money to crush them. Then the young man shouted the bid to 210,000. Seeing the opponent keep raising the bid without hesitation, she gave him a like. Tam Nyat Chao tried to say something, but Fu Kui suddenly realized something and only now began to ponder. Wait a minute, the opponent only added a small amount, and I added 10,000 more. Am I being a bit reckless? Did I add too much? So should I add more while still confused about life? As So Huala on the other side raises the bid to 210,000, and immediately the competition heats up again. I won't kill her today. I am not the Shangguan family. Tam Nyat Chao could only helplessly sigh. It's a disaster. These two are practically defying the heavens. Fu Kui immediately shouts out a bid of 20,000. So Huala calmly responded with 20,000, and Fu Kui slammed the table in anger. Tham Tran Oi, if you want to bid, do it properly. If you're afraid to offer a price, then get lost. Whoever heard of just adding 1 unit and causing others to die of anger, and you still can look at it? So Huala retorted, Stop insulting my master. At this moment, Shen Zhenyi also finished his part and gently spoke. Everything is bidding. Adding 1 more amount is also adding. Isn't that the rule of 9 layers pavilion, or are the rules decided by you? The servant behind, looking embarrassed, said, Don't cause trouble. This will affect the auction. We have to report to your clan leader. Fu Kui, furious, gritted his teeth and shouted a bid of 200,000 or 300,000, startling everyone. Ah, master, didn't you say I should add one more amount? No need, this demon fire Bodhi tree has become useless. At the same time, upstairs, Shen Zhenyi explained to Suo Huola, the true fire aura and essence energy above have all been absorbed by me. The girl finally understood and said in admiration, "No wonder, master, it turns out adding an extra amount was to buy more time." Listening to the auctioneer's final bid, she smiled gently and confidently announced, "We don't need the last bid of 200 or 300,000. Only now does Pukui realize he's been deceived, but it's too late." The wooden hammer strikes, confirming the deal. Congratulations to young Master Shangguan for obtaining the demon fire Bodhi. As soon as the item was brought in, Fu Kui angrily threw it to the ground. "This clearly isn't the fire lotus. How dare you deceive me?" The servant didn't understand what was happening, looking confused and flustered. "I dare not. I dare not. How could I, young master?" Fu Kui roared. "You bastards, calling me sweet in front of everyone but secretly calling me a useless fool behind my back. Today, I will ruin you." Just as Fu Kui was about to strike, Tham Nyat Chao arrived just in time to stop him. "Brother Fu Kui must not do this. There must be a misunderstanding here." Fu Kui immediately erupts. "Could there be any misunderstanding?" "They are now hoping for my early death outside, so that the successor of Nine True's fire can be chosen again." The crowd below quickly caught the hot news and started whispering and gossiping. What is it? It seems the internal rumors about the Ninefold Fire clash are true. Could it be that the Ninefold Fire is now in such a fierce internal struggle? "Young master, today is such an important day. Aren't you afraid of the sect master blaming you if there's chaos?" The more you try to stop him, the more Fu Kui protests fiercely. Seeing the chaos over there, Huola hesitated a bit. "Master, are we doing the right thing?" Shamtran Yi quietly observed, a slight ripple in his heart. Tam Nyat Chao could no longer hold back and angrily said, "Brother Fu Kui, lower your voice. This is a family matter and shouldn't be spoken of carelessly. The details and decision about the demonic fire Bodhi are mine." "Other matters can wait until later." The elder's instructions echoed in Fu Kui's mind. "This 9-layer banquet will be entrusted to you by young Master Tham from the 12-sword pavilion. Remember, stay close and follow my orders." "You leave me no choice but to suppress my arrogance." "Fine, I'll go along with you." "I apologize for my rudeness earlier, young Master Tham," Tham Nyat Chao replied. "So I thank you for your help." "Thank you." Tham Nyat Chao asked seriously. "So may I ask, do you know what the demon fire Bodhi is?" "The Hoitam, young master, I truly do not know why it became this rotten wood, but I can guarantee that this Manhwa Bodhi was not tampered with." After the young master successfully bid, the seal remained intact and was brought straight here, never passing through anyone else's hands on the way. "So, you mean I spent 20 or 30,000 taels to buy this piece of rotten wood?" Tham Nyat Chao frowned and reminded him. "Fu Kui." Fu Kui had to swallow his anger and walk away. "All right, I won't say anything else." Tham Nyat Chao turned to the servant and said, "Let's proceed with the auction." "Young Master Ta Tam." The auction continues swiftly. "Please forgive what just happened. It's okay, let's continue. To show our sincerity in apologizing, we will now auction the main item." Surely everyone has heard in recent days about the new method for testing spiritual bloodstones. It is said that this technique is remarkably effective and can accurately determine whether the spiritual blood marrow is present in the stone. What, you mean a precise assessment? Yes, everyone heard correctly. This is an accurate method of identification. Please don't be impatient. The appraisal method for the spiritual bloodstone I just mentioned has a starting price of 10,000 gold coins. Now, let's begin. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd below started bidding fiercely. 20,000, 22,000, 25,000, 30,000. Seeing such a positive reaction, Tom Tran Y's group couldn't help but admire him. Truly worthy of being the third young master, just a little skill in making money enough to cause a scramble among many. So Hoala proudly said, "So what more needs to be said?" "This is my master." And Duke Fook explained, "It's just a few people in small sects fighting over it now, just a minor disturbance. The real show is still to come." "What do you say?" the two girls asked in unison. And Duke Fook further explained, "These people are just warming up the scene. The real bidding will start once the price exceeds 100,000 death gold." Sure enough, when the price reached 100,000, a deep voice announced, "The Spirit Stone Cave is at 120,000. Look everyone, it's starting." So Huala praised, "You have good eyesight, no wonder you're a merchant." At that moment, Tam Tran Y suddenly stood up, and seeing this, So Huala asked, "Master, where are you going?" "I call Tam Nyat Chao's family. His friend seems to be our best trusted envoy." Long Princess shows concern. "Third young master, this isn't good." So Hoala interjected, "What did little Long Ren say?" What's wrong with that? This is called strategy, and besides, he was the one who provoked us first. Princess Long has to admit defeat. Yes, I was wrong. This girl is finished. Whatever the master says is correct. Tham Tran Wai instructed, "This place is now in your hands. I am leaving." As the door closed, only 3 people remained in the room. So Huala's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, I just discovered my master, so cunning. Inside Tumnut Chow's heart, doubts are piling up. Isn't this a bidding for testing the spirit bloodstone? What is third young master doing? Could it be that Tam Tronwai discovered a secret of the 9 layers tower and deliberately revealed the spiritual bloodstone inspection to attract everyone's attention at the auction while secretly investigating? Thinking of this, Tam Nut Chow hurriedly chased after, leaving Fu Kui alone and bewildered. At the same time, the bidding below was still very lively. The appraisal expert had bid 185,000. Tianxing Palace follows closely with 185,000, and Dongcheng doesn't want to lose either with 190,000. When Fu Kui looked over to the opposite room, he saw Sohoala seemingly trying to say something. He was curious, what was she saying? Sohoala formed her lips, emphasizing each mocking word. I want to yell at you, you poor devil. This blatant provocation makes Fu Kui's handsome face contort with anger, looking no different from an old, miserable man. His hand clenched the wooden doorframe so tightly that veins bulged. What does this girl want to do? You dare call me a poor devil? Look down on me. Fu Kui shouted in anger, announcing a price that shocked everyone. 300,000 gold coins, raising it to 10,000. Who would play like this? Seeing that the opponent bites without hesitation, she sneers inwardly, while he is extremely proud, standing above and looking down, declaring, Young Master Thuong Quan offers 300,000 to Kim. Huh, you're just staring blankly, still far behind me by hundreds of years. At that moment, he realizes something is wrong. Did I just bid 100,000 gold coins? This is 3 million gold coins. Where am I supposed to get that much money? How will my old father punish me if he finds out? Fu Kui anxiously looked at the auction houses around him, shouting inwardly, Hurry up and raise the bid or I will definitely die. Luckily, the other bidders are not afraid of those tens of thousands. Lin Tet Kuk bid 300,000 gold, Thien Tin Fu followed with 310,000, and Dong Than pushed the price up to 3 billion gold. Wow, too much. The price has risen a lot. I need to measure. Fu Kui stared intently at So Huala, vowing to stay firm and never fall into her trap again. As he gazed at the starry night sky resembling the Milky Way, Tam Tran Wai silently thought, The time is almost here. You stood silently for a while, and I could tell someone was approaching without even turning around. Young Master Thame, what do you want with me? Caught, Tam Nyat Chow reluctantly stepped out. Young Master Tam Tam was just joking. I was merely greedily admiring the moonlight and accidentally came in here. But today, where is the moonlight? Tam Nyat Chow forced a smile, feeling truly awkward. You ask again. So what is young Master Tam looking at the night scene on the mountain for? I have a question I don't understand. Could young Master Tam clarify? Why did you let go of the demon fire Bodhi just as it was about to be yours at the auction? But when the demon fire Bodhi reached the wealthy, it became useless? Tam Tran Wai asked back, What do you mean, young master? You know that I only guessed based on the evidence. It seems the young Master Tom is also quite humorous, but leaving your brother Fu Kui there alone. Are you really okay with that? Tham Nyat Cho looked confused. Tham Tran Ice smirked and replied, The auction. A auction? What are you talking about? Zhen. Why? Only smiled faintly at Tam Nyat Chow's frantic expression and continued to gaze at the night sky while the auction was still in full swing. Sis. And Duke Phuc Nhan used his spare time to teach So Hua Lam a few new skills, considering her the top expert of the Hua Duong sect in the art of flying demon cultivation. Wow, his hair really is long. I heard he's just one thin sheet away from reaching the 6th stage of the core formation. This time it's about X-La. If he obtains it, he will definitely break through in just a few years. So Hoa La has a different opinion. My father said that rushing to reach the human stage is too late, and staying too long at the 5th level makes breakthroughs very difficult, unlike Han Bat Tram of Phuong Chuanbo. So young and already at the peak of the 5th stage of the true human realm, with X-La's help, maybe in just a year he could make a big leap forward. If X-La is so miraculous, why wouldn't the sect leader of Ku Trung Tiu use him? That question from Princess Long surprised both Duke Phuc and So Hua La. That's right, if the sect leader Shangguan used it himself, he could break through to the 6th level of the true person realm, then the heavenly step would advance another level, so why wouldn't he use it himself? Tam Tran Y suddenly appeared and explained, "You were innocent to begin with, but hid the treasure and became guilty. If they suddenly advance to the 6th level of the true immortal realm, it will definitely attract attention and reveal the secret of Zala, and then Ku Trung Ti will be in danger." At this point, Long Sheng's respect for Anduk Fuk towards Tam Chan Y was further strengthened. It seems that the third young master still understands clearly. Then Tam Chan Y asked again about how to appraise the spiritual bloodstone at the auction. Suo Huola proudly shows off his 500,000 death spears. "Are you impressive or not?" He nodded with satisfaction and replied, "Well done. I will reward you when we return." "Yes, master." A voice from below now echoes. "You have waited long enough. Now we will proceed with the final auction. I believe everyone here has been waiting for this for a long time. And it is the most magical tree in the Batutu world, Salala. Due to the nature of XL, we must keep it strictly protected and not easily brought out. Please understand. The delay by Hao officially begins now. Starting bid 100,000. Death gold. The starting price of XLA is 100,000 death gold. Master Tam, it's even more expensive than your appraisal." Ignoring the price, after the starting bid was announced, the bidders quickly raised the price to 20 and then 220,000. Watching the prices soar, Fu Kui felt a bit restless. But as he glanced over to the opposite room, he immediately caught Sohuala's gaze fixed on him. He quickly dodged, thinking to himself, "Don't look at me. I won't buy it even if I die." But then the shouted bid of 300,000 made him startle. "Damn it! Who bid for me?" Shen Yichao stepped forward and announced that it was 300,000 on this side. Fu Kui was so scared that sweat was pouring down. 30,000? Suo Huola looked at the person who just shouted the price with a slightly surprised expression. "Master," Tham Nyat Chao on the other side has turned around. A hint of slyness flickered in Shen Zhenyi's eyes. He thought to himself, "He's really quick." Princess Long commented that it seems Tam Nyat Chao also came for the Sala. Who in the world of 8-2 wouldn't want Lhasa? A single piece of Lhasa has many uses, and if refined further, it becomes a divine treasure that can communicate with spirits. 12. Sword Pavilion won't miss this opportunity. Tam Tran Y pondered that Zala is too precious to be used. It seems the matter of the demon fire Bodhi is indeed being taken seriously. But what is this strange aura? Fu Kui immediately ran over after seeing Tam Nyat Chao. "Young Master Tham, you're back. I told you that female disciple of Tam Tran Y is very wicked. Just now, based on Tam Tran Y's appraisal, you were again tricked into bidding by their schemes, right?" Tam Nyat Chao was surprised. "Oh, how do you know that? What was the result?" Fu Kui replied confidently. "The Elder Lin Thak Cave set the price at 500,000 gold coins for the auction." Tam Nyat Chao was surprised. "Aren't you going to buy it?" He quickly shook his head and said, No, I almost fell into So Hua La's trap. But luckily, I woke up in time and didn't go through with it hearing this." Tam Nyat Chao let out a relieved sigh. "That's good. Luckily, you know how to repent, or your father wouldn't have disfigured you for nothing." Hearing this, Fu Kui felt as if he had aged 100 years, his body withering and his vitality drained. Tam Nyat Chao, standing above, announced loudly, "I apologize for my late arrival. I hope everyone understands." Zala 12 Sword Tower bid 300,000. Everyone below looked up in confusion, and those in other rooms were just as bewildered. It turns out it was young Master Shan of the 12 Sword Pavilion coming. He wants the relic. Could he be aiming to ascend to the 6th level of the true person stage? He's still so young. It seems that the 12 Swords Guild has produced another powerful halberd. Soon after, another auction voice rang out. 23,200. The person added, "Sorry, I also need to leave." Tham Nyat Chao smiled gently. "It's fine, as long as everyone bids fairly." Ta Tham young master understood. In the tense atmosphere, the sound of someone's fan echoed. The young master Tom said that, "So I feel more at ease." 340,000. Other families also no longer hold back and start bidding. 360,000. The price keeps rising. Tam Nyat Chao smugly looks at Tam Tran Y. This time, young Master San is probably here for Jala too. Why isn't he making a move? Tam Tran Y noticed Tam Nyat Chao's provocative gaze and couldn't help but smile. The price quickly rose to 400,000. Tam Nyat Chao confidently said, "Since third young Master Tom is so spirited, I won't hide it anymore. Your brother's scheme is known. With only 500,000 gold coins, it can only hold out for a while, and Lhasa will belong to me." The price has risen to 440,000, and at this point, a few people start to lose hope. "I am limited in strength and will withdraw. 44,000 is my limit. If the price goes higher, I will also withdraw." Tham Nyat Cho politely asked Tam Tran Ai to name a price, and after a moment of silence, Tam Tran Ai offered 500,000. After hearing that, the people on Tam Nyat Cho's side couldn't help but laugh. So Hua La clenched his fists in anger. What are you laughing at? Fu Kui quickly seized the opportunity, turning on his vulgar mouthpiece. Everyone here knows you only have 500,000 gold coins, so what's the point of pretending? You think you can scare others just by offering 500,000? Sora Hua La sneered. If you have the guts, then compete. Fu Kui confidently replied, Let's compete. Young Master Tham, next time you bid, how about I help you out? Tham Nyat Cho thought it wasn't impossible. After all, Brother Fu Kui is the young master of Nine Traps Pavilion and often attends auctions, so if he's not foolish, his abilities are still better than mine. Hearing this, Tham Nyat Cho happily nodded. So, I will leave it to Fu Kui to ensure Tam Thiu Chu can rest assured. Since I know you've reached your limit, I won't hold back and will settle the score from earlier. Thinking this, Fu Kui boldly bid 500,000 and won tails. Offended by the opponent using his own tactics, So Hua La was furious but powerless, only able to grit his teeth and watch the other party laugh heartily. Tham Nyat Cho said, I know that young Master Tam Tam only has 500,000, so why should I waste money? Just use one tael, wasn't that what you did earlier? Now that the opponent has used his own principles against him, what should he do? At this moment, a steady voice rings out, bidding 50,000. Tham Tran Yi repeats the price of 550,000. Tam Nyat Cho is surprised. Isn't he only selling that appraisal method to make 500,000? Besides that, does he have other assets? Could it be that Tam Chan Wai is carrying tens of thousands of gold coins on him? Shamelessly, Tam Nyat Cho pushed the price up by 5 or 6,000, and Tam Chan Wai boldly raised it to 600,000. This time, Tam Nyat Cho was in a difficult position. Why did he keep raising the price? Now the price has reached a new high, and the limit set by my father is 700,000. If this continues, it might not be good. Fu Qiu asked if you understood what was going on. I don't know. He shouldn't have that much gold now. Tam Nyat Cho decided to push himself a little, knowing the opponent couldn't possibly have that much gold to waste. Thinking of this, Tam Nyat Cho clenched his teeth and bid 600,000. Tam Tran Wai didn't hesitate and raised straight to 700,000. Tam Nyat Cho couldn't believe it. No way. You can't have 700,000, at most 50,000. Tam Tran Wai replied, You guessed right, I really don't have 700,000 death crystals. Riches and honor leave me speechless at Tam Tran Wai's attitude. What did you say? Tham Tran Wai, what are you doing? Do you realize that this is opposing the 9 Layers Tower? It's nothing much. Master's control is just a matter of regulation. What can you do about it? Tam Nyat Cho frowned in confusion. Young Master San, this is no joking matter. Tam Tran Wai said calmly, There's nothing serious about it. So it's natural that I don't have 70,000 gold needles. This statement shocks everyone. What does it mean? The old man below gritted his teeth and asked, Boy, clarify this. What exactly is going on? Tham Tran Yi sneered. Too bad he didn't realize he was dead already. Seeing his expression, the old man below was immediately angered. Just then, the main event began. The room suddenly shook violently as a thickening stream of purple energy spread from somewhere. Soon, the entire auction hall was enveloped in a dreamy purple barrier. Tam Nyat Cho and the experienced quickly recognized it as the Heavenly Demon Net Formation. Witnessing the entire event, Shen Zhenyi clapped in praise. Master Shangguan truly has remarkable tactics, a voice rang out. Young Master San also isn't far behind. Before I activated the Heavenly Abyss Trap, I noticed your plan, so I don't understand why you ran ahead. Do you think the 9 layers fire encircles you and makes escape impossible? Tham Tran Yi chuckled softly and replied, Not yet. The old man below grew impatient and could no longer sit still. This is the voice of Shangguan Mai. Old Thuong Quan, if you're so capable, fight me in a life-and-death duel. What's going on? Did the 5th-ranked true master get taken out in one move? Suddenly, Fu Kui covered Tam Nyat Cho's mouth with his hand and whispered, What are you doing, Zhu Chong Tiu? Is this your plan? Fu Kui explained, We are not targeting you. Please follow me. I will get you out of here. And then he opened a secret door. Tam Nyat Cho silently pondered for a moment before deciding to follow Fu Kui outside. Tam Tran Yan frowned and thought, Is this a perfect formation? Master. So Hua La asked anxiously, What should we do now? He told the 3 behind him, Don't worry, I deliberately stayed in the formation. Wait a moment, find what we need and I will naturally lead everyone out. Let's go to the 9 Layers Pavilion Hall and see. No one understands anything.
Although their minds are full of questions, they quickly follow Tom Tran Wai. When they arrive at an empty space, he gently opens a door, leaving everyone puzzled as to why there is a passage there.
When they stepped outside, they saw nothing different. Is this the square gate? So Hua La sighed. I wish I could take these things since they're not worth much. She narrowed her eyes and used all her strength, but even her glasses couldn't reveal anything unusual. And Duke Fuk looked around and asked, If I calculate the direction, the place just now from the auction house to here is indeed the layout. Princess Long asked, How can you tell that, third young master? Could it really be visible? Tom Tran Ai just smiled without answering and turned to walk on. The others looked on in confusion. We've arrived at the auction house's warehouse. The warehouse? Young Master Tam, are you suggesting that you want to? Tham Trani, with a nostalgic look, said, I had wanted to come here to see for a long time, but they had guards watching day and night. Now they've set up the heaven and earth net array to trap everyone. Luckily, we can go in and take a look. He pushed open the door, and on Duke Fuk quickly recognized the strong medicinal scent. After a quick look around, Shen Zhenyi sighed and said, Unfortunately, X is not here. As expected, Jiao Chongxiao used X to lure everyone here this time. Princess Long said, Maybe so. There are some good medicinal herbs here. Let's go take them. After a while, everyone came out with valuable spoils of war. 1,000-year ginseng, Hishowu, Lingji, and snow lotus. So Huala marveled that Kutrung Tiu's collection of precious herbs was truly impressive. No wonder it is such a wealthy sect. Samtrani replied, I didn't expect the third young master to be able to move freely inside the heavenly La Land net. We can't touch any objects in the real world, but the third young master seems to be able to at any time. Yes, master is so powerful. As she moved forward a bit, so Huala suddenly felt something was wrong. When she turned around, she saw the space behind her torn into pieces, with a stream of red liquid being ripped apart. Seeing this terrifying scene, she was directly frightened. Even a master could not withstand the attack of the heavenly nethernet, and the entire battlefield was shaking. Master, can we leave now? Shen Zhenyi pondered for a moment, feeling a bit disappointed. It seems we can't find X-La anymore. He uses spiritual power from his fingertip to draw a talisman. A gentle wave of the hand shattered the heavenly La and earth net formation, but those outside couldn't help but be surprised. When the formation was completely broken, they saw many people sitting around forming seals. Seeing Tom Tran Wai's group, the elder was extremely panicked. Tom Tran Wai calmly said, Do you want to destroy the powerful forces around to unify the continents at once? You used X as bait for the surrounding forces to compete for, searching for Chi Sword Mountain Villa, buying a large amount of spiritual blood marrow, plus the Heavenly Lei and Earthnet Great Array. It seems you are well prepared and know too much already. When a reckless young man tried to act, the elder stopped him. But young Master San only needed some clues to see through the layout of the 9 layers fire and escape the heavenly demon net. Is this the power of the 10 stars? Ignoring the star token, covering the 10 stars, looking at the talisman you just drew, the 2 master and disciple froze. Death? The 10 stars order has been missing for 500 years. Of course, we do not dare to underestimate the great 10 stars, but now we dare not betray those who are more loyal. Tom Tran Wai pondered, No wonder after I issued the 10 stars order, your 9 trap star had a cold attitude. Neither Shangguan Bai nor Elder Fong obeyed the oath from years ago to bow in respect. Indeed, 500 years is too long, and the 9 layers beacon now has a new master. This is also understandable. The 9 layers beacon betrayed its vow and bowed before the 10 flames, and I fear this great sect may no longer need to exist. Hearing this, the old man was stunned and could no longer turn his head. Tom Tran Wei replied softly, Yes, I can't turn my head anymore. If that's the case for the great plan of ours, go pay your respects to the ancestors. Bakvu Tru Chi erupts. So Huala screamed in fear as his master carefully circled behind Tom Tran Wei to deliver a deadly blow. Blood dripped onto the ground, but the wound was on his own chest. Meanwhile, Tom Tran Wai had not a single scratch. Unable to injure him, he had to push him away. Shen Zhenyi calmly turned back and explained, This is the ultimate skill of the 10 severings, but it's not actually a martial art I practice. Rather, it's a part of martial knowledge incorporated into the rigorous training of the 9 traps of the Void family through generations. Normally, it wouldn't have any effect, but if you want to attack someone from the 9 traces, it will appear. It turns out that the true nature of the 9 traces guard is to serve the 9 traces. The old man looked up to the sky, his figure like a white crane soaring through the air, invisible and formless, elusive and hard to find. Your 100-bird energy transformation is truly one of the most beautiful sword moves I have ever seen, unleashing all the power I have witnessed in my life. Hearing that, he laughed and said, "This sword earning praise from someone in the 10 demons makes my life worth living." Then he lost his balance and fell. The young man beside him quickly ran over to help him up. Tam Tran Wee sighed and said,
"I just broke the Heavenly Law Earth net formation, which damaged many strands of silk. Probably they can't escape either, and your grand plan has failed. Sorry about that."
"Did the sound indicate that the heavenly lay when Earth net formation has been broken? Does heaven also want to destroy me?" The prophecy from 500 years ago has indeed come true. Without that person, our grand plan today would have succeeded. Hearing this, Shen Zhenyi felt that there was still some hidden truth. Shang Guanbai said, "Today's failure means the 9 layers fire cannot exist because we have betrayed the oath with the 10 flames.
Sorry, everyone. I have let you all accompany me on this journey." Thuthwak Ha Dongthan replied, "We cannot die with the sect leader."
He continued that the 9 middle fire with the support of the 10 fire is incredibly wealthy and doesn't need to compete for dominance. It's just that we acted impulsively and betrayed our ancestors, making it impossible to follow the 10 fire's orders, which was an unavoidable decision. Every word he spoke made the old patriarch's face grow even more grim. Sham Chanwai gestures with his hand towards the back. "Slow down a bit." Wula tilted his head in confusion. "What's the matter, master?" In the silent night, Shen Zhenyi spoke slowly and calmly. "If you have arrived, please come in." Everyone present was immediately filled with confusion. This fear had taken root deep within them. The opponent's methods to seize the 9-fold fire are probably terrifying enough to make them so afraid. This time, Prince Tam's opponent is likely no ordinary foe. A man in black appeared as lightly as a feather. He snorted coldly and said, "Thuong Quan Bai is truly useless." The mysterious newcomer just arrived and called his subordinate useless. The weak clan leader struggled to get up and said, "Greetings, Taoist Lord. You have never reported the 10 sings within the sect causing today's failure. Do you understand your crime?" The Khan clan patriarch, weak and kneeling on the ground, bowed his head and said, "I accept my punishment." The clan leader intended to report to the sect master that I believed the 10 flames had not appeared for 500 years and that there was no need to trouble the sect master with past matters, hoping the sect master would forgive me. "You fools wasted a good opportunity prepared by the sect leader. If Shangguan is defeated, your death will be hard to escape, and your life will be difficult to forgive." Grand Master Shangguan fell silent and sorrowfully said, "Thank you, Taoist Lord." He then turned to Fu Kui, and said, "You must continue on your own." Before he could finish his instructions, his body collapsed to the ground. Tham Tranwai's group stood silently, watching their opponent's internal affairs. The mysterious person tilts their head. "So what? Are you dissatisfied?" The young man is helpless and dares not resist. "My subordinates dare not, then everyone else go back to your sects and face punishment." He turned to Tam Tran Wee and said, "Tam, 3rd young master of Chijian Mountain Villa. This matter is settled. You can go now. Do you know who I am? I am very interested in new, powerful forces, especially someone like you who has single-handedly slain a moon and promoted all members within 10 years. Tam Tranwai couldn't help but ask, "They call you the sect leader. What sect do you belong to?" "This is something I can answer you. I am the destroyer of heaven, only wishing for the destroyer to find a path. So how many of you are there in the destroyer of heaven? And why does Q Trung Tiu risk doing this?" You don't need to worry about this. 3rd young master Tam, sometimes minding your own business can help you live longer, right?" Seeing that Tam Tran Yen remained silent without asking further questions, he left satisfied. It seems that young Master Shen is also a very understanding person. Then his figure gradually faded away and disappeared. He has disappeared. Princess Long seems to be lost in thought. She pondered silently, her master no longer seeing him anywhere. I always feel there will be another confrontation with them. Let's go. This play is almost over. Soon after, Princess Long ran out to greet a messenger hawk. She carefully untied the letter from the bird's leg. So Huala stepped out curiously and asked what happened to Ku Trung Tio. It was too tragic to watch. That day, when the heavenly nether net formation was activated, several experts were assassinated and only Shen Yichu narrowly escaped with his life. Tham Nyacho's luck is really good. After all, he is the current sole heir of the 12-sword pavilion. And if anything happened, Tam Trong Son might go crazy. The 9 layers of the mountain might not pursue him to the end because of this. Then, the heavenly demon net formation collapsed. Everyone escaped the trap and fought against the disciples of 9-fold fire, but despite their loyalty, the disciples' cultivation was ultimately not enough, and they were quickly wiped out by the experts from various sects. The sect master of Q Trung Tiu was killed, and then the elder also disappeared without a trace,
leaving Q Trung Tiu's 1,000-year legacy as if it had been wiped out. Only after the sects fought each other did they realize the truth and began to ransack Q Trung Tiu's rooms for valuables, only to find them completely empty.
This probably wasn't done by us, right? Princess Long tilted her head and replied, I think so. Everyone burst into loud laughter. Wow, what a great master. Shenzhen Yi, drinking tea inside, was distracted by the noise outside. Miss Tam, thank you for your care over the years, but now that something is happening at the Long King's residence, I must return first. Be careful on the road. If anything happens, you can send me a message. Tatam Kongtu. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Watching the figure of Princess Long, Sora La looked a bit worried. Master, is it because the little dragon has returned for something? The 500-year catastrophe of the Dragon Clan is coming. Maybe they've found a clue and called her back to face it together. The 500-year catastrophe of the Dragon Clan? That sounds really scary. Can she even come back here? Master, do we need to help her? Looking at the disciple in front of him, Shen Zhenyi's face lit up with joy. Normally, these two hate each other so much they wish the other would die, but when truly in danger, this girl actually hopes to help. Cut to Phai Lam Chao, the palace of the Dragon Clan, where it's said that Lord Long, the great Dragon King, was ambushed. Could this be true? Maybe it is. Lord Long hasn't appeared for days, and I hear he's still seriously injured. In recent days, all affairs in the Long King's residence have been handled by Lady Long. Knowing that Lady Long has been in seclusion for 200 or 300 years, her sudden appearance as an administrator must mean something has happened. What should we do now? As common folk living underwater, it's never easy for us. Everything depends on the Long Palace to get 3 meals a day. If something happens to the Long Palace, what should we do? Lady Long is seated on the command chair, overseeing the military affairs, with all weapons in the mansion reinforced to the highest level. All staff are on duty at Prince Jiaolong's residence in shifts. The Ghost General has divine powers. You are an elder in the household, and while Lord Jiaolong is recovering, the sacrificial preparations will be handled by you. Remember, Lord Zhao Dailong is not here now, and during the ceremony there will be many who cause trouble. If anything cannot be resolved, come find me immediately. Old Kui respectfully replied, Yes, Lady Long, you may withdraw to attend to your tasks. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief after the order, a voice rang out. How is Lord Zhao doing now? My uncle is temporarily unconscious, but his condition has stabilized, so that's good. The situation with Lord Zhao is now stable, which is good news. But as the great calamity approaches, Lord Zhao was suddenly attacked, and for our Long residents, it's like snow falling on a roof. This must be kept strictly secret, and no third parties should know, but we also don't know how the little princess is doing outside right now. Don't worry, sister. My younger sister is now with 3rd Young Master Shen. That cruel person won't harm her. Seeing her granddaughter's expression, Lady Long couldn't help but tease. So, have you now submitted to Lord 3rd Master Tam? Is it impossible to submit to someone? That guy first broke Long Huang Jiap, then subdued the terrifying heavenly assassin, showing true strength of the 5th stage of the real person realm. A command for the elders of Bai Yue Quet Tzu to cancel. I can't provoke someone like this, so consider yourself wise. According to you, it would be good if the little princess stayed close to young Master Shen Tam. But I worry she's stubborn. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Long hurriedly ran over, calling out loudly to her grandmother, then ran over, crying, to hug Grandma Long. Father, what's going on? Who was it that hurt him? Grandmother gently stroked her granddaughter's head affectionately. This little girl still came back after all. You silly child, your father isn't awake yet, and no one knows what has happened. It's good that you're back. The grand ceremony of the Long clan still has many things for you to do. You must not give up. If you have returned, you will definitely overcome the difficulties with the Long King Palace. Just tell me what you need me to do. I truly am putting you through a hard time. This time, to channel the power of Qianlong, the grand ritual conducted through the sensing of dragon blood can only be most suitable with the little princess. At the same time, on some cliff wall, is the Long King Palace really at the bottom of the sea? The Long Palace is beneath Tung River, but the entrance location changes with the water flow. How can we get down there? Shen Zhenyi looked around and focused on the nearby rock. He tapped the sea surface a few times to stir the waves, with each wave crashing as if arranging a path. Who is disturbing outside the Long Palace? The mansion is busy right now and not receiving guests, so please leave quickly. How could Long Huang Mansion be so rude? The host seemed eager to chase us away 1,000 miles away. And Duke Fook sighed and left, leaving Long Quan Chua still down there. I must hurry to help. We come from the Qi Sword Sect. This one is my master. Young Master Shen Tam, he came on purpose because he's worried about Princess Long's safety.
Don't you understand human language? I've already said that no guests are received at the residence these days. Who do you think you are, the gatekeeper from Chijan Mountain Sect? What do you mean neither young Master Tam nor the 9th young master are meeting anyone? Seeing that arrogant attitude, Sohwala looked visibly annoyed.
Thamtran I didn't waste time with him directly unleashing his spiritual power, and he quickly sensed something.
By the time he reacted, he was already held tightly by the seawater of his own courtyard. Tamtran Y sternly said to him, I am Tamtran Y of the Chi Sword Mountain Villa. Does King Trio Dalong really not want to see me?
Thamtran E raises his hand to control his spiritual power and command the guard below, frowning as he hesitates. Remember, this is a critical moment. The entrance must be reinforced. No one is allowed into the Dragon King's residence. Now Zhao Nung, having lost all his titles in the forbidden area where the divine sword is hidden, will decide the entrance. Do not disappoint my expectations. My subordinates will never disappoint your expectations. Remember what was said back then, and he replied stubbornly, even if Tamtran Y, you are more powerful in front of the Bloodline Dragon Clan, how long can your lifespan support your dominance? So what if he's 3rd young Master Shen? Do you really want to be a villain and storm in? Thamtran E looked at him and thought, it seems something has happened in the Long King's residence.
Just released, he shouted loudly. If you are sensible, even if you are 3rd young Master Tom of Chijen Mountain Villa, you must present a formal invitation to visit the Long King's residence. Wait for news from the estate and I will let you down. For now, step back. If something happens in Long King's estate, maybe we can stay as guests for a while and leave on our own.
Master, you are so skilled in martial arts,
But after all, you are not a fish. How can you go underwater?
young Master Shen Tam really knows how to boast.
Without my aquatic clan guiding the way, I've never heard of anyone entering the Long Emperor's residence.
The reason the Long King family has never been defeated and remains to this day is because their palace is underwater.
Unless you are an ultimate martial artist who can breathe underwater, you cannot stay long in the water, and your fighting strength will decrease. Moreover, there are many forbidden formations arranged beneath, so without a guide, how could one reach the Long King Palace?
Seeing him jump around uncontrollably, he slightly furrowed his brow, flicked his finger, and the noisy taunts were suddenly lifted into the air before he directly threw him into the water. So Hoala watched the scene and sighed. Master's anger is truly terrifying. The guard just raised his head to curse, but Shen Zhenyi flicked his hand again, repeatedly making him skim across the water's surface. He kept teasing him until he had no strength left to speak, then stopped. He turned and left, saying, "Let's go, Master. Your martial arts have improved again." He smiled and replied, "Still not good enough." When the 3 of them reached the shore, he gently waved his hand and asked, "Master, shall we dive down?" He waved his hand again, and the sea gently rippled to reveal a wide path leading straight to the ocean floor. "No need for such trouble." He muttered a spell, his fingertip instantly glowing. As he finished the incantation, a dazzling beam of light shot out straight into the sea. The vast ocean suddenly surged with huge waves crashing into each other. Then the sea parted to form a path right before him. This water separation technique has remained unchanged for 500 years. So Huala stood beside him, constantly in awe. Is his master a fairy? The 2 looked around in amazement as they walked along the path that Tamtran Wee had just created, until he called out, and they hurriedly ran over. "Master, this move is so cool, teach me." Even the guard hiding behind the rock from afar is amazed and exclaims, "Does he know the water division technique again, or only the most honored guests of the Dragon Clan or those who have great end to the Dragon Clan would know the water division technique?" This skill allows the user to move freely underwater without any restrictions, making them almost a master over the fate of the aquatic race. I don't dare to block his way anymore, as the underwater shock from Tam Chan Y's move has left everyone in the Dragon Palace stunned. Is this shock not the water-breaking technique? At the main hall of the Dragon Palace, the bell rings throughout. The Long Clan's bell rang 4 times in a row. Could it be that the bell still keeps ringing? Madam and Princess Long both looked worried. Princess Long turned to ask, "What is going on?" As she anxiously pondered, a voice suddenly rang out. 500 years ago, the Long King's mansion faced a great calamity and was saved by Lord An. The Long ancestor was deeply grateful and intentionally bestowed the water-dividing technique. Since then, the ancestral teachings have been passed down to the Long King's mansion. The newcomer is none other than Prince Zhao II, the younger brother of Prince Zhao I, and the second strongest in the Long Palace. He decisively parts the river and rings the bell to summon all members of the Long clan to come out and pay their respects. Miss Long happily ran out and said, "Uncle, Grandma is glad to see you," Trio Nyi Long Vuong, and said, "You're out of seclusion now." "Yes, madam. Trio Nye Longvuong reports that this closed-door cultivation has been very fruitful, and his cultivation has increased significantly. Mother smiled and said, "That's good. Now with the great catastrophe approaching in 100 years, your elder brother being assassinated has left the household short of strong fighters, so your breakthrough and leaving the sect to guard the imperial palace is the best choice." Zhao Longwang said, "I've heard about my elder brother's assassination. I believe there's an insider helping them within the palace. Otherwise, with my elder brother's skills, they wouldn't have been able to get close." Princess Long was stunned and thought, "Are the close assassination attempts? Uncle, how is my father now?" So Hoa asked nervously, and seeing her like that, Baba was surprised, making Trio Nyi Long Vuong look at her with confusion. "I didn't tell it clearly to avoid affecting the ceremony." Grandma explained. King Qiao II patted Princess Long's head comfortingly and said, "Don't worry, your father cares for your injury and is now fine. The great catastrophe of the Long Palace is coming soon. You must stay strong and not let your father down." Yes. The Princess Long choked back tears as Prince Liu Xuan comforted her. "Stay strong." He frowned and said, "Baba decided to divide the river, ring the palace bell, and according to the rules, we must go out to welcome them." But Baba then put her hand on her chin in thought. Now the great catastrophe is approaching. The water division will disappear for 100 years, and the benefactor will reappear. This is a bit strange, and I am also hesitant. We don't know if the visitor is an old benefactor or their descendant, nor do we understand their purpose here, so I believe that in this special moment, we need a special approach. Trio Nyi Long Vuong unexpectedly proposed, "I will represent the Long Palace to welcome and confirm their identity and intentions here." Lady and the princess in the reception room found this response more satisfactory. Grandmother agreed, but still couldn't hide her worry. At this moment, on the underwater path, So Hoala reached out and touched the water wall, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, this Fan Tui Quiet is truly miraculous." Master, look at this amazing protective layer. It makes walking underwater so easy." Master, with this water-dividing spell, can't we explore the 5 lakes and 4 seas freely? Tamtrani replied, "This water division secret technique doesn't work everywhere." So Hoala wondered, "What does it mean?" Tamtranwi explained that the water-dividing technique was bestowed by the Dragon King's mansion and only works in this water area. A water dragon appears. Shen Zhenyi continues, "The Dragon Clan is familiar with water magic. Only by forming an alliance with the local water system can they use the secret technique of water division to craft underwater palaces. But water's nature is unpredictable. Changing location requires forming new alliances, and the water dragon disappears again." Nam Tranwai turns back and says, "Only the true ruler of the dragon race can command all the waters of the world to retreat." And both are enlightened, exclaiming in shock, Oh, so the Long Royal Palace is just a branch of the Dragon Clan, and their ability to control the local rivers is already a great fortune. It turns out there are still such limitations. So it turns out you are third young Master Shan of Qijian Mountain. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Who are you? I am the younger brother of Trio Dai Long Vuong, Trio Nyi Long Vuong of Long Huang Fu. My elder brother often speaks highly of third young Master Shan, but unfortunately I have never met him while stationed at Long Huang Palace. Today, seeing Ton Nan is truly a blessing 3 generations over. So Huala secretly despised him. Earlier, when announcing Tom Tom's name, she was stopped. Now that the master has come to the door, she acts so courteous. Tam Tran Wee asked straightforwardly, "So it's Trio Nyi Long Vuong. I already announced my name at Kikiam Son Trang. Why is Long Huang Fu blocking us?" So Huala was surprised, never expecting her master to ask so straightforwardly. She secretly gave a thumbs up, admiring his direct approach. So Huala pointed and said, "That's right, Tom Tom's visit to you guys. Dare you deny it? Don't think that pretending to be polite now means everything is settled. No matter what, an explanation is needed." King Zhao Li was stunned, worriedly glancing at Tom Tran Wai and secretly thinking, the owner of the water-dividing technique holds extraordinary significance for the Long King Palace. The upcoming grand ceremony must proceed smoothly without mishaps, so this matter must be resolved peacefully. Prince Zhao Erlong looked awkward, as many things had happened in the mansion these days, and it was certain that the Water Tribe patrols, who had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai, had deliberately offended Lord Third Master Shen. He clasped his hands and promised, "I will punish them severely in the future, and I hope Lord Third Master Shen will forgive this minor offense." Tham Tran Yun closed his eyes and said, "So let's forget about this matter, and hope it doesn't happen again." Trio Nyi Lung Vuong confirmed, "Of course,
Third young Master Tham, please, all three of you come into the Long King's residence.
Master, why didn't Princess Long come out to greet us?
I just entered the Long Emperor's residence and felt an eerie atmosphere. Hearing her mention the Princess Long, King Zhao Erlong paused and happily turned around to say, Young Master San came here mainly to welcome my daughter, but these days she has been preparing for the Great Blood Dragon ceremony and is not suitable to meet guests.
Suahuola and Ndukfuk were surprised, thinking about the great blood ritual of the Dragon Clan.
Tham Tran Ai explained, the great calamity of the Dragon Clan is approaching. 500 years have passed, and once again the great blood ritual is happening.
Prince Second Long was surprised and asked, how does he know all this?
Tam Tran Wai also noticed the astonished look in his eyes. I heard that third young Master Shen is an extraordinary moonslayer, but this water-splitting technique is a secret of the Dragon King's palace. I wonder where he learned it. Tham Tran Wai had no intention of revealing the truth and only smiled in response.
Tham Tran Yi silently reflected on the split water technique, a gift from Long to given 500 years ago.
The old memories were indeed somewhat hazy. Trio Nyi Long was feeling down inside. If he obtained it by chance, how could he respond so casually?
He frowned, initially suspecting that Bai Nuet Quat believed Tam Tam Kong Tu had received the inheritance of Tu Nin Quan, who in the past had a good relationship with Long Tu, and indeed was the one who knew the Fan Tui Quit. It seems the rumors are true. I see. It seems that the inheritance of Tu Nin Quan is indeed, as the rumors say, obtained by third young Master Tham. Congratulations. Shin Zhenyi only smiled without replying, hiding the truth that he was the benefactor of the Long King's mansion from years ago. His reaction made King Zhao Er even more suspicious. Perhaps he is not the one who possesses the water-dividing technique granted by the dragon ancestor, and judging by his age, the most likely candidate is the descendant of that benefactor. But this person's identity as the Moonslayer from the lower realm rules out that possibility, and their attitude seems to deny having received the inheritance from Lord Zining. King Triu Ni Long seemed to realize something. Wait a moment. When Zhao Lang once said that he was forced to retreat because of the Heavenly Sword Divine Vault, after the seal was broken and removed, Tham Tran Wai appeared in the Divine Vault, but no one knew what they discussed. Could the water separation technique have been obtained from there? King Second Long looked at Shen Zhen and Suo Huola walking ahead, filled with doubt.
So the ultimate skills of the Dragon Clan have also been taken? If that's the case, I can only try to see.
King Trio Ni Long asked cautiously, I've always heard from Brother Ngo that third young Master Tham is skilled in swordsmanship.
Today's a rare chance. May I have the honor of learning a few moves from you?
Tham Tran Yi turned back and smiled, saying,
The great catastrophe of the Long clan is approaching. Does King Second Long think we came here with ulterior motives? King Second Long hurriedly explained, Tom Third Young Master, you misunderstand. I have been passionate about martial arts since I was young, and the affairs of the Long King Palace have always been managed by Brother Ngo.
Today, Third Young Master is here, and I feel quite pleased. I can't help but get a bit eager, hoping Third Young Master will indulge me. Suo Huola pouted, even the fifth stage of the Celestial Division. True Person Realm Master isn't a match for my master.
King Zhao Second and King Zhao Great are equally strong. How could they compare?
Tham Tran Yi generously said, If King Second Long is so hospitable, I won't hold back. But if King Second Long loses, don't be too upset. King Second Long was surprised by Tham Tran Wai's confidence. So Huola gritted his teeth thinking, my master really doesn't hold back at all, but she is also very proud. Only my master can speak such arrogant words with a calm and natural attitude. Here, just touch my sleeve or move a step, and it's considered a challenge. Use the Great Nine Heavens illusion technique of the Dragon Clan against me, for the Dragon Clan's status as one of the top races in the world comes from the secret technique of the Fire Dragon Origin Spirit method. It is said that when reaching the peak of cultivation, one can leap over the Dragon Gate to purify their bloodline and transform into a true dragon to roam the Nine Heavens, but practicing the Fire Dragon Origin Divine technique is extremely time-consuming, and even the Long Clan's endless lifespan may not be enough to master it. Therefore, the branches of the Dragon Clan have built upon that foundation to create cultivation techniques suited to themselves. The illusion technique of the Great Nine Heavens is the ultimate skill of the Dragon King Palace. When reaching the highest level of cultivation, Van Long Ku can transform into 9 dragons swallowing the sun, possessing earth-shattering power. At this moment, elsewhere in the Long King Palace, Zhao Jie, feeling bored, rested his chin and looked outside when a stack of papers suddenly fell beside him. Father, honestly, going into seclusion yourself is one thing, but forcing me to train in the study until I reach the 3rd stage of the human realm. This is too much. I won't bother with it anymore. Triu Keat sighed and lay down, Suddenly, a rumbling sound made him startle and sit up. What's wrong? What's going on? You look out the window, put your hand on your face, thinking, this sound seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Ryukit quickly rummaged through the pile of books and cheered when he found what he needed. Found it, he decided that Zhang Yang should ring the bell of the dragon, and all members of the Long clan should come out to welcome him.
You're just a fanboy, huh? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden?
It shouldn't be like that, right? According to the way Kotich said, there should be drums and noise on the way to the main hall. What's going on? Could he still be at the door? Hearing his father's voice, he quickly hid away. I've heard that Master Shen Tam is an extraordinary swordsman, but this split water technique is a secret of the Long King's residence, and I don't know where Master Shen Tam learned it from. Perhaps he just happened to acquire it. It seems the legend of Prince Zening is indeed true, as Master Shen Tam obtained it. Congratulations, father. Zhao Jai was surprised to see his father. I've always heard Brother No say that Master Tam's swordsmanship is perfect, and today he's rare to come here. I wonder if I could have the honor of learning a few moves. Hearing my father say that, I secretly think his obsession with martial arts has flared up again. Is the great catastrophe of the dragon race approaching in 100 years? Does Lord Second Long think we came here with ulterior motives? Second Prince Zhao said with a smile. Thumb, third young master, misunderstood. I have been passionate about martial arts since I was young, and everything related to the Dragon Palace has always been managed by Brother Nyo. I am very pleased to see you here today, and I can't help but feel a bit eager, so I hope you will forgive me. Seeing this, Zhao Ji thought, my father really is talking to someone like that. It seems I must fight this person. Tham Tran Yi smiled and said, if King Second Zhao is so hospitable, I won't hold back. Trio Keat happily thought, I've got him now. Even if Trio Ni Long Vuong loses, he shouldn't be too upset. Trio Keat couldn't believe it. This person is too confident. My father is a fourth-rank true person, a rare opponent in Phi Lam continent. Tom Tran Wai pointed to an empty space in the yard and said, here, as long as you touch my sleeve or I take a step, it's considered a forfeit. Trio Keat was furious. Does he think he's the master of the 12th Sword Pavilion? This person is truly arrogant, daring to say such words. Prince Trio Ni Long asked irritably, do you think young Master Tham is a bit too arrogant? Although my 9 Heavens illusion technique is not yet perfect, it still has about 70% of its power. If I fight with all my strength, I can even break the glass walls in the mansion. When we fight, please take it seriously. Sham Tran Yi still confidently replied, it's fine, that's for the best. King Zhao Erlong snapped angrily. You just in time? Zhao Jai suddenly stepped forward and shouted, Father, there's no need to talk more with this arrogant one. Let him make his move. Just watch my punch and kill him. Prince Zhao Yi turned around anxiously and said, Keat, wait a moment. King Trio Ni Long gritted his teeth and said, this is Shen Zhen Yi from Qijian Mountain Villa, with incredible skills, so it turns out he covets the princess of the district. Trio Kiet roared wildly, don't worry, father. I don't believe anyone in this world can withstand the great 9 heavenly illusion technique. After saying that, he launched an attack towards Tam Tran Wai to kill him, also to destroy the heart of his uncle and sister Duong. Trio Ni Long Vuong anxiously shouted, Kiet Ni's great 9 heavenly illusion technique charged straight at Tam Tran Wai, so Huala and An Duk Fuk screamed in fear. Huh? Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared around Tam Tran Wai. King Trio Ni Long was stunned, thinking that there couldn't be wind under the sea. Pretending to be a god or a demon, the sudden gust of wind deflects the attack and strikes back at Zhao Jie. What? You didn't dodge in time, took the hit, and spat out a mouthful of blood. King Zhao rushed over to catch his son, trembling as he called out, Kiet, check his pulse. Is there still a breath? Suo Huola nervously said, it's the first time I've seen someone blow themselves out of the arena like this. Tham Tran calmly explained that the Great Ninth Heaven illusion technique is ultimately a form of advanced illusion magic. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. The person's unstable mind and inconsistent cultivation led to the failure of the illusion, resulting in this outcome. Shall we continue the fight? King Chao Erlong silently holds his son without speaking. Tham Tran Yi turned away. If the young master's command was injured, then we stop here. Trio Ni Long Vuong gritted his teeth, thinking that the Great 9 Heavens illusion technique of the 5 Dragon Realm not only failed to injure Tam Tran Wai, but also backfired on himself. He looked at Tam Tran Wai with a terrified expression. How could he do that? In the Long to Forbidden Zone, at the Crystal Glass Tower, Long Ba's subordinate was reporting what had just happened. Is that really the case? Lady Long was surprised. You say you broke through the 9 Nether illusion technique of the 5 Dragon Realm with just one move? She frowned. Who is the person coming? As the Moonslayer of the 9 Darknesses, Shen Zhen Yi from Qijian Mountain Sect, Lady Long was surprised. She worriedly said, "His martial arts are unfathomable. I've only seen a part of the iceberg after years with him." Long Ba anxiously asked, "A part of the iceberg?" I see." As a martial artist who has forced the slaughter of the Moonkiller of the 9U, it is usually because their foundation is too weak and they are suppressed by the rules of the Ba-Tu world, making it difficult to cultivate. "But young Master Shen Tam, how is he doing?" Long Ba asked anxiously. "He's completely fine with this. His cultivation is progressing without any obstacles. He's going all out. It's been a few days since I last saw him. I didn't expect his cultivation to reach this level." Long Ba frowned in thought. I also didn't know he possessed our Long clan's water separation technique. Princess Long wondered what else Lord Third Master Tam Tam might not know. Long Ba stroked her chin, convinced that this person might be the key to saving the Long clan. "Quickly invite him in to talk with me." "Coming here?" Princess Long didn't expect Lady Long to make such a decision. Long Hayat Nyan is a forbidden area of the Long King's palace. Long Ba confidently said, "If it's third young Master Shen, it will be fine. Go ahead." Long Princess was surprised and thought, "Not a problem?" Though unwilling, she still obeyed the order. "Yes." At this moment, Tam Tran Wai, So Hua La, and An Duk Fuk are moving deeper into Long Huang's residence. Princess Long ran out to greet her, calling out, "Third young master." Suo Hua La saw her arrive and turned around happily, "Little Long person." Zhen Zhen Yi was also surprised to see her. "Little Long Ren, it really is you." So Hua La winked and asked, "Are you okay?" "We are here to help you," Long Princess said shyly. "Thank you, everyone." So Hua Lan took her hand and smiled. "Ha ha ha, why act so unfamiliar?" Miss Long turned to look at Master San and said, "Lady Long invites you to visit the Lu Lai Tower. Even senior figures like Lady Long are present in the Long Palace." Tham Tran Yi smiled and said, "All right, let's go." "Yes, Princess Long will lead the way. Third young master. Madam is inside. Please follow." Tham Tran Yi looked up at the tower and thought, "The Lu Lia Tower." He calmly stepped inside and stopped in front of Long Ba. Lady Long was delighted to see third young Master Shen, but somehow her legs suddenly refused to support her, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Tham Tran Yi was surprised to see that. Long Ba forced a smile and said, "I apologize for not being able to greet you properly. Even after 500 years, the Fong Tai sword god remains unforgettable." Tam Tran Wai smiled and said, "Being able to see an old acquaintance after 500 years is also a kind of fate. Don't worry, this time I won't sit idly by and do nothing." Long Lady assured, with the help of the third young master, the Long Royal Mansion has nothing to fear anymore. "I understand your rules this time. If you save my royal family, I will give you all the treasures in the Long Palace." Tam Tran Yi turns away. "What would I do with those treasures?" "You all keep them for yourselves," Long Madam hurriedly said. The elder listened to the princess and said, "You came to the 9 layers Firefly of the Heavenly Department Army to get the sacred laurel leaf. Actually, this treasure is kept in the vault of the Long Palace. Only then would I dare to give it to the third young master." Chum Jen Yi turned around in surprise and looked at Long Ba, thinking silently that searching tirelessly might be a waste of effort if it's not meant to be. "I didn't expect Long Huang Fu to have the leaf of the Bodhi tree." Tham Tran Yi frowned and said, "I want to take action once to resolve all karma. But the Bodhi leaf of this cause and effect will only grow larger over time. Life cannot escape the grasp of karma. 500,000 years ago, and 500,000 years from now, I will encounter the fate of the Long Palace, revealing the clear connection of destiny and karma. If heaven's will is like this, there's no need to avoid it." Tam Tran Yi thought to himself, "I will take the leaf of law after the great calamity of the dragon race passes. No need to rush." Grandmother Long nodded, "Yes." At this moment, the 3 of Long Princess, Suo Huola, and An De Fu are waiting outside. Only the master is allowed inside. "Yes, this is the forbidden area of the Dragon King Palace, and it's the first time someone has entered," Long Princess replied with a worried look. Xiao Huola shyly asked the little dragon, "What exactly is the great calamity of the dragon race?" Long Princess was silent for a moment, then explained, "Our dragon race experiences a blood surge once every 500 years, a chance to transform into a dragon." "That's right. Why has it become a great calamity?" The princess explained further that for the main bloodline of the dragon race, it is indeed a good thing. But for the weaker bloodlines, it is very hard to endure such change. Although it is called an opportunity, in reality, it is a disaster. Therefore, the Long Royal Clan will hold the dragon blood ceremony at the Lychee Tower, using the resonance of the dragon heart and dragon blood to pray for a stable bloodline. But when the blood boils and madness takes over,
calming the mind like still water is no easy feat.
Longba continued explaining, it can be said that almost every time the long blood sacrifice occurs, our long royal mansion faces all kinds of situations. The most dangerous is a mistake that leads to the long blood devouring, severing the bloodline of the long royal mansion. The 500-year deadline has arrived. Luckily, Long Huangfu has a bloodline closest to the ancestors that only guarantees a 50% chance of passing this test. But now with the promise from the young master, I can rest assured. Tam Tran Wai replied with a smile, everything is as it should be. After 100 years of reincarnation, I will come back here. Longba looked at Tam Tran Wai leaving, sighed in relief, and thought that with this person's promise, the Long Huangfu was saved. So Huala cheered, Master is out. Miss Long happily called out, Tam young master, Tam young master. As Tum Tam went out, Tam Tran Yi replied, everything has been settled in. We will stay at Long Palace for the next few days. What do you mean by that? Thum Tran Yi stepped past the Long Princess and said, hurry and prepare the Long Blood ceremony. We will talk about the rest. Later, the Long Princess replied disappointedly. Then I will go in first. Master, the little dragon said, that tower is a forbidden area of the Long Palace. What does Lady Long want with someone inside? Suo Huala frowned and said, my master only went to Ju Chongtiu to get the Exala. I didn't expect the Long King Mansion to already have one. And Duke Fuk asked curiously, why would she be willing to give away such a treasure? Could it be that the master promised to help them overcome this obstacle? So Huala quickly realized. Tham Tran Ai explains, I promise to help when the great calamity of the dragon race comes. So Huala, displeased, says, my master usually doesn't care about these matters, but this time she's taking the initiative. She thinks that the Princess Long still holds some status in her master's heart. If it's just a distant obstacle, is it worth it? Tam Tran Wai frowns, but the obsession can't be abandoned. If the karma was sown 500 years ago, then the result will come 500 years later. Even without Princess Long, Lady Long, or XL, I will still help. Now that the curse from 500 years ago has been lifted, and it has become a curse of today, they will always be entangled in the future. Inside the Lu Li Tower, Princess Long asked in surprise, Tam Gongzi is willing to help. Really? Long Ba turned to look at her. Can it really be faked? Princess Long nodded happily. Yes. Lady Ba has been worried these days. After meeting the third young master, her confidence has increased. Can she finally be at ease? Could it be that the third young master really has a solution? And what is it? Facing these doubts, Long Ba confidently affirmed that there must be a way. You don't need to ask more. Elder Long smiled and continued, you just need to carry out the Long Blood ritual well for now. The preparations for the Long Blood ritual are more important. Yes, Lord Long silently sighed. Fortunately, this great calamity seems to be only a minor threat. At that moment, a blazing red beam of light shot straight down from the sky onto the Lu Li Tower. Seeing that scene, Shen Zhenyi said, the great catastrophe of the Dragon Clan has arrived. The beam of light that just appeared caused the entire surface of the water to shake. Master, I feel like 1,000 needles are piercing my meridians. What's happening? So, Huala asked nervously. Tam Tran Yi explained that this is the Long Huyet resonance, a phenomenon that requires a strong will. Without it, one cannot act when facing it. So Huala grimaced in pain and voiced his conclusion. So, if that's the case once it's completed, if suppressed by the dragon blood resonance, wouldn't holding more be less beneficial? Yes, you're right. The blood of the true dragon changes once every 500 years. And it's also thanks to this that the Long King Palace has the blood of the true dragon to establish the palace. Now that the true dragon blood is surging, the dragon race's bloodline is affected by the resonance even more strongly. I fear that within a few hundred miles of the Long Emperor's residence, the heaven and earth's true energy has become completely chaotic, forming a terrifying vortex. Sham Tranoi added, even top martial artists would find it hard to survive if caught in this vortex. So Huala grew more worried. If your body lacks long blood but is still so heavily affected, wouldn't Princess Long suffer even more? Tham Tran Yi continued, not only must she bind the dragon blood within her body, but also forcibly perform the sacrificial ritual while suppressing the true dragon blood. Despite the immense difficulties, she was trained from a young age for this blood ritual. So although it is tough, she will not be defeated. It's just that Shen Zhenyi suddenly hesitated in his mind, thinking that the incoming person isn't friendly, and the friendly ones aren't coming. It seems someone wants to take advantage of the Long Palace's focus on the great catastrophe to loot the place. Seeing the master stop, so Huola asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Tham Tran Yi continued, "It's nothing, just some bugs of that kind." So Hoala angrily suggested dealing with them now.
Since it's still early, Tom Tron Y looked at her and said, "The trial of the Long clan cannot be entirely resolved by me directly. As the heir of Long Hoyt, she must endure this test herself."
What do you mean? Long Hiet raged. I can burn everything to dust, that's during the Great Calamity, but schemes and killings are outside of it. As a member of the favored Dragon Clan, she must pass the trial in the Great Catastrophe to advance, tame her bloodline, and survive the ordeal. At the altar inside the tower, the princess sensed a strange and uncomfortable power and exclaimed, "This is the true power of the dragon." And you feel as if the entire world is a fragile piece of paper that can be torn apart easily. Does this world really possess such immense strength?
Princess Long turned back and asked,
Baba, is the person you're talking about the hero who saved us back then? Can this person truly compare to the power of the true dragon that shook the 8-2 world?
"Yes, the power of this great master far exceeds what you and I can imagine."
Long Princess furrowed her brow and said firmly, "Rest assured, this time I am fully confident in the changes of Long blood, and the Long Palace will not need anyone else to step in and save us. Thank you for your effort. Today, Long Blood Eye is a major event, and no matter what happens, you cannot leave the Crystal Glass Tower."
"Yes. My father is seriously injured and unconscious, and I need to personally adjust the changes outside the formation, so I can't afford to worry about you anymore."
"The trial ahead must be faced alone by you,"
Princess Long declared confidently, determined not to betray her grandmother's trust.
"Grandmother, be careful," Long Princess called out. Lady Long smiled reassuringly and then left. 3 hours later, Princess Long was still fighting alone against the bloodline of the Dragon Clan surging within her. "I must follow in the footsteps of young Master Tom Tom. Queen Tam Ha is determined." At the same time, Tom Tron E was observing the Crystal Tower, noticing that Long Blood ritual had lasted 3 watches and was nearing its end when suddenly King Zhao II Long rushed over, panic-stricken, shouting, "Girl, it's not good, it's not good." King Zhao II Long's face was full of worry. 3 hours have passed, and Shen Zhenyi, observing the Crystal Tower, quietly calculated that Long Blood ritual has lasted 3 hours and is nearing its end. So Huola asked anxiously what is happening. Suddenly, King Zhao ran over in a panic and shouted, "Niece, it's not looking good." The princess turned to look at him and said, "Uncle, the ritual is at a critical moment. Whatever happens, let's wait until the Long Blood ritual is over before dealing with it." King Zhao II Long looked terrified and asked what. Suddenly, a massive surge of power engulfed the young lady. Long, causing her to scream in pain, a golden dragon appeared, and the young lady Long spat out a mouthful of blood. Prince Zhao II asked anxiously, "Are you okay, granddaughter? Nothing dangerous?" "Father, how is he doing now?"
There was a flash of light when Long Hyatt was shaken earlier. "Father has regained consciousness briefly, but he is critically ill and may not hold on much longer. Before passing away, my older brother only wanted to see you one last time. This matter is related to the secret inheritance of the Long King residence. And I must tell you myself, Long Quan Chuangai, she only hoped the ritual would go smoothly and that her father could recover. But now, if Long Huyet Te succeeds and resolves the 500-year crisis of the Long clan while her father still leaves her behind, her father Long Quan Chua gritted her teeth and said, "You cannot leave here." Trio Nai Long Vuong remained resolute, but Long Quan Chua turned away, determined that this was a critical moment for the ritual and she could not leave. Prince Zhao II sighed and said, "If just a few words can buy us some time, I think I can hold on a little longer for you." Queen Long looked at him in surprise. "Uncle, I know my bloodline strength isn't as good as yours and my older brother's, and I can't complete the main ritual task, but I will do my best to hold on. Maybe I can manage for a little while, but there's nothing more I can do. Things have come to this, and there's no other way." Trio Nyi Long Vuong quickly drew his sword. Princess Long screamed in horror, "Stop! Quickly stop!" But it was too late. Trio Nyi Long Vuong had already stabbed his sword into his shoulder. King Trio Nyi Long's face showed clear pain. Princess Long was so moved she had to cover her mouth and cry, as blood flowed from King Trio Nyi Long's wound and was drawn up by the beam of power inside the Lu Lei Tower. Princess Long exclaimed in shock, "The blood wax technique is a method that uses the core of the Long blood to rapidly increase the concentration of the Long clan's bloodline. However, after a period of time, the practitioner will fall into a state of weakness and severe injury. If maintained for a long time, it could even cause the Long blood to lose its activity, turning the original dragon bloodline into that of an ordinary human." The princess asked, "Is God in confusion?"
Uncle Tuk, why do you have to do this? The knife in Trio Nyi Long Vuong's hand falls to the ground as he clutches his wound and urges, "Go quickly, I can't hold on much longer." Even with the support of the blood fusion technique, you must go now and return quickly. The princess gritted her teeth, closing her eyes in pain as she faced the choice to stay or go. She jumped down to where King Zhao Erlong was and said, "I'll trouble you here, I'll be back soon." Go quickly. Yes. Princess Long hurriedly ran away, secretly hoping, "Father, please wait for me." At that moment, a burst of purple energy from behind the princess suddenly shot straight into the sky. Prince Long is standing firm amidst that surge of power. Long Princess shouts, "What are you doing, uncle? Uncle, uncle." The immense power causes the crystal tower's pillars to crack, and the tower can no longer hold. So what exactly is your uncle trying to do? A dragon appears, coiling around the pillar of power, roaring loudly and causing the entire luminous tower to shake, with a beam of light carrying immense energy, making the water surface ripple. Is this the place? Although I've heard about the great catastrophe of the Kin Thian Dragon Clan, I never expected it to be so terrifying. There is a mysterious object generating dragon-shaped energy waves, and we cannot get close to it. So now we will wait to see what they do next. Princess Long thought anxiously. The long blood seal formation has been broken? Suddenly she coughed up blood. Yeah. Princess Long gritted her teeth, wiped the blood from her mouth, and said through clenched teeth, "Uncle, do you know what you're doing? Once the true dragon blood breaks through the crystal glass tower, it will kill everyone of the Long clan. Even your own uncle will have to face this disaster." The princess of the Dragon Clan shouted angrily, "Why did you do that?" King Zhao Second Long laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, laughing like a madman. "I will also have to face this disaster." Prince Second Long roared wildly. "Prideful, prideful, I have already taken out my own dragon blood." "Ha ha, Long Princess, you don't believe your ears. You actually took out your own dragon blood?" With a look of disdain, he said, "The dragon blood of the Long clan, what's so special about it? Foolish, foolish, this rotten world values a person based on their bloodline. How ridiculous, how ridiculous." Long Princess painfully asked, "Is that why you destroyed everything everyone has worked for all these years? Do you want everyone in the Dragon Palace to die?" Prince Zhao Second Long crossed his arms and looked at her like a fool before replying, "Of course, the master ordered it. Everyone in the Long Palace must die." The Princess of Long could not believe she had been deceived and launched a furious attack. "Be quiet." King Zhao Erlong easily dodged. "Who are you?" "You can't be Trio Nyi Long De. Tuck would never call anyone else master." The imposter sneers. "Huh? You're quite sharp for a kid." He raises his hand to strike. "It looks like you're destined to die here." Long Princess also launched a counterattack. "Who are you at last?" "The Great Nine Heavens. Joy Technique." The Princess of the Dragon District shouted as she launched her move. 9 dragons transformation devours the heavens and sacrifices the sun." The imposter, pretending to be the second Dragon King, laughed cruelly and practiced the Great Nine Heavens Joy Technique to the 9th level of Dragon Realm. Unfortunately, Long Princess's attack flew straight at him, but the imposter also struck back, saying, "It will have no effect in front of me." Long Princess's attack was shattered by the power of the fake second Dragon King. "What?" she shouted back, her legs trembling, wounded, and this dark energy had strange powers that suppressed the martial arts of the dragon race. "What kind of evil martial art is this?" Long Princess shouted helplessly. "Fake king." Zhao Erlong laughed triumphantly. "This is the dark heavenly dragon, aura passed down by the Lord. The small dragon technique is nothing in my eyes. Ika is..." Boom! A loud noise suddenly erupts, and the imposter turns around and says, "Oh, it seems the time has come." Princess Long was surprised. What? Fake king of the dragon, secretly laughing to himself, "I will definitely destroy the Long Palace for the Lord." She creates a huge whirlpool on the water's surface, and the cloaked figures flying in the air shout in unison, "It's time now, let's go all out. For the Lord, we will surely annihilate the Long Palace." "Master, attacking the Long King Palace at this moment is definitely not an ordinary person. Do you think I can stop those people?" Tamtron Oyi recited a spell and said, "No problem, come here." A wave of power surrounded Sohuala, lifting her into the air. In a flash, Sohuala was on top of the Lu Lai Tower. Tamtron Yi appeared right behind her. Sohuala was surprised and called out to her master. Shenzhen Yi looked serious as he observed the situation, and Suohuala followed his gaze to see the pillar of light trembling violently. The group of black-clad people has now arrived, and the crystal glass tower is right here. They descend and shout, and one of them notices something unusual. Wait a moment, there is someone on top of the tower. The forbidden area of the Dragon Clan, do not move forward. If you dare to take another step, don't blame my sword for being ruthless. So Huala drew his sword and shouted, "Where is the Princess Long?" they asked. Is this the princess with the purest bloodline in the past 500 years? No way! One of the group members, trying to sound clever, deduced that during the ritual, the Princess Long couldn't leave the Crystal Tower, so the person in front of him must be just an empty shell of the Long Royal Palace. Who are you? How dare you come to the Long King Palace and do this? He sneered and said, Huh? Is there really no one left in the Dragon Clan? And a nameless nobody stands before me. They laughed arrogantly and removed their cloaks. The attackers introduced themselves. I am the Six Calamities. The sect leader ordered to annihilate the Long King's mansion. Destroy, seize, rob, kill, break, and they all shouted loudly. Thamtran-E laughed and said, I never expected this small world of 8 realms to also have the existence of the 6 calamities. So Hoala asked curiously, Master, what are the 6 calamities? Zhen Yan explained that a great demon once used tendons, flesh, blood, bones, veins, and hearts of the true dragon to forge 6 sacrificial swords called the 6 calamities, which aimed to cause chaos across the world, and later generations of dragon experts had to unite and pay a terrible price to destroy them. The 6 Luke Hua Chi swords also vanished without a trace from then on, and later, the 6 Hoa were reborn multiple times, with each keeper of the swords appearing with an unbreakable hatred for the long race, like a curse. Tuahuala was shocked after hearing this and thought to herself, is it really that terrifying? Oh, I didn't expect you to have heard of the 6 calamities. The red-haired man said, Who are you? If you're not connected to the Dragon Clan, then leave quickly to avoid trouble. Thamtran-E was about to finish his words when disaster suddenly struck. Although the 6 calamities swords are terrifying, in your hands they are just broken pieces. Their power is limited. If the 6 calamities unite, it might be something worth watching. They roared angrily, shouting, You 2 young fools who don't know the heights of the sky! If the 6 calamities unite, they will shake the heavens and split the earth. Even the great dragon King Zhao could be cut down with a single sword. Boss, why are you still talking to them? The white-haired man drew his sword and said, Don't look down on the 6 calamities again, just cut them down directly. So Hoala immediately stepped in front of Thamtran-Y to block the attack. Thamtran-E calmly instructs, using the Sovereign's death technique from the 10,000 Hidden Swords manual to respond. Yes. So Huala obeyed and rushed forward, striking the villain with a straight sword attack, but he easily blocked it and refused to yield. So Huala continues to strike, but due to his speed, the enemy can only defend. Old Lu, a subordinate of his, anxiously calls out, Old Lu of the 5th stage of the true human realm losing to a young girl's sword by half a move. It seemed that these 2 young men didn't know their limits, but now it looks like they are a big trouble. The 6 of us are all top experts of the 5th stage of the true human realm, considered peak combat power in Phylam continent. If it weren't for the Long King Palace being deep beneath the river and not waiting for a great catastrophe, we could have overthrown the Long King Palace with our combined strength. They were so proud, yet now a young woman suddenly appeared who could repel the old man with a single sword strike. Could these 2 also be 5th stage true person realm experts? No, it's impossible. The number of 5th tier true immortal experts in Phylam continent can be counted on one hand, and definitely isn't just 2 people here. Recently, a new power has emerged within the Heavenly Army in Phylam continent, with one person capable of destroying the 2 major forces, Chung Thien Thun and Bain Wit Quat, alone. Could it be him? So Hoa La laughed triumphantly as he saw them trembling in fear. No way. The sect master once said that the relationship between the Chi Sword sect and the Dragon King's mansion isn't close, so this great catastrophe of the dragon race definitely won't have anyone to help. The white-haired man looked at Shenzhen with fear and asked again, Who are you exactly? Qijian Mountain Sect. So, Hoa La? So this young lady is so Hoa La from Ki Kim Son Trang. So you are Master Tam, the #1 expert of Phylam continent from Qijian Mountain Sect. So Hoa La proudly replied, That's my master. As expected, they said that young Master Shen Tasm and the great calamity of Long Huang Mansion were already decided, and the 6 clans had planned this in advance. This matter has nothing to do with Kiem Kiem Son Trang. If you leave here, we can forget the past. That's right. No matter how powerful they are, they've only been in the Batu world for 10 years. He can at most dominate Phi Lam Chao. Can the six calamities united really be afraid of him? Retreat quickly, and don't let yourselves be defeated. Suo Huala, sword in hand, angrily said,
If those ugly guys can't even beat me, how dare you threaten my master? If you want my master to fight, then beat me first.
Then, Sohuala drew her sword and charged forward, saying,
You two work together. Fight quickly and win quickly. Don't kill her, the leader ordered clearly.
What? The sword strikes the top of the tower. Shen Zhenyi reminds you that the six demons can attack simultaneously, but with the combined effort of the twin swords, you only need to initially use the Imperial Death technique to deal with them. So Huala responds obediently, yes, as the relentless swords strike towards her, but she can easily block them all. As she blocks the attack, So Huala thinks to herself, there's no gap left. If this continues, she won't hold out much longer. For someone with a bit of skill, you're pretending to be a god and deceiving people. A villain dismissively said, this is the third uncle and fifth younger brother showing mercy and not wanting to take her life. Otherwise, that last strike would have ended her small life. I believe this young lady will lose within 20 moves. All her attacks, 10, 20, 30 moves, are easily neutralized by Sohuala. He exclaimed in shock, what is going on? Why is this swordsmanship so strange? Sohuala's cultivation level is actually on par with Lao Tam and Lao Ngu, or even equal. They realized they underestimated her strength and didn't expect she could rely on an unknown swordsmanship technique to persist until now. As Sohuala was blocking two swords, a figure from behind rushed forward. Lao Luke, go up there and help out. Understood. Sohuala was immediately surrounded. Shamtran Ai remains calm and observant, secretly thinking that if the three of them had attacked together from the start, her disciple's situation wouldn't be stable. With her unfamiliar swordsmanship, she might very well lose. But now it's too late. Shen Zhenyi raised his head and looked up, angry at the third young master's attitude, and said, arrogant, 3 people working together can unleash the magic of the Six Hues sword. Isn't that just like 2 people attacking together? That's right. 3 people working together definitely won't get lucky. What a crazy talker. 3 swords clash. Watch how in my 3 moves I cut down your proud disciple. A powerful force surges towards Sohuala. It's too late. Shen Zhenyi said that if Luke Hua had attacked together from the start, Sohuala might have been defeated. But, now with 2 people, then 3, this only makes Sohuala more familiar with Luke Hua's swordsmanship. In this way, even if Luke Hua unites, she still can't do anything to her. Sohuala's eyes grew determined as she swung her sword decisively to counter that fierce attack. Slash! Screech, screech! One of them took the opportunity to ambush, but Sohuala immediately spun her sword to block. How can this be happening? They are stunned. The 3 of them combined are powerless. Could it really be that the female disciple of Master Tam can fight against the combined power of the 6 fiends, as he said? No way, this just can't be true. So. Huala smiled confidently. So what exactly is going on here? 3rd brother, 5th brother, and 6th brother working together can unleash more than half the power of the 6 calamities united. Even a 5th stage true person expert known for his strong chi accumulation would find it hard to withstand such a powerful strike. How is Sohuala, who is only a few years into reaching the 5th stage, so terrifying in her swordsmanship? He looked at Shen Zhenyi and wondered to himself, could it be that Master Shen of Qijian Mountain is stronger than they had expected? Since when did a remote village like Phi Lam Chao produce such a master? Something's happening. Should we come up with a countermeasure? Do you think if we retreat, the sect leader will think differently? If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? He drew his sword and said, Our 6 evils have wandered far and wide, rarely gathering together. It's just a pity that the 6 evils united can't be used against the Dragon Clan. Go, the leader commands. The 6 calamities unite, destroy, seize, plunder, move, kill, and break. All 6 people rushed to attack Sohuala. Sohuala still calmly held his sword tightly, ready to counterattack. Thamtran Yi commented that she could be considered to have at least entered the basics. Although this girl's talent is quite average, after 7 days of training on the way back, the imperial tactics derived from the 10,000 storage sword classic have only reached the minor completion stage. Dealing with the incomplete version of the 6 calamities fusion was already enough. But to face a true expert, I am still too weak and cannot win. Shen Zhenyi sighed as for the 6 calamities fusion itself. Although the heart of the dragon of the 6 hues cannot change the enlightenment of heaven and earth, and the sins and grudges have turned into the 6 hues sword, it was originally impossible. Suo Huo La swiftly dodged the attacks, but unfortunately your cultivation levels are too low and you cannot comprehend the truth within the Six Calamities sword. Now, it is the sword controlling people, not the people controlling the sword. This was already a path to evil, and even more tragically, not only could you not comprehend the sword intent, but you also lost the loyalty of your swords. Thamtranai continued, "Do the six Hell's swords scream painfully every night when they are in your hands?" The leader was surprised. How could he know? "Boss, don't listen to that guy's mind games." The red-haired guy attacks Sohoala again and says, "Yes, boss, no one here can stop our six curse fusion." The next two attacks were easily deflected by Sohoala. The six swords of the six calamities merge, pulling into each other and eventually falling to the center, turning anyone caught there into minced meat. They attack again and again without getting tired. Suohuala's eyes are full of confidence as she uses her swordsmanship to charge forward. Swish, swish, swish. The Six Calamities sword is instantly frozen. What exactly happened? The leader is terrified. What kind of sword technique is this? Sizzle. So Huala explains, "You didn't hear? My master just said that this is the Imperial Death technique from Chi Sword Mountain Villa in the 10,000 Tangles sword manual. The Imperial Death technique." Suo Huala smugly continued, "I reluctantly trained for 7 days, still not proficient, but it's more than enough to deal with you fools." Shen Zhenyi spoke from behind her. "The Imperial Death decision of the 10,000 hidden sword. Canon cannot reach this level, at least not with her current cultivation." Suo Huala was surprised and said, "Huh? Could it be not? Your murderous intent is too heavy." Tam Tran Wai turned around, explaining that reckless killing intent had caused him to lose control over his sword and also his respect for the sword. The six destructive great sword seems to exist only to destroy itself, powerless against Sohoala's death command. The leader was stunned to realize this. Was that really the case? Thamtran E turned and said, "I'll leave it to you here. I'll go down and see how things are." So, Huala received the order. "Yes, master." Suddenly, the ice showed signs of cracking. Sighing, Suo Huala said, "Both of them are truly unfortunate." She drew her sword, her eyes full of determination as she set out for good luck. So Huala struck decisively, slashing toward Luke Hoakiem. The ice shattered. The six-color sword was defeated. Thamtran E jumped inside the tower and landed softly. Tam Tam's expression showed surprise when he saw the Princess of Long standing before the giant water pillar and King Long Er lying unconscious on the ground. Long Princess cried out and shouted, "If this keeps going, the Long Royal Palace will be destroyed. Stop it immediately." Zhen Yi approached. The princess felt someone coming closer, so she turned to look at Zhen. Young Master Tam looked at her silently, and Long Princess was just as surprised. She said emotionally, "Young Master Tam, I beg you to help save the Long Imperial residence. The water column is flowing faster and stronger." "That's right. I am the woman with the purest bloodline and the heir of the Long Royal Mansion, yet I cannot change this fate." The third young master is just an outsider. What ability does he have to turn the tide? "I'm sorry, young Master Tam. My mind is in chaos now. I shouldn't have forced you to spit out dragon blood with the talisman. I can't control it. This place has become a dead end." "Young Master Tam, quickly take Miss So away to avoid being implicated." The water column suddenly swayed violently, the water flowing more and more chaotically, shooting straight into the sky. Suohuala outside was startled and panicked. She stared in horror at the water column before her. The other members of the dragon clan were suffering and writhing in pain. "Brother Bu, what exactly is going on here? Someone is coughing up blood." Shulang wiped the blood and replied, "The great calamity." Grandma was also sitting and praying at this moment. Finally, Long Grandma suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, losing consciousness, as the bloodline water column pierced through the surface and shot straight into the sky. So Huala wondered, what exactly had happened? At the same time, inside the crystal glass tower, Princess Long saw Third Young Master Shen and said, "Third Young Master, the Long King's residence has become a wasteland. You should quickly take Miss Su away to avoid disaster." Shen Zhenyi looked up, thinking that this situation seemed familiar from many years ago. As a dragon clan, they possess great strength and long life, but every 500 years they must face this terrifying threat. This is probably the balance of heaven and earth. Tham Trani frowned, but Long Quiet could still suppress it. Long Princess painfully said, "I understand your feelings, but even if you stay here, it won't solve anything." After finishing up, the 6 Fireblades also rushed over. "Master, the little dragon!" Princess Long turned back and said, "Hoala, quickly persuade your master to leave here, huh? What are you worried about? With the master here, everything can be resolved." "Voila! This is not a small matter." Long Princess hurriedly explained. When the dragon blood erupts, all the descendants bearing the Dragon Clan bloodline in the Long King's residence will be affected first. Before long, the dragon blood within everyone's bodies will be drawn out and unleashed by the true dragon blood. The fierce flames will burn the entire body, and the dragon blood will be completely taken over. The Princess of Long cried and shouted, "The barrier, the magic array, the palace, everything at the bottom of this river will be destroyed." "It's just a tiny drop of dragon blood. How can I endure this, Master?" Sora Huola said. "I don't believe it. My master is invincible in the world. Could she be afraid of such a trivial thing?" "You don't know the power of the dragon blood, do you?" Princess Long insisted firmly. "This is the true dragon power caused by the tide in the great heavenly world, resulting from the resonance of dragon blood, and it does not originate from this world but from the upper realm. No one in this world can resist it." So Huala was surprised. "Huh? Is it that powerful?" Tom Tron E said, "The power of the dragon blood comes from the first dragon's foot in the heavenly and earthly dragon god technique. It possesses the greatest power in the entire universe. Master, could it be that you are also no match?" So Huala asked nervously. Tom Tron E thought to himself, back then they were probably evenly matched with the Long God, neither willing to admit defeat. Of course, right now I can only use the body of the 8th universe. Compared to the true body of the dragon god that surpasses the 10,000-year realm, I am far from enough. But what I need to respond to now is not the true body of the dragon god, but merely the faint bloodline resonance of the dragon clan's bloodline within the dragon god vein. Seeing Tom Tron Y approach, the Princess Long shouted, "Be careful, third young master. If you already know how dangerous it is, why are you still risking your life? The Chan Long Chi Huyet is full of savage power. Anyone who touches it would be like their flesh being corroded by acid, leaving nothing behind." Princess Long looked at Shen Zhenyi calmly and thought to herself that the great calamity of the Long clan was originally not meant to involve others. If the third young master were injured because of this, she would bear the entire blame even in death. The terrifying Long blood was originally a backlash of power, and the karma of the Long clan should be borne by its descendants themselves. The surging dragon blood cannot be controlled and leaves no room for luck. The princess of the dragon clan painfully stops the flow of dragon blood, thinking that although the secret method of the dragon race may or may not succeed, at this point there's no choice but to try. "My body has been sacrificed to calm the blood rage. Perhaps the sins of the Long clan should be borne by its descendants. Master, can we go over there? Can we go over?" "You don't need to do that." "The third young master." Tom Tron-I thought to himself, at this moment, the two members of the Long clan are considering sacrificing themselves. If the princess consort offers herself as a sacrifice, it might temporarily quell Longblood's fury and save the current catastrophe. But this is definitely not a permanent solution. Longhuit became stronger because it absorbed the obsessions and power of these people. And someday, even the dragon god, unable to control this bloodline, would be destroyed. "Long Princess, it won't work. The Long blood will keep flowing and increasing. There's no way to suppress it." Tom Tron calmly replied, "Don't worry, Long Princess," unexpectedly. "What? How can you be so calm about this?" A stream of water appears at Shen Zhenyi's feet, surrounding the pillar of dragon blood. So Huola screams in panic. What's wrong? What's wrong?" So Huola steps back clearly. Tham Chan-I frowns and shouts loudly. Tham Chan-I creates a protective barrier for the three of them to block Long Huyet's attack. The Princess Long notices something unusual, points up and says, "It's over. Long Huyet is heading toward Long Chao on top of the tower." Sua Huala was also panicked. "What? So what if it does?" "Once the blood dragon contaminates Long Chao, the crystal glass tower won't be able to withstand the force and will collapse and disintegrate. We will die here." Long Princess gritted her teeth and said. Sua Huala was terrified, covering her mouth. Tam Tran-Wi comforted her. "It's okay." Tham Tran-Na extended his hand and said, "Go down and grasp the blood dragon in your hand." Queen Long was surprised. Blood of the dragon, the lingering blood pool. What kind of skill is this? Tham Tran-I explains. This is a cultivation method founded by Taoist Zhu Kui. Taoist Zhu Kui still relies on the guidance of the third young master. Does this venerable master have a lineage somewhere? Tham Tran-I silently thought, this person exists in my distant memories, which is hard to explain, but this truly is a mysterious martial art. This martial art is used to suppress Long Huyet, but its full potential hasn't been fully unleashed. Of course, its effectiveness is also very high, as the water flow is immediately retracted and withdrawn. The river's surface returned to Lang Yen, and the sunlight shone into the Long King's mansion, ending the terrible nightmare. Long Madam clutched her chest in pain. Ba is happily looking outside. The great calamity of the dragon clan has passed. Master, this skill is amazing. Teach it to me quickly. Thamtran E looked at her and said, Do not be greedy. Your swordsmanship is not yet perfected, and you cannot practice this ultimate skill that requires the use of your internal energy. To master this technique, the prerequisite is to endure 30 years of hard training in earth absorption, waiting until your internal energy circulates as a unified whole before discussing the next steps. Hearing that, Sohao couldn't help but be amazed. 30 years. Yes, the essence of the water technique lies in the ability to manipulate energy, requiring the practitioner to circulate their true ki within a specific range to access the surroundings, making even the water currents have no escape, and only upon reaching that level can they strike precisely and dominate the 5 rivers and 4 seas. Do you still want to learn? Suohuola answered in fear. I won't learn anymore. Princess Long said indifferently. It's over. Yes, it's over. Is that so? I suddenly saw Princess Long collapse and lose consciousness. Boom! Suohuola shouted in horror. Princess Long. In the darkness, a fake Jiao Long king suddenly appears and screams. There's no one else like her in this world. Princess Long wakes up from a nightmare. Seeing that she was awake, Granny Long stepped in to ask if she had a nightmare. Still overwhelmed, Princess Long held her head and called out, Grandma, where is third young master? Grandma Long sat down and answered. Now he is discussing with some elders in the main hall. Elder, why did they go outside? Don't worry, the cultivation of third young master Qin Tian Dong Dian has overcome the 500-year calamity for our long imperial house. He is now a top warrior of the dragon clan, and the elders just want to express their gratitude, so don't overthink it. Hearing that, Princess Long finally let out a relieved breath. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Princess Long's gaze stopped at a painting. She curiously stepped closer to look. The person in the painting was none other than young Master Shen San, fighting alone bravely against the blood dragon. Mother said she didn't believe it, but I think Tam Tam Kong too might be the one. Lady Long was stunned to see that she had uncovered the truth. Yeah, at first I didn't dare to believe it. The great catastrophe occurs once every 500 years, and the last time when the earth calamity struck, the Long clan used outsiders to create a miracle and successfully prevented the disaster. But after that battle, the swordsman disappeared without a trace, and Long too also vanished. Whether they are members of the Long clan or the most skilled human experts, their lifespans are very unlikely to exceed 500 years. The Long royal mansion has spent countless efforts and resources searching, but to no avail, and has given up, waiting for the next great catastrophe to arrive. But then once again, a miracle appeared, just like 500 years ago, when the great calamity of the Long palace was stopped by someone else using a similar method. The Long princess was stunned, so if I'm not mistaken, in the room, Long Ba knelt down and said, Thank you, young master, for saving my Long palace. Thamtran E modestly replied, It was just a small help, no need to be polite. Thamtran E thought to himself, Because of the karma from hundreds of years ago, I will help no matter what. Long Ba took out a box, and, as if having agreed beforehand with third young master, the old man offered to present the treasured leaf of the Diep. Tam Tranui couldn't help but be surprised as Long Ba opened the box, revealing the legendary treasure of the world, all of which was the treasured leaf. Tam Trani thought to himself that it was because of this item that he had gone to Nine Trung Peak, but failed to achieve his goal. He never expected someone would present it to him personally today. Thank you. Receiving the treasure of the Long clan. If the Long King's residence faces any difficulties in the future, perhaps I will step in again. Long Ba said this with a look of unhidden joy. Mrs. Ba was moved and said, Thank you, benefactor. Long Ba suddenly remembered Long To's words from years ago. I'm telling you, this person is very strange. As long as he promises, even if it's impossible, he will definitely do it. Maybe in 500 years from now. 500? Benefactor, I wonder if you will still remember me 500 years from now. Tham Tron Y replied with a smile. You were always by Long Tu's side back then, but of course, the most beautiful young girl in our Long clan would remember. As expected, it was him. You helped save the great calamity of the Long Palace 500 years ago. Long Ba said happily, The great kindness of the third young master. We haven't even had time to thank him properly, and today you come to help again. It's truly hard to repay such a favor. I just don't know why the third young master came from Nine Nether. Tam Tran Y was a bit surprised when she heard her ask that. This matter is quite strange, so don't tell others about it. Grandma Long quickly replied clearly that the old man dared not reveal the young master's secret. 500 years ago, I was almost dead and only lived for my grandson. Now that the great catastrophe of the Long clan has ended, I won't have much longer to live. Young master, rest assured. Tom Tran Wai looked at her with a thoughtful expression. Young Master Tam remembered what Long To had said before passing away. Life and death are predestined.
Fate is beyond saving. Tom Tran Wai looked at Long Ba and asked, what did Long Tu say before he died?
The owner said, the item left for you has been placed in the Heavenly Sword Spirit Vault. Tom Tran Wai wondered silently. Is it just Han Lo Kai's stone? Shen Zhenyi remembered what Long Tu had said. Han Lo Kai is already yours if you want. I will help you find her. No need. I have to leave right now. Are you still going? Then let's make a mark. A symbol? Use your sword aura as a mark, forging a seal right here. Once I find the Han Lo keystone, I will place it inside the seal and wait for you to come and get it when you have time. Tom Tran Wai said. At first, that joke made him remember. He understood this person's intentions. Young Master Tham Tam took out something from his sleeve besides the Han Lo Kai stone. He also left this. Tham Tran Yi handed Long Ba a blue stone and said, I think it's more suitable for you to keep it. Long Ba suddenly exclaimed, this is the Dragon Merchant Pearl. Long Ba frowned and said, yeah. Based on the treasure Dragon Pearl, he can further obtain the Long Realm's guidance. Long Ba hesitated, but why doesn't Long to use it? Shen Zhenyi sighed because of his words. Shen Zhenyi remembered Long To's words, with limited talent. Being idle here, if he took a step forward, he would only invite trouble for himself. This item was originally meant for you. You are the only one qualified to possess the treasure Dragon Pearl. Although you are not of the Long clan, your talent is unmatched in the world. You should keep the treasure Dragon Pearl for yourself. Back then I refused him, but I didn't expect him to hide this item in the Sword God repository in a different way. It's better to leave it for the one with the fate. My path in this life is clear. Although the treasure of the dragon is valuable, it is useless to me. It's better to leave the treasure of the dragon for the members of the Long clan. Don't worry, from now on I, Zan Yu, promise the Long clan that if anyone catches up, I will look after them. If that's the case, the old man will listen to Third Young Master and accept this Dragon Pearl. Tom Tran Wai asked, are you not planning to use it? As long as you swallow this Dragon Pearl, even if this world is destroyed, you can reincarnate and start anew in the Dragon Realm. With my support, your future will be bright. Long Ba, with a satisfied look, said, this old man has lived long enough. No longer cares about the world or the Long ancestor, just wants to go down to the underworld and keep him company. As for the poison Dragon Pearl, I want to pass it on to Princess Long. Tham Tran Yi was surprised to hear Long Ba say that, but his mind was already decided. Long Ba calmly said, let Princess Long stay by Third Young Master's side as a little maid, which can also be considered as a bit of luck for our Long clan in this lifetime. Shen Zhenyi looked at her and thought that between life and death there is great terror in this world, and some people are unafraid of death. 500 years have already enlightened her about human life, and she leaves hope for future generations. The princess of the Dragon clan is truly blessed. Outside, she gazed into the distance and suddenly uttered a vague remark. Today the weather is not bad, but inside the Long Palace it is a completely different atmosphere. Long Ba is peacefully resting in her coffin, as Long Quan Chua and the family members mourn her with heavy hearts. And when the auspicious hour arrives, a voice echoes, the time has come, and she is laid to rest according to her wishes, longing to reunite with the Long ancestor and not wanting to be separated. Overcome with emotion, the Long princess breaks down in tears. Grandma, you are in pain and do not want to let Long Grandma go, but little Long Ton hurriedly stopped her. Cousin. Still, the Princess Long kept calling in despair. Grandma, 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 little Long Ton said. Sister, Grandma, she has already gone. Long Princess refused to accept the truth and replied, no, Grandmother, she was just trying to cheer me up. I am the heir, so what exactly are you doing? Uncle, now that the great calamity of the Long clan has passed, King Zhao Long is still unconscious after being assassinated. King Zhao II Long has died in rebellion, and with grandmother's passing, the danger to the Long royal household still remains. Hearing these words, Princess Long could only cry out loud. Remember that, what Grandma Long said to you, the expectations she has for you. Memories flood into Princess Long's mind as she recalls the moment her grandmother stroked her head and said, our little princess has finally grown up. She pouts and replies, Grandma, I am not little anymore. Yes, yes, to apologize to our little princess, Grandma will give you a gift. What is this? Long, the treasured Thuanglong pearl. I don't need this. Take it away. This great calamity for the Long clan has brought you many gains. With proper cultivation of the Thuanglong pearl, One day you will surely surpass the immortal list of the Long royal family and create a new heaven and earth. The future of the Imperial Long Palace now belongs to me." Wiping away her tears, Princess Long resolutely said, "Uncle, I understand." "That's good. Then go see Longba off one last time." Long Princess softly touches the coffin and whispers, "Baba, rest assured, the future of the Long Imperial clan will be entrusted to me. Safe journey, Baba," as the coffin is pushed into the deep abyss of the sea, taking Longba away forever.
At the same time, Tam Tran Wei was focusing on absorbing power from the boy Diep when So Huala entered to report. "Master, Trio Dai Long Vuong has arrived."
Tham Tran Yi smiled and turned back. Trio Dai Long Vuong spoke, "Third young Master Tam, then you kneel down. And I, Trio Ki, thank you for saving my life." Tham Tran Yi quickly reached out his hand, saying, "Trio Dai Long Vuong is seriously injured. No need for formalities." But Trio Dai Long Vuong and Long Quan Chua still stubbornly knelt silently, which is not acceptable. Suddenly, the wound of Lord Zhao Daliang started bleeding, causing Princess Long to rush over and support her father. Tam Tran Wei frowned and asked, "Why did you do that?" The ancestor long taught that if you saved the great calamity of the Long Imperial clan, the main line must serve as slaves to repay their kindness. This is a small matter for the young master, but a big deal for us. The young master is free and easy. Of course, he wouldn't care about the small estate of the Long Imperial clan. But this is the teaching of our ancestors. I cannot go against it." Tam Tran Wai sighed and replied, "Then it's up to you." Hearing this, King Zhao Dailong happily said, "The treasures within the royal palace will be opened for you. Just take what you need, and also, according to Long ancestors' instructions, although I look like a willow, if you allow me to serve you." Hearing this, Lady Long's face immediately flushed, while So Hoa La worriedly thought, "Serve her?" Tam Tran Yi also spoke. "Long Vuong's kindness truly cannot be refused."
My master's casual response shocked So Huala, who said, "I am solely focused on swordsmanship and currently have no interest in romantic love. There's no need to discuss this anymore." The Long Princess immediately turned her face away upon hearing this. "That's right. There are a few things I need in the treasure vault. I will let So Huala go into the mansion to get them later."
"Master, why did you refuse so directly? If little Long Person finds out, it will hurt him a lot. If I agree, I'm afraid you'll end up crying. Right now, I need the supreme sword Dao from ancient times, and besides, the Long King Palace probably doesn't have time to get involved in this." Suddenly, a haughty voice rang out from afar.
"The 19 guardians of the Heavenly Breaker Path have arrived. How long do you plan to wait before coming out to greet them?"
Zhen Yen frowned, thoughts flashing through his mind. Destroying the Heavenly Path, 9 layers of fire. Destroying the Heavenly Path. So it turns out that behind the upheaval of the Long Royal Mansion is also him? Princess Long asked her father anxiously why the destroying Heaven Path was causing trouble for the Long Imperial clan. "I'm afraid it has something to do with your second uncle. A few years ago, I don't know how, but Fa Thien Dao learned about the great calamity of the Long ancestor and the Long clan's ancestral teachings. The condition to prevent the great catastrophe was to let the Long Emperor's residents enter among them. At that time, I refused, because the sealing spell of the Long ancestor could stop the destruction of the Heavenly Dao and prevent an attack on the Long Emperor's residence. I thought they would give up, but unexpectedly they secretly contacted your second uncle, using Black Heaven to devour dragon energy and take their own bloodline, aiming to cooperate internally and externally to fulfill their ambitions." What exactly is this destroying Heaven Path? It rose up nearly 100 years ago, said to be divided into 36 paths, controlling the entire 3 realms. There are many experts in the sect. Even the royal family fears them 3 parts. It is said that many forces have been heavily damaged by them. King Zhao Daliang continued to explain the complex background. The Thian Vu family of the Great Moon Dynasty, with generations of top experts, had once been the strongest power in the 3 regions and had reached the peak of the true martial realm. Their 8-stage spirit transformation technique can communicate with heaven and earth, borrowing the power of nature to transform and attack. However, 100 years ago, the situation changed, and mysterious forces shattered the heavenly path, dividing into 36 factions, with the most skilled experts in the 3-week realm standing shoulder to shoulder with the Great Moon Imperial Dynasty. Hearing this, Tam Chan Ai showed interest. "Oh, if that's the case, let's go outside and see what this divine destruction is really up to." King Zhao Dali nervously shouted, "This is my Long King Mansion's matter. How dare you disturb our lord? Let me handle it myself." Tam Tran Wai looked at him calmly and said, "It's okay. You can talk to them first. If I want to say anything, I will speak myself." Yes. At this moment, the mysterious figures in black robes, Tam Chan Wai, Trio Dai Long Vuong, So Hua La, and Princess Long all step out from the water together. A domineering voice boomed out. Fa Thien Dao Protector Track Ho Fap is here, and King Trio Dai Long still refuses to kneel. Guardian Track? King Trio Dai Long pondered before asking. Could it be Master Track Dung, the steel-breaking sword? So Hoala whispered curiously. Little Long, who is Protector Track, Princess Long replied worriedly. Tai Tuai Swordmaster Track Dung, a 6th-level true person stage expert. In his youth, he was heroic and righteous, renowned throughout the 9 original divisions. Recently, my cultivation has deepened and my martial way has advanced, making me unpredictable. Trio Ki, it's been a long time. Lord Zhao, I never expected him to be accepted by the Heavenly Breaker. Greetings, Protector Track. I wonder what brings you to visit the Long King Palace today. Ha ha, no need to be tense. I am here on the orders of the Dao Lord to persuade your Long King Palace. As expected, Lord Trio Dai Long glanced nervously at Tam Tran Wei before replying, the Long King's mansion has just endured a great calamity and is no longer capable. From today on, it will no longer appear in the world. Trio Ki, I've been friends with you for years, so I'll be honest, our Long Huang Fu's 19 paths will definitely belong to us. So, Hua La thought to herself, I didn't expect him to be so straightforward with his plan. He's too arrogant. But he just pointed at the Long Princess, causing Lord Zhao to quickly shield his daughter. If you dedicate your daughter to the entire destroy heaven path of my palace, I can persuade the Dao Lord to spare the lives of tens of thousands of people in the Long Palace and let you take the place originally held by Zhao Qi. If not, he will summon his weapon, filled with murderous intent, and kill everyone without exception. Lord Zhao Long, clutching his painful wound, was quickly called out by the Princess of Long. Father, they are all experts from the true human realm. This is only a branch of the 19 paths of the Skybreaker path. So, Hua La couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, You're really bullying too much. So Su Tai, but this person is So Tiu Thu So Hua La, right? So Hua La asked nervously. Do you know me? So Tiu Thu's fate law is profound. I have heard of your subordinates of Lu Hua losing to others, but the affairs of the Long Royal Palace are not your concern. Please leave quickly, or blades and swords have no eyes. So Huala drew her sword and challenged, You Lu Hua guys are too weak. You lose before you even fight. But this guardian is pretty strong. How about we exchange a few moves? The old man beside him, glaring, shouted, The mountains are not afraid of tigers, only of heads falling and blood flowing. So Huala clenched her sword. Glaring angrily at the old man, she shouted, If you want to see blood and heads fall, just try it. She was about to charge forward, but Tam Tran Wai quickly blocked her. Wait. So Huala turned around in surprise. Master. He glanced at her and explained, Even though this person's swordsmanship is inferior to yours, his cultivation level is higher than yours, so if you fight, you will definitely lose. Hearing this, So Huala also exclaimed in shock, the 6th realm of true martial arts. The Steelbreaker sword technique is simple in its variations, barely considered a mediocre sword art. If you dedicate yourself for decades, you might succeed in the path of swordsmanship, but unfortunately your heavy sword's broken body has become a real scratch in your chi energy over time. He frowned and concluded decisively that your broken sword technique shouldn't be called a sword art, but more like a piece of wood used for starting a fire. Hearing these words, he immediately flew into a rage. That third young master, don't blame me for bullying the weak. He brandished his sword and pointed it directly at him, shouting, If you draw your sword and I can't defeat your sword within 3 moves, I will surrender my head and leave. He just smiled softly. 3 moves. 3 moves is too many. That's an insult. That guy roared in anger. You bully people too much. Zhao Qi sweat and nervously said, Help him, guardian spirit. How can the third young master be your match? It was just a joke earlier, please don't take it seriously. But that guy didn't listen and got even angrier, shouting that he was the one who challenged first, and even if I kill him, who would dare stop me? Thamtran Yi then turned to reassure him. Long Vuong, there's no need to worry. Let me handle this. He was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth as he looked at him. Third young master, seeing this, the other shouted loudly, Trio Ki, you're still blocking him from seeking death. This has nothing to do with you. He looked up at him without any emotion and said, If I cannot break the gap in the sword's flaw within 3 moves, consider yourself humiliated and dead. Standing behind him, Zhao Qi frowned in embarrassment, sweat pouring down. secretly wondering if he could really withstand 3 moves from a 6th-stage true person expert. Perhaps a miracle can be created. Protector Tra raged wildly, shouting curses and speaking arrogantly. Zhao Qi suddenly froze, determined that if things went wrong and danger arose later, he would risk his life to protect the 3rd young master as a way to repay the great kindness of saving the Dragon Clan from a catastrophe, but it seemed his worry was unnecessary. Themtran Yi looked at the Guardian, challenging him, and with 3 moves as the limit, he said, "Go ahead and make your move." From above, he still arrogantly asked, "Where is your sword?" I immediately leap into the air and reply, "The heavens and all things are my sword." Standing above, I smile mockingly and say, "Even you, guardian spirit, are my sword. When it comes to swordsmanship, you are not my disciple." If you talk about swordsmanship, you can never enter the sect. Touched by these words, the old man couldn't hold back anymore, gritting his teeth as he swung his sword fiercely at him, causing it to glow with a fiery red light. He quickly dodged to the side, feeling the power of the sword energy that just brushed past, ruffling his hair. Suddenly, he stopped, crossed his arms holding the sword, and a tremendous force erupted, tearing both of his sleeves apart. Seeing this, Zhao Qi froze in fear and panic. "It's over." He quickly turned back and shouted to the others, "Get away. I'm going to rescue the 3rd prince." The old guardian Zhao launched a sword technique, creating blood-red orbs, shouting as he thrust forward, but before they could reach him, he remained still, eyes narrowed in thought. This sword energy has already been shattered into pieces by the initial tear, and your remaining lifespan won't be long. If he has to make a move, it might be the moment he ends his life here. The red sparks begin to spread closer, surrounding him, but he only calmly thinks that it's weaker than he imagined. Thinking that, he simply blew out a gentle breeze. Shen Zhenyu floated there, performing the sword technique of breath and energy. For him, everything in heaven and earth can become a sword. Even a gentle breath is enough to turn into a killing sword technique. He then blows out another breath, stronger than before. Protector Track clenched his teeth, quickly raising his sword to block the attack, channeling all his power into his blade. The old man widened his eyes in astonishment as a pink butterfly emerged from the sword, silently thinking how the old man was terrified as he looked down and saw his enormous red sword gradually disintegrate into countless pink butterflies flying away, while a young lady reached out her hand and gently caught one. So Huala looked into the butterfly in Princess Long's hand and exclaimed happily, "Ah, so beautiful. The girl also agrees." "Yes, indeed." Meanwhile, Zhao Qi kept a tense expression, frowning as he looked up at the sky and wondered what was really happening. He froze in place, only able to stare in horror as the sword in his hand vanished, helpless. Seeing this, he silently thought it was over. A swordsman who doesn't understand his opponent's sword thinks he's found a domineering sword technique, but ignores the daily cries of the true green sword. He looks at him with some regret and sighs. The 6 Hues sword is like that, and his sword is the same. The people of Destroying Heaven Sect completely disrespect the sword in their hands, only seeing it as a tool. He looked down at the 3 below and suddenly realized, no, they don't respect the sword, just like they don't respect others. He slowly descended, understanding in his heart that those called martial masters within such a tight-knit organization are just ordinary tools. He glanced at the guardian behind him, wondering what is the true purpose of establishing the Heavenly Breaker. It's very hard to learn anything from these people's words. The old man pondered for a long time before asking confusedly, "What kind of swordsmanship is this of yours?" "I only need to say that with your strong internal energy, you could have defeated me in one strike. My Earth Chi sword technique, which specializes in studying your swords, has long left traces, and of course, it was shattered in one blow." Hearing that, he was startled, turned around in shock and thought, "Earth energy swordsmanship." He explained further, swordsmanship that changes. Each style is a different technique. Using sword aura as the core can be called swordsmanship. He turned to leave, but he asked again, "But the 3rd young master is just a breath. Is it really called swordsmanship?" He paused, then replied, "It seems you have no knowledge of swordsmanship, so let me say a few more words.
So Huala nghe rõ dạy tôi nổi lông lên.
The sword intent, sword energy, and sword spirit are the 3 pillars of the way of the sword.
Ordinary people believe these are the entire sword technique, but if your cultivation keeps advancing, this weapon will be entrusted with more inner meaning.
Thus, they give rise to sword essence, true sword, mysterious sword, killing sword, and various transformations. These unifications can also be regarded as sword techniques. The other 3 are all stunned with their mouths agape. Clearly, this was the first time they heard these principles. Protector Track also stared and asked, his attitude much more respectful. "The Earth Chi sword technique of the 3rd young master is?" You watch him explain. with sword energy encompassing and nurturing inside, and when fully refined, it can be like a self-cutting jade or a stone that opens the mountain. This is the Kuki Kiemfap. By this point, he had fully understood and received a profound lesson, then clasped his hands and bowed his head in apology. As expected, the third young master is highly intelligent. I was blind to that. Seeing his quick understanding, I also praised him, saying, "You understood the essence of the Earth Chi sword technique after I explained, and your talent is quite good." The old man respectfully replied, "I thank the third young master, but the matter of Long King's mansion and destroying the heavenly path I will never give up so easily." Hearing that, Zhao Qi and Princess Long both frowned in worry. Triu Qi thought to himself that indeed, the destroyer of heaven would not give up. Tom Tron Wai seemed to understand their thoughts and raised his hand to stop them, declaring, "Long King's residence has entered the demon realm of Chi Sword Mountain Sect. If you want to do something, come find me at Chi Sword Mountain Sect." Old man scratched his head in frustration and replied, "If the third young master has said so, I will report it to my superiors. I'll take care of it. Your wound can't be moved for now. Rest assured, Long King, stay in my mansion to recover." He obediently replied yes. He then looked at the girl and said, "And as for Princess Long?" The girl silently looked at him without replying. So Hoala was also surprised when he saw him make the decision to return to Chi Sword Mountain Sect and become the second disciple. The Princess Long was so happy she tears up, crying as she thanks the young master in a peaceful green land where birds soar in the sky. He just stepped into the yard when someone was already waiting and greeted him with a loud smile. "Ha ha ha, at last you are back." The person welcoming them was the old man and Lady Zhihuo. The old man smiled and said, 3 days ago, I received a letter from King Zhaolong informing me about the affairs of the Long Royal Mansion. Grandma Shichua also bowed her head and smiled, saying, "Congratulations to third young master on his victorious return." So Hoala hurriedly ran over to her and exclaimed, "Grandma, I'm back." "Are you hurt?" she asked kindly. She immediately waved her hand and smiled, saying, "It's okay, it's okay." Then she excitedly held up a few fingers to show off. "Grandma, I tell you, this time I defeated 6 enemies." The old man turned around happily and said, "It seems that this time Miss So's cultivation has improved quite a bit now," he continued. "Now that Longhuang Palace has fallen under the jurisdiction of the Qijian Mountain Sect, the princess has become Ngo Ni's second disciple. It can be said that Fai Lam Chao has almost been unified." He glanced at the girl, causing her face to blush shyly, and he looked at Tam Tran Wai with admiration. "Ngo Ni truly is unmatched in the world. I only see it as a minor matter." The old man, hearing this, kept talking even more. How could it be considered a small matter? Now it's not just the major sects relying on us, even the source of our Chi Sword Mountain clan, the 12th Sword Pavilion, has come to inquire. This is a great show of respect to us. Hearing this, he turned around in surprise and asked the 12 Sword Pavilion. This name brought back some old memories. He thought that back then, Tam Nyat Chao, although interested in forming an alliance, didn't show it outwardly and had a different view of Ki Kiem Son Trang. Could it be that the recent change in Ku Trung Tiu made the 12 Sword Pavilion specially send someone here to strengthen the relationship? At this moment, a person from behind approached and said, "Young Master Tam, Ku Trung Tiu just said farewell, but I didn't expect to meet again so soon." The person who just arrived was Tam Nat Chao. He clasped his hands together and said to him with a smile, "I humbly come to ask for forgiveness." There was another person behind him. He was a bit surprised to see the person behind him and thought to himself, "Tam Bak Hak." The man named Tam Bak Hak crossed his arms and looked at him, calling out, "Third brother." Master Tam Nyat Cho stepped forward, stood between the two, gestured towards Bak Hak and said, "Third young master, Bak Hak and I have just become friends and are quite close. I hear there are some misunderstandings between you two. May I be allowed to serve as a mediator to resolve this misunderstanding?" He replied coldly, "It's up to everyone." And seeing no refusal, he smiled happily. "Then thank you, third young master." Then he turned back and placed his hand on the other person's shoulder, saying, "Bak Hak, brother, I hope you can forgive what happened before." The man also smiled and replied, "Of course I can." The old man watching this scene frowned, sensing that something was wrong. Another unwelcome guest on a fine day. What is Tam Nyat Chao anyway? He clearly knew that Tam Bak Hak had a grudge against the young master and still brought him here. The clan leader, really. Why didn't he do anything? Tumtran I Jung Fia Sao. Vua Sepsat Len Ke Vuadup. This person isn't that impressive. Even if he goes to the 12 Sword Pavilion, he's not talented, so there's no need to worry about him. Long Princess looked surprised and asked him back, Master, how do you know he went to the 12th Sword Pavilion? He opened a book to read and replied, Thambak Hak has already mastered Dong Lao Quiet, so how could he not go to Thap Ni Kiem Lao? His answer made Princess Long frown in worry. She tightly hugged the stack of books in her arms, wondering about the secret martial art of the 12 Sword Pavilion. His voice echoed again. I heard that only those with the bloodline of the Tem family can practice this martial art. She stroked her chin, looking at him with curiosity. Thumnyut Cho is the one who passed down martial arts to Tambak Hak? As he put the items on the shelf, he replied that the Kikiem Sontrang originally had a connection with Tapni Kiem Lao, and Tambak Hak was indeed qualified to learn the Dong Lao Quiet. Hearing that, she frowned and sweatily said loudly, But so what if he has mastered the long claw technique?
Her eyes grew deeper as she said seriously, Master, you shouldn't underestimate the 12 Sword Pavilion. Remember the name of that bastard Tambak Hak? The legacy of the 12 Sword Pavilion is even older than the Long King Manor.
We are one of the top 8 sects in the 3 realms. The elders in the tower hold a significant political status in the council of the Kim dynasty of the Tai Nguyen Empire. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Tambak Hak was walking up the floating golden stairs in midair. He extended 2 fingers, causing the stairs to shatter instantly, then closed his eyes, lunged forward, and steadied himself on a new golden step, his eyes wide with determination. A long brown sword appeared floating in the air before him. Tham Nyat Cho and the others watched from below. Then he stepped forward and said with a smile, Congratulations, Brother Bak Hak. Tham Nyat Cho looked at him and continued, Being able to grasp the longing decision in such a short time is no small feat.
It seems Brother Bai Na is also a peerless genius. Hearing this, he merely smiled lightly and replied, You're flattering me.
This talent truly lives up to being second only to young Master Meng Tian, and not worth being buried in the bloodline of the Tem family. That's right. As long as this kid focuses on cultivation, one day his strength won't be any less than mine. This is also to thank the young master for nurturing me, helping me escape danger, and passing down the secret skills
of the 12th Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, I would have been discarded in the forbidden area. Once I master the Tower Ascension technique, I will definitely repay the kindness of the young pavilion master.
Tham Nyat Cho smiled and replied, Bak Hak brother, you're too polite. He said, We share the same bloodline of the Tem family and are also my elder brother. Practicing the Dang Lao Quiet is only natural, so there's no need to be so formal. Suddenly, the old white-haired man coughed and asked, Bak Hak, what do you think of the attitude of your disciples towards my 12-sword pavilion? Hearing this question, Thambak Hak frowned and thought to himself, So the truth is finally coming out? Old fellows, you really do have a scheme in coming to Chijian Mountain Villa. Even so, he still clasped his hands politely and reported to the old man. He smiled warmly, waved his hand and said, No need for formality, just say it straight. Tambak Hak looked at everyone and said politely, Lately the atmosphere at the Hikiem Sontrang has become very lively. After everyone gradually understood more about the 12-sword pavilion, many openly expressed their admiration for its strengths and wished to join. Hearing this, Shen Yizhu was so shocked he gaped, eyes wide, sweat pouring down, and stammered. Oh, is there more to this story? The old white-haired man standing behind pressed on. How many exactly? Zhang Baihu replied reluctantly, but inwardly he thought that the young master of the 12-sword pavilion was completely unaware of what was happening. Tham Nyat Cho and the fat man turned to look at the old man, their minds filled with suspicion, wondering if they had been involved in this all along, or if he was just pretending. Old man suddenly looked at him with admiration and said, Bak Hak, I see that someone as talented as you is being held back at Kikiem Sontrang, which is truly a pity. You are a precious gem, and I very much want to take you as my disciple. Do you agree? He was still stunned and hadn't responded yet when Tham Nyat Cho burst into laughter, pointing at the old man and saying to him, Congratulations, Brother Bak Hak. Old Master Nak is one of the most senior and renowned elders of the 12-sword pavilion, with an extremely profound swordsmanship. Hearing that, Tambak Hak's face darkened, a sinister look flashing as he clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you, Elder Nak, for your favor. Bak Hak naturally agreed, and the old man also appeared just as scheming, both clearly pretending to be friendly but harboring suspicion, acting insincerely towards each other. He replied, Good. From today on, you and I will be master and disciple of the 12-sword pavilion, building our legacy together, and the elders will protect you. The sky that day was crystal clear, and the voices of a few people echoed through the air. Did you hear that? The young master of the 12-sword pavilion has visited the mountain villa, and I heard it's to merge the Chi-sword mountain villa into the 12-sword pavilion. How could that be a good thing? How could third young master agree to that? Under the tree, 3 men are chatting casually. One speaks up. This is not a bad thing. 12 Sword Pavilion is one of the 8 major sects, with many experts and a noble status. Normally, to become a disciple there, one must go through countless tests. The talent of us common folk is mediocre. We can't even touch the door, but now there's a chance to merge in. Isn't that like reaching for the sky? Another man, hearing this, stroked his chin in agreement. That's right. Even the third young master, if he could join the 12 Sword Pavilion to focus on swordsmanship, why wouldn't he agree? The other guy raised a finger to analyze, saying, I heard that when the third young master of Slash Moon Flying Fairy first entered the world of the 8 prison, he had the chance to merge into the 12 Sword Pavilion, but chose not to. Back then, when the third young master first arrived in the B-tier world, what could he have known? If he knew the status of the 12 Sword Pavilion, he certainly would not have refused so outright. Standing behind a large pillar, Tambak Hak's father overheard their conversation. Now, the young master's people have come to invite us directly. It's already a sign of respect. Isn't that something to be happy about? The old man, hearing this, looked a bit tense and said to him, Third brother, have you listened to what those bastards just said? Our ancestors had a feud with the 12 Sword Pavilion, which is why we built the Chi Sword sect and wanted no relations with them. Tham Than Wai also overheard their gossip and coldly replied, A union of 2 sects is impossible. I absolutely will not allow it. The old man was sweating with worry. The power of the 12 Sword Pavilion was not to be underestimated, and if Bai Hak got involved, many disciples might follow him, but he paid no mind, simply coldly saying, It's up to him whether he goes or stays. He looked at him seriously and analyzed that Chijian Mountain Villa has been developing too quickly lately, leading to a mix of good and bad. This is a good opportunity to weed out those who stand on different mountains. Why not do such a good thing today is a beautiful day. Lao Huajia and Tambak Hak are strolling and chatting. He introduces, Old Master Nihak, this is the resting area for the disciples of Ki Kiem Son Trang, where they usually exchange sword techniques. The old man suddenly laughed. Ha, Bak Hak still calls you Old Master Nhak. He quickly corrected himself. Yes, master. At this moment, 2 men in front were arguing loudly, one shouting, Ban Fi, what do you mean? The other drawing his sword and shouting, Vuang Ngai, get out of my way. Tambak Hak saw this scene and shouted to stop the chaos. What are you doing? They all froze when they saw him. Young master, I report that Wang Yi bows his head and reports that Ban Fi is spreading false rumors causing instability in the sect and plotting to incite the disciples to protest against him. You're talking nonsense. I just wanted to ask the sect master if the Chijian Mountain sect will return to the 12 Swords Pavilion, and if we, the disciples, will have a chance to learn stronger swordsmanship and martial arts. Seeing that they still intended to argue, Bai Huo shouted loudly, All right, look at yourselves now. Do you still resemble disciples of the Chijian Mountain sect? The 2 immediately slumped and stood still, not daring to say anything else. Tambak Hak continued to scold, If you have any needs, you can report them within the sect, and someone will respond to you, not just let you guess here. Suddenly, the old man behind him let out a sigh. Hey, Bak Hak, you're not quite right in what you said. The old man continued, If disciples of Kui Trong have this wish, I will discuss with Master Tham and the third young master, then make a decision to ensure your peace of mind. At that moment, someone approached from behind them. The old man cleared his throat. Tambak Hak turned around in shock and shouted, Father! Father! He quickly looked at the old man and said, Father, you came at the right time. Many disciples want to join the 12 Sword Pavilion. After the master learned about it, he wanted to discuss with others how to handle the situation. He was furious, his face darkening with sweat, raging in his mind about what to do. But on the surface, he only dared to mention the good intentions of Elder Nyak. I acknowledge your statement. The old man smiled and turned around, but he immediately blurted out an apology. Master Tham, this way of speaking is not appropriate. The 12 Sword Pavilion was originally a gathering place for the top experts of the Great Tongs Guild, and the Chi Sword Mountain sect, famous for its swords merging with the 12 Sword Pavilion, does not diminish its legacy. He even frowned in disdain, and moreover, Tham Mang Thien's ancestor from the Chi Sword Mountain sect was originally from the 12 Sword Pavilion, returning now is like a leaf returning to its root. Isn't that a good thing? Ban Fi heard that, immediately shouted, Head of the sect, this is something we can't even ask for, you should accept it. It's also beneficial for the disciples, so why be so stubborn? The old Tam clan leader, hearing this, furrowed his brows in anger and shouted, but a cold voice interrupted, Go if you want. Why flatter? Thamthan Ai has arrived, and he came with So Hua La and Princess Long. He looked at them and said, No need for the Sword Mountain sect. Old Master Tham, seeing him, looked resigned and on the verge of tears, calling out, Third uncle!
The old man, hearing this, also became angry and shouted, "Flattery!" Even though the skills of the 12 Swords Pavilion have their strengths, in the same realm, they still can't beat my disciple. Shambak looked at him and said, "Third brother? You're wrong to say that. In a world full of top cultivators like clouds, your evaluation of the two elders in front of you could affect the close relationship between Qijian Mountain Sect and the 12 Sword Pavilion." He only glanced at him for a long time without saying a word. Seeing that, he was a bit panicked, perhaps realizing that silence was the ultimate contempt, so he hurriedly asked, "What is it? Did I say something wrong? So now you're saying you're interested in the Five Swords technique, which is a secret method involving blood exchange and leftover spiritual blood?" For a moment, Tombak Hak was surprised and thought to himself, does he already know? The two old men were so shocked they gaped at each other, and he guessed that this secret technique was probably unknown in the 8-stage world. Just as he was about to say something, the little dwarf blocked him and sneered, "Bach Hak! No need to say more. Let this young man take my sword and see if it's like the light he mentioned." As he finished speaking, the old man swung his sword and pointed it directly at him. Instantly, a golden dragon appeared in midair, blocking his blazing red sword. The one who made the move was Princess Long. She stood in front of him, resolutely blocking that attack. Those guys were also surprised and exclaimed when they saw her. The little Dragon Clan member retracted his sword, smiling, and said, "Interesting." He twirled his sword in his hand and looked at her, unexpectedly. The chief of the Long Palace's Jade Bead became a disciple of third young master Shan and learned long-form sword Qi. It seems that the third young master truly is somewhat extraordinary. So Huala stood in front of Princess Long, glaring angrily at the enemies and shouting, "Is this how guests behave at the 12 Sword Pavilion?" The old man smirked and replied, "Swordswoman." "So, you misunderstand. He's just a guard on duty, wanting to train with third young master. And besides, third young master is fine, so why get angry?" The dwarf holding a dagger beside him raises it and says, "Brother Na, why bother talking so much to that girl?" He frowns at the two girls and says, "Now I want to have some fun with them and show them how vast the world really is." Immediately, Sohoa Lam placed one hand on her hip and raised 3 fingers in challenge, saying, "If that's the case, let's set 3 moves. If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, consider you the winner." The old man also accepted the challenge. "You bold girl, if I can't handle someone like you, I will leave the Qi Sword Sect." Seeing this, the old master whispered in his ear, "Tam Lord, Monsieur, is it possible? You can do it?" I confidently smiled. "Same realm level, enough." I agree with this duel and decide to let Sohuala step forward to handle the troublesome people. Seeing the two prepare to fight, the old man burst into hearty laughter. Old man turned to Tom Thun Wai and said, "Third young master, what do you think about this, or shall we make a bet? If your disciple can truly withstand 3 moves from our Sword Pavilion elders, then today's matter will be considered settled. If he loses," he frowns, a look of smug satisfaction flashing in his eyes, "then please, third young master, follow the wishes of your disciple and allow Qijian Mountain Sect to merge with the 12 Sword Pavilion. What do you think?" He showed no emotion, only coldly replied, "Too good to be true." The old man was startled, sweat pouring down his face. Seeing that, Sohuolan leaned on her hip with one hand and twirled her sword with the other, mischievously winking as she said, "If my master's meaning is that you are causing chaos at the Qi Sword Sect at will, and just walk away after losing your head, that's too cheap. If you want to bet, then add one more condition." Then she pointed her sword at the old men and shouted, "If you lose, crawl out of the main gate of the Qi Sword Sect." The old men, hearing this, became furious and thought to themselves, "How arrogant!" Then shouted in her face, "Little girl, how dare you insult me?" She remained fearless and firmly replied, "Stop talking nonsense and just say if you're willing to bet or not." The two old men froze for a moment, quickly calculating in their minds. Refusing would damage the reputation of the 12 swords. Long but accepting would be truly embarrassing. In the end, with no other choice, the short old man grabbed his sword and shouted arrogantly, "Fine, I'll take the bet. I don't believe Miss Sue can really drive us out of here. Attack now!" Once her goal was achieved, she started swinging her sword with overwhelming power. "If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore." With that, she swung her sword with great force. The first move left the old men stunned and amazed as they watched her approaching blade. His swordsmanship is truly sharp. He hurriedly blocked it. Tianlu Flower, 2 forces clash, and Sohoala's momentum is clearly much stronger. This time, he only barely managed to block one of her moves. Standing from afar, Banfi and Wang Yi could only gape in amazement, secretly thinking that Sister So's swordsmanship was truly formidable.
Even after breaking her attack, the old man's wounds were quite serious, blood splattering from his hand, and only now did he realize he was injured. Panic-stricken, as he looked at the bleeding wounds, which were not only on his hand, but also on his waist and legs. He shook his head in horror, thinking, what is happening this time? Could I really not stop it at all? Seeing her charge again, he clenched his teeth, a wave of worry rising in his heart. What is this? It is the power of ice and fire. His eyes widened, helplessly watching her next move, mouth agape in horror. With a single move, Suo Huola threw him into the sky. This time, his injuries were even more severe. Covered in ice flames, he screams in pain. Ah, ah, ah. Shen Shenai chuckled softly. It's over. The old men are burned by the ice fire, writhing in pain on the ground as they scream. Princess Long looked at him and sarcastically said, Look at the third young master. He really doesn't need us to urge him. He's crawling on his own. So Huala stands in front of him and asks, Are you now fully surrendered? He also steps behind her, mocking him. If you have surrendered, please keep your word and crawl out of Kien Kiem Mountain. Seeing he had no intention of letting it go, both of them were stunned. The old men exclaimed, Tam, young master, while the old master clasped his hands together and begged. The elders were momentarily confused, blind to reason. Please forgive Tam, young master. This excessive killing should end here. I will withdraw from this personal matter. But how could he easily forgive him? The betting game was originally initiated by him. He firmly asked, if we play, we have to accept the consequences. If we lose, would he really let us go? The old man was speechless, sweating profusely, stammering, unable to speak clearly. Then he decisively turned away, uttering contemptuous mockery. It's not just him, it's also you. Didn't you say you would crawl out already? Being called out in front of everyone, the old man lost all face and shouted angrily, Tam Denwai, don't be arrogant. The 12-sword pavilion isn't a place for you to offend so easily. The old man stood behind him, shouting loudly, If you do things too far, no matter how high your swordsmanship is, you can't escape the wrath of the lord of the manor. He paid no mind and simply turned to leave. Seeing that he couldn't scare him, the old man angrily shouted, You, So Hoalei, stand in front of him with your sword and shout, Master told you to step outside, so hurry up. The old man gritted his teeth in frustration, and then left. All right, Bakhak, let's go. The Bakhak beside him also looked at him in surprise. They all left together, except for Tam Bakhak, who hesitated and glanced at him for a moment. At this, Ban Fi, standing behind, suddenly sighed heavily, looking disappointed. Seeing that, Master Tham stroked his beard and said to him, Third young master, look at these blind disciples. Or should we send them away to find more skilled masters? Ban Fi hurriedly knelt down, crying and begging, Third young master, I was just momentarily confused. Please forgive us. Seeing that he also knew how to admit his mistake in time, he smiled softly and said, Father's punishment is enough. The old man was slightly surprised to see him let him go, then looked down at the kneeling man trembling on the ground. What? She is Tam Nyat Chow's mother, and her face twisted with anger as she shouted, How dare Kijian Mountain Villa act so boldly again? The old man standing before her reports respectfully, Yes, during this trip to Qijian Mountain Villa, the elders were not only seriously injured but also ordered to leave the villa. Their physical and mental states have been compromised, and they are currently recuperating inside the pavilion. She frowned and asked, How is Not Chow doing? He sweat profusely, raising his head to look at her and reply, Following the lady's orders, this operation has not yet been disclosed to the young master. Seeing that, she felt a bit relieved. Where is he now? The old man looked at me and replied, Currently, the young master has returned to the manor and is training martial arts with my new disciple. Hearing this, she looked surprised, a new disciple. The old man replied seriously and confidently, Yes, I accepted the traitor to young master Tambach Hak into our sect at Klaikiem Sontrang. This young man has good talent and will be useful for our 12-sword pavilion in the future. After hearing that, she looked very pleased. Interesting. Recently, Tam Than Wai's reputation has been growing as many people know about him, because Thuong Quan Bai lost to him, and even the elders fell to his disciple's sword. This person is definitely not ordinary, so hiding this card is also a necessary move. As she said this, she suddenly frowned, sweat beaded down her face, and she looked troubled. However, Shangguan Bai also considers him a capable person, but he was defeated by a young man who just advanced to the 9 nether stage. How much of Shen Yi's swordsmanship is based on Shen Mengtian's? The old man was momentarily confused, touching his chin, and uncertainly replied, Shen Yi has not yet made a move. I cannot judge. After the Q Trung Tiu event, the clan's hope for Tam Than Wai to return to the sect grew stronger, with some even suggesting he become the clan leader. Hearing this, she became even more tense and furious, grinding her teeth. Thamongtin thought of the deceased, her deep-seated hatred still burning fiercely. Even though he was dead, he still tried to block her son's path. She immediately turned around and resolutely shouted, "No! This person must die!" Old man hurriedly shouted, "Madam, killing him won't be easy. He has seen your strength firsthand and knows that someone like her cannot kill him." The old man shouted in panic to stop him. After this young man killed Shangguan Bai, many believed he had reached the 6th level of the true person stage and could compete for dominance with the world. Seeing that he was afraid, she glared angrily, feeling there was no other way, so she decided to go invite the head of the manor. Without hesitation, she immediately left. As he walked with clenched teeth, Shen Chongshan had to kill Shen Shenying. Now, inside an old wooden building by the lake, an elderly man looked surprised and asked, "She came to see me." Shen Chongshan, the old man, was sitting inside with his back to the door, and upon hearing his disciple report, he knew for sure that nothing good was happening. Seeing that, the young disciple sitting outside cautiously asked, "Should I report to the lady that the head of the manor is in seclusion and cannot meet right now?" He replied, "Forget it. After all, she is the lady of the 12th Sword Pavilion. I should show her some respect." Then the old man stood up and said, "I will go see what she really wants to do. This small house by the lake is only inhabited by him. No one usually comes here." Standing outside, she saw the old man come out and immediately smiled and said, "Greetings, master of the pavilion." Shen Chongshan turned his back and coldly replied, "No need for formalities. I am in seclusion in the Sword Pavilion, contemplating the Supreme Sword Way. If there is anything, you can find the elders of the pavilions to resolve it. If the madam has something to discuss, she must come to me first." Seeing this, she frowned, sweat pouring down her face, then pretended to be aggrieved. The person inside this tower in seclusion didn't know that the 12th Sword Pavilion had been insulted by others. He immediately glanced over without showing any emotion. "Oh, who has beaten First Pearl again? I don't need to bother myself with this. If you want revenge, go find the elders." Hearing that, she became even more frantic and shouted, "This isn't an external matter, but a disgrace inside the family." Could it be Shen Yan? I heard he's been in the 8 domains for less than 10 years, yet he's young and capable of defeating the top expert of 9 Layers Peak, truly living up to the reputation of Mong Tian's original seedling. The old man chuckled proudly while stroking his beard. "If he truly has the ability to defeat Not Chao, then let him come here." She listened and froze in place. Finally, she glanced and uttered a malicious remark. The aura from their Chi Sword Mountain sect clearly conveyed its meaning. Hearing this, the old man's face immediately darkened. This was unexpected. The old man gritted his teeth in anger and shouted loudly, acting unruly. He spun around and left, cursing non-stop, refusing to admit defeat, determined to make this young man understand what it means that the sky is high and the earth is thick. Seeing that she had provoked the old man into hating Tam Than Wai, she smiled with satisfaction, waiting for her turn to benefit the most. In the sky, green leaves fluttered as Tam Than Wai sat cross-legged, practicing cultivation by the cliff. Princess Long looked at him in surprise and then called Hoala. She glanced at the girl and said, "Do you feel like your master's cultivation is becoming more unpredictable?" "I originally said it's hard to predict anyway." Long Princess widened her eyes and explained further, "I mean, after the master used the Tola Boy D, her aura changed more than before. Now she's closer to the sword god of the Long clan." Hearing that, Sohoala proudly blushed and smiled, saying, "That's obvious. My master's talent is unparalleled, with divine treasures. Her cultivation will surely surpass that of ordinary people." Seeing how proud Sohoala was of her master, Long Quan Chua stroked her chin and looked at her, secretly thinking, this girl has completely become a passionate fan of her master. Suohuala's shout echoed through the sky. All right. Stop looking. Practice your sword. Watch the sword." Thamtanai remained seated silently, paying no attention to the two. He looked up at the blue sky and then smiled as he watched his 2 disciples practicing swordsmanship, secretly thinking that both of them were walking the right path of the sword. At this moment, Elder Master Tham suddenly hurried over and shouted, "Third brother, it's not good." I looked at him and said, "Father?" as the old man rushed to stand before you. "Third brother, this really is not good. I told you from the beginning not to go too far with the 12 Swords Pavilion. Now the 12 Sword Pavilion has sent the hero's order to take your daughter to the 1st Sword Pavilion to be punished. How can this be good?" Hearing this, Sohoala was confused and turned to Princess Long to ask, "What is the hero's order?" "Mother, I mentioned before that the hero's order is a relic left behind by a peerless expert from 100 years ago in the world of 8 cages, which can command heroes to attack the world. Hearing that, Shen Yi also chuckled to himself, realizing that this thing had always been in the hands of the 12-sword pavilion. He decisively said, "Don't worry, just follow him." Master Thom immediately shouted in horror, "This is the 12-sword pavilion is no ordinary place." Clan Master Tam is not like the others. He has been renowned for nearly 400 years, already a top expert in the world of 8 desires, titled Sword Marquis, supported by many. This hero's order is to plot against my son. I can't ignore it. Seeing that, I glanced at the old man and asked, "Does my father mean he wants me to take the blame?" He was startled and quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. He was terrified and thought that if his son went to the 12-sword tower to serve his sentence, only heaven knew what might happen. This kind of thing shouldn't be forced. The old man had to tell you that no matter what, the 12 Swords Pavilion is connected to us by blood.
Tham Trong Son can be considered the ancestor of the Chi Sword Mountain sect. This bloodline relationship can never be erased. I think it's okay for me to stand in as a representative.
He glanced at the old man, showing disapproval and refusing immediately. No need. If he is dissatisfied with me, he can come find me himself. Then he left, leaving the old man still unable to understand, only able to helplessly exclaim. The shouting echoed loudly in another place. "What?" Old man Tam Trong Son, seeing that he didn't bother to come, gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. How dare he look down on the hero's order? The old man stepped inside and shouted loudly, "Where are you? Send the 7 great swords to summon the 7 swordsmen." Seeing the old man's anger, Tam Nyat Chow's mother was overjoyed, secretly thinking that only the direct lineage of Tam Mong Thien could provoke such a furious reaction from him. As she watched the approaching group, she couldn't help but recall the past. That year, Tam Mong Thien fell in love with the daughter of an enemy, causing a great storm. And this old man also ordered the 7 great sword servants to capture her. Seeing the group in red approaching, she sneered with pride, but inside, her anger flared up when she thought of him. Tham Thani looked at the masked figures in front of her, knowing that although they were called the 7 great sword lodges, the 7 great sword slaves, were actually talented individuals secretly trained by the 12 sword lodges, each one a 6th-tier true master. 7 people lined up in front of the old man Tam Trong Son, clasping their hands and shouting, "Sect leader." He looked at them and loudly ordered, "This time to Kichi Sword Villa. We must capture Tam Than Wai alive and bring him before me." Hearing this, she was surprised and furious, thinking again to capture alive. It's clear she wants him dead, but this old man refuses to give the order to kill. Sweat drips down her face as she bites her lip in tension. Tham Mong Thien was your biological son that year, so maybe it's okay. But now that he's a Tam Than Wai, can't you bring yourself to order his death? It seems I have to think of another way. Under the clear moonlight, the house still has lights on, and a soft call echoes. Madam, she stands in the room with a 7 Swords squad member behind her and says, "I want you to kill Shen Yi." Hearing that, he frowns and looks conflicted. But my sect master's order immediately takes precedence, and my face shows a flirtatious and seductive expression. Is my sect master's order more important, or is the sect master himself more important? Could it be that you are heartless enough to watch me being bullied by others? As expected, heroes have a hard time resisting beautiful women. Seeing this scene, he was so shy his face turned red. He was tense, his eyes wide open, frowning in deep thought but unable to speak. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shen Yi and his 2 disciples were inside a room. Suo Huala set the tea down on the table and said with a smile, "Master, please have some tea." He silently looked at the cup of tea in front of him, the shimmering moonlight reflected in it. Then he looked into it and said, "Dark moon and strong wind, it's a night for killing." At this moment, the sound of applause and signals echoes through the forest, reaching the house where Tam Than Wai is. He and his 2 disciples immediately go out to face the enemy. A voice echoed in the space. "Young Master San really is quick to gather information." "I just got here and already know." So Huo Lang immediately looks up at the sky and shouts, "Who?" Ano drew his sword and stepped out from the forest in front of the house. He glanced around and spotted a shadow on the roof and several others behind the trees. They had already surrounded his residence. He smiled and said to him, "The stealth skills of the 7 sword servants are nothing special." Hearing that, Ao frowned. "Oh, does Master Shen Jonesy know me?" The 2 of them face each other, and he mockingly replies, "You are just sword slaves, not assassins. Just by looking at their clothes and jewelry, I can tell." He looked at his sleeve and continued, "The gold sword symbol on your sleeve, isn't it a sign of your group?" So Huala looked at Princess Long in surprise. "Little dragon person, could these people be?" She then turned to look at her. "Yeah, maybe it's the 7 great swordsmen, trusted aides of the 12 Swords Hallmaster." Ano's brow furrowed, clearly annoyed at being exposed. Young Master Tham Tham, known far and wide, being able to recognize my sleeve in this darkness suggests you might be a professional swordsman. He looked at him with a sarcastic smile and said, "But I am very disappointed in your sword." He exclaimed in surprise, disappointed. He looked at them seriously and said, "Your swordsmanship was always too impatient if you had relied on medicine and mechanical training to advance your martial arts to this level." Under the bright moonlight, he read them like a book. Nothing could hide. Either there's no way to break through anymore, or it's hard to avoid leaving traces. Just by looking, you can tell the aura is too heavy. He explained to them that in martial arts, especially in understanding, if there's too much aura, it's ultimately difficult to become a grandmaster. But this is just a small matter. He stood still, sword in hand, listening as he said, "The important thing is that all along you have killed without choice, leaving blood on your swords." "Stay alert!" Su Huala leapt up, clenched her sword, and knelt beside him. She frowned at him, confused and frustrated, and said, "Master, hurry up and tell me, or I won't have anyone to learn your sword formation." My sword formation is originally a swordsmanship path created by an old friend of mine called the Four Tails sword technique. Sora Huala was stunned in amazement when she heard him say that the creator of this sword technique was a being with 4 and 8 arms from another world, Tu Tai Kim Hung. As he explains, she practices along, realizing that only the 2 of them can activate this divine sword formation. She immediately shouts, "Is it to have me and Little Dragon join forces?" "I understand now." Princess Long also stepped forward and said loudly to him, "Master, tell me the secret quickly." It seems that while talking with him, he was actually judging him, but in reality he was teaching sword techniques to his disciple. Only now does Ano realize this and shouts angrily, "Tham Than Wai, teach the sword formation here to your disciple. I have heard of the miraculous transformations of your formation. Do you still hope that this temporary sword technique can counter my 7 deadly swords?" He recalled the seductive look of the woman earlier. Anew. "Could it be that you are heartless enough to watch me be bullied by others?" With a seductive expression, he said, "I want to kill Shen Shun Yi. He can't hold back anymore." Now provoked and furious, he frowned and shouted loudly, "Everyone obey the order. Kill without mercy." He disobeyed old man Shen Zhongshan's command just for a woman.
A's name points his sword at him and shouts to kill. Suohuala immediately rushes forward. "Watch out, master!"
He still stands calmly there without a hint of fear. Princess Long and her partner with twin swords charge forward, and he begins to guide them. The so-called 4-tie sword technique emphasizes coordination, with 4 sword users working together without interfering with each other. Listen to the incantation. Do you understand what's in front of you? So Hoala replies, "I think I remember about 70 or 80%. The Princess Long also frowned and gritted her teeth, saying it's just her memory and that many changes are hard to understand. He smiled contentedly and said, "You say 7 or 8 parts, maybe 5 or 6, which is enough to deal with a master of breaking the sword and the 7 deadly assassins." Those guys also rushed to surround them, and Ano shouted, "You're too arrogant! Not remembering half of the sword formation is useless." He placed his sword in front of him, began to perform hand signs, and activated the formation. Immediately, all 7 of them took their deadly positions. So Huala and Long Princess stared blankly, shocked by them, while he watched the 2 women without a hint of worry, the killing intent too heavy, only able to observe their intentions. He began reciting a mantra, attacking and defending in unison, advancing and retreating together, the 2 women shouting in unison. "Yes, they are setting up the formation. You go first and then the others." "Huh. Watch the battle. All 7 of them rush forward at once. I didn't expect you to say something. It's nothing." Just then, Ao also froze, right in front of him. A golden dragon with icy cold air rushing towards him, a single sword piercing through all 7 of them. Princess Long finished her attack and immediately shouted to retreat. Suo Huala smiled softly, coordinating a single move, and those few guys were heavily wounded. Ao's leader took the heaviest hit, kneeling on the ground, holding his sword to steady himself, pain and fear filling his mind as he realized she had a person hidden behind her when she drew her sword. Is it the same sword? How can they coordinate their sword formations like that? Is this person really a swordsman? Watching the 2 girls smugly show their thumbs and laugh at each other, he still couldn't believe that a swordsman couldn't do such a thing. Seeing their success, he smiled and said, "Supreme martial arts always emphasize the unity of mind and intention. If the mind isn't unified and the intention unchanging, how can one control techniques and weapons like that?" Watching the hand and eye coordination when striking, the aura is powerful and world-destroying. If he didn't have this kind of control, wouldn't his arm have been broken the moment he attacked? drenched in sweat and kneeling in pain. No admitted defeat. And said, Tum Tum Kong Tu, we are not inferior to you. No need to mock us. Where in the world are there people who look at your hand and your eyes? He didn't answer, only smiled softly, thinking that if he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't believe it.
So Huala saw they had been defeated badly and mockingly waved her hand, saying if your sword formation has already lost out of respect for the hero's order, everyone retreat, but they all shouted in unison, rather die than be humiliated. Io shouted loudly, you are too arrogant, forgetting half of the sword formation is useless.
Ao stared fiercely and said firmly, the 7 sword servants have never failed in their missions before. This time it was our mistake. Since we couldn't invite the 3rd young master, we choose death to atone for our lord. Princess Long quickly stepped forward to stop them, but before she could speak again, they all simultaneously committed suicide with their swords. Seeing the bloody scene before him, Su Huala couldn't help but feel a bit terrified, secretly wondering if losing a battle was worth risking their lives like this. When he saw her look confused, he explained that they were actually death warriors, not just ordinary swordsmen. Once the mission fails, the sword energy accumulated in the body will automatically explode. Both girls were terrified after hearing this, not expecting such a thing to happen. Princess Long also froze, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, speechless. The sky outside began to brighten. Early that morning, elsewhere, a furious and resentful scream rang out. Tam Nyat Chow's mother slammed her hands on the table in shock and said, the 7 great sword slaves have been killed. This news shocked the elders of the 12-sword pavilion. They have called for the entire pavilion to unite their strength to destroy the Chi Sword Mountain Sect, to avenge the 7 great sword servants and restore their reputation. But there's a problem. She was so furious that she slammed her hand down on the table to vent her anger. Why? Why? She looks like she's about to lose her temper, fists clenched, head tilted back, silently grinding her teeth in frustration. Why is it that right now, the people of Thanfang Loi suddenly go berserk and start a life-and-death battle? And isn't this unintentionally letting that bastard divine doctor escape once again? Sir, there is no need to rush. The open conflict between the 2 sects may temporarily boost Tam Than Wai's confidence, but don't forget that the conflict between us and Thanfang Loi originally stemmed from Tam Mong Tien. Hearing that, she immediately seemed to understand something, turning around to ask, so what do you mean? The old man's eyes flashed with a sinister look as he narrowed them and said, we can totally bring disaster upon them. By then, both the 12-sword pavilion and Fenglao City wanted to kill Shen Shun Yi to see if he could escape. Hearing this, she suddenly understood and let out a sigh. Fengliao City and the 12-sword pavilion have been mortal enemies for hundreds of years, with conflicts never ceasing. The deep-rooted cause dates back 3 years, when the true Tam Mong Thien of the 12-sword pavilion went out on a training journey, and he met and fell in love with Princess Bak Le of Fengloi City at first sight. Zhang Meng Tian refused to accept the truth, causing chaos in Fenglong City and fighting with the elders of the 12-sword pavilion and several guardians of the Than Mok Sect alliance. In the end, for the crime of breaking off the marriage and fleeing, Zhang Mengtian was sentenced to exile in the Nine Nether region. The city lord of Tian Sat City harbors the deepest hatred for Tam Mong Thien, believing he has deceived his daughter with sweet words all his life, so he will definitely not show mercy to Tam Mong Thien's descendants. She raised a finger to her lips, looking mysterious. That's right. If she could draw the divine doctor into the whirlpool of conflict in Fenglai City, he would definitely die. The old man frowned in agreement, but still had some doubts because Shen Yi is not the type to care about fame and fortune, and rarely leaves his house. No matter how talented he is, he still can't avoid needing his ancestors. I will send someone to deliver the message to Qijian Mountain Sect. Say that the grudges between Qijian Mountain Sect and the 12-sword pavilion have been settled, and they still have Tam Mong Thien's belongings from the 8-stage world in the pavilion. Tell them to take it, or everything will be destroyed to see if he dares to come. The old man, upon hearing this, also felt very proud and praised enthusiastically. Madam truly has a brilliant mind. Shen Yi's stubborn personality will definitely refuse to bear the crime of abandoning his ancestors. She smiled and said, if he really dares to come to the 12 Swords Pavilion, he will have fallen into a tiger's den and must not be allowed to escape alive. Her eyes revealed the utmost greed. Once she has lured him here, she will immediately think of a way for her son to fight him. She then turned and asked, if Chao Nai fights, how confident is he to win against him? The old man was stunned and awkwardly stammered after hearing that. She understood his meaning immediately, covering her face with her hands as she sighed. The glass flower, water moon. Dream sword of Zhou Ni is still incomplete. Knowing she cannot currently defeat Shen Yi, she plans a scheme. If it's truly impossible, I and the elders will sacrifice some of our strength to help Zhou Ni complete the Glass Flower Water Moon Dream Sword. Once she breaks through to the 6th level of the True Person stage, then she can defeat Shen Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man immediately shouted to stop him. Lady, absolutely not. He looked panicked, worried that if the young master used external force to break through, his foundation would become unstable. And even if he advanced, it would definitely take a lot of time. So he hadn't finished speaking before she angrily cut him off. The enemy right in front of them didn't have time to care about such things. If we can't inherit the 12-sword pavilion, it will have no future at all. Let's just decide on this matter. Little Long Ren, are you saying that the story between the 12 Swords Pavilion and Fenglei City is just that simple? Hearing that, the young girl immediately asked, So the matter of the ancestor is just the beginning? The princess glanced at her and replied indifferently, Of course. Seeing her curiosity, she turned back and added, The two families also had conflicts before, and clearly their constant fighting isn't good for anyone. If they could unite and be among the top 8 sects, they could become the #1 sect in the world. But when it comes to the founder's affairs, they can't be irresponsible. So Huala nodded thoughtfully and said, My master once said that Mong Thian and Princess Bachle are both proud and intelligent people. If both families have such conflicting ideas, they probably wouldn't go as far as breaking off the marriage. So Huala sighed in frustration and said, Honestly, I really don't see what's so good about all these dirty power struggles. Just then, a black dove appeared flying across the sky above them. The bird lands in the hand of an old lady, the head of the clan. She takes out a scroll from beneath the bird and, surprised, breaks out in a cold sweat, saying, The 12-sword pavilion wants to sever ties with the Chi Sword Mountain sect and force us to go to the pavilion today to retrieve Tom To's belongings, or they will destroy us immediately. Old man Hot High turned to Tom Thon Wai and asked, What do they mean? He was sitting reading a book, and a quick glance was enough for him to understand their intentions, so he replied, They just want me to go to the 12 Swords Tavern. The old man immediately shouted in panic, 12 Sword Tower is a dangerous place, third uncle. If you go there, it's like a sheep entering a tiger's den. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But our ancestral items are also essential. Maybe I should go instead. I immediately stop him and say no need. I stand up and turn to look at him seriously and say, Actually, I have long wanted to go to my ancestors' homeland. The Van Tang Sword Classic is a very interesting place. What is left there might also be related. Since the 12 Swords Pavilion was never mentioned, you would eventually go there anyway. This opportunity is perfect. Seeing your decision, although worried and unhappy, he still asked, Do you need to bring anyone else? He smiled, thinking that bringing many people wouldn't help, since we're not going to war. Then he gently thought of his 2 close female disciples and decided that only So Hoa and Princess Long would be enough. At this moment, the 2 girls are happily strolling and chatting in the garden, their laughter non-stop. While elsewhere, a man is fully focused on the sword in his hand. Tham Nyat Cho is practicing swordsmanship, unleashing a powerful strike that instantly cuts down a row of trees in half, and suddenly applause erupts in praise. Now that his swordsmanship has reached a divine level, it is not inferior even in Central City. He turned around and saw a young man with white hair leaning against a nearby tree with his arms crossed. Upon recognizing him, he exclaimed, The immortal child! Tham Nyat Cho wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. I'm afraid I might not catch your eye. That guy gives a thumbs up and says, Your swordsmanship among the younger generation is at least in the top 10. Suddenly he frowns, strokes his chin thoughtfully, but I hear that a 3rd young master Tam has appeared in the south, and his swordsmanship is even better than yours. Have you met Tam Than Wai before, young master Bong Lai? The young man from Bong Lai raised an eyebrow with a teasing look and replied, The swordsmanship is truly fascinating. I heard he's about to arrive at the 12 Sword Pavilion. You should know that Master Sun is my eldest brother's illegitimate child, and because of old issues, he basically doesn't want to return to the 12 Sword Pavilion. But then his eyes suddenly narrowed. Hearing his mother say that this time he's returning because of his father, he doesn't know what happened. Suddenly, the Bong Lai young master pats his shoulder, wears a serious expression, and raises his thumb to encourage him, saying, Yizhu, don't worry. You are the rightful heir. Of course you are the successor of the 12-sword pavilion. No need to lose focus over this. I see your swordsmanship has improved a bit. With some effort, you will definitely defeat him. Hearing this, the Bong Lai young master happily clasped his hands together and smiled. Please kindly give me more guidance, young master. The Bong Lai young master took out a white fan. This was already agreed upon with your mother. He raised the fan to cover his mouth. a somewhat cunning smile on his face. That is something that should be done. His gaze grew deeper and somewhat gloomy as he stared at Tam Nyat Chow, while at the same time, ripples danced on the water's surface and Tam Than Wai, dressed neatly, stood on the boat looking into the distance. He looked at the towering tower in front of him and said, "We have arrived." Their destination was the Lord's residence. Inside a room, two servants bow and report to the old man, Tam Trong Sun, that Tam Than Wei has arrived. Hearing that, he laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, has this little brat finally come to confess?" The old man stroked his beard and pretended, after all, the 12 Swords Pavilion is his foundation, and now that a great battle is coming, his willingness to come is already showing some conscience. But surprisingly, another servant spoke up saying, "Laozu, that third young Master Shen is not here to accept punishment or acknowledge his family." This statement startled him, and he turned back to shout, "What is he here for?" The purple-haired servant crossed his arms and reported that he had just received word from the disciple, indicating they want to retrieve the personal item the eldest young master originally left at the Sword Pavilion. The old man was stunned to the point of madness and roared in fury.
What?
At this moment, the scene outside the manor looks so peaceful, completely contrasting with the helplessness and anger of the old man inside, who can only be furious but powerless. In another room, the old man was bowing with his hands clasped, reporting to Tam Nyat Chow's mother. Upon hearing the young man's plan to come here, the master of the inn erupted in fury and is still furious inside the number 1 Sword Pavilion. She looked pleased after hearing that. I know that old man Tam Trong Sun values face very much. Usually if something doesn't go his way, he will become very angry. That guy immediately flattered, "Your wise ladyship." She frowned and smiled, "But I didn't expect that young man to be so bold as to act this way," as expected from Tom Mong Thien's bastard child. A wicked glint flashed in her eyes. "If he's going to be disobedient, we should send him to meet the King of Hell soon." She looked towards the next room and asked loudly, "Chow, are you ready?" Tam Nyat Chow pushed aside the curtain and replied, "My swordsmanship is complete. I can kill him and restore peace to the 12 Swords Pavilion." Seeing her son, she immediately spread her arms to hold his face and pamper him. "You don't need to rush. Practicing swordsmanship isn't something that can be done in a day. Even if we can't defeat him directly, we still have other options." Tam Nyat Chow's eyes were cold and emotionless as he touched her hand and said, "Mother, rest assured, everything has been arranged." At that moment, outside the manor, So Huala's voice rang out in astonishment. "Master, is this a defensive formation? This crazy alchemist is so big." She looks like she's discovering the world for the first time. Eyes wide open, mouth agape, exclaiming with delight. "Wow, I didn't expect there to be thousands of disciples practicing here at the same time. How many people does the 12 Swords Pavilion actually have?" From where I stand, I can see hundreds of people practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, all dressed neatly and standing in orderly lines. "We are not here as guests." He looked at him seriously and said, "The ancestral treasures, if you have finished packing, we will take them and leave. No need to stay overnight." That guy's sweating like crazy, nervously clasping his hands and bowing his head. "Tham, third young master, no need to rush. I'll instruct them downstairs to prepare everything for you." Suddenly a loud shout rang out from behind him. "Tham Than Wai, do you dare to fight today?" Sua Huala was also startled by the shout and angrily clenched her fists, scolding back, "Why did you speak so loudly and scare people?" "Oh, isn't this Tam Nyat Chow?" She happily ran over to him, laughing and joking. Come on, today we're visiting your house. Quickly introduce us." However, his face was cold, passing by her as if they were strangers. Noticing his unusual attitude, no longer as friendly as before, both girls frowned in surprise, while Su Huola stood stunned in place. Princess Long moved more swiftly, realizing that this Tam Nyat Chow had completely transformed into a different person. He stepped directly in front of him and said, "Do you dare to bet with me, Tam Than Wai?" He stared at him intently, not in a hurry to reply, then finally smiled and asked, "What are you betting?" He answered seriously, "I bet the inheritance rights of the 12 Swords Hall with you. If I lose, the successor of the 12 Swords Hall will belong to Tam Mong Thien's main line. I have never cared for that position before, so I straightforwardly refused. I am not interested in the 12 Swords Pavilion." Even so, he still refused to give up and stubbornly continued, "Do you not want to honor your ancestors? Even if you don't want the 12 Swords Pavilion? Originally, Shen Mengtian was expelled by the 12 Swords Pavilion. If you can seize the inheritance for him, you are restoring justice for him, and in the future, he will be revered as the founding ancestor of our sect. He frowned, lost in deep thought, while he also remained silent and tense, feeling that what he said made some sense. He smiled softly, honoring the ancestors, and finally agreed with him. If retrieving the relics for the ancestors here would fulfill his wish, that would be good. I'll take this fight. After hearing his answer, Tam Nyat Chao immediately turned and walked away. An hour later, we meet at the sword pavilion, so Huala watched his figure leave, frowning with curiosity. What's wrong with you today? Your voice sounds a bit disappointed. It's okay. He just injected the Tayat Beach Laki into his body, forming the heavenly demon disintegration flesh and blood technique, probably doubling his strength. Long Princess also found it hard to understand what kind of energy that was. He then turned to explain to her that the Tayat Beach Laki is originally a high-level technique for manipulating true energy. If a master uses it, they can sustain 4 days of stimulating the body's potential, but it will cause a serious illness afterward. He continued, but the person attacking Tam Nyat Chao doesn't have enough strength, at most using a technique to hold him for 6 hours. Hearing this, Sohuala also turned pale with fear, thinking to herself, is it really that terrifying? Thamtan-i stroked his chin in thought, knowing that 3 years later his cultivation would be hard to improve as he entered a period of decline. Seeing Tam Nyat Chao's vacant eyes earlier, he suddenly fell silent, only thinking to himself that perhaps he had been controlled by someone else. Suo Huola understood his meaning and suggested, if that's the case, should we tell the 12 Swords Pavilion about this to avoid fighting this battle? But he knew these unreasonable people well, and recognized this was clearly their scheme. He replied, it's useless. If it were the 12 Swords Pavilion, we're just looking for an excuse not to fight this battle. Hearing that, Princess Long also stroked her chin thoughtfully and offered her opinion. Then we will only fight a direct confrontation. He looked at her and smiled. There is indeed a bit of a difference. The current Tam Nyat Chao is only enough for Sohuala to practice swordsmanship. The girl's hair stood on end at his words. She jumped up and shouted, do I fight? Master, are you telling me to fight that Tam Nyat Chao? He looked at her seriously and said, your mastery of a few moves from the Van Tang sword technique is already solid, but you lack real combat experience. It's a good opportunity to train with someone like this. It seems she didn't dare to shout. Seeing that, he lightly provoked, saying, if you don't dare, Princess Long should go. The girl nodded in agreement and replied, I will do my best with all my strength. So Hoala couldn't sit still and quickly agreed. I'll go. Isn't that fine? At this point, news of the fight between the two had spread throughout the 12 Sword Pavilion. At Old Man Shin Chongshan's residence, after hearing his 2 disciples report, he was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead and he kept scolding, how dare you act recklessly? All of you are reckless. The matter of Kwanthwake, isn't it supposed to be my decision? The 2 young disciples below could only respond in unison with a resigned, yes, yes. The old man turned his back to them, clasping his hands behind his back. His tone softened slightly, but in the end, it's still my son who dares to face the fight head-on. He frowned, showing his displeasure. It's better that his mother keeps sneaking around with her schemes behind the scenes. In Tam Nyat Chao's mother's room, she holds a cigarette in her hand and snorts coldly. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and bowed his head to report, that's the situation. She frowned and looked annoyed. This matter, Nyat Chao didn't think it through, which is unlike its usual character. The old man was also a bit surprised and nodded in agreement, saying, yes, this time the young master bet the position of heir to the 12 Swords Pavilion on a match against Tam Than Wai, whether he wins or loses. It will become a topic of discussion for everyone in the future. Hearing this, she immediately stroked her chin in thought. If First Cho could defeat Shen Shenyi once, then there would be no need for complicated arrangements in the future. At the same time, on the other side, he led Sohuala and Princess Long inside. Suddenly, he stopped, his cold gaze sweeping up to the upper floor of the tower. Tham Nyat Cho was already waiting at the sword platform. Sensing his gaze, he looked down with a cruel and soulless expression. He spoke first, saying, Tham Tam Kong Tu, I have been waiting a long time. Please draw your sword. Seeing him arrive, the disciples gathered around to watch and started whispering excitedly, who is this? For the young lord to personally challenge, and he looks very young, one person said, do you not know? He is young Master Shen Yan, who has recently gained some fame in the south, rumored to be a descendant of the great Lord Meng Tian, and this time the young lord of the Short Pavilion is betting for the right to inherit the 12 Sword Pavilion family for this reason. Seeing Shen Yan, Sorala, and Princess Long, they continued to discuss. I heard that the young master of the Short Pavilion has successfully cultivated the Jinghua Water Moon Dream Middle Sword and broken through to the 6th level of the true martial realm. With such mysterious and unpredictable swordsmanship, even renowned experts might not be able to stop it. This formation probably isn't very impressive. He coldly ignores him and responds,
Your martial arts are not worthy of me stepping in.
"This match will be handled by my disciple, Suo Huola."
She immediately ran up. Yes.
Holding a long sword in her hand, she stepped onto the sword pavilion while overhearing the surrounding crowd's gossip, making her a bit nervous. What? He let one of his female disciples go to consult with the young master of the Lao, which is too disrespectful to the young master. Another person retorted, not a female disciple, but apparently a disciple. But even so, does he really think the young master of the Lao is only worth his disciple to handle? I heard he's betting with the young master of the Sect. Is he that confident? Hearing that, he frowned and warned, "Tam Than Wai, this bet involves your life." He chuckled softly and replied, "I already knew, since it was a life or death bet. If you win my disciple, I will surrender my life to you." With the situation at this point, he couldn't say anything more and could only look at him with a displeased expression.
Fine, if you treat life like a joke, then I will treat it as one. He drew his sword, pointed it at Suo Huola, and shouted a threat.
"Master, are you ready to meet your death?" She silently frowned at him, sweat beginning to bead from her confusion. He is completely different from the Tamnyat Chao she used to know. Then she also looked him straight in the eyes and shouted,
Humph, Tamnyat Chao, even though I don't know what you're going through right now, if you dare to challenge my master, then come through my door first.
He also looked at her and said, "Go ahead." She smiled and then rushed forward, jumping straight up to his position with a confident, fearless smile. The disciples here are starting to whisper again. This woman is truly formidable. Could she really be a disciple of Shen Yi?
With disciples like this, what kind of master could she have?
The two stand facing each other with overwhelming aura. Amidst the surrounding comments, their master and disciple are said to have obtained ancient inheritance together. Their strength has skyrocketed, and their levels are now equal. Unless one comes from the Nine Darkness sect, what else could they develop? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. "Miss So," the figure behind the curtain said to her, "your talent is astonishing. You can reach this level just through inheritance. Why die beside such a tree? If you enter my 12-sword tower, your future will be bright." Hearing these words, she could only be speechless, thinking to herself,
Foolish! Do you want me to betray my own people before the fight? Are you out of your mind?
Seeing her lose focus, Tamnyat Cho, radiating a powerful aura, warned, "Come on!" The sudden surge of energy pushed her back, and she quickly raised her sword to block it, secretly thinking this was the Tayat Bishlahi. She raised her sickle high, frowning as she struggled to resist, realizing that the previous moves were just tests, and the real battle hadn't even begun when he suddenly emitted a strange, luminous blue light, looking incredibly eerie. He furrowed his brows in fury, bared his fangs, and his face was filled with extreme rage. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you dare to take my sword?" The sword in Tamnyat Chao's hand burst into fierce blue flames as he viciously pointed it directly at So Huala, threatening her.
Do you dare to take my sword?
So Huala did not answer, only raising his sword firmly, ready to fight. Although she appeared determined, her worry was evident through the sweat on her face. In a flash, Tamnyat Chao charged forward, sword aimed straight at her. The disciples of the Lord of the Manor watch from above and shout together, "Too fast, Brother Shen's skill is truly profound. Is this the power of the dreaming moon sword of the glass flower water mirror?" Behind the curtain, the figures of several people are talking, and one of them comments that something seems off about the young lord's attack. The true power of the Jinghua Shuiyue dreaming sword is completely absent. Could it be that the young leader's cultivation has advanced too quickly for him to control fully? At this moment, So Huala saw the powerful green aura of Tamnyat Chao rushing toward her, and she was momentarily panicked, quickly raising her sword to defend. The others witnessing this scene commented, but it was enough. With such arrogant internal energy, if the young girl resisted, she would likely be defeated in a single move. However, she quickly regained her composure. So Huala furrowed her brow and shouted loudly, "Imperial decision. Thrust your sword fiercely at Tamnyat Chao to block his attack, then leap behind him." Seeing this, he angrily cursed, All you know is to run. Fight me head on." So Huala still maintained her stance, her brow slightly tense, secretly thinking, who could keep up with your counterattacks forever? Do you think I'm an idiot? Outside the sword pavilion, Princess Long anxiously looked up at the battle unfolding above, where flashes of blue and purple light signaled a fierce fight. She couldn't hide her unease and turned to ask him, "Master, who is winning now?" But Shen Shenyi showed no concern and calmly replied, "It's a pity that Taiyi Beach Lachi is not true energy cultivated by myself and cannot be controlled as I wish. Shen Yi must lose." Meanwhile, on another side, the old man witnessing the battle couldn't help but sigh. So what good does that do? Suddenly, another person from behind him approached and said, "Brother Na, he's here."
The old man glanced at him and said, "If the young master keeps fighting like that, he's probably going to lose this battle."
Indeed. They are talking behind the curtain. And now, even though they are very strong, winning or losing is normal and not shameful.
If the lady of the mansion dares to let the young master challenge, she also has a secret move to handle it. But the old man is sweating and his face shows some change.
If the young master loses to Suo Huola now, he will definitely be suppressed by Shen Shanyi in the future.
And never rise again. In the battle, the two are still evenly matched, one attacking and the other dodging.
He says right now it's just a matter of seeing who can hold on longer between the two of them. So Huola clenched his teeth and swung his sword to attack, and she wondered what exactly was wrong with Tam Nyat Chao. Every time she breaks through his attack, it costs her a lot of strength. Watching him keep charging forward, she felt a bit tense.
If this keeps up, I'll be exhausted.
Standing below, Princess Long looked up with sweat pouring down her face, suddenly seeing him open a book. "What is my master doing right now?" Tham Than Wai calmly replied, reading a book, then sat down and opened it to read as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, she could only be speechless and said, "Master, with such a fierce battle, you should also pay some attention to Sohuala, right?"
But he replied, "No need. After my move, I can deduce the entire situation of the battle."
He looked at her to reassure, saying they would hold out for 6 reigns. As Long Princess heard this, she glanced upward, the English voice still echoing in her ears. Then Shen Yichu and the others had no choice but to unleash their full power through Tai Yi Beach La and risk everything. The battle above seems to have unfolded exactly as he predicted. He also knew that this eruption occurred a total of 3 times. Just at this moment, So Huala was wounded in the arm, blood flowing down, confirming his words that the first time your senior sister wouldn't be seriously injured if unprepared, but the next 2 times she would rise up and fight back. That's exactly what happened. So Huala upstairs clenched her teeth and frowned, saying, "I am determined not to let this fight go." She immediately counterattacked fiercely, swinging her sword toward Tam Nya Chao, forcing him to raise his sword to defend. He continued, "Eventually, there will be a clear winner." Yet in this confrontation, Tam Nya Chao suddenly leaned back and dodged the attack. Down below, Tam Than Ai remains calm, reading his book and commenting casually. A dull sword fight like this isn't worth watching. If it were the secret archives of the 12 Swords Pavilion, it would be much more interesting. After I finish this part, they will probably also determine the winner. Your words make Princess Long break out in a sweat and she doesn't know what to say. She stammers, "Master, this fierce fight has all been seen through by everyone." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from above. Damn it! She immediately looked up. Tham Nyat Cho was indeed cut in the chin by So Huala, blood splattering everywhere, and he is furious, cursing loudly. "Damn it, you used 600 moves against me again?" The two of them faced each other, and he seemed unable to hold back any longer, saying fiercely, "If I don't kill you today, I won't see the master anymore." He suddenly tilts his head back and shouts loudly, making So Huala startled. He didn't understand what was happening. Tham Nyat Chao's shouts grew louder, and his entire body emitted a huge blue energy. This completely confirms what Shen Yi had said. Tham Nyat Chao and Duang had no choice but to unleash the Tai at Beach La Chi and risk everything. At this moment, Princess Long looked up anxiously, thinking to herself that everything might be unfolding exactly as her master had predicted. Tham Nyat Chao's hair lengthened, his nails became sharp like claws of a monster, and his fangs grew long, making him look like he was about to transform into a beast, causing So Huala to recoil in shock and fear. Tham Nyat Chao smirked triumphantly and raised his sword again, preparing to charge. Fortunately, Su Huala reacted in time and jumped to avoid his sword. He quickly swung again, narrowly missing her face. This time, So Huala couldn't avoid it. She was wounded and blood splattered everywhere. The old man, witnessing the scene, opened his mouth in shock. Suo Huala's blood drips down her arm as they stand facing each other, watching each other cautiously. Princess Long observes the fight intently but cannot keep up with the lightning-fast movements. She nervously wondered what was happening so fast. Suo Huala clutches her injured arm, frowning as she wonders what kind of strange technique this is. She grits her teeth and thinks to herself, if she loses, what will her master do? Thinking of this, Chao Ha made up her mind that she absolutely could not lose here. Saying that, she quickly charged to attack Shen Yichu. She launched a storm of attacks, but he always dodged them. Finally, she managed to land a strike on his face. At this moment, below, Shen Yi gently closed the book and said softly, "The fierceness of So Huala lies in this sword. If you didn't know, this wouldn't be my disciple. I have finished reading the book, signaling that the fight is nearing its end. Princess Long turns to look at him and asks, Master, what is special about this sword? What is... I looked at her and replied, normal people tend to become stronger when facing an unexpected enemy, just afraid and avoid to protect themselves. But Sohwala has a fierce aura. In this situation, attacking is the priority. This is the essence of swordsmanship. He also looked up at the swords around the battlefield. Those with this kind of aura can cultivate a fierce and righteous sword technique. I thought her journey to the next realm would take a bit longer. Shen Shichao, beaten to madness, roars in fury, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Suohuola was exactly like that. She didn't hesitate at all, continuing to charge forward and attack, showing no signs of fear. The two kept fighting back and forth, neither willing to yield, both pouring all their strength into these final moves. In the end, he was so furious he couldn't bear it anymore and roared like a beast, seeking his own death. He charged wildly like a tornado, roaring, "Die for me!" Sohwala also quickly seized the opportunity, arriving just in time. Two powerful auras clashed and intertwined, fighting fiercely on equal footing. Down below, Princess Long cheered in delight. "Well done! No one will know." From afar, a fan suddenly opened and aimed straight at the sword pavilion. The one hiding behind the rock with that fan is the young master from Bonglai, his eyes as sharp as a blade, glaring directly at their sword pavilion. Remembering that day, he folded the fan and told Tam Nyat Chao, "This tie at Beachla key can only last 3 hours once activated. If the battle is intense, it may weaken faster, so you must strike quickly and win fast." He looked at the man with his back turned and said, "Remember, once you truly enter the combat state and use the Beachla explosive technique," that guy asked coldly, "Beachla explosive technique?" He slightly turned around and smiled softly, reversing the tie at Beachla key to disrupt the meridians and restrict the body, transforming it into the killer's death aura. You think of a way to unleash all your chi at once in a short time and injure both sides. The Bonglai young master chuckled and bowed his head. After all, it's not your body, so why bother? But remember, this body can only withstand 3 eruptions. The man in front of him looked very much like Shen Yichu, but his aura was completely different. He laughed maniacally and said, "I know now that while the battle is ongoing, he never expected that Sohwala could be so resilient and strong, fighting on without end. He was driven mad by the beating, furious, and threatening. Little girl, this is because you forced me." He immediately clasped his hands together and raised them to the sky, black marks spreading across his face, then shouted loudly, "Bikla Tambok." Sohwala was startled and terrified, completely unaware of what was happening. Tam Nyat Chao's body seemed on the verge of breaking apart, with increasing and enlarging streams of blue light, as if trying to swallow Sohwala whole. At this moment on the field, Tam Nyat Chao's whole body had turned green like a demon. With bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs, he roared loudly, "Bij Tam Bok!" The old man, witnessing this, immediately realized something was wrong. Something is wrong with the young master's situation. He shouted loudly, "No, we must stop the young master quickly." But he coldly replied, "If we stop him now, the young master will lose. He can only grit his teeth in helplessness." He gritted his teeth in helplessness, sweat pouring down as he worried, from now on, the young master will be oppressed by Shen Shanyi for life. The people behind the curtain started to discuss loudly, fearing that if he refused to admit defeat and got injured, they wouldn't know how to face the madam. That old man stood watching Tam Nyat Chao, whose entire body was now turned a ghostly green, and was laughing maniacally, with his eyes black and veins bulging on his face as he bared his sharp fangs and shouted loudly, "Excellent! Truly excellent!" Sohwala grips his sword tightly, glaring at this madman with his hair standing on end, still laughing non-stop. She felt a bit tense and confused, so she frowned and watched him carefully. Down below, Tam Than Wai looked at Long Quan Chua and calmly said, "The third outbreak of Tai at Beach Lachi, will it upgrade your true energy to the point where your body can't handle it anymore?" Master firmly stated that this is the ultimate form of infinite martial arts, and his fate is surely death. Hearing this, Princess Long was shocked, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, and asked in fear, "Master, are the after effects of this burst really that severe?" "So, you want to control Tam Nyat Chao as well?" He glanced up and replied, "It's not his body that matters to him." Princess Long furrowed her brow in confusion and asked further, "Even if that person committed karma, they couldn't survive. But after 3 eruptions, the total amount of true energy would harm others. Can the senior sister really stop it?" He remained silent, focusing his gaze on the intense battle ahead as Shen Yichu charged at her, blue light emanating from his body heading straight for Suohuo-el, with sharp claws slashing fiercely. Luckily, she quickly tilted her body to dodge. He kept slashing with his sharp claws, but all of them missed. She flips backward to dodge, then finally drops to her knees, one hand on the ground, glaring at him. Her sword-wielding arm swiftly swung up decisively, and she began to counterattack with a slash toward him. He was no pushover either, immediately swiping back. The two of them continued to clash in an endless battle, with So-Hwa-La grinding his teeth, gripping his sword tightly, and putting all his strength into attacking. Both of their techniques clash and explode in a burst. Suddenly, she freezes in surprise as his hand tightly grips her sword, holding it back. Blood dripped from his hand, but he just laughed loudly. Then, his other hand slashed across So-Hwa-La's face. Princess Long stood below, a little worried, watching the flashes of light on the swords, feeling the intense battle. She clenched her fists tightly, silently praying. "Come on, So-Hwa-La," Thamthan Ai said. "The outcome is about to be decided." On the arena, both of them are unleashing their most powerful moves. Thamnyat Chow was beaten to the point of bleeding from his mouth. Raising his arm high as a tremendous power gathered in his palm, he threw that attack toward her, still bleeding from his mouth. So-Hwa-La stared in horror at the scene, her eyes wide with shock. She keenly realized this was her chance, her grip tightening on the sword as she launched a move that created countless tiny sword paths like tiny darts. Thamnyat Chow crossed his arms in front of his chest and shouted angrily, "Bastard!" He rushed forward to attack, but luckily she jumped away to avoid it. So Hwa-La jumped behind him, clenched her teeth, raised her sword to stab down, and with a determined frown, aimed straight at his neck. A blinding flash of light appeared, and the scroll in her hand fell to the ground. The old man saw her holding her face in disappointment and hurriedly called for the madam. She clenched her teeth and angrily asked again, "Chao Ni, have you gone?" Tears streamed down her face. Her fists clenched. "Vinwang will definitely avenge you." After finishing, she stood up abruptly and said, "We are going to the #1 sword pavilion. I want to meet the sect leader." The old man hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed his head. "Yes." She frowned tightly, her face full of resentment, thinking that only Tam Trong's son could avenge her son. That night, in a different place, despite it being late, the lights were still blazing everywhere, and a furious roar echoed out. Lord Tam Trong's son sat in his chair, frowning as he looked at the person in front of him. "Are you saying that during the battle at Kim Kwang Hall, Tam Nyat Chow was defeated by a young woman's sword and died?" "Yes, Tam Than Yi's disciple is that skilled in martial arts." Another servant bowing with his hands clasped reports, "The young girl says the lady of the Lao family has arrived." The old master clenches his fists, looking furious, and asks, "Why is she here again?" Old Nenghian gritted his teeth and cursed. Normally, he didn't see her many times in a year, but recently she had come to the #1 sword pavilion twice. But when he looked at the two servants in front of him, he had no choice but to say, "Forget it, let her in. I'm afraid she'll get angry again." They shouted in unison and then opened the door to let her in. She had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Watching her calmly walk in, the old master thought to himself, "I didn't expect she still hasn't lost her temper and remains so composed." The old man broke out in a sweat, a bit worried that trouble was brewing. She then started to ask, "Chao Ni is dead, do you know?" He replied softly, unchanged in expression. Seeing his attitude, she secretly thought in anger. As expected, still so indifferent. Seeing he had nothing more to say, she frowned and asked, "So what do you plan to do?" I didn't expect him to remain so calm before his child's death. With his hands behind his back, the old man stood up and asked coldly, "What do you mean, how?" He declared straightforwardly, "This is a fair competition. Tam Nyat Chow bet his life against others and even died at the hands of the opponent's disciple. With such fairness, who can say anything any more?" After hearing that, her face turned red. She froze in shock, gaping in disbelief. She pretended to be weak, tears streaming down her face, crying out loud. That's right, Chao Ni brought this on herself, but she fiercely questioned the master. Chao Ni lost to Tam Thon Y's disciple, and now everyone outside can say whatever they want. Lord Clan Leader, don't forget that Chao Ni's incompetence is also your teaching. She glared at the master with anger and continued fiercely, saying, "Moreover, third young master Shen Shanyi is not a good person at all." She kept slandering and spouting nonsense about him in front of the master, who had long arrogantly claimed that the 12-sword pavilion did not value swordsmanship at all, and that his inheritance was far superior. This immediately angered the master, causing him to turn around and shout back arrogantly. She continued to provoke, saying, "You can go investigate yourself."
That was when Chao Ni made the bet with him, and he said it himself.
The old master was even angrier now than when he heard his son had been killed. He shouted, "How could the world of the 8 realms be more profound than the inheritance of swordsmanship from the 12-sword pavilion? Even if he inherits the legacy of some venerable master, he cannot be so arrogant." Seeing that her goal has been achieved, she wipes her tears, frowns in a composed manner, and says, "This matter concerns the reputation of the sect, so I came to ask the sect leader how he can swallow this insult." The old master gritted his teeth, glaring angrily, and said loudly, "I will show him the true essence of the 12-sword pavilion's swordsmanship." Tham Trong Sun sat down, looked at the disciples, and shouted, "Sword comrades, pass on my order to summon Tam Than Wai to the first sword pavilion." 2 of the old master's disciples clasped their hands and bowed their heads as they loudly declared, their veins bulging, "I want to duel him." The old woman had achieved her goal and said nothing more, only biting her lip and secretly plotting, believing that Tam Trong Sun would definitely take action to avenge his son. The next day, a few people gathered in the forest, whispering and discussing.
"Have you heard what they're saying?" After hearing this, it has been many years since the sect leader cared about worldly affairs, and no one was qualified to enter the number 1 sword pavilion to duel him, yet this time he favored Shen Wai so much. Standing on the high platform and looking down, Su Huola listened to their conversation. Yes, the fact that the young master was killed at Kim Kwang Pavilion still lingers. Now that the young master suddenly summoned Shen Wai to the first sword pavilion for a duel, it's probably bad news. Upon hearing this, she turned back and said to him, "Master, they say the 12 Swords Tower's young master wants someone to come to the first sword tower for a duel with him." Princess Long also looked at him and asked, "I wonder what master plans to do." He calmly lifts his teacup, takes a sip, and decisively says, "I won't go." Both girls are stunned by his response. "Master, we're just freeloading. This isn't very proper. If Zhang Zongsan wants to discuss swordsmanship with me, tell him to come here himself, and I will give him some guidance." "Master, inside the Chi Sword sect, you can say whatever you want, but outside, you should be a bit more polite." Princess Long, holding her plate, also just sighed, saying, "Master is like that. Probably won't change." That day, the weather was incredibly beautiful, and upon hearing that he refused, Tam Nyat Chow's mother was also surprised and asked again, "Not coming? Did Tam Then Wai really say that?" The old man's face darkened as he looked away. Yes, doesn't he understand that what's called a sword contest is actually the sect master wanting to compete with him? This divine Dr. Tom hasn't even finished speaking, but she cut him off. Good. Her face full of anger, teeth clenched. If Tam Trong Sun won't have a place to stand after killing this kid, then how can he still have the face to manage his lifelong sword sect? At this moment, hearing that your brother didn't even bother to come, Tham Trong Sun's anger exploded, and he slammed his hand down on the table, breaking it apart with a cold snort. He couldn't believe it and cursed at the 2 disciples in front of him. "They want to drag me to see him, but does he even regard me as anything?" A tense disciple responded. The master had hoped that young Master Them could reach the number 1 sword hall, but now it seems even the master didn't expect this. The old man said coldly, "I was planning to challenge him to a duel to make him fear and respect me. If he's a genius, I could recruit him into the 12 Swords Pavilion, but if he's an idiot, then—" At this point, his anger flared up again, and he shouted, "Then strike him down with a sword." The old man had already made his plans, but he paid no attention. Seeing the tense situation, a disciple then suggested a strategy. If young Master San didn't come to pay his respects, you could think of a way to meet unexpectedly. He then widened his eyes and looked at him, saying, "Try and tell me." The disciple calmly explained, "Tham Gongzi came here this time to take the relics of the eldest young master, so just let him go to the young master's courtyard to take them. When the time comes, the sect master and he will meet naturally." Seeing this plan was reasonable, the old man smiled lightly with relief. "Let's settle on that, just arrange it that way." The next day, the sky was clear with fluffy white clouds, and at Tam Mung Thien's former residence, the door was shut quietly. He, So Huala, and Princess Long entered, and couldn't help but be a bit surprised by the scene. Princess Long looked around and then said, "The steward of the 12-sword pavilion told us to come to Tam Mung Thien's old residence by ourselves. After packing up his belongings, they can leave." And So Huala looked a bit tense as he asked her, "Do little Long, is there any ambush here?" Tam Than Wai glanced at him and said seriously, "If there is an ambush, so what?" After finishing, he calmly pushed the door open and entered. Inside was empty, with no ambushes at all. Princess Long looked at the sword hanging on the wall and casually remarked that someone must have come here to clean.
Sora La also looked around and asked, "Master, are all these things packed up and taken away?" But he didn't answer, only quietly looking at the painting in front of him. She asked curiously, "Master, what are you looking at?" He picked up a small animal figurine from the table, looked at what he was holding, and she exclaimed in surprise, "What is this paperweight?" He simply smiled contentedly without replying. Suddenly, the small creature in his hand began to change, its shape gradually transforming into something completely different. He quietly thought to himself, finding the mysterious sword intent of Phoebe II intriguing.
Suddenly, he recalled the old stories. Perhaps his ancestors delved into swordsmanship to comprehend the principles of the 10,000-tunnel sword in order to possess this artifact.
It's a pity his time with it was too brief. Otherwise, this place would have been like 300 years ago. The two girls looked at him in amazement. "Master, come back and place that item into Sohuala's hands and say, 'Bringing this is enough.'" She quickly reached out with both hands. Mrs. Princess Long looked at him and asked, "Do you want to take the other things too?" Since it is the relic of the ancestor, placed in the mountain estate for remembrance, the old estate owner probably feels happy when he sees it, but he seems indifferent to the other items and coldly replies, "As you wish." At that moment, the figures of several people appeared outside the door. A voice asked, "Who is it?" All three of Shen Yan's people turned to look, and the visitor was Elder Shen Zhongshan, along with his disciples. The girl asked, "Why are you in the forbidden area of my 12-sword pavilion?" He looked a bit surprised at the old master in front of him, but didn't answer. Princess Long then stepped forward and replied, "This is young Master Tham Tom of Qijian Mountain Sect. He was allowed by your sect leader to come here to retrieve the ancestral relics from the Qijian Mountain Sect, and he did not intrude. Please forgive him, sect leader." The old master looked pleased with this answer, stroked his beard softly, and his disciple understood the message, then said, "So you are from Qijian Mountain Sect. Well, that's fine. I didn't expect you to come here today. On the 15th of every month, the sect leader comes here to pay his respects." Just a glance was enough for me to guess their intentions, so I smiled mockingly to myself. "It seems the enemy is coming for me." He clasped his hands and bowed his head in greeting. "Greetings, sect leader." The old man squinted, observing him with a clearly interested look. The old man couldn't hide his surprise and asked, "Why didn't you bring a sword?" He looked directly at the old man and answered seriously. It was because before he could finish speaking, Sohuala spoke up quickly. "That is because all things in heaven and earth have long become my master's sword. So my master doesn't need to bring a sword at all." I smile contentedly and look at her, and she proudly raises a finger, saying, "Even if you are a guest of the 12 Swords Pavilion, you will still be my master's sword." Hearing these words, the old master was startled, his eyes wide with shock and anger, unsure how to respond for a moment. Finally, he frowned and coldly shouted, "Pretending to be a god or a ghost." Old Zhongshan assessed him carefully, thinking that this person had extraordinary talent and was perhaps the best candidate to succeed the 12-sword pavilion. But I was wrong. Thinking that, the old man said, "You have to use your hands to tell the height of the sword?" The master officially challenged, "Buard, if you think the world belongs to your sword, do you dare to fight me?" He replied with a cold, faint smile, "Looks like a swordsman finally has to use a sword to speak." At this moment, Suo Huala also stepped forward, glancing at him curiously. "So where is the sect master's sword?" He smugly stroked his beard and replied, "My sword is in my stomach." He looked at the old man and explained to her that he swallowed the damaged internal organs in one breath, which gave him an unpredictable aura. Doing harm to oneself also causes great harm to others, so he let himself be injured first. The sect master has rarely shown his hand in these 300 years. Perhaps it's because of this reason. The old man listened to him and realized that the sect master's aura had already reached a state as solid as gold and iron. Just a single glance from him was enough to hit the mark, making his face turn pale and sweat break out. With his liver and kidneys severely injured now, he couldn't take advantage even for a moment. Hearing this, he was secretly terrified, thinking that his words were completely accurate. The old man kept looking at him, questioning himself, beginning to doubt whether he had trained incorrectly. And he continued. Not only that, his voice made him startle like a thunderbolt. He smiled softly at him and said that perhaps no one from the Tem family across generations has ever possessed such pure sword energy as yours, but you haven't reached the point of swallowing it into your stomach yet. So Huala, hearing that, covered her mouth and frowned as she whispered to the girl beside her. "Little Long Person, the master means that this Tem Trong Sun has been pushing the Long decision too far." Princess Long also felt the same way. Covering her mouth, she replied, "My master indeed said that before. The new head of the 12-sword tower is highly talented, encountering many opportunities in youth, with pure, true energy. reaching a realm no one has ever achieved before. Hearing this, the old man was somewhat surprised and asked him, could high-level cultivation not be enough?
Then it's not necessarily the case.
I confidently explained, although the long-term practice is profound, it also has its limits. It is impossible to display all the countless variations of sword techniques, especially in profound realms where individual cultivation matters equally. The old master frowned as if he had realized something and replied, well, that's what you say, but among the martial arts in the world, who else studies sword aura more deeply than the 12 Swords Pavilion? Hearing that, I raised 2 fingers that glowed softly and smiled faintly. Not necessarily. He then unleashed that beam of light onto the table, instantly splitting it in half with a clean cut like a sword strike, causing the old master's face to turn pale and sweat profusely in shock as he stammered, So you said this is an extremely sharp killing sword aura. How does it compare to the sect leader's sword aura? The old master was confused, sweating even more, unable to find words, just saying it's about equal. Hearing that, he only gave a faint sarcastic smile and shook his head in disagreement. He then pointed his hand at the broken table, a light flashing again, and clenched his fist. With just a punch from afar, the table instantly shattered into pieces. The old master gasped in shock as he witnessed the scene. He continued, This is the extinction sword aura. Invisible damage. Thamthan-ai looked at him again and asked how it compared to the sect leader's sword aura, now completely overwhelmed and under extreme pressure. Seeing that the old man didn't answer, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the floor to crack open instantly. A large piece of debris shattered nearby, startling the old master in horror.
This is the dragon form sword chi, mighty and vigorous. What does the sect master think of it?
At this point, what more could the old master say, as his failure was already clear? But his pride prevented him from admitting it. He frowned at the young man, secretly thinking that in an instant he could switch between 3 completely different types of divine sword energy, easily changing everything. In the end, he collapsed in despair, covering his face and admitting that indeed the new generation is replacing the old more and more. The world now has young Master Shen Tam. I am truly getting old. The young disciple quickly helped the old master, and Shen Shanyi said to him, The sect leader doesn't need to worry. Your pure sword energy is already top tier. Just need to adjust the method properly to improve further. After hearing this, Tam Trong-sun was stunned and sat up, shouting, What? Is there really a way to nurture the sword energy? He looked at the old man seriously and said, I think the pure wood nourishing sword ki technique can be taught to you. Just practice day and night for 7 to 49 days and you will succeed. Like a drowning man clutching a straw, Tam Trong-sun threw away his usual arrogance, rushed toward him and almost begged, Tell me quickly. But he gently sidestepped, causing the old man to miss his attack. The old man was stunned and looked at him in amazement, realizing that this way of wielding sword energy was truly miraculous. And it seems the old man has understood something. He turns and walks out the door, with the master standing behind him, clasping his hands respectfully. Thank you, third young Master Shen. At this moment, a furious shout and curse rang out, and the bastard Tam Trong-sun made him startle. The woman who just arrived is the wife of the old man, and seeing her husband not only refraining from killing Tam Than-wai, but also showing gratitude, she couldn't hold back her anger and shouted, They killed your son, and you're still treating him well here. Don't you have any compassion left? He quickly stepped in front of his furious wife, frowning and weakly explaining, This was Tam Nyat Chao's challenge first. Both sides fought fairly, and if he was defeated and killed, who else is to blame? She still wouldn't let go, continuing to scold. Even so, this person is also an enemy of our 12 Swords Pavilion. If you don't chase him away, why are you clinging to him like this? Seeing that, Shen Shenwai stepped forward and said to her, Do not misunderstand this lady. I am just trying to help you eliminate a poison, and you will thank me later when you investigate the truth. These words are like pouring oil on the fire, making her even angrier as she shouted, What do you really mean? You killed our son. Do I have to thank you for that too? Princess Long also quickly covered her mouth and softly said to him, Master, you are a bit too much. Master Tham Trong-sun also couldn't help but look at him, saying, Third young master, although my son had bad intentions, the fight was fair, and even if he died, it was hatred. But now that he's gone, you don't need to insult him like that. I didn't mean to insult him. It's just that Tam Nyat Chao's behavior is unusual. Don't you feel it? The woman standing nearby also looked stunned, covering her face. Could it be that she also had a vague suspicion of what was happening? He looked at both of them and said, Do you know that Tam Nyat Chao used Tai Yi Bila Chi in the battle against So Hoala? Only then did the two of them scream in horror. How could he use such cruel techniques? Seeing their reactions, he guessed what was happening and explained further. On the surface, the Tayat Beach Lahi seems normal, but in reality, the meridians are damaged without knowing it. Remember the scene where he blew himself up during the fight, especially those invisible parts that exploded and caused harm. The one who transmitted the Tayat Beach Lahi to Tam Nyat Cho must have controlled his mind, even corroded his very soul. Hearing this, the woman covered her mouth in pain, tears streaming down her face, her lifelong scheming ending with her son's death without knowing why. Sect leader, something's wrong. The old master's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down as he heard the report from the disciple. The army of Fenglei City wants to fight a life-and-death battle with us. And she screamed in fear. What? Old Master Tam Trongson looked worried, clenched his teeth, and secretly thought about En Thien Sat. I heard recently he's been cultivating Sunjen. Chapter 27, the true Qi has transformed before, with changes in wind and lightning turning into wind, and if he leads the army himself, it only feels more unstable. The old master looked at the disciple and shouted, "What exactly is going on? You report the details first." He suddenly froze, fearfully glancing at the lady wife without daring to speak. She didn't dare to make a sound either. The old master roared again and spoke quickly. The disciple was so scared that he quickly bowed his head. Yes, he nervously knelt down to explain, saying that this matter was related to the young master of Tiolo, who had sent a letter a few days ago demanding to marry the little daughter of the evil old man Min Shung, and upon hearing this, the old master was furious and shouted angrily, "Rebel! If that Tam Nyat Chow were still alive, he would have already faced many hardships." Princess Long was also shocked, covering her mouth, as the old master shouted. This was clearly a blatant challenge, rather than a marriage proposal. The two girls broke out in sweat, nervously glancing at each other, while the old master's roar still thundered like thunder. That Anthene Sat guy wouldn't lead the troops here to kill. That would be strange. Amidst the chaos, Shen Yi decisively told the two, "Let's go." The two girls nervously follow. "Yes, master." "Wait a moment, third young master." He looked a bit confused and frowned as he said to him, "How can you say it's not related? Meng Tian is the source of all the hatred between the 12-Sword Pavilion and Fenglei City, and Princess Bai Lei still holds the final relic of Meng Tian." Hearing this, he paused, glanced at the old master with a flicker of interest in his mind about the ancestral relic. He stood still, assessing the old master, and finally decided, "If that's the case, I will go to Fenglei City." "Father!" Princess Min Duong stands inside the tent and says, "The internal affairs of the 12 Swords Pavilion are profound. Even if we fight them, both sides will get hurt." The old man confidently replies, "Why get so angry over the words of a petty person?" His fury boiled over as he clenched his fists, crushing the wine glass and roaring. How could this be tolerated? The old man's roar made his daughter step back in fear. "This brat dares to provoke me again. If I don't overthrow the 12-Sword Tower, I won't be human." My daughter still insists. Father knows that Lord Tom wouldn't act like that. This time, Tam Nyat Chow's desire to die has nothing to do with the 12 Swords Pavilion. Father just wants to ask someone for an explanation, so why cause such a big trouble? At this moment, a disciple entered, cupped his hands and announced, "The spirit healer of Chi Sword Mountain Sect has come to pay respects." Just hearing the surname, Tom, and Thien Sat went berserk, shouting and refusing to see him, no matter what. "Wait a moment, Father. Let me stop her. I heard that this person's reputation is somehow related to us. This Chi Sword Mountain Sect was founded after Tham Mong Thien fell into the Nine Netherland. This Tam Than Wai is actually a descendant of Tam Mong Thien." Thunder roars across the sky, resembling a divine tribulation, but in reality it is just a natural phenomenon in this dark and treacherous Diet Tuit Kok. A faint black mist shrouds everything, and in front of Diet Tuit Kok stand a father and daughter. The young girl looks up at her father and asks, "Father, what are we doing here?" The man smiled and replied, "Little Ming Su, your father is taking you to meet your sister." The little girl happily exclaimed, "Huh? Is that big sister Bach Li? That's great. I can finally meet her today." Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from deep within the destruction abyss. "Father." Hearing the call, the man happily replied, "Bach Le, look who I brought to see you. Is that Min Shuang? Min Sung?" The girl smiles with anticipation, looking ahead. "Yes, since that damn Tam fell from the reincarnation cliff and you've been secluded in the despair abyss for 5 years, today is Min Shuang's 5th birthday, and also the 30th year you've been in seclusion, so I want to take her to visit you." Bach Le replied from inside the deathless cave, "Father, go home. After Mong Thien leaves, I will serve as the guardian until death and never leave this place. The daughter's coldness deeply hurt her father. So when he heard that Tom Than Y's descendant had come, his anger flared up again. They came to him willingly, no need for me to bother anymore. That damned Tam Mong Thien condemned Bok Lei to a lifetime of loneliness in the demon extermination cave. Facing hardships alone, then he went to the Nine Netherland to live a carefree life and leave future generations behind. Bring out my sword, I want to cut down his future with one strike, to vent my anger for my precious daughter. Mi Duong, now grown up, said to his father, If Tom Mong Thien left any words, we could pass them to sister instead of you. The old man snapped sharply. Why bother listening to those useless words? Father, do you really want my sister to spend her whole life unable to untie the knot? Min Shuang's words truly touched the depths of his heart, making him silent in thought. In the end, he had to compromise and agree with her, because everything was for his beloved daughter. Outside the camp, soldiers continued their strict patrols. Oh, little dragon, the army of Fenglei City seems quite powerful. Princess Long replied, These are the Long Na troops in Fenglei City. Even the weakest among them are at the true martial artist level with 3,000 elite soldiers. They can't be defeated. Sora Huola was surprised. So there are such powerful armies. When will our Kikiem mountain sect be able to hold an event like that? I used to think having a master would shake the entire world, but now it seems without enough elite, it's impossible. Tumthon Y said, For a martial artist to take a step forward is as hard as reaching the sky. Among 5 people, only one can succeed. That's already impressive. 3,000 true martial realm experts can enter, only 600 in the second tier, 120 in the third, just over 20 in the fourth, a few in the fifth, and only 1 in the sixth. Each step forward means leaving comrades behind. Fenglei City, the 12-sword pavilion, a major sect with over 1,000 true martial realm experts, yet only 1 or 2 stand at the top of the pyramid. As long as you study diligently, your strength alone is enough to oppose 10,000 armies. But I find myself somewhat interested in the city lord of Antien Sat of Fenglei City. The attribute of true energy is enough to fully develop the characteristics of martial arts, but once the attribute is set, it's hard to change and can make your martial arts rigid and uncreative. The transformation of the Storm of Heaven by Antien Sat is a martial art based on attribute true energy, a rare form of free transformation in World B. Although limited to just 2 types, it is quite impressive. When Tom Than Y and the others entered to face the city lord, upon seeing Tom Than Y, the city lord gritted his teeth and asked, Did that bastard Tom Mong Thien say anything to you? Tom Than Y pondered over this way of addressing him, then shook his head, saying nothing was left by his ancestors. We haven't heard anything from Tom Mong Thien all day, so what am I supposed to do by meeting you? It's really a waste of time. Tom Than Y smiled again and asked, I heard that Fenglei City attacked the 12-sword pavilion. I was entrusted by the sect master to hear the explanation from the city lord. Regarding the marriage alliance proposal, Thamnyat Chao was the one who insisted arrogantly. Now that he is dead, I hope the city lord can put an end to this here. The city lord was surprised. Thamnyat Chao is dead? So How did Thamnyat Chao die? Tham Then Yi hesitated, seemingly pondering how to explain. So Hua La, standing behind, forced a stiff smile. Awkwardly looking at the arm Tam Than Y pointed at himself. Tham Than I said, He was killed in a sword fight with my disciple. The city lord was stunned. Killed? I can't believe it. The old man can't believe that just one disciple could kill the future heir that the 12-sword pavilion has been nurturing with all their effort, Maitwang said with a smile. If Master Thamnyat Chao had truly been killed by this young lady, as you said, then given Master Tam's temperament, he would have used all his strength to pursue and kill her, not like now, letting someone as eloquent as you from the 12th Sword Pavilion come here to negotiate, unless there's another hidden motive, or you've given Master Tham some secret that's more important than his life. It's undeniable that even though Min Shuang is still young, her eloquence and sharp intelligence are truly impressive. Princess Long is also amazed by this analysis. As expected of the genius young lady of Fenglei City, with just a few words, she grasped the general situation. Princess Long looked at Shen Wai, who smiled and said, You're joking, miss. I am only here to study how to use the green wood nourishing sword Qi for Lord Shen. Hearing that, Min Shuang and the city lord's expressions immediately changed. Is this research? If that's really the case, then they both have equal strength, each carrying their own scars, maintaining a delicate balance. If we wait until Tam Trong Sun completely eliminates the threat from his martial arts before attacking Feng Loi Tan, what can we rely on to hold him back then?
We must strike while Tam Trong Sun still doesn't understand the principles, while I still have the strength to fight him, to crush the 12 Swords Tower. At worst, we all perish together, so that both sides remain balanced.
Master Than said firmly.
Thank you, young Master Tham, for your words. If that's the case, I have no choice but to fight this time. Mi Shuang anxiously called out, Father, she is very worried about this man, but his mind is made up, and he only raised his hand to stop Min Shuang from speaking further.
There is still another way, Father.
This is impossible. The feud between us and the 12 Swords Pavilion can never be resolved.
Unless Bach Le agrees to leave the destruction abyss, Min Shuang feels utterly helpless, only able to stand and watch his father. Although she knew the old man's temper well, she couldn't help but speak up to stop him, not wanting him to walk the path of death. At that moment, Shen Zhenyi stepped forward, turning the situation into his own stage. He stepped forward and said, If that's the case, can I go persuade Princess Bach Li? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned into silence. No one expected Tam Tran Wai to say such a thing. Tam Tran Wai only remained calm and smiled. After all, he had to go to the demon extermination cave to find Princess Bach Le and retrieve Tam Mong Thien's relic. By the way, persuading the two families to cease fighting is also the right thing to do. Standing behind, Sohoala couldn't hide her worry and asked, Master, are you really going to die at Tuyet Kok? Princess Long, standing nearby, reminded, Sohoala, have you forgotten our original goal? Sohoala responded with an "oh," as if she had suddenly realized something. Indeed, their original goal was just like that. As Tam Tran Wei turned back, she caught Min Shuang's doubtful gaze and silently thought to herself, this third young Master Tam is truly a strange person. He has just appeared, and with a few words he has moved his father's heart. Now he even demands to go to the Demon Extinction Sect. But the eldest sister is determined to stay there. How could she be persuaded to leave by him? The city lord immediately returned to a displeased expression, frowning as he asked, Are you the descendant of that young man? Tam Tran Wai casually nodded, and the city lord thought to himself, Wait a moment, maybe the girl will agree to meet him, just like how I, 300 years ago, hoped that the young man who disappointed me would leave some message for my daughter. Does my daughter share the same feelings? The image of my pitiful daughter appeared in my mind. The old man looked at Shen Zhenyi again, thinking that as long as Bai Lian agreed to return, being oppressed by Shen Zhenyi wouldn't matter anymore. After all, Shen Zhenyi, the outstanding heir of Shen Mengtian, would never be able to come back. Even the second heir, Tam Nyat Chao, has already died. Compared to that, the future of Fongloi City won't be any less impressive than the 12 Swords for long. After some careful consideration, the city lord agreed. He said, If you can persuade Bai Lei to leave the destroyed Absolute Sect, I will withdraw the troops to Fenglai City. Mai Shuang had many things she wanted to say but didn't know where to start, so she accepted everything. And so, in the Demon Extermination Valley, the thunder and lightning continued as they had for hundreds of years. Suo Huola said to his master, Why does it feel so gloomy and terrifying here? At this moment, a soldier in front turned back and said, Master Third Shen, this is the Deathless Valley. Shen Zhenyi stepped forward willingly, and inside the Deathless Valley, there was not only frequent thunder, but also a terrifying curtain of mist. Excuse me, do any of you know where Princess Bachi is? The soldiers scratched their heads and replied, Where is the Grand Princess? We don't know either. You'll have to find your own way from here. So Hoa La complained, Why won't you guide us so we can get in? Thamtran Yi said, We can go ourselves. They don't know the way. Then he sternly advised Sohuala that bringing these people into the destruction abyss would only cause trouble. This disciple of his really has no eye for people. As soon as Tham Tran Wai finished speaking, the two soldiers forced a laugh and then ran away. Princess Long and Sora La froze in place. This place is truly terrifying, but do we really need to run so fast? Does it really make others worried? Tham Tran Wai no longer paid attention to them and directly walked inside the Demon Extinction Cave. Princess Long and So Huala hurriedly followed behind as the three of them stepped into the thick fog of energy. The Huyan Mountain far beyond the horizon, unreachable by most. Endless waves destroying the blue sea. Raging thunder and lightning. Eyes of storms forever restless. In the thick fog of the Extinction Valley, everywhere are the corpses of 8th-rank cultivators, looking extremely terrifying. Truly a notorious deadly place across the world. Yet Tam Chan Wai still calmly walks forward, followed by two little tails constantly looking around anxiously. Master, why does this place look so terrifying? As soon as she finished speaking, a curtain of mist reached out from behind. So Huala and Princess Long haven't realized anything yet, But Tam Tran Wai suddenly turns around and swiftly unleashes a sharp sword energy that pierces between Princess Long and So Hua La, startling both of them. The two of them instinctively turned around and saw the black smoke had been cut in half. The beautiful girl was terrified beyond words, never expecting this place to be so dangerous. Tam Tran Yi warns, "Be careful, the danger of the extinction abyss is all hidden within this thick fog." And then, another layer of fog rolls in. This time, the target is Tam Tran Wai. So Hoa La and Princess Long instinctively shout, "Be careful, master! Those things seem to be increasing and gradually surrounding them." Princess Long grits her teeth. "We can't let this situation continue." "Can Princess Bailey really survive like this?" Tam Tran Yi replied, "She is still alive. There really aren't many people in this world with such strong willpower." Tam Tran Yi sighed with a look of regret. Unfortunately, Princess Bailey was born in the Ba-Tu world. If given the chance to enter a world with greater power, she would naturally achieve greater success. Both she and Tam Mongthian can be considered geniuses buried in this world. No wonder they became a pair. Suddenly, Tam Tran Ai moved to a spot, reached out and manipulated something, and a portal appeared, emitting a dazzling light. A fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through, startling So Hoa La and Princess Long. What just happened? After a while, the wind gradually calms down, and they both regain their composure, gazing ahead in a daze. Ahead is still a place filled with thick fog and mists, with the bones of fallen cultivators along the path. But Tam Tran Wei calmly leads the way without paying any attention to the scene at the deadly palace. Suo Huola asked in fear, "Isn't it rare to find so many bones in the extinction abyss?" Tam Tran Ai explains, "This is the way to heaven, but unfortunately it has been blocked. Otherwise, she might have been able to go." Princess Long asks curiously, "The road to the heavens?" Tam Tran Ai nodded and explained further. "If the Eye of the Storm on Mount Reincarnation is the path to the Nine Nether Realm, then the Deathless Valley is the staircase leading to a higher world of existence. Of course, that was the case before the world's layers were completely separated. Now this place is only a path of spiritual pursuit," Princess Long murmured, recalling the previous layers of the world before they were fully separated. "Master, what does this really mean?" Shen Zhenyi mysteriously said, "You will understand in time. Now is not the moment to know. The so-called path of cultivation is simply the lonely road one desires." Tam Tran Wai clasped his hands and drew a line of spiritual energy. The pile of white bones along the road gradually disappeared, and he smiled, saying, "Those white bones are just illusions created by the minds of living beings." The bones dissolved into the void, and the illusion-covered path vanished, revealing the true scene, a small wooden house. Tam Tran Yi said, "Princess Bakhli is over there. Let's go over." His two small tails looked a bit hesitant and scared. After all, they hadn't yet reached Tam Tran Wai's level, so it's understandable they felt a little worried. Hearing someone approaching, Princess Baiche's voice came from inside the house. "Old man, here I am in seclusion and do not meet outsiders. Kunzi, please step back. In the Destruction Extinction Cave, nothing exists except Destruction Extinction itself. Those who are lost should turn back early. That is the right way." Looking towards the house, Shen Jinwai calmly said, "Princess Bailey, I am a former acquaintance of Shen Mengtian, and I came here today to meet you." So he really is a former acquaintance. I haven't heard any news about him in 300 years. I wonder if he's doing well. Tam Tran Yi replied, "Nine Netherlands' lifespan is not eternal. Our ancestors passed away many years ago." Bak Lei crossed her arms, clutching herself tightly, trying to hold back her tears as tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Amidst her sobs, she said, "I already expected this. If he had passed away years ago, he probably left nothing for me. What are you here for?" Tam Tran Ai directly addressed the issue, saying, "I want to invite you to leave the sect and prevent the decisive battle between the 12 Swords and Fengliao City." Hearing this, Su Huola immediately peeked out. "I'm so excited, let me talk. Princess Bailey hears the situation. Originally, the 12-sword pavilion, after pacing back and forth and rambling on for a while, Sora Huola summarized with one sentence, basically saying that's how it is. From inside the house, Bak Lei's voice echoed out, "So that's how it is." "Basically, I already know everything." Bak Lei sighed softly, unexpected that things would develop to this extent. Outside the door, all three were ready to listen to Bak Lei's confessions. "But you should also know that En Thien Sat's position in Feng Loi Than makes it impossible to stop practicing." Bak Lei replied, "My heart has long been cold and dead. I can no longer leave the destruction abyss. I can't control this anymore." Shou Hualan said, "Princess, if Feng Loi Than and the 12 Swords Pavilion really fight, blood will flow like rivers, and your father and sister will surely not survive." Isn't your master someone who has nothing to do with this and is even thinking of escaping, yet you don't feel anything at all? After a moment, she bitterly exclaimed, "You don't know my situation. Even if I go, the master probably can't handle it." Tam Tran Wai instinctively raised his hand to cover So Hualan's face, then quietly looked inside the house. That place is occupied by a young lady burdened with countless worries and sorrows. The earth and rocks surround her, trapping her inside. Unable to escape, only able to sit still. Tham Tran Yi said, "I already knew about the princess's illness. I forced you into a difficult situation." Both of Tam Chan Wai's small tails were stunned. Princess Bai Lei is sick? As she approached the house, Shen Zhen Wai said, "Stone disease caused by the true energy technique of Yang Yang can be cured. There might be a similar cultivation method in Fenglei City. Princess, give it a try." Princess Bak Lei replied, "If it really works, then thank you very much." Huola was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth, unable to believe that the master could heal others from hundreds of miles away. Does the master ever consider switching to a career as a doctor? Princess Long also agrees. That's right. It's extraordinary that the master can diagnose from afar when someone is ill.
Tham Tran Wai then said to Bak Lei, "If the princess doesn't want to stop the fighting between the two sides, then just forget it. By the way, I also came here this time to ask if the princess still has the relics of the ancestor on her hand. Could you let me see them?"
Are you here for that thing? Both So Huala and Long Quan Chua felt awkward, sensing that things were getting tense. Would Bak Lei become angry? Tam Tran Ai looked at the glowing item in So Huala's hand and sighed. Indeed, this has a pair. Only with the ancestors and the princess's halves can they transcend mortal limits and reach a new realm of martial arts. It's a pity that if they combined their powers, they could break through to a higher realm, especially slaying the moon-flying sky, which would lead to unimaginable achievements. Unfortunately, in the end, they each ended up on separate paths. The ending of separation and parting truly moves people to tears. Bak Li takes out her token and says, "You truly are a person with a noble mind, the sword intent of the tiger and the crane. These two things came from who knows where. But as long as you hold them in your hand and understand with your heart, you can expand the world of swordsmanship. When we meet, no one will admit defeat, and we've agreed to fight 3 rounds to determine the winner." A bitter look appeared on Bai Lei's face as she recalled the moment Shen Zhenyi gave her this jade pendant. She was so happy, always keeping it with her, but then they were separated. Bak Lei smiled and said, "These two things can help others reach the peak of martial arts. We originally promised to comprehend it together after marriage, but unfortunately we never had that chance. Now I will give it back to you." Then, Bak Lei controlled the talisman to fly out. She continued, "I hope you can seize this opportunity and resolve the regret between us." Tam Tran Wai took the talisman and said, "Reaching the realm of martial arts is still a long way off, but these two items truly have great power. It's a pity they are buried away." "I will take it then," Bak Lei said. "Do you agree to help me deliver a message to my father about the great battle between the 12 Swords Pavilion and Fenglei City? I hope he won't be stubborn and that everyone can be safe. That's what truly matters." Tam Tran Wai replied, "I know you can't easily leave Diet Tweet Cave, but you should still say this to your senior yourself." Bak Lei shook his head and said, "Are you joking? Even if it's 1,000 miles away? This is too far. My words can't reach that far." "Don't worry, princess. I have a secret technique here that can trace the remnants of the sword shadow. If you use this secret technique to transmit the princess's voice within the sword technique, and then return with the princess's sword, performing this technique once in front of An Thien Sat, he will be able to hear her words." Bak Lei was a bit surprised and asked, "Is there really such a miraculous sword technique?" However, she immediately trusted Tam Tran Wai and agreed right away. This was essentially a reply from the unfilial daughter to her father. "This is just the sword technique you taught me. I can perform it myself. So after you take my sword and give it to my father, you don't need to come into my bamboo house anymore." So as soon as Bak Lei finished speaking, countless light images shot into the sky. Tam Tran Wai marveled at their beauty. These are the words Bak Lei wanted to send to his father, the feelings he had harbored for 3 years, finally able to share with his dearest loved ones. Time passes, and at the camp of Fenglei City, Antayansa is growing impatient, restless, and troubled. Ming Yang saw that and quickly advised him to sit down and rest for a while. Just as he finished speaking, someone entered to report. "City Lord Master Tham Tam of Qijian Mountain Villa and his 2 disciples have returned." And Thien Sat hurriedly ran over as soon as he saw him, asking eagerly, "Have you returned from the desolate abyss cave? Did you find my beloved daughter in hiding?" The old man threw aside all formalities, stepped in front of Tam Tran Wai, grabbed his sleeve, and it asked insistently, "Does the girl have anything she wants to say to me?" Mi Duong quickly stepped forward from behind to intervene.
Father, calm down. I know you miss Sister Bok Lei, but please let go so that young Master Tham Tam can share the results of this trip. The City Lord, look for yourself.
So Huala handed the sword that still bore Bok Lei's image to him. The City Lord took the sword, still in shock, when a powerful energy burst from it and gradually condensed into the figure of Bok Lei, the girl he had not seen for a long time. Bok Lei sighed bitterly and said, "Father." An Thien Sat was so startled that he dropped his sword. Min Duong was just as surprised. What exactly is going on? Min Duong then turned to ask Tam Tran Ai for an explanation. He smiled and said, "It's okay, just try again." After all, it's only the first time encountering it, and it's natural to be a bit frightened. An Thien Sat bowed his head, picked up the sword again, and the image of the beloved girl of the old man appeared once more. Old Duong Duong called Bok Le. Bok Lei's figure slowly stepped down from the middle of the corridor, standing opposite her father, her hands clasped and tears of remorse in her eyes. The unfilial daughter bowed to her father, carrying all her sins, and no matter how many times she died, she could not atone for them. She only hoped her father could forgive her. An Thien Sat was almost in tears. After all, it was 300 years of waiting. Even Min Shuang, who seemed calm, couldn't help but be moved. Tam Tran Yi said, "Let's go outside." Although eager to stay and listen, So Hoala had to follow Tam Tran Wai and Princess Long outside, glancing back at the family reunion before leaving. At the 12 Swords Pavilion, a young boy hurried in to deliver good news. Banglei City has already withdrawn its troops. Tam Trong Sun asked in surprise, "What? Can he really persuade that stubborn An Thien Sat to withdraw his troops?" The story is that after talking with Bok Lei, An Thien Sat called Tam Tran Wai in and said, "Bok Lei once advised me, I am old now and don't have many years left to live. So why should I follow the young to fight bravely? If Tam Trong San has invited you, it probably means he doesn't want me to fight, so I guess I'll just let it go and make peace," An Thien Sat said with a bitter smile. Tam Tran Wai nodded. That's certainly a good thing. After hearing the story, Tam Trong Sun sat down heavily in shock. The news was too surprising, leaving him unable to hide his amazement. This Tam Tran Wai guy really isn't simple. When will he and his group return to the 12 Sword Pavilion so I can thank them? Master Tham hesitated and replied, young Master Tam did not come to the 12 Sword Pavilion but returned directly from the border to the Chi Sword Mountain Villa. Hearing that Tam Trong Sun just wanted to have a heart attack, this guy really acts too arbitrarily. The scene shifts to the outskirts, where a giant beast is carrying a house on its back. On the roof, Su Huola holds up 2 tiger talismans, gazing at them but still unable to understand. Young Lady Long, as she poured tea for Master Shen, asked, "When can I start learning about the profound sword intent inside?" Shen explained, "The Tiger Hawk double talisman requires sensing the sword intent, and your current swordsmanship level isn't enough to comprehend it. But if you keep it by your side all the time, you'll definitely understand." A talisman from Sohuala's hand floats up, and he continues, "Now I have 2 disciples beside me. Sohuala, you take the Underworld Talisman, and Long Quan Chua, you take the Crane Talisman. You must keep the Tiger and Crane Talismans with you to sense and improve your cultivation, and not tarnish the reputation of the Chi Sword Sect." Both of them excitedly replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain, a figure in a black cloak appears silently, watching below with his dark robes fluttering in the wind, his allegiance unclear. Master Tam Tran Ai suddenly opened his eyes while meditating, as if he sensed something. Princess Long asked, "What's wrong, Master?" Tam Tran Yi replied, "Someone is coming." So Huala immediately drew his sword and quickly asked, "An enemy?"
"Let me go deal with them," Tham Tran Wai said. "Although the enemy shows hostility, there is no intent to kill. They came for me."
Suddenly, the house they are in begins to shake violently, and the Earth Dragon chariot slows down rapidly. Someone is trying to block the Earth Dragon chariot, causing the house on its back to sway for a moment before coming to a complete stop amidst the swirling dust. Tham Tran Yi stands firmly on the roof, gazing at a figure dressed in black with a mask standing there, who is on top of the electric dragon chariot, one hand pressing firmly on its head, clearly using force to make it stop, and just by looking, you can tell how terrifying this person's strength is. Zhenwei stepped forward and said, "Tell me your purpose for coming here. If you deliberately try to stop my Earth Dragon chariot, your life might not be safe." The other person laughed, as expected. "That's the style of young Master Son of the Shen family. With such guts, no wonder he keeps ruining our plans again and again." "Young Master Tham Tam, today we are here to settle the score with you." Tam Tran Wai remained silent. Are these people trying to defy the heavens? He remembered the encounter at Ninefold Mountain, where a person in black was also present. The incident at Long King's mansion involved a rival from the Liu family. Are you trying to settle the score with us too? Now the Heavenly Breaker sect has gained fame in the south, becoming an independent power rivaling the imperial court, existing separately. Tam Gongzi, indeed, you are an interesting person. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Tham Tran Wai frowned and asked, So this time? Tham Nyat Chow from the 12-Sword Pavilion, is it you guys behind this? He casually admitted, Yes, the Prince of Bonglai is indeed part of the Destroying Heaven path. Unfortunately, that guy and his friend are useless. They couldn't kill you or cause a conflict between the two families, so death is deserved. Tham Tran Wai frowned and asked, Who are you? Why would the Destroying Heaven path do such a thing? The man in black sneered arrogantly and said, Why should I tell you? I am a subordinate of the Sect Master, the Great Envoy. This person is clearly hiding their true identity. With such formidable strength, they couldn't have been an unknown figure in the past. It seems that the conspiracy of destroying Heaven's path is not small. Tam Tran Wai then asked, So is the reason the Great Envoy came here today to kill me? He nodded and said, That's right. Ninefold Fire, Dragon King Palace, and 12-Sword Pavilion have repeatedly thwarted my plans. Perhaps young Master Shantam should feel proud. Sore Huala angrily stepped forward and scolded, Humph, arrogant words. My master is unmatched in the world. You're not even his opponent. The mighty envoy crossed his arms and looked at Sohuala, then said, Little girl, step aside. You're not worthy for me to fight. Don't waste your life. Provoked, Sohuala gritted her teeth in fury, ready to charge into battle. But Princess Long quickly grabbed her hand from behind and advised her to stay calm. Zhenjin He stepped forward again to shield his two tails and said, The 8-tail spirit transformation technique of the royal family, combined with the heaven and earth aura, is truly the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. Even if you only practice an external skill, you can achieve mountain-moving and sea-crossing strength with a special talent. Quite interesting. The great power envoy was stunned. No one outside the sect leader has ever seen through the divine power originating from the supreme martial arts of the royal family in the heavenly breaking realm. He hesitated and asked, How do you know? Could it be that this guy has seen through his bloodline? Seeing the opponent in trouble, So Huala was overjoyed. You're so stupid, but still pretending to be clever. Princess Long, standing beside her, also tries to hold back her laughter. Sua Huala said with a smile, Are you a messenger or what? Are you going to fight or not? If you are, let me show you what I've got. If not, leave quickly. We are in a hurry to leave. The great power envoy hesitated for a moment before asking Shen Zhenyi, Are you hiding behind the woman and too afraid to fight? What the hell do you mean by that? Do you believe my sword can now kill you? Sora Hoala was furious again, forcing Princess Long to struggle to intervene. This time, let me handle it. Thamtran Yi calmly smiled and spoke. So Huala poked his head out and anxiously called, Master! But Tamtran Ai said nothing and simply moved forward, speaking as he walked. The 8 transformation spirit technique betrays the flesh, making the body as solid as a mountain and as firm as heaven and earth. With this kind of skill and talent, I also want to broaden my horizons. Please. Thamtran Yi gestures with his hand, each movement seemingly casual, but the aura he exudes makes the enemy feel a sense of reverence. He stands there, one hand clasped behind his back, the other extended in a welcoming gesture, his sleeve fluttering in the wind. The mighty envoy silently looked at him. No one knew what expression was behind the mask, only seeing him stomp his foot, causing the ground beneath to crack open, and the giant figure wrapped in a golden light suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of Tamtran Wai. Meanwhile, Tamtran Wai simply raised his hand lightly, drawing a sword aura, his eyes still tracking the envoy's downward punch. On his hand, he wore a string of multicolored beads of various sizes. Thamtran Yi drew a circle on his midsection and sidestepped to avoid the punch from the mighty envoy. The envoy clenched his fist tighter, supported himself with one hand on the ground, then leapt backward. Just now, Tamtran Yi used a simple move to easily dispel the overwhelming aura of the mighty envoy, leaving him stunned. He asked, What technique is this? Thamtran Yi calmly replied, It's just about neutralizing the force within the sword technique, not limited to one style. Changing it at will. The great power envoy stood up and laughed, Ha ha, so you don't stick to one style and change it yourself. Just this one sentence. Your swordsmanship has become a bit more interesting, so I won't hold back anymore. The mighty envoy raised his fist again, gathering spiritual energy, and charged forward once more. This time, the speed and power are even greater than before. But just like last time, Shen Zhenyi shows no signs of fear as a streak of light shoots from his hand, soft yet firm, wrapping around the attacking arm of the mighty envoy. Learning from the last time, the great power envoy uses his right fist as a feint, while the real attack comes from his left hand. Tam Tranwai slightly retreats, raises his hand, and two fingers glide through the air, a strand of his hair fluttering with the movement, creating a graceful and free appearance. One side is strong and resolute, the other calm and composed, like flowing water and drifting clouds. The mighty envoy is pushed back, staggering, but quickly takes advantage of the situation to coil his leg and deliver a kick. Tham Trani sidestepped just in time to avoid it. The great power envoy planted his foot on the ground, each move leaving a deep crater, his strength truly unmatched. Seeing this scene, So Hua Lei couldn't help but marvel. My master's martial arts are truly profound and unpredictable. What they see is only the tip of the iceberg.
It's not exactly like that. My master is just faster and stronger than him, which is why she appears so relaxed.
At this point, the great power envoy also realized that a missed strike might be lucky. But if many consecutive attacks have the same outcome, there is only one explanation. The opponent completely controls him. Seeing the great power envoy struggling to break free, Shen Zhenyi merely glanced at him with half an eye and said, "Your strength still hasn't changed according to your will. No matter how many times you attack, each one remains the same." The mighty envoy snorted coldly and said, "The righteous martial sect uses strength to win people's hearts. Your swordsmanship is good, but in the end it will only submit to my two fists." He then took off his heavy wristband and threw it to the ground. "If normal tricks don't work on you, don't blame me for using lethal force. Your petty tricks are all useless." His body transforms, a powerful energy erupts, shattering his mask to reveal a scarred face of a brute who only knows how to fight with his fists as he declares, "I will use all my strength in my next move." After finishing, he unleashed all his spiritual power, and a blinding sunlight shone as his body swelled larger. Tumtran-yi slightly frowned and instinctively raised his sleeve to cover his face. "Is the mountain collapsing? Master, be careful." Shen Zhenyi turned back to look at them and said two words to reassure them that he was fine. He still remembered
That this was the most powerful attack move in the 8 transformation spirit technique created by the ancestor of the Great Moon Empire.
A mighty envoy of strength chuckled as he channeled his energy and asked, "Are you not ashamed? Though foolish, you're still a martial artist, and I have to admire you. After you die, I will take your body away." Tam Tranwei said, "The 8 transformations." Spirit technique originally borrows the power of heaven and earth for oneself, which is why it has such formidable strength. But, since the heaven and earth's energy is abundant, controlling it can be somewhat troublesome. Even if you fight against it, what's so dangerous about this technique? Hearing this, the great power envoy was furious. He roared, "You really underestimate death. I don't believe you can defeat me alone. Nothing in this world is impossible." Suo Huala, Princess Long, listen carefully. The power of heaven and earth is surging wildly, causing injuries and chaos everywhere. Even someone clumsy can easily be harmed. Nien Kaomin's 8-2 spirit transformation technique relies on harnessing strength, and this mountain-shaking move is nothing. This person is not a direct descendant. All the direct descendants have already died, and even in this situation, only Shen Zhenyi could still teach his disciples. The mighty envoy has finished gathering his strength, and now roars as he charges forward. "Your words are reckless. The mountain has already collapsed. Let this move of mine send you on your way." But in the face of the powerful punch from the great envoy, Shen Zhenyi only gently raised a finger to block, a finger carrying the strength of countless sword intents from heaven and earth. The mighty envoy froze, his face filled with terror. Is the person in front of him an ordinary person? Who could possibly use such an ostentatious method? Tam Tranwei calmly looked ahead, his hair flowing in the wind. Every move gentle yet filled with immortal aura, humble yet powerful, able to counter a punch with just one finger. This strength few can match. Even with just one finger, he can still block the powerful punch. This scene shocks both of the little tales, and even So Huala, who has followed Tam Tranwei for a long time, is deeply stunned. Their master seems to have gone a bit too far. Can a punch so powerful be blocked with just one finger? Even more spectacularly, cracks began to appear on the seal as it manifested. Tam Tranwei remained in his stance. From the point of contact with his finger, the crack spread wider. This technique is now turning against its own creator. The mighty envoy gritted his teeth in pain. Countless wounds caused by his own technique appeared on his body, fresh blood pouring out, a bright red color standing out against the golden light. The light gradually fades away. The mighty envoy kneels on the ground, fresh blood dripping, wounds covering his body, his clothes stained with blood. He asks in horror, "What kind of sword technique is this?" Thamtran asked again, "Do you think you can tell this is swordsmanship?" The mighty envoy clasped his arm and replied, "Sword energy can attack from anywhere. Could it not be a sword technique? Never drew the sword, yet the sword intent is so full. Who exactly is young Master San of the Tem family? How could such a miraculous sword technique exist in this world?" Thamtran calmly said, "The sword is everywhere, and nothing is impossible. This is the sword of dominance, created by Master Maxo, perhaps the strongest move in the world. This sword originally did not exist in the Batutu world. It is a technique from a higher realm, independent of others, and the change in the person's attitude indicates a defensive stance." The great envoy asked doubtfully again, "Thamtran, why? Sword of dominance." Even though Master Maxo had failed, a look of relief appeared on the envoy's face. So there are sword techniques and experts like that in the world after all. His body turned into a golden light and then vanished, but he left in satisfaction. "Amazing, amazing." Thamtran quietly watched as the other person gradually disappeared, even their clothes slowly vanishing. So Huala and Princess Long hurried over. Thamtran looked at them and said, "Let's go, the atmosphere here is too tense." A few days later, in her meditation room, Thamtran was leisurely reading a book, while So Huala still couldn't forget what happened a few days ago. Now she sat with her chin resting on the table, unable to figure out why he disappeared like that. Princess Long also nodded in agreement with So Huala's confusion. She couldn't understand it either. She anxiously asked, "Master, why did the great envoy suddenly disappear? What exactly was that light?" "You think this sword technique isn't also somewhat brutal?" Thamtran asked with a smile. "Where do you think you're going? This sword technique is just a defensive move. The reason he turned to dust is because of his own power." As he finished speaking, Thamtran father, Tam Tho, hurriedly rushed in, pushed aside the curtain, and his face showed a look of panic and concern. "Third brother, are you all right? I heard from the servants that you were ambushed by the Skybreaker path on your way here. Are you hurt or not?" "Father, it's nothing serious," Thamtran replied with a smile. Only then did Tam Tho breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. I don't know what kind of organization the Heaven-Destroying Path really is, but if an envoy is that powerful, then if the Sect Master were to take action, wouldn't it be even stronger than the 8 major sects in the world? Hearing that, So Huala was terrified. Princess Long also looked worried and sympathetic. Master Tham's words are very reasonable. There are quite a few experts in the 8-realm world, but having such a powerful organization like that clearly surpasses even the 12 Swords Pavilion. Fenglei City only has the Imperial Dynasty of Great Moon. This time, Fa Thien Dao has avoided the Imperial Dynasty of Great Moon and quietly developed to this extent, which is truly hard to believe. Tam Tho frowned and asked, "What should we do now that the third elder has offended Fa Thien Dao?" After absorbing the power of Zhongtian City, the Chi Sword Mountain sect now seems capable of dominating part of the world, and the Long King Palace fears no other forces but on the physical condition of the third elder. The Long Princess stepped forward to reassure him. After this trip to the 12 Sword Pavilion in Fenglei City, So Huala and I have gained insights, and we will focus on cultivation to support our master in the future. So Huala eagerly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Yes, just trust us. Just rely on you guys." But Thamtran, who was flipping through his book, calmly said, "Those clowns are not worth bothering about." Tham Tho also didn't say anything else. He changed the subject and almost forgot about this matter. Today, Truong Vo Hung sent a letter. Truong Vo Hung didn't say anything, but a few days later, he will personally come to discuss the details of the upcoming celestial duel at the Great Moon Imperial Court. Princess Long exclaimed in horror, "The 9 Heavens Celestial Tournament? That's an important event that hasn't been held again in 400 years. Could it be that the era of martial arts dominance has returned?" Thamtran frowned slightly, clearly remembering something unpleasant. That voice echoed again in his mind. "I must win first place this time when the 9 Heavens Sky Duel Arena opens." Then Thamtran looked at the other person and said, "So? Then I wish you a victorious return. Maybe only So Hualan Ngu Ngo understands here." Hearing the Princess Long say that, he whispered, "Little Long person, what is the 9 Heavens Heavenly Duel Arena?" The so-called Nine Heavens Battle Arena is coordinated with a major secret realm in the Batu world,
representing the highest level of competition when the chaotic realm is opened. Aside from the royal family, which has limited participation, all top experts in the world can join the battle on the arena, and the strongest among them will have greater chances to enter the chaotic realm to comprehend supreme martial arts.
The one who can claim the top spot in the Nine Heavens Heavenly Duel Arena will not only be bestowed the title of the world's #1 by the Great Moon Imperial Court, but also receive special favor from their sect. And if they can comprehend even higher ultimate skills within the chaotic secret realm, they might even reach a higher realm of martial arts never before attained. After hearing that, So Hualam went to Tam Tranhui's side and excitedly said, Master, why not take the top spot and become the #1 in the world? She truly believed in Tam Tranhui's strength. Tham To was stunned to hear that, thinking that the highest martial competition in the Batu world was just a childish game in his son's eyes. This is also hard to say. So Hoala knows her master's temper, so once he refuses, she won't persuade him anymore, just silently helpless and accepting her fate. Loud laughter echoed from the main gate to the inside of the Chijian mountain villa. As Zhang Hongwu entered and saw Tham Tho, he smiled and said, Old Villa Master, I'm here, and I bring good news this time.
Ambassador Zhang, I've been looking forward to your arrival ever since I received your letter a few days ago. Today I've prepared fine wine and a feast. Everyone won't leave until they're drunk.
That's great, but we should share the good news first. I wonder what good news Ambassador Truong has brought this time. Old clan leader, let me introduce you to Master Vo Uk, envoy of the Great Moon Imperial Court. Tham To was startled and surprised, saying, Why a summons letter? Vo Uk approached and handed him the letter, explaining that this time the Emperor reopened the Nine Heavens Heavenly Duel Arena, inviting young experts from all over the world, including Tam Kong Tu. Old clan leader, back then when young Master Tham beheaded the moon-flying phoenix, I was truly amazed. Later, I saw him effortlessly tame the deadly celestial beast and was deeply impressed. This time, His Majesty personally summoned young Master San to participate in the Heavenly Duel Arena. It's a great honor. Well, it is indeed a big deal, but Tam Tho could only force a helpless smile. The recent Nine Heavens Sky Arena competition, the third elder clearly showed no interest at all. But he never expected that this time the Emperor of the Great Moon Dynasty would personally invite him, making him a bit worried about whether his son would show respect to the Emperor or not. If it were Tam Tranhui, not respecting wouldn't be strange, just a bit troublesome. Vo Uk, unaware of the underlying situation, still smiled and asked, Yes, old village chief, may I ask where third young Master Shan is so he can receive His Majesty's imperial decree? Tam Tho forced a smile and said, I will ask someone to call him over. As expected, it fits Tam Tranhui's character perfectly. So Hoa La appeared and clearly said 3 words, I won't go. Duong confidently declared and then suddenly struck a pose, worriedly explaining, This is what my master wanted to say. As a disciple, I can only stay silent and follow my master's words. What else can I do now? He basically has no idea how to express this delicately, and Tam Tho could only cry inwardly when he heard it. Sure enough, the old man's premonition was correct. It's really over now. This is basically a slap in the face of the Great Moon Dynasty. Sure enough, so Huala over there is being scolded by Vo Uk. He angrily shouted, Where does that reasoning come from? Zhang Hongwu beside him could only force a smile and sigh helplessly. He was truly foolish to forget that damn temper of third young Master Shan. How can the spirit girl do whatever she wants and still be grateful for the royal family's kindness? Vo Uk gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Tam Gongzi really is ungrateful. This is an imperial decree issued by His Majesty himself. How could he dare to refuse it? Martial artists across the world are willing to risk their lives to participate in this Nine Heavens Heavenly Tournament. And even if they are not qualified, just being nominated is already deeply appreciated. Moreover, this time the Emperor personally called his name. Despite feeling distressed, Tham Tho still forced a forced smile. No, Envoy, please don't be angry. My son is just like that. Let me go and talk to him. At the same time, Shen Zhenyi and Princess Long seemed to be heading toward the front hall, no longer patient. Vo Uk snorted coldly and shouted, Lao Trangchu, you don't need to say anything more. I am here to carry out the imperial decree, so you can ask Shen San Gongzi to kneel and accept the order, and after this, I will take my leave without saying another word. Tham To hesitated and looked at Vo Uk, saying this request was indeed a bit excessive, and that perhaps no one had yet agreed to make Tam Tranhui kneel and accept the order. Suddenly, a voice from outside echoed in. What if I don't accept the order? Vo Uk angrily turned around and shouted, Who dares to speak so arrogantly? As soon as he finished speaking, Tom Tran Y entered, followed by Princess Long. Vo Uk Dien Teet shouted angrily,
Do you dare to look down on the imperial authority again?
"What if I look down on it?" Hearing this, Zhang Hongwu broke out in a cold sweat and hurried forward with a bright smile to mediate. "Young Master Tam, stay calm. Being called out on the Nine Heavens duel arena is a great honor for a martial artist.
You will surely become famous and the Qijian Mountain Sect will benefit from it in the future." Tam Tran Y looked at him, her tone more conciliatory than when facing Vo Ux, and replied, When the foundation of Qijian Mountain Sect is not yet stable, expanding as we have now is the limit. We cannot take another step forward.
Moreover, even without knowing the details, Tom Tran Y was certain that the Nine Heavens celestial arena was not a good place. Truong Hung Vo could only feel helpless, as Tom Tran Y's words sounded reasonable, but clearly this was an act of disrespect towards the arena, making reconciliation impossible. Vo Uk angrily shouted, How dare you speak so arrogantly, little brat? How much ability do you really have? You originally had no right to participate in the arena. It was only because His Majesty saw your youth that he gave you a chance. But he clearly didn't want to bother with you. Tham Tran Ai calmly replied, Everyone has their own aspirations. It's clear enough that you intend to drive us away, leaving Vo Uk no choice but to be angry but powerless. As he passed by Tam Tran Y, he kept glaring at him with a cold look. Before leaving, he gritted his teeth and warned, I will naturally report this to His Majesty and see if your Qi Sword Mountain sect can withstand the wrath of the thunder of the Great Moon Dynasty. After Vo Uk left, Truong Hung Vo worriedly said, Sorry, third young master, I haven't asked for your opinion yet. This guy seems to be someone who knows how to read the situation. He continued, If you don't want to leave, then just forget about it here, and I will think of a way to cover for you with the court. Reconciliation. Shenzhen nodded and said, Then I'll trouble Envoy Zhang. Zhang Hongwu smiled and said, If that's the case, I will take my leave first. This guy is truly a clever and shrewd person. Master, even though people don't value the Nine Heavens heavenly duel arena, why did it offend the royal family? This question has been bothering Huola for a long time. Tham Tran Y explained, First, this arena has nothing I desire. Second, those secret realms are not exactly safe places. Although the reward of a chance to cultivate in the chaotic secret realm isn't bad, Tam Tran Y always had a strange feeling about it. The next day, Tam Tran Y received a stack of papers, each with a word written in blood forming the phrase, Nine Heavens Battle of the Nine Zen. Tham Tran Y silently looked at the papers. So Huala asked curiously, What does this mean? Princess Long shook her head and said she didn't know who had delivered the letter into the mountain estate this morning. So, Huala wondered silently if someone had sent a threatening letter because the master refused to participate in the Nine Heavens arena. Meanwhile, Tam Tran Y focused on examining the papers, trying to find a clue. His gaze suddenly stopped at a small ink stain below the character 9, and immediately, Tam Tran Y's expression changed. It seems a new decision has been made. He suddenly declared, We are going to the Nine Heavens battle arena, and we will depart for the great battle tomorrow. Suo Huala forced a nervous laugh and asked, Isn't it true that your master said you wouldn't go? The emperor issued an imperial decree for you, but you still won't go. So Huala couldn't believe that Tam Tran Y would change his decision just because of a threatening letter. Princess Long also spoke up, saying that Envoy Truong had reported to her that her master was bedridden and giving up on participating in the Nine Heavens martial arena this time. If that's the case, then it's probably very difficult for my master to go now. Tam Tran Y replied, If so, I can just explain a little. Hearing that, Princess Long felt her worldview become a bit blurry. Can this really be explained? A few days later, in the capital of the Great Moon Dynasty, the city was bustling and lively. If you listened to any conversation, you could hear topics about the Nine Heavens arena. There are rumors that the young sect leader Ngu Dai Tiu of Trung Nguyen Dao Tong arrived in the great capital a few days ago with a group of beautiful disciples, attracting many gazes. Tong Chu Diafuong of Ten Muk Tong was also present, showing that the appeal of the Tien Dao Nine Heavens arena this time is very strong. Even the senior and junior ladies of Tula Sect, who haven't appeared in the martial world for over 10 years, also appeared with divine beauty and unmatched elegance. However, this situation is not surprising, because every time the Thunder platform gathers top experts from all over the world, most of them are sect leaders. I heard that it's not that the sect leaders don't want to come, but their disciples are firmly preventing them to avoid deadly incidents on the arena. On the other hand, no one can invite the top experts who have been hidden for years within the sects. While everyone below was lively with gossip, Truong Hung Vo was feeling very troubled in a private room. He looked at Tam Tran Y, forced a smile, and asked, Why did you suddenly want to join the Nine Heavens Heavenly Duel Arena? Young Master Shen Tam, Shen Zhenyi showed Zhang Hongwu some blood-written letters and explained that a friend had sent them, seemingly having uncovered the situation inside the Heavenly Duel Arena. Trung Hongvo could only force a smile, thinking to himself, "You just arrived in the B-tier world less than 5 years ago, so there's no enemy related to the Nine Heavens Divine Arena." But Princess Long completely believes Tom Tron Y's words. She knows her master is the one who saved the Long clan, meaning he appeared in the Ba-2 world 500 years ago. So perhaps 400 years ago during the Nine Heavens Celestial Duel Arena event, there really was someone he knew. Could it be that behind the Nine Heavens Celestial Duel Arena lies a secret that cannot be revealed, as my master said? Little Long, little dragon, what exactly is so special about the Nine Heavens Battle Arena? Hearing this, Zhang Hongwu, who had sharp ears, smiled and said, "Let me explain it to Miss So." The so-called Tian-Do Nine Heavens Battle Arena is an irregular event held after the establishment of the Great Moon Dynasty, serving as the top martial arts competition in the Ba-2 world. What is the Chaos Secret Realm again? Miss Long hesitated before explaining, "Well, in legend, it is the place that hides the most secrets of the 8-2 world. It is also where supreme martial arts are practiced, and it is said that in ancient times, someone succeeded in cultivating within the chaotic secret realm and breaking through emptiness." Trung Hongvo nodded in agreement, confirming that the princess's words were correct. Martial artists across the world have spent their lives longing to cultivate within the chaotic realm, and the Nine Heavens Celestial Arena is their only chance. But Shen Zhenyi coldly denied it as baseless. Indeed, some have succeeded in cultivating within the chaotic secret realm, but the rest of the story is probably lies. This life is about the path of liberation and slaying the moon to defy the heavens. Until the moon is slain, no one can truly be free. The so-called breaking through the heavens is just a rumor. Trung hung vô cũng hồng, ngồi đây nói chuyện thật không nể nang ai. So hoa la gật gù, ra vẻ giả hiểu. With the rapid progress of my master's martial arts, no wonder he previously paid no attention to cultivating in a place like the chaotic secret realm. Suddenly, a woman's scream from outside drew So Hua-la's attention. Eager to see what was happening, she hurriedly ran out to look. Princess Long quickly reminded her from behind, "So Hua-la, don't cause trouble. A young lady outside is trying hard to chase away a monk." The monk laughs and says, "Ladies, please don't make a move." They accidentally touched the monk's sore spot, and the young ladies pushed even harder. The shameless monk chuckled and said, "Well, that's not very good then. Men and women should not be so close." "Oh, how could I resist my own passionate nature, dear monks?" The young lady standing at the door shouted angrily, "You shameless monk, you still dare to come here and deceive." "The great young master is too kind to take your life, or else my 2 sisters would have already chopped off your dog's head, so get out quickly." The monk from the beginning to the end simply smiled as he looked at the closed door and then leisurely walked forward. Just then, he saw So Hoa-la approaching, with Princess Long behind her, following out of concern. The monk beamed happily, approached the two, and cheerfully said, "Amitabha, I am Vo Mong, and you young ladies are here to participate in the Heavenly Duel 9 Heavens Arena, right? Would you like to find a way to make a fortune?" Suo Hua-la twitched her mouth and sneered inwardly. Why is this person so shameless? After being chased away, he immediately comes to strike up a conversation. Does he have no psychological barrier at all? The monk smiled and said, "You are too kind, young lady." Princess Long stepped in front of So Hua-la and said, "My master rarely interacts with outsiders and does not seek wealth. There's no need to say more about this matter." The monk smiled and replied, "Well, not necessarily. Where is there no need for money? I made a profit double what I spent on this bet, plus some travel expenses, so please inform my master." The two of them were almost speechless. This person really is shameless, determined not to let him get close to the master. But unexpectedly, Shen Zhenyi invited the monk inside. Although they didn't understand the reason, they had no choice but to follow. The monk happily stepped inside. Suo Hua-la wondered to himself why their master, who usually disliked meeting strangers, wanted to see this ugly monk today. It's so strange. Could it be that he's in urgent need of money and wants to earn a little extra? But this idea was quickly dismissed by So Hua-la. Their master could never be short of money. All expenses when going out were managed by Princess Long. The profits of Qijian Mountain Villa over the past few years have been substantial, and they brought enough expenses with them. Even if they spent extravagantly, it wouldn't run out, especially since their master stays indoors all day. How much could they possibly spend? This amount of money is enough to stay until the end of the month. Lost in thought, So Huala fell behind, and when Princess Long couldn't see her, she stopped and called out. So Huala was startled and hurriedly ran after her. The door to the room opened, and Princess Long made a welcoming gesture. The monk smiled and said, "Oh, Miss Long, you're too polite." Then he stepped inside with a cheerful face. But as soon as he saw the person inside, surprise was clearly written on his face. He stepped forward and asked, "Are you the famous third young Master Shen from the south?" The Princess of Long was a bit surprised that this young monk recognized their master. Thamtren Yi looked at the monk and introduced himself. "I am Tamtren Wei from Jian Mountain." The monk smiled and said, "Tham third young master is indeed very discreet. With such cultivation, pursuing the top spot in the Nine Heavens arena of the heavenly duel might not even give you a chance to complain about the world being unfair. But you don't know. Master, isn't that also the case?" The monk stroked his head and chuckled. "You're joking, young Master Tam. I am a celestial being. Fame and fortune are like rubbish. I could never compete for the top spot. Are you still running a betting table?" "That's just for the sake of Kaisin Nai." So Hua La, twitching her mouth, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She didn't hesitate to insult. Earning money in such a dirty way and calling it a livelihood, it's really beyond words. "If that's the case, since you're here, I wonder what you want to say to me this time." The monk smiled and replied, "I'm involved in betting outside. Of course, I watched the black horses in the 9 Heaven arena matches. And if we cooperate, we can make a lot of money. Meeting you today, I know you are definitely the best black horse. Others are not worth watching. Young Master Tam, if you humbly cooperate with me to promote, we could at least earn 1,000,000 taels." 1,000,000 taels? A number that is not small at all, yet this monk acts as if earning it is very easy. Even more surprisingly, Shen Zhenyi immediately nodded in agreement. "This time we're going out with hardly any travel funds, so I'll bet everything with my money." Queen Long twitched her mouth, saying, her master truly has absolute confidence in herself. She forced a smile and said, "The old village chief is worried that the master might run out of money outside, so he told me to bring 10,000 tael of gold. Now we haven't used much yet. Do we really have to bet? Everything is this game too big." Thamtren I nodded without blinking. Even the monk was surprised with his mouth open. He smiled and said, "Third young master truly is extraordinary, going all in. Since you've bet so much, I too must put in some effort. No matter what, this time you will definitely earn over 100. And the young master will surely make more than 10,000,000 taels of gold, but this amount of money probably won't be bet all at once. Double this amount each round and then lower the odds to get more profit." Tamtran Y smiled and said, "I don't care about those small matters. This money is yours to handle." Then he told Princess Long to give the monk 100,000 gold tickets. Princess Long took out the 100,000 gold tickets, and although she was reluctant, she still handed them over. "Master, here are 100,000 taels of gold. Please accept them." The monk's eyes lit up brightly when he saw the money. Princess Long still felt that something was not right. This time, her master was playing too big, without knowing if this monk was trustworthy or not. While the princess was still hesitating, the monk quickly snatched the 100,000 tael gold note and said with a smile, "I'll take my leave now. Third young master, wait for my good news." "Master, aren't you afraid he's a troublemaker? That's 1,000,000 gold taels. An ordinary person's lifetime probably wouldn't even spend that much, but you casually gave it to a stranger." Princess Long approached, placed her hand on So Huala's shoulder, and asked, "Have you ever seen your master mistake someone?" "So?" Huala scratched his cheek, awkwardly replying, "It seems there might be some truth to that." A few days later, at the 9 Heavens Duel arena, 2 cultivators are fighting on the stage, swords clashing in the air, one being pushed back but both are evenly matched, causing a prolonged stalemate. At the Jade Sky Palace, the Emperor of the Great Moon Dynasty stands beside his daughter, looking down and saying, "The heroes of the world are falling into a trap. How does this taste?" Don Vunyan, Princess of the Great Moon Imperial Court, replied, "There are many heroes in the world, but none can compare to my father." It really dampens the mood, hearing that Don Vu Kin happily laughed out loud. "Ha ha! Ha, if it weren't for that! How could our royal family show our extraordinary nature? Our royal family's bloodline of martial prowess is what keeps us firmly seated in this great city of Zhongzhou and controls the 3 worlds," Don Vunyan said with a smile. "Well, let's just enjoy the show and look forward to what interesting things might happen at the 9 Heavens battle arena, and it seems the princess will soon find out for herself." At the moment when Shame Tron Y's group arrived, the elder of the 12-sword pavilion recognized him and approached to pay respects. Shohuala, upon seeing the silver-haired old man, immediately recognized him and cheerfully asked, "How has your pavilion master been in seclusion?" "Is it going well?" Hearing Shohuala's question, Princess Long was startled and quickly covered her mouth with her hand to remind him. So voila, this is the elder. Show some respect. Although the question is quite direct, out of respect for Tam Tran Wai, the elder cannot refuse to answer. Thanks to the third young master, after informing the clan leader about the consequences of sword energy and how to adjust it. The clan leader has entered seclusion. If the sword energy can eliminate the aftermath, he might be able to break through to the 9th level of the true immortal realm. By then, my 12 swords pavilion can advance another level. Yes, I heard that this time the third young master received an invitation from the Great Moon Dynasty to participate in the 9 Heaven Sky Duel tournament, and the pavilion master asked me to pass on the message. The Lao Chu said, "This time, when you participate in the 9 Heavens Celestial Duel, treat it as a life experience, since you're still young and have the chance to join the arena again in the future." Sham Tran Wai remained silent, seemingly indifferent to these words. At that moment, a group of people behind them started to murmur and discuss. "Do you guys hear anything lately?" The next match is Tam Tran Wai from Ki Kiem Son Trang fighting Van Su Huyn of Lac Mai Tong. Where is Ki Kiem Son Trang, and who has the right to participate in the Heavenly Duel 9 Heavens? Another person explained, probably a talented newcomer appointed by the royal family. Only a few people are honored with this during each 9 Heavens Celestial tournament, but it's mostly just for show. Van Su Huyn's divine skill has long mastered the ultimate technique Mai Lac Tam Tien. This newcomer is doomed in the first round. That guy just goes along with it, isn't that right? Van Su Huyn's way of treating people is very good. He might go easy a bit, since only a few talented newcomers invited to this arena can pass the first round. Being able to withstand a few moves from Van Su Huyn is already quite impressive. When he returns to his place, he probably just talks big enough to impress others. So Hoala shows extreme frustration. "Master, look at how they are talking. Aren't you angry?" In response, Shen Zhenye calmly said, "Only those without strength get angry. Victory or defeat on the arena is what truly matters. What they say isn't worth paying attention to. If the world looks down on me, wouldn't that only increase the chances of failure? This time we will definitely make a lot of money." Tam Tran Wai smiled. So Hoala could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking to himself that his master normally wouldn't care so much about money. Soon after, the first battle began. The announcer's voice echoes, "Please welcome Shen Zhenyi from Chijian Mountain and Elder Wan Quanchao from La Mei Sect." Wan Quanchao looks at the person stepping onto the stage with a calm and confident gaze, smiling as he says, "Young one, being invited to the 9 Heavens Thunder Arena is an honor. Later, I will hold back and won't embarrass you." Tham Truani also smiled and replied, "I rarely see Mr. Van being kind, so I will also show mercy later to respect your kindness." The old man frowned and said, "Don't be so arrogant, young man. Then I'll see how you show mercy to me on the arena. Make your move." The disciples of Lac Mai Sect cheered enthusiastically below. "Senior, keep going, so he can broaden his horizons with the ultimate techniques of our Lac Mai Sect." Tham Truan said nothing more, only drew his weapon, a sword that looked ordinary, yet extraordinary. A faint blue sword in tint surrounded the blade as he spun it in his hand and launched a basic attack, which was the introductory sword technique of Bat Tu Tien Li. Seeing this, Van Tuyen Chao felt extremely uncomfortable. This kid is just too arrogant. Even though he's invited by the royal family and may have a bright future, he should still show respect to his senior. Van Tuyen Chao clenched his sword tightly and unleashed the secret technique of the sect, unaware that Shen Zhenyi was actually giving way to him a lot. The red blood image like a plum blossom petal fluttered in the air as Van Tuyen Chao swung his sword. The plum blossom petals floated along the sword's path, creating a breathtaking technique. Below, the disciples eagerly discussed that Master Van's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of their sect, with the sword resembling a splendid flower, like a brilliant cherry blossom, but hiding deadly intent. Everyone believed that the young man certainly couldn't withstand this sword move. Facing the falling plum blossoms, Tam Chan Wai just stood still, eyes fixed intently. The shimmering image of apricot blossoms appeared in his eyes, revealing everything from the trajectory of the move to the position of the sword's descent. Just then, Tham Tran Wei slightly tilted his head, allowing a blossom to brush past without harm. When Van Tuyen Chao's sword struck, Tam Chan Ai gently rotated his wrist. A silver sword glow flashed in a crescent shape, then descended, cutting through all the plum blossom petals. The petals vanished, falling softly to the ground, and the attack was thus broken. At this moment, Van Tuyen Chao's face was extremely grim, unable to believe that the mysterious transformation of Chiao Lac Mai of their sect was so easily seen through by this young man, and Tam Tran Wai silently watched him, while Van Tuyen Chao began to see his opponent in a different light. Perhaps this young person was not as simple as he had thought. Up above, Dan Vu Kin watched and chuckled.
I said long ago that the swordsmanship of Lak Mei Sect is just trash. Hard to learn but easy to break. Today, a third elder was defeated by a young person. If I were him, I would have almost died. Who is this young man again? Don Vunyan replied. This young man is Shen Yi from Qijian Mountain Villa, specially invited by my father. Don Vu Hin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Tam Tran Ui, this name seems to carry some weight. Don Vunyan was at a loss for words. She said, Didn't Vo Wuok already remind you 3 days ago when he came before you? Please ask the Emperor to revoke this person's tournament qualification. Hearing this, Don Vu Kin finally remembered and nodded, so it was this person. Down below, even though the previous move was countered, the fight continued. Van Tuyen Chao once again charged forward with elegant and dazzling swordsmanship, cherry blossom petals filling the sky, while Tam Tranhua only used basic moves of Batu to respond from start to finish. The sword aura emanating from the blade made his hair fly in the wind as Tam Tranhui controlled it to clash with Van Tuyen Chao's plum blossoms. Father, this person's swordsmanship is quite ordinary, with nothing special about it. Why is Van Tuyen Chao's Lak Mai sword technique under his control? Don Vu Kin explained, My daughter, his swordsmanship is even higher than yours just based on the sword he used earlier to reach the initial realm, so with just a casual sword technique, there are vulnerabilities. If it weren't for this 9 Heavens Heavenly Duel tournament, I really wouldn't have known that the Imperial Court of Great Moon, which I rule, has such a character. But Van Tuyen Chao is truly useless. Even after 30 moves, he still hasn't forced Tam Tranhui to fully unleash his ultimate swordsmanship. This old man still hasn't realized that Shen Jianyi is showing respect and deliberately giving him face. Don Vunan was shocked as Tam Tranhui's martial arts realm unexpectedly surpassed Van Tuyen Chao. Could this young man already be a top expert at the 9th level of the true martial realm? Impossible. Dan Vu Kin said, only our Great Moon Dynasty's 8 transformation spirit turtle technique can reach the 9th level of the martial way true person realm. Other top martial arts passed down in the 8 transformation world all have obvious flaws. Of course, with innate talent and 100 years of hard training, he might reach the 9th level of the true human realm before the end of his life. But this young lad is still so young, so he's probably only at the 8th level of the true human realm at most. The higher the swordsmanship, the greater the enlightenment of the clear realm, which is why he can fully suppress Van Tuyen Chao. It seems I need to add this young man to the watch list for further observation. Harky. On the arena, Van Tuyen Chao continues to attack, and the two fight back and forth for a while. Those who don't understand the situation below look on with suspicion and ask each other, this kid is pretty strong too. Being able to fight with Master Van for so long is truly impressive. His swordsmanship is even higher than mine. No wonder the royal family personally invited him. The match has gone on this long. Even if he loses, it will be a great honor. On the arena, Van Tuyen Chao had already recognized Tam Tranhui's true strength and said, Little brother, let me make it up to you. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so brilliant. I truly held back against you. I was blind. If that's the case, Elder Van, why don't you admit defeat and move on? Isn't passing by a good thing? Following Tam Tranhui's momentum, Van Tuyen Chao launched a strike, knocking the opponent's sword out of their hand. Then he chuckled, turning his back to Tam Tranhui and saying, Young Master Tam's swordsmanship is truly superb. I am too old and lacking stamina to fight another 300 rounds, so I admit defeat this time. Everyone below was stunned and surprised, especially those from the Mai Sect. When they saw Van Tuyen Chao admit defeat and sighing, they said to each other, Old Master Van has old wounds. Tam Tranhui also doesn't seem to know the rules at all. Master Van's swordsmanship still surpasses Tam Tranhui. He only conceded defeat because his old wound flared up. Indeed, it seems his old injury is truly severe this year. Hearing those words, Tam Tranyi's 2 little tails were so angry they almost burst. So Hoa La grumbled irritably, Do you think the old man would definitely lose if the master concedes? This 9 Heavens Heavenly Duel arena no longer needs to hold matches. Just count who is older, and the one who is older will have a worse injury. Then let that person take the first place. The princess of the Dragon Clan was also very annoyed. She said, Master must have held back earlier. Otherwise, this old man would have fallen off the arena in just a few moves. Where would he have had the chance to show off for so long? As soon as he finished speaking, the story's protagonist, Shen Jianyi, stepped down from the arena. Princess Long and Su Huola immediately ran over. Ooh. At this moment, the monk's laughter rang out. Ha ha! Young Master Shan is truly a genius. I thought Van Tuyen Chao would win this round, which would increase the compensation rate a bit. But even if I slander you, it won't help. I didn't expect young Master Shen Tam to understand how to fight on the arena without a teacher, and to do so as a favor to Wan Quanzhou, giving us a chance to make money. If that's the case, the total profit might be even higher than we previously estimated.
So Huala approached and asked with a smile, "So, monk, how long have you been here? Then tell me, how much gold has our master already earned?"
This time we've doubled our profit.
Young Master San bet 100,000 tile of gold and has already won 14,000. Now I have more than 24,000 in hand. Hearing this, So Huala couldn't help but chuckle along with the money-loving monk. After all, it was a huge sum. The monk chuckled and said, "Ah ha ha, there will probably be even more money in the future, and from now on, we won't need to push ourselves too hard. Just a little mercy from your subordinates will do, like today was perfect." The monk winked at Zhen Yi, who simply smiled without replying. That night in the Imperial Palace, Dan Vunan searched for some documents about Tam Tran Yi's life story since arriving here. 10 years ago, he flew from Ku Chi Dia Tram Nuyet with the top cultivation level of Chan Yan Khan and earned the royal appointment of the Imperial Court. Afterward, he went through the events at Ziwei Sect, Bai Yue Quat, Sung Tian City, Q Trung Tio, and Long Huang Palace, and now he has advanced to the 8th level of the True Person realm in one go. This progress is truly hard to believe. Could it be that all the Tram Nuyet are as talented as this? Little sister, that's not right, because only our family's brother has such talent. She then turned to ask her companion standing in the corner of the room, "Master Mo, what do you think about this?" Master Mo replied that Tram Nguyet Phaithian is not an easy feat and requires great willpower and determination. Such a person, given enough time and space, can accomplish great things anywhere. Don Vunyan wondered again, since they all came to kill the moon. Why does Master Mo hold Tam Tran Wai in such high regard? Mo Thu replied, "No. Tham Tran Yi came to kill the moon. If more than 100 years pass, many might still hold high hopes for his future, but right now it's a bit too soon. This person is Mo Thu, a close guard of the royal family, who came from the 9 Netherland, and has already slain the Moon Phaetian." Duan Vunyan asked suspiciously, "What does Master mean?" Mo Thu explained that advancing through the levels requires accumulation, understanding of true energy, and time. Many people who have endured 100 years of hard cultivation may not necessarily progress beyond one level. It is already quite impressive that he has increased 7 levels in just a few decades, even without considering the speed of spiritual energy accumulation. Reaching the threshold of understanding martial arts at a peaceful stage with the limited internal strength of Qijian Mountain Sect is impossible. Princess Nan, relying on some treasures, teachings from famous masters, and her innate talent, only broke through to the 8th stage of the True Person realm after 10 years. "If that's the case, Master Mo, please help me test his talent." Mo Thu clasped his hands and said, "All right." Then he fell silent again. Don Vunyan glances at Mu Thu, then stands up and says, "Today I will see if you can withstand a sword from Master Mu. If you die, it means your father was mistaken about you. This can't be my fault." The moon shines brightly in the sky. Just as So Huala and Long Quan Shua were returning, they happened to pass by the resting place of a young master participating in the competition and overheard a crowd gathering and cheering. "Ha ha! Congratulations to young Master Engu for passing the first arena match. Facing such a seasoned opponent in the first battle and still winning easily, truly living up to the reputation of a talented young hero." So Huala frowns and mutters, "Truly hopeless, winning just one match and celebrating like that, not as calm as our master. Long Princess is speechless. Our master has long surpassed this level. How can he be compared to these people?" When it comes to Shen Zhen Yi, Sorala squinted and looked up at his room, where a dim light was shining. Shen Zhen Yi was sitting cross-legged on the bed, continuing his cultivation. Sorala asked, "What do you think? Why is our master working so hard?" "Your master's swordsmanship has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Reaching the peak is enough.
Why bother exhausting yourself?" Long Princess said, "You once told me that your master was already invincible in the 9 Extremes land early on and has never relaxed, making progress over 100 years up to the /moon flying sky."
So Huala nodded. "That's right. I really don't know what the 8-2 world looks like." Long Princess said, "You're better off. After going through the Tram Nuyet Phi Tien, I still don't know what it looks like." Sua Huala pondered. The slayer of the moon fairy? In her hazy memories, an image appears. Besides her master's spectacular battle with the 5 swords immortal and the extreme sword of the passing bell, everything else is hazy. She can't remember clearly. Everything feels blurry like a dream, as if waking from sleep. The next day, the world had changed, but there was no special feeling. Princess Long muttered, "Is that so? I really want to know how exciting the Tramanguiet Phi Tien is." Tam Chan Ai, who had successfully cultivated in his room, slowly opened his eyes, saw Mo Thu entering, and smiled, saying, "This shadow technique is truly a brilliant and miraculous lightness skill. I just wonder which of the Emperor's shadow guards of the Great Moon Dynasty is here. Show yourself." Hearing that, Mo Thu spoke up. A mere guest of the Nine Nether region, knowing the shadow concealment technique and the royal guard of the Great Moon Dynasty, his knowledge seemed quite extensive. So he didn't hide anything and directly announced his name. "I am Mo Thu, Ninth Shadow Guard." "So, are you originally of the bloodline of the Great Moon Dynasty? Tram Nguyen Phi Thien is not even 100 years old, yet you have gained the trust of the royal family and hold the position of Shadow Guard." However, Tam Tran Yi immediately denied his own suspicion, because he had realized that Mo Thu was naturally a member of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan was originally a special guard chosen specifically for the Great Moon Dynasty, with each member undergoing a very rigorous selection process, and even if they made mistakes, they would not be relegated to the Nine Nether realm. As far as I know, the royal family has no bloodline from the Shadow Clan. Anyone who defies that is killed. Why are you wandering in the Nine Nether realm? Hearing these words from Tam Tran Y, Mo Thu was so terrified that he broke out in a sweat and anxiously asked, "How do you know about this? You're here today to kill me, aren't you?" Mo Thu clenched the sword in his hand and shouted,
"I was sent here to test your skills, young swordsman. If you can withstand my strike, then I won't blame anyone else for your death."
"Oh, if you lose your sword and are killed by me, the sect leader probably won't mind, right?" Mo Thu replied, "Well, it depends on whether you have that kind of skill." With that, he launched an attack on Tam Tran Y. Darkness enveloped the space. Countless illusions flickered everywhere, and a group of shadows wielding swords rushed toward Tam Tran Y. He calmly observed them and then commented, "Even heretical martial arts have some interest at this level, but unfortunately I can no longer hope for a swordsmanship path." After saying that, he only needed to glare, and a sharp sword energy shot out from his eyes. It seemed he had no intention of hiding his strength, as all those shadows were cut to pieces by Tam Tran Yi's sword energy. Mo Thu was terrified as he looked at Shen Zhen Yi, even though they had never met before. The gaze of this person contained a terrifying light. It seems that his ability to defeat Wan Quan Zhou in the arena is not just to scratch an itch. Mo Thu said, "I didn't expect you to have cultivated internal qi in the realm of martial arts, but breaking my shadowy sword image won't be easy anymore." The shadows that seemed to have vanished once again converged, more formidable than before, all rushing towards Tam Tran Y with a dramatic flare, while a faint gleam of gold flickered in Tam Tran Y's eyes. In the hazy space of the room, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth dramatically, as if some divine treasure or genius had just appeared. Unfortunately, misjudging the opponent's strength will surely come at a high cost. When Tam Tran Y's sharp sword aura surged forward, Mo Thu quickly realized and fortunately retreated to dodge. He lands safely, while Shan Zhenyi remains completely still, not even bothering to glance at Mushu, still releasing sword aura as he turns. Mushu's hair has already been cut. Obviously, Tam Tran Y held back, just watching a few strands of hair fall slowly. Then he turned around and asked coldly, "Do you still want to try?" Mo Thu stood up and honestly admitted that he couldn't kill Tam Tran Y, so he said, "I still have a long way to go in swordsmanship compared to Tam Tam. I will report this to my lord." Then Mo Thu left using his usual method, but didn't forget to leave a warning. "There are always higher peaks. Young Master Shin-san, please be cautious and careful." Tam Tran Y nodded, thanking Mr. Mo for the reminder. The next morning, when Sohuala's group went to see Tam Tran Y, they learned that he had been attacked by assassins the night before. Sohuala's sweat ran down his face. Why would assassins suddenly target him? Princess Long hurried over, kicked Sohuala aside, and asked anxiously, "Master, there was such a big assassination attempt last night. Why didn't you tell us? Even if we're worried about you, pushing others aside like that is a bit too much." Sohuala crawled up and asked Tam Tran Y, "So you said the person who assassinated you is another Tram Nguyen Phi Thien? So that means it's not someone we know, right?" Tam Tran Y smiled and explained, "The world is divided into layers, and fragments of the heavens and earth fall everywhere. The so-called Nine Netherland truly has thousands and tens of thousands. The people yesterday were all like us, coming from the lowest level shattered worlds, but where he went doesn't seem to be like ours." So, Huala thought seriously for a moment before replying, I understand, but I don't think I quite get it." Looking at So Huala's expression, Princess Long was sure that she didn't understand anything at all. Today's next match would be a confrontation between Tam Tran Y from Qijian Mountain Sect and Uichi Fi from Tai Yet Sect in Central Zhou. Tam Tran Yi said nothing more and stepped straight onto the arena. Before he even reached the stage, he heard his opponent's contemptuous voice. Kijian Mountain Sect, they really don't know where they come from. Watch my 3 moves to send you down from this golden arena. The excited crowd below cheered them on. All right, young Master Ui, go ahead and deal with him. Uichi Kim chanted while channeling energy, saying, I am wasting my time. I will use this move to send you down. A bright flash radiated from the high platform. Danvu Kin sighed in regret. Is this the brilliance of the Tai Yi light? Just superficial shine? His opponent is Shen Zhenyi. If he could obediently fight, he might have been able to hold out a few more moves before exploiting this major flaw in his martial arts. Wow! Dad, the Tayat sect is known as the top among the 8 clans, and Uichi Fi now leading the sect is probably not an ordinary person. Donvu Kin just smiled and replied, You're still too young. Nan Ni, a few days ago, Uichi Fi came to ask the consort to find me, matchmaking to marry you off, and if you like, he will be the one to arrange it. What do you think? Father is overthinking. I just feel he might be able to fight Tom Tron Y. But as for marriage, that's out of the question.
Donvu Kin happily laughed out loud. Haha, my daughter obviously doesn't like him. Donvu Nyan added, People like him. Nan Yi isn't interested.
Seeing Uichi Kim blindly rush to attack Thon Tron Y, Donvu Kin said with a smile, You won't need 3 moves. He'll fall off the golden platform on his own. Then Tran Y remained as calm as ever, merely tilting his body slightly to dodge, causing his opponent to feel terrified. Uichi Kim anxiously thought to himself, What? The Tai Yi Huangguang can both attack and defend. To break through the Tai Yi Huangguang, he must first comprehend the myriad sword clones, yet he can block all directions of my Tai Yi Huianquang. How is that possible? Thum Tran Yi, usually cold and detached, was not immune to discomfort. He suddenly leapt into the air, and before Uichi Kim could react, he was struck squarely in the chest. Uichi Kim's body shot backward, but because the area was filled with light, many couldn't see clearly. The crowd below was only stunned to see someone flying out of the arena, and it was Uichi Kim. How could Uichi Kim lose without breaking through the Tai Yi Xuanguang? Danvu Kin laughed out loud happily. Ha ha ha. This kick is like the horn of a spirit dragon. Nan Ni, look. Father was right. The Tai at Huiyan Quang is said to have no weaknesses, but these thousands of beams of light don't necessarily mean damage. It looks very powerful, but when actually fighting, you'll find the weaknesses of this martial art. Don Vunyan comments that if the emperor fights, Xiechu would likely underestimate the attack of Tai at Huiyan Quang and rely on his strong body to counter it. One move can control the enemy. Dan Vu Kin smiled and said, Yes, but this little guy Shen Zhenyi fights by breaking the enemy, which is even more technical. It looks flawless, but there is still a small flaw. Shen Zhenyi found the gap in Tai Yi Huanguang and took the opportunity to step forward and fight. Without being able to break through Tai at Huin Quang, a single strike could defeat Uichi. Below the arena, the crowd once again gathered around Uichi Kim to discuss. Is young Master Yu already defeated? That can't be true. I bet a large sum on young Master Yu. While Yu Ji Jin was still trembling and trying to get up, that monk quickly approached, taking the opportunity to switch sides and threaten young Master Yu. When leaving the arena, Tai at Huiyan Quang still hadn't been broken. It's clear this can't be considered defeated by Tom Tron Y. I guess young Master Ui Tri was momentarily careless, and something was off when Tai at Huiyan Quang was used, causing it to fall from the arena. Is that correct? Uichi Kim replied, confused. I also don't know why myself. Usually, when I use the Tai at Huiyan Quang, no unexpected accidents ever happen. This time, after using it again, there was a slight cut on the blade. I wonder if it's because my cultivation isn't enough. The monk immediately seized the opportunity to affirm. So it makes sense that no matter how powerful the Tai at Huiyan Quang technique is, young Master Ui Tri, despite his deep cultivation, is still too young, and his true energy remains pure, so repeatedly using Tai at Huiyan Quang would easily cause a backlash. Maybe earlier on the stage it was really because the true Qi fought back, which is why young Master Yu Qi was unfortunately defeated. It's a pity. It's a pity. The monk shook his head with a sigh, then smiled meaningfully and said, This is what you call taking advantage of the situation by Shen Zhenyi. He is truly a cunning and treacherous person, only good at saying such words to extort money from others. At the heavenly Jiaojade Palace, phoenixes soar in the sky, their feathers incredibly beautiful, soft and graceful. Only in a place like this can you witness such magnificent scenes. The Celestial Gown Feast is a high-level banquet held exclusively for the top fighters who have entered the 3rd round of the arena. Also a reward from the Great Moon Dynasty. Members of the royal family possess countless experts, and at least half of the top fighters in the world belong to the imperial court. Even the true cultivators on the 4th level dared not show indifference, all being somewhat polite, even somewhat respectful and flattering. Clearly, Shen Zhenyi was also present here, accompanied by 2 familiar little followers. So Hua La muttered as she walked, "If only we had bet on the 2nd round like Vo Mong Monk said, we would have made a lot more money." Long Princess interrupted, "Even our little savings won't amount to much." "Master, there's no need to rush. Are you saving money to buy wedding items?" So Hua La was so angry he trembled, clearly hit where it hurt and blushing with embarrassment. She turned around to argue with Princess Long, causing a commotion in the corner. Tam Tran Wai watched the scene helplessly and sighed, when suddenly a faint yellow smoke drifted over.
Tonight's banquet is only about martial arts, not about status.
"Everyone, please join us." The others all raised their glasses in toast, except for Tam Tran Wai's group.
Long Quan Chua nudged So Huala and whispered, "Look there, the one next to HD is definitely Princess Nan, the most favored."
Hearing that, So Huala eagerly stepped forward. "I'll go take a look." Well, in a place like this, HD brought her, but not the Crown Prince. This attitude is truly very clear. Princess Long nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is so. In recent years, the name of Princess Nan has become renowned throughout the world, with many saying that HD once intended to pass the throne to this outstanding daughter rather than the Crown Prince. That's why in the world of 8 continents, there's a saying that whoever gains Princess Nan will gain the world. This rumor easily applies to Shin Yi, but unfortunately, he has no interest at all.
Don Vũ Khinh nhìn về phía Thẩm Trần Y, rồi thi thầm với Don Vũ Nhạn. "Nhành nhi, ngụy này là Thẩm Trần Y, không phải ngụy Tâm Thuấn, tên của Thâm Tam Công Tử dùng là danh bạch hữu truyền."
Only when you look closely can you see it. Don Vũ Khinh turned to look at her and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this person?" After a moment of contemplation, Dan Vu Nhan replied, "His internal sword aura is calm and confident, showing the bearing of a master. If given the chance, he will surely have a bright future." Dan Vu Khinh smiled and said, "He's still young and accomplished so much. Anyone with eyes can see he will definitely have a promising future. There's no need to say more. I just want to ask you, how should this person be treated?" Don Vu Nhan immediately understood the meaning. She clenched her fists and said seriously, "You can use him if it benefits you, but you must not force him to the point of killing him." She silently looked at her father. Don Vu Khinh only smiled, but within that smile there was the aura of a king. Don Vu Nhan felt a bit anxious and scared. However, Dan Vu Khinh simply gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Your words are only half correct." That night after Yen Tiep finished, everyone returned to their own places. Princess Long stretched and sighed. "Finally, the heavenly Jiao feast has ended. I never expected to meet so many experts of the 8 clans today." So Huala nodded in agreement. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I wouldn't believe there could be a powerhouse in this world capable of wielding 3 swords at once." Princess Long nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders, and it seems we still have a long road ahead. It looks like I need to focus on training more when I get back." While the 2 of them excitedly discussed, Shen Yi remained silent, lost in thought on the way back. Seeing this, Princess Long turned back and asked, "Master, what are you thinking about?" So Huala also looked at him curiously. Tam Tran Wai replied, "Nothing. Just a moment when HD saw me and revealed his intention to kill me." So Huala exclaimed in shock, "What? HD wants to kill the master, and you say it's nothing?" Princess Long worriedly said, "Master, HD of the Great Moon Dynasty is the #1 expert in the world at the 9th level of the true martial arts realm. If he wants to kill someone, then Tam Tran Wai just smiled and said, he usually hides himself very well, only revealing a little in a moment." Tam Tran Yi said casually, as if he could handle even Vu Qin's case with one eye, while Dan Vu Nhan showed no hostility towards him. After hearing that, So Huala somehow pulled out a pair of sunglasses, looking mysterious as he concluded, could it be that because the princess liked the master, HD was furious and wanted to kill to vent his anger? Wow. Tham Tranai is ruthless, standing stunned for a few seconds before her disciple's reasoning. This disciple of his really always knows how to leave him speechless. Zhen Yen approached, patted Suo Huala on the head, and said with a smile, "Stop talking nonsense." But inside, he still felt that today's situation was indeed a bit strange. It is normal for the royal family of World B to worry about the rise of an individual affecting their power. But the royal family now controls all of Batutu's resources and countless elite troops, so they shouldn't have to be afraid. If they are truly afraid of the rise of martial arts, why do they still organize the 9 Heaven Sky Arena? All right, let's go back quickly. Your training today is not finished yet. Tham Trinai smiled and said. So Hua La was stunned. She looked at him and asked, Is it true, Master, that I still have to train today?
Tham Trini reminds her, I heard you clearly say earlier that you would focus on training after returning. So Hua La explains, but today is not an unusual day.
The next morning, at Tam Tran Wu's resting place, So Hua La woke up looking extremely dissatisfied and annoyed. Her hair is still uncombed and hilariously messy, and Vomong keeps jumping around, trying not to laugh. So Hua La impatiently says, Just laugh if you want. Hearing that, Vomong burst into laughter, saying, Soko Nuong, your look makes me laugh to death. At this moment, Long Quan Chua entered from outside, smiling and saying, I hope the great monk isn't laughing at me. Hua La just spent the whole night in anger to complete yesterday's training, and now she's a bit tired. I see, so that's how it is. Miss So is diligent, and her dedication to cultivation impresses me greatly. Shen Jinyu sipped his tea and said, Get to the main point. Vomong rubbed her head and said, Sorry, I almost forgot the main thing. The draw results for today's arena match have already been decided. So Hua La eagerly asked, So who is the opponent for my master this round? Vomong smiled and replied, I'm afraid I've disappointed Miss So. Young Master Tham Tam is truly lucky. This arena match is left blank.
Now everyone outside is calling young Master Shan a lucky guy.
As he spoke, he rubbed the tips of his fingers together. This time, I, the monk, don't need to worry anymore. The odds of Tam Tam Kong Tu's luck increasing will no longer go up. On the 5th day of the 9 Heavens Heavenly Duel, the crowd was noisy once again. I heard that today's match features the poison sect Von Than Vong, the strongest person known for over 3,000 years. I heard he always uses strange poisons and has encountered a fortuitous opportunity to cultivate a body of poison techniques that terrify many people. Poison Lotus, mysterious heaven within 10 meters can easily take a life. I heard that at first he only relied on his own strength and his poison technique to break through tens of thousands of brave cavalry, but he never fought fiercely. Just a light pass, and those cavalry in the mortal realm died without a clear cause. He can be called one of the top masters in the bee cultivation world, the most ruthless slaughterer, and one of the most terrifying people. Tam Tran Wai was just unlucky to meet him 8 lifetimes in a row, better to surrender early. Otherwise, even if he survives, he would be bedridden for months. While the crowd was still excitedly discussing, believing that Shen Zhenyi's foundation couldn't compare to his opponents, and that stubbornly refusing to admit defeat would only lead to death with no burial place, Wu Meng suddenly knelt down. That's right. If the true qi can't suppress the poison, then even if you try to get the antidote in time, it will be too late.
Vomong knelt down and shouted loudly, Third young master, please don't be reckless. This poison master is fierce. Don't fight him.
He said that, then very professionally pulled an onion out of his sleeve, took a bite, tears streaming down his face. He wailed loudly, losing to others meant losing, but fighting this person meant losing your life.
He cried so dramatically that So Hua La looked on helplessly. This guy really can do anything.
Princess Long quietly smiled to herself as others watched and whispered, believing he was a loyal servant, sincerely advising his master to choose the safe path. But unfortunately, young and reckless, Tam Tran Wai would never listen to this monk. This time Tam Tran Yi is definitely going to lose. I wonder if he can keep his life. The outcome is also quite good. Tham Trinai turned to smile and said to Vomong, who was clutching his leg and crying, All right, I'll go on stage first. Vomong cooperated very well, weakly reaching out to Tam Tran Wai, sobbing, Tam Kong Tu, don't get too excited. Seeing Vomong crying so desperately, So Hua La felt embarrassed for him. Monk, you're overdoing it a bit. My chaos means that everyone who bet on third young master will lose everything. Now everyone is betting on the poison sect Van Thon Vang. Guys, if you value your life, you should give up early. After these 16 strongest, you will have the right to enter the chaotic secret realm. So why do you want to seek death here? Tam Tran Wai replied calmly with a smile. Go ahead, Dao Sect. I can handle everything. Van Thon Vang sneered coldly and boasted, Under my poison lotus mysterious heaven, countless renowned experts have died, but can someone like you, a junior who ascended in less than 10 years, withstand even a fraction of my power? Tham Tran Wai calmly replied, Your poison lotus. Mysterious heaven, unless it's because you obtained the Yin La White Lotus, which greatly increased its power, but this poison is uncontrollable by you and even affects your mind, causing unpredictable emotions and a savage temper. How long have you had the Yin La White Lotus? How many people have you killed? Van Than Vang smirked and said, No thousands, just hundreds. And who cares about that? Tham Trini frowned, but there are innocent people.
Women, the elderly, the weak. Van Thon Vang looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. It's already done. What does it matter if they are innocent or not? Whether they have martial skills or not has nothing to do with me today. I'm in a bad mood. I've already killed people from an entire town. Why should I care? Why?
Wumong clasped her hands together and chanted, Amitabha Buddha! Then it's good. You can rest assured and go die now.
The Huiyantian poison lotus is the only martial art technique of the poison sect in the 8-prison world. The cultivation process requires using the most toxic objects in the world, refining them until every fiber and hair on the body becomes more poisonous than those objects.
Legend has it that the black lotus of the underworld grew in a lake in the underworld, accumulating tens of thousands of deadly poisons and earning the title of the divine poison. When he was young, Van Thon Vang accidentally obtained this object, which caused his strength to soar and made him a sect master, causing warriors across the world to fear his name. After hearing Tam Tran Wai say he was ready to die, he burst into laughter. Maybe because he had been on top for too long, he never thought a junior could kill him. He covered his mouth and laughed, then asked, Hey kid, when the grass grows long on your grave, I still won't be dead. If you talk so arrogantly, then get ready to accept a tragic outcome. The Huiyantian poison just declared, releasing deadly toxins toward Tam Tran Wai, and already resorted to a secret technique. It seems that Van Thon Vang truly intends to kill Lord Tam Tam. Tham Tran Yi's two little tails, usually worried about him, seem to be unnecessary this time, as he remains calm and composed despite being enveloped by the poison. A faint glow appeared around him. It was his protective true energy. Tham Tran Wai frowned and said, Cowardly. As he finished speaking, he unleashed a surge of sword energy from his hand, piercing through the poison layer. The sword energy was incredibly sharp, and this little toxin could not stop it. The sword energy gradually transformed into the shape of an eagle soaring through the sky, charging straight into the cloud of toxic gas without hesitation. Amidst the purple fog of poison, a blue figure swiftly passes by, flashes of blue and purple light intertwining. Immediately after, a stream of bright red blood spurts out, toxins surge forth, and then everything falls silent. Princess Long stared in astonishment at the object flying out from the poison cloud, examining it closely as the toxic layer covering it gradually disappeared, leaving only her wide, purple eyes filled with shock. He really died without even having time to yawn. This is the head of the poison sect 10,000, gods returning, cut off by a sword from young Master Shensan. No one understood what just happened. They couldn't see clearly how he drew and sheathed his sword. Where is his sword? How could there be such a fast sword technique? Did he draw his sword from inside his shirt? Is this the hidden sword technique in the 12 Swords Pavilion's shirt pocket? So Hoala eagerly reached out to touch that head. Is this not old age? Old? Seeing her actions, Wumong was startled and quickly grabbed the young girl, pushing So Hoala back and saying, Miss So, quickly retreat. Sure enough, the poison continued to pour out from Van Than Vang's head, and the toxic fumes rose into the sky, leaving everyone puzzled about what it was. By chance, a pair of birds flying by became test subjects, and one bird that just arrived fell dead. Even the dust and smoke after corrosion can kill flying creatures with poison. It's truly terrifying. People can't help but shiver as they wonder how deadly this blood truly is. Van Than Vang's head gradually disintegrates. Flesh and skin decay completely, leaving only a cracking skull as the poison spreads further. At this moment, the crowd finally realized and hurriedly fled. Wumong waved his hand and said, Amitabha, leave this to me. Then, with both hands forming seals, a stream of golden light appeared, blending with the purple of the poison, as the purple hue seemed to be drawn in by the golden radiance of the Buddhist realm, and ultimately shattered by that very light. Seeing that, So Huala praised with admiration. Venerable monk, you're truly impressive. The monk touched his bald head and humbly said, You're flattering me. You're flattering me. Then he looked towards Shen Zhenyi on the arena, secretly thinking that the hidden sword technique in the 12 Swords Pavilion's young master's pocket, which the third young master just used, truly invites many interpretations. However, what he used was a sword that wasn't really a sword. Tham Tran Wai looked at Van Thon Vang's lifeless body in front of him and coldly said, He's too naive. In the palace, Dan Vu Kin and Dan Vu Nhan were resting when they heard this news. The wineglass in Dan Vu Kin's hand slipped and shattered on the ground. The old man shouted in anger, so that's why Zhang Zhenyi could suddenly rise to power, because the 12th Sword Hall was backing him up. Don Vu Nhan slightly furrowed his brow and replied, That's right, the 12 Swords Tower was once a powerful force in the far north. After the appearance of Qijian Mountain Villa in the south, it has risen strongly over the past 10 years and become a regional overlord. Dan Vu Kin gritted his teeth and snorted, Tham Trong Son is truly a cunning old fox. Even after losing his eldest son, he still cannot shake his unyielding will. His failure at Fanglei City is not enough to make him retreat. The truly experienced who haven't died yet are often the ones who turn into enemies. So annoying. Seeing her father so agitated, Dan Vun Han felt a bit cautious and uncomfortable, as if something was bothering her about him. Another day has passed, and at the small courtyard where Tum Tranai is resting, a man bows before him and humbly says, I, Yip Chung Mook, was deceived by outsiders and believed their words. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, young Master Tham. So Huala curiously peeks in and asks, why did this guy, who was drunk and cursing his master last night, come here to apologize today? Princess Long replied, I heard he was eliminated in the first round, and the fact that his master easily finished off an enemy with a single sword probably made him realize his evil intentions. Now, he probably wants to come here to make peace and atone for his mistakes.
Vomong also poked her head in and said with a smile, the Zhongyuan Saber Sect is very good at making connections. Having wide relationships is the only way to stay strong at a high position. This young Master Ngu is naturally no exception.
Now that he knows the true strength of the third young master, how could he pass up this opportunity? So Hoala nodded in agreement and said, exactly, that makes a lot of sense.
After saying that, the three of them continued to silently observe what was happening inside the room.
Tam Tran Ai only nodded and smiled at Not Diep Trung Mook's apology, before asking, if you are blind, why bother associating with each other?
Hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel confused, completely unable to guess what Tam Tran Wai meant. Whether angry or not, his words seemed to carry blame, but his expression was strangely calm.
I have been thinking for a while and can only force a smile and reply, we have been staying together in the same inn these days, so we should have become friends long ago. Today, I come here to invite third young master Tim after the Nine Heavens Celestial Duel tournament ends. Please come visit our Central UN Sword Sect. I will definitely host you well.
Thamtran Yi raised his hand to stop him and said, no need to worry about the young master. That name says it all. If there's time in the future, I will visit Zhongyuan Dao Sect once. Hearing this, he understood it was best not to stay any longer and quickly took his leave. As soon as he left the courtyard, he couldn't help but marvel at the encounter just now. Tham Chan Wai's character is truly mysterious. I really am a frog at the bottom of a well. Today's encounter with such a remarkable person was truly unpredictable. Luckily, I had no ill intentions from the start. However, I immediately sensed that something was strange. Why does the more I think about it, the more I feel that Tham Chan Wai's appearance is truly elusive? Could it be like what my father once said? Only the great Grand Master possesses the Cloud Dragon statue, which is a dragon hidden in the clouds, seen only from the head or the tail, never the whole. As soon as he leaves, Sohuala's people excitedly rush into the room to report. Princess Long smiled and said, Master Wu Meng has arrived. Wu Meng waved and greeted, then smiled and said,
Congratulations, young Master Shen, luck has come again.
Your next opponent withdrew due to a severe injury.
You have successfully entered the top 4, and the prize money of 100,000 gold coins from earlier matches has increased to 300 or 400.
So Huala pouted and said, if there's that much money, monk, I really worry you might run off with it all. Vo Mong chuckled and replied, so girl, you're joking. This little amount of money isn't worth my notice.
If we can manage to take the first place, we could win hundreds of millions, as easy as turning over a hand.
But Vo Mong hesitated, his expression somewhat hard to read. Master Tham, why didn't you tell me you have another enemy?
Thamtran Ai asked, who is the enemy?
Honestly, Thamtran Ai was a bit confused.
Does he really have so many enemies?
Vo Mong shook her head and sighed, saying, maybe the enemy of your ancestor. As soon as Tom Mong Thien of the 12-Sword Pavilion is mentioned, this person seems to go crazy.
I heard he declared on the arena that he would do his best to kill the person. Princess Long pondered.
This ancestor's guard still affects the younger generation, which makes no sense at all.
Vo Mong nodded with a smile and said, that's right, it's not easy to get this far. If third young master loses, we'll be at a loss. Sora Huala was shocked and shouted, wait, monk, have you already bet all the money?
I bet everything I have on Master Third to take the top spot.
If the master loses, won't they all go bankrupt? This disciple really doesn't trust in Tam Chan Wai's strength or the main character's aura at all. Meanwhile, Tam Chan Ai remained expressionless and simply asked who this person was. Vo Mong replied, this is the sect master of Thanmuk Sect, 9th Kai. Since that's the case, he can be considered to have a grudge against the ancestor as well. I will avenge my ancestor and punish him a little. Vo Mong shook his head and said, you make it sound easy. This person is not like your previous opponents. The Thanmuk sect is also considered one of the 8 sects of the world, not based on their own strength, but on the power of a master from outside. The Thanmuk sect has a bloodline inheritance, and the families of Menkuki can all sense the fierce brutality of Thanmuk.
Relying solely on individual strategies, the power of Menkuki still surpasses Tam Trongson Antien Sat. If it comes to sectarian battles, Thanmuk Tong might not necessarily defeat Thap Nyi Kiem Lao. In a one-on-one duel on the arena, Menkuki has too many advantages.
Thamtran Yi asked Luke Thanmuk about it, and Vomong pointed to his own eyes and said, "It's nothing special.
Just eyes that are naturally like Jade, capable of containing sword energy inside."
Your family's ancestor created a terrifying kind of sword energy that kills with the eyes.
Thamtran Y nodded and said, "I see it's you, not real or fake eyes. That phrase is a bit new."
The so-called bloodline of the clear eye is just the weakest part of the eye that has been modified.
It is a technique that can store sword energy. This blue eye is not a symbol of bloodline superiority, but a sign of eye injury.
Maybe hiding sword energy in the eyes can be very powerful, but the stronger the sword energy, the harder the eyeball can endure. In the end, the eye will either explode or go blind, so they give up practicing sword energy.
Vomong smiled and said, "You sound just like a friend of mine from before, with many words that others wouldn't understand."
Tamtran Y smiled and replied, "You're also very similar to a friend of mine. In the end, don't worry, I'll handle this myself."
At the 12 Sword Pavilion, the Earth First Sword Pavilion, news of Tamtran Y's upcoming confrontation with Tam Mung Thien's enemy had also reached Tam Trong Sun. The old man could only sigh and ask, did he really say that? It seems that Tamtran Y has sent a message with a flying sword. Then Elder Nak immediately conveyed Tam Trong Son's words to him, but he didn't bother to listen and just told Elder Nak to pass on the 8 words.
"Good fellow, no need to worry, I will win."
Nevertheless, they couldn't help but feel worried. Tham Trong Sun furrowed his brows and spoke with a worried tone. His swordsmanship has reached a divine level, but does he have enough true energy to sustain it? He can suppress ordinary opponents with extraordinary sword skills, but this green wood power is something else entirely. It can break all sword techniques in this world, and is his nemesis. Initially, Tham Mong Thien was defeated and killed that old man's relatives, forcing him to become an enemy of the 12 Swords Pavilion. Now, everyone knows that Shen Tranyi is actually the successor of Shen Mengtian, and at that point, the old man's fate will surely be to kill him. I really don't know whether to admire his confidence or worry that he doesn't know his limits. Here at the Nine Heavens Heavenly Duel, the 4 strong men quickly begin their match. With his usual demeanor, Tam Tranyi clasped his hands behind his back and calmly stepped onto the arena. At the same time, Dan Vu Kin also arrived at his observation spot, his face heavy with sorrow, as if he didn't wish for Tam Tran Y to win. Dan Vu Nhan stepped closer and asked, "Father, although Tam Tran Y's swordsmanship has reached the wonderful realm, the Thanmuk power is known as the ultimate sword technique that can break through the heavens. Changing sword moves in front of him is useless, so isn't the outcome already clear?" Hearing his daughter say that, Dan Vu Kin showed obvious contempt and said, "The world's swordsmanship is just bragging by people in the Thanmuk sect. Thanmuk's power can make the opponent's aura and energy flow, making it easier to see through the meaning of their moves. But honestly, it's nothing special. When a martial artist reaches a certain level, it's natural to see through weaker opponents' moves. But if they face someone beyond their own strength, Thanmuk Chiluk might not be enough to handle it. People in Thanmuk sect just boast about it as a treasure, but it's not really that impressive." After hearing that, Don Vu Nan concluded that maybe Tam Tran Y would win. Don Vu Kin turned and asked, "Why is that?" "My daughter hopes he will win, right?" Don Vu Nan hesitated for a moment and then replied, "It's just that father said Thanmuk Chiluk only looks impressive on the surface, so I was just curious." Don Vu Kin let out a meaningful "yo" and smiled as he stared intently at his daughter, as if pondering something. Facing her father's gaze, Don Vu Han felt a bit pressured and dared not look directly at him. Don Vu Kin smiled again, turned his gaze toward the arena, and said, "You understand well enough now. Even if they are outstanding, they are ultimately not like our royal family. Don't misunderstand. I see you as my heir, so you must never let me down." Standing behind her father, Don Vu Nhan obediently responded, but she bit her lip and frowned, showing clear discomfort. On the arena, Men Kuki also stepped up, narrowing his emerald eyes and looking at Tam Tran Y, then asked, "Itsit, are you surnamed Tam? All the Thames deserve it to die. Put an end to yourself now in front of me, and I will preserve your body. So then just wait to pick up your own corpse. After finishing his words, he gathered his energy and charged at Tam Chan Wai to attack. But as Tam Chan Wai turned around, he saw Men Kuki's hand already reaching down to grab his shoulder from behind. He slightly furrowed his brow, his body reacting instantly. He retreated with incredible speed, and Kuki only managed to grasp a fleeting shadow. The old man looked quite surprised that Tam Chan Wai could dodge this move. Tam Chan Wai still clasped his hands behind his back, looking relaxed, but his face had become a bit serious. How many people do you have to kill to master such martial arts? I already told you, the Tem family only needs to learn martial arts. I won't let any of them go. You rely on the power of the clear eye to harm countless people. Today, I will not kill you, only take your eyes. The miasma of death spreads wider and wider, and the Yu Min demon claw seems capable of taking lives at any moment. He sneered and said, "My eyeball is right here." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the old man released the corrupt aura to cover the entire arena, surrounding Tam Chan Wai. Tam Chan Wai looked up to observe the situation, and the ninth life responded, "Kid, let me see what skills you have that can hurt me." The Yu Min demon claw reached its extreme transformation. The deathly abyssal claw reaches out to kill Tam Chan Wai as the old man has done to countless others, but Tam Chan Wai shows no emotion, standing silently and coldly watching the approaching underworld demon claw. On the arena, the underworld demon claw almost obscures everything, leaving only two blurry figures that are indistinguishable. Don Vu Kin turned to Don Vu Nyan and said, "You can't underestimate these old folks. They clearly have flaws in their cultivation technique, but he has endured hundreds of years of harsh training and managed to combine the power of the clear muck and refine the underworld demon claw to this level. Is this move very powerful?" Don Vu Kin explained, "Until you reach the peak of the true martial artist realm, it's hard to understand the changes of the mind and spirit. Now he has reached the infinite unity of mind and spirit of the ninth realm of the true human stage. Although this fragile barrier will never be pierced, the deathly purge technique already shows some signs of potential. Remember this well. Only by understanding the martial arts of the mind and spirit can one harness the power of heaven and earth and truly reach the ninth realm of the martial way. Currently, except for the Batu transforming into the spirit king of the Baitu world, other major sects still keep their secrets and have not yet mastered the true martial arts of the mind and spirit. To break through the ninth level of the true person stage, one must rely on their own perception and enlightenment. I used to think that the Thanmuk sect, lost in the power of their flawed bloodlines, would never improve or have a chance to advance. But now, even this 9-lived old demon can comprehend such a realm. Those sects should not be underestimated. After hearing this, Dan Vunan stepped forward, looked down at the lay platform with concern, and asked, "So can Tam Tran I resist?" Dan Vu Kin was momentarily displeased, but quickly adjusted his attitude and explained, "The ultimate non-divine martial way is no longer anything. Tham Tran Ai's swordsmanship is extremely exquisite, but it cannot erase this top-tier martial arts realm. Under Tich Dai at Huang Tuyen, he will surely die." This statement made Don Vunan feel extremely sad and regretful. That young man as white as snow, could he really have to die like this? Inside Men Kuki's mental space, Tam Tran Ai remains calm as he dodges, sometimes moving to this side, sometimes slipping past that spot, appearing relaxed as if strolling rather than facing Tu Cook. Suddenly, U Min's fog gathers and attacks him from multiple directions. Tham Chan Yi quickly made a decision, leaping into the air just in time to avoid Men Kuki's deadly attack. Veins bulged around Men Kuki's forehead. The old man grits his teeth and continues to control the Yu Min miasma. On the surface, he clearly holds the advantage, but his appearance reveals he's struggling. The Yu Min fog once again enveloped Tam Tran Wai. This time, he no longer dodged, but chose to face it, reaching out his hand. Spiritual energy around him gradually condensed into a sword with ease. Tham Tran Yi smoothly slips past the Yu Min fog, sometimes using his sword to defend, as if dancing casually. He gently steps onto the void ground as if something beneath his feet has just sprung up. Tham Tran Yi looked around and nodded in approval. "All right, let's do it that way." His gaze turned to Men Kuki. Men Kuki shouted, "Not yet over." After finishing, the old stubborn man continued to attack Shen Zhenyi. Shen Zhenyi clenched his sword tightly, and Men Kuki roared as he charged at him, determined to keep his promise. "The Shen family must all die, especially your descendant Shen Meng Tian." On the arena, despite the fierce battle inside, the outside atmosphere was even more exaggerated, and it seemed as if sword energy was escaping from the U Min fog. The blue light blended with the U Min fog, but those below had no idea what was happening. They whispered in confusion. Cracks appeared on the demon weapon,
revealing that Tam Tran Y was no longer playing around but directly attacking the vital points of the demon weapon. Men Kuki spat out a large mouthful of blood. It seemed it had been a long time since he was last beaten to this extent. His hand, wielding the Yumin demon claw, was also covered in blood, with purple fingertips and a chilling aura of blood as if it had been crippled. Men Kuki's Umin demon blade has been shattered, fresh blood pouring onto the ground, and this hand probably can't be kept anymore. At that moment, Tam Tran Y calmly stepped out from inside the Yumin demon blade, wielding a long sword in his hand. He tightened his grip on the sword, his body shot forward like an arrow, stabbing straight at Men Kuki. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if mocking his opponent. Seeing the sword rushing toward him, Kuki clutched his crippled arm and still shouted, "You little brat, how dare you!" But it was already too late. Tam Tran Y's sword was getting closer to the old man's emerald eyes.
A flash of fear crossed Men Kuki's heart. In that moment, the sword stopped right before his eyes, and he felt the taste of defeat. The sword's energy strikes entering his eyes and spreading through his body. Tam Tran Y calmly says, "I told you I would take your eyes." 2 streams of red blood flowed down from the eye sockets of Men Kuki as he closed his eyes tightly, clutching his face and screaming in agony. The anguished cry echoed throughout the arena, and surely Men Kuki never expected that one day he would be deprived of his eyes. In the observation area above, Dan Vu Qin was so agitated that he crushed the railing without realizing it. With just one sword, Shen Zhenyi shattered the mental strength that Ming Juqi had painstakingly cultivated. Could someone who has reached the threshold of the 9th stage of the immortal realm of martial arts really exist? How could there be such a young 9th stage martial immortal? How can the speed of cultivation be this fast? Don Vunyan was startled and looked at Don Vu Qin, who was now so agitated that his true energy was exposed. Don Vu Qin gritted his teeth and said, "Tam Tran Y, you are filled with murderous intent." Don Vunyan secretly worried. This is the first time I have seen my father like this. For a moment, she suddenly wondered if things would have been better if Tam Tran Y had died under the Yumin demon claw earlier. In over 3,000 years, nothing like this earth-shattering had ever happened. A member of the Thanmuk sect had their eyes destroyed by someone's sword energy, which sounded unbelievable, and the one responsible was Tam Tran Y, a young man who had only been here less than 5 years. How could that be? Below the golden platform, tens of thousands of martial artists shouted in shock. This kid came to cut the moon, but he's only about 15 or 16. Could he have already reached the 9th level of the true person realm? Even the purest bloodline of the royal family, nurtured with the best resources, must endure 100 years of hard cultivation to surpass this threshold and qualify as a candidate for the throne. Is Shen Zhenyi perhaps too extraordinary? Someone suddenly realized that if what was said was true, then Shen Zhenyi had already reached the 9th stage of the true human realm and could be appointed as a prince candidate. As soon as this was said, the crowd became even more agitated. A person who knows the inside story said, "If the current emperor passes away, he might still inherit the throne." Inheriting the throne is an unprecedented major event in the 3 worlds. The Great Moon Dynasty indeed has this rule. Even without royal blood, once reaching the 9th stage of the mortal realm, one can be granted the title of crown prince and become the heir to the throne. But in the past, those who broke through to the 9th stage were all weakened, their lifespans exhausted, and the reigning emperor was no longer of any use. Someone nodded in agreement, and Ngudai Thiu said it made sense. But now Tam Tam Kong Tu is different. He's much younger than Nan Kong Chua, so if he truly broke through to the 9th stage of the core person realm, wouldn't that make his claim to the throne too high? However, first he still needs to confirm whether he has truly reached the 9th stage of the foundational realm.
Regarding the succession, Shen Zhenyi remains at the bottom.
Your Majesty the Emperor is still youthful. If Lord Tam accumulates power over 100 years, he might have a chance. But young Master Thom is about to enter the chaotic secret realm for cultivation, and no one knows how many years that will take. The monks below are unaware of the Emperor's expression and continue their lively discussion. Indeed, the talent of 3rd young Master Shen might not be a big issue, so there's nothing to worry about regarding the throne. Someone below remembered the purpose of this arena and spoke up. After hearing this, the Emperor's expression gradually softened and his hand relaxed. Don Vunyan felt the tense atmosphere around her gradually dissipate, and the heavy weight in her heart was lifted. At least Dan Vu Qin's murderous intent had temporarily disappeared, but as for Tam Tran Y, she looked toward the arena, where amidst a bright glow, only his white figure, whiter than snow, stood there, hazy and unclear. He had won, but that didn't mean the Emperor would spare him. She silently reminded herself to be careful. As soon as Tam Tranui left the golden platform, So Hua La and Princess Long arrived to meet him. The Vomung monk suddenly appeared, grinning triumphantly as he congratulated Tam Tam for reaching the finals. Tam Tranui calmly smiled and replied, "Let's celebrate together." This attitude of Tam Tranui shows he doesn't take this arena seriously at all. Then congratulations to young Master Shan-san in advance, because you will be the one to stand at the top. At this moment, Suo Huolam finally remembered that her master had only reached the finals. She tugged on Princess Long's sleeve and asked, "Little Long person, who is my master's final opponent?" It seems to be a mysterious figure, whom their master will definitely defeat no matter who the opponent is. That's why people paid less attention to him. Compared to Shen Zhenyi's relaxed journey straight to the present, he was even more overshadowed. Hearing that, So Huola concluded, "Master, the two of them fighting for first place might be unexpected for many, but this mysterious guest has not been an ordinary figure. Mr. appearing regularly for nearly 200 years. Princess Long suddenly remembered and recounted an old story, saying that he had challenged the elders and sect masters of the sect, making him a hidden expert of great power. So Huola exclaimed in surprise, "That guest is indeed so formidable." Tham Tran Yi glanced at Wu Meng standing behind him, nodded slightly, then turned to ask, "What do you think the battle tomorrow will be like?" Wu Meng smiled flatteringly. If the guest from Yuan Dian encounters someone else, there might be a chance to win. But if it's Tam Tam Kong too, he will likely be at a disadvantage. Tam Tran Yi has given him quite a bit of money, so his attitude is understandable. After hearing this, Tam Tran Yi simply nodded slightly, said nothing more, and left with everyone. A few days later, at a guest house, Truong Hung Vien was sitting drinking tea. Hearing the news brought by Vo Uk, he gasped in shock, almost spitting out his drink, then stood up excitedly and asked, "The Emperor has confirmed that Lord Third of the Tem family has reached the 9th realm of the true person stage, received a heavy reward and the title of Heavenly Sword Marquis, confirming he is qualified to inherit the throne." This is truly great news. It seems that in the future the world might belong to the Tamp family. Vo Uk smiled and said yes, moreover, His Majesty even wants to personally deliver the imperial decree into the hands of young Master Tom. He used to be hostile and hateful, but now seeing him strong and smiling like this, Vo Uk continued, "The last time at Chi Jian Mountain Villa, a big misunderstanding happened, and now I don't know how to meet the young master, so I can only ask Brother Truong for help." Trung Hung Vien scoffed arrogantly, grinning confidently. "It's no problem at all. Young Master Tham is not a narrow-minded person." Just then, a group of cultivators passing by the room were lively discussing how Tam Tran Wai had just been promoted to Marquis by the imperial candidate. So what if he is the Marquis of the imperial selection? He still isn't the top contender in the Nine Heavens battle arena. If he gets disqualified tomorrow just like Kuki's fate, this Marquis of the imperial selection might be the earliest to die in history. Although the royal family has confirmed he is at the 9th stage of the true person realm, his opponent is no ordinary rival. Another person chuckled and said, "Isn't that right? I heard this actor has been fighting various sects over the past 100 years. Some in the sect have already said that he has comprehended the truth of martial arts and entered the 9th stage of the true person realm, but he keeps it secret. But with such a big matter, how could the imperial court of the Great Moon hide it? Therefore, some have even speculated that the performer might actually be someone from the royal family. Even if not, they are at least a prince or a trusted high official whom the emperor relies on. Otherwise, why could that person freely move around in the world of Ba Tu to test the strength of various sects?" So Hoala happened to overhear their conversation while leaning out the window watching the clouds. Then she immediately turned back and asked, "Master, does the royal family sometimes send assassins to kill during the finals to prevent you from threatening Princess Yan's position? After all, they have sent assassins before." "Now people are saying that your age and martial skills are superior to Princess Nan. If the emperor passes away, Princess Nan will be very humiliated." Tham Trinai didn't even lift his head, calmly drinking tea and reading a book, casually replying, "It won't happen." So Hoala always listens to nonsense, always keeping trivial matters in his mind. So when Shen Zhen Yi replied, she countered, making it hard to say. Within the royal family, these people are willing to kill each other for a throne, committing all kinds of heinous acts. But master, even though you are a chosen prince, you are still just an outsider. Who knows if they will act cruelly against you? Didn't you say before that the emperor had murderous intent towards you? Is it because of did he at that time see through that the master had already reached the 9th level of the true person stage? At this moment, Shen Zhenyi put down the book, shook his head coldly and said, "It won't happen. Even if he's Danvu Kin, he can't see through my cultivation. Where does his murderous aura come from? I don't understand it for now. But in tomorrow's battle, the royal family definitely won't have a chance to intervene because the guest performer is definitely not a member of the royal family and has nothing to do with the Great Moon Dynasty. Although So Hua La was somewhat doubtful, hearing her master's confident tone, she could only trust him. The next day, the final match of the tournament finally took place. Around the arena floating high above, whether participants or spectators, everyone could come here to observe the final match easily. Even Mothu was standing in a corner, watching the battle. As for the celestial Jiao Jade Palace, the yellow mist that covered everything the day before has disappeared, and this time the royal family's people are openly observing the final match. This battle is likely to be a fierce clash between dragons and tigers, as both sides could be 9th-tier true immortals, so the spectators hope to learn something from it. Shen Jityu appeared early on the arena, remaining calm with half-closed eyes, waiting patiently. Suo Huola grew a bit impatient, seeing her master standing alone on the arena for so long. She muttered,
Really, everyone says that the guest with the monkey face is a 9th-level expert of the true immortal realm, so why hasn't he appeared yet? My master has been waiting all day.
Princess Long nodded in agreement and said,
That's right. Something this big can't be a joke. At least they should show themselves a little.
Sor Huala's eyes suddenly lit up, and a silly idea came to her mind. She looked at Princess Long and asked, Do you think this guy feels he's no match for the master, and that's why he's not coming? Princess Long smiled and replied, Probably not. If he hasn't appeared by now, it means he's forfeited without a fight. For a master like that, it's a huge insult. Below the arena, everyone couldn't help but whisper and discuss, but Shen Zhenyi paid no attention, as if he hadn't heard anything. Lord, the time is almost up.
If the guest still doesn't arrive, do you want to wait until the deadline or declare yourself the leader of the 9 Heavens mystical duel now?
At this moment, Tam Chan-ai slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Vo-uk, casually swept over the noisy crowd behind him, and calmly declared, He will definitely come. Vo-uk was slightly startled, secretly thinking he didn't expect young Master Tam to have such confidence in that guest. Could this be a connection between the experts? Since Tam Tran-wai said so, Vo-uk naturally stepped back. Tham Tran-yi continued to wait as time grew shorter. Just as the sun reached noon, a loud laugh echoed from the horizon.
Ha ha ha! A man in full golden armor soared in, shouting loudly, The 9 Heavens Divine Arena's duel is just that, a mere contest.
If two outstanding talents cannot compete against each other, then it truly is a pity. This person speaks so boldly, arriving late, but still so proud. However, his words carried a hint of respect for Tam Tran-wai, completely different from those who had no regard for the heavens before. The mysterious guest is the legendary expert who has shaken the world of the 8 cultivations for nearly 100 years. As soon as everyone saw him, they shouted in unison, Vian Dien will win. People are already discussing. Everyone is saying that if he really wins, he will be granted the title of Crown Prince's Marquis. The 9 Heavens Divine Arena has never seen 2 such young Crown Prince's Marquises appear at the same time. Truly a once-in-a-millennium event. Tham Tran-yi paid no attention to the cheers around him, and only looked at the visitor casually saying, You have finally arrived. This tone suggests he already knows who his opponent is. Did you really think I didn't know who you are? I thought I could still hide from you and have a proper fight with you on this arena. But it seems that's no longer possible. The guest from Yuan Mayan reached out toward the mask as if to take it off. The person below shouted in alarm, What? Is the visitor in a mask actually planning to reveal his true face? Tam Tran-wai said coldly, If you want to fight, no problem. The mask removal gesture of the visitor pauses. He swings his hand toward Shen Tran-yi and decisively laughs out loud. Well done on this arena. If you can't learn from 3rd young Master Shen's swordsmanship, it would be truly a pity. Of course, since it has come to this, I will be the one to step forward boldly. Tham Tran-ai, with one hand behind his back and the other extended to invite the guest to fight, his expression grew even more grim on the Tianjiao Jade Palace. The old man leaned forward and slammed his hand on the wooden table. Do they know each other? Father, Tham Tran-wai's background is clear. He comes from the 9 Netherland, but can also find the 12 Sword Pavilion from 12 years ago. But who exactly is this guest of honor? Don Vunyan immediately understood that this guest might be a pawn arranged by the emperor in the world of the 8 cultivations. Just as the monks had rumored, Don Vunyan had read in a secret letter that they gained martial arts through accumulating merit. The secret martial arts of the royal family can indeed quickly train top experts, as long as they have enough merit and exceptional talent. However, their power seems to be limited to the 8th level of the true human stage. However, this visitor possesses cultivation reaching the 9th level of the true human realm. which is truly extraordinary. On the arena, the visitor began to show signs of action. He opens his hands and slightly curves them, forming a shape that resembles both a crescent moon and a fishing hook, exuding an astonishing aura. It seems this guest from the Void Realm, like Tam Tran Y, also has the ability to break free from Don Vu Kin's control. The visitor once again made his move, spreading his hands wide as a layer of mysterious true energy enveloped him, exuding overwhelming dominance. The visitor stared at Tam Tran Y without blinking, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Seeing this move, Dan Vunan couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "For this is the famous Tan Nguyen Kwajak Queen of the Great Moon Royalty. And it's incredible that it has evolved to this level." Of course, if someone is part of their group, learning this kind of martial art is not surprising at all. The scary part is that the guest has transformed this martial art into something of his own. Don Vunan was somewhat excited, loudly asserting that he must have merged at least 20 techniques. 30 top-tier martial arts with complex power structures simplified to fill the remaining weaknesses of the Broken Moon Sea Claw Fist can only reach the pinnacle. He has achieved the highest level of enlightenment but continues to strive in cultivation. Don Vunan's voice gradually became calmer, but much colder than before. It seems she has underestimated this person for the past 100 years. Below the arena, the Yuanbian guest throws a punch. Judging by its power, if hit, the opponent would surely be done for. However, the figure in white as pure as snow simply sidestepped lightly, still relaxed and at ease, with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed he had already anticipated Tam Tran Y's strength, and Vien Dien Kach did not appear surprised. He adjusted his wrist angle, his gaze still fixed on Tam Tran Y, then threw another punch. His calm demeanor made it seem like he had done this countless times before. Tham Tran Yi gracefully leaps into the air, just avoiding the punch, the wind causing his robe to flutter. Compared to previous battles, he is fighting with great joy. He even seems to enjoy sparring with Vien Dien Kach a little. After carefully saying those 3 words, he immediately channels his energy into his legs and delivers a powerful kick straight at Vien Dien Kach. Vien Dien Kach just chuckled softly, and behind his back, his foot energy formed into a perfect circle. He clenched his fist, gathering the energy into it to create a solid barrier to withstand Tam Tran Y's attack. Although this move was so powerful that the ground beneath him cracked open in large fissures, he remained completely unharmed. Seeing that, Dan Vunyan said worriedly, "This monkey-faced guy has actually mastered the entire Tan Nguyen Kwijak fist. He has turned it into a martial art that can both attack and defend." As she spoke, she placed her hand on her chest, her eyes fixed on the white-clad figure below, showing her utmost concern. Don Vu Kin coldly glanced at her with a deep, icy voice, and the Tan Nguyen Kwijak Queen had already reached this level. "You really do have some skill. Probably the only way to barely counter him is to risk a direct confrontation using your own strength." Although Tam Tran Y has broken through to the 9th stage of the earthly immortal realm, he still seems to be at a disadvantage overall. It's a pity that Dan Vu Kin can see through the strength of those in the bee cultivation world, but he will never truly understand Tam Tran Y's real power, therefore his assessment may not be accurate. Below the arena, the guest and Tam Tran Y clash once again. After a powerful move, both of them step back. Tam Tran Y gracefully executes the cloud step on snow, lightly placing his foot on the ground. Zhang Baoji gently moved, while the guest from Yuanmian was pushed back, his feet firmly planted on the ground as if using friction to prevent himself from being knocked away. 2 long furrows appeared beneath his feet, and the 5 fingers on the ground left 5 similar deep marks. Even though he was slightly at a disadvantage against Tam Tran Y, the visitor still laughed heartily with excitement. "Ha ha, this is so fun." Tham Tran Yi seems to smile with satisfaction, standing there as if a sword aura is shooting from his eyes. He gently waves his sleeve, creating a soft sword, sweeping a strange, winding, mysterious, and unpredictable trajectory in the air, forming a wondrous and ever-changing pattern. Having just witnessed the Tan Nguyen Kwijak Queen, everyone thought it was an exquisitely refined transformation of martial arts, enough to terrify anyone. But Tam Tran Y immediately rebutted this, his flick of the sleeve directly knocking that technique aside, completely changing the worldview of the cultivators. What kind of martial art is this? To be able to see the transformations of the universe and the stars. How could such a sword technique possibly exist in this world? The continuous shouts of admiration echoed, guiding the spirit and unifying all methods. The power of the waning moon seemed small but was incredibly vast, ultimately manifesting as the momentum of heaven and earth, elusive and formless. As expected, on the observation deck, Dan Vu Kin could no longer sit still. He stood up, his anger burning, and stepped toward the railing, almost leaning forward.
The wooden barrier was shattered by him, yet he still possesses such a sword technique. Based on the previous sword move, just in terms of martial arts and realm of martial way, Shanzhen Yi has already surpassed me.
The moment he saw that sword technique, a wave of fear arose in his heart. Faced with this kind of swordsmanship, he didn't know how to respond anymore. Dan Vukin secretly feared that if given more time, this guy would improve even further.
Suddenly, Dan Vukin smiled, but unfortunately he had to enter that secret realm. Otherwise, he would have shown a sinister smile with eyes full of killing intent.
But I fear that he himself will face a terrible fate, because who is Shenzhen Yi? He's the one with the glow of the protagonist. Dan Vunyan was even more shocked when she saw her father's expression. Her father was once invincible in the world, so why is he now so afraid? She couldn't help but think that this young man had such incredible potential, but they would never be able to see his true strength and abilities. All his arrogance and desires will be shattered by him. Don Vunan's gaze towards Tam Tran Wai becomes even more different. While everyone else marveled at his sword move, Tam Tran Wai remained as indifferent as ever. He took a step toward the guest from Yanbian, looked at his own sword technique, and said, "All right, come out now." A loud laugh escapes from within the sword light as he spreads his arms and turns, as if faint golden rays are softly shrouding him. "That's true. I still want to feel the power of the Milky Way a little longer." He laughed loudly in midair, then suddenly turned around, forming a palm force that pushed upward into the sky, causing a thunderous rumble that sounded enormous. "Come here." The next move he uses is the martial art technique of the Thak Thien Huyen Nyat clan. These two secret martial arts techniques have been cultivated to this level, and this monkey-faced guy is not someone easy to deal with. Tak Tien Huanyat reverses heaven and earth. Is this martial art truly the secret to understanding the power of the stars? This monkey-faced guy's martial arts have reached the peak, with rich experience, so it's no surprise he won. Just moments ago, the crowd believed Tam Tran Wai would win, but the current situation shows things are not so simple. Below the arena, whispers quickly turned into chatter, as everyone seemed to place great faith in this move of the visitor from the outer realm. As for Tam Tran Wai, he merely smiled faintly without any sign of changing his technique, because the essence of the spirit force is to use the unchanging to confront the ever-changing. Even if the sun and moon revolve, all things will still be governed by its invisible power. As expected, the visitor changed tactics and launched a dual-handed attack to open the sky, but after Tam Tran Wai unleashed his ultimate sword-light technique, he was still trapped inside and unable to escape. Seeing this, the Emperor's face grew colder, yet a mix of joy and fear welled up in his heart. Every time the old man thought he had accurately assessed Tam Tran Wei's strength, he was proven wrong as Tam Tran Wei revealed he was far beyond initial expectations, deep and unpredictable. In the midst of the deadly scene, the Void Visitor suddenly burst into a loud laugh, showing no intention of admitting defeat. His body spun like a top as the golden light pierced through the dense sword aura from within. The Yuan Mian guest soared into the sky, successfully breaking free from Tam Tran Wai's sword energy encirclement. He hovered high above, letting out a proud, disdainful laugh. People say their battle is a fierce dragon and tiger fight, and they are not wrong at all. Both of their powers are terrifying, even seeming to surpass the level of ordinary experts. The initial power of Tan Nguyen seemed insignificant, but it grew immensely, gradually revealing the aura of heaven and earth, flickering unpredictably with ever-changing forms. The Void Visitor hovered in the air, facing Tam Tran Yi, calmly watching with his hands clasped behind his back. This time, the technique used by the orb-shaped visitor is the Fien Tien Quiet, the highest secret technique of the royal family. At that moment, someone questioned the rule that members of the royal family are not allowed to participate in the Nine Heavens heavenly duel arena. The others nodded in agreement, confirming that such rules indeed exist. However, someone else proposed the hypothesis that this monkey-faced man surely does not possess royal blood, or he would have entered the Chaos secret realm by now. This was a rule that had existed for hundreds of years, but what was even more important was that no one expected this monkey-faced man to be able to reach the third level of this secret martial art. Even Dan Vu Kin couldn't help but be amazed. The old man anxiously turned to a nearby guard and asked how many secret martial arts this person had acquired after serving the Imperial Court of Great Moon for 100 years. The envoy quickly presented a record book and reported to the emperor that this ape-faced man returned every 3 years to request a secret martial art, and now he has obtained a total of 29 different types. At first, everyone thought he was too greedy to succeed, but now it seems that even before he finished speaking, Don Vu Kin already understood the meaning. These are the highest martial arts in the 8 prison world. If mastered, they can compare to the foundational skills of the 8 great sects in the world, and even rival the 8th level of spiritual transformation, only slightly below. While they were still discussing above, on the arena below, the guest began to use different martial arts techniques in increasing numbers. Don Vu Kin couldn't help but stare in horror. Could it be that this person has already mastered all 29 types of martial arts? Under the arena, the guest from the outer circle used the Great Break 12 moves, his internal energy transforming into 2 shining golden hammers. He looked at Tam Tranoi below and asked with a smile, "Are you ready?"
Young Master Tham Tam. Tam Tranoi still clasped his hands behind his back, calmly looked at him and smiled in reply. Come on. As expected, the guest performer is terrifying. But Tam Tranoi is even more formidable. His swordsmanship constantly changing in incredible ways to counter any ultimate technique, as if he had faced them countless times. Dan Vu Kin seems to unleash all his true energy, like a blazing golden sphere rushing down from the sky. If someone else had taken this move from the guest performer head-on, they would surely be shattered to pieces without a trace. But his opponent was Tam Tranoi. His face slightly grimaced, the smile fading, but that was just seriousness in battle, with no sign of struggle at all. The sword light strikes, and the guest suddenly shouts loudly to rally his spirit. Tam Tranoi unleashes a sword aura, mysterious and containing the unpredictable energy of the universe. On the arena, the golden light disappeared in an instant, but the space for Tam Tranoi's sword aura kept expanding, covering the entire scene inside. The spectators were all anxious, straining their eyes to find any figure, unsure of the outcome. No, something seems to have gone wrong. The battle probably isn't over yet. From inside Tam Tranoi's sword light, the visitor uses another technique called Blood Robe Spear, igniting his whole body like red fire. He casually waved his hand, and his sword aura transformed to block the attack from the blood demon. The visitor also remained calm, continuously changing his tactics as countless blood-red orbs shot out from his body. A blazing red flame struggles against the raging whirlpool, a spectacular scene often seen in classic anime. But unfortunately, the protagonist is not the Void Visitor, but Tam Tranoi, who waves his hand and instantly transforms the sword light at will. Just now, the sword light was blocking the attack in front of the guest, but now it suddenly circles behind, secretly aiming to strike him. The guest glances and quickly uses another technique, holding a spear in one hand, now transformed into 2 swords. This move is called Chaos God's Chant, used to counter one of Tam Tranoi's swords. Immediately after, he executes another technique called Rebirth Reversal. Under the control of the guest, giant spiked spheres rush toward Tam Tranoi. Tam Tranoi remains standing still, his white robes billowing in the wind, expression calm. Every time the guest changes his technique, he also transforms his swordsmanship. The sword light strikes, surrounding the spiked ball and preventing it from getting any closer. The guest also isn't an ordinary person. He channels his true energy, transforms the spiked truncheon into a club, and lunges forward with a clenched hand on the shaft. Tam Tranoi glanced at the guest who had circled behind him since earlier, with the sword light always surrounding him and completely under control. The sword light and techniques of the guest circle clash as he continues to change his moves, his chai transforming into different forms, each time summoning a new weapon, and to master such transformations is truly a rare talent. Dan Vu Jing might vomit blood out of anger and frustration. The guest in the guise holds a gold sword in one hand and a death sword in the other, wielding the twin swords together to unleash the 9 Palaces death sword technique with the 8 and 2 sabers. The golden light and the purple hue blend together, sharp and destructive, as 2 seemingly opposing sword techniques merge into one, creating an astonishingly powerful force. Sham Tran-yi slightly raised his eyebrows, appearing quite pleased with this move. The young man's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sword aura once again transformed, but the golden and deathly lights pierced through Sham Tranoi, surrounding him as if it had been planned all along. Facing such a terrifying attack, Tam Tranoi remains unscathed, not even a drop of sweat falling. He calmly looks up at the guest. Behind him, 2 streams of sword light from the attacker just fell, tearing through a large patch of the ground. The Great Moon Dynasty has since its founding dominated the world by mastering all 13 secret martial arts of the 9th level of the true finger technique of the divine human realm. 8 other types were added later, then removed and passed down externally. This is also the origin of the 8 clans in the world. But among the 13 secret martial arts of the Imperial Palace, there is absolutely no such sword technique as the Spirit Void Force that Tam Tranoi is using. This sword technique is so profound it reaches the level of mystical spirit. Definitely a secret martial art of the 9th heaven of the true person realm. Although there are countless brave and talented warriors in this world, Tam Tranoi managed to create a 9th level true person martial art in just 10 years, and even attain the highest realm. This is truly hard to believe. There are still many things that Dan Vu Kin doesn't know,
but this alone is enough to make him fear and suspect that the Chi Sword Mountain sect has long since inherited the legacy from ancient times, as rumored throughout the world. If the old man knew Tom Tranwee's true strength, I wonder how much more terrified he would be. At this moment, his close guard spoke up. "Your Highness, it is said that the Chi Sword Mountain sect has been passed down martial arts from Tu Viem Tong by Tu Nin Quan, but even Tu Nin Quan at that time could not break through to the 9th level of the true person realm." Of course, the name Tu Nin Quan is very familiar. 400 years ago, she was praised as a genius cultivator and the most beautiful woman in the 3 prisons of the world. The emperor frowned slightly, recalling that 400 years ago at the 9 Heavens Heavenly Arena, Tu Nin Quan ranked among the top 4 and entered the chaotic secret realm, from which she never returned. Some say she ascended to immortality, while others claim to have seen her leave behind traces of a celestial being. But no matter what, after she left, the Viem Tong quickly declined. Dan Vu Nan then asked, did she leave behind any secret manuals for future generations? The innate martial art of Tu Nin Quan is Tu Viem Tam Hua, a fierce technique forged from an endless sea of flames. This martial art is inherently flawed and essentially cannot be cultivated to the 9th level of the true human realm. This information seems a bit vague, but it's not entirely unfounded. Rumor has it that at that time, Tu Nin Quan experienced a fortuitous encounter, relying on his innate talent to overcome the toughest obstacles and reach the highest realm of this martial art. However, Tam Tranau's current cultivation level has surpassed that of Tu Nin Quan back then. Don Vu Kin frowned, angered as he ordered further investigation. There must be other legacies within Ki Kiem Son Trang, and they must be thoroughly uncovered. It's not just Tam Tranwai alone that's dangerous. He wants to enter the chaotic secret realm. But if the entire Ki Kiem Son Trang is passed down this kind of martial art, it would be truly troublesome. Perhaps the old emperor is overthinking again, and high above, Don Vu Kin carefully suppresses his anger. Among the hundreds of thousands of people under the arena, no one sensed anything unusual. Everyone was focused on watching the fight. Only Tom Tranwee, who was fighting the guest in the mask, glanced toward Thien Thuong Kung Quiet, as if sensing something. The corner of his mouth twitched into a faint smile, as the guest had been fighting Tom Tranwee for so long and endured so much, yet Tom Tranwee still had time to pay attention to other matters. The gap in strength is truly unfathomable. At this moment, the guest from the void retreats, pulls back his sword, and looks at Tam Tranwee before saying, "I have used 28 of the highest martial arts techniques in succession, but still couldn't touch a single hair of young Master Tam, and I feel deeply ashamed. Next, I will use the strongest move I learned from the Imperial Dynasty's Great Moon to test your swordsmanship. If I still can't force you to change your technique, then there's no need for further competition." The people below, upon hearing this, started to chatter and complain, most of them showing dissatisfaction and anger. This monkey-faced guy initially seemed like a good person, but it turns out he's just a pawn of the imperial court. Luckily, no one has spoken any blasphemous words in front of him, or else if he turned hostile and filed charges, who knows where he could have appealed for justice. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Hearing this from this guest performer, Shen Zhenyi only gave him a cold glance and asked, but it sounded more like an exclamation, "Is today all you can do?" But then he nodded lightly. "Well, in this situation, there's no point in holding back. Go ahead and make your move." The guest from the circle didn't want to waste words, just shouted a good and then shot forward. His limbs kept folding, faint golden light flickering around him. The golden light gathered and suddenly erupted, like the power of Super Saiyan. In just a moment, the entire body of the guest transformed completely. His black hair turned gold and stood upright, and his energy radiated out with incredible power. How could he not recognize this move? Of course, those with knowledge would realize this is the royal family's technique, Feng Xiantian divine skill. Of course they know, but what's most terrifying is that there are people in this world who can master this kind of martial art. This technique requires the practitioner to have the bloodline of the former royal family, which was completely wiped out when the Great Moon Dynasty was established. Now suddenly someone has achieved it. Dan Vunyan quietly looked towards her father. Although she couldn't see his facial expression clearly, she could feel the murderous intent and anger radiating from him. Originally, he paid no attention because he thought no one could master it. But now it seems he must pay attention again. In an instant, the body of the celestial guest swelled enormously, and even the sky changed accordingly. Dark clouds gather tightly as a streak of lightning seems to descend from the horizon like thunder. The spherical guest roars loudly, harnessing the power of heaven and earth into itself. "Young Master Tam Tam, are you ready?" The entire body of the radiant visitor is shining with golden light. This is the peak stage of mastery, a single strike capable of moving mountains and splitting seas. Even a 9th-level true immortal might have to retreat in the face of this attack, and even the 8-2 spirit transformation, when mobilizing heaven and earth's energy for battle, might not gain the upper hand when the opponent has already transformed into their original form like the Yuan-shaped guest. If they could avoid it, they definitely would, with no intention of fighting back. But Tam Chan Wai instead allowed the Void-Face guest to complete his move. And just when everyone thought he could only dodge like the others, he calmly looked at the Yuan-Face guest and smiled calmly. "Go ahead with your move. All right, come on." Vieni Dienkak shouted loudly, then directed the power of heaven and earth straight at Tam Tran Wai. Tham Tran Wai, just like when facing the 28 types of martial arts, paid no attention at all, even too lazy to lift a finger, not moving at all. The primal energy of heaven and earth roared and expanded throughout the space, causing pain and fear even before it touched his face. This kind of technique is like a natural disaster. The power of heaven and earth, definitely beyond what ordinary humans can resist. But this is a technique controlled by an ordinary person, so why can't an ordinary person fight back? The people below shouted in alarm, wondering if he was so frightened that he froze. With the mountain collapsing right in front of him, why didn't he dodge? Young Master Tam Tam shouldn't be so unwise. From a corner of the stands, Tam Tran Wai's 2 small tails naturally sensed that this move was far from ordinary. Sorrow and concern filled Ohuala's heart as she turns to Princess Long, watching her intently, and as asks nervously, "Master, you will definitely be able to handle this, right?" Miss Long snapped out of her thoughts, turned to look at Su Huola and said, "Master is so calm, she must have a plan in mind. After all, they've faced situations like this many times before, so there's no need to worry." But how powerful the heaven's might is, they have never experienced it and do not know how strong it truly is. Can human strength compare? And perhaps Tam Chan Wai will withstand it in their eyes. As long as he remains calm, everything will be fine. Tham Chan Ai still stood motionless there, facing the scene of collapsing mountains, cracking earth, raging fires, and turbulent seas as if all kinds of natural disasters were descending before him. But he only remained there, smiling and observing, with his eyes reflecting that immense and boundless power, appearing utterly fascinated and delighted. At this moment, everyone held their breath as they watched Tam Chan Wai. He stood motionless on the arena, as if the sky were collapsing, yet he remained calm and composed, exuding an unpredictable aura of youthful purity and mystery. This move is so shocking that everyone watching forgets to blink. They want to capture every detail of the scene, observe carefully, and hope to gain some insight. But more importantly, they want to see how the young man will handle a technique that even the 9th-level true immortal of the 8 desolate world must avoid. Everything seemed to freeze in midair, time appearing both fleeting and infinitely stretched. So Huala and Princess Long are even more nervous than most of the spectators, because after all, the person standing down there is their master. They instinctively clasp their hands tightly and watch the battle together, sweat beginning to bead on their foreheads. At that moment, it was as if a droplet was falling, and when it touched the water, the surface rippled endlessly. The scorching flames were about to reach that face, as if to burn away Tam Tran Wai's handsome appearance. But just then, Tam Tran Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide and smiled softly. The great sea, flames, and natural disasters all seemed to freeze, completely suspended in midair. In this way, the devastating catastrophe was halted, stopping right in front of Tam Tran Wai, unable to harm him. He remained consistent, still maintaining a relaxed and carefree demeanor, unwilling to move even a step. The loud shouts echoed throughout the golden platform, with some covering their face and crying out loudly, and even the distinguished guest was caught off guard by this situation. His eyes were filled with doubt and amazement as he stood motionless in midair, as if pondering something. On the high platform, Dan Vukin, who was sitting on the dragon throne, suddenly stood up, causing the chair to slide backward with a loud noise. The old man staggered there, his crown tilted, but he was so overwhelmed that he didn't notice his current appearance. This is the true merging of heaven and earth, where oneself becomes one with the sky. Of course, Dan Vunyan was just as surprised as her father, but she didn't understand what this so-called heaven merge unity was, or how powerful it was. From Don Vukin's attitude, it was certainly not to be taken lightly. Don Vukin probably also realized he was a bit out of line, paused slightly to adjust his emotions, but still couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. The so-called heaven merge unity is the highest realm that contains the power to control heaven and earth, and can even manipulate the opponent's natural forces to use their own techniques against them. Father only felt that for many years now. This was the first time he truly understood this level of realm. How old is Tam Tran Wai anyway? Don Vunyan was terrified. Could this possibly be too absurd? This person originally came from a small world. Even if he ascended through the moon, without royal secret techniques, divine weapons, or feng shui sacred grounds, how could he possibly reach this realm? If someone secretly recommended him to fight Don Vukin now, making him the new emperor might not be impossible. Of course, only if Tam Tran Wai was truly interested in Nya Vong. But he didn't care at all about becoming emperor. On the arena, Tam Tran Yi didn't show any special expression. He only slightly raised his head, glancing at the divine power of heaven and earth that had halted right in front of him. His finger slowly lifted, gently touching it. From his fingertip, the power of heaven and earth began to freeze, the ice spreading gradually to cover the entire sky. The technique of the performer was completely shattered, still emitting a golden glow, but at this point, he was so terrified he couldn't counterattack. After all, who could still stand against Tam Tran Wai's move? This young man is truly no ordinary person. Then, in an instant, the technique of the Jade Guest shattered, and the one performing it was sent flying backward. Floating up and down in the air, finally when he stepped onto the ground, he was already outside the range of the Golden Emperor platform. The crowd remained silent for a long time before the referee in charge finally reacted slowly. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "The final match of the Nine Heavens tournament ends here. The winner is Ki Kiem Son Trang, young master Tam Tran Yi, with his hands behind his back, dressed in snow-white robes, his gaze fixed on the actor below. He looked at him and asked with a smile, "Today you couldn't fight with your full strength, but maybe someday we can have a rematch?" Although he won, Tam Tran Wai didn't show much excitement, only casually asking a question. The guest actor let out a loud laugh, then reached up to remove his mask, saying he would fight again if given the chance. Tham Tran Yi was also a bit surprised when the guest suddenly took off his mask at this moment, but he didn't say much. Only So Huala and Princess Long below were terrified when they saw that face. So Huala shouted angrily, "Venerable! This monkey-faced guy is actually the same fool who always laughs stupidly, stingy and greedy, begging his master for money to gamble. The Wuming monks' martial arts are so powerful it's really beyond their expectations." Only now did Princess Long realize why Tam Tran Wai's attitude towards Wu Ming was so different. She said to So Huala, surely the master must have discovered him early on, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed with him at first, but the monk himself also has the strength to compete for the top position. Why go through so much trouble to hide this, and then be looked down upon by others? It's really beyond understanding. A few days later, at the heavenly Jiao Jade Palace, Dan Vukin seemed extremely furious. The palace maids and eunuchs all trembled, afraid to breathe heavily. Even Dan Vunyan, standing beside him, had to be extremely cautious. Dan Vukin's cultivation had reached the Lo Hua Thuan Tan realm. Every word and movement could cause the four seasons of heaven and earth to change. And now, in his fury, the celestial realm Jade Palace suddenly turns into a cold winter, with white snow gathering and falling from the sky, and those with insufficient cultivation will surely freeze to death from Don Vukin's anger. Don Vukin asks coldly, "What is the result of the investigation?" "Your Majesty, many spies have sneaked into Qijian Mountain Sect, but they have found no useful information. Currently, the techniques practiced by the disciples are all publicly learned martial arts, and even Sect Master Shantho has not made any significant progress. I have already investigated all related documents about Tam Tran Wai since he joined the Mountain Sect, and found that this young man usually only sneaks out of the sect a few times, but mostly stays in his dream sword room to study the way of the sword. It's basically impossible to find out where Tam Tran Wai obtained that secret technique from, and the more I investigate, the more hopeless it becomes. If anyone else besides Tam Tran Wai has obtained that secret technique, it can only be his two disciples." "But this is too unreasonable. How old is Shen Jinyi anyway?" Dan Vujing shouted angrily. "Do you mean that Tam Tran Wai has not inherited any secret teachings at all? And it's just my subjective opinion. A fragile heart, now burdened by serving a scheming old man. This constant mood swing is truly exhausting." Wei Cheng trembled and knelt down, sincerely saying, "I dare not." He swallowed hard and tried to reveal everything he had uncovered. The secret of that inheritance, I fear only Tam Tran Wai and his two disciples who received it personally can truly know the truth. Don Vunan exhaled deeply, understanding this well, and realizing it was pointless to further trouble Ngui Than, so she spoke up to intervene. "Father, if you want to learn Tam Tran Wai's secret technique, you can only do so by examining him directly." So she said, "Tonight's banquet is the perfect opportunity for you to observe him. If you want to compete for the throne of this world, sacrifice is unavoidable. Of course, she wants to compete for the throne." After hearing this, Don Vukin's anger eased somewhat, his expression improved significantly. and his gaze cautiously fell on Don Vunan. Can you do it? Dan Vunan clenched her fists, her eyes full of determination as she said, I will do my best. Of course, after becoming the champion of the Nine Heavens Heavenly Duel, Sham Chan Wai was promoted to Marquis Tuyen after breaking through to the 9th stage of the True Person realm, and now he had to continue receiving additional rewards. The imperial decree was quickly issued, announcing that Prime Minister Tam Tran Wai had secured the top position in the Nine Heavens Mystic competition, earning him the title of Supreme Scholar, of first-class residence in the imperial city, 10,000 acres of prime land, rare books, treasures, and wealth, along with a golden official hat and a jade belt. After the decree was read aloud, Tam Tran Wai smiled as he presented it to the front, while those around him couldn't hide their joy and excitement, for they had received generous rewards, and more importantly, their master had truly become the #1 in the world. Instead, Tam Chan Ai simply nodded indifferently, appearing reluctant to accept, as these worldly possessions were nothing he cared about, so he casually took the decree and called out to Princess Long. When Princess Long approached, Tam Chan Wai handed the reward to her along with So Hua La. Don Vunyan saw this and thought to herself, this person is not interested in fame and fortune and has a rather indifferent personality, so it might be quite difficult to get close to her. Carelessly handing over the imperial decree in front of Dan Vu Kin is like a slap to the emperor's honor. Ngui Then cleared his throat awkwardly, having never met someone like Tam Tran Wai who completely disregards the royal family. Vomong Hua Tuong immediately jumped in to defend, ruffling his head and smiling as he asked, next must be my turn, right? However, Vomong Hua Tuong was originally a master of the Great Moon Dynasty, and now, being close to Tam Tran Wai, he secretly mastered the entire martial arts of the dynasty. The emperor is furious, so those below naturally follow suit. Ngui Then clearly shows his disdain and says, it's your turn now, Bang Nan. After the decree was announced, everyone began the banquet. Tham Tran Yi's table, of course, only had him and the Vomong monk. So Hoala and Princess Long also sat together, while others either politely offered congratulations or just whispered comments and occasionally glanced over. Tham Tran Wai, being aloof, attended the feast as if he were an outsider. Master Vomong, on the contrary, was full of energy, casually picked up a piece of beef, and while eating, asked Tam Tran Wai, so young Master Tam, it seems you're not feeling happy at all? Do you think His Highness will bang the cup to signal and catch us both just now? Tam Tran Wai turned to look at Vomong and smiled, saying, Don Vu Kin may be narrow-minded, but he is cautious and meticulous. He won't do such a thing, at least not openly. Vomong the monk picked up another piece of beef, shoved it into his mouth, and chewed fiercely before continuing. If we are now on the list of candidates for the throne and have become a thorn in the royal family's side, especially with young Master Tham being so young, aren't you worried? Though I ask, I wonder. Vomong's face now looked extremely joyful, with oil and meat scraps still on his lips. The royal family members didn't say anything. They still rewarded him as needed, even offering a variety of generous prizes, but their hostility was already obvious. The emperor isn't stupid. It's strange that they haven't been cautious around each other. Tam Tran Wai just glared at him and calmly asked, why should I worry when you've been opposing the Great Moon Dynasty for so many years and still show no concern? The Vomong abbot suddenly froze while chewing the meat, hurriedly swallowed it, then stood up with wide eyes and a look of disbelief at Tam Tran Wai. Don Vu Kin loudly declares, today it's rare for all of you talented heroes to gather here for a meeting. Don Vunyan behind shows a shy, bashful expression, like a young girl pining for someone. Just by looking at this expression, you can tell what is about to happen. Don Vunyan gracefully steps forward a little, smiling at the crowd below. Duan Vu Hin loudly announced, I have a happy announcement. Everyone stop and look at Duan Vu Xing. Even So Hoala and Princess Long exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss, their curious eyes fixed on Don Vunyan. Today is Nan Yi's coming-of-age day. I originally wanted to keep my daughter by my side a few more years, but today is the gathering of heroes, and a young hero has caught my daughter's eye. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below immediately erupted in chaos like a swarm of bees. Especially those young men, everyone knows that Princess Nan is the heir chosen by the emperor, destined to become the second female emperor in the history of the Great Moon Dynasty, and now she is choosing a husband. No one knows what the emperor's intentions are, nor which handsome young man Princess Nan has her eyes on, most likely one of the participants in the Nine Heavens duel. But the problem is that these people all have to go to the chaotic, mysterious realm. If they get engaged to the princess, do they have to give up this opportunity? A person shook their head and said that not necessarily only the last 10 people would make it to the final round.
The Heavenly Duel martial arts competition also has many outstanding young talents participating, and perhaps Princess Nan only judged their talent and appearance.
As for Shen Zhenyi and the monk Wu Meng, both have been selected for the imperial throne race, but one is too young and mysterious, while the other is a traitorous monk who betrayed the royal family. They definitely have no chance. The other person chuckled sarcastically and said, "So according to what you say, do we even have a chance?" Young Master Ngu was so angry he could die, but he had no way to refute. Up above, Danvu Kin was patting Danvu Nan's head and smiling.
This martial arts competition of heaven and 9 heavens has gathered many talented people, truly a blessing for our great Moon dynasty.
Nyanyi, with her shy and innocent young heart, is about to be bound to someone.
Danvu Kin deliberately pauses for a long time to attract everyone's attention, except for the person involved. The
old man's gaze swept around and then stopped on Tam Tran Wai, smiling as he announced, "I, as the father, am also pleased and happy for my daughter Tham Tam Kong Tu. Please come up here." The crowd waiting eagerly below immediately grew disappointed and once again fell into chaos. But it was truly Prince Tam Tam.
Master Tham Tam Vo Sung is already chosen as the ruler, with formidable martial skills and a renowned reputation. If he joins the royal family, will Princess Nan govern the world, or will Master Tham Tam become the emperor?
Could it be that seeing young Master Shen Tam rising up too much and losing control, he only expressed good intentions? But Shen Zhenyi just frowned, didn't stand up, and calmly brushed his sleeves. With a cold expression, he replied in a deep voice, "I will keep your Majesty's good intentions in my heart. I only wish to focus on swordsmanship and have no intention of marriage. I will keep the princess's good intentions in my heart." Damn it. So close, so Hoala almost jumped up. She was naturally both scared and angry, but also eager to hear when she heard the emperor wanted to marry the princess to her master. So Hoala and Princess Long both suddenly froze, but they never expected their master to refuse so decisively and publicly. My master truly is impressive. In fact, this action basically leaves no room for the other side to speak, directly returning the emperor's words to their original place. Princess Long sighed with boredom and said, "Master, you really are so dismissive of anyone else. As the leader of the 8 domains, whatever you say is absolute. The words of gold and jade." But Tam Tran Yi simply ignored it. The emperor wanted him to become a son-in-law. He hesitated not at all and outright refused. The crowd watching was stunned with their eyes wide open. The nearby Mo Thu smiled meaningfully at Tam Tran Wai. The Wu Mong Hua monk still stood calmly by, grinning from ear to ear, now silently giving a thumbs up to Tam Tran Wai. Danvu Kin's face darkened with mixed emotions. Even Princess Nan, usually so composed and decisive, looked extremely embarrassed. Even now, after being rejected countless times, they never once thought they would be openly refused on this matter. Tam Tran Wai's words, "My resolve will never change," kept echoing endlessly in Danvu Nan's mind. Her expression changed unpredictably, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at Tam Tran Wai. During the banquet, Tam Tran Yi calmly stood up and faced Danvu Kin, repeating once more, "My resolve will not change. I appreciate the good intentions of the emperor, but I only wish to focus on the way of the sword and have no intention of marriage. The princess's kindness should remain in her heart." At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Danvu Kin's mind. Is this guy crazy? Could he not understand that becoming a member of the royal family would bring countless benefits, glory, and immense power? Even if this was just a test to probe the internal situation of the Qijian mountain sect, Danvu Kin still couldn't accept it. He glanced at his daughter, unexpectedly rejecting this girl of his without hesitation. She may not be as beautiful as a fairy, but her stunning looks are undeniable. Could Tam Tran Wai be blind? Danvu Kin frowned as he looked at Tam Tran Wai. At this moment, after a tumult of emotions, Princess Nan seemed to have regained her composure. She suddenly stepped forward, her face showing some pain and pity, and asked, "Third young master, do you look down on me for being the daughter of Liu Yu Dao To and unable to serve a noble man? Whether it's my appearance, background, or martial skills, Princess Nan has always been full of confidence. But now, the shifting emotions have caused her to forget Ton Nguyen and speak such words." Danvu Kin's eyes gradually darkened, but when he looked at Tam Tran Wai, his gaze turned as cold as a blade. Tam Tran Wai still maintained a calm and indifferent attitude. He looked at Princess Nan and gently shook his head, saying, "Princess Nan, with your talent and beauty, your noble status, who in the world is not worthy of you? I just have no intention of taking a wife. Listening to that, Su Huala secretly admired, "Everyone in the world is worthy of the princess. Only the master is not. The master's words are truly clever. The great man marries to establish a career. I know that the third young master is dedicated to practicing swordsmanship, but as a top expert in the world, who wouldn't want to leave an heir behind?" Don Vunan's words are entirely reasonable. To stand firm in the world of the 8 cultivations, having a bloodline inheritance is essential. Only then can the world prosper for 1,000 years. She pointed to her stomach and said proudly, "The great Moon Dynasty and the 8 sects of the world are all descendants carrying the blood of the royal family, which is why they have achieved the prosperity of today. I carry the bloodline of the royal family, and if I can give you a son to continue the lineage, the future will be bright and prosperous." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. So, Huala, furious, gritted her teeth and cursed, "You're truly shameless." She was about to shout again when Princess Long quickly raised her hand to stop her. Having offended the royal family already, adding Sohuala into the mix would be too troublesome. With her fiery temper, it's best not to let her get angry and cause chaos. As expected, Tom Tron Wu's mood remains unchanged. He simply shakes his head in refusal and says, "The princess cannot bear a child to continue my lineage." This statement immediately silenced the murmuring crowd, and Princess Nan's face turned pale. Even a refusal shouldn't be so harsh. This remark was truly audacious. "People are talking about you, Tom Tran Wai. You've got some nerve. Even if you want to refuse the princess's wishes, you shouldn't be so rude." Don Vukin, furious, couldn't openly confront you in front of everyone, so he just clenched his teeth and coldly said, "Nan Yi, step back." Father, but this is the first time in his life that he has endured such humiliation and shame. He had to hold back his anger to avoid losing his temper right here. He looked at Don Vunan and shouted, "If that's the case, then this matter ends here." Nong Princess, overwhelmed with sadness, secretly glances at Tom Tran Wai before quietly leaving. When the crowd of this royal palace had all left, only those who participated in the 9 Heavens mystical tower remained, and the atmosphere gradually eased. One of them finally stepped forward bravely to advise young Master Tham Tran Wai. But when faced with Tom Tran Wai's gaze, they suddenly felt guilty, cleared their throat, and said, "Go away, cough, you're too stubborn." Another person followed, adorned with golden branches and jade leaves, of an extremely noble status. Even though they believe you are unmatched in the world, the princess's noble status still makes her worthy of you. So why speak such arrogant words? These people all have their own motives, some genuinely kind, but others are just laughing at others' pain. Thamtrani didn't bother to pay attention to them, just glanced at them. The world of Batu belongs to the great Moon Dynasty. Offending them would be a bad idea. At this moment, Mo Thu was still standing nearby observing, not leaving with the others from Don Vu Nan. Faced with these words of advice, Tom Tran Wai replied indifferently, "If it's not suitable, then it's not suitable. You don't need to keep advising." Vomong Monk still maintained his usual cheerful smile, stepping forward happily and saying to Tom Tran Wai, "That's true. Even if you want to refuse, you should say it directly. Kuotsu, just be a little more gentle and make an excuse. After all, saying that she's not worthy to bear your child would hurt her pride. What are you looking at me for? I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" Suddenly, Vomong Monk's eyes widened as if he had just woken up. "Wait a moment. I heard that after reaching the 9th level of the immortal realm, cultivating the 9 apertures causes the cultivator's body to gradually condense, and the bloodline that once flowed through the body transforms into a different part, making it impossible to have descendants. If you want to have a healthy heir, either learn forbidden techniques and abandon your mother to keep the child, or be with a woman of the same cultivation level. But since Tom Tran Wai has reached that level, how can Don Vu Nhan possibly reach a matching level?" Fomong Monk exclaimed in panic. "Is it really true that she cannot have children because she cannot produce an heir? Your cultivation has reached that level?" Turns out Tom Tran Wai was not insulting or rejecting recklessly, but simply revealing a harsh truth. This truth is known by very few people, and the monk remains silent. Tham Tran Wai also stays silent, merely nodding to confirm Vomong Hua Thuong's words. Vomong Abbot felt like he was about to go crazy. Tham Tran Wai was truly this terrifying. On the other hand, So Hoala was extremely curious and stepped forward to ask, "Master, why can't the princess bear children to continue your lineage?" Princess Long's face flushed with embarrassment, completely unprepared for So Hoala's blunt question, and quickly pulled her back, saying, "Kids shouldn't ask such nonsense." In fact, So Hoala was no longer a teenage girl, but for the past 5 years she had only stayed at Kikiem Mountain Villa, dedicated to sword training, and her mind was very simple, with no understanding of love or relationships. So when the Princess of Long tried to stop her, she became even more curious and resentful, asking more questions. Tam Tran Yi calmly looked at the sky, as if pondering something. Are you his heir? Meanwhile, in the imperial harem, Dan Vukin was furious, smashing things in a frenzy.
Your Majesty, there's no need to be so angry.
This crazy person is so unreasonable. Soon enough, he will also meet his end inside the chaotic secret realm. So, when the time comes, the prince will send someone to buy back his Qijian mountain sect and crush it into powder to vent his anger. Dan Vukin's eyes are cold as he turns to look at Nui Tan. What do you mean I am afraid of Shen Zhenyi? So before he entered the chaotic secret realm, he dared not touch the Qi Sword Mountain sect. Wei Than was terrified, realizing he had flattered the wrong person, and hurriedly knelt down trembling, saying, I dare not. Your Highness is a great emperor with immense power and high status, just choosing not to bother with them, so why would you be afraid of them? Ngui Than sweat profusely and felt deep regret. The air in the palace was as cold as ice, tense to an almost terrifying degree. After a moment of silence, Dan Vukin suddenly asked, So tell me, who said that he would die if he entered the chaotic secret realm? Ngui Than's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. He realized he had made a deadly mistake, but it was already too late. No matter how he begged for mercy or tried to explain, he only saw his body slowly fall. While his head rolled to the side of the corridor pillar, his head and body had been separated, words everyone understood, but absolutely dared not speak. Don Vukin swishes his long robe and turns away from Nui Tan's bloodied corpse. The Chaos Realm is a blessed land suitable for ascension, not a mortal death trap where everything that enters perishes. But don't say the wrong thing again, Don Vukin said coldly. Whoever speaks wrongly must die. 9 days later, slowly passing by, is also the day the grand ceremony opens the mysterious Chaos Realm. Amid the high sky stands a towering pillar carved with dragon and phoenix patterns and divine beasts piercing through the clouds. The imperial banners flutter, accompanied by large drums, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Dan Vukin and Dan Vunyan jointly preside over the grand ceremony as the drums beat loudly and the wind blows fiercely. The solemn voice of Dan Vukin echoes throughout Nguyen Dui Tan Tan. The next generation rises, the people are born anew, and eternity endures forever. Dan Vukin holds 3 incense sticks and bows his head. Dan Vunyan kneels behind him to pay respects, inserting 3 sticks into the incense burner before waving his sleeve, a faint golden glow emanating from his hand. Dan Vukin shouted, Remaining divine tokens are needed for sacrifice, divine spirits to oversee. Below, the drums grew louder and louder. Protect our great moon! As he finished speaking, a huge crimson gate opened in the sky above the pillar, looking far from auspicious. It resembled a giant blood-red eye, wide open, staring directly down at the mortal world. Immediately, a powerful and strange energy from the chaotic realm poured down, forcing the cultivators to quickly set up protective barriers. The chaotic realm is truly terrifying. If you are not a peerless martial artist, this leaking aura alone is enough to kill someone on the spot. Dan Vukin stepped forward, with the bloodshed of the chaotic realm as his backdrop. The old man shouted loudly, Guangdong Long has appeared! The secret realm is open! 30 martial artists from the 9 Heavens tournament are preparing to enter. Only the truly outstanding fighters can survive and return to the 3 worlds. Tham Tran Yi gazed thoughtfully at the secret realm above, as he came to Kutin Huindo with his own purpose, paying little attention to everything else. Now, Vo Meng Hua Tuong stepped forward eagerly and invited, As the leader of the competition, you should lead your team into the secret realm yourself. Third young master, would you like to go in together? Tam Tran Wai glanced at Vo Meng Hua Tuong and asked casually, Do you also want to enter the Chaos Abyss? The Vo Meng monk was stunned, gazing at Tam Tran Wai in confusion for a long moment before sighing, It must be done. The usual playful smile disappeared, replaced by a resolute expression. Tham Tran Wai lowered his head with a gentle smile, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, You have your own ideas. After a moment of silence, he then said, Of course, if that's the case, I will also go in and try. Master, what exactly is this chaotic secret realm? No one has explained it clearly before. Everyone only knows it's a sacred place for cultivation, but you've shown no concern at all. Actually, it's nothing serious, just fragments from when the world shattered and fell down. It can't escape the grip of this Batutu either, so it doesn't mean much. It's just going in there to find its own death. After all these years, it seems only one person has ever returned from entering the chaotic secret realm. Tham Tran Wai calmly mentions Tran Thut as if it has nothing to do with him. Then why does my master have to go in there? Usually Sohwala is quick-witted, but this time it was the Princess of Long who spoke first, showing how worried she was. Tam Tran Wai remained calm and indifferent, softly saying, "I can go in there and surely come back." Meanwhile, the Vomong monk standing behind him remained silent, lost in thought. Then the monk suddenly looked up at Tam Tran Wai and said, "San." But Tam Tran Wai looked at him and interrupted, sighing. What would it feel like to visit, and then escape from the past? The expression in Vomong Hua Thuong's eyes changed, as if something had just shattered inside him. He clasped his hands behind his back, his face somewhat cold, shook his head and said, "Demon Lord, you must have mistaken." Tam Tran Wai didn't say anything more, only smiled and turned to walk forward. Tham Trani's body gradually rose into the air, with sword light beneath his feet transforming into sword energy, allowing him to fly through the sky. His long hair and white robes fluttered in the wind, and his calm expression remained unchanged from start to finish. He calmly approached the pillar of the Dragon Gate as if taking a walk, even gliding past Dan Vu Kin and Dan Vu Nhan standing below. Although Tam Chan Ai had rejected him, how could Dan Vu Nhan easily dismiss his feelings? Her heart is filled with worry and regret. Someone who leaves once may never be seen again for 1,000 years. The Dragon Pillar Gate opens, and the sky turns a blood-red hue. Under Tam Tran Wai's lead, the cultivators below also prepare, surrounding themselves with their aura, their expressions resolute. Tam Tran Yi moved forward as if walking on air, approaching Longman steadily. His white-clad figure soared freely like a great bird. Nothing could bind him. The dreamless monk follows closely behind, each step firm and steady. The others also begin to unleash their powers, soaring into the clouds. The pillar stands 3,000 zhang high, unreachable for mortals. But for them, it's just a step. They came to this secret realm full of excitement, hoping to cross the Dragon Gate and return with greater cultivation. Before long, Tam Chan Yi reached the top of the Dragon Pillar. He paused in front of the chaotic secret realm, looked down, and saw the lone figure of Duan Vu Kin surrounded by the crowd, tiny and trembling, yet clearly visible before his eyes. At this moment, the Wu Meng monk also arrived right behind Shen Zhenyi and looked up at him. Shen Zhenyi nodded and smiled at him, saying, "I'll go in first." He lightly tiptoed, then leapt into the chaos realm, walking with steady confidence. In an instant, the figure in white disappeared into the chaos realm, leaving only his legs behind, which also vanished completely. Master Wu Meng also charged in, followed by a group of other cultivators entering one after another. A flash of light flickered and then disappeared, and gradually the chaotic illusion closed again. Dan Vu Nan finally couldn't hold back anymore, her face filled with sorrow, silently calling out the third young master's name, tears streaming down her face. Darkness and gloom, mournful roars, blood splattering everywhere, and mist swirling around. As soon as they entered the chaotic secret realm, everyone's illusions shattered. This time, besides the strong fighters from the Nine Heavens mystical furnace arena, many carefully selected young experts are here. They all see this as a great honor, but as soon as they arrive, everyone is stunned. Is this really the chaotic secret realm, the holy land of martial arts? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't resemble a sacred place, but more like a forbidden land. Where are the martial arts schools? Where are the secret manuals? Where are the senior elders? Could this just be the entrance? Some people start to speculate wildly, still unwilling to accept the truth despite their panic, thinking they can just pass the test and enter the real secret realm. At this moment, the Vomong monk stepped forward with a serious expression and coldly said, "This is the Lone Lie secret realm. You don't need to overthink anymore. Whether you continue forward for a mile or 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, this place will forever remain the Lone Lie secret realm, and the scenery is only this much." He seemed to have anticipated this long ago. Shen Zhenyi simply clasped his hands and watched from afar as Master Wu Meng openly revealed their greatest fear, causing them to panic even more, with some even shouting in frustration. "What? Old monk, don't talk nonsense. If you deceive me, even if you've reached the 9th stage of the true person realm, I won't let you go. Vomong Thuong Hoi Kui. You're afraid to oppose the great Moon Dynasty who deceived you, but you want to trouble a well-meaning monk like me?" He sneered. "It's a pity, even if you kill me and grind my bones into dust, you will forever be trapped in this bottomless chaos secret realm, eventually turning into a pile of rotten golden dirt." Someone was both scared and angry, rushing towards the Vomong monk, but in the end was stopped by the calmer people behind. After all, the Vomong monk's words were not wrong. At this moment, Ngu Dai Thiu stepped forward and asked nervously, "So, Master, have you known all along that the chaotic secret realm is like this?" Then what was His Majesty the Emperor's purpose in bringing us here? The secret realm of chaos has always been a place that martial arts experts of the 8-2 world have aimed for, and for 3,000 years that has never changed. Now, Master Wu Mong suddenly reveals that the Chaos Secret Realm is actually a trap. They couldn't accept it for a moment. The Vomong monk still smiled as he revealed the truth. Do I even need to say it? You are all outstanding heroes of this era. If you diligently cultivate and break through to a new level, perhaps each person's strength will last for 1,000 years. Accumulating cultivation will naturally threaten the ruling position of the Great Moon Dynasty, and for the long-term future, they will inevitably have to eliminate the descendants of our martial arts lineage. Only then can they continue to control the 3-prison world. Over the past 1,000 years, the number of talented young elites in the Great Moon Dynasty has been decreasing. So wouldn't that have an impact on them? Although Vomong Thuong's words are very reasonable, they still refuse to accept it. On what basis can they say such things?
Although they asked, they actually knew that what Vomong said was the truth. At this moment, someone suddenly realized, looking at Vomong with surprise, and asked, if the master already knew this was a trap, why did he still come here?
Master Wu Mong clasped his hands in front of his chest, radiating a calm aura, and said quietly,
I'm a Buddhist monk practicing the Dharma. If I don't enter hell, who will? Dan Vu Kin wants to sever the lineage of outstanding young martial artists and let the Tao of the falling moon fade into the past. So I must find a way to adapt flexibly and respond accordingly. This time I am here also to save all of you.
Master, is there really a way out? This secret realm must be one of the shattered pieces from another world, completely separated from the B universe.
After we came in here, there's no way out anymore. Could there still be an exit?
The people who wanted to settle the score with the Vomong monk earlier now crowd around him, arguing loudly, making him a bit panicked. Master, please save me again. The vowless monk still clasped his hands in front of his chest, nervously saying, the chance to leave here still depends on luck. It's not as easy as I say, but I will do my best to get everyone out of here. Next to Shen Zhenyi, only silence and a hand clasped behind his back as he watched the venerable Wu Mong. Wu Mong didn't make many promises, which made the crowd anxious and suspicious, but they couldn't force him. At this moment, Tam Chan Wai calmly chuckled and said, you don't need to worry too much. This secret realm may indeed be a trap with no way out, but it is infused with the essence of the higher realms, with abundant and powerful true energy that can be exploited, and it may hold the inheritance of secret martial arts from great figures. Dangerous, but not useless. Let's just move forward slowly, find a safe place to cultivate, and when the time is right, the opportunity to return will come naturally. The crowd cheered even more happily, but because this place was so mysterious and their words sounded a bit unbelievable, they could only cautiously ask again. Young Master San, does that mean you already know how to leave this place? At this, a few people happily laughed and said, Young Master San is the strongest among us and has inherited ancient secrets, so maybe he truly knows the inside story of this chaotic secret realm. Therefore, they all turned to bow to Third Young Master Shen with great respect and said, Please kindly guide us more, Third Young Master Shen. However, Third Young Master Shen was not particularly concerned with these matters and simply nodded with a smile. Actually, what someone said earlier was not wrong. The so-called chaotic secret realm is actually a small fragment fallen from the higher levels of the world, pulled toward the vicinity of the Batu world due to its proximity to it. It is undeniable that those who usually enter the chaotic secret realm and cannot withstand the attacks from the upper levels will inevitably perish. Even if you are considered a group of the most outstanding martial experts in this world of Batu, you may not be able to resist when facing the extremely powerful forces from the higher levels. Above this Longdang pillar is the entrance to the chaotic secret realm, but this realm has no fixed exit, only waiting for the time to shift or for the B-tier world door to reopen. This Tran Y, usually reserved in speech, now spoke at length, surprising everyone but also reassuring them greatly. Someone then stepped forward and asked, When will the B2 door open again? Vomong the monk stood to one side, calmly looking at Tam Chan Y. Tam Chan Y pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing, and said, I estimate it will take about a few months. Someone listened and immediately showed dissatisfaction, because according to Tam Tran Y, this place is extremely dangerous. Even just a few weeks could be enough to lose your life. Tam Chan Y simply ignored their gazes and said, During this time, you need to search for the ancient inheritance land. Jingxin remains calm and focused on cultivation. Maybe there's still a chance to improve our cultivation. Hearing this, everyone relaxed and smiled at each other, realizing that not only did they survive, but they could also advance their cultivation. In that case, we should rely more on Third Young Master's guidance. Then we can feel a bit more at ease? Tom Tron Lai shook his head coldly and said, Not necessarily. Having said that, he clasped his hands and a sword aura gathered at his fingertips, leaving no room for complacency. After finishing, he shot the sword energy towards the young master Ngu standing before him. Ngu young master was completely caught off guard by Tom Tron Y's sudden attack, but his cultivation level was limited. Although he sensed the danger, his body couldn't react in time, and panic and fear were clearly written on his face. The brown-haired man shouted loudly, Ngu brother, be careful. The attack shot straight toward Ngu and he panicked, thinking he was doomed this time, but suddenly the move disappeared. Ngu brother closed his eyes, waiting for death. But that ultimate move turned into a streak of blue light that swept past him and disappeared completely. Ngu brother opened his eyes, extremely surprised. Could it be that I haven't? When was the wolf already killed? Ngu Huin was startled and asked, What is this? Tom Tron Y explained, This is the Tum Long. The abbot smiled and said, Let's put aside our doubts for now and continue following third young master Shen. Then we can discuss further. Tam Tron Y led the way, and they followed. The monk asked, Do you understand this place very well, third young master? Have you been here before? But Shen Zhenyi denied it, saying he had never been here. The monk was full of doubt, saying the beast earlier looked familiar, but he couldn't identify its name or type. Strangely, the third young master was able to call it by its correct name, the Shen Lung. Tham Tran Yi's expression appeared wise and profound. There is still much I know. Meanwhile, in the palace, a servant tremblingly knelt and reported, Your Majesty, this secret mission involved a total of 36 experts, and including their followers, the group numbered 408 people. All of them are now inside, and the gates have been closed. Your Majesty raises the water cup high, wishing for their early victory and glorious achievements. The future of martial arts in the 8-2 world depends on these people. The servant heard this and was not only not happy, but even more frightened, clearly knowing how dangerous things inside truly were. This journey might be a one-way trip, a sacrifice of the experts. The red-haired woman, holding Tom Tam's secret letter, couldn't hold back her tears when she thought he might have perished inside the secret realm. At this moment, the treacherous emperor asked slyly, How is the investigation of the Chi Sword Mountain sect going? The red-haired woman was startled, her eyes widening as she secretly retreated. The emperor once again appeared extremely pleased because Shen Zhenyi just entered the chaotic secret realm, and as a Marquis of the Water Spring with a special status, he couldn't easily attack the Chi Sword Mountain sect. Just a few more months, no matter how strong Shen Zhenyi is, once he leaves the Batu world, this unprecedented storm will also pass. The Great Moon Dynasty will still exist for 10,000 years. The subordinate next to him kept nodding in flattery. That's right, that's right. The red-haired woman heard everything and quietly took something out of her sleeve. Inside the secret realm, everyone is in danger, and screams keep ringing out. Ah, damn it, how many more of these things are there? Countless Tamlang beasts are attacking them. Please help. Tamlang's eyes flash like lightning as it rushes to attack, but luckily, a surprise strike repelled it, saving that person. The monster was taken down in an instant, and the one who saved them was the monk. He examined the situation and said, Tam Tran Y, you knew this would happen, so you didn't bring your 2 female disciples along no matter what. Tham Tran Yi, while fighting Tam Long, warned the monk, Don't probe any further, that's how it is, but only to reduce trouble. He pointed to a spot, creating a whirlwind. The Tamlang was defeated instantly. He continued, Their martial arts are not yet perfected. There's no need to rush them to understand how brutal this world truly is. The monk smiled, seeming to understand Tam Tran Y's meaning. So, does the third young master know the origin of these monsters? How should we deal with them? Tam Tran Y explained that these monsters are a type of exotic creature, one of the important races in the higher world alongside humans. Divine beasts, demons, and immortals fighting for dominance. The creature they just encountered is actually just a juvenile, with its intelligence not yet awakened and only a thick layer of skin. If it were an adult monster, even the weakest would possess incredible power, capable of confronting the top experts of the Batu world with just its claws. Fortunately, this chaotic secret realm is too small to hold mature monsters. The monk scratched his head and laughed. Tam young master is scaring me again. But deep down, I think that what young master Tam said is something I've never heard before and simply cannot understand, but I know for sure he's not one to boast. The monk prepares to defend again, warning me to be careful. Then he transformed into his magic staff, recognizing that his most important task now was to survive in this livable place, searching for a safe hiding spot. A few days later, the screams continued to echo. Tham Lang and the dead lie scattered in disarray, forming a stream of blood. Everyone shouts, "Kill that disgusting thing."
Be careful, Thamlong is attacking again from behind. The brown-haired person is desperately trying to create a protective barrier to hold back Thamlong. He shouted, "Brother Ngu, now is the time!" Brother Ngu seized the opportunity and jumped up. "Watch me now."
The crimson flame blade strikes. The demonic wolf glares as Ngu Huin's sword is lowered. Just as the blade was about to touch, it used its sharp claws to push him away. My brother had to plant his sword into the ground to land safely and avoid being thrown far away. Damn it! This thing reacts even faster than expected. The demon wolf hasn't given up yet. It drops to the ground and, seeming very hungry, moves toward the two of them. A burst of green energy suddenly appeared. It was the monk who had arrived. In an instant, the beast vanished. Brother Ngu has been rescued. But there are not just one or two demonic wolves. In this dangerous secret realm, many others are increasing their speed. The monk shouted, "Third young master, now is the time." Shen Zhenyi remains completely calm. He stomps his foot, unleashing a burst of power from the ground to attack the demonic wolves. All of them were trapped inside that blue aura and then disintegrated like shattered glass. Tok now sighed in relief, finally able to rest. While he was catching his breath, Ngu Huin and the monk were also very happy to have escaped the previous danger. Suddenly, the monk noticed Tam Tranwai, the third young master, and took out a scroll of paper from his belongings. "We have been traveling forward for 3 days, so we must have reached the deepest part of the chaotic secret realm. Turns out that is the map within the secret realm. If we change direction to the west, there is a neighboring land that can avoid monster attacks. What do you think about that?" Brother Ngu was surprised. "Is this the map of the chaotic secret realm?" The monk suddenly became alert upon hearing what the younger brother said. He looked around cautiously, seeing everyone tending to their wounds, then folded the map back up, still hoping you would keep quiet. This is not something suitable for many people to know. Cough, cough, with so many here, it's certain that the royal spies are involved. I wonder how they will send the message out. Brother Ngu quickly covered his mouth. Tam Tran Yi glanced at the map. "Where's the red X mark in the north indicating?" The monk pointed to the red mark. "Is this it?" A large, red-scaled snake with a head directly connected to its body, its mouth filled with deadly venom, its entire body covered in tough scales that swords and blades can't pierce. "I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it." "It's okay. It's just a red-scaled divine python. No need to worry. Let's head north. The land protected by the red-scaled divine python surely holds treasures, or perhaps a divine inheritance technique much safer than this impoverished western land." How does young Master Tam know that the western area is just a deserted land? Many years have passed like that, and the inherited land in the west, barely surviving without collapsing, was already fortunate. Of course, it had been ravaged too much by the Tun. The monk was stunned, his eyes showing clear surprise, and suddenly he thought of something. Tam Trani has noticed this, so I suggest we go and tell everyone to head north. The monk hesitated. But what about that red-scaled serpent demon? Is the third young master sure he can handle it? Zhenyi smiled and said, "Absolutely certain. Nothing to worry about." Seeing Zhenyi's confident demeanor, the monk was once again amazed. He had no choice but to force a smile and trust in this. 3 days later, a heavy rain poured down and everyone continued to follow each other, heading north. 5 days later, the snow covered everything in white and everyone was shivering with cold. 7 days later, they had to cross the desert again under the scorching sun. One of the group suddenly doubted that ever since entering the chaotic secret realm, everything had been decided by Third Young Master and the Vomong monk. "Do you think they can still be trusted?" The man in the green shirt retorted, "Vomong the monk was originally part of the royal family, so there are probably secrets we can't know." Tam Tran Wai is indeed a strange character. No one understands why someone so young from the 9U region could be so knowledgeable about so many secrets. I heard he received an ancient inheritance, which is why he made such great progress. Maybe the inheritance actually includes documents related to the chaotic secret realm. If that's the case, then if we can defeat Shen Zhenyi, we would have control. This guy has clearly developed a betrayal plan, but someone else shook their head to stop him. He is an unparalleled martial artist. If we don't have the upper hand, we can't act easily. For now, we can only stand by and wait for the right moment. However, Shen Zhenyi was fully capable of recognizing their conspiracy. Ngu Huin stepped closer and warned, "Third young master, you need to be careful." Now the leaders of Thanmuk Sect, Niu Shen Sect, and Fei Yue Cave, along with representatives from the 8 sects of the world, are secretly colluding, apparently planning to oppose you. Tam Tran Wai remains calm because it's strange for people to live together without forming factions to do evil. In this chaotic scene, they will soon realize that such a thought is no different from inviting death. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared ahead. Brother Hu, before you even understand what's happening, you point ahead and say, "Look, there seems to be something up front." The monk looks surprised and asks how that could be.
How is this possible? A giant serpent body gradually appears.
Zhen Zhenyi smiled and said, "You can find out just by trying." The monk channeled his energy and replied, "I'll go take a look and then come back." Then he soared into the sky, witnessing the giant serpent coiled in multiple layers.
After a moment of observation, the monk returned, and Ngu brother immediately asked, "Vomong master, what is ahead?"
Master Wu Mong's face darkened. It was a snake corpse, and that thing had grown bigger again. Brother Ngu was startled. "What's going on?" "Snake, snake, snake." Shen Zhenyi explained that the divine red serpent is a celestial creature born with rapid growth, but it is also prone to illness. Every 100 years, it must undergo a heavenly tribulation to shed its skin once. Especially after reaching maturity, each thunder tribulation is a life-and-death battle. So, after hundreds of years without seeing it, it might have died long ago and no longer needs to be concerned. Brother Ngu was stunned and asked, "Dead? Is he really dead?" The monk also could not believe his ears. Never thought that even a divine creature of that level could one day die. Could it be that there truly are beings in this world who cannot die? Zhenai replied, "Of course there will be." The abbot briefly blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed to praise in front of the third young master. "Forget about this now. I will take everyone to cut open the snake's body so we can continue on our way." And with that, he cast a spell toward the red-scaled snake's corpse. Shamtran Ai reminds everyone that this snake corpse cannot be harmed by ordinary blades and can be considered a rare treasure. How much they can obtain depends on their luck. Hearing this, those guys immediately became excited.
What did you say?
A rare treasure?
Ha ha ha, indeed, heaven favors those who work hard. I've got this one in the bag.
The monk could only shake his head in disappointment at their attitude. "Third young master, you should also go get the snake corpse."
Thamtran Yi shook his head in refusal. "This thing has no effect on me at all." The monk advised, "Third young master, this item is useless to you, but for Miss So and Lord Long Thieu, it's also a good protective treasure, and you'll find a use for it in the future."
Hearing about So Hua La and Long Thieu Chu, Thamtran Yi immediately changed his mind. "You're right, then I'll take a few pieces for my disciples." Then, a surge of power shot out from his hand, creating streaks of cuts on the divine snake's skin, with energy enveloping its entire body and tearing large patches of scales. The three scheming traders, seeing this, immediately became angry, thinking that Tam Tran Wai clearly had the ability but was selfish, only thinking of himself and not sharing with others. "I think he's extremely selfish. Walking with him means we'll definitely be betrayed by him. That's right. This person knows the chaos of the secret realm like the back of his hand, clearly having had plans from the start, so we must stay alert. Once we find the right opportunity, we must act first. He is malicious and skilled in martial arts. He easily tears the snake apart with his hands and strikes with a sharp sword, making it hard for us to fight back." Another person immediately retorted,
"Humph, he can win the top spot in the Nine Heaven Sky duel, so his martial arts are definitely not weak. But after all, he is still young, his internal energy is not fully accumulated. Can he really withstand the combined efforts of many of us?
As for the skill to catch the snake, maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. Not necessarily real martial arts." After finishing the task, the group continued on their way. After walking for a while, Shen Zhenyi noticed the slime marks on the sand surface. He observed and identified this area as the habitat of starving wolves and rhinoceros-horned ostriches. They often gather on both sides to fight endlessly. If we go in there, I'm afraid we'll lose more than we gain, so we must be extremely careful." The monk exclaimed in praise, "Tam Kong Tu truly knows everything. The places we've passed through these days have been very quiet,
Yet I never expected a great battle between giant wolves and strange birds."
Everyone passing by was drawn in and lost their lives there. The third young master didn't know but could see everything clearly. Truly, a true immortal. Thamtran Yi ominously warns the traders behind that today is a matter of life and death, and that they must protect themselves because they have never witnessed the brutality of the battle between humans and beasts here, taking this opportunity to experience it firsthand. The monk was startled and said, "Master Third, you mean that your words are not finished, and Thamtran Yi's prediction has come true." The monk was startled by the roaring sounds. From afar, countless strange beasts charged forward, but not to attack them. It was a fierce battle between the hungry wolves and the rhinoceros-horned ostriches. A starving wolf howled fiercely, while the rhinoceros-horned ostrich, smaller but no less fierce, attacked directly with its sharp claws aimed at the wolf's head. After just a few swift strikes, the hungry wolf couldn't fight back and was covered in blood. With one more deadly blow, it collapsed at the opponent's feet. Brother Ngu exclaimed in amazement. Is this the bravery of the extraordinary family? Even the traitors witnessing this scene couldn't help but be terrified. Can humans withstand such power? What if we are pushed inside and endure for less than a stick of incense? Tham Tran Yi smiled, knowing they had started to fear. The brown-haired man couldn't hold back any longer and vomited at the bloody scene. The monk was stunned by the scene before him. Now we can only wait for them to finish fighting. Then slip past from the side. Zhen Yi immediately objected, "No, we can't wait. They are very sensitive to the scent of other species. If we don't leave quickly and are detected, I fear that both of their kinds will unite against us and try to eliminate us first." "Are you saying that the monsters can sense our tactics? No wonder that year," Xin Zhenyi sighed. "If only this battle involved all genuine cultivators at the 9th level, or those whose aura could be fully gathered to quietly observe how the situation changes. But there are still many impure energies among them that will eventually be detected by these strange beasts." This clearly hints at the traitorous group behind the scenes. The monk glanced at the guy with brown hair who was vomiting, then decisively grabbed his hand and pulled him away. "Let's go quickly. Those villains still don't understand what's happening. They're fighting fiercely with each other right now, so what are we afraid of?" As we walked slowly and hadn't finished speaking, his head was instantly sliced off by a rhinoceros-horned ostrich. Someone else shouted a warning from behind, but it was too late, and he could only cry out in pain. His bloodied head was instantly killed by the rhinoceros-horned ostrich, its beak still dripping fresh blood. It let out a savage scream that terrified the others and made them retreat quickly. On the other side, the monk and the brown-haired guy were also being chased. "Ah, help me!" Seeing the sharp beaks rushing toward him, the brown-haired guy screamed in fear. The monk smiled again, without a hint of worry, lifting you into the sky. "Third young master, shall we face them? Because the opponent is a bird, even if the monk uses his energy to fly up, they can easily catch up." One suddenly attacked from behind. The abbot's eyes widened in alarm. Immediately, Tham Tran Yi's power was unleashed again. The bird was caught by the wing and destroyed instantly. "Don't fight. If you can run, just run fast." The rhinoceros-horned ostrich is naturally capable of forming formations. If they get blocked, no matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to escape. The abbot immediately ordered, "Everyone heard that, right? Hurry up." A few hours later, the rebel group was all wounded and bleeding. This chaotic and blood-soaked wilderness was truly a land of death. Suddenly, one of them went berserk and screamed in despair. "Ah ha 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 ha. For 3,000 years, it's all been lies. All lies. We're definitely going to die. We can't fight the beasts." He turns to blame Tham Tran Yi. "Young Master Tam Tam, it's because you led us here, causing so many of us to die. Shouldn't you give a clear explanation now?" "Young Master San, it was you who led us here and caused so many of us to die. This person is Man Shichdong, a master of Thanmuk Sect. Shouldn't he be giving an explanation now?" "Brother man, your words are a bit too much. In the chaos and terror like this, if it weren't for the help of Third Young Master and Master Wuming, I'm afraid we would be worse off." Ma Shichong pointed directly at Shen Zhenyi's face. "Ha ha ha, look at him. He's not hurt at all. His spirit remains steady and calm. So how can he say he's given his all?" Only then did the others notice and realize that Shen Zhen had indeed come out unscathed. They began to suspect that he must have some secret to escaping the claws of the monster, but was deliberately hiding it. Tham Tran Yi now admits, "Yes. First, if it weren't for me, you might have already died more than half. Second, I truly haven't gone all out." Ma Zhixdong turned to look at those around him, seeking their agreement. "Listen up. I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" However, Shen Zhenyi didn't bother arguing with him and continued toward a large gate ahead. "I can stabilize my divine weapon, it's just that I am much stronger than you." Everyone was surprised and asked, "Where is this place?" Tham Tran Yi explained that 3,000 years ago, this was the territory of Thuonglan Sect, one of the 3 main orthodox sects, governing the entire southwest region. Other powerful sects had to submit, their influence unmatched. But 2,000 years ago, the Thuonglan Sect disappeared from history, leaving only a few elders clinging to past glory. At this point, there probably isn't even a small chance left. Ngu Huin asked, "Third Young Master, do we need to go inside there?" Tham Tran Yi frowns, explaining that this place has a grand protective formation that can handle strange phenomena but is harmless to people, so everyone can freely explore within Thuonglan Tong to seek inheritance opportunities, and it surely still holds the secret techniques passed down from the disciples of Thuonglan Tong. As long as they can pass their test and learn their martial arts, once the martial realm develops further, they can go behind to visit the martial arts temple. Hearing this, the others' attitudes immediately changed. They respectfully said thank you for Master Shen's guidance, then they quickly flew over there to seek advice on the techniques of the immortal. To master the 33,000 types of inheritance at the martial arts temple, given their aptitudes, they probably wouldn't even get through the door before going insane. Maybe after a few hundred years, if they can surpass the outstanding true beings of the martial realm, they might have a chance to visit the martial arts temple to learn. It's a bit too early now. It seems Tam Tran Wai predicted their fate. The monk just stepped forward, and Tam Tran Wai turned to look. Aren't you going to look for the rare martial arts manual? Even if you've been to the chaotic secret realm before, can what you gained then compare to the precious treasure in Shanglan? The monk smiled and said, I think following Master Tham will bring more gains. Tham Tran Yi said with a hint of irony, You are good at everything, but a bit too confident in your own cleverness. All right, everyone, let's wait here for the next space-time shift. I need to go ahead now. Venerable Master quickly called out, Tam, young Master, aren't you going to check out the holy temple here? But Shen Zhenyi still didn't turn around. The secret manual of martial arts in Shanglan's secret vault isn't very useful to me. If fate allows, I will give it to my friend's descendants in the future. This time I entered the chaotic secret realm, first because of you, and second because of another enemy, the monk asked in surprise. An enemy? Is there still another enemy lurking somewhere in this secret realm? Tham Tran Yi initially wasn't sure, but after entering here, he truly sensed that person's presence. He thought they wouldn't meet out again, but unexpectedly, some trace still remains in this secret realm. Whether that person is alive or dead, you still have to go and see for yourself so as not to betray the friendship. From years ago, hearing this, the monk's expression changed and became extremely tense. This situation is unfolding exactly as I planned, but Tam Tran Wai is always the wild card. If he leaves and dies in this secret realm, that would be the best outcome. But the monk reached out to stop him. Tam Kong Tu, the alias Chaos, danger lurks everywhere. Even with your high martial skills, you shouldn't take such risks. Just wait here in a few days during the conjunction of the sun and moon, the 9 stars constellation. We will have the chance to break free. Tham Tran Yi suddenly stopped, his eyes turning sharp. His words are truly worth listening to. The monk noticed Tam Tran Wai's unusual attitude, but he had already flown away, leaving him alone. Meanwhile, the traitorous group ventured deeper into the forest and realized they were lost amidst the continuous rustling sounds. Brother Du was panicked. What kind of place is this? I just looked for a moment and felt a headache about to burst. I can't even stand steadily. Ma Shikdong looked around cautiously and said, Maybe we've been tricked. Where is the real martial arts holy land? Suddenly, Brother Du notices something and points to the sky, saying, Master Man, look over there. Ma Shichdong suddenly remembers that Shen Zhenyi said this place is a sacred martial arts ground, yet he left alone. Does he want to trap us here and go find a more powerful treasure himself? Let's go and see where they're heading. Tam Tran Wai noticed the 3 of them chasing after him. He just smiled foolishly and sped up to fly away. In just a moment, they found themselves in a dangerous secret realm with red circles appearing continuously. Brother Du closed his eyes. Senior brother, the spiritual energy here is too strong. I can't hold on much longer. Ma Shichdong, hang in there a little longer. A giant red serpent opened its mouth wide, releasing a powerful stream of true energy. Shen Zhenyi moved gently, cutting its body into pieces. Seeing this scene, Ma Shichong couldn't help but be amazed. What level has his martial arts truly reached? Another person spoke. Master Man, maybe now the wisest choice is for us to return to the Thuanglan sect. Ma Shichdong tried to reassure them. Everyone, things have come to this point. We can't go back now. With his current level of martial arts, Tam Tran Wai's decision to leave the weapon stash at Thuanglan to continue his search will surely be beneficial. As long as we stay close and act when there's an opportunity, we will definitely gain a lot. 3 hours later, at Huyen Xuyen, 3,000 miles away, Tam Tran Yi arrived at a place that looked incredibly mysterious. Ma Shichdong watched and said, Look quickly. Tam Tran Wai stopped then. The man with the blindfold noticed something strange about that river. I don't know why, but as I looked at it, the thick fog covered the entire sky and I felt a deep sense of fear. Tham Tran Wai finally revealed, You've been following for long enough. The path ahead was once guarded by me, where no mighty or terrifying thing dared to approach. You may still barely protect your own lives, but the Huyen Shuyen River 3 miles ahead is filled with illusions and endless visions. If you take one more step forward, you can only rely on the 2 words guard your heart to try your best. If your minds are unstable and full of distractions, it's better to turn back early, or you'll be walking to your own death. Ma Shichdong proudly replied, Huh? Third young Master Shen, we are just passing by and not deliberately following. There is danger ahead, but there will definitely be treasures.
Why did you have to strike first at us? Are you trying to monopolize the treasure for yourself?
Thamtran I didn't bother arguing with them.
Fine, it's up to you.
Then he raised his hand to cast a spell, forming a blue path ahead, as Tam Tran Wee slowly stepped onto the shimmering river surface like a mirror, while the others could only watch.
Ma Shichdong angrily said, "Huh? Look at his attitude. All of us are brothers participating in the Nine Heavens Sky Duel, coming from the Baitu world to this place. Why does he have no sense of brotherhood or camaraderie at all? But with such a large river, he can easily glide across it."
Could it be that we can't be sure and you're just saying it's really dangerous? Why don't we all go together?
To see what treasure is hidden in this 3,000-mile illusion passage that makes our third young master Taeum rush in so eagerly. Brother Du seems to be afraid, but Tom Gongzi just now said this place is full of danger. If we don't understand it well, it's better not to go. Ma Shichdong doesn't believe it.
Huh, he's just trying to scare us. We might get called stupid for going, but at least we get to be background characters. If it's really that dangerous, why didn't he hesitate and just go in? The bearded man beside him also agreed. Just like Brother Man said earlier, this place is probably full of danger, but also opportunity. If Brother Du is afraid, then please go back. Seeing the attitude of those two,
Brother Du had to give in. Fine, all right, I'll go then.
Meanwhile, Shen Zhenyi was crossing the Huyan Shuyan River alone, where the water seemed to conceal the silhouette of a girl, along with countless shards of glass. This place is filled with illusions, and anyone who enters would be enchanted for life and never escape.
Ma Shichdong confidently declared, that Tam Tran Wai is just pretending. I almost got fooled by him, wanting to monopolize the greatest treasure of this secret realm. Don't even dream about it.
The old man with the tattoo nodded. Brother Man said it very well. On this trip into the secret realm, we must obtain the greatest treasure and break through the martial arts realm that no one has achieved in 100 years. Brother Du patted his senior brothers on the head and spoke, but before he could finish, something grabbed his foot. Oh no, I thought he was just careless.
Ma Shichdong turned back to remind him. You really are careless, Brother Du. The man with the bun laughed loudly. Being a disciple of the Bull God Sect, yet you slipped and fell into the water.
Brother Du was sweating profusely. What's going on? Hurry and help me.
Ma Shichdong still thought Brother Du was joking. If the sect master found out about this, he would definitely throw him into the death pit for some months of discipline. Hearing that, Brother Du's face turned pale as he tried to pull his foot out of the water, but he could feel the current trying to drag him down. The river water is contaminated. I can't get out. Help me! He trembles and calls for help, startling the two men.
What do you mean? Then they had to work together to pull Brother Du out of the water. Looking at the droplets of water remaining on his shoes, he wondered what kind of water this was, as the drops shimmered like gems. The man with the bun frowned, hearing that most places here have weak water where duck feathers won't float and reed flowers will sink. Even martial arts experts can't get through. Ma Shichdong realized, could this be the legendary weak water? Let me take a look. Then he focused his energy into his eyes to see through the water, but found nothing unusual. There's nothing unusual, whether it's the place of weak water or not. Since we've already come this far, we must keep going and not give up halfway. At this moment, Shen Zhenyi was crossing the river when he suddenly sensed something. Karma created by heaven can be forgiven, but the karma one creates themselves cannot be survived. Huh? Your sword is? That sword, senior brother. You cannot retreat. The voice from the illusion echoed in his ear. Shen Zhenyi waved his hand, and the illusion immediately disappeared. It turns out these were just illusions created to disturb the mind. Does Shen Zhenyi still look down on these things? But the voice rang out again. Sword Lord, take a look at these cherry blossoms. This statement truly affected Shen Zhenyi, causing the water beneath his feet to splash wildly. The water swirled around, attacking him, revealing an enormous figure and a palace, followed by a long-haired girl in a purple dress. It seems she is fighting fiercely with the six-armed giant, and a scene of chaos and war unfolds with many casualties. Disasters keep happening one after another. Tam Tran Wai frowns. That's enough. You wave your hand to shatter the illusion and finally step safely onto the shore. In front of you is a forest of floating flowers, if that person is truly still alive. Thinking of that, Tam Tran Wai opened his eyes wide and looked behind him where countless transparent butterflies were fluttering. So he has also lived alone here for 400 years. What was that feeling of loneliness like during those months trapped in illusions? The girl saw Tam Tran Wai, and her expression changed from initial surprise to radiant joy.
You're here again, babe.
You come today. Meanwhile, Ma Shichdong and the others are trapped in the illusion.
His master appears now. Ma Shichdong, you really are bold. Ma Shichdong, trembling with fear and tears in his eyes, begged, "Please, don't have mercy on me. Spare me."
He hurriedly ran away, but was caught by the Lord's whip. "Don't run, stop right there now."
He screamed in pain, struggling desperately. The sect master, with a sharp gaze, asked, "Ma Shichdong, there's been rumors in the sect that you killed fellow disciple Quach Yu recently during training. Is that true?" Ma Shichdong is easily startled. The Lord is too unfair. I, Ma Shichdong, would never do that. At this moment, beneath his feet is a sea of blood and someone clutching his leg. That person is Quach Yu.
You were killed by him? That man family guy, you only snuck attack a fellow disciple over a sword manual.
Moreover, the pool of blood gradually transforms into terrifying human shapes. Blood demons appear, rushing to curse him, unable to die peacefully. Ma Shichdong was terrified by this scene. "Ah, no, let go of me."
I just wanted to be quick.
At that moment, a golden hand appeared and saved him. Ma Shichdong looked back, a girl comforting him, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. I thought I was saved." Ma Shichdong breathes a sigh of relief as the girl hugs him tightly, wrapping around his entire body before finally letting go. But, unexpectedly, it was all just an illusion. Ma Shichdong was gradually sinking into the deep sea, and what was pulling him down was actually a terrifying octopus with countless eyes and sharp teeth, ready to swallow him. In the end, Ma Shichdong lost his life. On the other side, Zi Ninquan approached Tam Tran Wai. Today, he came again. Sham Tran Yi smiled and said, "I'm here now." Tu Ninquan hugged him tightly. "You haven't come for a few days. I thought you forgot about me." Sham Tran Wai comforts him. Tu Ninquan is always sincere and genuine, so don't say 400 years. Even if 1,000 or 10,000 years pass, I will never forget. Tu Ninquan looks up at him, eyes full of hope and a touch of doubt. Suddenly, she pulled away from his embrace, stepping back, her whole body trembling. "Do you really mean it?" Tam Tran Yi sighed, holding her hand and saying, "I have come from outside for 400 years to return your sincere feelings." Tu Ninquan immediately burst into tears. "I know, you will finally come back." Tam Tran Wai nodded. "Yes, I will return." Tu Ninquan was the most beautiful woman in the 8-2 world, hundreds of years ago, and also the founder of the Zimi sect. The royal family of Dai Nguyen and the top experts of the 8 sects in the world all wished to marry this peerless beauty, but she was cold and indifferent to everyone. There was only a mysterious white-clad swordsman beside her, but he only appeared briefly. No one ever knew who Tu Ninquan's other half was, and she never mentioned it.
Decades after the white-clad swordsman left, Tu Ninquan, at the 9th level of the true human realm, achieved 2nd place in the 9 Heavens martial competition, before disappearing into a chaotic secret realm. Many believe that a beauty like her would not die easily. Perhaps she has already cultivated to a supreme level and ascended to the heavens. Unexpectedly, she had been guarding there for 400 years. Shen Zhenyu took Tsu Ningjun's hand and said, 400 years, I have always felt your sincere heart. Today, I come here to take you out of this secret realm and back to the mortal world. Tu Ninquan asked happily, "Back to the mortal world? Whatever you want, I will follow your lead." But suddenly she stopped, her face flushed, and she remained silent. Tam Tran Yi seemed to understand her feelings, then took her hand and said, "Let's go." Then he pulled Tu Ninquan along. "Do you still remember that year?" Tam Tran Wai confidently replied, "Of course I do." It turns out they used to be a group of 4, standing side by side like comrades. Tam Tran Wai said confidently, "I will personally control everything if we return to Batu again. You don't need to worry." Hearing this, Tu Ninquan also believed. Tam Tran Yi embraced Tu Ninquan, gathering his strength and saying, "I will accelerate fully." Immediately after, he soared into the sky, escaping the chaos of the secret realm. Tu Ninquan is now safe and sound, hoping that the other person will not continue to fall into the wrong path. At the same time, at the Shanglan sect, a surge of aura appeared, enveloping the entire sect. Brother Ngo was also in danger. Struck by a blow that shattered his sword, blood pouring out as he collapsed to the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Just then, Shen Zhenyi and Zi Ningqian also returned. Brother Wu turned around, fearing Shen Zhenyi was in danger, and hurriedly urged, "Master, go quickly, 3rd young master, run now, that emperor has gone mad. He wants to kill us all to monopolize the holy martial hall." Tu Ninquan widened her eyes and then spread her palm, revealing a lotus flower. Tam Tran Wei patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay, Vomong the monk.
The monk now radiates evil energy. His strength has increased significantly, and everyone around is staring at him in shock. Elder brother, hearing the call, the monk was somewhat moved, his hand still holding a sharp red longsword.
The monk realized, little brat,
He is walking on a pool of blood he created himself, with countless corpses beneath his feet. Little Lin Quan stepped forward, then suddenly turned around and saw Tam Tran Yi smiling at her, and she was extremely surprised. Zhen Zhenwei stopped Tu Ninquen from approaching the monk, who remained still and silent, sheathed his sword, and sighed, "So you are the sword gentleman. It turns out he is your older brother from the past?" Tham Tran Yi explains. She has stayed in the Huyan Yin secret realm for 4 years amid chaos, and can break through illusions in reality, seeing through all illusions with her eyes. You and I now have no definite form in her eyes, only the shadow of our souls. All external changes or disguises are useless against her. The monk realized, so that's how it is. Blood still drips from his red sword. Brother No fears that it's over. Could it be that these people are all on the same side? The monk looked at his blood-stained hand. A human life spanning 500 years is but a dream, an illusion compared to heaven and earth. Tu Ninquan hesitated and asked him, "Brother, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, so why does your aura still feel so intense? Where is Sister Tin now?" Hearing this, my elder brother replied sadly, "She has passed away a long time ago." Ngo brother stepped forward and grabbed Tam Tran Wei's shirt tightly, asking what exactly happened. "Who is this monk really? Third young master, please tell me the whole story." Tham Tran Yi glanced at his frightened expression and sighed. "This story is too long to tell." The Sword Sect in Central Plains has a long history, with many stories recorded, and it is said that 500 years ago there were 3 martial heroes known as Hong Tran. Brother Ngo replied, "I think I've heard of them, including Heavenly King Bak Viet, the most beautiful woman in the world from Nin Quan, who is very famous, and the other swordsman who appears and disappears like a passing pink cloud, whose origins are unknown." Zhang Zhenyi pointed at the monk and said, "He is the Heavenly King Bak Viet. She is the most beautiful woman in the world, and I am the sword soldier." Brother Eng was stunned, unable to believe that the legendary figure from 500 years ago would appear before him in this way. Initially, Heavenly King Bak Viet was a famous figure known for his swordsmanship. Although the Dao Tong in our Central Plains is orthodox, they highly revere his extraordinary sword skills. The monk who was killing like a mad demon in front of me was actually the heroic and spirited Heavenly King Bak Viet from those days. Tam Tran A recounted that after I left, it actually caused everyone to go through great trouble searching for me everywhere. "No, it's not like that. It was your sister's idea for you to go into the chaotic secret realm to find me. As for my wife and I, it was simply because we believed the malicious rumors that we fell into someone else's trap and blindly entered this deadly land. When we first entered the secret realm, we immediately realized we had been deceived. The young man intended to find her himself, so he went deep into the chaotic secret realm and disappeared 3,000 miles into Huyanyan. I, being too selfish, didn't follow to protect her, but instead took Tin Ni to seek a place where she could attain enlightenment. But unexpectedly, this ended up harming me and Tin Ni. We were attacked by a monster in the snow cavern. Tin Ni was captured by the monster. Bak Viet used all his strength to try to save her and released her. In the end, Tin Ni also died, losing her life, and I struggled to survive for many years in this secret realm, finally finding an opportunity to escape. This time I entered this secret realm with only one purpose, which is to take revenge." Brother No was startled. "Wait a moment, if you want revenge, shouldn't you go find the Great Moon Dynasty? Why would I seek out unlucky people like us to vent my anger?" The monk said, "Of course, I have to find the Imperial Moon Dynasty to take revenge. After leaving the chaotic secret realm, I tried countless times to assassinate the Heavenly Vi and overthrow the Great Moon Dynasty. But unfortunately, this was beyond my power. Then I studied the martial arts of various forces, even becoming a servant to my enemies, practicing secret techniques passed down by the Great Moon Dynasty for many years. But in the end, I realized there was disappointment in my heart and success seemed impossible. To advance further into the 9th level of the True Person realm and surpass the Zen war scripture, I must return to the chaotic secret realm and fulfill my original vow." Tham Tran Yi listened and sighed before turning to Bak Viet and saying, "Your 2 cultivation paths are already perfect and complete. Just one final refinement step, away from breaking the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. It seems that your visit to the chaotic secret realm has achieved your goal, but your approach is too domineering and reckless, shaking the foundation. Even if you ultimately gain the greatest power, it will come at a great cost, making it hard to advance further." Next to him are Tu Nin Quan and Go Cap Cap looking on warily. Bak Viet chuckled after hearing this, a hint of disdain on his face. If the martial way of Long Chung cannot protect his wife, then isn't he just a useless person? he said as he fell into reflection. The Great Moon Dynasty has destroyed my family and shattered my home. If I don't kill all 300,000 members of the royal bloodline, wouldn't I have lived my life in vain? Backfeet, this is not a good thing. My mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me anymore. If the Great Moon Dynasty is heaven, then I will make a big hole in the sky. Besides, I changed my name 100 years ago. Now it's Bak Fa Tien. He turned to look at Tam Tran Wei and Tu Nin Quen, saying, I didn't expect you to come back and to enter the Chaos Secret Realm together. The young man is also here. Tam Tran Wei looked a bit surprised, completely unable to understand. After hearing that, Bak Viet said nothing, only offering a gentle smile. Then that's good. After saying that, he turned and left, a look of satisfaction on his face. Based on your strength and the young ones, plus the help from this treasure vault, escaping the chaos of the secret realm is no longer difficult. If so, Bak Viet raised his sword and decisively struck into the void. I'll go ahead first. A deafening sound echoes as his sword passes through, and cracks begin to ripple through the space. And then, a second later, Bak Viet stepped through it, causing the ground beneath Ngo Cap Cap to start trembling. What is this? Ngo Cap Cap shouted in fear. To Tu Nin Quan's amazement, Tam Tran Wai explained gently, a sword cut through space. The old master indeed has grasped a higher realm of swordsmanship. With the power of the Xianglan's secret treasury, he compressed space to its limit, forging a path that connects the secret realm and the Baitu world. Ha! Now he just wants to escape the chaos of the secret realm and return to the Batu world. Hearing this, Bak Viet turned around. Indeed, you are the one with supreme power. The sword that just cut through space was also something I just comprehended, yet you saw through it. I really look forward to returning to the Batu world. It will surely be an incredible battle. The next moment, he vanished into the air, only his voice echoing toward Shen Zhenjun, saying, I hope you won't disappoint me by then. Now only Shen Zhenjun, Ngo Cap Cap, and Nin Quan remain in front of the sacred gate, seemingly trying to find a way inside. Ngo Cap Cap seems impatient and says, Third young master, I've tried many ways, but I just can't open the holy gate. Some of our teammates attempted to force it open and were knocked down by a backlash. Then the monk remembered the scene of Bak Viet with murderous eyes, and Ngo Cap Cap immediately fell silent. A second later, he shook his head vigorously and loudly said, No, it was when Bak Thien Vuong went crazy and he died the fastest. As Tam Tran Yi approached the holy temple, he said, The martial spirit inside the temple is intense, and the true energy surges fiercely. To break through this barrier forcibly would only bring shame upon oneself. To obtain one of the 33,000 martial arts inheritances, he raised his hand into the air, placed his palm on the lotus flower on the temple door, and said, We must open the temple with the right method. However, the door still did not move at all, causing Tam Tran Wai to feel a bit disappointed and sigh. Tu Nin Quan asked curiously, Do you know him? Tam Tran Wai turned to her and explained, A friend of mine used to carry a torn map with him, on which was a picture of this wounded snow lotus. If he were standing here, I wonder how happy he would be. It's just a pity that Tam Tran Wai hides his remaining thoughts and can't put them into words. Thinking of this, he paused, sighed, then continued to raise his hand to the electric door, and this time it worked. The entire cathedral began to shake with a rumbling sound. A blazing golden light surrounded the lotus flower, spreading down to where Tam Tran Wai's hand was placed. Seeing this mysterious light, Ning-jun immediately became alert, placing his hand in front of Tam Tran Wai's chest and warning him to be careful. Tam Tran Wai placed his hand on Ning-jun's shoulder to reassure him, saying, Everything is fine. Another space has appeared right in front of the three of them. This is Ngo Cap Cap exclaiming in amazement. Tam Tran Wai turns back and smiles at the two of them. Let's go in. The three of us step into the shimmering space together. The space inside sparkled so beautifully that Tu Nin Quan couldn't help but be surprised. She was a bit excited and said, I thought this was a secret library hidden away, but I didn't expect it to be this scene. Tam Tran Yi reached out and touched the stars in the space, and a comet immediately fell into his palm, then transformed into a surge of aura. Tam Tran Wai explained, The martial way's consciousness turns into air, hidden within the layer of true energy. Tu Nin Quan was surprised and said, That's truly miraculous. Go Cap. Cap scratched his head and said, Well, I'm really ignorant. I hope third young master can explain. Tam Tran Yi gently explained, The higher the level of martial arts, such as reaching the 9th stage of the true person realm, the more the martial way develops consciousness. Once consciousness is formed, it can exist independently and serve many miraculous functions. It is also because of the divine consciousness in martial arts that people can pass down the spirit through countless methods to future generations. At this moment, he recalled the old days, the successor of the secret treasury Tuang Lan, who, after being caught in the chaotic secret realm, wondered when he would be able to return to his own world.
33,000 types of martial entities cannot be stored across ages, which is truly not easy. Therefore, that person decisively destroyed the entities, only preserving the martial spirit containing everything. As long as the holy temple does not collapse, martial artists entering inside can randomly comprehend one of the 30,000 types of martial entities. After hearing this, Ngo Cap Cap was a bit impressed. So that's how it is, third young master. The martial arts inside this holy temple are incredibly diverse. I don't know which one to choose. Ngo Cap. Cap confidently said, I sense that the martial arts here are all extremely powerful. Each one could help me advance to a new level, but they also contain fierce true energy that is very dangerous. A single mistake could make it impossible to return forever. After hearing this, Shenzhen Yi was surprised and turned to say to No Chai Chai, You're also quite fortunate. You practice the ultimate skill of the Dao Sword Sect Zhongyuan, using sword intent to break through to the 9th level of the true person stage, which is quite impressive for your age.
Now you can still rely on your instinct to sense the spirit of martial arts within the holy temple. Reaching this level is truly a stroke of luck. Tam Tran Wai reached out and grasped a stream of dark red aura, continuing to explain. Inside the secret vault of Thuanglan, there is a crazed sword that embodies all the mistakes of heaven and earth. Drawing it is a mistake, and sheathing it is also a mistake. But the ability to kill people by mistake still makes the murderous swordsmanship the most unreasonable and surpasses even the true masters. You should reflect on this carefully. After finishing, Tam Tran Hai pointed his sword technique at No Cap Cap. No Cap Cap's expression immediately changed, as if he had just grasped a powerful spell and a blazing red sword mark appeared on his forehead. Thank you, third young master. He turned to Tu Nin Quan and told her to close her eyes and comprehend, to find the martial path that suits her best. No Cap Cap couldn't help but marvel. Truly impressive. Tam Tran Yi looked at her with a satisfied expression, standing there observing the two, one practicing red magic, the other blue. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye, and the decisive moment is approaching. At this time, the sun and moon align in a straight line, blocking out the natural light, while the other planets in space gradually line up as well. Tham Tran Yi looked up at this scene, appearing somewhat contemplative. The time is almost here. He spoke. At this moment, Tham Tran Wei remembered Bak Viet. For more than half a month, he has likely stirred up bloody battles in the Batu world. The space before him is now trembling. Tham Tran Yi gently stepped in and instantly appeared in the cultivation space. In front of him was Tu Nin Quan, focused on her training, her body covered in ice and snow, with a few droplets of water clinging to the corner of her eye. In her hand is a brilliantly blooming lotus flower, a scene that even surprises Tam Tran Wai. Glancing to the opposite side, Ngo Cap Cap is sitting in meditation. He is surrounded by the blazing red aura like fire, focused intensely, with a bleeding wound on his left cheek. The swirling aura around Ngo Cap Cap was powerful, yet dangerous, leaving a few wounds on his face. Tam Tran Ai silently observed as a gust of air brushed past Ngo Cap Cap's shoulder, tearing his robe and leaving a scratch. Immediately after, Ngo Cap Cap seemed to have gained control over the fierce energy, maintaining a calm face as he continued meditating. Tam Tran Yi noticed that although his controllability and proficiency were still behind Tu Nin Quan, given time, he would also achieve certain accomplishments. But the problem is that time can no longer be waited for now. Saying that, Shen Zhenyi reached out and focused the flow of energy. Although this might make Si Yuan a bit unstable, he still placed his hand on Tu Nin Quan's shoulder and then on Ngo Cap Cap for a moment. The ice surrounding Tu Nin Quan now shows signs of cracking. The next second, she broke free from the ice and escaped. Over here, Ngo Cap Cap also began to feel the change. He opened his eyes wide, with chaotic energy swirling in his pupils. Ngo Cap Cap stood up suddenly, his face full of surprise. He cupped his head in curiosity and asked why, but before he could finish, Ngo Cap Cap's energy went out of control, slicing through without hitting the target. Tham Tran Yi reached out to shield Tu Nin Quan as the energy sparks fell to the ground in front of him. Ngo Cap Cap, regretful, shook his head repeatedly and apologized, saying his power was not yet stable, and asking for the forgiveness of third young master and Miss Tu. After finishing speaking, he was attacked by his own energy. Tam Tran Wai seemed unfazed and turned to Tu Nin Quan, saying, "The time to leave the chaotic secret realm has come. We initially wanted to let the water flow into the river so she could gain a deeper understanding of this Ice Emperor secret technique. But due to the urgency, I can only help her a little. Although she saved some time, she would have to put in even more effort later to cultivate better. Tam Tron Y said. Tu Nin Quan seemed unconcerned, her face slightly flushed, and nodded, saying, "It's good if it doesn't delay your affairs." Seeing the other party happily agree, Tam Tran Y also felt a bit pleased and reached out to hold her hand. Shen Zhen Yi draped his arm over Zi Nin Quan and said, "Let's go behind the two of them." Wu Tai Tai is still panicking and screaming for help, uncontrollable. Wait for me. At this moment, outside the space, a fierce tiger growled while a soaring dragon in the sky was not to be outdone, and two fierce beasts, one green and one red, charged at each other fiercely. Where are they heading? The roar echoes through the sky, its power covering the entire area. Someone from the third family calls out, "Young Master Tam, you said now is the time to leave the chaotic secret realm, but I don't know what we should do." Ngo Cup Ka wondered aloud just then, when suddenly the fierce tiger and the lightning dragon charged straight at them. Ngo Cap Cap, amazed, exclaimed, "This is the pinnacle of the 9 realms of martial arts," and shouted in fear, "Tam Hair, they are coming here." However, Tam Tran Y only smiled faintly, confidently saying, "It's okay." He created a crack right in front of the fierce tiger and lightning dragon, but upon seeing what Tam Tran Y just made, they hesitated. They immediately turned around, surprised, and looked at Tam Tran Y as the crack gradually closed and disappeared into the clear sky. Where is this place? Third young master, Miss Tu, where are you both? Suddenly, Ngo Cap Cap seemed to touch something and was pushed backward without a chance to resist, then fell somewhere. Ngo Cap. Cap got up and asked curiously, "So I've escaped from the chaotic secret realm onto the top of the heavenly Jiao Jade Palace?" Shen Zhenyi said, "We are back." Su Ningjun opened her eyes wide in amazement as she looked at the surroundings. 400 years have passed, but the heavenly realm Jade Palace still retains its former appearance, she said. Thumtran Yi pulled out something from his side and said with a touch of emotion, "The same old item, the same unchanging heart." But Tu Nin Quan sensed something was wrong and frowned, asking, "Are there people trying to harm you?" "We are returning from the chaotic secret realm, so of course there will be someone uneasy about it," Tam Tran Y said, as if it were obvious. "Moreover, Bak Viet will return before us. During this time in the Batu world, he caused such a storm that it was truly chaotic, and I find myself quite curious about it all." Tunin Quan beside him, however, had a different attitude and firmly declared, "I don't care. Whoever dares to harm him, I will deal with them myself." It seems that from now on, you absolutely shouldn't provoke the third young master, or else Miss Tu. Ngo Cap. Cap felt the murderous intent in Tu Nin Quan's words, her face twisting in expression. Tham Trinai nodded and said, "All right, but Tu Nin Quan is annoyed by your teasing attitude and is ready to blow up." Suddenly, a loud shout came from below. "Rebel, how dare you stand on the roof of the Imperial Palace, committing a great act of treason? Hurry up and come down here to be punished. What are you waiting for?" Tam Tran Y said somewhat sadly. "Looks like Bak Viet left us with a lot of trouble. He challenged the Great Moon Dynasty, but probably failed. Below, the mighty army is ready to attack them. The 196 troops are still very aggressive." A soldier announced that he had spotted the flame sword Marku, the master of the sword pavilion, Tam Tran Y, loudly reading out his crimes: treason, attempting a coup, crimes that cannot be forgiven. Tu Nin Quan was surprised to hear this. "There are soldiers witnessing here. If anyone intends to oppose the apparent leader who appears now, kill him immediately." He raises his sword majestically. "Commander Thayenvu, is there any misunderstanding in this matter? I am Ngo Kap Ka of the Jiaotong Zhong Yuan, always with the burning sword. Marquis in the chaos of the secret realm, he truly never took any action against the rebellious army." Hearing this, Tian Wu grew even angrier, furrowing his brows, and he insisted that the coup be condemned. Out of respect for old ties, he couldn't speak for others. Everyone must die. Oh no. Ngo Cap Cap looked at the fully armed soldiers below with fear, trembling and sitting down on the ground in despair. "My life is over, so the Vomong monk hasn't succeeded yet?" At this moment, Tum Tran Woi thought to himself. Thien Vu suddenly looked a bit surprised, transmitting internal energy. He angrily pointed at Zhen Zhen and scolded him. "You thief with a big mouth dared to storm the palace. You've long been sentenced to death, secretly plotting with heaven. The prince already knows everything. Don't dream any more about Hao Huyen." Tu Nin Quan raised his hand to his chin in thought and said, "Bak Viet is dead." Tam Tran Wai looked slightly sad. This is a strategy of releasing the carp to catch the Crucian carp. But in the end, I forgot about this enemy. After hundreds of years of change, it no longer carries its original meaning.
He placed his hand on Tu Nin Quan's shoulder to comfort him and said, "Don't worry, Bak Viet definitely isn't dead."
Master Fa Thin, the Vovong monk, is now blinded by hatred and surely hiding somewhere to watch the conflict between himself and this royal family. Waiting for the fisherman to profit, Tien Vu could no longer bear it and ordered his troops to attack directly, shouting recklessly, "Kill them!"
Tham Trenai raised his hand, sneering as he said, "Do you think you can stop me with just you? Bring Thien Vu Kin out here." Disrespected Tian Wu became even more furious and rude.
Tam Tran Wai, although you are a vassal waiting for the emperor's appointment and a master of Mo Fung, your disrespect towards his highness makes me think I no longer need to show you any respect.
He shouted, then drew his sword and charged forward, with experts at the 5th level of the true person stage
Forming a battle array, Tian Wu roared, and the soldiers immediately pointed their spears at them.
Targeting. Tam Tren Ai and his men, show no mercy and fight with all your strength. All the soldiers and Thien Vu charge together, filled with murderous intent, as No Cap Cap nervously raises his hand to summon energy and screams in fear. "We're doomed!"
"Ay, eliminate them all for his
Highness," Thien Vu ordered. "Kill quickly!" Tham Tran Yi showed no fear at all, reaching out to hold Tu Nin Quan, ensuring her safety. Thien Vu's sword is about to strike Tam Tran Yi's head, but he remains motionless with a smile on his lips, a flash of green light passing through his eyes. Just as Tien Vu's sword swung down and the guards followed behind, a sudden blue light erupted from their armor, exploding their internal organs and causing them to vomit blood and die. The soldiers were knocked back and fell like leaves.
Ugh!
A pool of blood spurts onto the stone ground as Tien Wu struggles to stand up. What kind of demon art is this? He looked in shock at the subordinates collapsing behind him.
Sham Chan Wai coldly replied, "The frog at the bottom of the well."
Thien Vu painfully spat out blood. He remembered his father's warning, no poison. Remember that no matter what method you use, you must surround Shen Zhenyi tightly. As he thought of this, Tian Yu clenched his pain and swallowed the blood. He continued to order the troops to close the formation quickly, tu dui da. The soldiers immediately obeyed, and soon a formation was created to surround Tian Yu. Zhen Zhenyi had no intention of fighting and coldly said, "Don't waste my time. Retreat now if you want a chance to survive. Even if there are millions of people, they can't harm me. The divine martial way will surely break your Tu Di Da formation." These words made Tian Yu angry, thinking he was bragging shamelessly. This is the first formation created by all the generals and gods in the world of Batu. Even if all 8 sects in the world are present here, none would dare claim they can break my Tu Di Da formation. You're just a young man with a mouthful of milk, lucky to have a true inheritance, and you really think you're invincible in the world? I warn you one more time. Shen Zhenyi stepped forward, his face now completely devoid of patience. I'm in a hurry to act and won't hold back. Once I draw my sword, harming lives won't be an issue. No matter how much you boast, young Master San, don't even dream of leaving this place. Tian Yu resolutely shouted, "Now the prince has sent General Ca Yang Ying to lead the Black Sniff to suppress the world. The Mountain Villa's spirit sword is also a target for the 100,000 troops preparing to attack. Before peace can be restored and the world cleansed from the beginning, you might as well wait here." General Hak Shi, how could that be? Ngokap Cap was surprised to hear this name. If he were to act, wouldn't he crush the Sun Trang Kikiem into powder? Ngokap Cap hesitated and said. Tu Nin Quan also wavered slightly, turning to ask Tam Tran why. The Mountain Villa's chi sword is his current home. No need to rush, right?
It's okay, don't worry about Heiso. Even if Tian Fujing personally leads troops here, they won't be able to do anything to the mountain estate.
Tam Tran Wai shook his head to comfort Tu Nin Quan. Below, Tian Wu clasped his hands and began to cast a spell, instantly gathering a blue aura in the sky. Tam Tran Wai sighed, truly lost in delusion. He reached out his hand and said to Tu Nin Quan, "Close your eyes for now." Tu Nin Quan immediately obediently obeyed.
"All right, I apologize in advance."
Tham Tran Wai's face is full of murderous intent, ready to unleash a deadly move with overwhelming power. A fierce red dragon emerges from his palm. The dragon takes a deep breath and then spews a straight stream of fire down onto the palace. Its firebolt hit Tian Vu's formation. He turned back and ordered the Imperial Guards. Standing firm, Shen Zhenyi continued to channel energy into the fierce dragon, which became even more ferocious as a result. The fierce dragon slashed with its claws at the formation, carving the ground into 3 pieces, with overwhelming power that covered an entire area. Tian Vu luckily slipped through the gap and escaped the double slash, and of course, the formation shattered into nothingness. The troops behind him were cut down, and not all of them survived. Blood is splattered everywhere as the dragon continues to breathe fire and attack. Its claws seem eager to crush everything. The dragon horn on its head emits thousands of threatening energy beams. Tianwu clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it! Thamtran Ai, you forced me into this. He continued his stance, ready to strike back. The cultivation to spirit transformation technique. Tianwu shouted loudly, gathering his aura into his body to form a colossal form. In a flash, Tianwu transformed into a towering figure, standing equal to Tamtran Yai's mighty dragon. Mok Lin protected him, and Tam Tran Wei immediately ordered the Man Long to attack first to gain the advantage of the spiritual body. Tianwu also instantly enhanced his own form, unleashing a powerful move that tore through the sky, and the two clashed, creating a fiery explosion. However, in just a moment, the Man Long shattered Tianwu's giant form, causing him to crash loudly dozens of meters away, his body imprinted on the stone steps. Tam Tran Wei retracted his hand, forcing a sigh. No, I basically didn't want to fight at all. The dragon on the sky gradually disappeared. Tham Trani stood still for a moment before speaking. Let's go. Tu Nin Quan, curious now, asked, what kind of sword technique was that just now? I can sense the heavy guilt energy. Tam Tran Ai shook his head, clearly unwilling to let her know. He reached into his sleeve and summoned a magic weapon. The sword of infernal fire poison dragon was not originally a technique from the mortal realm. Ngo Kapka was surprised to see the object appear, realizing this sword technique held far greater power than the reckless blade he had trained in. He immediately realized it. The soldiers shouted loudly in protest. The cavalry also immediately charged forward, leading the vanguard into the attack. The assault team also quickly soared into the air, with armored infantry protecting above. The general seems anxious. He tapped his foot on the stone platform and asked his subordinate, "What's the situation now?" My subordinate bowed and reported, "Sir, the magic formation at Jian Mountain Villa has some strange points. We still can't break through. What kind of formation is this?" The general asked with some annoyance. At Sword Mountain Villa, Suo Huala was skillfully casting spells to defeat Dan soldiers. Just as she paused to catch her breath, a quick soldier slipped behind Ding for a surprise attack, carefully approaching from behind. Seeing So Huala in danger, Princess Long immediately used the Great Nine Heavens illusion technique to burn the soldier to ash. The sound of the soldier's horn suddenly rang out, quickly reaching their location. This is the retreat signal. Princess Long was surprised and said, "They have finally stopped attacking for now." So Huala nodded, lowered her sword, and let out a sigh of relief. "If only our master were here, it would be better." Sora Huala replied softly, "Our master isn't here, so we must rely on ourselves even more." Right now, Tam Tho was anxiously walking back and forth in the hall and asked, "Why haven't we heard any news yet?" And Duke Fook smiled reassuringly and said, "Old village chief, you don't need to worry. Just sit back and wait for good news from Miss So and Princess Long." The enemy is the Black Armor Guard, the strongest imperial guard of the Great Moon Dynasty. "How could I not be worried?" Tam Tho replied anxiously. "Really?" Tam Tho was surprised and asked again. And Duke Fook then reached out to hold his hand and reassured him. "It's true, so the old clan leader can rest assured." However, Tam Tho still remains worried and hesitates to speak, but finally says, "Tham Third Young Master has spent decades accumulating a large amount of spiritual blood marrow specifically for drawing blood talismans." At this moment, So Huala, exhausted, slams her hand on the door in frustration, looking like she's about to collapse, then turns to Princess Long and says, "Give me some water quickly." Tham Tho saw that and immediately asked about their situation. "How are they doing?" Princess Long replied, "Rest assured, the formation is still strong." She secretly felt happy when recalling the events of years ago. Young Master Tam had to face the advanced equipment of the Great Moon Dynasty directly, so he carefully arranged a formidable defensive array. 7 days later, a soldier outside the array was channeling his energy. In the next instant, he mustered all his strength and punched the barrier fiercely, shouting loudly, "Ha!" But the barrier of the formation remained unmoved. The angry soldier clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, damn it!" His shout echoed all the way into the main hall. Long Vuong couldn't help but marvel. The abilities of the third young master truly make even divine beasts hard to predict. It seems that bringing the idea of dying when I came to the Sword Mountain Villa for aid was a bit of a mistake. A single spirit blood, flying white formation is enough to stop the elite black armor imperial guards of the Great Moon Dynasty. It seems my initial worries were unnecessary, Long Vuong said happily. Tam Tho modestly replied, "You're too kind, Long Vuong. The two mysterious elders are now venturing into the chaos of the secret realm. Who knows when they will return? Thamtho hesitated slightly before respectfully expressing that everyone was willing to advance and retreat together, with Kikiem Sondrang, truly a noble heart.
Old master, I thank you.
Master Nam replied politely. Why should the old head of the sect worry?
Young Master Tam is like a divine dragon in the sky.
What is a small chaotic secret realm to him? If he has told Miss So and Princess Long that he can return, then it is only a matter of time. Currently, there is a formation left behind by him to protect us, so Haknya Ho definitely can't do anything to us. Even if the Great Moon Dynasty's 10,000 troops are mobilized for 1,000 years, it would only be a waste of effort.
When their 10,000-strong army has exhausted their supplies, they will only be able to retreat on their own.
To Phuong Tri sighed after hearing this. Những lời này của chủ nhận nham không sai, chỉ là Tam Công Tử chưa thể xác định khi nào mới trở về. Trong khi đó, Hạc Nhà Hộ giang dân quan dẹp loạn khắp Phi Lâm Châu, chúng ta cũng danh bất lực.
Today's plan is for Shen Shou to suddenly speak, relying only on the defensive formation, as both sides wait patiently.
300 miles from Chijian Mountain Villa, many mages are casting spells to form a protective array around it.
A figure strikes this blazing barrier with a staff and shouts loudly. Then a shadowy figure appears from the flames, accompanied by a stranger with a dagger at his side, and the subordinates immediately kneel and shout, "Greetings, master! Greetings, master!"
The stranger asked with a smile, "Has the Chi Sword Mountain Villa been stormed yet?"
The subordinates clasped their hands in front of their chests. Tao Bam Dao Lord Haknya Ho has already surrounded Chi Sword Mountain Villa, but they still haven't broken through the villa's barrier formation.
Even though Shen Yi is not here, he still managed to hold off Haknya Ho. He spoke and said, "Tam Tam Gongzi is indeed an extraordinary genius." A sudden voice rang out. "In that case, master, it seems our plan needs to be adjusted."
The white-haired man behind angrily slammed his staff into the ground and pointed it at the young master who just spoke, shouting, "Shut up, Bonglai, how dare you be so arrogant?"
Bakveet waved his hand and said, "No problem, listen to him." Bonglai folded his fan and then calmly spoke. "I have 3 plans, upper, middle, and lower. Please." "My lord, listen." Bakveet raises his face, showing readiness, while Bonglai, clasping his hands together, bows his head to strategize. Currently, the conflict between Ki Kiem Sontrang and the Great Moon Dynasty was thought to be an easy win, but unexpectedly Ki Kiem Sontrang proved to have such strong resistance. Our plan was to attack while they were unprepared after Haknya Ho's assault, aiming to eliminate all 100,000 troops. Therefore, our last resort is for us and Ki Kiem Sontrang to coordinate inside and out and launch a joint attack on Haknya Ho. The subordinates immediately cheered upon hearing this, and Bonglai said it was very reasonable. "That's right. The situation is changing now, but Haknya Ho's circumstances are becoming even more dangerous. If they are attacked and surrounded from all sides at this moment, our chances of victory will be even greater." The white-haired man behind grits his teeth in anger at Bonglai's clever plan. Bakviet nods, looking satisfied, and asks, "So what's the next step?" "What's the—" Bonglai replied, "A middle plan, which means we keep waiting." The subordinates, still confused, started asking one after another, "What does that mean? What does that mean?"
The Black Guard obeying orders to sweep the Chi Sword Mountain Villa. Even if it takes a long time, retreating is not easy. Thinking about exhausting their supplies, they would soon be willing to pay any price for a fierce attack. We should wait until both sides are injured before launching our attack. That is the best option. Bonglai loudly said, "This plan is somewhat passive and uncertain, so it is only considered a secondary strategy." Hearing this, the white-haired man behind him seemed convinced and nodded slightly in agreement.
The subordinates also immediately discussed, thinking this plan wasn't bad. Bei Viet then asked, "And the top strategy?" Bonglai fanned himself and replied, "This top strategy is to help Haknya Ho conquer Ki Kim Sontrang." The henchmen were immediately confused upon hearing this.
"What?" the white-haired man shouted angrily. "The palace. Do you know that ever since the master returned, the imperial court has considered us the top enemies, so how could they cooperate with us to attack Ki Sword Mountain? Moreover, what benefit does conquering Chijian Mountain Villa bring us?" The subordinates immediately agreed. That's right. But Bakviet waved his hand to signal, let him finish speaking. Bonglai continued to report the plan. "This move is a surprise attack. We originally thought that the Dai Nuiet royal court could destroy the Chi Sword Mountain sect effortlessly, but now it seems that's not the case. If so, the Chi Sword Mountain sect will also become an enemy of our Destroy Heaven sect." Sect leader, overthrowing the Dai Viet dynasty is indeed the goal of the Destroy Heaven sect, but our main purpose is to break the heavens, Bonglai said as he pointed to the sky, emphasizing the 2 words breaking the heavens.
Bakviet listened silently without saying a word. He recalled the body of the person who had fallen. His eyes widened and his mind seemed to be enlightened. A moment later, he turned and said, "All right, do as you see fit." The young master of Bonglai bows his head in obedience. His followers immediately shout out, "Yes, yes, how is the situation on your side?" Linhuit Feebuk formation is currently operating normally, with no unusual phenomena. After hearing that, Anduk Fuk was a bit in awe and said, "Tom Tom Kong too is truly impressive. He once mentioned to me that these 18,800 spiritual blood talismans can withstand the highest level of attack in the 8 Tribulation world for 3 years. At that time, I still thought it was just a joke." And Duke Fuk closed the book and said with a smile, "It seems I am still too naive. 10 days of fierce attack by the Great Moon Black Armor Army have not exhausted even a fraction of the spiritual blood talismans. Looking at their formation, I can't help but marvel that they might truly endure for 3 years before running out of spiritual blood." Sora Hoala, holding a lollipop, calmly said, "This is what?" My master was initially dissatisfied with the blood feather white formation and seemed to want to intervene himself, but time and cost only allowed us to temporarily give up. And Duke Fuk, hearing this, was somewhat speechless, not understanding how much further he wanted to upgrade the defensive system. Standing from afar and witnessing this scene, Tham Tho felt somewhat relieved, as if the situation could be temporarily stabilized thanks to the formation left by the third elder, but then he sighed anxiously. Since the current Imperial Court of Great Moon has declared them traitors and ordered the entire country to hunt them down, how can they possibly withstand it? What does Long Vuong mean? Tham Tho turned to ask Long Vuong. Long Vuong immediately replied, "Can this situation change? Your Majesty considers the Chi Sword Mountain sect to be rebellious, but I believe it will implicate the Vomong abbot. In fact, the third young master and Fa Thi and Dao have clashed many times, so how could they be on the same side?" Wait for him to return and explain clearly to the Emperor, suddenly appearing from behind. The Dharma Lord Ren intervened. "Long King, that's not right. The Great Moon Dynasty has always been strong. Even if we are at fault, how can we admit to being wrong ourselves? I think it's best to wait for third young master to return and fight it out," Namfap Chu replied with a smile. "Anyway, everyone agrees we should wait, but Lady Shichua has a different plan." At the same time, in front of the imperial palace of the Great Moon Dynasty, the people panic and shout, "Run quickly! Someone is invading the palace!" The soldiers also surge forward. "Stop him! Stop him!" But anyone who blocks his way is immediately cut down by Tom Tranwai's blade. Groups of soldiers rush forward, one after another, but none can stop his steps. The soldiers exclaimed in amazement. So strong, they couldn't stop him. At the back of the Celestial Path, Jade Palace, a subordinate immediately reported, "Your Majesty." Tham Than Yi defeated 30,000 black armor guards with a single sword, but did not leave the area, now heading towards the Imperial City. The Cold Emperor replied, "I know already. What is the situation with Don Vu Vodok and Hak Nha Ho?" The subordinate trembled in fear and knelt to report that the news from the front line was that General Hak Nha Ho had not yet captured Kikiam mountain range. He continued confidently, "General Don Vu Vodok sacrificed himself for the kingdom." The Emperor was a bit surprised. "Really? This Tam Divine Doctor is truly arrogant, thinking he can walk into my Great Moon Imperial City as he pleases. Killing an inept Dan Vu Vodok doesn't mean he's invincible in the world." The Emperor looked angry and shouted loudly, but he quickly regained his confidence and anticipation. From the palace gate to my front, besides the Imperial Guards, there are 4 barriers. I want to see if he can pass the first one." Meanwhile, Ngu Cap Cap, trembling with fear, reports to Tom Tron Y. Third young master, the 4 are called the Tu Long Royal Family, the top-level protectors within the city. I heard that even the 9-layer master of the true human realm can't withstand their combined attack. And not even the celestial general of 10,000 horses can break through the united strength of their 8 sisters. Tu Ninquan, hearing these words, also felt a flicker of worry. Seeing Tam Tran Y still trembling, Ngu Cap Cap hurriedly called out, "Third young master, what do you want to do?" At this moment, the 3 of them have come right in front of the Tu Long royal family. Tam Tran Y smiles confidently and says, "Excuse me, please step aside." "Excuse me, please step aside." The group of Long royal family members only snorted coldly, with a disdainful look, completely ignoring him. "Third young master, I'm afraid they won't give way," Tham Tran Y replied softly. "Then we can only force our way in." He still stands firm in front of the palace gate, unmoved. Only someone truly crazy would do that. The leader of the Tu Long Imperial City spoke. "There have always been fools like this for 3,000 years. Second elder laughed and replied. Third elder also chimed in. "So what if they are the highest peak in the world? Ninefold realm of the true human stage. Fourth uncle scoffed dismissively. Inside the city, he had only taken a few steps into the ninth level of the true human realm. Ha 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 ha. How ridiculous. Zhenyan shows interest and steps forward a few steps. I see. So, that's how it is, he sneered contemptuously. The 8 gathering spirit pill sect can actually connect the earth, water, flowers, and wind. This is actually a special secret technique of the royal family. Very intriguing. Shen Zhenyan examined carefully, and the Tu-Long royal family was a bit surprised, not expecting him to see through their cultivation. This kid has pretty good eyesight and probably isn't weak either. Huh. He was able to kill that useless alchemy master with a single sword earlier, so he must have some skilltio, but it's a pity to see how powerful he really is. They're just outsiders. It's still too early to think about breaking through our 4-man team to enter the city, said the eldest confidently with his arms crossed. Picreast? Third brother immediately agreed. That's right. Thamtran Ai turned to Tunin Quan and Nu Cap and said, although these 4 have limited talent and cannot improve, this martial art truly has a destiny and can greatly help in breaking through limits. He told Tunin Quan, I will slow down my attack later so they can try to perform. Watch carefully. It might be helpful. Su Ningjun nodded eagerly. All right. Seeing that Tam Tran Wai completely looked down on them, the Long Huang clan's group was furious. Does he really think he's invincible in the world? They immediately channel their energy throughout their bodies. Outsiders always think that only knowledge can reveal the true heights of martial arts. With such arrogance, we should just kill them early instead of wasting words. Yes, the energy of all 4 converges, creating a powerful and colorful pressure. And Gu Cup exclaimed in amazement. What is this? Tam Tran Wai gently explained. Only the highest realm of the ninefold peak of the true immortal stage can manifest the divine phenomena of heaven and earth. Has the divine persons of the 9-layered immortal realm of martial arts gained enlightenment yet? Moreover, 4 years of training in the true illusion have made them much stronger than an ordinary 9-layered immortal. But reaching the 9-layer peak of the true human realm requires using the spirit of martial arts to harness the power of heaven and earth for the achievement of the world's impermanent martial arts. Tu Nin Quan quickly absorbed Tam Tran Wei's words and nodded. The martial arts of the Central Origin Dao sect are not just the Central Origin Dao sect. The 8 sects of the world are the inheritance of martial arts from all the major sects across the realm, all stopping at the divine martial path, never relying on the methods of heaven and earth. I originally thought this was a realm of self-realized grandmasters, but when losing reason, Ngu Cap also recalled his discussions on techniques in the space and realized a few things. This seems to be the foundation within the foundation. Seeing Ngu Cap's eager expression, Tam Tran Yi thought to himself, it seems he has also understood. Without the method from the 9 layers peak, how can martial arts in the world stand against the royal family? The extraordinary talents of the 8 sects have been stuck at this threshold for generations, but for the royal family, could this be just a simple secret technique? Ngu Cap frowned in thought. He originally believed that the royal family was favored by heaven and understood profound principles on their own, leading to layer upon layer of grandmasters. But today, the Tu-Long royal family appears rigid and mechanical, completely tools rather than grand masters of martial arts. By simply demonstrating their well-trained skills, they have surpassed most practitioners who endure hardships. Previously, your cultivation hadn't reached this level, so you lacked deep insight. But now, after breaking through and with Tom's guidance, Ngu Cap has recognized the tricks involved. You look at Shen Zhen Yi and then speak reluctantly. People in the royal family who dominate martial arts in the world basically don't give martial artists from World B a chance to show themselves. If that's the case, then setting up the 9 Zen heavenly battle secret realm to cause chaos and harm people is truly deserving of death. Old Fourth snorted at this, then shouted loudly, If you oppose it, then clearly you know what you're doing. If you don't act, then what? You think you're all that outside, believing you've grasped the essence of martial arts, but you haven't even touched the threshold. No need for words, just cut him into 100 pieces. It seems the Tu-Long royal family has run out of patience. All 4 rush forward together, shouting loudly, Kill! They channel their energy into their fists and shout, See if you can still talk back. Seeing the Tu-Long royal family attack simultaneously, Ngu Cap shouted in fear, Third young master, watch out! Thamtran Yi remains calm and composed, saying it's okay. The force of heaven and earth they use as recoil isn't insignificant, but missing the opportunity prevents flexible transformation. At this moment, the Tu-Long royal family keeps attacking Tam Tran Wai, but all strikes are blocked by the external aura surrounding him. One of them, furious, shouted loudly, He gathered his strength and stomped the ground, causing the stone floor to shatter, then leapt into the air, ready to strike, shouting with full force. This person has also comprehended the power of heaven and earth. Another immediately replied, I don't need you to tell me, give me a kick to crush him. However, no matter what techniques they used, the four of them couldn't break through Tamtran Y's barrier, causing them to panic. They're seeing ghosts. Thamtran All told Tu Nin Quan and Ngu Kup Kap to remember that this is the difference between genuine internal energy cultivated oneself and the power borrowed from heaven and earth. Anyone who realizes this realm must be cautious. Stand behind him. Ngu Kap Kap grew more astonished and said, You're kidding. This can't be true. Even if the martial arts realm of the third young master is higher than theirs, they seem like crazy people who simply can't touch him. The group of Tsu Long royal clan grew increasingly panicked. This person has a problem, no matter what they can't touch him. How can the four generals be united without a plan, carefully guarding so he doesn't seize the opportunity? Realizing the danger, one of them ordered the other three to retreat quickly. Tam Tran Y raised his face and smiled softly as his counterattack was about to begin. He raised one hand to the sky, drawing all the energy from the four members of the Tu Long royal family, condensing it into a blazing golden sphere in his palm, then unleashed it to knock all four of them away. Tham Tran Y said, Look carefully now. Tu Nin Quan clenched her fists and nodded firmly, as if she had understood the technique that Tam Tran Y just demonstrated. He turned back and said, Heaven and earth power is controlled by the body. If seized by the divine, it will backlash against oneself. At this moment, in front of the main hall, the Tsu Long royal family lay sprawled on the ground after being knocked away, and one furious member struggled to sit up. Just now, my control over the power of heaven and earth didn't obey my command. It seemed to have been seized by someone else. Others immediately agreed, I feel the same way. This has never happened since I achieved great mastery in martial arts. Could it be that he still has the power to seize control of the celestial force to betray us? That's why our attack couldn't make any progress. The guy on the ground opens his eyes wide, unable to believe it. It's over. They're not fools. After a fierce exchange, they realized their attacks were ineffective, and their own martial techniques rebounded, which could only mean that the power of heaven and earth had been completely manipulated by the enemy. Ngu Kap Kap, feeling a bit excited, said to Tam Tran Y, Young Master Tam, if you forcibly seize others' control over the power of heaven and earth, wouldn't you be invincible in the world? But he only smiled and replied, This is just a way to seek advantage, called the sword sealing path. As long as you skillfully cut off the opponent's control over the power of heaven and earth, the stronger the divine martial way and the tighter the control, the harder it is to steal. Ngu Kap Kap nodded in understanding. Then Tam Tran Y turned to look at the Tu Long royal family behind and continued. The ones earlier were just too rigid, unable to distinguish right from wrong. They didn't truly comprehend divine martial arts, so seizing their control was naturally as easy as flipping a hand. Ngu Kap Kap was stunned, realizing that true strength isn't just about enlightenment and cultivation, but still has significant flaws. Tam Tran Y took Tu Nin Quan's hand and said, Let's go. And Ngu Kap Kap quickly called out, Tam Kong Tu, wait for me. The Tu Long royal family could only watch bitterly as the three figures entered the palace. Even moving with them now was a challenge. One of them exclaimed in surprise, I never thought there would be someone like this in the world with such martial skills. This person's appearance here is probably truly a great calamity for our great Moon dynasty. The remaining three nodding in agreement, one of them grimacing as he clutches his wound, said, We must quickly report to His Majesty. Let's go fast. At that moment, a blood-red void opened above him, and a sword emerged from it. The Tu Long royal clan member sensed something was wrong and turned his head too late, only able to shout a warning to his three brothers before being cut in half by the sword. In an instant, all four members of the Tu Long royal family were split in half, and the scene was immediately covered in fresh blood, their bodies scattered in different places, as an unfamiliar figure appeared from the blood portal, blood still dripping from his sword. The scene outside the palace door became a chaos, as the stranger raised his sword once more, opened the blood portal, and stepped in, disappearing in an instant. Tham Tran Y suddenly stopped, as if sensing something, and softly turned his head back. Tu Nin Quan asked in surprise, What's wrong? He said nothing, only smiled softly and turned away, then continued walking and said, No problem. In the palace, my subordinate kneels and reports, Your Majesty has rebelled against Shen Yi. He hesitated, gathering all his courage, and continued, We have passed the first obstacle and entered the city. The Tu Long Imperial City has sacrificed for the mission.
After hearing this, the emperor clenched his fists in anger, raised his head, and said, "For 3,000 years, he has been the second person to storm the city, right? I am ashamed before the ancestors. I truly cannot accept this."
Now that the treacherous rebels have entered the city, who will help me come up with a plan? He shouted loudly, his voice filled with panic and anger. At this moment, a nobleman named Dan Vu Nyat, known as the Imperial Heart Sutra of the Great Moon Dynasty, approached. Seeing the emperor angry, his subordinates bowed their heads and reported, "Your Majesty, the anger is because Commander Tron just went out to meet the enemy. An elder went with him, and the rebel definitely cannot advance another step." "Hung, do you mean Tron Phi Pham has already left?" His face is filled with murderous intent.
If I remember correctly, Tron Phi Pham is practicing a secret cultivation manual, the Human Annihilation Canon, specially created by the founding emperor of the Great Moon Dynasty for castrated individuals. His subordinate immediately replied, "Yes. The Human Annihilation Canon first requires cultivating positive energy, then eliminating all the yin meridians to transform the body into a state of extreme yin."
This yin and yang shift, the two layers of spiritual and physical suffering that ordinary people cannot endure. In 3,000 years, only he succeeded in cultivating it, completely destroying the positive energy within his body to seize the opportunity for survival.
In a way, you could even say he is like a very
Cold zombie. The emperor's voice was a bit excited as he said, "I am very looking forward to him meeting Tom Than Y." And just then, they actually met outside. Ngu Cap? Cap felt a chill down his spine when he saw the man in front of him and whispered to Tom Tran Y, "Third young master, this is the #1 expert Tran Phi Pham from the Imperial Palace who can freeze the world within 30,000 miles. It's him." Tham Tran E looked at his opponent with anticipation, realizing this was the true master. He remarked that despite being born with flaws, with his brutal cultivation method of rapid punishment and marrow cleansing, this person had reached the highest limit of the true martial realm.
Tran Phi Pham at this moment also spoke, saying, "Third young master Tam, I have watched your 9 heavens heavenly duel matches. Truly a hero among young men. Your swordsmanship is divine." Tam Tran Y politely replied, "The 9 heavens heavenly duel, I haven't seen true skill yet. What I have seen has already disappointed Tran."
Tran Phi Pham also agreed, "Indeed, your swordsmanship now has undergone a miraculous transformation compared to before. But I could see at that time that there was a hidden profundity in your swordsmanship. And this change is like a lotus flower, which is natural." Tham Tran E replied with an amused tone, looking at this gaze which was quite formidable. "You are also a person with exceptional talent. Unfortunately, this world is restraining you. If given better conditions and higher ambitions, I truly want to see how far you can go. Restraint or not, it doesn't matter. I am bound. Isn't young Master Sanshun also bound? Today, we just want to see what can be achieved under these constraints." As he spoke, he activated dark magic in his palm. "This is the goal that those in my martial way pursue." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Tom Tran Y smiled and replied, "Good." Tu Nin Quan was a bit surprised and said,
"I didn't expect that besides brother Foe, this Tran Phi Pham also has the spirit of a Void Dao Grandmaster." Tam Tran E replied softly, "If a martial artist doesn't have the spirit of a Grandmaster, even with opportunities, they can still achieve great strength, but ultimately, they cannot reach the peak.
You have a talent and temperament like hatred. If you were at a higher realm, you might have the chance to achieve greater success."
Tran Phi Pham politely said, "I am practicing the true technique of exterminating humans, which has reached a stage of changing yin and yang to generate yin. I wonder if I can withstand a strike from the third young master. If I give it my all," he clasped his hands.
Tham Tran E also replied without hesitation, "If you have no experience in this situation, reaching this point is truly remarkable, but if I draw my sword, you will definitely die. Which is a bit of a pity." He then turned to Tu Nin Quan and asked, "Would you like to have a fight with the young man? But if I draw my sword, you will definitely die. It's a bit of a pity, so I might as well invite the young man and you to fight a match. Is that okay?" Ngu Cap chuckled to himself, thinking that the third young master was a bit arrogant. Just after praising someone, he claims I will definitely die if I draw my sword. Whether he's boasting or overly confident, it's hard to tell. Tran Phi Pham sighed slightly in dissatisfaction, then turned to look at Tu Nin Quan. She nodded gently in greeting, her face still filled with wonder. Tran Phi Pham raised his hand and said, "It's truly a pity that you can't see the sword of the young master. Does that mean my martial arts still don't catch your eye?" Tham Tran E replied, "It's not like that, but the Diep Nyan Chan Kin you practice has surpassed the old ways, and even in a world without cultivation, it can be considered supreme.
So how could I look down on you? Hearing this, Tran Phi Pham felt a bit more confident. Tham Tran Yi reached out towards Tu Nin Quan and continued, Your martial arts have reached this level, so I cannot hold back. This person's cultivation of the diet Nyan Chan Kin is similar to your Tu Hua Tam Huang Bang Viem, whether it's voluntary or forced. You and he will definitely gain something from this fight, he said to Tu Nin Quan. She also confidently stepped forward. Tu Nin Quan said, If you say so, I will fight him. Tran Phi Pham watched her for a moment before speaking. So, this is the Tu Nin Quan from 4 years ago, who entered the chaotic secret realm 4 years ago. Perhaps she has also become a great saint. Young master, if you don't wish to learn from her, then I will just test Miss Tu's martial arts realm. Tu Nin Quan channels her energy and says, Go ahead, I invite you. Tran Phi Pham gazes at the blue aura before him and remains silent for a moment, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He channels dark energy with a sinister smile. Seeing that move, Tu Nin Quan also feels a bit of fear. Sham Tran Yi pushes her from behind and gently says, I will override my authority. He advises Tu Nin Quan, use the Tu Fuang Huanluan incantation to conceal the 24 techniques and activate the Tu Hua Tam Huang Bang Vim to test the situation. Tu Nin Quan immediately obeyed, reciting the incantation of the Black Phoenix Complete Lotus spell. Her spiritual energy flowing from her fingertip and enveloping her body to push back Tran Phi Pham's dark aura. Tu Nin Quan nodded at Tam Tran Yi, signaling she was ready. She pointed her fingertip forward, dispersing the dark energy from Tran Phi Pham. He stood still, watching with anticipation as Tu Nin Quan broke through his attack and immediately summoned a cloud of dark energy behind him to counter her barrier. Tu Nin Quan continues to use the Phoenix reversal foot technique, maintaining a balance with Tran Phi Pham. Tam Tran Yi watches her fight with satisfaction, while Tran Phi Pham attacks from below with dark projectiles. Ngu Cap Cap shouted in surprise, Be careful, Miss Tu, but Tu Nin Quan quickly leapt into the air to dodge the fatal attack. Seeing her speed, Ngu Cap Cap couldn't help but marvel, Excellent, you scratch your head like that. Now you can counterattack. The battle continues fiercely on both sides, with the situation remaining very balanced. Tham Tran Yi looked up at the two of them and secretly admired Tran Phi Pham. Truly, a remarkable talent. He had mastered the highest realm of the Diet Nan Chan Kin. His study and understanding of this martial art have surpassed everyone else, including Guji Jin. In the sky, Tran Phi Pham is still exerting all his strength to activate the Diet Nan Chan Kin, preparing for his next attack. Not only does he possess the power to destroy the sun, but he can also summon the Dark Sun to devour everything and annihilate all. If he still had 300 years of lifespan, even in the 8-realm world, he would have a chance to comprehend the great Tao of martial arts, thereby reaching the realm of true immortals and having the opportunity to slay the moon. Tham Tran Yi clasped his hands behind his back and commented, Ngu. Cap Cap listened and then worried. If that's the case, isn't Miss Tu in great danger? No, he still can't win. Tam Tran Yi confidently replied, 400 years of hard cultivation. How could he be defeated by him? Tu Nin Quan's gaze remained focused, continuously reciting the Phoenix-Winged Dragon True Mantra combined with other techniques to attack. Tam Tran Yi continued to observe, noting that Tu Nin Quan had acquired the Dream-Breaking Eyes and Spirit Cloud Ice Flame and seemed to have lost patience. Tran Phi Pham slams his hand and shouts, I apologize. Dark Sun Technique. His aura forms a circle as thousands of arrows rush toward Zi Ninjun. She remains in her position, showing no sign of movement. Seeing Tu Nin Quan standing still and unmoving, Tran Phi Pham shouted, She has closed her eyes! He continued shouting, This is bad! The dark great sun. No one can stop it from burning the world. If you hit her, you'll surely turn to dust. He clenched his teeth, trying to stop the blood flowing out, and thought, unfortunately, the dark great sun technique harms both others and myself. I have exhausted my vital energy and cannot recover it. Tran Phi Pham closed his eyes tightly and continued casting his spell, thinking that maybe it's for the best. After winning this battle, perhaps he would die at the hands of third young Master Tam. Being able to see the infinite sword god before dying was truly worth it. He looked at Tam Tran Yi's face with a hint of resignation. At this moment, Tu Nin Quan's hand reached out into the air, forming Tran Phi Pham's energy into a perfect sphere, just like how Tam Tran Yi had done with the Tu Long royal family. Not sensing anything unusual, Tran Phi Pham opened his eyes, puzzled as to why there was no sound at all. The scene before him left him in shock. Tran Phi Pham shouted loudly, How can this be? One of the most powerful and violent forces in the world is just like a ball being played with by her in her hand. Tunin Quan easily controls the dark energy, remaining fully focused as she condenses the surrounding aura into a sphere, using her spiritual energy to manipulate the hidden weapons in her palm. When the sphere is large enough, she compresses it, causing Tran Phi Pham's attack to vanish into nothingness. Needless to say, Tran Phi Pham was so shocked he couldn't speak. Seeing this, official Tran continued his attack by launching blazing red magical strikes at Nin Quan. Tu Nin Quan calmly defends. A blue magic stream surrounds her hands, forming a shield that blocks the attack. Master Tran gaped in amazement as Tu Nin Quan's blue shield completely blocked his magic. She calmly watched him chant. Tu Nin Quan raises both hands again, a stream of blue magic appearing. She gestures toward Kong Tran, who continues to chant circles of magic, a powerful aura enveloping her. An Han was amazed by the battle before him. The ice flame power was indeed terrifying. The immortal maiden, who had always been aloof and silent beside third young Master Tam, despite knowing her past fame and having studied her cultivation in the Thuong Lan secret vault, saw the battle gradually favor Tu Nin Quan in front of him, but he had never truly felt it until now. I never expected this transcendent fairy to have such incredible fighting power, and yet Constable Tran looked at his hand in surprise, as if he suddenly realized the surrounding magic had been extinguished. Even Kan Han, watching from outside, was deeply amazed. Chief Steward Tran looked terrified. How could this be? Behind him, Zi Ningjun was already preparing to strike again. A voice exclaimed in shock. The renowned #1 master of the Imperial Palace, Constable Tran, whose reputation has terrified the world for 300 years, was now being suppressed by a young girl. He was furious, grinding his teeth as he turned his head. A blazing red magic burst from his eyes. His magic quickly clashed with Tu Nin Quan's attack. Tran showed a hint of impatience. I originally planned to quickly deal with Tu Nin Quan and then go see the impressive swordsmanship of Tam Tran Y. I didn't expect to see this girl fighting seriously in front of me. Tu Nin Quan clearly lacks real combat experience, with stiff and uncreative moves, unable to adapt flexibly. The two streams of magic continue to clash, but each move and technique can counter me, leaving me confused, helpless, and powerless. Kong Tran looks at Tu Nin Quan preparing to strike. All of this is just a command from Kong Tu Tam. He subtly glances at Tam Tran Y. Could it be that Tam's martial arts level has truly surpassed mine? In the next moment, he hurriedly blocked the attack, not yet ready to retreat. The opponent's frost flame was formidable, almost impossible to break, but my sun-destroying footwork was no ordinary technique either. The two continued their duel. Lord Tran still believed that if he could just create an opening, a chance to counterattack fiercely with a hidden move, but who knew who would end up dead? Not yet. He frowned. Not yet. Suddenly, Zi Ninjun turned her head and looked down, her eyes flicking toward Shen Zhenyi. Jing Heng looked worried. A peerless expert in the duel of the same level, you young lady are truly too arrogant. No wonder you're the first daughter who has never fought in battle for 400 years. Tam Tran Y smiled. After 24 moves, if he hasn't been defeated, then he will continue for another round. Tran's face showed obvious panic. Is that okay too? Tu Nin Quan nodded and smiled. Yes, she is beginning to chant. Worker Tran realizes his attack has been redirected and panickingly looks at her. He grits his teeth, knowing he has no choice but to fight to the death. From afar, Tu Nin Quan cast a spell attack towards him. Kong Tran placed both hands on his chest. A flickering red light appeared, then he swung his arm, unleashing magic that engulfed his body. Corporal Tran shouted, "Dark Sun! Great Sun technique!" A red vortex appeared in front of him, dozens of blazing red streams of magic being drawn into the whirlpool. Zhen Wei praised him, recognizing that Master Tran truly is a genius. He has comprehended the highest realm of the sun-disintegrating technique, and the red and black vortex is growing larger. Tam Tran Yi clasped his hands behind his back, looking regretful. If he had 300 more years to master his fate, he would have a chance to comprehend the great martial way and break through. From then on, achieving the realm of true martial artist and reaching the opportunity to slay the moon, Kan Han immediately worried, "So you're saying she's in danger?" Tam Tran Yi smiled reassuringly. No, he still cannot win. 400 years of hard cultivation. Seeing through the illusion, Tu Nin Quan's sapphire blue eyes widened. She raised her hand and continued to recite the spell, with Tam Tran Y's voice echoing faintly. Tu Nin Quan had long possessed the dream-breaking eyes and the spirit cloud ice flame. Eunuch Tran shot the fiery red whirlwinds toward the girl in front of him. I've offended the Dark Sun spell. The fiery red magic circle with sharp thorns is flying straight at the girl. Tu Nin Quan did not dodge, standing calmly with her eyes gently closed. Kong Kong Tran was surprised. Why are you closing your eyes? He panicked. No, the great sun of darkness cannot be stopped. It will burn everything in the world to dust. He clenched his teeth, blood flowing from his mouth.
Unfortunately, the dark sun spell not only harmed others but also wounded myself. I have exhausted my vital energy and can no longer recover.
Kong Tran closed his eyes tightly, resigned. Well, after winning this battle, perhaps I will have the honor of dying at the sword of third young Master Tam. He thought about the image of Tom Tran Yu's family not attacking him, about his face, and secretly felt that the honor was worth it. A female hand wrapped in blue magic lifted up, her two hands gradually controlling the whirl of magic. Kong Tran slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise. Why? No sound at all? He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. How is this possible? One of the most violent powers in the world, yet Tu Nin Quan is smiling as she controls the red vortex. She spun it around until the vortex shrank. Eunuch Tron was amazed, yet you played with it like a ball and held it in your hand. Blue and red magic swirl around the girl as Tu Nin Quan spins until the vortex is smaller than her hands. Then she softly mutters something. Then she smiled, clapped her hands together, and the vortex disappeared instantly. Eunuch Tron couldn't believe his eyes. Servant Tron respectfully bowed and said, "My lord's skills are far superior." He gestured forward, "So please go ahead." Tam Tron Oi nodded slightly, and he led everyone forward. Sham Tran I said from behind, "Be careful yourself." Kong Tran looked surprised. Kanhan secretly glanced at him. Steward Tran is the top master of the Imperial Palace and the pillar of the inner court of the Great Moon Dynasty. In other words, he has no right to lose. With this defeat, he probably no longer cares about surviving. Tom Tran Y's voice echoed, "The path of martial arts is truly bewildering. Could you really be confined to just one house and family? If you keep living, you will surely witness the wondrous scenery of martial arts. If dying like this would be a waste, it wouldn't be worth it." Steward Tran opened his eyes wide, quietly watching the three of them leave, continuing to live, the wondrous scenery of martial arts. Suddenly, a knife slipped through from behind him into another space. Kong Kong Tran slowly turned his head, surprised as he looked at the red magic streaks before him. And suddenly, a series of red slashes cut into his body. Tran the official was stunned. Huh? The red knife gently withdrew, and the official Tran's cloak fell to the ground. That person stepped back into the blazing red space and muttered softly, "The Heavenly Sun scripture." His escape technique is indeed impressive. The space tear gradually closes, and the sky clears again with two torn pieces of cloth left on the ground from Commander Tran. Transition to Jinghang, who looks very happy. The three of them continued forward, moving ahead as the scene shifts to the Imperial Palace of the Great Moon Dynasty in the heavenly Jiao Jade Palace, where a glass of wine is spilled on the floor, and the eunuch tremblingly kneels down. Yes, Tam Tran I never actually took action. It was Tu Nin Quan who did. The general turned around in shock and said, "Tu Nin Quan is the woman you reported as having seized her inheritance through the mountain sword aura." Dan Vunyan frowned, showing concern. "Is it really Tu Nin Quan?" The eunuch still bowed his head and replied, "It's not like that." According to what Supervisor Tran observed, Tu Nin Quan seems to have received guidance from Tam Tran Y, and her strength is also below Tam Tran Y's. She wondered, why is it like this? The general asked angrily, "So where did this kid's martial arts come from?" and shouted, "Who is guarding the Uong Kung?" The eunuch trembled and answered, "It's Consort Chen." The general suddenly paused. It's her, a woman who has recently come to his mind. Has she also gone out of the palace recently? Father, Princess Tran Kui has always been at odds with the royal family, especially at this critical moment. The general interrupted. What do you understand? Having her guard the third pass, how could the secret royal method arranged layer by layer be flawed? The noble consort just came out of seclusion. If not her, then who else can be found? Dan Vunyan frowned slightly, showing frustration. But the beloved noble consort was obsessed with martial arts, becoming increasingly indifferent, especially over the past few hundred years of seclusion. If she betrayed in battle, the prime minister coldly looked at her and said, "You don't need to say more, just go prepare." Dan Vunyan couldn't believe her ears. Her face darkened with confusion, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Yes." Outside, dark clouds gradually cover the sky, and the golden palace stands tall, forming a stunning scene. A woman's legs appear. Dan Vunyan sighed softly as she stepped off the last stair. The scene shifts elsewhere, a hairpin gently swaying in the wind. Tu Nongai raises her hand and says, "Your path ends here, the central palace of the Great Moon." Dynasty echoes with her voice.
Actually, everyone who has come this far should stop and not go any further. Kanhan blushed. This woman is truly beautiful.
Thamtran Ai said, "This obstacle must be a consort. The first gate is the guards, the second is the eunuchs, and the third is the consorts. It seems the city's defensive formation has started to weaken." Thamtran Ai replied simply, "Just keep watching and you'll see." He said, "Miss, we want to pass through Weiyang Palace. Please step aside." She stood in front of the door, saying, "If you can defeat me, you can naturally pass through." Kanhan was stunned and stepped back in front of the dark purple magic aura.
This murderous aura and dark magic touch the branches, yet the leaves quickly fall off, leaving no leaves on the branches in an instant, even affecting the surrounding plants. Chan Tuengyi stands before them, releasing a wave of dark magic.
Thamtran Yi slightly narrowed his eyes, sensing the darkness and demonic energy in your swordsmanship, and felt a bit surprised to see a true swordsman within this palace. He chuckled softly and said, "Your swordsmanship is filled with deadly intent but not overly sinister, with a total of 7 moves. Please demonstrate them one by one."
"Oh, do you know what swordsmanship I use? Do you know who I am?"
Zhen Tuengai narrowed her eyes and shook her head. "I don't know." "So why do you know my swordsmanship is 7 moves? I said earlier, when you stepped down the stairs, you took 7 steps in total, and beyond those 7 steps, your aura was already exhausted. In other words, your sword has 7 variations." Chan Tuengyi was amazed as he continued, "If martial arts reach this level,
Forcing out an 8th move is unnecessary. Your swordsmanship must be the 7 forms.
She closed her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. "I have been in the palace for 300 years,
And this is the first time I've met someone so arrogant. Consider it an interesting experience because of you. If you lose before the 7th strike, I will not kill you." Thamtran Y extended his hand to invite.
Chan Tuengyi's eyes flicked down slightly, and she asked, "Do you understand swordsmanship?" He replied, "I have a basic understanding, 1 or 2 levels." She smiled faintly and was not modest. "If you can withstand my 7 swords, then I have no choice but to give up on you, and you can naturally pass through this part of the cursed bow." Thamtranoi nodded in agreement. A surge of purple magic erupted around Chan Tuengyi, facing her. Thamtranyi also unleashed blue magic, and the 2 powerful energies clashed. Kanhan commented, "This situation is really strange."
"Is that how swordmasters meet?"
Su Ningjun's voice interrupted. "You say he likes that girl?" Kanhan suddenly froze, quickly covering his mouth in shock. "How could I forget that there's still a woman who has patiently waited for 3rd young Master Shen for 400 years? Surely she wouldn't be angry?" Kanhan spoke to reassure her, saying they are just swordsmen who respect each other, not romantic partners. "Little Tu." Tu Ninquan shook his head. "No, senior, please don't worry." She looked at the 2 of them. If he liked her, he couldn't let her die. The 2 in front remained silent and still. Kanhan felt surprised. What exactly is going on here? Now I don't know whether to admire 3rd young Master Tam's romantic luck, or to be unimpressed by the young lady's unwavering love. "Your woman still shows mercy to me. Do you really think you can kill me?" Thamtran Yi smiled gently. "It's not easy not to kill you, but it's not hard to kill you." Tu Ninfang stepped forward and asked, "Let me go." Thamtran Yi intervened, her sword aura too dark and dangerous. "Even if you break her illusion, you might not be her match, especially since she still seeks the way of the sword, so it's better for me to step in this time." Tu Ninquan silently turned her head to look at him. Thamtran Yi sighs softly, saying, "Don't worry, I will try not to kill her." Jing Hong scratches his head, thinking, "3rd young master, does this feeling resemble being tightly grasped by the main law?"
"Come on!" Chan Tuengyi put her hands behind her back and cheerfully responded.
At this point, the magic stream passes over her hand, aiming at where Tam Tranui is standing, the sword demon's first technique, and he looks at it with some surprise. The magic stream splits into many parts, all targeting him. Tham Tran-i softly recited a spell, and flashes of blue light repelled Chan Tuengyi's attack. She stared in astonishment as her own magic strike was reflected back at her. Chan Tuengyi stomps her foot down suddenly. A blue light flashes and the purple magic attack disappears. Immediately, another beam of light circles behind Tuengyi's leg. She turned around in surprise, then Chan Tuengyi quickly dodged to the side. She turned back to Tam Tran Y, showing astonishment. "Is this also your sword technique?" "Of course, this is swordsmanship. Breathing out to transform into a sword to dispel evil and filth is the way to wield Tai Than sword chi." Her eyes narrow slightly.
I have studied 126 types of swordsmanship and mastered over 3,000 sword manuals in the royal family secret vault, but I have never seen such a miraculous sword aura before.
Where did you get that from? Tom Tranwai replied calmly. Yethan's sword energy is what I obtained from the Thuonglan secret vault in the Chaos Abyss. There are over 33,000 supreme martial arts there, with 3,000 types of sword techniques. There are many things you have never seen.
Kan Han stands behind, clearly surprised, thinking to himself how the third young master clearly has never studied the martial arts in the secret vault, so how could he accurately list 3,300 martial arts, including 3,000 divine sword techniques? I focused on comprehending the secret vault, and finally only managed to grasp about 10 types of martial arts. Jing's voice echoed, "Do the Chaos Realm really contain martial arts?" She continued, "I thought this was purely just a trap set by Dan Vu." The scene shifts elsewhere. A hand slams down on the table in anger. "You little bitch!" the eunuch's voice shouted, the emperor's anger boiling. He bowed his head to the floor and thought to himself, "Chan Kui-fi has always been like this. There's no need to care about her." When the emperor was still the crown prince, he was deeply devoted to this woman, doting on her, and even willing to let her give birth to an heir and have her name inscribed in the ancestral temple. At that time, Chan Tuengi had already shown indifference. With her son's name in the ancestral temple and her successor, what benefit did I get? "Isn't it just a handful of golden dirt?" The general continued to ponder, but this woman was determined not to give up. This selfish woman never once considered passing on the royal lineage. All she cares about is her own pursuit. Her true passion has always been martial arts. Entering the palace was just a stepping stone for her. After the emperor learned of this, his feelings gradually faded. Such a woman would quietly fade away in the harem after a few years, eventually aging and dying unnoticed. I never expected this noble consort to actually have some talent and a fate that allowed her to comprehend the sword deo progressing rapidly in cultivation. 100 years later, she may not be the most favored, but she still surpasses 3,000 beauties, making it impossible for His Majesty to ignore her and ultimately granting her the position of noble consort with cultivation resources so she can serve the royal family while their fates remain separate. One life gives rise to two, two to three, and so on up to 7. The deadly sword techniques are bizarre and terrifying, like the 7 deadly thoughts, the suffering of the 7 mortalities, the retreat of the 7 organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and the yin-yang dual energies. 2 streams of magic, gold and black-purple, form a yin-yang circle floating above Tuengi's hands and feet. The sword strike immediately damaged a meridian, her eyes radiating murderous intent, as she unleashed all 7 moves, each damaging a meridian. A red sphere cracked open, releasing a burst of red light, and Tuengi shouted loudly, the 5th move of the sword demon, as a powerful blue magic aura erupted from Tam Tran Y's body. He watched the purple magic attacks shoot down to the ground. "From those sword moves, I can sense that your sword techniques conceal a murderous aura." I look at Tuengi's legs, and for this kind of martial arts that primarily relies on pure force like Bat Tu Hua Lin Kong, which has its own countermeasures, or in other words, your swordsmanship. Ken Han was stunned, listening intently. Tam Tran Yi continued. It was originally created to target the 8 transformation spirit technique, causing Chan Tuengi's face to darken. She arrogantly said, "You practice swordsmanship to pursue a path of relentless progress and to cut through the moon and soar. If the imperial court becomes a shackle for me, I will cut it off and forge my own way." Zhen Tuiyi looked pleased. "Yes, that's right. Only the bird flying through time can be truly free, so I will help you out." Tuengi's legs are crossed and her hands are clasped together. "In that case, don't die by my sword technique." This time, a white sphere lit up, then cracked at the edges. Chan Tuengi clasped her hands together. Dozens of streams of purple magic emanated from her body, and 2 skeletal figures in cloaks appeared behind her. It keeps growing, and Chan Tuengi stands before its chest, surrounded by a powerful purple aura. Kan Han is stunned. "What is this?" A voice responds. The heavenly demon's remaining shadow and the 2 bones raise a sword that looks like it's made from dry bones, the 6th form of the demon sword. Kan Han shouts loudly, "Third young master, watch out!" Tham Trani creates a blue shield that blocks Tuengi's attack and says, "One sword is not bad. Relying on your own strength to create a sword technique with a divine demon illusion in the world of 8 cultivators, you're considered the number 1. Tuengi frowns and replies, "Thank you for the compliment. Take my final sword." She softly recites a spell.
The two skeletons roar. A stronger wave of magic envelops them. It raises the sword, and the area around the eye sockets turns purple with magic.
It raises the sword high, now transformed into a blazing red blade. The sword emits a powerful aura of deadly intent. The skeleton slashed the sword fiercely, activating the seventh form of the demon sword. As the sword touched Tam Truan-Y's barrier, it instantly shattered. Zhen Yi looked a bit surprised as the fragments of the broken barrier fell down. Si Ning-jun showed clear signs of worry. Tam Truan-Yi coldly said, "It's enough now." As the attack approaches, he raises two fingers and a blue light shoots out. In the sky, dozens of beams of light descend, piercing through the skeletal figure, causing the magic around the sword to become unstable. The skeleton drops the sword, and Tuengi's leg hurts as she spits out a mouthful of blood. She and the skeleton remain motionless inside the golden light. Kan Han stared in amazement at the scene before him. This move is a move that can break through the heavenly demon. Tu Ninquan clenched his fists tightly and smiled with confidence. Sword of the army. Nothing is impossible. Tam Truan-Yi silently shook his head, clasping his hands behind his back as he watched the dazzling golden magic before him, still ongoing. Inside Chan Tuengi's mind, a voice echoed. If she were easily defeated like that, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate the most difficult demonic arts, reaching a near-celestial demon realm through her own ingenuity. A desolate scene unfolds with screams around young Chan Tuengi as she cries out for help and runs desperately to escape. On the ground are scattered, bloodied bodies, and another anguished scream echoes. Chan Tuengi, terrified, looked at her bloodied, scratched hand. Then she clutched her head and screamed desperately, before holding her body tightly and sobbing. Then voices of people echoed with the girl, like strange skulls. "Have you heard about the massacre that wiped out the entire village? It's truly tragic. She was the only survivor in the village." "Yes, I heard she survived amidst the corpses all over the village for 3 days and nights before being discovered. It's so sad." The girl trembles as she calls out for her parents. Then the blackened hands reached out and touched the girl. They grasped her body. Chan Tuengi shouted loudly, "No, don't!" Outside, the two skeletons and Chan Tuengi are still inside the blazing golden light. Then the golden magic stream gradually faded away. As the space was left for Zhen Tuengi's magic, a tear gently welled up from the corner of her sinister eye. Zhen Yi, Jing Hong, and Zinin Jun silently watch. Jing Hong anxiously asks, "Should we keep moving forward?" He replied calmly. Her extraordinary talent, having faced the demon moment, could naturally turn danger into safety and understand the transformation of the 8th sword demon. A genius like that is still worth waiting a little longer for. Kan Han muttered, "Sword demon." In front of them, the skeleton raised its sword again. Kan Han exclaimed in surprise. The 8th son looked worried and said, "You third young master, although you are highly skilled and brave, this sword demon's martial path is truly strange." Kan Han extended his hand and suggested, "Maybe it's better not to take the risk." Tam Truan-Yi's voice rang out, "No, it's still within my expectations." At the 8th hour, they both watched as the magical aura now intertwined with gold and purple. One night, deep in the forest, Chan Tuengi's voice trembling as she hid in the bushes, covering her mouth and crying out. Suddenly a sinister laugh made her panic. She turned around and saw him reaching out to her, saying, "I finally found you, little one." Chan Tuengi frantically shouted. The girl jumped up and said, "Run, don't!" Chan Tuengi's bare feet painfully run across the ground. She looks around. Isn't he somewhere else? I clearly remember that he never found me until the very end, so I only kept one life. Chan Tuengi hid behind a bush, secretly watching him. I absolutely will not mistake this face being so close to me, only less than 10 feet away. Suddenly, the girl felt something was off. This shouldn't be happening. She stopped in front of Chan Tuengi, and a series of images of that man appeared. "I found you again." The girl raised both hands, wielding her sword demon consciousness. Immediately, Chan Tuengi frowned anxiously. The girl looked at her hand and said, "My cultivation is enough now. I am just a child." He reached out his hand to the girl and said, "Don't worry. I will make sure you don't suffer pain."
Chan Tuengi shouted, "I won't accept this. I won't accept it. I must escape this disaster, be adopted by someone else, enter the palace, train the ultimate martial arts, and reach the peak of the 8 worlds."
The girl trembled as the man's hand was about to touch her. "Why should I die here? No way." Chan Tuengi raised both hands. "If you want to hurt me." Immediately, Chan Tuengi reverted to her original form, a powerful purple magic being activated. "I must become a demon." "What is this now?" A giant sword appears behind her, pointing at the man. He looks extremely surprised as the sword shatters the illusion. Zhan Tuanyi returns to the real world. She narrows her eyes. In front of Shen Zhenyi and the others, Zhen Tuiyi was standing mid-air with a giant skeleton behind her, a drop of blood suddenly dripping from her forehead, then a second and third, transforming into two small purple flames. Ken Han looks extremely confused. What is going on now? Zhang Tuiyi replied, "This is what I mean. She merges with the demon body, comprehends the will of the heavenly demon, and finally can unleash the 8th sword demon technique." Jing Han secretly shouted in his heart, "Third young master, where do you get your confidence from to give others such a chance? Do you realize you're in a dangerous situation? So why did you dare to go to the Imperial City? Why do I keep following you and moving forward?" Tam Tranwai smiled and glanced at him. Tham Tranai asked, "How far have you understood it now? Turning yourself into a demon and comprehending the 8th heavenly demon technique. Are you ready to fight?" Tran Tuanyi silently looked at him, then descended to the ground and bowed to him with great respect. "Thank you. Third young master Tham. Merging with the demon body, my demonic energy surges." Tam Tranwai continued to ask, "What insights do you have on the 8th awareness?" As the heavens and earth opened, Jing Hong opened his mouth in astonishment. She continued, "I initially believed that the 7-sword demon technique encompassed all transformations of the demonic path, but after entering the demon state as if enlightened, this sword technique has now advanced another level. Now even you, third young master Tam, cannot withstand this unified demon sword strike." Sham Tran Ai chuckled softly. In the imperial palace of the Great Moon Dynasty, at the rear of the heavenly Jiao Jade Palace, the general's voice was full of amazement. "Are you saying that Queen Consort was able to stop Shen Zhenyi again?" The eunuch replied respectfully, "Yes." The general muttered, "She created the 7 swords demon technique herself and reached this level. Truly exceptional talent." The eunuch hesitated before reporting, "Your Majesty, the 7 swords demon technique was casually broken by Tam Tranwai, but after Tam Tranwai severely wounded Chan Kui, he allowed Chan Kui Fai time to comprehend it." The general immediately frowned. What? He turned around with interest. This third young master Tam dares to be so arrogant. What exactly is he relying on? Could it be that this third young master Tam is also an ordinary person with a fondness for beauty and precious things? Then he immediately felt anxious, as if everything was slipping out of his control. No. It's more accurate to say that since the first person returned from the Chaos Secret Realm, this feeling of losing control has grown stronger and stronger. The eunuch continued reporting, as if Shen Zhenyu was waiting for Queen Zhen to comprehend the 8th form of the sword demon. The general asked again, "The 8th form of the sword demon?" The 7th form of the sword demon was already a pinnacle of martial arts at the 9th level of the true martial artist stage, revered as a masterpiece by the royal family's princes. If he could comprehend the 8th form, wouldn't that mean surpassing the red line set by the former emperor and ancestor, and having a chance to break through to the 10th level of the true martial artist stage? He couldn't believe his ears. How could that be? With that woman, how could it be possible? The general looked into the distance and smiled softly. "I'm afraid it will disappoint third young master Tam. 30 years ago, Consort Zhen completed the 7 forms of the sword demon. In recent years, she has often secluded herself, trying to break through her realm, but each time she failed and retreated, and it is said she almost lost her life in the process." The eunuch bowed and reported tremblingly, "Actually, Consort Zhen has already broken through and just recently comprehended the 8th form of the sword demon, which caused the general to tremble with Uriel." The heavenly Jade Palace bursts into light, a powerful glow, as the scene shifts to the central area of the Great Moon Dynasty's imperial palace. Dan Vunyan looks at the palace ahead and says, "Father, she seems worried. He's already angry. The Emperor's rage is only this much." She explains that he probably didn't expect me to reach such a level, but I just broke through and can't hold it for long. "Young Master Tam, please forgive me. I will do my best to perform this ultimate combined sword demon attack." Tham Tran Wai agreed. "All right, your talent is indeed not bad. You've quickly integrated into the demonic realm. Unfortunately, your foundation isn't strong enough. After entering the demon realm and breaking through, the higher Danglam realm is still far away. It's no wonder you can't see the 9th level of the demon sword." Chan Tuanyi shouted angrily. "What did you say?" "I am now a demon, and the Wai Chi sword demon is completely perfected. My 8th sword has now reached the peak of the 9th level." She raised both hands in front of her, and a sharp sword appeared behind her, giving me more time. "Of course, I can break through the 9th level without needing the 9th sword," Tam Tran Wai calmly explained.
Right now, the demonic aura has invaded your mind, so it's no surprise you can't see the way forward. If you don't believe, then try using your newly mastered 8th demonic sword technique to fight me with all your might. Chan Tuengyi said coldly, I was originally merciful to leave you alive, so that you could join me in building a great cause in the future. She gently raises her hand and says, Now it seems you are seeking your own death. I didn't expect you to be a true swordsman. As the purple magic aura gradually appears around her hand, dozens of strange skulls emerge behind her feet. I am willing to use the 8th demonic sword technique to grant you a most glorious death, Tam Tranwai calmly replied, but that may not necessarily be the case. He raises his hand, then invite you to draw your sword. Chan Tuengyi shouts loudly, The invisible demon, the 8th transformation, with eerie purple spirits swirling around them. Ken Han still gaping at the move in front of him, looking surprised, and said, Why does this 8th move feel so ordinary? Tu Ninquan anxiously replied, It's different. What does he mean by that? A strange image of the invisible heavenly demon appeared before her eyes. Tu Ninquan continued to be invisible and intangible, killing without a trace. That strange magic is now targeting Shen Zhenyi. As it approaches him, it transforms into giant skulls. Shen Zhenyi smiles faintly, raises his hand, and a blue whirlpool appears, swiftly hitting the skulls and knocking them all away in an instant. A loud explosion echoed, a flash of purple light appeared. The soldiers were stunned. What was once a fortress, then a bell, what exactly happened in the palace? Dan Vunyan also looked surprised towards the battle. The general began to go berserk. He had actually reached this realm, just a single chime like a bell. He clenched his fists tightly, and the scene shifts back to the battle. Chan Tuengyi grimaced in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. She staggered backward. Chan Tuengyi frowned. You are sinister and treacherous, Shen Zhenyi calmly reassures. No need to get angry. The 8-stage sword demon was inherently evil. If I do not use the true energy of heaven and earth to break your formed heavenly demon thought, even if your martial arts improve further, you will only be seized by the heavenly demon and lose your true self. Only after this blow can you take the devil into the way and advance further. Chan Tuengyi frowned, and Tam Tranwi's voice still rang out, even reaching the 9th level of awareness and beyond. She understood it all then. Chan Tuengyi bowed respectfully once more. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. My path in martial arts is now clear. If it weren't for this prince, I might have already died without a complete body. The scene shifts to the imperial palace of the Great Moon Dynasty, in the rear area of the heavenly Jiaojade Palace, where the eunuch bows his head and reports, Your Majesty, the esteemed consort has lost. The general turns and walks away. The 8th level of the sword demon consciousness may be considered an evil path, but he can see through it from the window. Yet it's a martial art that could easily reach the peak of the transcendent realm, and still, it cannot affect Shen Zhenyi. Could it be that he has truly advanced in the Chaos Lie secret realm? If he has reached the realm of the true immortal. The eunuch quickly knelt down on the floor, a fleeting look crossing his face. So this is the greatest calamity the Dainguyet dynasty has faced in 3,000 years. The Grand General suddenly frowned. If not, Dan Vunyan, he looked into the distance at her figure from behind. The three of them, Tam Tranwai and others, headed toward the city gate, in the heart of the Great Moon Dynasty's imperial palace. Kan Han explains, Do you think that after Wei Weng Palace is Kimba Tree, which was originally the prince's carriage, now that she is the crown princess, Dan Vunan here? She will block our way? He asks anxiously. Third young master, with Dan Vunyan's current 8th level of the true human realm, she should be able to pass this obstacle easily, right? Tam Tranwai frowned and replied, Not necessarily, they have already reached the city gate. He continued, Dan Vunyan outside and Dan Vunyan at Kimbachi are completely two different concepts. The floating lotus flowers drift on the river as they cross the bridge together, and Tam Tranai keeps explaining, under the blessing of the imperial luck, how far she can reach in her cultivation is truly hard to say. Why is this happening? No matter how strong he is, could he really surpass Queen Chan, who has achieved the 8th level of the sword demon technique and reached the threshold of the true person realm? Tham Tran-i calmly said, The fate energy accumulated over 3,000 years in Kimbachi is not Dan Vunyan, but belongs to the Great Moon Dynasty. Kan Han did not understand what he was talking about. Young Master Tam, this makes no difference at all. He immediately looked in shock at the footbridge where Dan Vunhan was waiting for them. Zhang Zhenyi looked at her. Dan Vunan, she frowned slightly. Young Master Tam, suddenly her body erupts with a powerful burst of light. Tam Tran Wei frowns in alarm and immediately rushes away. The red magic clashed violently with the yellow magic. Dan Vunyan staggered back. Jing Heng was stunned. What kind of technique is this from the evil sect?
Today's Dan Vunyan is indeed completely different from before. Tam Tran Wai sighed. You forcibly merged the royal aura from past generations, borrowing the power of past emperors, and forced your way through the realm. If you insist, it can be considered as half a step into the mortal realm, obviously much stronger than before.
But this will be a huge setback for your future martial path, and without hundreds of years of cultivation, you simply cannot return to the peak. Su Ninfong listened in surprise, and Shen Zhenyi continued. Even forever, you will never be able to reach this realm again.
Dan Vunyan opened her eyes wide in horror and replied, I can't help but understand what you're saying. I am the heir to the great Moon Dynasty after all. What other choice do I have? There, the pride, sorrow, and history of the great Moon Dynasty are carried. 3,000 years of accumulation, 3,000 years of restraint, but also 3,000 years of burden. Dan Vunan gently frowns, a hint of sadness flickering on her face. Third young master, at the moment I became the heir to the throne, I learned the core secret of the great Moon Dynasty that stifles the growth of martial arts and maintains the dynasty's rule. That has been the goal set by the ancestors of the Great Moon for 3,000 years. Jian Xing and Zining Jun looked very surprised at this information. The Dai Nuiet royal family is indeed like that. Don Vunyan's voice interrupted, but she bowed her head slightly. For the sake of her dignity, is it really worth doing such shameful things? If the ancestors did it, was it truly right or wrong? A tear welled up in her eye. Why did we end up here? Suddenly Dan Vunyan paused, and a voice echoed in her mind. Enough! As a member of the royal family, how can you utter such absurd words to the extreme? She quickly turned around and asked, Why are you... Kan Han wondered, what is really going on here? Why did you suddenly fall silent halfway through speaking? A voice replied, one body with two souls. Inside Dan Vunan's mind, a conversation is taking place. If you refuse to act, hand over your body to me. No, you can't do that. She shook her head gently, stepping back. Let me finish this chain of karma. Another surge of powerful magic erupts. Kan Han shouts, What now? Tham Trin Yi chuckled softly. This battle today is quite interesting. Dan Vunyan pointed to the sky and declared, she said, Tam Chan Wai, today I will definitely kill you. The 100-year national fortune achievement of Great Moon. Shen Zhen Wai muttered, Great Moon's sword aura, now it appears again. He raised his head proudly and said confidently, So let me tell you how utterly broken this forced martial arts advancement is. Hearing Tam Tran Wai say that, the one controlling Dan Vunan's body immediately became angry. She pursed her lips, her face angry as she asked, What did you say? Dan Vunan was now raising her hand, channeling a continuous stream of golden energy. You haven't truly experienced the power of the sky and earth of the Azure Palace yet, Shen Tranyi, don't be too arrogant. Wen Yi stood on the ground, hearing Vunyan's words, his face unchanged, and calmly replied, The natural and immense power of the heaven and earth in the 8 desolate world. Those protected by the imperial aura, borrowing the prosperous imperial chi of 3,000 years for their own use, can freely manipulate the heaven and earth's power of the immortal world, and on this gold 3-point, they can be called true beings at the 10th level. Unfortunately, your state of mind is not yet sufficient. The divine path of martial arts is not strong enough to control such vast heavenly and earthly forces, and during the transformation process, inevitable flaws occur, rendering it largely ineffective. Dan Vunhan is now completely enveloped in a wave of power. She was a bit stunned after hearing Tran Wai say that. Tam Tran Wai still stood there, one hand clasped behind his back, the other raised, then continued speaking to Dan Vunan. The Great Moon Dynasty ruled the 8-2 world for 300 years, possessing countless secret techniques for profit, but unfortunately, they have never faced the dignity of martial arts head-on, so in the end, most of it is just a joke. Miss, what does the third young master mean by saying those words? The Great Moon royal family, from the bottom of their hearts, fears the development of the way of consciousness. When facing challenges, they don't think about strengthening themselves, but about suppressing and seducing others. With such a mindset, how could they possibly break through the Tramchu Palace and truly step into the mortal realm stage? After listening to Nin Quan's explanation, Kanhan nodded with a bead of sweat on his forehead. So that's how it is. Dan Vunyan, floating in midair, heard this and shouted loudly, Lao Duok, as a member of the Great Moon royal family, how could I let you commoners speak of me like that? After finishing her words, she immediately unleashed her power. Golden lightning sparks appear, then gather into a sword of light in Dan Vu Nan's hand. She then loudly says, "If that's the case, since you dare to speak differently, then first take my sword." The company speaks. Tran Wai is still leisurely standing with his hands behind his back. At this moment, a luminous dragon suddenly emerged from Dan Vu Nan's power and roared loudly. The dragon soared into the sky, matching the speed of Dan Vu Nan's sword. At this moment, the dragon coils around Dan Vu Nan's sword again. She looks down from above at Tran Wai, Kan Han, and Nin Quan. The power of Dan Vu Nan, her light accompanied by lightning bolts illuminating the entire sky. Someone from afar, witnessing this scene, immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "The sword of Dai Nguyen belongs to the emperor. He is still watching from afar towards the source of this power." Seeing such earth-shattering power, the general had to praise her. Nan Yi's strike truly lives up to her reputation as my daughter. This sword's might is unparalleled, and even if it doesn't kill Tran Wai, it will surely wound him badly. At this moment, the general looked down with some worry and continued, "It's just a pity that after Nan Yi uses this sword, she will definitely suffer a backlash. I don't know if she can endure it." Thinking of that, the general turned around with a somewhat regretful expression and muttered to himself, "Well, I guess I need to train another successor in the future." As the emperor turned his back, he burst into loud laughter, thinking he had already secured victory. The scene shifts back to Dan Vu Nan and Tran Wai. She has now split a single dragon into two, combining one with a sword strike towards Tran Wai. Seeing this, Kan Han quickly warned Tran Wai that this was no longer ordinary swordsmanship, but the divine spirit path. "Young Master Tam, please step back quickly." Nin Quan is standing right behind, and she also raises her hand to her chin with a surprised expression. "Tham Tran Yi, you still stand still without moving, calmly extending two fingers as the luminous dragon of Dan Vu Nan rushes toward you, her sword stabbing straight at you. How is this possible?"
Kan Han nhìn cảnh tượng này, liền trợn mắt há hốc mồm kinh ngạc nổi, lộ diện bị dùng ngón tay kẹp lấy rồi.
That's right, the power ultimately belongs to you, but you still can't control it. Tran Yi then releases his grip, prepares to flick his finger at Dan Vu Nan's sword intent and says, "Disperse," using only a gentle force to flick at her sword intent, which immediately shatters. The broken pieces of the sword gradually shattered, along with Dan Vu Nan's sword intent fading away. Tran Wai slowly moved toward Dan Vu Nan. How can this be happening? A sword gathering the imperial aura of the Great Moon Dynasty for 3,000 years. Tran Wai did not respond, only placing two fingers on Dan Vu Nan's forehead. Tran Ai lowered his hand and simply said to her two words, "Sleep now." As soon as he finished, Dan Vu Nan closed her eyes and fell down. Tran Yi clasped one hand behind his back and said, "Your nature is inherently kind. You shouldn't walk together toward destruction. After a rest, you will have a brighter future." Dan Vu Nan was now lying on the ground, deeply asleep, tears streaming from the corner of her eyes. Dan Vu Nan's mind seemed to still be aware of something at this moment, as tears slowly fell into the calm lake in her thoughts, and her mind called out, "Third young master, scene change." Elsewhere, a girl was floating in the air, her feet not yet touching the ground, while two men knelt on the ground below. The man in brown then spoke. "Dosian Sect, which can be considered a branch of the human path, fought a magic duel a few days ago with some crooked celestial beings from Kim Ngao Island." The man in gray kneeling beside him then added, "Great Envoy, what are we doing at Dosian Sect?" The white-haired girl called the envoy crossed her arms and, upon hearing that, turned her head back and said, "You need to investigate the process and details of that battle formation thoroughly to see if there's a chance to calculate something." She cast a cold glance at the two kneeling on the ground and continued, "If you do this well, you will naturally earn merit and atone for your sins, and I will also grant you a small reward." The two of them hurriedly stood up and turned to leave, saying as they went, "Thank you, divine envoy, I obey your command." She still stood there, watching their backs as they left, then glanced lightly and smirked before giving the order. "If they do anything unusual, just drain and kill them without leaving a trace." At this moment, a mosquito resting on the man's neck receives the order and responds, "Obeying the King of Transition." In a lush, sunlit place, a girl is sitting and copying words while the man standing behind her, who is watching, is Xiao Qin Feng, speaking angrily. Vovi hasn't finished copying the scripture 100 times, and she must not leave her seat. Little Lin's hand holding the brush is writing, but her face shows suffering. The girl heard that and replied, "Clearly you didn't explain that scroll properly, which made me so embarrassed." Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked affectionately at little Qin Fong and said, "Su Huin, I really was just careless." Qingfang, hearing that, simply turned away coldly and replied, "Trying to seduce is useless. Right now my mind is thinking, luckily my mental strength is strong enough to not be disturbed by you." At this moment, from afar, Master Tuo was approaching, raising his hand from a distance, cheerfully saying, "Long-lived disciple, guess what your senior brother brought for you?"
Seeing him arrive, Qingfang greeted him politely. Tuo Suba. Seeing Lin Na crying uncontrollably, he asked gently, "What's wrong with her?"
Qingfang, hearing this, quickly covered his mouth and coughed a few times before replying, "She made a small mistake and is being punished."
"What good thing did you bring for me?" Tuo, hearing this, took out a sword and presented it to Qingfang, saying,
"This is the order to officially enter the inner palace of the Dao Treasury."
"Uncle, I have spent quite a bit of effort to ask for this for you." Qingfang happily took the sword and then reached out to touch it.
He thought to himself that receiving the order to officially enter the Taoist temple was thanks to Prince Ngao At, who brought someone from afar. Qingfang then remembered what Ngao At had said before, that he was a good person and would come to Longkeng to visit someday.
Qingfang then finally spoke, "Thank you, master." He looked at the shining sword that reflected his face and thought back to the previous times when the Longkeng Grand Love Festival was held, and he had finally obtained the method of cultivation called the Three Mystical Fire. That time during the East Sea Dragon Purge, I almost received a great gift as a token of gratitude. I think of Njao At as my lucky god of wealth, drooling as I say, Njao At, that little brat, is truly a blessing, and I keep thinking if I meet this prince of the Dragon Palace again. Before he could rejoice, Qingfang suddenly remembered that the culprit behind the East Sea Dragon Purge case had caused Njao At to lose the match twice in front of him, nearly throwing the opponent's chrysanthemum flowers, and he sighed to himself, "Better not meet again." Switching to the other scene, Ngao At is now sneezing repeatedly because Qingfang mentioned him. Tin Huiyin is with Njao At now, and seeing him keep sneezing, she calls out to Njao At Junior Master, "Are you not practicing cultivation? Are you disturbing your senior brother then?" Njao At then turned around involuntarily, scratched his head, and replied, "I was just thinking about a few things I haven't cultivated yet." "Really? Then that's good." Ngao At happily squinted his eyes and asked Tin Huiyin, "Do you want to go for a walk in Donghai today? Does Donghai have beautiful spots to stargaze?" Ngao At nodded and said, "Stop the coral protection, the Hai Lam waterfall," and at this moment, the two looked at each other very affectionately. The scene shifts to the sky where two people, Qingfang and Tu, are riding clouds across a forest, each on their own cloud. Tuo then took out a pouch of items and handed it to Qingfang, saying, "There are also some treasure tools for formation setup. These are for you to encourage your continued study of the formation path." Qingfang reached out to accept and replied, "Thank you, uncle." At this moment, Qingfang looked at Tuo again and extended an invitation to him. "Would you like to take a walk around the pavilion with me, master?" Tuo waved his hand dismissively, looking a bit disappointed, and replied, "No, I am exhausted and have to go out again immediately. The Central Divine Island is about to hold a grand assembly of the three great immortal sects. I must accompany the two elders to make an appearance." After saying that, he rode away on the clouds, leaving Qingfang standing there. He watched his master's figure fade into the distance, thinking to himself, "What is the Danhui Xiantong Three Teachings? Is this related to the great catastrophe of the god of war?" The scene shifts now to the Taoist hall of Fa Thian Feng, where the Taoist treasure is stored, which is the Taoist hall. A man is standing outside the Dao Tang Dian, muttering to himself that the Dao Tang is the true storage of the Dao. He steps inside, descending the stairs to the scripture repository, where only a small part was created by the immortal of Do Tianmon, most of it being foreign objects brought by Qingfang. He is now standing in a room filled with weapons such as swords, staffs, blades, and many other items. When the immortal ancestors and true immortals of the Duation sect go on trips, if they acquire any cultivation techniques, scriptures, or useless items for themselves, they will place them into the Dao storage hall. Li Chuangto's goal is at the deepest part of the outer hall, and Qingfang continues to go further inside. He reaches a dark place where the air is cold, and in front of him stands a large door where someone is in seclusion. My disciple Lai Chuangtho, little Qingfang, respectfully salutes Elder Qilin. The guardian of the temple rarely leaves the fortress, and the experts within the sect are of unknown origins and cultivation levels. The person standing before Qingfang now is Elder Qilin. I present a sword and say to him, "I want to go inside to consult the sect's scriptures." Qilin only looks at Qingfang and coldly replies, "Go ahead." Qingfang, seeing that he was allowed in, approached the large door, pushed it open with one hand, and covered his face with the other, looking cautious before stepping inside.
Fong opens the door, his eyes suddenly brightening with anticipation. A look of hope on his face. In his heart, he's thinking, I finally managed to sneak in. As night falls and the starry sky shimmers brightly, outside the Qijian mountain sect, in a mountain valley, a group of people gather in a clearing in the dark forest, with a figure cloaked in black surrounded by red energy. This is Tich Diet, a man with blazing red eyes who immediately speaks upon seeing him. Sect leader, you have returned. Tich Diet, dressed in bright red, slowly descends and looks at the group in black robes below before saying, there should be nothing more for me at the Imperial City for now. He landed on the ground, looked at the people in front of him, and continued, these people have accumulated for thousands of years. They do have some skill. From now on, launch a full-scale attack on Kiamsun Mountain no matter what. Within a day, we must break through the protective formation. Tich Diet then looked at the white-haired person holding a fan to his mouth and said, send someone to inform the Black Sai to shout that I want to give him a great achievement that will fill the sky. The woman with the fan, Thiet Nguyen, responded immediately upon receiving the order. The group is now moving along the mountainside near Qijian Mountain Sect, which is protected by a formation, with lights still on inside, while a group of soldiers below are trying to find a way to break through the defenses. These soldiers are all equipped with shield armor, ready for battle. A man stands with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He is the Black Sai. The man standing above looked down and spoke. It seems impossible to break this formation in a short time. There's also a female soldier following behind him. Hearing him say that, she stepped forward and said, continuing like that, it's just a waste of troops.
Better to surround them tightly and wait until they can't hold out before surrendering themselves.
Haxi, upon hearing her suggestion, turned to look back. The Chi-Sword Mountain Villa is rich in resources. Even a year of siege would be useless. At this moment, a messenger bird appears in the sky and he looks up. Haxi reached out his hand and the eagle perched on his arm, holding a letter in its talons, then landed on his hand. Immediately after, he opened the letter to read it. After reading, Haxi's expression changed slightly. The soldier asked him after a while, what's wrong? As Hasi raised his arm and the bird flew away. I just received news from the Imperial City that Dan Vu Vo Dak has fallen in battle. Shen Zhen Yi single-handedly defeated the entire Black Armor Guard and stormed into the city. Hearing this news, the girl seemed unable to believe it and exclaimed, Vo Dak brother has fallen in battle? How is that possible? Haxi then raised his hand, furrowing his brows as he looked down and said, we must quickly take down Kaikiem Mountain now and report to the Emperor, or if he falls into a rage, all 9 clans will be implicated. At this moment, a soldier from afar approached, and Haxi and her guard turned to look. The soldier bowed slightly and respectfully announced, reporting to the general, someone sent by the Taoist Lord of Breaking Heaven to deliver a letter saying they will cooperate with us to break the protective formation. Haxi, upon hearing this, exclaimed in shock, how could Taoist Master Fa Thian still be alive in the Imperial Abyss? He waved his hand to signal and shouted, kill the envoy now, or I would have already gone to kill that Fa Thian Taoist if it weren't for the Imperial decree. The female guard heard that and immediately shouted to stop her. General Haxi asked to hold back. She stepped in front of Haxi, raised both hands to stop him, then turned to leave and continued speaking. Now the Qijian Mountain Sect is under urgent pressure and hard to break, so the general should summon the envoy to hear what they really want to say. Moreover, the relationship between Fa Thian Dao and Qijian Mountain Sect is still unclear. Haxi frowned at her words and then she continued speaking to him. Since they are both officials after all, they are just biting each other, so why not watch the fight at the lake from the mountain? Hearing her words made some sense. Haxi thought for a moment before raising his hand to the soldier and giving the order. Let him come over, of course. He is in the peak of the earthly immortal stage. He then smiled sinisterly and continued, and besides the sect leader, he suddenly swung his staff, which carried a murderous aura. Hakbao added this time the champion of the Tianjin arena, also the person who returned from the Lai Chaos secret realm. Young Master Tam Tam, also the young master of Qijian Mountain Sect, has broken through to the peak of the true person realm, and his staff is now pointed directly at Haxi's face. Haxi was stunned into silence upon hearing his words. What is that? The female guard of Haxi also heard, and shouted out 2 words. Her bodyguard standing beside clenched her fists and spoke loudly. How is that possible? He entered the 8-2 world only a little over 10 years ago. How could he surpass everyone and reach the Earth Immortal Realm level 10? He has been silent all this time, only frowning and deep in thought. No wonder my urgent military reports about the palace kept being ignored. No reinforcements have arrived yet. So, it turns out as something has happened at the Imperial Palace. At this moment, The black robe suddenly strikes his staff on the ground with some force. Haksai looked at the man dressed in a cloak from head to toe. He snorted coldly and said, "I didn't expect the famous black robe priest of the Destroying Heaven path to come here in person. Just say the word and break it. When do you plan to act? And why do you want to cooperate with my army?" Hakbao, hearing this, seemed to have found the answer he needed. He nodded with a satisfied expression and said, "The Taoist lord heard that General Hoxie was besieged and worried in the city, so he came to help. Tomorrow at the third watch, he will use the heavenly sword-breaking formation of Ki Kiem Son Trong. At that time, I asked General Hoxie to cooperate and wipe them out in one strike." Hearing him say that, Hoxie was stunned. Then, after regaining his composure, he asked loudly, "The heavenly blade-breaking formation. Has the Taoist master of Fa Thien surpassed the final step and entered the true human realm? What does the general think of our master's proposal to cooperate now?" Hoxie, hearing this, was also contemplating his own plans. He was pondering at this moment, not knowing what conflict there was between Tam Tran Yai and the Taoist Lord of Breaking Heaven, but no matter what, they could not be allied. The Taoist Lord of Breaking Heaven had agreed to attack the Chi Sword Mountain, which meant an unbreakable enmity with Tam Tran Yai. Hasey raised his hand to his chin, still contemplating carefully. The two fight fiercely, making the court even safer. After thinking it over, Hoxie clenched his fists tightly. "All right, follow the Tao Lord's instructions, and tomorrow at the third hour of the third day, wait for the Tao Lord to act. As soon as the formation is broken, order the entire army to attack." He, covered in purple flames, laughed loudly and said, "General Hoxie truly understands the big picture. Then it's decided." After finishing, Hakbao gradually disappeared into the space. The next day, the sky was blazing with sunlight. According to the agreement with Hakbao, Hoxie's army has arrived outside Ki Kiem Son Trong with hundreds of thousands of soldiers ready to break through the protective formation and attack inside. Hoxie's army is now full of fighting spirit, and inside Ki Kiem Son Trong, the figures of two girls appear. The two of them fly into the air to scout the enemy's situation. The girl in the red dress is Xiaolan Yun. She raised her hand to shield her eyes and observe the enemy's situation before speaking. Why did they suddenly set up such a large formation? What are they really trying to do? It is indeed true that the master's formation has not been broken, and in the end, they still have no way. The girl in the pink dress next to her is the little dragon person, and she just crossed her arms and observed carefully without saying anything. After observing for a while, her little dragon person now raises a hand to her chin in a thoughtful tone. Could they have found a way to counter the Spirit Blood Phoenix formation breaking? Xiao Lanyan, hearing her words, then turns to the little dragon person. She clenched her fists tightly and shook her head in denial. No way could her master's formation be broken by anyone from afar. Hoxie then arrived, and seeing him, the soldiers respectfully clasped their hands in front of their chests. The soldiers then spoke in unison. General Hoxie III, watch has arrived. Hoxie, upon hearing that, turned around and said, "Sect leader, I will handle this." At this moment, a group of people in black cloaks approached, and Hoxie's soldiers stepped aside to make way for them. There are a few people carrying a sedan chair behind them. As soon as it arrived, a mysterious red aura spread throughout the space. At this moment inside the carriage, there is a sharp dagger constantly emanating a strange aura. Meanwhile, Xiao Lanyan and Xiao Longren also witnessed this scene. Seeing their reactions, Xiao Lamyen spoke out with a mysterious tone, pretending to be enigmatic. What exactly are they up to? At this moment, Xiao Longren did not react to Lam Yen's words. She raised her hand to her chest, gently clenched her fist with a worried expression. Lam Yen, seeing her anxious look, was a bit puzzled and confused, a huge question mark appearing in her mind. Little Long Person looked at the dagger emitting that eerie light, hesitated for a moment, then said, "I have a bad premonition." At this moment, the black-clad dagger flew out, soaring straight into the sky with unstoppable force. The mysterious red dagger now reveals itself. Surrounded by a flickering red energy like flames, Tick Diet now slowly appears in the space, taking steady steps forward as he emerges. He now has a towering, giant-like figure. The dagger flies to Titch Diet's face, accompanied by streams of red energy gathering around the blade. Who is he? Long Yan could only stand and watch without saying a word. Inside the deeper part of Ki Kiem Son Trong, a red-haired young man saw Titch Diet's tall figure and immediately spoke. Wearing black clothes, with pale hands and a blood-red dagger, the members of the Chi Sword Mountain Villa also come out to observe. A pink-haired young man holding a fan in his hand also furrows his brow and speaks. Could he be the Tao Lord Fa Thien Fo Fa Thien, the one who returned from the Chaos Lai secret realm and stormed into the Imperial City? Why is he here to join the siege on the Sword Pavilion and abandon his sword? The green-haired girl standing behind watches the scene with a worried look. Someone's voice in the courtyard now echoed. Isn't he the third young master? Are you also Kampham, the senior with the long beard from Chi Sword Mountain Sect? He then raised his hand to stroke his beard, secretly thinking it's over. Tich Diet, a tall figure, now reached out his hand toward the knife and grasped it. After grabbing the dagger, Tich Diet, filled with murderous intent, advanced toward the protective barrier of Ki Kiem Son Trang. He then revealed a sinister smile before slashing the barrier with his dagger. The power is too great, and the protective formation of Ki Kiem Son Trang is gradually breaking down. The black squire standing below sees this scene and exclaims with great joy, "His swordsmanship is truly powerful. This is indeed a fallen hero, a martial artist, yet he has reached such a formidable level." Inside, Xiaolan Yin and Xiaolong Ren saw the formation fading and immediately exclaimed together, "Something's wrong." The two immediately sat down and touched the ground, beginning to cast their spells. They activated the Blood Spirit White Feather formation together, gradually repairing the protective barrier of the Chi Sword Mountain Villa that had just been lost. Tick Diet saw that the protective barrier of Chi Jian Mountain Villa had been restored, so he continued to swing his sword down, but this time the formation showed no change at all. Just as the scene shifted, someone stepped through the doorway and entered. There are 3 people standing at the palace gate now, just outside the entrance. As the gate appears, the 3 figures outside are from the imperial palace, including the Empress Dowager and the remaining members of the imperial harem. The scene here looks a bit desolate and ruined, as if no one has taken care of it. Tran Wai, Kan Han, and Nin Quan are all present here.
Don't worry, the royal family is immersed in the 8 transformation spirit, and this body is united with heaven and earth.
Zhen Yi took her hand away from his clothes and continued, "The imperial city hasn't fallen, so I won't appear." Looking at the scene before them, with broken stone walls and withered trees, Zhen Yi said as he walked, "Only a few people can stop me here." At this moment, a sudden loud voice from inside interrupted, as someone stepped out from behind the broken wall revealing their clothing, and then spoke, "You block yourself, no need for more." This person stepped out from behind, and it was the Hero King. He raised one hand and continued to look at the 3 of them, saying, "Just me might be enough." Kan Han was a bit surprised to see him and had to exclaim, "You are the benevolent king." Upon recognizing him, Kan Han's face darkened. Inside my heart, I was secretly thinking that the legendary figure surprisingly still lives among us. According to legend, the 18th Sage King is a genius among geniuses of the great Moon Royal family. Despite being young, his strength already surpassed that of his brother, who was about to inherit the throne, and if he wished, he could replace him as co-ruler of the world. But the 18-wise king chose to step back from the throne, voluntarily leaving the capital, conquering the 4 directions, and earning great fame. I never expected that he not only survived but is also thriving in the world. His martial path has reached an unimaginable level. Thinking of this, Kan Han secretly glanced at Tran Wai, seeing that he remained calm and expressionless, and in his mind he continued to ponder about Hien Vuong, wondering why he had chosen to hide away here. Tran Wai had been silent all this time. Then he raised his hand to his chest and said, "Bat Tu Chiyan Don Vu Tap Bat." I haven't heard that name in a long time. When King Hien heard that, he frowned and looked a bit uneasy. Tran Wai continued, "I didn't expect to meet you here." King Hien clasped his hands behind his back and said, "I didn't expect young people these days to still know that saying." Batu Chian really dares not admit it. Tran Yi looked at him, smiled faintly, and replied, "You are a rare talent, but unfortunately bound by love, chained by the blood of the great Moon Royal family, unable to transcend this world. If you leave now, you might still save your life." Prince Hien was momentarily stunned by Tran Wai's unwavering words. Tran Wai's voice continued to echo, "Otherwise, even jade and stone will break. What a pity." Càng Hoan nghe thấy những lời mà Thẩm Trần Y vừa nói nghe thật không nề mặt mũi khác. Trong lòng anh liền nghĩ, quả thật hiện tại ngay cố tự cạch cội thuồng thiên hạ như vậy. Những dịu sao cũng nền khách khi một chức duột không. Lúc này giọng của ai do liền vang lẹn. So what if she was just devoted to Kuk Kung and only stopped after she died? Prince Hien, hearing these words, felt as if a thunderbolt struck him, and he angrily retorted, "I am already a member of the Donvu family, enjoying all the glory, wealth, and martial arts opportunities, so I must naturally bear the corresponding responsibility." Tran Wai, upon hearing him say that, raised his hand and then made a comment. "With such a heart, you can be called a true warrior. Unfortunately, our stances are different. If not, I wouldn't be willing to take your life. Is it easy to obtain the seed of martial arts? Anyone who destroys the martial arts seed can be considered a heinous crime." Hearing Tam Tran Yi's words, Hien Vuong's whole body trembled uncontrollably. His face was somewhat chaotic, and he looked down before saying,
The plan was set by our ancestors, and future generations can only follow it. But since I am here, I will absolutely not let you pass easily. If you die, the Great Moon Dynasty's throne will still stand firm.
Tran Yi heard him say that as if his feet gently moved. Tran Yi clasped his hands behind his back and slowly stepped toward Hien Vuong, then said, "That's right." King Hien saw you approaching, then reached into his sleeve and took out something, saying, "What a pity." He then drew his weapon. Tran Yi heard those 3 words and repeated them right away. "That's a shame." Seeing Hien Vuong take out a whip with a long chain at the end, he continued speaking,
You have not only cultivated the 8 transformation spirit, but also mastered a sharp offensive martial art. Unfortunately, this martial art is only an external path and difficult to control your life.
So your current level as a true immortal has already reached its limit, huh?
Kan Han, standing behind, heard Tran Yi's words so casually and, feeling exhausted, broke out in a cold sweat as he stammered,
"The 30th level of the true immortal stage." At this moment, Tran Yi and Kan Han are still observing Hien Vuong. One of their thoughts suddenly appeared. 18 Sage King has actually broken through to the peak of the mortal realm.
Isn't he now on par with the great ancestor from years ago, unbeatable in the world?
The foundation of the Great Moon Dynasty is truly unfathomable. At this moment, Jing Han glances over at Ning Jun. She hasn't spoken a word from the beginning until now. Kan Han thought to himself, maybe it's time to stop here. He looked at Ning Jun, who was now placing one hand on her chest with a calm expression, making Kan Han think to himself that this woman really is quite indifferent. Life or death, it all depends on whether young Master San can survive. At this moment, King Hien radiates a fierce and powerful aura. He swung his whip and said, "Tam Tam Kong Tu. I hear your sword is unrivaled in the world today.
I brought my whip specially to learn your peerless swordsmanship." Tran Yi heard the prince say that, and at this moment, the wind carried falling leaves before his eyes.
Tran Yi then told him, "I don't use a sword." Hien Vuong, hearing this, immediately trembled with rage. He clenched the whip tightly in his hand as thousands of swords formed from Tran Yi's power surged toward the Hien Vuong.
You keep telling him that everything here belongs to me. The King of Virtue was slightly surprised when he saw your swords.
The King of Humanity's expression flickers with emotion, as I have secluded myself for 300 years to comprehend the 8 transformations of spirit.
The man stands opposite Tran Yi, the atmosphere tense and intense.
King Hien felt his throat dry and sore, involuntarily swallowing saliva as cold sweat poured down non-stop, stepping into the realm of the mortal stage using the 10,000 Demons secret technique. He initially thought Shen Zhenyi was only on par with him, but just upon meeting, before the opponent even made a move, he had already fallen into a lower position. He glances over subtly, as if weighing something. Tran Yi looks toward the Oa city, an invisible pressure surrounding it, and he clicks his tongue. Finally, the alertness begins. Tran Yi calmly exhaled a streak of light, and in an instant, his clone appeared and gathered beside him. Waiting. King Hien stared in horror, his aura noticeably weakened, his entire body stiffening and trembling uncontrollably. This is Tran Yi coldly commanding his clone to go.
Sorry, I can only use up to 50% of my strength to deal with you.
Prince Hien frowned in confusion, a sense of unease rising in his heart. What does this mean? Suddenly, a murderous aura rises. He grits his teeth and says, "You said you would hold back?" At the same time, at the Swordless Mountain Villa, the Black Sai army is growing larger. Lam Yen struggled to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face turning pale. Long Nan frowned, realizing that the spiritual blood phoenix of her master had endured 5 attacks from the Heavenly Breaker Taoist and was now completely shattered. She clenched her fists tightly, unable to hide her worry, fearing that the next time Long Nan looks toward the arrogant Hoxie on the other side, it will be the final blow. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, ordering the entire army to prepare for the charge. A decisive strike to destroy Bo Kim Son Trong.
Everyone is to kill without mercy.
The subordinates excitedly respond in unison. Tick Diet clenched his sword hilt, a terrifying aura of pressure emanating from him. He swung his fist and shouted defiantly, "How could you withstand this attack from 10,000 miles away?" The sword tip lowered, and a violent gust erupted, with murderous intent surging fiercely, slicing precisely through the barrier.
Long Ren and Lam Yen watched in shock as the barrier was gradually shattered, her eyes wide open, unable to hide her surprise.
She stood silently beside him, momentarily speechless. Haisi seized the opportunity, shouting loudly and commanding the entire army to attack without mercy. The subordinates shouted and charged forward without hesitation, rushing in fiercely. Tich Diet slightly furrowed his brow as he watched the approaching soldiers. Haxi shouted, still too impulsive. Although he is said to be cold and indifferent, not caring about anything, I don't believe he would act without leaving any backup plan. It was just that year when he let go at the cliff and disappeared without a trace. His calm figure appeared in his mind. Tick Diet wondered anxiously if it would happen again this time, staring wide-eyed as everything that belonged to him was destroyed in an instant. Yen's fighting spirit was high, and Master entrusted us with Bo Kim Son Trong. Long Nan nodded, saying we must not let him down. Her face was stern as she faced him and said, "Before I die, I will never allow you to desecrate this place of the swordless mountain sect." Hoxie laughed arrogantly upon hearing that. "Do you really think 2 of you can stop my black armor army?" He stomped his foot hard, his body and strength slightly lowering. Haisi used the ground's force to leap straight into the air. He quickly gathers his strength. "Without that damn formation to protect you, you are no match for me. Peak of the 9th stage of the immortal realm." Lam Yen Kuit does not back down, directly confronting him. "How would you know if you don't try?" She quickly unleashed Lam Kin, energy waves sweeping across the ground. The dark mist clenched her fists tightly. Lightning bursts exploding non-stop, him laughing proudly, power surging through the space, the dark mist howling, murderous intent like crushing everything. "Useless." He swung his fist, unleashing a burst of lightning with the strike. What a petty move. Lam Yen widened her eyes in shock and surprise. She immediately threw herself to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. He frowned with a look of displeasure, lowering his head to look at his leg being tightly held by Lam Yen's blue light. She quickly shouted, "Little dragon person!" She appeared in the blink of an eye. "Let me handle it." Long Person waved his hand. A fierce earth dragon roared and charged forward. A second later, the earth dragon suddenly halted in front of Hoxie's power. He sneered contemptuously, the locust mocking the ox, and loudly declared, "Let me open your eyes a bit. The thunderous might of a 9th-level true person." Long Yan and Lam Yen suddenly feel a powerful aura pressing down, making Hoxie's eyes widen in horror and his breath catch in his throat. What? Countless sharp spears with overwhelming power are descending. All things merge with the sword, preventing the Black Disciple's body from fighting back as the precise spears pierce straight into him. Even the soldiers are no exception, their spears appearing one after another, horror-stricken as they watch their comrades fall. Hoxie is defenseless, clutching an object on the ground, while far away, soldiers lie scattered and unable to stand. Titch Diet smiles with satisfaction. She's here. A faint glow is gradually gathering, and moments later, a calm figure appears, his robe fluttering in the wind, standing coldly opposite him. He stands tall and proud, facing Titch Diet, exuding an oppressive aura, as everyone gazes in awe at the 2 imposing figures. This is Van Min, who can't believe his eyes. Old Third. Little Ling beside her looked on in confusion as young Master Tam approached, while Lam Yen was filled with worry. "Master, what's wrong?" he replied. "I'm fine. I just used a divine clone to come here. It's not an actual body. The true body is currently in the Imperial City and will return soon, so there's no need to worry." Titch Diet frowned in doubt. Tran Ai looked pleased, "So you've already been able to condense your divine sense into a physical form." Tran Ai smiled calmly and said, "It's just an illusion, not a real entity. Mental energy is inherently illusory. Forcing it to become real is not true martial virtue and shouldn't be done forcibly." Titch Diet was curious. "Are you still fighting others now that you're in the Imperial Palace?" He nodded, still fighting with the 18th Virtuous King, and he looked a bit stunned. "Do you know? Splitting your spirit into a false image like this will cut your strength in half." Tran Wai waved his hand to indicate it was fine. "I have my own way." The man in black observes quietly, pondering. The 18 Virtuous King is battling a true immortal stage expert and still dares to split his soul here. He laughs heartily, truly worthy of young Master Shan Tom. Tick Diet hesitated slightly. "You shouldn't split your spirit once you come here. If you are seriously injured, it will backlash on your main body." He frowned at him, unsure of what Tran Wai was trying to do. Tick Diet said again, "Fighting the 18th Sage King, I'm afraid you've suffered more than you've gained." He didn't reply, only gently snapped his fingers. A second later, Lam Kwang suddenly erupted, his aura spreading with oppressive pressure. "Try me!" The true body of the Imperial Palace's guardian speaks out simultaneously. "Let's fight!" Prince Hien frowned. "What kind of martial arts are you practicing? You clearly split half of your divine sense to a distant place." Nin Quan beside you was a bit worried, grabbing your sleeve. "Third young master," his provocative words ring out again. "Before I act, your bravery truly commands respect." "You must be worried about the Chi Sword Mountain sect. That's why you split your divine sense to return and save those so-called family members who are worthless. This cultivation method is truly profound, but is Hei Si Ho over there really someone who can withstand a single move from you? She was furious and wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by the guardian. It's okay. He clears his throat softly. 18. Sage Kings, do not worry. Please go ahead. Kan Han frowned. Young Master Tam, he sneered coldly.
All right. It's a pity that taking advantage of others' danger isn't something a martial artist like us should do.
But this matter concerns the 3,000-year legacy of the Great Moon Dynasty. He waved his hand, and the black dragon immediately shot off. Prince Hyan smirked. I can only intervene now. Kan Han frowned, alert. Long Lan fully formed, vivid as real, shifting freely, not an illusion. So this is how manipulating the power of heaven and earth can be controlled with such finesse. Is this the true strength of a genuine person at the 9th level? Nin Quan looked at Tran Tru, his eyes filled with worry. Tran Ai smiled faintly. Reaching this level was already extraordinary. He moved decisively, lightly flicking 2 fingers. His aura oppressive and spiritual energy quickly manifested, with overwhelming pressure enveloping all sides. Lam Long twists in the air as Tran Wai softly says, Go. In an instant, the 2 dragons charge at each other, their images intertwined and their aura colliding fiercely. 2 figures, one blue and one black, entwine in mid-air as oppressive pressure surges and the space trembles. Below, 2 shadowy figures stand facing each other with tense, taut energy, like a stretched string. In an instant, the 2 previously still figures trembled and blurred. Then, moments later, they appeared simultaneously.
The force of the clash sends shockwaves outward. One palm strikes another, their power pressing against each other, while Long An roars beside them, and the 2 continue to duel, their figures flickering rapidly. Meanwhile, outside the Thuan Dam at the Qijian mountain villa, Lam Kuang is continuously surging alongside the Sword Immortal. Tran Wai remains calm as he fights Tich Diet. Meanwhile, Chan Wai and Hien Vuong are still fighting fiercely. He clasped his hands to set up the formation, and the Tran Ki surged wildly. Not stopping there, Tich Diet quickly launched an attack, and his momentum soared. He waved his hand, unleashing countless blood swords that shot forward rapidly. Tran Wai raised his arm lightly, his expression calm to the point of coldness, as numerous blue swords appeared with a flick of his hand, a chilling light spreading in all directions. He sneered, a mocking smile curling on his lips with confidence. Tich Diet unleashed his blood swords, blazing red, tearing through the wind as they collided head-on with Lam Kuang. Tran Yi smiled faintly, as if he had long foreseen Tich Diet's fate. Lam Kuang erupted like a wave, knocking back countless of Tich Diet's blood swords. Master, what kind of sword technique is this, and how can it be so defensively impenetrable? Long Nan was a bit surprised. This is the sword technique of a true person at the 6th level, transforming the power of heaven and earth into one's own strength. When martial arts reach their peak, they can achieve this level. She shouted loudly, What does it matter right now, little Long Nian? Quickly check the condition of the master. I feel like this split-spirit illusion of the magic techniques is somehow affecting him. She pondered quietly, recalling that this kind of martial art was mentioned in the secret teachings of the Long Clan. When a martial artist's divine martial spirit reaches a certain level of condensation, they can use a special method to split their presence, allowing them to project their aura and actions across thousands of miles, indistinguishable from their true self, but their actual strength would be greatly diminished. Probably only 3 or 4 points of their usual power. Lam Yen, hearing that, shouted anxiously, What should we do now that we've dragged our master into this? Long Nan calmly replied, Don't worry, have you ever seen our master suffer a loss? She spoke softly, but Tich Diet sneered with a smirk. Impressive swordsmanship and defense, repeatedly blocking my 481 strikes, truly astonishing. As expected, her techniques are diverse. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Zhen Yi slowly explained that this sword is called the Sky Ruler, River Lament, One-Day Ring. He gritted his teeth in frustration, and Tich Diet, angry once again, gathered his strength. What a fine sword technique. You came with overwhelming momentum to counter my grand sword technique, truly exhausting your energy to the limit. I didn't expect your true energy to be only half, yet you still managed to block my ultimate move. Lam Kuang forcefully descends the waterfall, nodding in admiration. Your swordsmanship can indeed be considered to have reached a basic level. He shrugged, but it's still too early to call anyone invincible. Someone who can cut apart the universe with a single sword might not necessarily be worthy of that title. Tich Diet frowned and snorted coldly, determined to fight with all his might. Moreover,
He poured all his strength into the sword in his hand, with spiritual energy gathering fiercely around him.
Then I invite young Master Shen Tam to strike me with a sword.
Tran Wai looked on with a satisfied expression. Zheng Ha's blazing flames, the sword that cuts through the sun. Your swordsmanship has indeed become great. I wonder if your perfected sword soul see fire is enough to cut me down. Tran Yi calmly received the approaching attack and paused mid-air, then spoke with regret. Not enough. Tick Diet raised an eyebrow in disdain. Then I invite young Master Shan Tam to give me some guidance on where my sword soul sea of flames is lacking. Tran Yi smiled faintly and said, Your swordsmanship is naturally not bad. Water giving birth to fire is already a miracle in this world, and reaching this level, you've basically seen the heavens. He stared in shock and asked, So what about you? He calmly continued, Your swordsmanship is pure, but not yet accumulated enough. If you train for 7 days and 49 nights to turn your sword fire into 100,000 seas of flames, then I will have a direction to strike at you. If you are now eager to draw your sword and he sighs helplessly, then you will surely die. That would indeed be a pity. Why are you still so arrogant? Lam Yen and Long Nan were both amazed and respectful. Luckily, the master still has his sharp tongue. She nodded in agreement. It seems he still holds the upper hand. My master really is like that. His words are indeed reasonable. But do I really have to hold back my anger and wait for 49 days before striking? Tick Diet's mind was in chaos, unsure whether to strike with the sword or not. Noticing his hesitation, Tran Wai slightly curled his lips, a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, King Hien still had no intention of retreating. After launching 3,000 consecutive attacks, he couldn't even harm him a little. My energy was also greatly depleted. This way was not sustainable. Thinking this, he suddenly leapt forward, about to unleash his ultimate move. His figure flickering in and out of sight in midair, a swirling aura surrounding him moving slowly but with overwhelming pressure. Seconds later, both men clashed, their inner energy colliding and causing the ground to shake. The man widened his eyes, and the young master's expression froze in shock. The King of Peace loudly called out to Black Dragon, Heavenly Dragon at the Heavenly Hook, connecting to the Earth Dragon. As he finished speaking, another dragon roared up from underground. Tran Wai calmly watched the man focusing his power, unshaken. Donglong joins forces, and the world turns upside down. He glances at Black Dragon with a cold, icy gaze. Prince Hien seemed to sense something and shouted urgently, That's not right, it's dangerous. Once this move is executed, it won't harm the opponent. Instead, I might even lose my life. The stern expressions of the imperial physician revealed the extraordinary talent of the 18 virtuous kings, who, with innate martial intuition, sensed the move you pride yourself on. Once you strike, it will be your own destruction. His brow furrowed in shock, the calmness shattered in an instant, and then his steady voice rang out, Life is precious, and Hatat must rush into the fire like a moth. If you are willing to retreat and stop making things difficult for me, it can be considered as saving a strand of life for the great Moon Dynasty. Prince Hien sighed softly and said, I appreciate the good intentions of third young Master Tom, but unfortunately, you and I are now on opposite sides with our swords. I have received the grace of the Liet to Liet Tong for 3,000 years. How can I let go and retreat at the brink of death? This move, no matter what, I have to act when the third young master brushes off his clothes. Tran Wai's lips curl slightly, a pleased smile on his face. Good. Your fearless heart and your increased fierce dragon energy make this ultimate move of heaven and earth shine brilliantly in your hands, never dull or obscure. If you have made up your mind, then I will let you die for the heavens and the earth to deceive. He burst out laughing loudly, madness clearly visible on his face. Thank you. Prince Hien quickly seals the formation. The twin dragons unite. Suddenly, thunder roars in the sky. Lightning tears through the clouds, thunder crashes as lightning flashes intertwine, and the earth trembles with chaos. Moreover, the remaining area caused buildings to collapse and fall into chaos as the earth dragon approached, growling right in front of him. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the Great Moon Dynasty, in the heavenly Jiao Jade Palace's rear courtyard, the general gazed into the distance, where the heaven and earth dragons merged. This was already the strongest barrier among the 5 passes. 18th, Uncle borrows power from past royal tombs to summon the heavenly dragon and the earth dragon, merging the two to sweep across the heavenly army. He grits his teeth in fury, unable to believe that after 300 years of seclusion, he has reached such a realm. The general clenched his fists, his eyes as cold as ice. If it were me, I would just sigh, hoping that the imperial uncle can succeed. Zhen Yi calmly faced the earth dragon in front of him, smiling with amusement.
The heavenly dragon summoned the earth dragon, and the imperial aura was already at 60%. Your martial arts in this world can now be called peerless.
So what if you're not from the main lineage? I have reached this level through iron-willed determination. How could I be swayed by your words?
After you die, I will bury your remains carefully. No one dares to insult you. After you die, I will also build a tomb and a stele for you so that future generations will remember your name. The royal family of Great Moon has long since decayed, but on that rotten tree, a flower of martial arts still blooms like you.
He unleashes a stream of blue light, but unfortunately his innate energy is insufficient, so he can only stop here. The divine light erupts, piercing through the giant body of the earth dragon, with the power running from its head to its tail, causing its massive form to tremble violently. A moment later, the giant body trembled violently and was torn apart, splitting into two halves and falling through the air. He was utterly stunned. What? The earth dragon trembles and gradually fades away, its spiritual energy dissipating like smoke until nothing remains, all traces completely vanished. At that moment, King Hien also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale, and his aura also collapsed accordingly. How could this be? The two dragons of heaven and earth have merged, and even if there are hidden imperfections, they only leave gaps, not that they can be completely separated. Shen Zhenyi's swordsmanship can still trace back to its origin. Prince Hien staggered and could not stand steadily. Third young master, Tum Tu Tan Thien, finished. He struggled to stay upright, his breath rapid and showing clear signs of exhaustion. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Tran Wai calmly replied, This sword technique is called Bao Ding Gyang Gu, and every heavy breath brings pain to the king. Bao Ding Jiaonyo. I have read all martial arts across the world and have never heard of such a sword technique before. This is an ancient story about a man named Bao Ding who slaughtered a cow for the royal family in a dance-like stance with music-like sounds, and in an instant could carve a whole cow into neat, clean pieces. The king, curious, asked him, Why is your technique so extraordinary? As he spoke, his face grew pale, and his composure gradually collapsed, his voice calm yet imposing. Bao Ding lowered his knife and replied, What the great king sees is me butchering a cow, but what I care about is not the butchering itself, but the way of butchering that transcends technique. At first, all I saw when I started butchering the cow was just the whole animal, he said. But after 3 years, what I saw was its internal structure, its tendons, bones, and flesh, and I no longer saw the entire cow. Now when I butcher a cow, I only use my spirit to sense its body. No need to look with my eyes, the movements follow my intention completely. People mocked him endlessly. Those with high skill change a new knife every year. People with average skills have to change their knives every month because they chop into bones. But I glide my knife through the gaps in the flesh. I calmly speak. My knife has been in use for 19 years, and I've slaughtered over 1,000 cows with it. Yet the blade remains as sharp as ever. The knife just needs a slight movement, a swoosh, and the bones and flesh separate like a patch of mud falling to the ground. That is Bao Ding Gyai Gu. Bao Ding Gyai. Prince Hien suddenly burst into laughter, clapping continuously in praise. Truly, using the unguarded to gain the guarded is indeed the highest principle of martial arts. Only a perfected swordsmanship can separate the two dragons of heaven and earth. He looked straight at me. This defeat I truly respect and admire. Then he bowed deeply, so that in his final moments he could hear the third young master explain the beauty of martial arts, dying with such fulfillment. The body of the virtuous king was enveloped in a faint light, a thin aura covering his entire body. Moments later, the light shattered into pieces and disappeared into the air. Tran Yi silently watched him fade into nothingness and then slowly spoke. Please go bury the 18th Sage King and erect a stone tablet to record his life. Ken Han is still in shock, his lips trembling. Yes, third young master. So now you, with a faint smile on your lips, decide whether to draw your sword or not. Tick Diet gritted his teeth, as if still unable to make a decision. Tran Wai patiently repeated the question once more. Do you want to draw your sword? Seeing the chaos in Tich Diet's mind, he kindly reminded him, If you draw your sword, you will die. After 749 days, your swordsmanship will reach a new level, surpassing the peak, and when you strike this blow again, it will be even more meaningful. Did the 18 virtuous king die already? Tran Yi nodded slightly and said, He's dead. The situation he faces is similar to yours. Unfortunately, as a royal descendant, he no longer has room to grow, and his duty to the royal family forces him to act. He calmly spoke, his gaze as calm as water. So he is dead. Tich Diet's eyes flickered slightly, worry clearly visible on his face. A brief silence passed. He said nothing more, his expression turning serious. After some hesitation, Tich Diet decisively retracted the blood sword in his hand. He waved his hand, turned and left. Fine. Before leaving, Tich Diet still glanced at Tran Y. I will stay here for 49 days to comprehend the mysteries of the sword technique, then I will come to seek your guidance again. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, capable of letting go, capable of holding on, rising or falling, that is called heroism. Then Tran Wei also did not stay any longer, turned around and went in another direction, quickly landing where Lam Yen and Long Nan were. Both of them finally let out a sigh of relief and called their master together. She looked like she was about to cry. Master Zhen Yi smiled and said, "You don't need to worry. After 49 days, I will naturally return to Qijin Mountain Sect to settle this with him. Earlier, all you needed to do was keep the mountain gate tightly closed." Lam Yen was surprised to hear that. "Master, where are you now?" A Kuang trio patted her head and said, "I am still inside the Imperial City. Don't worry. I will definitely be able to return in time." Lam Yen pouting and saying, "The Imperial City feels like a park for strolling." Long Ren calmly asked, "Master, what is the situation inside the city?" Tran Yi calmly said, "Everything is okay for now. The 5 city gates inside the city have been broken through. I am about to meet Danvu Qin. Once this is settled, he can return safely." She was momentarily excited. "Danvu Qin is the emperor." She cleared her throat. "Suo Huo La." Both of them obediently bow and wish their master good luck. He smiled and waved, before turning to leave again. Lam Yen still wouldn't give up. "Master, are you just going to leave gracefully?" she called out loudly, still holding a bunch of trouble here. Tran Yi flew away, only leaving behind the words, "It's trivial. Handle it yourselves." Long Ren cautiously spoke. "All right." Lam Yen sighed and nodded. Meanwhile, he appeared at the ruins of the Heavenly Thunder and calmly unleashed a wave of power. Nin Quan nervously pressed close to him. Sword army. After setting up the tomb for King Hien, Kan Ham cautiously asked, "Third young master, should we continue forward?" He looked at the distant city wall and said, "We've come this far, how can we stop now?" Zhen Wei strides forward to lead the way, signaling everyone to follow. "Let's go." He scratched his head in confusion, looking disappointed. After a moment, the 3 of them appeared in front of the Grand City Gate, with the city name displayed above. Inside, the thin curtain fluttered in the wind like a sign that something was about to happen. On the throne, the lonely figure of the man had been waiting for a long time, and the general couldn't help but tremble. "I think I made a mistake. I should have killed you the first time we met. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tolerated you this long." Tran Y calmly stepped forward, unafraid. "Even then, you no longer had the chance to kill me." Marshal immediately frowned in anger and sneered, "Tam, Lord Tam, you are very confident." Tran Y calmly replied, "I have always been very confident." "Fine, no matter what, you still had to rely on a mortal body to reach this day. I must admire that." A breeze passes through the candles as the general's voice echoes, "But your legendary path should also end here." Dozens of golden beams shot out from the general's body. It gradually wraps around each part of his body, and the blinding golden energy erupts before Shen Zhenyi's eyes, revealing the general's body with ancient inscriptions appearing on it. Kan Han looked extremely surprised. "What is that?" He frowns and dodges it. Tam Tran Wei calmly closes his eyes. Truly amusing. No wonder the great Moon Dynasty rules so basely. Turns out, the founder of the imperial court was so selfish. The golden smoke gradually dissipates to reveal the general. Tam Tran Wei's voice continues to echo, using the body of his bloodline descendant as a vessel to revive his spirit. Such behavior is truly ridiculous, using forbidden sealing techniques to entrust the remaining soul into one's descendants. This is not genuine reincarnation or rebirth, and can hardly be called a puppet, but merely the prolonging of a dying soul. Your eyes suddenly turn cold. "Danvu Qin, you're just a puppet like this, don't you feel ashamed?" The general clutching in his head, screaming as golden magical streaks spread through his eyes, then covering his eyes tightly with both hands, growling wildly. "I didn't expect you to still feel ashamed." Kan Han suddenly realized, so Danvu Qin is the vessel and puppet of the Grand Ancestor. Isn't it said that for 3,000 years the 8-2 have been secretly manipulated by Great Moon Taito? The general laughed loudly. "What's wrong with scheming against the world? 3,000 years ago I was the ruler of the world. But because I had no worthy opponent, I could only be imprisoned in solitude, watching this narrow world decay day by day, clashing with the ordinary. How could I accept this?" He threw his hat on his head, his hair spilling out, And even after waiting 3,000 years, I must find an equal opponent and seek a glimmer of hope to cut down the celestial moon. The national general looked at Shen Zhenyi with a provocative expression. Am I wrong about something? Kan Han trembled and asked in fear. Emperor Taizu, his legs trembling as if about to kneel down. Immediately, a woman's hand sharply struck Kan Han's back. Tu Nin Quan advised carefully not to let his aura swallow others. Tam Tran Wei told the general that having such a desire to improve is not necessarily a mistake. Your mistake was overestimating your own strength. He chuckled softly. Tam Prince Tam Tien Ha Wu Shuang, but still too proud, never having seen the vastness of the ocean. How dare you judge casually? Even if you defeat my incompetent descendants, what right do you have to judge the realm I have comprehended? I don't judge you. Indeed, you reached that realm back then. The marshal looks pleased, as if he recognizes your insight, then suddenly frowns and pauses to look at you. Zhen Yen smiled, but relying only on the foundation of the mortal realm to kill the moon fairy immortal is no different from dreaming. Suddenly, a surge of golden magic erupted. What? The general roared in anger. What did you say? Kan Han panicked as the magic energy approached, and Tu Nin Quan quickly created a barrier to protect the two of them. The general, furious, launched an attack at Tam Tran Wai, seeking death. Dozens of streaks of light intertwined to cover Tam Tran Wai, but his foot quickly stomped on them. Just tell the truth. What's the point of getting angry? If you could truly see through the secret of the Tram Nguyen Phi Tien back then, why did you have to drag your body into ruin and act so foolish? The Grand Commander laughed loudly. Batu's lifetime, the martial arts of the world all originate from my roots. If I don't understand the principles of Tram Nguyen Phi Tien, then who else would? Tam Tran Wai began to step forward, his voice ringing out. For now, I won't discuss the martial arts of the Batu world with its own inheritance and development. But it's you who organized the hundreds of thousands of royal clans to debate martial arts, compiled the Great Moon Self-Dao canon, and revised the scriptures, causing the inheritance of various schools to become water without a source and a tree without roots. He roared in anger. The current prosperous state of martial arts is the result of long-term accumulation and eruption. What does it have to do with you? How dare you claim credit from heaven and earth as your own? Tu Nin Quan and Kan Han, observing from outside, both looked surprised. Tam Tran Yi continued. Moreover, even if you are the first in the Batu world to reach the martial arts realm of the 7th stage, you have only known how to be competitive and aggressive from start to finish, not understanding the true meaning of martial arts, unable to break through the illusions of the red dust, and obsessed with power and position. What right do you have to discuss the cutting moon and flying immortal? The general angrily replied, You are indeed a sharp-tongued youth. You say I do not understand Tram Nguyen Phi Tien, then let us debate the righteousness of Phi Tien Tram Nguyen. My 8-tribe world is not a place that your small 9 extremes can compare to. The power limitations of the heavens and earth here are immense. Don't think that escaping the 9 extremes once gives you the right to boast before me. Shen Zhenyi continued to walk calmly. The binding power of heaven and earth in the 9 nether was only 1% of this place, so slaying the moon-cutting fairy there was naturally insignificant. But I also understand some of the principles of the moon-cutting fairy. He steps onto the last step. The method of borrowing power from the heavens and earth in this world means that the stronger one's strength, the greater the restraint. To slay the moon-slaying fairy, you must first conquer yourself. The general's face shows a look of astonishment. Tham Tran Ai declares, You are too attached and unable to let go of this rotten body for 3,000 years. You've long been defeated completely. Now you stand face to face with the general. Tham Tran Ai chuckled softly, adding the final words, There's still a long way to go before you can slay the moon fairy. The general's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Are you mocking me? The general activated his magic. A powerful golden light burst forth, his robe fluttering, and he struck with a move saying, I may not be able to cut the new moon of Trong Than, but I can still cut you. Kan Han was terrified, and Tu Nin Quan's face looked just as scared, a golden sword with ancient script appearing on it. Tram Long Kem, Kan Han shouted loudly. It is said that 3,000 years ago, Great Moon Ancestor Emperor cut the Jade Dragon in the sky to start a rebellion, sweeping across Central Plain and ultimately seizing the world. Everything originates from this Than Tram longsword. Thunder transforms into a mortal sword, slaying dragons and demons, breaking through everything. Zhen Wai commented that the sword is indeed a good one, but unfortunately, the dark jade at the tip means if it couldn't cut through me, then naturally it can't cut me at all. The general pointed it at him, so arrogant that it's almost as if he doesn't know his place in the world. Thamtran E, this makes me a bit disappointed in you. Thamtran Y's expression remains unmoved. Make your move. If you don't believe me, go ahead and use your 9 transformations of the heavenly mysteries. If you can make me step back half a step, then you win. Han was panicked.
Young Master Tam, this can't be. You can be arrogant at other times, but this time your opponent is the legendary
Undefeated Great Moon Empress who has reigned for 3,000 years. Is this some kind of joke? The voice of the general echoed. Shenjanyi, I respect you as a rare talent in the world, which is why I am taking this rare opportunity to fight you. If you still dare to be so reckless, I fear the outcome will be decided in just one move. Thamtran Y replied calmly, Just go ahead and attack, I can handle it all. The marshal shouted loudly, then raised his sword to the sky, a powerful beam of light seeming to distort the surrounding space as it was pulled in. From above, hundreds of rays of light descended. Heavenly, mystical 9 transformations! The marshal shouted loudly, transforming into the first form. Kanhan stared in shock at the beams of light from the rolling door, while Thamtran Yi still calmly watched them. Guanhang cried, realizing he shouldn't have come here after all. He blamed himself for not leaving sooner, fleeing far away to the central Yuandao sect, and quietly secluding himself for 100 years to comprehend and digest what he gained from the chaotic, mysterious realm. Do I really have to get involved in this power struggle among the top experts? It's over. I'm definitely going to die this time. Tu Ninquan clenched his fist tightly, the general showing murderous intent. Isn't your path also one of forcing strength? He pointed his sword up, and now you haven't even drawn your sword. I want to see what sword you can wield in my sword stance to fight back. Thamtran Yi sneered and said, I told you before, your 9 transformations of Tianhuian can't make me retreat even a step. No matter how beautiful your sword moves are or how terrifying your power is, I don't need to step back. It's better to change tactics early. The general looked at him in surprise. Kanhan suddenly realized what was going on. The sword prison, as its name suggests, is a constraining technique that uses mystical mental energy to control all forces within a certain area, transforming into a strict hellish sword prison. Any reckless movement will be instantly pierced by countless swords, leaving no doubt of death. Tu Ninquan muttered, but it can also remain still. As long as it doesn't move, that sharpness will have no way to unleash itself, quietly fulfilling its duty by encircling the body like a protective barrier. Therefore, his sword army had no need to retreat, and could not retreat. Shen Zhenyu's back remained proud, hands clasped behind him, standing calmly. Kanhan admired, truly a clever plan. From the start, third young Master Tam knew this move well, which is why he deliberately provoked Empress Dowager Taiyu and made a vow never to retreat. The general's hand suddenly raised, and he sneered coldly, You truly are a cunning person. Competing for martial arts is about finding a chance between life and death. Do you think you can escape your fate just by a little trick? Thamtran Y immediately replied, No. Besides the sword prison, even if you unleash sword madness, sword obsession, swordlessness, sword heavenly king, or blood wind marquis, I will not take a step back. The general smirked and said, You've truly prepared well, but with your current level, from the heavenly sword king onward, after 4 transformations, if you still dare to say you won't take a step back, that's overestimating yourself. He roared proudly, When that time comes, your body will be shattered, and don't blame me. Thamtran I sneered, People like us who have fought in life and death battles don't expect to retreat unscathed. The general laughed loudly. Since you have such enlightenment, then very well try my heavenly mystical brother's great transformation. He raised his sword again, sword, heavenly king, and swung it forward. Dozens of shadows suddenly appeared in the golden light, charging together to attack Thamtran Y. Kanhan anxiously shouted to the third young master. In front of them, Thamtran Yi still stood motionless like a statue. Tu Ninquan was panicked. This is bad. Could it be that his energy has been exhausted? Kanhan's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had just seen something. He stopped Tu Ninquan, saying, Wait, senior, look, a blue light is enveloping Thamtran Y. The general's face showed obvious tension. What is he trying to do? Using his mortal body to face 6-winged General Zhao Quan, Thamtran Yi still stands calmly, emitting a blue light from his body. The cold voice of the general rang out. This divine sword strike cannot be cut nor ground down. Thamtran Yi, you are seeking your own death. A soldier riding a horse made of golden magic raises his spear. Thamtran Yi's calm eyes follow its movements. In the next instant, he grips the descending spear of heaven tightly. Thamtran Yi smiles, bends the holy spear, then quickly releases it, causing the soldier to fall back. He steps on the soldier's chest and presses down hard, causing the soldier to vanish instantly. 2 other magic soldiers are preparing to attack him again. Tham Tran Wai slightly leans forward, his hands raised to chest level with 2 blue magic circles swirling around his fingers. He cast magic at the magic soldiers. Half of them disappeared, while a few remained. Zhang Ziyi raised his hand again, this time a blue aura of magic encircling it, then smiled before unleashing beams of blue magic. They quickly pierced through the magic soldiers. Some were struck in the head by magic and disappeared, while those affected by magic vanished swiftly. Another soldier silently circled behind him. It clenched the hilt of the sword, then drew it to attack him. Tam Tran Wei hesitated for a moment, then quickly grabbed its sword-holding hand. He knocked it off the horse, causing the sword to fall from the soldier's hand. Tam Tran Wei quickly caught it, and dozens of magic soldiers appeared around him. Tham Tran Yi clenched his golden sword, causing it to turn blue. He swung it forward. A curved beam of light quickly appeared. Then he continuously slashed around himself, forming a blue ring that surrounded him. The general praised, "Tam, young master Tam Don Bot, who is indeed a great enemy of our court," as the magic soldiers retreated before the blue slash marks, and the general continued to look somewhat pleased. If I had an opponent like young master Tam of the Shen family, I might truly have a chance to comprehend the mysteries of Tram Nguyen Phi Tien. This battle might just be the prelude to Tram Nguyen. If I can win, even with this battered body, I can force myself to ascend to the heavens. You may have the wisdom, but unfortunately your spirit is stronger than your strength. I told you earlier you are still far from cutting through the moon-slaying flying immortal. Even if you risk everything to fight me, you still haven't reached the realm of moon-slaying, so there's no point in dreaming any further. The general angrily asked, "Tam Tran Wai, you keep provoking me like this. Do you really not fear death?" Tham Tran Wai smiles confidently. "If I were afraid of death, how could I have come this far, let alone die here? Don't think that just because you can withstand the sword of the Heavenly Sovereign, you're truly formidable. In the past, I relied on the Sword of the Heavenly Sovereign technique, roaming the 8 realms, comprehending the truth of heaven and earth, and then creating the last 3 moves of the 9 transformations of the celestial mysteries. The subsequent sword techniques are the essence of my martial arts. Just watch with wide eyes." He raised his sword, the Blood-Wind Marquise. Then the general drove it firmly into the ground. Giant golden waves appeared. Tam Tran Yi smiled softly, the Blood-Wind Marquis sword penetrating the bloodline, the sword's power like a rising tide. Quite fascinating. Boom! An explosion rings out, scattering the golden waves around. Kan Han hurriedly grasped Tu Nin Quan's hand. "Stay back, it's dangerous." Tu Nin Quan also immediately sensed the danger and quickly ran forward. Kan Han nervously called out, "Miss, be careful!" Tu Nin Quan shouted loudly, "Third young master!" The general laughs heartily, truly full of righteousness. "Third young master Tham, you might as well be dead right here." Zhen Yan turned back around. Tinuan quickly ran over worriedly. "Sword Lord." Zhen Jin frowned slightly, smiled to reassure the girl, then immediately turned his head back. Kan Han panicked. What? Could it be that the third young master Tom truly cares so much for the beauty that he's willing to risk his life to be with her? The general asked in astonishment. Tham Chan Ai, do you no longer care about your life? Tam Tran Wai confidently released a stream of magic forward. Tu Nin Quen looked up at him in silence, then landed on the ground and asked worriedly, Han, are you okay, Sword General? He smiled and said, why worry so much? This move still can't hurt me. Tsu Nin Jun said nervously, I was just worried about you earlier. I didn't notice anything else. Tham Tran Ai still gently asked, did I bother you? Another wave is about to hit their location. He ruffled her hair and said, it's okay. Giant golden waves had already appeared all around them. Tham Tran Ai smiles confidently. I will handle everything. The general's face darkened in anger. This kid! Tham Tran Ai placed his hand on Tu Nin Quan's shoulder. All right, you go back first. I'll talk more after this battle. She nodded shyly. Yes, Tam Tran Ai has broken the move. Kan Han steps toward them. Senior, the third young master, has his own plans. There's no need to risk everything. Prince Zining suddenly didn't know how to respond. The voice of the national general rang out. Tham Tran Ai, your way of breaking the move is quite unique. If I only use one move, I might have to exert a bit more effort. He laughed heartily. You truly are a genius. I should have used the 9 transformations of the heavenly mysteries to fight you to satisfy my pride. My descendant is no match for you, of course, because I have only recently been able to fully unleash my power through this body after so long. I hope third young Master Tham won't mind. Then a strong golden magic burst around him. Tham Tran Ai muttered, Heavenly mysterious 9 transformations. Indeed, a move that pushes the world's 8-fold energy to its limit. I'm a bit intrigued. The general chuckled softly, placing his hand on his sword. Then I shall make my move. Outside, the sky began to be shrouded in fog. Dozens of purple lightning strikes appeared, striking down on the palace and channeling energy into the general's sword. He excitedly raised his sword. I have studied for hundreds of years, and only now, just before Lin Zhong, have I grasped this ultimate move. The sword continues to draw in more energy. Third young master Tham, you should consider yourself lucky to have died by my sword. After 3,000 years of waiting, Kanhan was stunned by the lifetime of cutting down Ton Nan. Suddenly, 2 whirlpools appeared, and a beam of golden magic shot out from the center of one. Now dozens of such whirlpools surrounded the general.
Tu Nianquan was stunned, eyes wide open, as the general confidently shouted, "Please advise."
Tam Tranyun slaughtered them, transforming into a spirit of the 8 realms. Although it wasn't the ultimate path to transcendence, achieving such a feat is truly astonishing. After 3,000 years of cultivation, you merged with the heavens and earth of the 8 realms, using starlight as your sword. Truly a marvelous creation. This 9 heaven sword technique is unstoppable for anyone in the world of 8-tier cultivation. The general smiles contentedly, but now it's probably too late to beg for mercy. He begins to strike, dying beneath the sword of the 9 heavens. From the whirlpools, dozens of golden chains emerge, intertwined as the scene shifts to the East Sea coast.
Panic screams echo as people run quickly. The tidal wave is coming, but unfortunately it swept away all the villagers shortly after.
The scene shifts to the western desert, where the sun and surrounding clouds appear strange. A few seconds later, a storm and the sun engulf the desert, transitioning to the northern ice plain. Dozens of magical wolves suddenly growled, and the scene shifts to the dense forests of the southern continent. Birds begin to show strange signs, and the scene changes to the central continent with lightning cracking the earth and frantic voices echoing. What is really happening? Is the 8 domains world about to be destroyed? The volcano's eruption has begun. They stare in amazement at the sky filled with lightning. The battle at the Imperial City has escalated to this level. Could it be true, as the old man said, that someone in the royal family possesses martial arts capable of destroying the world with a single strike? The other person replied, "No. This is not world-destroying martial arts, but using the power of heaven and earth beyond the limit which triggers a resonance from the entire world, causing the 8 cultivator worlds to shift and abandon the sword." Sect. Teach Diet was suddenly startled by the call. Dao Master. The person is approaching. Dao Master. Have you already comprehended the supreme swordsmanship? He looked at his hand with satisfaction. My ultimate Tao is the supreme skill to break through the obstacles of heaven and earth and ascend. How could I have comprehended it so easily? Oh, I only sensed something unusual in the heavens and earth, so I left my sect to take a look. Tich Diet looked up at the sky, but unfortunately even the supreme royal family is only this much, a waste of my 3 days of talisman effort. The subordinate was stunned. Is he from the royal family attacking? He clenched his fists in anger. If I'm not mistaken, you can unleash the 9 heavens sword technique. Basically, it's the Great Moon ancestor from 3,000 years ago, the Great Moon royal family stuck in place, unable to advance even an inch for 3,000 years, and in the end they still have to rely on the ancestral coffin for protection. Truly, a bunch of maggots. That guy can't believe his ears. The Great Moon ancestor, wasn't he supposed to have died 3,000 years ago? Why is he still here? Tick Diet sneered. Just some tricks of soul possession, nothing impressive. Once I finish my final strike, no matter who wins or loses this battle, I can easily behead him. Is it true what he said? The founding emperor of the Great Moon Dynasty. She anxiously looked at the sky full of lightning. Do you think the master can win? Now, we have another scroll descending, shifting the scene to the Great Moon Dynasty, where a blinding light shines from above, and the general is now enveloped in a powerful magic aura. Xing Han hurriedly covers his eyes in panic. Tu Nin Quan is also very worried, and both of them think that they can only trust their master. A blue magic circle appears in Tam Tran Wai's hand, and he smiles as he throws it forward. Tam Tran Yi clenched his fists and created a barrier that protected himself and the 2 behind him, blocking the attacks from the general. He shouted angrily, "It's not over yet! The power of the 9 falling sword has only been unleashed at 3 parts. Tham Tran Wei, next will be 5 parts of power. Hold on tight." Then the general gritted his teeth and launched a magic attack. It shot downward, creating a blinding flash of light. Shenjin Yi stomped to his foot heavily. A blue magic circle appeared. He waved his hand. A whirl of magic materialized. The attack from the general descends, but they are quickly blocked by a barrier. However, moments later, several fragments of the barrier fly out and the general laughs joyfully. Huh? Again? 80%. a brighter beam of light descends. Kanhan turns around and looks back, panic-stricken at the fragments of the barrier breaking apart. "This!" the marshal shouted loudly as hundreds of beams of light from all directions converged on the imperial court. They pierced through the sturdy walls, destroying them along the way. Kanhan panic-stricken, holding his head and shouting. The general raised his hand, bidding farewell to Tam Tran Y. He slightly curled his lips, not sure yet. A powerful beam of light descended, covering everything in a layer of gray dust. The general silently looked ahead with a smug expression as the sword fell through 9 heavens, and the dust gradually cleared. Kanhan coughs from the smoke and dust, while Tam Tran Ai remains calmly standing in front of the two of them. The general looks surprised, not expecting that even with the full power of the 8 realms of the universe, he still couldn't kill you. Third young master Shen. Indeed, you are an outsider. Shen Zhenyi silently looked at him.
The general descended to the ground, shook his head and said, "Even the 9 falling sword cannot cut you down. Then our 3,000-year-old Great Moon dynasty ends here."
My bloodline cannot be continued, and my soul cannot remain in this world for much longer. The ancient script engraved on his body gradually disappears. After drawing this sword, I finally truly felt how far apart I am from the tram in Guet Phi Tien. It seems that back then I couldn't reach Tanjuit not just because I was missing an arm. The general shook his head with his eyes closed. So I no longer care about the world after slaying the moon. He simply turned around and asked, "Before I leave, I want to ask you one thing. Who are you really? Why can you stand beneath Lak Kutian's sword without a scratch? Where will you lead the 8-2 worlds?" Tam Tran Y chuckled softly. "I am just a passerby. The national general doesn't understand being a passerby." Kanhan also didn't understand what he meant. Tu Nin Quan nodded. Tham Tran Y continued, "I am just a seeker of the ultimate sword path who happened to pass by here. Our fateful encounter is why I saved you with a sword. The Great Moon Dynasty has bound this world for 3,000 years, and it's truly rotten. It's time for it to perish, so you don't need to feel too regretful. For 3,000 years, the martial way has made no progress, and the highest realm cannot be broken through." The national general silently looked at him. Tham Tran Y continued to bear the responsibility of sealing off the martial arts world and burying the roots of the martial path of the Great Moon Dynasty. If one cannot rise again in a lifetime, they will ultimately disintegrate or even fall into depravity. The 8 tribulation world has reached its limit. If you continue like this, it may split into forces of the underworld, and the consequences will be even more severe. Kanhan muttered, "Ku-u? Isn't that the name of the world before the 3rd young master executed Yue Feixian? Why is it now connected to this 8-path world?" The marshal gently frowned, a word that awakens those in a dream. If the world of 8 paths falls into depravity, the sins of the Great Moon Dynasty are unmatched. He bowed his head in respectful farewell, defeated today by the young master. The 3,000 years of royal bloodlines beginning, once broken, is a worthy price to pay. Then a beam of light enveloped him again. The moon in the sky gradually appeared behind the clouds. The general shouted loudly as the ancient script quickly vanished. He raised his hand toward the moon and whispered in admiration, "It's beautiful." Then the general shattered into tiny golden pieces. Shen Zhenyi turned around and said, "It's over." Kang Heng hurriedly shouted, "I have always had one question I couldn't understand. Why did the Great Moon ancestor, who died 3,000 years ago, possess the body of the current Great Moon Emperor? And finally, why did they disappear together with the Danvu Jing?" Tam Tran Y replied, "Even though the Great Moon ancestor died 3,000 years ago, his soul still clings to the bloodline of his descendants." The sword technique, Lak Kutin had already exceeded the limits that the body of Danvu Kin could withstand, so he could no longer continue to exist. He looked ahead and now truly disappeared completely, like mist and smoke. Tham Tran Y turned back and said, "This matter is settled. It's about time. Do you want to go back with me? Or you can return to 2VM Sect. I have handed over the True Phoenix spell to the current Sect leader. She probably needs your guidance too." Tu Nin Quan shyly looked away. "Wherever you go, I will go too." Tham Tran Y smiled. "All right. Then we will return together to the Sword Peak Mountain." Ken Han and Tu Nin Quan nodded in agreement. Tam Tran Y stepped forward, knowing that the final battle would take place then, as the fog in the sky had cleared and hundreds of stars were shining brightly. "Are you saying that the Great Moon Empire was destroyed in just one night?" Votan nodded and said, "Yes. The heavenly Dew Jade Palace collapsed, the imperial city was destroyed, and not a single person or thing remained." Huinsak remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, but outside, people say it was Tam Tam of Kim Kim Sun Trong who did this, you're not mistaken. Vothan lowered his head. How dare his subordinates speak nonsense? People say that third young Master Tam returned from the Lost Lie secret realm, single-handedly defeated 10,000 troops, crossed 5 passes, beheaded 6 generals, and attacked the crown prince right in the imperial palace, causing shock. In the end, sword energy filled the sky, destroying the entire palace, and Huyen Sak couldn't believe his ears. He silently remembered that indeed he was a descendant of my family's Tem lineage. Just outside the 12 Swords Pavilion, prosperity shone like the midday sun. But due to the manipulated court behind the scenes, conflicts arose with Fangloi City, and Mong Thien was also harmed. But luckily, Mong Thien still left a branch at the Nine Nether Palace and has achieved an ancient miracle with the Tem Tran Wai. Now, all grudges have been settled. He ordered further investigation to determine whether the battle at the Imperial City was real or fake. If confirmed, a banquet would be held in the pavilion for 3 days to reward everyone. Duong signals according to the Sword Mountain Sect. Vothan bows his head in obedience and asks the mysterious book further, "Is there anything else?" He replied, "Even though the third young master is now renowned as the undefeated in the world, the Bat Thien Dao Lord standing at the gate of the Sword Pavilion has not yet left. I heard that Bat Thien Dao will comprehend a move capable of cutting through heaven and earth in 49 days. Then it will be a showdown with Tam Kong Tu Tum to see who wins." The mysterious book muttered, "Fo Bat Thien." He replied, "Yes, Bat Thien Dao's strength is formidable, and his organization is strict, controlling the south. He himself is on par with the Great Moon Dynasty, but now the Swordless Mountain Sect relies only on Third Young Master Tam. If Third Young Master Tam fails, he obviously cannot dominate the world." He glanced slightly, and everyone knew that the battle in the Imperial City was so fierce that even if Third Young Master Shangong was invincible, destroying the entire dynasty alone would not be without cost. With the situation of advance and retreat, the outcome of the battle was unpredictable. Right before the third young Master Shen scheduled Fo Bat Thien for a rematch after 49 days, everyone now says it's not that Fo Bat Thien can't defeat the third young Master Shen, but that it's just a delaying tactic. If Bat Thien had fought then, the third young Master Shen would surely have been seriously wounded. And the mysterious book suddenly became worried, but Bat Thien, the Dao Lord, wanted to use the third young Master Shen to deal with the Great Moon Dynasty, so he held back. He interrupted the nonsense, and Huyen Sak angrily stomped his foot on the floor. These people clearly are part of Bat Thien Dao's scheme to sow chaos. Do you really believe that? Send the order down to stop overthinking. Even if we set fire, we must keep the stove cold. 12 Sword Pavilion submits to the missing Sword Mountain Sect, only watching the third young master's inspection. Vothan bowed and answered clearly. Huyen Sak is getting more and more angry. If you know, then go. What are you standing there for? Vothan awkwardly said, "There's one more thing Huyen Sak was surprised about. Tell me quickly." Vothan bowed deeply. "I dare not speak for the general, only that the lady, after hearing this, was so angry she fell ill and bedridden. I don't know if the sect leader is aware. He's irritable and so angry he's fallen seriously ill. Everyone knows why she's upset. You must watch her carefully and not let her get involved in anything related to Tam Tran Y, or it will ruin my plans." Voten looked embarrassed. He quickly replied, "Yes." The scene shifts to Qijian at Gongshan Sect, where Teach Diet is sitting and practicing. Tu Lam Yen stands at a distance observing. "I've never seen a martial artist like him except for my master." Little Dragon Person also nodded in agreement. Yes, his sword aura has completely been subdued. If he was once like a sharp blade capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth, now even he himself is almost impossible to see clearly. And Xiaolan Yan also frowned slightly. He had previously reached the peak of the mortal realm, but his master still said his cultivation was not as good as his, making the difference unclear. Then why does the master still guide him? Isn't he just creating a powerful enemy for himself? Little Long Ren looked up at the sky and said, "I believe my master's thoughts are different from ours. I think what he values is the prosperity of martial arts, not personal victory or defeat. But I doubt there are many in this world who can beat him." Then she suddenly frowned slightly, just this person. The two of them looked into the distance, their eyes burning with a deadly red glow. A few days later, Shen Zhenyi stepped forward as cheers erupted around him. "Young Master Tam has returned." He Bao frowned in worry. Something's wrong. The sect leader is in seclusion at a critical moment. If Tam Tran Y takes the opportunity to act, wouldn't that mean he's rushing back to his subordinates to protect the sect leader? Third young master, wait a moment. Kan Han panting. "Wait for me." Tu Nin Quan asked back, "Young Master Ngu, Shouldn't you be returning to the Central Sword Sect? Why have you been following us all this way? He scratched his head and said, Don't ask me, I don't know either. I impulsively wrote a letter home explaining the situation, saying I wouldn't be returning for now, and I want to follow Third Young Master Shen.
Tu Nin Quan nodded. So that's it. She turned to Tam Tran Wei and asked, Does he say that? Yes. They pushed open a city gate and stepped inside. One person quickly knelt down.
A moment later, dozens of people dressed in purple booed deeply, welcoming the swordmaster and the master back to the mountain.
Tu Nin Quan said, Stand up, she's happy to get up. Yes, the long journey is dusty. Please enjoy some tea, Master Hui's son.
Tu Nin Quan raised his hand, no longer needing to follow Tom's son any further. If in the future Tu Viem sect wishes to submit to the Qijian Mountain sect, just do so quietly and without fuss. Tu Nin Quan continued to speak. If you don't want to, then handle it yourself and don't bother